Translating to English. Source text, transmigrated to the Qin Dynasty. I became the first national teacher of Great Qin. I thought I could crush the primitive people of Great Qin with the wisdom of modern people, but when I saw Qin Shi Huang, I was dumbfounded. I saw Qin Shi Huang sitting high above the 9 heavens, his aura like an abyss. This dam turned out to be an immortal Qin Shi Huang. I immediately bowed to Ying Zhang, shouting, "Long live the emperor for 10,000 years. Just as I finished shouting, I felt the atmosphere of the entire hall drop to freezing point, except for Ying Zhang. Everyone's faces changed drastically. National teacher, can I only live for 10,000 years? Ying Zhang's voice sounded, and as soon as he spoke, all the courtiers knelt down. At this moment, I finally realized that I had said the wrong thing. This is a world of immortals and martial arts. Ying Zhang has a great earth cultivation, is as old as the heavens and the earth, and can be called immortal. Long live is a curse for shortening his life. My heart suddenly rose to my throat. I was about to explain, but when I looked up at Ying Zhang, I was stunned, because the dragon aura above Ying Zhang's head was extremely weak. Ding! The countdown to the fall of the Qin Dynasty has begun. In 9 years and 29 days of the 11th month, I glanced at Ying Zhang. How could the Qin Dynasty be about to perish? I was completely stunned. The national teacher was asking you a question, and I trembled all over, quickly bowing, fearing that your majesty might not live to be 10,000 years old. At this moment, you could hear a pin drop in the great hall, everyone looking at me as if I were a monster. Bold! It's time to chase after the nonsense in front of the hall. The solidified air was broken by Li Si, who took 3 steps to the center and bowed to Ying Zhang. Your majesty, this person's heart is not upright, seeking fame and reputation, and now speaking nonsense in front of the hall. I dare to offer advice and earnestly request that Yi Yun be executed. After Li Si finished speaking, he knelt down with a thud, causing the floor of the golden pillar to crack directly. Seeing this scene, my eyes almost popped out. Isn't Li Si a civil official? How could a civil official kneel and crack the floor? As I was lost in thought, I saw LV Buwei also step forward one after another to advise on executing me. Your Majesty, what Prime Minister Li said is absolutely right. You summoned Yi Yun early in the morning, but he stubbornly delayed until the hour of the dragon, and now he is cursing your Majesty. This old servant deserves to die. At this point, Zhao Gao suddenly knelt down in front of Ying Zhang, trembling. It seemed like everyone in the hall wanted me to be executed immediately, but Ying Zhang showed no anger on his face. Instead, he was full of interest and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will have you put to death?" I could see the interest in Ying Zhang's eyes, and although I was definitely afraid, as a loyal subject, I had to speak the truth. Your Majesty, the Qin Dynasty may not last another 10 years. Before I could finish speaking, I heard a stern shout. It was none other than Hu Hai, the second emperor of Qin under Ying Zhang's command. As Ying Zhang's legitimate son and the designated crown prince, his command was immediately followed by everyone present. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several breaking sounds echoed, and on the top of the hall, several golden and silver long swords suddenly appeared, stabbing towards me. Damn! Swordsmanship! I was completely stunned. On one hand, it was the shock of seeing swordsmanship for the first time, and on the other hand, I was immobilized by the imposing manner. In the blink of an eye, several flying swords had already reached above my head, and just as the sword was about to pierce the sky, it suddenly stopped in mid-air. I seem to have said that no weapons should be drawn in the court. A leisurely voice sounded, followed by the entire hall being engulfed in a blood-red color. With a few crisp sounds, the flying swords hanging above my head shattered, and then Zhao Gao, Wang Jian, and LV Buwei all spat blood and fell to the ground. As the 3 fell, the blood-red color dissipated, and a figure in white clothes, Bai Qi, walked to the center, scanning the courtiers with a glance. With this glance, the courtiers immediately turned pale, bowing their heads one after another, not daring to meet Bai Qi's gaze. In the pre-Qin Empire, the first without shame was the first emperor, and below the first emperor was the killer god, Bai Qi, who had already reached the level of an emperor. General Bai, what is your intention? Bai Qi alone intimidated the courtiers, and only Hu Hai dared to question him, afraid of accidentally offending the emperor. He responded to Hu Hai's questioning. Bai Qi just smiled faintly, then bowed to Ying Zhang and sat back down casually. This disrespectful behavior made Hu Hai furious, about to speak again, but felt his sleeve being pulled. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Gao looking panicked, shaking his head desperately, and gesturing for Hu Hai to look at Ying Zhang. Have you had enough fun? Although Ying Zhang's voice was light, it still scared Hu Hai enough to quickly lower his head and admit his mistake. Ying Zhang snorted lightly, no longer paying attention to Hu Hai, but looking at me, who was watching from the sidelines. I shivered instantly, realizing that the Grand Preceptor's cultivation needed to be improved. With just a few words from Ing Zhang, the courtiers fell silent. Only Bai Qi smiled without saying a word. What does it mean to improve cultivation? I was a bit confused, but caught a glimpse of Bai Qi's smile out of the corner of my eye, and then realized that Ing Zhang was pointing at him. Before saying anything shocking, consider whether it might cost you your life. Speak up. If you don't do well, you'll be sentenced for a day. As soon as Ing Zhang finished speaking, the entire hall was filled with the sound of gasps. After sucking in cool air, many of the ministers who were hostile to Yi Yun revealed cold smiles. At first, when Yi Yun heard about the one-day sentence, he thought it was just a day in jail. He was still sighing that Ing Zhang was simply too good to him, but now when he saw the cold smiles of the ministers, he was a bit flustered. Master of the state, you wouldn't not know what a one-day sentence is, would you? Zhao Gao sneered. That's sinister. I filled with pleasure. Zhao Gao's question, asked to the point, Yi Yun really didn't know. The so-called one-day sentence is to make people live the same day for eternity. State master, be careful what you say. WTF? Living in the same day never ends. Yi Yun instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. This punishment is worse than death. Gulp. Yi Yun could not help but gulp down his saliva and panicked a little in his heart. He was just relying on Ing Zhang's unscientific trust in him before, trying to strike a blow at Zhao Gao and Li Si's mouth. Now to really explain why it won't last a decade. You can't say the system told you. Master of the state, tell us instead. His Majesty is waiting. When Yi Yun was slow to speak, Zhao Gao put on his villainous face again and opened his mouth to urge. Upon hearing Zhao Gao's voice, Yi Yun could not help but frown and look up. And when he did, he was stunned, because he saw that Hu Hai, who was standing beside Zhao Gao, the tail of the golden dragon on his head had turned black. Oh, Your Majesty, as I see it, the state master is just talking nonsense, trying to disorganize my dynasty. Yi Yun had just opened his mouth when Li Si jumped out again. Nowadays, my immortal Qin is in the main position of the Central Plains. The country is rich and strong, and the 6 countries, the foreigners, the 100 Yu, and the forbidden area are also deterred by my immortal Qin, and they do not dare to invade the country for half a minute. So why is it? Your Majesty's clear understanding. Li Si's words were so impassioned that he even used the golden rule of the legalist. Only after the words were said, a lotus flower bloomed above the great hall. The tongue is a lotus flower. This hand caused all the ministers to be shaken in spirit, and they all saluted and seconded the motion. Likewise, it really surprised Yi Yun. Because of the tongue-born lotus, Yi Yun, who did not have any cultivation, had his aura directly pushed down to the bottom. It was just that the qi had reached its weakest point, and as the veil came back to life, Yi Yun had instead become quite calm. 6 Oriental countries. Yi Yun suddenly had a flash of light and hastily opened the information on the 6 Eastern countries that was given away in the newbie pack. Father, what Master Li said is extremely true. I think that Yi Yun's blatant utterance of evil words in front of the temple must be a spy sent by another country. My son, TSK, that's a hatchet job? Before Hu Hai could finish his admonition, Yi Yun let out a slurping sound, which was exceptionally harsh in this scenario. Humph, Yi Yun. Then explain why I, immortal Qin, am so strong and powerful that I won't last more than 10 years, while others might have had scruples. Hua was outspoken. The purpose of this, obviously, was to seal off Yi Yun's path of retreat. If it was before, Yi Yun might still be flustered, but now, with a prince like that, it would be nice to last 5 years. Bold, unbridled. Before Yi Yun's words fell, the courtroom resounded with angry shouts. Hu Hai's face was even more horribly gloomy, with a gaze that could not wait to eat Yi Yun alive. However, after Yi Yun saw this, he acted like a nobody and walked to Bai Qi in a graceful manner, arching his hand. Bai Qi was stunned at first, then smiled and nodded in response. This one instantly returned the atmosphere of saber-rattling to calm. General Meng, Yi Yun shouted, and Meng Tian, who was called by name, was clearly stunned and could not help but frown. I remember that General Meng is in charge of the eastern border, so what if it is? Meng Tian's frown deepened, not understanding how Yi Yun had pointed the finger at him. Why does General Meng think that the Great Han and Great Ming, who border my Xianqin, have not invaded? Yi Yun's words flabbergasted everyone. That's of course because my Xianqin soldiers are brave and good at fighting. Making these 2 countries, gee, that's about as good as it gets. What did you say? Meng Tian was furious and pinched the peer of his sword, and because of his excitement, he pinched the sword too hard and ruined it directly. On the contrary, Yi Yun looked as if he didn't see Meng Tian's anger. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and paced in the hall. The reason why the 6 kingdoms haven't invaded is because His Majesty is not yet princely. Bold. Yi Yun's great disrespectful words once again provoked an angry shout, and these angry shouts, all mixed with fear. The nearest Zhao Gao, but also a soft leg, directly kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, don't listen to. With a lift of his hand, Zheng silenced all the voices. Go on. Yun arched his hand and looked at Meng Tian once again, but this time, it sent Meng Tian into a state of shock. Dare I ask General Meng, if the 6 countries know that my immortal Qin is without the shelter of His Majesty, this border of your old man, is it blocked or not? Can you block it or not? Ha! Joke! The weak soldiers of the 6 countries in the district can't stop it. Meng Tian's words choked in his mouth, and his face was as hard as if he had eaten Shang. But spare me the trouble and don't dare to show any complaint, because the one who said that he could not be blocked was the god of killing Bai Qi. This, Bai Qi opened his mouth and was blunt, causing the ministers to look at each other in disbelief. Yun also didn't expect that Bai Qi would help him out, so he hurriedly saluted at Bai Qi. The heart is even darker. This Xian Qin still has people who understand. 6 countries in the east, the Great Han and Great Ming border my immortal Qin. To the east the Great Tang and Great Song, and further east, the Great Yuan and Great Cheng. Yun then opened his mouth and spoke about something that was well known, which could not help but make the ministers frown. Only Bai Qi showed full interest. What the hell are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that the reason why the 6 kingdoms haven't marched in is because your Majesty is still around. And because the 6 nations are not yet allied. The last 6 words caused Zhang, who was high up in the dragon chair, to react. My immortal Qin is blessed with a large land and a rich nature. So I ask, who wouldn't be jealous of it? Yun's words rendered the group of ministers speechless. Dahan and Daming border my Xian Qin. Much trade. The people live in relative affluence. And the Great Tang and Great Song. Also the country is prosperous and peaceful. But, the corner of Yun's mouth hooked up as he looked towards Meng Tian. General Meng, how many years has it been since we fought against Yuan and Qing? This. Monty opened his mouth, dumbfounded. More than 100 years have passed since Xian Qin's unification, and there has really been no war on the border, except for occasional friction with the Han and Ming dynasties. Isn't General Meng surprised that a nomadic dynasty like Yuan Qing, which enjoys less affluence, doesn't I my immortal Qin's resources? Yun knew the answer to this question as long as his brain was not sick. That's because the Tang and Song dynasties took center stage and made a buffer. The crowd turned their heads and looked at Bai Qi, who had a bashful face. It's still General Bai who has Xian Qin in mind. Yun's praise made the crowd of military generals look like they had eaten Shang. As General Bai said, the Tang and Song dynasties serve as a buffer that Yuan and Qing cannot transit. But if the 6 nations alliance, the power of the 6 kingdoms is directed at Xian Qin. Yun's remarks alarmed the group of ministers. Nonsense. How can we allow others to snore under the couch? The ministers were shocked, but only Li Si let out a snort. Hearing Li Si snort, Yun turned his head to look at Li Si, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Minister Li, there are no absolutes in this world. There are still eventualities. Even if the 6 countries are allied, with the power of my immortal Qin, what fear is there? Ha, strange. Why do the 6 countries fear me? Immortal Qin? That's because. Reese spoke without thinking, but suddenly froze. Because of the answers in his head. Because His Majesty is still around. Yun's words left Li Si speechless as the corners of his mouth twitched. Dare I ask Minister Li, if the 6 kingdoms really want to attack, who will stop them? Reese moved the corners of his mouth and gave Bai Qi a look before turning his head to the side. The premise of all this is also based on the fact that the 6 nations will be in alliance for it to happen. Reese said this with the distinct flavor of a dead duck. When Yun heard this, the corner of his mouth just hooked as he took a step in front of Li Si. What are you going to do? Yun's sudden proximity startled Li Si and he could not help but take a step back. A ruthless man who could clearly crack the floor with his knees was actually forced back by Yun, who had no cultivation. As I recall, Minister Li is in charge of state diplomacy and national intelligence, right? So what if it is? Reese gulped, and a bad feeling grew in his heart. Does Minister Li know that Dayuan shipped 100,000 Alpine war horses to Great Tang? Reese froze outright. Not only Li Si, but all the ministers froze. Does Minister Li know that the Great Han took in 1,000 Earth Spirit level treasures 3 months ago? Does Minister Li know that the Great Song trafficked 3,000 Lingxiao warships in the Great Ming? Does Minister Li know that the Qing Dynasty joined forces with the Han Dynasty a few months ago? With each question, Yun took a step closer towards Li Si. At the end of the day, the voice was so loud that it directly shook Li Si's butt and sat on the ground, with an expression on his face that was written with shock and trepidation. Because Yun said this, he really didn't know. Li Si's expression fell in the eyes of the group of ministers, so that the group of ministers instantly understand. What Yun said is true. Dare to ask Minister Li, will the 6 countries be allied? Gulp. Reese gulped, and a cold sweat swished up his back. You say this with no supporting evidence at all. I can testify to that. Li Si's last flicker of luck was mercilessly interrupted by Ying Zhang. In the realm of the great emperor, one knows the heavens, the earth, and the earth. With a plop, Reese dropped to the ground. The courtiers were silent. All this information is not known. Minister Li, you are a minister as a TSK. Pust. Yi Yun's sentence breached the last defense of Li Si's heart. As Li Si spat out blood, Yi Yun could not help but smack his lips and looked back at Meng Tian. This look made Monty's body tighten. General Monk. Yi Yun's cry of General Meng caused Wang Jian and Li Xian, who were next to Meng Tian, to involuntarily move aside. Yi Yun had spoken the tongue splendor Li Si to the point of vomiting blood, and this moment of Yi Yun made the group of ministers fear like a tiger. Seeing Meng Tian being named, the group of ministers who had previously verbally attacked Yi Yun were now all casting sympathetic glances at Meng Tian. Such an atmosphere made Monty's heart panic uncontrollably. 3 months ago, 30 miles on the outskirts of Cloud City, 3,000 cultivators of the Bright Heart Realm were assembled. Yi Yun said with a smile on his face, and Meng Tian's face went straight to white. Cloud City, located on the border of Qin and Han, was the first military town of the Great Han. Mingwu, Mingqi, Mingxin, and Mingling Spirit were the 4 realms of mortal martial arts. Further up, there were the great cultivators of Tongxian, refinement of law, Yikong, and Lingxiao. 3,000 bright heart cultivators moving in unison was enough to withstand over 100 Tongxian great cultivators, and with the Cloud City remote opposite the Qing City, but 5,000 Mingqi outside the territory plus more than 10 Tongxian great cultivators. If the 3,000 bright heart realms attacked Qingcheng, with Qingcheng's garrison strength, it would definitely not be able to withstand it. General Meng, how about we make a bet? Yi Yun's voice caused Meng Tian to be jolted. What's the betting on? Meng Tian, who had reigned supreme on the battlefield and whose strength had reached the Lingxiao realm, spoke with a tremor at this moment. Bet you'll get a frontline battle report after an incense burner. One word, and the whole hall was shocked. Humph, what a bunch of nonsense. The ministers were all shocked, but Hu Hai got up and threw out his sleeves. It's well known that cultivators can drive magic treasures that shield the heavens, and emperors such as Father have no way of detecting them. So may I ask, how did the state master learn about it? Hu Hai's words caused the group of ministers to talk. At the realm of the great emperor, although he knows the sky and the earth, it is true that, as Hu Hai said, once a powerful cultivator uses a magic treasure that shields the sky, as strong as Ying Zhang, there is no way to know. If a cultivator of the 3,000 Bright Minds realm really mobilized, he would definitely use this type of magic treasure. And with these words, Hu Hai similarly asked Yi Yun. The reason why Yi Yun knew this was because it was the information on the 6 countries that was gifted with the newbie gift pack, including all the stuff that was popping up before. It's all from the newbie bundle. To ask why, you know, it's 100% true that the system produces the stuff. The reasoning was so reasonable, but Yi Yun could not just open his mouth. Cough, Your Highness, as the saying goes, you can't divulge the secrets of the heavens. If I were to say it, I would lose my life. Yi Yun's reply caused everyone present to be directly speechless, and Bai Qi even laughed out loud without a care in the world. Heaven's secrets can't be leaked. State Master means that you, who have no cultivation, know more about heaven's secrets than Father, who is an emperor. Hu Hai's sentence caused the atmosphere of the courtroom to change once again. I don't know, when did I say that? Yi Yun almost spat out blood, itching to rush up and slap Hu Hai with 2 large sinuses. To borrow the words of Zhao Gao, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately, and indiscriminate words can lead to the loss of one's head. Master of the state, betting in the courtroom is a suspicion of wreaking havoc on the dynasty. After Hu Hai finished speaking, Zhao Gao saw the needles and began to make up for it. The 2 of them were so aggressive that they clearly wanted to kill Yi Yun in front of Ying Zhang. With such obvious intentions, Yi Yun naturally sensed it and his brain began to race, thinking about how to round off the past. With this silence from Yi Yun, the entire courtroom fell into an eerie silence. I cannot say? In the midst of the silence, Ying Zhang suddenly opened his mouth. At this opening, Hu Hai and Zhao Gao immediately came to their senses. Hu Hai and Zhao Gao were in high spirits, but Yi Yun was panicking. The system was Yi Yun's only life preserver in this other world. If it was really exposed, Yi Yun could not guarantee that the cultivation of Ying Zhang at the Great Emperor realm would not be able to deprive it. Back to your majesty. That really can't be said. This sentence, Yi Yun said with a stiff upper lip. After saying that, even for the first time, cold sweat broke out, soaking his back all over. And Yi Yun's words completely caused Hu Hai and Zhao Gao to reveal cold smiles without any qualms. And the scenario of Yi Yun being slapped into a pulp even appeared in his mind. Daring Yi Yun, Concealing and not reporting is considered as deceiving the king. You, shut up. Hu Hai was about to make up for it, but was interrupted by Ying Zhang's stern voice, and this stern cry, sounding like thunder, was even more permeated with thick imperial might. The sound of proofs kneeling on the ground rang out one after another, spreading from the front of the hall, all the way to 10,000 miles away. What was even more exaggerated was that the entire sky turned the color of blood, enveloping the entire continent. The 6 eastern countries, Liu Bang, Li Shimen, Zhao Kuanin, Genghis Khan, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Huang Taiji, the 6 emperors of the 6 countries, rose at the same time. In the realm of the 100 Yu in the south, dozens of tribal leaders were scared to death. Within the northern forbidden zone, 2 old men and 1 crone's eyes were shining brightly. Only the western alien territory is surprisingly quiet. When an emperor is angry, heaven and earth change color, and all things fret. Your Majesty, rest your anger. Above the courtroom, the ministers all bowed their heads and shouted. It was only after several loud shouts that Ying Zhang let out a cold snort and put away his imperial might. Oh, my God, it's so far off the mark, isn't it? The first time he felt the emperor's might, Yi Yun felt it most strongly. It's also fortunate that Ying Zhang's imperial might didn't intentionally target anyone, or else the imperial might alone would have crushed whoever died. After seeing the emperor's might, a blazing fire rose in Yi Yun's heart and he could not help but raise his head to look at Ying Zhang. However, Yi Yun, who had originally wanted to look up to him, saw that the purple and gold dragon on top of Ying Zhang's head was a few points lighter in color than before. In an instant, Yi Yun blessed heart, at once associated with the countdown to the end of the Qin Dynasty. Ying Zhang, life is not long. This speculation startled Yi Yun himself, but as I said before, the only reason why Xian Qin is stable now is because of Ying Zhang, the great emperor. Once Ying Zhang dies, the 6 kingdoms will surely come to attack, even more than just the 6 nations. The 100 Yu, the Forbidden Zone, and even the foreign races, would definitely not wait and see. Yi Yun sucked in his breath as the terrifying scene of all types of flying bigwigs descending on immortal Qin and himself being beheaded with a sword popped up in his mind. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth twitched, and he managed to rely on the system intelligence to save his little life by fighting with his tongue. Now it is found that this little life is left for 10 years, and it is not preserved at all. A strong sense of crisis struck Yi Yun's entire body and caused him to enter Sage Mode for the first time since crossing over. Entering Sage Mode, Yi Yun's thoughts were exceptionally clear. It happened to cross the border at a time when Ying Zhang's life was about to end. It happens that the system is acquired when the ministers are admonishing him to be executed. It so happened that when I met Ying Zhang for the first time, there was a countdown to the end of the Qin Dynasty. It just so happens that you get information about the 6 kingdoms in the newbie packet, which leaves the ministers dumbfounded. As it happens, now that I think about it, the information about the 6 kingdoms obtained in the newbie pack seems to be more like an early warning than information. So what is the purpose of crossing? Confusion appeared on Yi Yun's face. The hour is up. Yi Yun was confused when Ying Zhang suddenly spoke, and this, the hour is up, so that the group of ministers who just replied not long ago directly froze. Report! While the ministers were wondering, an urgent shout came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, 10,000 miles of urgency. The messenger's cry of 10,000 miles of emergency finally made the ministers react and their faces suddenly changed. Play. 3,000 Bright Heart Realm cultivators from Great Han Cloud City crossed the border and attacked Qing City 1 incense stick ago. After the messenger's words, the entire hall fell silent. I can't believe is real. Meng Tian's face turned white and he almost fell down. But fortunately Wang Jian was quick and held him up. Can the city of Qing be breached? Monty was so distraught that he grabbed the messenger and scared him half to death. Back to General Meng. It has not yet been breached. Phew. Inevitably, no matter the civil ministers and military generals, all of them were greatly relieved. Just what? The messenger gave a just that, causing Monty's newly fallen heart to lift again. Just the local marquis. The messenger stammered, causing Monty to become more and more agitated. Don't say half the words, or I'll chop you up. Monty, a stern cry, accompanied by a horrible killing intent, caused Meng Tian to have a jolt. Your Majesty. Meng Tian was just distracted for a moment. Please don't blame Your Majesty. White got up and went down on both knees for the first time. No harm done. Ying Zhang waved his hand, and Bai Qi was relieved. Bai Qi glared fiercely at Meng Tian before looking at the messenger. Who is in command on the other side? Back to General Bai. The enemy's marquee flag hangs. Hua! Ha! The faces of the group of military generals changed drastically. The only general of the Great Han with the surname Hua is the champion marquis. Hua Jiaoi. The champion marquis. Hua Zhaodong, is at the age of a weak crown, yet he is already at the peak of mortal martial arts. Among his peers, he is already unbeatable. More importantly, Hua Daizhi is burdened with broken army blood, and his cultivation will be further strengthened once he has formed the momentum of the broken army. To put it simply, if you can't stop the momentum of this broken army, at the end of the day, Hua can even fight with a saint. This characteristic is already very tricky, but the most headache is that the mortal martial realm battlefield, above the Xuanwu, shall not intervene. This is just like a bug. After learning the information about Hua Zaiwei from his memory, Yi Yun could not help but spit in his heart. Now he understood why the expressions of this group of military generals were so subtle when they heard that it was Hua Daizhi who was in command. Yi Yun was just thinking, but was suddenly named by Ying Zhang, and after a moment's flabbergasted silence, he hurriedly replied, "I am here. Who do you think will be able to fight the enemy with a commander?" This question made Yi Yun's entire body go numb. He's just the state master, and he's not involved in the military, so how is he going to know who's appropriate? This, I don't know, Yi Yun replied stiffly, his heart starting to get jittery. Then you go. WTF? Yi Yun was dumbfounded, suspecting that he had heard it wrong, and looked up at Ying Zhang dumbfoundedly. Not to mention Yi Yun, there was no one in the courtroom who was not confused. Father, never. The group of ministers were confused. Hu Hai was the first to react and spoke out to stop it. Why not? Ying Zhang glanced at Hu Hai. His expression and tone were very plain, but it made the ministers hastily bow their heads. It's totally the calm before the rage. The ministers knew it, and Hu Hai naturally knew it as well. However, he did not know whether it was because Yi Yun had refuted his face earlier, or whether he was just short of brains, but he actually walked up to Ying Zhang and knelt down on one knee. Father, the border war is not a child's play. Yi Yun has no cultivation and no military blade. My son can't bear to see my immortal Qin generals and soldiers still ask my father to take back his order. Hu Hai said this speech with reason, said at the back and a face of pathos. Hu Hai's words plus expression. Yi Yun felt very mushy, but in his heart, he had to give Hu Hai a nod, because what Hu Hai said is the truth. Hua Daizhi is so strong. If he really hangs up to meet the enemy, it is estimated that a photo will be cool. Once the commander-in-chief is dead, that's when the army is defeated, and as many soldiers as you bring to the battlefield have to die. The matter is settled, and the court is dismissed. The group of ministers were once again confused. Hu Hai's words were not listened to by Ying Zhang, and he retired directly from the court, not allowing any rebuttal. Father, Hu Hai was in a hurry and wanted to call out to Ying Zhang, but a flash of light showed that there was no sign of Ying Zhang on the dragon chair. As soon as Ying Zhang left, the group of ministers looked at each other, and after glancing at the dumbfounded Yi Yun, with faces full of complexity, they left the courtroom. Damn it! Hu Hai gritted his teeth and cursed, glaring viciously at Yi Yun. The sight was so intense that Yi Yun was instantly jolted. Why is the crown prince looking at me like that? This is his majesty's decision. None of my business? While Hu Hai's eyes were fierce, Yi Yun directly rolled his eyes and became even more depressed. Yi Yun's attitude caused Hu Hai to explode. The crown prince rests his anger. Hu Hai was just about to lose his temper when Zhao Gao on the side hastily spoke out to stop him and gave Hu Hai a look. Humph, I'll see how many days you can bounce around. Hu Hai snorted coldly, flung his sleeves and turned to leave. After Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yi Yun, he also quickly followed. Yi Yun looked at the backs of the two men as they left, or to be exact, at the black chi at the end of the golden dragon above Hu Hei's head. Spreading again, Yi Yun could not help but frown. Previously, it was speculated that the Qin Dynasty would fall after 10 years because Ying Zhang did not have long to live. Now it seems that Zhao Gao had been compelling Hu Hai, which was probably one of the reasons for the demise. I should say that the odds are that it's because of Zhao Gao. Think of a reason. It's still not clear if I'll survive this time. When he thought of Ying Zhang's unreasonable decision, Yi Yun once again had a headache. As he was having a headache, a white shadow suddenly appeared beside him, scaring Yi Yun half to death. General Bai. People scare people to death. Yi Yun patted his chest with a mournful expression. The state master will still be intimidated? Obviously he was so majestic before. Bai Qi had a smirk on his face that was inscrutable. General White is joking. Yi Yun tugged at the corner of his mouth and gave a perfunctory sentence, while doubts bubbled up in his heart. In his memory, he and Bai Qi, who had very few encounters, said that a nodding acquaintance would not be an exaggeration. The group's ministers have left, but Bai Qi came to strike up a conversation. Something wrong with General Bai? Couldn't figure out what Bai Qi was up to, and instead of guessing, it was better to just ask. And the fact that Yi Yun was so direct caused Bai Qi's smile to intensify. Nothing special, just want to tell the state master that Hua is still a child. Ha? Yi Yun was a bit confused and didn't understand too much. and just as he was about to open his mouth, Bai Qi patted his shoulder and left with a flourish. Nuts! Speechless, Yi Yun looked at the empty hall and left full of depression. Returning to the State Master's mansion, Yi Yun had just gotten out of the sedan chair when he saw the subordinates divided into 2 rows in front of the mansion to greet him, looking very respectful. That news traveled fast. One look at the scene and Yi Yun could not help but let out a cold laugh. But it's good. For starters, at least for the rest of the day, it's going to be quite comfortable. The truth was also as Yi Yun thought. Until the army started dialing, he had actually experienced an emperor-like enjoyment. And on the day of departure, Yi Yun was once again shocked by the metaphysical colors of this world. In particular, the flying air warships used as transportation were metaphysical with a touch of sci-fi, causing Yi Yun to raise his full interest. How did this thing fly, you say? State Master, the deck is dangerous. Let's go back. The one who answered was a young man of about 24 or 25, named Deerfield, Ming Spirit Realm, serving as an admiral. With such cultivation at such an age, he could already be compared to Hua Zaiwei, but such a character, at this time, was a headache, even speechless. The reason for this was entirely on Yi Yun. Ever since he boarded the battleship, Yi Yun had been asking questions like a streaker. At first, Deerfield tried his best to answer due to his status, but later, he could not wait to strangle Yi Yun directly. Ha ha, dear old brother, don't be nervous, be happy, look at the scenery, how nice. Yi Yun smiled and patted Deerfield's shoulder, and the latter's forehead sprouted veins, obviously running to the front line. And you're actually in the mood for scenery? Deerfield spat a word, and was so annoyed that he simply shut up and didn't respond. Deerfield did not answer. Yi Yun made a fool of himself and lost the desire to open his mouth, saying that he was telling Deerfield not to be nervous. Yi Yun was actually the one who was the most nervous, and the closer he got to the front line, the more nervous he became, because up to now, he hadn't thought of a way to deal with Hua Zaiwei. Master of the state, there are still 100 miles to go before we reach the border. Arrived? Yi Yun was stunned, and when he looked down from his height and looked extremely far away, he saw a city. Because of the distance and Yi Yun's lack of cultivation, he could not really see, but he could vaguely see that on the walls of Qing City, red flags were flying. Han Gaozu Lu Bang, a direct descendant of the Red Emperor more than 1,000 years ago, used the Red Emperor's sword to behead the White Emperor's son, breaking through the Quasi-Emperor and ascending to the throne. Tapped out? Yi Yun's heart lifted violently. Although Yi Yun had thought before that this kind of metaphysical world would definitely fight quickly, he did not expect it to be this fast. However, on second thought, these 3,000 bright mind realm cultivators of the Great Han could not even be detected by Ing Zhang, the Great Emperor, and it was meant to be a surprise attack. It's normal to be attacked when you have an intention to do so. It was just that he had originally thought that it was a battle to defend the city, but now it had turned into recovering lost ground, and Yi Yun's entire being was bad. The flying battleships were a big target, and had been spotted by both armies before they were even on the field. By the time Yi Yun arrived at the immortal Qin camp, the walls of Qing City were already densely filled with cultivators, and on the outskirts of Qing City, a film-like aura cover rose up, covering the entire city. Motherfucker, how could I forget that? At the sight of the aura cover, Yi Yun's heart fell once again. After all, it was a metaphysical world. It was normal for there to be a city guard formation, but in this way, the difficulty of attacking the city was simply increased 100-fold. Master of the state, the army is assembled. How do we attack the city? Yi Yun was depressed when the sound of a deer farm rang in his ears. When I turned around, I saw several squares assembled. But look at the number of people. How many of us are there? Back to the state master. 2,000 at the Bright Chi realm, 800 at the Bright Heart realm, and 200 at the Bright Spirit realm. Hearing the numbers, Yi Yun was speechless. Takeshi Old Qin, is that all? This, Deerfield choked, and then stared at Yi Yun with sorrow and indignation. At a glance at this expression, Yi Yun instantly realized the meaning. Holy shit, it's like there's a target on your back. Before the former temple, before the power of the civil and military, I thought it would be better, but now it seems to be taken for granted. Don't let the old man know who it is. Yi Yun cursed hatefully in his heart. Cursing aside, the problem still needs to be solved. Troop strength is 3,000 against 3,000, but their own side of the war, obviously weaker than the other side, plus the city guard formation. Yi Yun's hand held up his forehead. It was also while Yi Yun was having a headache that there was a movement in Qing City. When he inclined his head, he saw the city gates open, and accompanied by a horse neigh, a general wearing bright silver armor and carrying a lance rushed out of the city gates. It was only when he got closer that he saw that the general was exceptionally young. Champion Marquis, Hua Zaiwei. Will the Qin general dare to fight? Hua Zaiwei let out a loud shout and raised his spear in his hand. and from the tip of the spear emerged a huge wolf body with a blood-red body. The blood wolf fell and slapped the ground with a claw, instantly slapping out a crack of several miles. Roar! A wolf whistle formed a huge sound wave and charged towards the immortal Qin army. Formation up! Deerfield bellowed. A few rises and falls to the front of the formation, and drew his sword. Boom! There was a loud bang. The earth trembled, and smoke rose in all directions. Waiting for the dust to settle, he saw Deerfield kneeling on one knee, gasping for air, and staring at Hua with a shocked look on his face. The 3,000 soldiers behind him had long since fallen to the east and the front of their lapels were stained with blood. Strength against 1,000 armies. Such a scenario caused Yi Yun's entire body to freeze, his eyes glaring like copper bells. Holy shit, how's this for a fight? Yi Yun sucked in a mouthful of cool air, finally realizing what it meant to be a true godly fight. Ha ha, immortal Qin? A self-proclaimed immortal. But nothing more than that. With one move in his favor, Hua was spirited and furious. Yellow mouth. Deerfield bellowed angrily, rolled onto his horse, and charged at Hua. Seeing Deerfield charging, the corner of Hua's mouth hooked up, his feet stomped, and his gun came out like a dragon. In the blink of an eye, the two men made contact, and the sound of golden gob clashing was unceasing. Deerfield and Hua Zixia were at the same time in the Ming spirit realm, and their strengths were not far apart, so it was an even fight. Seal the wolf. It hadn't gotten into a stalemate yet, but it was the sound of Hua's voice. Then, the blood wolf void appeared behind Hua Zixia once again. This time, the blood wolf silhouette was not attacking, but instead blinked into a blood chi that wrapped Hua Zixia and formed a blood armor. With the blood armor added to his body, Hua Zixia's aura lifted violently, and the Deerfield he was fighting with was just stunned. Tongxian! Deerfield let out a cry of surprise, followed by a pain in his chest, and his entire body flew out of the horse. It landed with a thud and then dragged out nearly a mile of gully. Deerfield. Defeated. This is the sealing of the wolf. Yi Yun cupped his chin and stared at the blood armor on Hua Zixia's body for a moment. Who will fight again? The voice of Hua came again from the field. The spirit is unmistakable. On the contrary, in the immortal Qin camp, everyone was indignant, but none of them dared to respond. A strike of 1,000 armies falls. A battle of unrivaled power. Yi Yun looked at Hua Zixia and narrowed his eyes. Turning back, he saw that the immortal Qin soldiers were in high spirits, yet they had the expression of wanting to go on but not daring to do so, and he couldn't help but sigh. This is going to be a real fight. We'll definitely lose. Go and bring back your general deer, and then, hang your waver on high. After Yi Yun finished speaking, he entered the marquee without looking back, and when Hua Zixia saw the high sign of immunity, he snorted a laugh, spurred his horse, and returned to the city of Chang. First game, loss, and the news quickly traveled back to Aphrodite. Your Majesty, this mastery avoided fighting after losing the first battle. It's detrimental to my immortal Qin's reputation. Above the courtroom, Zhao Gao put on a look of pain. And the civil and military below you look at me. I look at you, with different expressions. So what do you think should happen? Ying Zhang was nonchalant and expressionless. The old slave suggests that Yi Yun be removed as Lord Commander and another capable person be sent there. When Zhao Gao finished speaking, his eyes glanced down the hall. Quite a few ministers were tightened in their hearts by Zhao Gao's look and hurriedly bowed their heads. Yi Yun is the commander-in-chief, but he was appointed by Ying Zhang. Even if there are slight prejudices against Yi Yun, as long as they are not sick in the head, who would disobey? Putting aside Yi Yun, the matter of facing Hua Zixia in front of the formation alone, there are not many who have the ability to face, let alone win in battle. It was because of this understanding that the hall was silent and no one agreed. Zhao Gao's face turned very ugly. Your Majesty, changing marshals before the battle is a major taboo in the military. Why not send eunuch Zhao forward to supervise the army? The only one who dares to speak frankly in such an atmosphere is Bai Qi. But Bai Qi's words really made Zhao Gao a bit dazed. Well, so be it. Disperse. After Ying Zhang finished speaking, his figure disappeared. As soon as Ying Zhang left, the ministers did not stay any longer and left one after another. Zhao Gao was the only one who looked at Bai Qi's back, pondering. In this gourd, what kind of medicine is being sold? Zhao Gao thought for half a day, but he couldn't figure out Bai Qi's purpose. But as far as the outcome was concerned, it was very favorable to him, and in the end, he could only shake his head and think no more about it. Men, prepare the carriage. Report, Marshal. The Lord Supervisor has arrived. Lord Supervisor? Frowning, Yi Yun could not help but stare. Then his face was filled with doubt. Where did this supervisor come from? Yi Yun was just about to inquire when a person walked into the marquee tent. Looking up, Yi Yun's face darkened on the spot. Master Yi, what a leisure time. As soon as he entered the door, Zhao Gao was grimacing, and the expression on his face was even more uncomfortable. As soon as he saw Zhao Gao, Yi Yun could probably guess what had happened. So it's you not Zhao. I'm sorry for the delay. Come on people, watch the tea. Yi Yun's face was full of smiles as he gave an explanation, but he clearly asked someone to watch the tea, but he did not have the slightest intention of inviting Zhao Gao to sit down. This caused Zhao Gao's face to turn ugly and he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Master of the country, the great enemy, you do not want to find a way to retreat from the enemy, and still have the heart to drink tea. It is not possible to say, our family will have to participate in that one. You're going to be in the first book? Ouch, I'm so scared. Yi Yun sneered in his heart and was about to open his mouth when his eyes turned. Then, under Zhao Gao's dismayed expression, Yi Yun grabbed Zhao Gao's hand with exceptional excitement. Eunuch Xiao, you've come at the right time. You don't know that Hua Daisy scolded you so hard. Hua, scolded me? Zhao Gao became more and more confused. This yellow-mouthed child, calling you a source of woe, a castrated dog, is not a thing. After a short period of silence, Zhao Gao's blood pressure shot up and he was shaking with anger. Where is this a curse from Hua Zaiwei? It is clearly a curse from you. Yi Yun. Zhao Gao understood in his heart, but in this situation, he was unable to have a seizure, and could only stare at Yi Yun with a deadly stare, itching to eat him up. Eunuch Xiao, if you don't steam buns to fight for your breath, if I were you, being scolded like this, I definitely can't endure it. Yi Yun ignored Zhao Gao's murderous gaze and instead put on an expression of righteous indignation. Men, fetch Eunuch Xiao his cloak. Taking the cloak? Zhao Gao was once again flabbergasted, and did not come back to his senses until the cloak was fetched, and his face became ugly. Master Yi, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning? Of course it's for you to go into battle and kill the enemy. Yi Yun put on a look of dismay and then changed his expression to one of looking at a fool when he finished. Going into battle to kill the enemy? The corners of Zhao Gao's mouth twitched, somewhat unable to keep up with Yi Yun's rhythm, and after seeing Yi Yun's expression, he was even more furious. I'm just the overseer. I'm not in charge of the battlefield. Zhao Gao finished gritting his teeth and was about to say something else when he looked up and saw Yi Yun's cold face, and his heart jumped. Oh, just the overseer. Yi Yun sneered. Then may I ask Eunuch Xiao, in this military camp, is the Lord Commander or the Supervisor greater? Zhao Gao had wanted to give Yi Yun a hard time, but he didn't realize that he was the one who ate the hard time. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Gao smiled faintly. Then naturally, the Lord Commander is great. It's good that you understand. Go down. Yi Yun waved his hand expressionlessly. With Yi Yun being so disrespectful, Zhao Gao's heartfire had already reached the top of his head, but he could only forcefully suppress it and turn around to leave. Just stopped in his tracks when he reached the tent. Master Yi, according to the immortal Qin calendar law, 3 days of exemption before the battle is considered to be a desertion. This can be a day past. After saying that, Zhao Gao walked out of the marquee without looking back. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes as Zhao Gao's last words made his mood unusually heavy. It is not that Zhao Gao made it up, but there is such a law, and the consequence of a deemed escape is fall execution. At that time, he wouldn't even need Zhao Gao to use underhanded tricks behind his back. He would have to play through. Oh Hua Zhaoi. Yi Yun's head began to ache. Ding! Triggering a mission to save the people of Qing City. Mission completed. 1 temporary talisman of the Holy One rewarded. No reward for mission failure. As he was having a headache, a system beep suddenly sounded, and Yi Yun was flabbergasted on the spot. Save the people of Qingcheng. Right. Yi Yun suddenly slapped his palm, revealing surprise as the haze in his heart was swept away. Being on the battlefield for the first time, coupled with Hua Xiaodong's peerless aura, caused Yi Yun to fall into a misconception of thinking. Now that he thought about it, killing the enemy on the battlefield was for the purpose of obtaining military honors to increase one's rank. But Yi Yun was an immortal Qin state master and did not need the military honors thing at all. Don't want military honors and still just straighten up with Hua. That's not stupid. Furthermore, the Great Han invasion, and captured a city, for Xian Qin, is a loss of face, so breaking the city to regain the lost ground is the main purpose. Yi Yun got up and went straight to the military tent at the deer farm. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Yun could smell a strong medicinal odor while Deerfield was sitting right in the middle, regulating his breathing. Seemingly sensing the scent, Deerfield opened his eyes, and when he saw that it was Yi Yun, he hurriedly saluted. Spare me, how's the wound? This doesn't touch the meridians, but it will take some time. It will take some time. That is, it won't be able to get out of the lineup. Yi Yun frowned, then gestured for Deerfield to sit down. If you and Hua fight again, how long can you hold him off? This is not too good to say, but an incense burner is certainly not a problem. An incense burner. Yi Yun nodded and then asked, how long will it take to break the protective formation of Qing City? The moat? Deerfield was first stunned, then instantly understood Yi Yun's intentions. For a time, Deerfield's impression of Yi Yun completely changed, strongly attacking from the outside. The war power gap is too big, it is unlikely. When Deerfield finished, his eyes looked at Yi Yun sadly, causing Yi Yun to be embarrassed. Ahem, what about launching a surprise attack and breaking through from the inside? Breaking through from the inside would be quick, but it would take half an hour at the earliest, and it would require the city to cope. After Deerfield finished speaking, Yi Yun furrowed his brows and fell into thought. State Master, there are formation experts in the army, and there are also espionage departments within Qing City that can be contacted. When Deerfield said this, he clearly comprehended Yi Yun's intentions. In other words, the key is in how to stall Hua for half an hour. Unable to help it, Yi Yun turned his gaze towards Deerfield, who made a helpless gesture upon noticing it. Hua Zaiwei's seal wolf Jushu was getting stronger and stronger with each battle, and he had already reached Tongxian after a short engagement before, so after half an hour, hell knows what realm he would be in. For a while, both Yi Yun and Deerfield fell into silence and the atmosphere was oppressive. To seal Hua Zaiwei's sealing of the wolves, we can only press in the initial battle and break the force with the force, but there is no such person in the army. Hey! After a long time, Deerfield let out an exclamation. Breaking force with force, Yi Yun chanted. And suddenly, as if he thought of something, he snapped his palm, flabbergasting the deer farm. How long does it take to get from here to Surabaya County and back? Surabaya County? Well, if you use a warship, you can go back and forth in a day. Make arrangements right away to pick up someone with me. Pick up a guy? Deerfield's stomach was full of doubts, but Yi Yun had already ordered him, so he could not ask more questions and could only lead the order to make arrangements. Yi Yun, on the other hand, was already looking like he had a plan at this point. Because in Surabaya County, there is a capable person who can completely suppress Hua Jiahui, the king of Western Chu, Xiang Yu, master of the state. The next step is to go down to the Sagittarius County. Upon hearing the words of the deer farm, Yi Yun looked down and could not help but secretly sigh a sentence. What a wealthy township. Seeing how affluent Lower Phase County was, the big stone in Yi Yun's heart finally fell to the ground. He was worried before that because of the difference in history. The Qin Dynasty had not been destroyed but the Han Dynasty had been established. And without the Chu-Han dispute, there would be no Xiang Yu as a person. But now, still in the air, you can clearly see a large manor, hanging a lantern with the surname Ji. Go down! At Yi Yun's command, the warship fell straight down towards the open space in front of the manor, and the landing of the warship instantly caught the attention of everyone in the manor. Just as he landed, he saw a stout middle-aged man, 8 feet tall, walk up with a group of attendants. Xiang Liang of the Lower Xiang County comes to pay his respects. I wonder which military lord is visiting. Immortal Qin State Master, Yi Yun. The phrase Immortal Qin State Master directly shocked Xiang Liang, and his first instinct was disbelief. How could he, a small noble from a small county, get involved with someone of the level of the State Master? However, this time, when he looked up and saw Yi Yun's age, along with the entourage of what appeared to be elite soldiers behind him, he believed most of it again. I wonder what the State Master's visit is about. Although Xiang Liang's tone is not condescending, his expression still betrays the mood at this moment. Yi Yun could not help but sigh when he saw it. Times make heroes. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Time is running out, and I have come here to ask your son and nephew Xiang Yu to enlist in the army. Without his curiosity, Yi Yun did not intend to delay and went straight to the point. However, Xiang Liang's eyes turned cold when he heard Yi Yun's words, and he was wary of Yi Yun. Breath sensing, Deerfield immediately blocked in front of Yi Yun. I'm sorry, my Xiang clan doesn't have anyone with the name Yu. Please return. Gentlemen, a change of heart, coupled with Xiang Liang's words with obvious loopholes. Yi Yun's curiosity that had just disappeared was once again raised. State Master, be careful. This person has evil power on him. Evil power? What the hell? Deerfield's whispered reminder completely confused Yi Yun. Once this evil power explodes, I can't stop it. I suggest we leave first and then think about it in the long run. Kamba added, and already had a complete look on his face as if he was on the verge of an attack. This look also left Yi Yun a bit clueless. After all, it's an alien world, and it's normal that something different will happen. But half a day had already passed from the front line to the lower phase, and if there was any more delay, that Zhao Gao guy would definitely want to see a needle in the eye. For a while, Yi Yun couldn't make up his mind, and the atmosphere between the two parties gradually became tense. Bang! Right at this moment, a rushing sound rang out from the backyard of the manor. While Yi Yun's side was collectively confused, Xiang Liang's face changed drastically. Immediately after that, a black shadow with a strong aura suddenly rose up in the sky, hissing up to the sky, and the black shadow's aura pressed everyone. There is a change in the manor. All of you please return. Xiang Liang shouted loudly and sternly. his eyes taking on a stern warning, and those attendants behind him, they all drew their weapons, with the intention of raising their butcher knives at the drop of a hat. Clang clang clang. As the opposite side drew their swords, Yi Yun's side naturally drew their swords one after another, and for a time, the swords were drawn before the manor. Uncle, save me! A high-pitched and pained roar came from the backyard, causing Xiang Liang's face to change drastically once again. This uncle also made Yi Yun understand that the owner of this voice was the Xiang Yu he was looking for, combined with the evil power in Deerfield's mouth earlier, and Xiang Liang's defiance. Yi Yun also roughly guessed the plot. Gentlemen, Mr. Xiang, if you want to save your Xiang clan, it's best to take us there. Yi Yun's tone was not salty, but Xiang Liang still heard the benefit. First of all, regardless of whether Yi Yun's identity as a national master was true or false, just for the fact that the troops behind him appeared to be regular army troops, this matter could not be concealed. After hesitating for half a day, Xiang Liang then nodded helplessly and rushed back to the manor in a fiery hurry. Master of the state? Keep up. Yi Yun followed in a single bound, and Deerfield could only follow closely behind. When he reached the backyard and saw the scene inside, Yi Yun's entire body froze. One could only see a 9-foot-tall, gnarled and muscular youth sitting on his knees with a face full of pain, and the agonized face was covered with mysterious black lines that spread from the forehead to the upper body. Coincidentally, just as Yi Yun arrived, the mysterious black pattern was a flash, and then it set off a strong wind that directly blew Yi Yun away. It was also fortunate that Deerfield followed closely and pulled back, otherwise Yi Yun would definitely have been seriously injured. Boy, so fierce, caught by the Deerfield. Yi Yun's heart palpitated as he looked at the youth, his gaze flickering. Without a doubt, the youth in front of him was Xiang Yu. Hold your breath, concentrate, and stay on your aura. Just as Yi Yun was staring at Xiang Yu, Xiang Liang let out a loud cry of twilight drumming, then slapped his palm on Xiang Yu's heavenly spirit. With this palm slap, the black shadow in the void let out a hiss of pain, and in no time, it swished into Xiang Yu's body. As the black shadow disappeared, the mysterious black pattern on Xiang Yu's body flickered twice, and a black gas drilled into Xiang Liang's body along his arm. At this moment, the mysterious black pattern lost its luster, and the pain on Xiang Yu's face disappeared as he panted heavily. Is that where the evil power comes from? Yi Yun looked to the deer farm on the side, who could not help but nod. The smoke dissipated, but the only sound in the courtyard was Xiang Yu's ragged breath. Yi Yun looked at the silent Xiang Liang and then Xiang Yu, who was sweating profusely. His eyes rolled back and the corner of his mouth could not help but hook up. Cough. Xiang Liang, do you know the crime? Upon hearing Yi Yun's stern words, Xiang Liang sucked in his breath but did not say anything. Silence equals acquiescence. Without even needing Yi Yun to open his mouth, the soldiers accompanying him hollered and surrounded Xiang Liang and Xiang Yu. Humph, it's none of Uncle's business. If you want to arrest me. Xiang Yu snorted coldly, his eyes fierce. If you guys dare to touch my Xiang, I will definitely beat you to death. 9 feet tall, coupled with that iron tower-like figure, the sense of oppression was so great that the encircling soldiers couldn't help but take a few steps back. Good man, that's a lot wilder than Huazaiwei. Yi Yun's eyes sparkled and he secretly said that he had really come to the right place. All put your weapons away and stand down. With a command, Yi Yun then walked up to Xiang Yu and slurped under his breath while circling around Xiang Yu. Whether it's the behavior or the eyes, like a pervert, Rao Xiang Yu was given a chill down his spine. What do you want? Oh, just wanted to ask you, do you want to join the army? From the army? Xiang Yu froze and subconsciously looked at Xiang Liang. Noticing Xiang Liang's tendency to shake his head, Yi Yun spoke up again before him. If you want to keep your Xiang, joining the army is your second choice. Pork heart with shrimp. Yi Yun struck at his soft underbelly. Xiang Liang could not retort even if he wanted to. Seeing Xiang Liang not speaking, Xiang Yu also understood the meaning and looked at Yi Yun. It's okay to join the army, but only if you beat me. Xiang Yu had just finished saying this, and before Yi Yun could react, Deerfield stepped forward first. Country bumpkin, don't you give your face away. Clang! With this roar from Kamba, those soldiers behind him drew their swords once again, and the atmosphere was suddenly tense again. What for? Put the knife away. Caught off guard, Yi Yun was really angry and backhanded Deerfield with a brain slap that directly confused Deerfield. State Master, you also saw before, the strength of this piker is too dangerous, it is best not to stay. Deerfield looked serious and whispered these words in Yi Yun's ear. Deerfield's words were pertinent, and it wasn't as if Yi Yun didn't understand them, but Yi Yun, as a traveler, thought differently. Although Xiang Yu is dangerous, his strength does not need to be questioned. At the very least, he can go 50-50 with Huazaiwei, which is enough. I have my own plans for this. In the future, if you act on your own without my orders, I'll have you dismissed on the spot. After Ian finished speaking, he also ignored the Deerfield whose complexion suddenly changed, and replaced it with a genial look at Xiang Yu. You said you'd come with me if you won? Right, that's right. Xiang Yu nodded and boarded up his body, his face taking on a bit of fervor. At nearly 9 feet tall, and with the frenzy on his face, it was, shall we say, oppressive and truly intimidating. Apart from the sense of oppression, Xiang Yu also carried absolute confidence. Seeing this, the corners of Ian's mouth hooked, and he had an idea in his heart. Good, you're so confident, then the way the match is programmed, I'll set it. You should have no problem with that, right? When Ian finished speaking, Xiang Yu only frowned slightly but quickly nodded his head in agreement. Feather, you. Xiang Liang just opened his mouth to stop Xiang Yu, but he was interrupted by Xiang Yu opening his mouth first. Don't worry, uncle, I can definitely win. Sure to win. Xiang Liang's expression became grave. Looking at Yun who was hanging a light smile, he always felt some. However, a great man's word is his bond, and since Xiang Yu has already promised, he can only listen to it. Xiang Liang stopped talking, so Xiang Yu inclined his head towards Yun. What do you say? Then what? I've heard that you have infinite strength. Why don't we compare our strength? Then the force? The moment Yun said this, those present were collectively confused. The deer farm, in particular, has the look of a man living in a dream. Not to mention the fact that Yun has no cultivation is well known. Just look at that thin arms and legs, and Xiang Yu that muscle-gnarled contrast. Crazy? Good. Enough guts. You're the first one to propose to compete with me in terms of strength. It was not known whether it was Yun's tone of voice that was problematic or Xiang Yu's comprehension that was not working, but at this moment, Xiang Yu was revealing exasperation all over his body. Men, resist the tripod. Xiang Yu let out a furious shout, and only then did those subordinates react and hurriedly went out of the backyard. Xiang Yu looked at Yun and gave a cold snort as he left in a flash. Xiang Liang narrowed his eyes and followed closely behind. Once the two were gone and there were no outsiders, Deerfield could no longer hold his tongue and said, Master of the state, aren't you asking for death? Seeking your own death? That can't be said. Yun's mouth hooked and he also lifted his foot to follow. The most famous allusion to Xiang Yu, the king of Western Chu, is the king of the hegemony lifting the tripod. It was also because of the familiarity. So Yun was very sure that as long as a comparison of strength was proposed, then Xiang Yu would definitely lift the tripod. There's only one way to respond to this one illusion, whether it's a novel or a TV show. Lever plus pulley set. And naturally, things turned out just as Yun thought. Xiang Yu completely fell into his trap. This can't be right. Watching Yun pulling the rope with one hand as the giant tripod weighing more than 1,000 kilograms went up and down in rhythm, Xiang Yu's face was nothing but disbelief and frustration. Nothing is impossible. The facts are in front of us. Yun smiled faintly and signaled Deerfield to bring the two people into the tripod. Then with another pull, the giant tripod rose into the air once again. This hand completely crushed the pride in Xiang Yu's heart. You won. Xiang Yu had no choice but to admit defeat. Yun once again hooked the corner of his mouth, and the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. Preparing the levers and pulley sets took quite a bit of time, and as the 3-day exemption period approached, Yun ordered a return voyage. Only when he was on his way out, he was called by Xiang Liang. Master Yi, Yu is no longer a member of my Xiang family once she leaves this door, so take care of yourself. After saying this, Xiang Liang said no more and returned to the manor with the gate closed tightly. Xiang Liang's words, more or less, carried a thinly veiled flavor, but Yun, nonetheless, heard a different flavor. Xiang Yu's mysterious black pattern. Any fool can see that it is ominous, and once it explodes, it will be absolutely disastrous. Could this be the reason for killing oneself on the Wujiang River? Yun cupped his chin, feeling a little amused, and after shaking his head, he returned to the warship and began to sail back. After a night, the warship also landed successfully at the frontline barracks. Just, good you Yun, how dare you neglect your duties in the face of a great enemy? As soon as he landed, Yun was surrounded by Zhao Gao and his men, opening their mouths with accusations and denunciations. Eunuch Xiao, your eyesight doesn't seem to be very good. Do you need a pair of glasses for you? Can't see? What's with the glasses? This sentence directly dumbfounded Zhao Gao, and his words directly choked, and when he reacted and was about to open his mouth, there was a darkness in front of his eyes. As soon as Zhao Gao raised his head, he saw the iron tower like Xiang Yu standing in front of him, and the oppressive feeling made him subconsciously gulp. Xiang Yu looked down at Zhao Gao, then back at Yun. He's the enemy, to be killed? Xiang Yu was collectively confused with this sentence, along with Yun. Kill it. Yun almost blurted it out, but in the end, he held his tongue. How dare you? Where did you come from? Country bumpkin. Do you know who I am? I don't know. It's short, concise and simple. Ahem, Xiang Yu ah, this person in front of you. But my immortal Qin's #1 eunuch, eunuch Zhao Gao Zhao, has a lot of power, so you have to be careful with your words. Yun's explanation almost made Zhao Gao directly lose his breath. Good, State Master Yi, we've made a liang. Of sorts. Zhao Gao changed from his previous city style and narrowed his eyes with a sinister face. Whether it was the look or the tone, the threatening nature was undeniably displayed, to which Yun only smiled. Eunuch Zhao said this. You and I are both for the immortal Qin's prosperity. This is going to make a liang. Is it wanting to put his majesty in a position ah? When Yun moved out Zhang, Zhao Gao's face just changed. There was not a single person in the entire court who was not scandalized by Zhang's unreasonable trust in Yun. State Master Yi, when did he become so sharp-tongued? It's me who's been left out of the loop. Good to say. Have this diamond drill, only to take porcelain work. Not like some people, only play mouth. Zip. Unseen sparks erupted between Yun and Zhao Gao. Humph, Guo sure. You also just now show off. This battle if you lose. Humph. Lose? Ha, Eunuch Xiao. How about we make a bet? Bet? Zhao Gao froze and frowned. What's the bet? Yun smiled confidently. Of course it's a bet. This battle, I will win. Seeing Yun's confidence, Zhao Gao finally couldn't help but let out a snort. You're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. That's fine. What's the bet? Yun narrowed his eyes and his expression turned cold-blooded. My life, and your life. Dare to bet. Yun's words truly shocked everyone. Xiang Yu just arrived is still better. Dear feel like this know some insider. Completely another feeling. Zhao Gao, the great eunuch, relying on the trust of the first emperor and the crown prince, had the power to do whatever he wanted in this court. Many aspirants even defined Zhao Gao as the source of trouble for the country and wanted to get rid of him. If you really gamble with Yun now and lose and die just like that. Deerfield sucked in his breath and silently stood behind Yun. And with this movement, quite a few people followed suit. In less than a moment, there are 2 or 3 big cats and small cats behind Zhao Gao. This situation made Zhao Gao's face turn green. Well, Master Yi, good tactics. After Zhao Gao finished speaking, he grimaced and flung his sleeves into the army tent. Not a word about the bet. Looking at Zhao Gao's back, Yun smiled contemptuously, then looked at those generals behind him and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Instead, there are surprises. Why don't we take this battle and get Zhao Gao killed here? Report. Just as he was about to contemplate how to get Zhao Gao killed, a loud and boisterous report rang out from outside the camp. Reporting to the marshal. Huadaisi is calling for battle outside. Hodges calling the shots? Yun froze and looked up at the sky before reacting to the fact that the 3-day exemption period had arrived. Take off the waiver. With a command, Yun then landed his gaze on Xiang Yu. Don't worry. Xiang Yu answered, and with his overlord halberd, he leaped on the ground and rushed out of the tent. What's the hurry? Looking at Xiang Yu who had turned into a small dot, Yun was furious. He hadn't explained the tactics yet. Forget about it. At least it's the king of Western Shu. It's strong. Yun rubbed his forehead and could only forcefully comfort himself. Compared to the battle between Xiang Yu and Huazaiwei, what is more important is to break the protective formation of Qincheng and free the trapped people. Where are the people who are proficient in formations? Yun's cold question froze for a long time before Deerfield reacted and hurriedly went to call. By the time the men arrived, there were already bursts of sound coming from the battlefield, and one louder and denser than the other. It's not too late. Let's go. Ha, State Master. You're going to? Nonsense. I'm afraid you'll mess it up. Kamba opened his mouth to say something, but eventually held his tongue. Although it had only been a few short days, his impression of Yun had changed over and over again. Just the fact that Yun recruited Xiang Yu was enough to shut him up. The group took advantage of the fact that everyone's eyes were drawn to the intensity of the battlefield to secretly sneak underneath the southern wall of Qing City from the sidelines. It was just that when he arrived at the place, Yun's face was a little unsightly. Because he saw the dog hole. You don't mean to tell me that we're going to have to drill a dog hole later? As soon as Deerfield turned around, he saw Yun's face turning blue and reacted instantly. The State Master is mistaken. It's the people inside who drilled out. That's more like it. Yun breathed a sigh of relief, then became impatient. Hurry up. Don't ink. Yun's tone was urgent, and even looked towards the battlefield after he finished speaking, the tension on his face not hidden at all. Deerfield naturally understood that time was running out and didn't dare to delay, slapping at the ground for a while. What are you doing? What time is it and you're still playing in the mud? Master of the state, here's the special contact information. Deerfield was speechless, while Yun was filled with embarrassment. More words would be lost, and in order to avoid making a fool of himself again, Yun simply shut up. Not a moment later, The dog hole in the city wall made a sound of movement, and a slender figure of aura drilled out. My daughter you, meet the generals. Female? Yun directly froze and couldn't help but measure up, and when his gaze landed on the visitor's face, his eyes widened. Even if they were roughly dressed in linen, even if there were mud flakes on their faces, they couldn't hide that stunning face. Wait, female, secret forces, amazing looks, single name you, no way? Yun had a beeped husky expression on his face as he subconsciously looked towards Xiang Yu, who was in full swing fighting with Huojiaoyi. In the previous life, Yu Ji's records are extremely rare. It is not too much to say that her life is a mystery. It is also in Xiang Yu's defeat that the record of farewell my concubine was made. The woman with the single name you in front of me. In all likelihood. Ah, master of the state. Here we go. Yun was jolted and hastily nodded his head, but his eyes were fixed on Yu without moving. It was not known if Yu's professionalism was too strong or if Yun's eyes were not obscene enough. Yu remained focused after being stared at so much. After watching for a while, Yun also gradually lost his initial interest and turned his gaze to the battlefield. Although breaking the formation is the most critical, Xiang Yu's hold on Huojiaoyi is the key to victory or defeat, especially since almost 3 moments had passed from the time of departure, and it was almost time for Hua to use Seal the Wolf. However, when Yun took this look, he did not see the iconic blood armor on Huojiaoyi's body. Good fellow, this is being fully suppressed by Xiang Yu? Yun was instantly energized. Although he knew nothing about martial arts moves, he could still read the expressions. Xiang Yu's face is one of complete exuberance, while on the contrary, Huojiaoyi is left with nothing but gravity, and it was that with every strike of the Overlord halberd that he received, this staunchness was going to be added on. Power to the mountains. There was a loud cry in the arena. Xiang Yu's Overlord halberd was raised above his head and smashed down towards Huodaizi's head. Huojiaoyi looked up sharply, seeing the 1,000 pounds of energy contained in this halberd, did not receive it hard, drew back and flew back. There was a rumble and dust filled the air, and when the smoke cleared, a large pit about 3 feet deep appeared on the ground. Champion Marquis. What, is that all you can do? With one move to force back Huojiaoyi, Xiang Yu's aura is even stronger. Humph, a little sculpture, a fool's errand. Huodaizi became famous at a young age, and since he is a proud man, he bullied his way up after coldly shouting. The starbursts were dotted and densely packed, sealing all of Xiang Yu's retreat in an instant. Good timing. With his retreat blocked, Xiang Yu was not the least bit flustered but instead became more exuberant. After shouting, instead of retreating, he advanced, and that bushy hand explored, actually grabbing Huojiaoyi's lance in a death grip. This grab made Huo's eyes glaze over. Shock. As the spear was grabbed, Huodaizi's aura drummed up and fiercely slapped the body of the spear in an attempt to shake Xiang Yu's hand away. But with this shock, Xiang Yu's big hand was like an iron clamp, not moving at all. Power to the mountains. Immediately after, Xiang Yu raised his halberd with one hand and swept it directly across. If this halberd had struck true, Huodaizi would have been cut off at the waist, and would have been hated. In desperation, Hua had to abandon his gun and disappear. With this retreat, the immortal Qin military camp let out a near-splitting cheer. What a racket! The cheers thundered, causing Zhao Gao and the army tent to burst into flames, and as soon as he left the tent, he cursed. But cursing was cursing, but none of them gave a damn about him. Instead they stared at the battlefield and didn't move a muscle. Zhao Gao was infuriated, but he could only hold back his fire and turn his gaze to the battlefield. After all, it is the first big eunuch of Xianqin. Eyesight is still there. A glance to see the situation in the field. The face suddenly looks bad. Could it be that this piker that Yun found is not even stronger than Huojiaoyi? Chanting such a sentence, Zhao Gao gritted his teeth and stared at Xiang Yu dead in the face. Vicious and venomous. In his heart, he even began to calculate how to strangle Xiang Yu. But not for long. Zhao Gao's face first froze, and then revealed a lost smile, because in the middle of the field, Xiang Yu unexpectedly abandoned his overlord halberd. Gutsy enough. I have never admired anyone in my life. What is your name? Xiang Yu. Still succinct. Weapons have been compared. How about a match of fists and feet? Come and fight. Xiang Yu's fighting spirit is high, but on the contrary, the corner of his mouth is showing wisdom. Goddamn Shichu. Watered down. Right. Yun, who was far away in Qing City, similarly saw the change in the field and almost became angry with high blood pressure. Xiang Yu is strong, but his brain is more or less a big disease, obviously a situation of total suppression. Preferring to let Hua take a breather, once Hua used the sealing of the wolf. As expected, Yun's fears came true, as Huojiaoyi in the arena was already blood-armored. Ouch! A wolf's howl through the sky rang out, and Huojiaoyi's eyes stared as his figure steeply disappeared. When Xiang Yu was in a daze, he was hit by Huodaizi's punch on his lower ribs, and under the pain, His iron tower body flew backward in response to the sound. With a crash, it also dragged out a nearly 10-meter gully. Marquee of Champions, Marquee of Champions. Above Celebration City, cheers erupted, wave after wave of sound. On the contrary, on Xian Qin's side, there was no longer the joy that he had felt earlier. Ugh, it hurts a little. Xiang Yu spat and stood up from the ground, moving his muscles and making a popping bee-like sound. Tongshan realm, turns out to be so. Fight again. With just a glance, Xiang Yu seems to have seen through Hua Zaiwei's trait of sealing wolves, but instead of scorn on his face has become more exuberant. Then let's battle it out. Hua smiled proudly and stamped his foot, his feet on fire. Good timing. Xiang Yu let out a loud shout and similarly bullied his way in, his casserole-sized fist unceremoniously swinging at Hua Xiaodong. Bang! 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 I don't know whether it was a chess match or sympathy, but the two fought fiercely with their fists. What was even more exaggerated was that as the speed of the two men's punches accelerated, a hurricane was actually swept up, causing a wind and sand to form at the place of engagement, making it impossible for people to really see. Really convinced, unable to see the actual battle, Yi Yun was angry and helpless, and could only give up for the time being, urging to break the formation instead. State Master, we've run into trouble. Deerfield's words caused Yi Yun's heart to thump. Although this big formation follows the original formation base, but the formation I is modified to remove. Not unexpected words. Move to the city. Deerfield's face didn't look good. The question, apparently, was fatal enough. Yi Yun naturally heard the key, and was instantly anxious. Then go into the city and break it. This, Deerfield's face showed hesitation. Entering the city is able to break, but the moat formation will recognize the enemy and us unless what? Yi Yun hurriedly asked after him, but after asking, he saw everyone staring at him and reacted instantly. Unless one has no cultivation, one can be treated as a civilian and come and go freely. Yi Yun looked at the dog hole and took a deep breath. My daughter leads the way for the master of the state. As if he could see Yi Yun's struggle. You made a move first. His slender figure burrowing into the dog hole. The corner of Yi Yun's mouth twitched. A beautiful woman like you had put down her reserve. For him to be a big old man and then be pretentious. It seemed a bit untenable. A great man can bend and bend. All for a great fucking cause. With a clench of his teeth, Yi Yun dove headfirst into the dog hole. Master of the state, take care of everything. Watch out for your sister. I'll clean you up when I get back. Nothing. When he entered the city, Yi Yun's first reaction was wow. I don't know if it is a border town, or gallantly old Qin folk style is already tough. Iron blood atmosphere comes to the face. You, who is this? My immortal Qin state master. His Excellency Yi Yun. Hearing the sound, Yi Yun then saw a few Hans in the shadows. Judging from the situation, they should also be from the special forces. We have seen. Alright, less nagging. Hurry up and find the formation I. Xiang Yu made a stupid mistake and allowed Hua Zaiwei to use his seal the wolves. And with the victory or defeat hard to predict, Yi Yun is not in the mood to delay. With this fast talk, this group of Han naturally could not say much. And after briefly inquiring about you for a few sentences, they led Yi Yun away from the city walls. 7 bends and turns. While walking, he was pinching various gestures that Yi Yun could not understand. It is also good that because of the fierce battle in the field, most of the Han soldiers have gone up to the city wall to watch the battle. The city's guard force is much weaker. Together with the territorial superiority of the Hans, it didn't take long to find out where the eye of the formation was. Just a pickup of soldiers. We're afraid we're no match. After the first Han finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Yi Yun. Why are you looking at me? I'm a man of no cultivation, and you expect me to get on? Yi Yun was filled with displeasure. This look in the Hanyo's eyes was obviously concern, but it was equally solid. Then take care of yourself, master of the state. The Hanyu coughed lightly twice, and after signaling his left and right, he changed the mystery of that special unit for an air of a city folk. The sudden shift in temperament caused Yi Yun to raise an eyebrow and secretly say, what a good guy. Stand still, this is a military zone. Keep out. Even though they were soldiers, they were still on high alert, and the Hans had drawn their swords only as they approached. Master Jun, we're here to deliver food. The man laughed, like a magic trick, from the arms of a cloth bag, opened to reveal a few buckwheat nest. Once again Yi Yun's special forces understanding further deepened, but the guards just looked at it and paid no more attention. Immortal Qin's food is not a blessing to be consumed. Hurry up and leave or be killed on the spot. The guards remained vigilant, and were even certain in their hearts that the food had been drugged. The Han Yu, since they felt it too. A clang rang out after a glance at each other. Although the guards were alert, 2 of them were still lost in an instant under the sudden attack. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The high-pitched shouts came out. and Yi Yun's heart lifted in the distance. But after a few moments, there was no movement, which was a relief. State Master, let's take advantage of the hold and go destroy the formation. I have to go too. Yi Yun's astonishment caused you to freeze. Rather, it's not necessary. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth twitched and he was speechless. Then the master of the kingdom take care of himself. After you finished speaking, he did not wait for Yi Yun to react and disappeared in a whoosh. With no one on either side, Yi Yun instantly became nervous, his eyes staring motionlessly at the battle in front of him. Although a surprise attack was launched, the numbers were ultimately unequal, and the situation became unfavorable after the guards stabilized their positions. This made Yi Yun instantly anxious, but he could only be anxious. What man? A shout rang out, startling Yi Yun, and before he could turn around, he heard another shout of enemy attack. This shout was followed by a whistle like gold through gold, a snap tap tap tap, and footsteps instantly in the distance. Damn it! Yi Yun cursed. Where did he care about much? Pulling his leg and rushing into an alley. It did not take long to run before the sound of Dingo exchanging blows was completely extinguished, and Yi Yun stopped in his tracks, his face suddenly turning ugly. The absence of movement meant that the several Hans had been suppressed, and he, Yi Yun, had become isolated. There's another one that got away. Search me. Upon hearing the sound, Yi Yun's face changed again and without much consideration, he plunged headlong into the dimly lit alley, but the unfamiliarity of the area, coupled with the lack of choice of roads, crashed into a dead end after 2 blocks, and to add to the grass, the footsteps of the manhunt were getting closer. Seeing the shadow appearing at the mouth of the alley, Yi Yun was at a loss as to what to do when the door to the room beside him opened. Without waiting for Yi Yun to react, he was pulled into the room by a strong force. Shoo, silence! As soon as Yi Yun looked up, he saw an old man with gray hair, but in high spirits, pressing against the door of the room with a grave face, listening to the movements outside. After a while, the commotion outside was far away, and only then did the old man let out a sigh of relief and looked at Yi Yun. It was only the eyes of this old man that didn't seem too friendly. Seeing as you're gorgeously dressed, you're not an ordinary person. The old man made a preemptive statement, and even poured his own tea when he finished, and was not interested in Yi Yun. When Yi Yun saw this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but just twitch, but counting on the fact that the old man had saved him, he couldn't afford to give a face. Elder, my name is Yi Yun. I am the state master of Xianqin. Dare I ask, master of the state? The old man's expression moved as he stood up and circled around Yi Yun. Well, it is said that state master Yi Yun is a waste with no cultivation, so it turns out to be true. Old man, are you polite? The twitching at the corners of Yi Yun's mouth became even more violent. I am Qilu, a native of Qingcheng. The state master has come to this Qingcheng to break the formation and save the people? Qilu nailed Yi Yun's purpose with a single word, which made Yi Yun instantly feel that the old man in front of him was not a simple character. Yi Yun's silence caused Qilu to smile and sip his tea before saying, "Give up, you can't break the formation." What does the old man mean by that? Yi Yun frowned, feeling more and more that Qilu was not simple. Literally, the city guard formation of Qing City now comes from the hands of Han Xin, the king of Sanqi, and with you guys, you can't break it. Hansen's handiwork? Yi Yun was instantly shocked. Han Xin, the Han Dynasty's military god, still can't hide his sharpness even after a change of world. Not only do you use the military like a god, but you're also proficient in formations? This is definitely not good news for Yi Yun. But, how did the old man learn that the formation came from Han Xin's hand? Qilu looked up and smiled slightly as he saw Yi Yun's caution. The eye of the formation. From me. Yi Yun took a sharp step back and even made a fighting maneuver. Earlier, he had felt that Qilu had saved him, but now it felt like he had entered a wolf's den. Yi Yun's reaction was seen by Qilu, but Qilu remained nonchalant as he sipped his tea, and the atmosphere just froze. After a long while, Zero put down his teacup and sighed. Promise me one thing and I'll help you break the formation. Qilu has the suspicion of being a spy. Yi Yun does not dare to easily promise, but the formation eye is Qilu sent. Qilu said that it can be broken. That should be able to break. After a brief thought, Yi Yun dropped his guard. What is it? Tell me. I'll help you break the formation. And you help me save people. Saving lives? Yi Yun lost his smile a little under a blank stare. With him being a muggle with no cultivation, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his hands were powerless. How could he save people? You're a state master with a prominent status. Go out to the Great Han to negotiate with the king of Sanqi in exchange for my granddaughter's safety, and I'll help you break the formation. You don't have time to think about it. Qilu's straightforward and see-through tone caused Yi Yun to be very upset in his heart. Old man, you're not begging. You're blackmailing. Begging or blackmailing, just say yes or no. Such a strong attitude made Yi Yun even more upset. but if he refused, Yi Yun would truly be alone in the enemy camp. Once Xiang Yu and Hua Zhaopai split the victory and the city guard formation is not broken, then there is no need for Zhao Gao to do anything bad. He will die in Qingqing first. Okay, I promise. Promises are promises, but it's not up to me to decide whether or not Ing Zhang will let me go to Han. Yi Yun thought as such in his heart. It's good to promise. I think that as your national master, you won't go back on your word. Qi Lu's words caused Yi Yun to be non-committal. Before you break the formation, you have to promise me one more thing. Old man. Overdo it. There were still 3 points of fire in a clayman. Let alone Yi Yun. Ha! You can suppress the guards without encouraging the people of Qingqing to head to the eye of the formation? Yi Yun was silent, and Qi Lu once again laughed softly, saying follow me, and walked out of the room first. Unable to do so, Yi Yun could only follow. Following Qi Lu around 7 corners, he entered a place that resembled a commoner's ghetto, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of ragged city dwellers. As for Yi Yun, this gorgeous outfit immediately attracted countless gazes. Only these gazes, more or less, were tinged with disgust. Everyone, this is the immortal Qin state master, Yi Yun. Qi Lu opened his mouth to introduce it. Only these city folk did not catch on after hearing it. Their interest was lacking, and even their individual eyes, more disgusted. What's the situation? Yi Yun was a bit speechless. He was new to the country and didn't seem to have offended anyone. Master Yi, these are the people who were oppressed by the former city lord and the squires. Qi Lu's sentence made Yi Yun instantly understand. Even in a different world, there is still bureaucracy, and although Zillow didn't say it explicitly, the meaning was simply not too obvious. The reason the former lord of the city was a former lord was that it meant that he was slaughtered when Hua broke into the city. The only ones left are the squires. Cough, gentlemen, although I, Yi Yun, am not very capable, I am at least a state master, and I am fully capable of making decisions for you all. Empty checks and drawing big cakes. In the previous life, but individuals have to master. Yi Yun is open mouth. Do it for us? Who believes? That is, I'm afraid it's not like sending away the evil wolf in one foot and introducing the evil tiger in the next. Officials protecting officials. Rotten to the bone goods. Bah! I'm on my way. There was a lot of talk, but not a single good word, which made Yi Yun's people numb. Seeing the lowest level of society with their own eyes, Yi Yun realized that even if Zhao Gao's treacherous ministers are eradicated, as long as there are still moths below, it's only a matter of time before the demise of Xianqin. For a while, Yi Yun was in a difficult situation. It would take either coercion or enticement to get these populations to agree to attack the formation. Bullying, Yi Yun, did not have the strength. Seduction. Touching his pants pocket, Yi Yun dryly gave up on this intention. Boom! In the midst of the dilemma, there was a shocking sound, followed by the earth trembling, and Yi Yun almost stumbled, barely able to settle down. He looked up and saw the huge black shadow appearing in the sky, and his face changed drastically. The appearance of black shadows in the sky indicates that Xiang Yu has fully exploded, and it is in Xiang Liang's absence. Gentlemen, the immortal Qin generals are fighting a bloody battle outside the city with the purpose of rescuing you from the danger. So, what business is it of ours if you fight? Ha! That's right. What can we do if we win the fight? When we get into the city, we're still oppressing us. Ha! Daihan's fine. At least he didn't starve us. Ha! The Yi Yun people were dumbfounded. How's that for talking like it's treason? Cough. Gentlemen, those who are not of my race will be different in their hearts, and I, the people of immortal Qin, if we are ruled by the great Han, do not think that we will have a good time. At the critical moment, Zilu, who had been playing on the sidelines, finally did open his mouth. It is also good that Qilu seems to be high in years, but also a little prestige. After these words, the city people only gradually lay down. Master of the state, since you are dedicated to the people, can you promise that if we help you break the city guard formation, you will make the decision to return our good land? Qi Lu's words were precisely taken, and when he finished speaking, the city folks' eyes were all lit up with light and expectation written all over them. This is naturally no problem. Yi Yun agreed without much thought, but as soon as he nodded his head, a flash of yellow light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and before Yi Yun could react, he whooshed up into the 9 heavens and disappeared. The deed is done. A contract? What deed? Yi Yun froze, then saw the smile on the corner of Qi Lu's mouth and the cheers that erupted from the people. Oh, my God, counted. Even if Yi Yun was stupid, he realized that he was being counted by Qi Lu. Just now, he didn't have time to think about that much, because not only did the black shadows in the sky get denser and denser, there was also an additional blood wolf silhouette. Gentlemen, time is running out. Hurry up and get moving. Yi Yun opened his mouth to urge. This time, the city folk did not resist. and very dryly picked up their farming tools, and marched towards the array in great numbers, although the hands are all sickles and hoes. But in terms of head count, how to have 200 against 10 soldiers, more than enough. By the time Iyun arrived at the eye of the formation, the Dahan soldiers had been completely suppressed and unable to move. In this situation, Iyun suddenly realized that this is a peasant uprising. Kings and queens are better off. Tisk. Iyun could not help but let out a sigh of relief. But he did not pay attention to the fact that when Qilu, who was on the side, heard this, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. It's not too late. You hurry up and break the formation. Although the guards of the frontier have been suppressed, there are still patrols in the city, and it is still unknown whether these militia can withstand them. Qilu naturally understood this, and without delay, he entered the hall first. On the other hand, Iyun was looking around for the few Hans, or you to be exact, but after looking around, I couldn't find any trace of it at all. Couldn't have been transferred to custody, could it? Iyun had just finished speaking when he felt a shaking, and then realized that the halo cover outside the city flickered twice before disappearing completely. The city guard array broke. Woo! At the same time, a low, heavy hornpipe sounded, followed by horsehoof shouts. Having a mind to count, by the time the Han soldiers on the city wall reacted, Xian Qin's vanguard had already leaped onto the city wall. Damn it! Huo Daisy, who was fighting with Xiang Yu, also realized the situation, but could only curse out in anger as Xiang Yu, who was opposite him, had gone completely insane. What the hell is this? Huo Ziwei gritted his teeth and ate Xiang Yu's heavy punch hard. The blood armor on his body cracked in response, but he also used the force of the punch to leap back directly under the walls of Qing City. Take a break, fight again. Xiang Yu shouted out explosively. One foot cracked the earth, and with a strong and overwhelming aura, he clenched his hands into fists and smashed towards Huo Daisy. There was a boom. Smoke and dust filled the air, followed by a huge shockwave, interspersed with rocks shooting in all directions. The Xianqin soldiers attacking the city bore the brunt of the attack, and were pierced by the stones, losing their combat power in an instant, slowing down the attack. But more frighteningly, under this smash, Xiang Yu actually hardened the thick city wall and smashed out a big hole. Kill. Although Xiang Yu's attack, which does not distinguish between enemy and self, is somewhat criticized, the hole is equivalent to the city gate has been broken. Hula. Xianqin soldiers fish into the city. Shit. Huo Ziwei, who returned to the field to rescue him, was anxious, but he simply could not escape Xiang Yu's aura lock. If you can't escape, you'll have to be completely crushed. Huo's eyes narrowed and his aura rose again. The more you seal the wolf, the stronger you get. Tongxian. Peak. The mad-like Xiang Yu's face showed surprise, changing from his previous fervor to gravity. The strength of the reintroduced Huo Jiqi made him feel threatened. I don't know where your limits are, but it ends here. Huo's eyes snapped as he bowed and withdrew his steps, condensing his chi into a fist. The momentum lifted again. Refinement realm. Xiang Yu let out a cry of surprise, followed by a heavy blow to his chest, and caught off guard. His tower-like body flew out backwards, slicing through several miles. Pust. After repelling Xiang Yu, Huo Ziwei spat out a mouthful of blood from his heart and his aura withered. Still too forced. Huo Ziwei took a deep breath, barely calming his agitated chi and blood. The more he fought, the more courageous he became, but that was because of the special nature of the breaking army blood, and in order to perfectly utilize the efficacy of the breaking army blood, it was necessary to form a breaking army momentum. If it was a frontal engagement, Huo Ziwei's one rider could easily form a broken army, but this time, he was only fighting Xiang Yu alone, and Xiang Yu's weirdness, with force breaking force, Huo Jiaowei was fully suppressed in the opening. After taking a deep look at Xiang Yu's direction, Huo Ziwei turned around and entered the city. But with this delay, the hasty response to the Battle of the Great Han, the defeat was assured. When Huo went into the city, he was the first to see Iyun, who was surrounded by a crowd. Be careful, State Master. Huo Ziwei's appearance awakened Deerfield, and he was the first to step in front of Iyun. But likewise, Deerfield also sensed Huo Ziwei's aura of the refined law realm, only it was unstable. Huo Jiwei glanced at the discreet deer farm and paid no further attention, instead turning his head to Iyun. Immortal Qin State Master? Iyun has met General Hua. Iyun arched his hand with a smile on his face. Huo Ziwei narrowed his eyes, swept a glance at the detained Han soldiers, then saw Qilu on the side, and sneered. Master Yi, really good tactics. Thank you. Iyun still smiled without any other reaction. This battle, count me as a loser. Release him. Huo Ziwei finished, snorted coldly, and walked straight towards Iyun. Along the way, wherever they passed, the Xianqin soldiers unconsciously released their hands, allowing the Han soldiers to be free. This phenomenon sent chills down Deerfield's spine. and he was about to open his mouth to rebuke, but was pulled back by Yi Yun, now provoking Hua to anger. Present for fear that one cannot live. Think more about the people. After the words were said, Yi Yun raised his steps to Hua Zaiwei's front, causing him to stop in his tracks. With this pause, that terrifying aura also gave way. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Next time, it will be war in your Great Han. Hiss. At this moment, no matter if it was Xian Qin or Great Han soldiers, including Deerfield, the general, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Ever since Huozhua became famous, no one had dared to declare war directly without giving the slightest bit of face like Yi Yun did. Ha! Hua Zaiwei stared at Yi Yun for a moment and let out a light laugh. Back to the court. At Hua's command, the Han soldiers followed Hua's lead with indignation and shame. General Hua, have a good journey. The prose was not forgetting the shrimp and pig's heart, and a chill ran down the spine of those present. It is also good that Hua did not hear, or pretended not to hear, did not stop. Otherwise, boom! Hua Zaiwei was walking away, but there was a loud noise behind him, and when he turned around, he saw Xiang Yu. At this moment, Xiang Yu has already left his state of madness, but his aura and sense of oppression is still full. I want to be a general. Group face clueless. Only Yi Yun could not help but laugh out loud after he froze. Little things. Seeing Yi Yun's promise, Xiang Yu nodded and stood still behind Yi Yun like a bodyguard. This subtle gesture made Yi Yun's heart burst with joy. Never would I have thought that I would have picked up a brave general on this trip out. Xiang Yu is under his command. Shouldn't Lu Bu, the man of the people, also be arranged? Master of the state? As he was thinking about it, the Deerfield on the side made a sound, and when Yi Yun looked back, he saw countless gazes staring at him. Ahem, why are you looking at me? It's time to celebrate after winning a battle. Oh, the crowd immediately erupted into cheers, but as a general, Kaba was fairly calm and had to appease the people before celebrating. After a series of orders were given, Deerfield opened his mouth to inquire about the whereabouts of Yi Yun's secret troops. Bad. Yi Yun slapped his head and hurriedly ordered to find it. He was about to look for it himself, but he was stiffly stopped by Qi Lu and a group of city folk. Master of the state, the deed promises. I don't think you've forgotten. Zero meant what he said, both in his demeanor and his tone. Don't worry, what Yi Yun promised will naturally be honored. But wait until I return to the dynasty to report. Yi Yun, I think you're afraid you won't be able to return. A conspiratorial voice rang out, causing Yi Yun's brows to furrow, and when he turned around, he saw Zhao Gao. Eunuch Xiao, is this a case of losing a bet? Being furious, and planning to kill to silence? How can you be so bad at gambling? At the end of a sentence, Zhao Gao was immediately choked. When did you gamble? And killing people? Zhao Gao was about to retort when he suddenly reacted that he could not be led by Yi Yun. Zhao Gao hemmed and hawed and sneered twice, then turned his gaze to Xiang Yu behind Yi Yun and said grimly, Yi Yun, shouldn't you explain yourself? Yi Yun frowned and reacted after glancing at Xiang Yu. His face instantly turned cold. As a Xian Qin state master, but with a subordinate surrounded by demonic aura, do you think this is something I should say or should not say? The smile on Zhao Gao's face grew more and more intense. Only this smile. It was full of sinister. It's not like your mouth grows on your ass, so if you want to fart, can I stop you? You. Yi Yun didn't stop swearing in 3 sentences, which really made Zhao Gao not light. Since you don't want to explain, wait for the holy judgment. Zhao Gao finished speaking and left directly with a flutter of his sleeve. As soon as Zhao Gao left, the cloudy look on Yi Yun's face immediately turned into a worried frown. After all, this Xiang Yu thing really can't be explained. Even if Ying Zhang is no more unreasonably trusting, he probably won't turn a blind eye to this Xiang Yu thing. Quest completed. Receive a temporary talisman of the Holy One. Temporary talisman for saints. Gain the strength of a saint. Lasts for 1 incense burner. Just as he was thinking, a system beep sounded in his head, followed by Yi Yun feeling something more in his arms. It was just that it was not good for him to take it out and look at it in public, but this same temporary talisman made him forget his worries. Soldiers come to stop the water to cover the earth. When it comes to the point of no return, the temporary charm of a shot, kill a bloody road. Of course, provided that Ying Zhang and Bai Qi don't make a move. If I can't protect them, I'll take it on myself, but I can't involve my Xiang clan. That's my bottom line. Yi Yun turned back to Xiang Yu and saw his calm expression and did not say anything. After patting Xiang Yu's arm, Yi Yun left on his own. It was also at this time that the news of the great victory at the border and the recapture of the lost land was also sent back to Athens at the same time. Just after the short report, there was the news of Xiang Yu. For a time, the hall was full of civil and military personnel with different minds. 3 days later, the front line returned. However, Xiang Yu stayed in Qingcheng. State Master, if necessary, I, Deerfield, am willing to testify. After Deerfield finished speaking, he led the soldiers under his hand to the barracks, leaving Yi-Yun to stay where he was. After a long time, Yi-Yun smiled, turned around and got into the carriage to head to Aphrodite. This time to go, but no longer like the last time that was 100 difficult, only that the other eyes still piercing. When he reached the front of the hall, Yi-Yun inhaled and took a large step in. Zhang lived high up in the sky, his face expressionless. The next head, Bai Qi, smiled and nodded as Yi-Yun returned the salute. The left and right civil and military personnel, on the other hand, were lowering their eyebrows as if they did not see Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun, pay my respects to your majesty. He said he was paying his respects, but he stood up straight. Bold Yi-Yun, how dare you not kneel when you see father? As expected, the first to drink is the crown prince Hu Hai. Aside Zhao Gao gust of laughter. Well, talk about it. Zhang was still as shy as gold. Winning. Nice. For a while, the courtroom was silent. The heads of the group of ministers could not help but raise. That's it? The ministers could not help but look at each other. When Zhang didn't respond, Zhao Gao was anxious in his heart and spoke stiffly. Yi-Yun, don't you have anything else to say? When Zhao Gao finished, his gaze favored Zhang. It would have been a step too far for an official to open his mouth without his master speaking, but Zhang's expression remained the same, so Zhao Gao breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, there is one more thing. When rescuing Qingcheng, in order to break the city guard formation, with the assistance of the city people, I took the liberty of returning the land to the city people. Please let your majesty know. After Yi-Yun finished speaking, he stood with his hands hanging down in a graceful manner. After a short period of thought, Zhang nodded his head gently. The atmosphere of the courtroom, again, fell into tranquility. The ministers once again looked at each other in disbelief, except for Bai Qi, who could not help but cover his mouth and almost laughed out loud. Yi-Yun did not say a word about Xiang Yu. This hand of looking after the left and right really played beautifully. Zhao Gao was furious, but if he spoke out of turn, he would have been slapped into a pulp by Zhang's backhand. Unable to do anything else, Zhao Gao could only turn his gaze to Hu Hei. Father, although Yi-Yun won this battle, but changing generals before the battle is already a military taboo, and this general who changed, on account of being the crown prince. Hu Hai was outspoken, and halfway through his speech, he turned his gaze towards Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun, what is your explanation for Xiang Yu? The demon? Devils? Yi-Yun could not help but snort out a laugh when he was stunned. Your Highness the Crown Prince, how come I don't know about this matter of Xiang Yu being a demon? I should say, how does the Crown Prince know about the concept of a demon man? Yi-Yun's gaze was unusually sharp as he stared at Hu He, and the attention of the civil and military forces was also attracted to the high platform. Since the first emperor's conquest of the world, through 1,000 battles, laying the foundation of Qin for 1,000 years, the opponents are only people, not devils, not to mention the devils. Hu Hai was a bit panicked. He was just following Zhao Gao's words, how now become the object of attention. Ultimately young, the aura cannot be suppressed. Hu Hai can only look to the side of Zhao Gao. On top of the battlefield, evil power filled the air, black shadows added to the body, forced to fight. Hua Jiaohui still showing the trend of suppression. If not a demon, what is it? After Zhao Gao finished, he described some more details of the battlefield that day, and after hearing this, all the military generals frowned at Yi-Yun, their eyes all unkind. In response, Yi-Yun merely laughed and turned his gaze towards Bai Qi, who noticed it and showed interest on his face. Dare I ask, General, by what state you are in on the battlefield? When Yi-Yun asked this question, the entire hall was flabbergasted. What's this about Bai Qi? Zhao Gao frowned and drank loudly. Yi-Yun, now is the time for you to explain about that demon. Since it is covered in blood and invincible. Before Zhao Gao finished speaking, Bai Qi ruthlessly interrupted him, and when he said invincible, the aura of a quasi-imperialist was undeniably revealed. As soon as the quasi-emperor's aura opened up, Zhao Gao shut up and didn't dare to speak again. The crowd was silent, and Yi-Yun pursued the question once again. Then what state would General Bai be in if he were to kill his red eyes? Bai Qi froze, then revealed a dawning realization and laughed softly. If you are killing red eye, you are already crazy, and all the world can be killed. All the world can be killed, except for Zhang. The audience sucked in cool air, but no one dared to refute. Bai Qi, the god of killers, has the strength. Thank you, General Bai, for clearing up the confusion. Yi-Yun arched his hand at Bai Qi. Then his face expression changed. Li Si shivered involuntarily when he took a look at Yi-Yun's current expression. According to what Eunuch Zhao just said, wouldn't that mean that General Bai is also a demon? Hiss. Manta sucked in another breath. Asshole, we are talking about Xiang Yu now. What does it have to do with General Bai? Yi-Yun. Eunuch Zhao means that General Bai is irrelevant? I'm second guessing you. Zhao Gao's heartbeat accelerated at once, panicked to death, and he hurriedly looked at Bai Qi. He was afraid that Bai Qi would suddenly rise up and kill him directly on the spot. Finally realizing that Bai Qi was just hanging a light smile and did not have any extra emotions, he was relieved. However, as a result, Yi Yun's practice of killing others with a borrowed knife added another point to his resentment towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun, don't steal concepts. General Bai is my immortal Qin's #1 general. How can he be compared to someone of unknown origin like Xiang Yu? In order to save the day, Zhao Gao directly labeled Bai Qi as the No. 1 inch, with a flattering look on his face. TSK. Yi Yun could not help but be staggered at the sight and despised Zhao Gao even more. Then, Yi Yun arched his hand at Ying Zhang. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Yi Yun had just finished speaking when Zhao Gao shuddered again. This time, I actually asked Ying Zhang again. Granted. Dare I ask your Majesty, when you were conquering the world, was General Bai also of unknown origin to your Majesty? Hiss. Plum was on fire, and the hall full of civil servants felt their lungs on fire. This Master Yi, he really dares to ask and say anything. To the civil and military, Yi Yun's words were offending both Ying Zhang and Bai Qi, completely seeking death. But it turned out that Ying Zhang actually nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty, for explaining. Upon receiving Ying Zhang's reply, Yi Yun's face returned to its blandness and he turned his head to look at Zhao Gao again. Eunuch Xiao, General Bai also came from an unknown background, yet he became the first general of my immortal Qin. There are talented people in the rivers and mountains, so how dare you assert that Xiang Yu won't be the next first to surpass General Bai? Yi Yun straightened his back, his gaze was firm, and he clearly had no cultivation, yet his aura was compelling. Or does Eunuch Xiao think that my immortal Qin has long been broken and no longer needs Liang Kai to consolidate it? Yi Yun's words were undoubtedly words of punishment. Zhao Gao heard, subconsciously opened his mouth to retort, but also in time to react, closed his mouth. If you make a sound like that, your head will be on the ground the next second. Unable to refute it, Zhao Gao's face went green for a while. What a river and mountain. I wouldn't mind stepping aside if I could. Zhao Gao didn't say anything, but Bai Qi laughed with his palms. Bai Qi's words were extremely heavy, and when they came out, the civil and military forces were all silent. In that case, Yi Yun, I will grant you this Xiang Yu as a vassal. Giving the householder? Yi Yun never expected that Ying Zhang would be so decisive in his enthronement. Ying Zhang's favor meant that this matter was considered closed, and after flabbergasted for a second, Yi Yun hurriedly thanked him for his favor. If there is nothing else, disperse. Ying Zhang spoke again, and the civil and military forces all fell silent, showing a look of quick dismissal. At this time, Yi Yun was once again arching his hand. Your Majesty, I have something else to do. Yi Yun opened his mouth and everyone's face twitched. Granted. In this battle of Qincheng, Xiang Yu overwhelmed Hua Zhaodi, and I thought that Xiang Yu should be appointed as a frontline general. Bold Yi Yun, father has already given Xiang Yu to you as a vassal, yet you still don't know enough. What are your intentions? Before Yi Yun finished speaking, Hu Hai was interrupted with a loud drink, and there was nothing wrong with drinking Yi Yun's words. A courtier is a courtier after all, and has no power. The frontline generals, on the other hand, are not high-ranking and do not lead troops, but they are actual generals. This also means that Yi Yun has someone in the military department. Your Majesty, I think not. Your Majesty, I second the motion. The cold-eyed Meng Tan and Li Si could not sit still and both stood out. This time, however, Yi Yun did not open his mouth again because he also knew that this request was, more or less, excessive. The reason why he opened his mouth was because he had previously promised Xiang Yu that he would make him a general, and as for success or failure, granted. Ying Zhang's word permission made Meng Tan and Li Si look up with puzzled faces. Not to mention the two of them, even Yi Yun was a bit surprised. Your Majesty, anything else? Li Si was still about to remonstrate, but Ying Zhang simply ignored it and looked at Yi Yun instead. Yi Yun froze and lowered his eyebrows for the first time. Previously, I promised the people of Qincheng to return the cultivated land. Granted. It's accurate again. When Ying Zhang was more accurate. Not to mention that the civil and military forces did not understand it. Even Yi Yun did not understand it anymore. Could it really be a halo effect? For a while, Yi Yun was baptized by countless eye blades. Well, the Lord of Qin City is dead. Qin City was fought down by you. Then you will take over the position of the Lord of Qin City. As if Yi Yun wasn't jealous enough, Ying Zhang actually named Yi Yun as the city lord. This time, even Bai Qi was surprised. Not to mention Wen Wu. You know, this isn't like when the world was conquered and whoever fought for the territory went to who? The Jiangshan Consolidation. The lord of any city, but you have to go through layers of screening to be qualified. However, since this was a royal title bestowed by Ying Zhang in front of the whole court, naturally no one dared to say anything. Can I not be the lord of this city? Not the lord of the city? Yi Yun's words caused everyone to freeze. Your Majesty. The old slave seconded the motion. Master Yi has a lot of work to do day in and day out, and I'm afraid this Qing city is too much to manage. Before Wen Wu could react, Zhao Gao jumped out and spoke first. However, Yi Yun's words sounded as if he was saying, how can Yi Yun take over as the head of a city? And his heart was not too happy. It's too much trouble for me not to take over the city lord. It's none of your business. Zhao Gao, cursing in his heart, Yi Yun arched his hand and was about to open his mouth. My will has been decided. There is no need to say more. Yi Yun, if you do not take it, you are resisting the decree. Ying Zhang's word was a promise, and with words spoken to this point, Yi Yun would really be looking for death if he didn't take it again. Unable to do so, Yi Yun could only unwillingly receive the decree and thank him for the favor. Things have come to a head. Even if anyone has more calculations in their mind, they can't fight. No one would have expected that Yi Yun, who was clearly trying to vocalize about Xiang Yu, would end up being the biggest winner. For a time, the hall full of civil and military are all silent. Different expressions, the heart is even more complex. Recently I have had an epiphany. All the ministers listened to the decree. Right at this moment, Ying Zhang spoke again, and said that he was having an epiphany, which meant that he was going to be in seclusion for a long period of time. At once, everyone in the room raised their spirits. Hui, my son is here. Hu Hai never expected that Ying Zhang's first decree would be given to him, so he was in an agitated mood. From now on, until I am released, you will be the supervisor. Supervisors. Hu Hai took a deep breath, desperately resisted the urge to shout, and said loudly, my son obeys the decree. Hu Hai received the decree. The prince supervisor of the state. This is a reality. In addition to Hu Hai himself, the most happy than Zhao Gao. The things in the world. There is nothing more than a sharp turn. The first second Zhao Gao is still angry. Yi Yun became the biggest winner. The next second, Prince Supervisor. Unable to help it, Zhao Gao turned his gaze towards Yi Yun with a sinister face. Perhaps his gaze was too intense. Yi Yun also looked at Zhao Gao, and that expression of demeanor was simply not too obvious. In response, Yi Yun rolled his eyes before tilting his head to the side. A punch landed in the air and Zhao Gao immediately looked like he had eaten Shang. Bai Qi, I am. The second decree was given to Bai Qi, and the crowd was once again astonished. From now on, from the paramount emperor down to Ming Wu, within the three armies, you will be in charge. Hiss. Makai didn't know how many degrees, and the full hall fell back again. This second decree was even more exciting than the crown prince's supervision. Can go on this great hall. No one is a saving lamp. This decree, the explicit look is to let Bai Qi lead the three armies. But in fact, as long as Bai Qi is willing, he wants to kill whoever he wants to kill, and even wants to slaughter which city to slaughter which city. However, Xianqin has been around for 1,000 years, and the older generation, such as Li Si and Meng Tian, have known Bai Qi's character for a long time. Although Bai Qi has been named the god of killers by the public, when it comes to loyalty to Xianqin, if Bai Qi dares to claim second place, no one will dare to claim first place. Furthermore, Bai Qi's command of the three armies came after the crown prince's supervision of the state, more or less allowing Bai Qi to check and balance Hu Hai. Hu Hai since also understands this reasoning, but did not dare to say anything more. Wu can't plug in. There's still the text. With two shocking decrees in a row, it seems that Ying Zhang's decree is not yet finished. For a while, everyone was looking forward to this third decree. Yi Yun, I'm second guessing you. Upon hearing Ying Zhang call to himself, Yi Yun instantly had a headache. You did well in the battle of Qingcheng. Amount. Yi Yun's face twitched as he felt countless eye blades again. After dealing with Qingcheng, you will be the envoy to the Great Han. Going on a mission to the Great Han? Yi Yun was completely dumbfounded. In his previous life, he was nothing more than a mongrel social animal. Even dealing with the leaders was still a bit of a struggle. But now he was asked to go out on a mission to a country. Your Majesty, Li Si, it is up to you to help out a bit with the envoys. I obey. Before Yi Yun's refusal could be uttered, Ying Zhang directly said his nature, and the Qi Li Si was like an echoing insect, directly receiving the decree. Now, Yi Yun could only accept the decree even if he was unwilling to do so in his heart. Disperse. After giving his orders, Ying Zhang disappeared, leaving the whole court looking at each other in dismay. Once these three decrees were issued, several people were happy and a few were sad, but there is no doubt that whether the eunuch supervises the state or Bai Qi leads the three armies, that is reasonable. But Yi Yun went to the Han this thing. Before leaving, almost everyone gave Yi Yun a look that made Yi Yun's scalp tingle. Master of the state, be at the Ministry of Ceremonies by noon tomorrow, and don't be late. Reese dropped this and left straight away. Yi Yun rubbed his forehead and looked back. Hu Hai and Zhao Gao had already left at an unknown time. and in the entire hall, only Bai Qi was left, still coming to his side. The scene was as it had been before, when he was preparing to travel to the city of Jiangsang. The great Han ruler is bright, but also cunning, try to be wise and not reckless. Bai Qi smiled after saying that and left in style, looking at the direction where Bai Qi disappeared. Yi Yun stopped and pondered. Although the history is different, the monarch of the Han dynasty today is still Han Gaozu Liu Bang. It is just that Liu Bang established the Han dynasty, but he was not forced to behead the White Snake in revolt. On the contrary, he was helped by the White Snake to establish the Han dynasty. This White Snake, rumored to be the ancient White Emperor descendants, Liu Bang accidentally saved, got the White Emperor inheritance, a breakthrough quasi-imperial cultivation, so far the consolidation of the kingdom. In the court, although there is no Chu Han dispute, but Han Xin, Xiao He, Zhan Liang, the three masters of the early Han dynasty still exists. Let's not talk about whether this mission to the Great Han will be directly against Liu Bang, or against any of these three Jia. Yi Yun had a headache, and for a while his thoughts were like tangled fish lines. Why don't we bring Xiang Yu with us? Perhaps there is still the so-called predestined suppression? Yi Yun muttered a sentence, but it was more or less a big disease. After chanting, Yi Yun suddenly froze, then clapped his hands. I forgot to ask Bai Qi how to suppress Xiang Yu's rampage. Bai Qi's sentence "all the world can be killed" in the front of the hall can fully explain that Bai Qi and Xiang Yu are exactly the same kind of people, and Bai Qi not only overcame this difficulty, but his cultivation level was even at the level of a quasi-emperor, indicating that he had full experience. It's just that now that Bai Qi is leaving, he can only ask again afterward. I hope nothing goes wrong on this mission to the Great Han. Without realizing it, Yi Yun set a flag. After the boat ride and the tongue lashing in front of the temple, when he arrived at the mansion, Yi Yun collapsed and slept until the next morning. After breakfast, the butler, Lao Lu, hurried in the door. Master, early this morning, received many congratulatory gifts. This, whether to accept or not, a congratulatory gift? Yi Yun was stunned, then reacted that these gifts were mostly sent by those small characters who saw the wind in their sails, and this was also confirmed after inquiring. When he encountered something annoying early in the morning, Yi Yun became impatient. My hallowed immortal Qin state master, rich and noble can't eat, poor and lowly can't move, mighty and powerful can't bend, all of them are backed up for me. These words, said impassioned, the old road face skin twitching, but also dare not say anything, so he told the sound of retreat. But the old road had just reached the door when Yi Yun looked like he had discovered something. Wait, old road, who was just about to go out, was called to a halt and turned his head with a puzzled look on his face. So what? How are the expenses of the house? Overhead? The old road froze, a little confused I should say, because if it were a normal day, Yi Yun would never care about this. But since Yi Yun asked, naturally, he had to answer. Your food and clothing for the month of your lordship is about 300 can, and your subordinates are about 90 or so a month. Ha! The corners of Yi Yun's mouth twitched and the person went numb on the spot. A consistent amount of money is 1 tael of silver, and that's 300 taels a month for him alone? Although the subordinates of the state master's residence are not many, but there are still nearly 30 people a month more than 90 taels. Suddenly, Yi Yun felt as if he was a bit of an extravagant Yazi. What's more bullshit is that Yi Yun's salary for a month is only 300 taels. Old Lu, does our family owe money? Yi Yun cautiously asked a question, but regretted it afterward, as old Lu's eyes averted to the side after hearing it. I owe Drunken Cloud House 1,000 taels. I owe the Cloud Sun Cloth Company 700 taels, and I owe... Stop. Yi Yun hurriedly interrupted, fearing that he would suddenly become hypertensive if he listened on. Yi Yun never thought that the original owner of this body was actually a negative person. No wonder you're unpopular everywhere you go. Master, this gift, Old Road asked with a tentative opening. Ahem, as the old saying goes, a great man can bend but not break. Yi Yun's voice came to an abrupt end as the crust was too hot. Lao Lu understood and left straight away. Yi Yun was also unable to stay at home and rushed to the Ministry of Rites. Being delayed by this, when Yi Yun arrived at the place, he saw the black-faced Li Si at a glance. The master of the state is truly a man of the day. The moment he saw Yi Yun, Li Si directly opened his taunt. Sorry, got a little delayed. After all, he was late, and Yi Yun could not afford to put up a stink face to retort. It was rare for Yi Yun not to be a prick, and this attitude made it hard for Li Si to continue making mockery, shaking his head before walking ahead to lead the way. Concerning the mission to the Great Han, Li Si had been preparing for it since yesterday, and letting Yi Yun come today was just a way for Yi Yun to recognize him. The first to be introduced was a refined middle-aged man named Xiaoying, who had experience in many missions to the 6 countries, and served as the deputy envoy of this mission. State Master, Although this mission was ordered by His Majesty, going on a mission to another country is not child's play, so please be careful with your words. When he said this, Rhys had a serious face with no personal feelings the entire time. Ian naturally also understands that the exchanges between the two countries, a screw-up will have to trigger a war. This responsibility, Ian cannot bear. Only after seeing Ian's attitude, did Li Si put away his seriousness? And, after a pause, Li Si waved his hand for Chao Ying to go down, before whispering in Ian's ear, what the State Master said before. Is it true? What was said before? Ian froze, then reacted that Li Si was referring to those 6 countries' intelligence. That's natural. How can the system's news be false? Receiving Ian's reply with conviction, Li Si narrowed his eyes slightly. In that case, the purpose of this mission to the Great Han is not so simple. Not innocent? Ian froze again, but seeing Li Si frowning, he suddenly realized that it seemed that Ing Zhang's decree had indeed not stated the purpose. Thinking about it now, when Ing Zhang first talked about the Battle of Qincheng, followed by his mission to the Great Han, he had a preconceived notion that he was discussing the aftermath of the war with the Great Han. Rhys mentioned it that way. It seems. What ministerly means is that His Majesty is asking me to investigate the alliance of 6 nations? The monarch's intention is to be carefully scrutinized. Master of the state, take care of yourself. Li Si sucked in his breath, patted Ian's shoulder in a rare moment, and left straight away. But this shot from Li Si made Ian's face a bit ugly in truth. This fucking is 9 times out of 10. That means, this mission, there is a possibility of not returning? Hasty. Nope. When I asked you to help, you agreed so quickly? It's a pitiful thing to do. Ouch, I'm going. Li. In such a moment of concentration, where was there any shadow of Li Si? Yun was instantly furious. But now that the matter has come to a head, Ing Zhang is already in seclusion, so there is no place for him to resist the decree. In desperation, Yun could only turn around and walk into the Ministry of Rites to find Chao Ying. Lord Chao, may I add to the list of candidates for the legation? Yun confused Chao Ying with his first sentence. Lord State Master is the main ambassador. Naturally he has the right to set the candidate. That's good. Pack up and depart for Qing City immediately. Receiving the answer, Ian breathed a sigh of relief and without further ado, he turned around and left, heading straight to the barracks. This mission was full of dangers, and although he had obtained a Saint temporary talisman because of the Battle of Qincheng, the time was too short, and it was estimated that he would not be able to kill his way back to immortal Qin. The envoys were a group, but that was all arranged by Li Si. Just because this guy found out the problem and didn't say anything earlier, Yun wouldn't dare to leave his back to these people. For insurance purposes, in addition to the mandatory Xiang Yu, Yun was also prepared to bring the deer farm as well. Because of Ing Zhang's decree and the fact that Bai Qi was in charge of the 3 armies, there was no obstacle to the transfer of the deer farm. By the way, it also delayed the departure of Xiang Yu, the general of the front line. Backward, after receiving the deer farm, the legation arrived at the head of Jiangsan land on a transport ship in great numbers. Although there was no phone call, the news that Yun had become the Lord of Qincheng and that the land of Qincheng had been returned to the people had already spread through the streets. As soon as Yun landed on the ground, he was warmly embraced by the people, and the first one, naturally, was Qi Lu. Seeing Qi Lu, Yun then remembered that he had promised Qi Lu that he would go against Han Xian to save Qi Lu's granddaughter. Now think about it, this Qi Lu as if he had already counted on him to go on a mission to the Great Han. At that moment, Yun felt even more that this old man was not simple. What's more terrible, the people of Qincheng, but also Qi Lu elected as the people's representative, followed the envoys into the city's main residence. Lord of the city, about the return of the people of the land. Just after sitting down, Qi Lu asked, which caused Yun to tickle the corner of his mouth. Didn't the old man already have plans? So why bother asking? Yun's words were more or less cynical, but Qi Lu pretended not to understand and laughed. Since that's the case, then the old man will take care of this afterthought for the state master. After saying that and arching his hand, he left the city lord's mansion. City master, state master. Qi Lu's successive addresses caused Yun to sneer in his heart. Qi Lu's phrase to solve the worries, in Yun's ears, became a complete blackmail. This old man doesn't look like a good person. Wisdom appeared on Xiang Yu's rough face, causing Yun to raise an eyebrow. It doesn't matter. Qincheng is the Qincheng of immortal Qin. The waves, they can't turn up. Xiang Yu froze, then nodded approvingly. I'm going to accompany you on a mission to the Great Han? Naturally, you're my vassal. Shouldn't you keep me safe? Xiang Yu was unable to refute Yun's words, and he even heard the different meaning of the word vassal. Can you bring Xiang Yu on this mission? Bringing fish? Xiang Yu's words made Yun a bit confused and asked with a puzzled face. There's a supply wagon team following along the way. Why do we need to bring fish? Once Yun said this, he in turn confused Xiang Yu, and it took him a long time to react, and he was really furious. I'm not talking about the fish I eat. I'm talking about the man. Name of Yu. Embarrassed. Yun's face jerked, and now he also reacted to who Xiang Yu was talking about. Yun hurriedly coughed to hide his embarrassment. Cough. You guys hooked up so quickly? What just got better? Xiang Yu frowned with a puzzled face, obviously not quite understanding what Yun meant. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Yun hastily shook his head, and after a little consideration, said, this mission to the Great Han is full of dangers, and I'm afraid that bringing a female family member is a bit of a nah. Yun finished and gave Xiang Yu a you-know-what look. This is not a problem. Yuji's cultivation is not high, but her hands are very good. She can protect herself and incidentally can protect you. Xiang Yu's words were said with a seriousness, but after Yun heard them, he felt a pang of displeasure in his heart. Wait, Yuji? Oh, after saving her earlier and understanding that I recognized her as a righteous sister, she took my surname. With Xiang Yu's explanation, Yun was numb on the spot. It just occurred to me that Xiang Yu is a G surname. Xiang's name is Yu. Nice guy. So that's where Yuji's G came from? What's that saying? About lovers becoming brother and sister? Yun had an odd expression on his face and looked at Xiang Yu with more or less sympathy. A sympathetic look that made Xiang Yu uncertain. Lord City Lord, General Deer and Lord Chaoying seek an audience. It was at this moment that the voice of an underling came from outside the door. Just after entering the city, Yun sent Deerfield to the barracks, while Chaoying was arranging for the envoys, thinking that things were done. Let them in. Yun called out, then turned his head and said to Xiang Yu, this matter of going on an envoy still depends on the individual's wishes, so go and ask first. After hearing this, Xiang Yu pondered a little and nodded his head to leave without saying much. Master of the state, you two have worked hard. How are the arrangements coming along? After a quick greeting, Yun went straight to the point. Kaba and Asahi looked at each other the same way. Kaba nodded first and Asahi stepped forward. The residence of the legation has already been arranged, and it can depart at any time after the state master arranges matters in the city. Yun nodded his head after hearing this. It was time to say no. Having an experienced person in place did save the day, so he turned his gaze to the deer farm. State master, this side of the barracks is a little. The deer field had a hesitant face, and there was also some resentment in the hesitation, which made Yun frown, and his good mood instantly disappeared, and he also had a bad premonition. Go ahead. I'll top it. Cough. In the Battle of Qinchang, the city guards were killed and wounded, and the troops that were previously guarding the border were also crippled, so now we can only petition for more troops. But, at this point, Kaba paused, the resentment on his face becoming more and more obvious. It was an expression that Yun understood at a glance. No troops? Deerfield nodded helplessly, and Yun could not help but let out a cold laugh. Border towns, no matter what dynasty or generation, once captured, as long as the brain is not sick, will be the first time to send heavy guards, and now no troops are being sent. Prince Supervisor, did you mention it to the War Department? It was mentioned, and the message in reply was, no decree. Yun rubbed his forehead and felt a headache. A moment without words. The atmosphere of the scene is a bit depressing. Chaoying perceived the words, so he opened his mouth. Master of the country, the next official has something to say. I do not know when to speak or not to speak. Tell me about it. Has the state master ever thought about his majesty's purpose in making the state master the lord of this Qing city? The purpose of Lord Run? Yun froze and was just about to shake his head when he suddenly had a flash of light. The first decree of Yingzhang was that the crown prince should supervise the state. Hu Hai's ability is mediocre, but with Zhao Gao as the source of trouble, without Yingzhang's suppression, he will surely cause chaos in the court. The purpose of the second decree, letting Bai Qi supervise the army, is to restrain Hu Hai. As long as the military is stable, the kingdom will be stable. But even if Bai Qi constraints, from the point of view of never sending troops to Qingcheng garrison, the surface may be calm, secretly estimated to have long been rough waves. Do you mean that His Majesty sent me here to Qing City and on a mission to the Great Han for the purpose of protecting me? After Yun finished his question, he looked at Chaoying, who saw it and smiled without saying a word. Yun could not help but narrow his eyes. Chaoying had the experience of traveling to many countries, and could be said to know the official world's deception as well as credibility. Kaba, who had been silent all this time, suddenly had a look of realization. Master of the state, do you think there's a possibility that His Majesty, in making you lord of the city, is actually trying to get you to build your own army? When Yun heard this, he was first stunned, then he sucked in a breath of cool air. Elsewhere, city lords can't have private soldiers. Even the city guards are dispatched by the military department. But this border. With this in mind, Yi Yun took it a step further. If Li Si's speculation was true, and the apparent mission to the Great Han was actually to investigate the alliance of the 6 countries, or even to dismantle it, then this trip would take at least a few years. Although Hu Hai was the supervisor of the state, his hands could not reach out to the 6 states, let alone Zhaogao. That meant that during these few years, Yi Yun, was relatively safe. And after a few years, Hu Hai and Bai Qi also fight about the same, and then Yi Yun returns, and then clean up the mess? Nice guy. Thinking carefully, Yi Yun was stunned by his guess and could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. At the same time, for the first time, he clearly felt what it meant to be an emperor's mind. Kamba, who was contacted by the War Department. Yi Yun suddenly asked a question, and after Deerfield froze, he hurriedly answered that it was Bai Qi who had contacted him. Sure enough, Yi Yun said darkly, and then looked his head toward Chaoying. On the side of the envoys, how long can they stay at most? The provisions brought by itself are sufficient for half a month's rations, but if you stay in the city. The latter words were not said by Chaoying, but Yi Yun also understood that as long as there was money, he could stop as long as he wanted. That's true, but now several days have passed since Hua Ziwei's defeat and return to the court. No one can say if the Great Han will stop there or if they will advance again. The matters related to the legation will trouble Lord Chao. The state master is polite. This is what I should do. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Chaoying smiled faintly and bowed, and when he saw Yi Yun nod, he turned to leave. When Chaoying left, Yi Yun looked at Deerfield and asked, how many people are left in Xingqing's special forces? Kamba froze. There aren't a lot of special forces staffing, only 20 in total. XX. Yi Yun frowned and asked again, this special force, under whose jurisdiction? Of course it's the city lord. Deerfield froze, then realized, I'll get in touch right away. Deerfield also left when he finished speaking, leaving Yi Yun alone in his chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically. Not a moment later, an inquiry from an underling came from outside the door, and Yi Yun's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Let them in. My lord, Yu Ji has been brought here. My daughter Yu Ji, meet the lord. As soon as they entered, the two of them saluted Yi Yun. It's just the lord. Xiang Yu as a vassal. Call lord is nothing, but Yu Ji is now only Xiang Yu's righteous sister, not his wife. While Yi Yun's side was still struggling with the title, Xiang Yu gave Yu Ji a wink. My lord, my daughter has the audacity to follow my lord on his mission to the Great Han. Ha, oh no, that won't do. It switched to 3 emotions in a row, finally settling on a shake of the head. Xiang Yu, who was on the side, saw Yi Yun shaking his head and became anxious on the spot. Lord, didn't you say that it's fine as long as Yu Ji herself is willing? I said I'd ask her if she wanted to do it first. I didn't say yes if she did? Yi Yun's words caused Xiang Yu to choke, and upon careful recollection, it seems that Yi Yun indeed did not agree. Xiang Yu's reaction convinced Yu Ji of Yi Yun's words and she lowered her head with a disappointed face. If Yu Ji won't go, then I won't go either. WTF? Yi Yun looked up and saw Xiang Yu's resolute face with more or less threatening emotions, and immediately had a feeling of having beeped a dog. Sure you're just brother and sister? Yi Yun spat in his heart, but his face suddenly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Fine, if you don't want to go, then you won't go. The sudden change in Yi Yun's attitude instead caught Xiang Yu off guard, and when he wanted to say something, he realized that Yi Yun had already said his words to death. Xiang Yu really didn't think through this trip to Han. If he didn't follow, no cultivation of Yi Yun can be said to be 10 deaths. How would agree not to let him accompany the protection? Lord, Yu Ji. Xiang Yu had just opened his mouth, but Yi Yun called Yu Ji's name, and the latter hurriedly responded after hearing this. If I asked you to set up an intelligence squad to take care of assassinations on the side, how sure would you be? After Yi Yun's words were asked, the scene fell into silence. To be exact, it was Xiang Yu and Yu Ji who were both confused and did not know how to react. After a long half-day, Yu Ji hurriedly opened her mouth. The training that my daughter has received since she was a child is to spy on intelligence, but to ask my daughter to be in command. This, Yu Ji's voice got smaller and smaller, and it was obvious that she was running out of steam. Such an obvious attitude, but Yi Yun acted as if he didn't see it and said faintly, I believe you can do well. With this sentence, Yi Yun was completely in a commanding tone, causing Xiang Yu Bangbu, who was on the side, to freeze. Lord, Yu Ji is only 20 years old, how can you? Yu Ji, after the intelligence team is established, you will immediately set off for Dahan. Before I get to Dahan, I need enough information without fail. Xiang Yu's words were still interrupted before he finished, and this time, Yi Yun was giving a direct order. This order directly shook Xiang Yu straight into a daze. How is this suddenly going to send you to Dahan? From the expressions of the two men, Yun could tell what was on their minds, and without beating around the bush, he directly stated his earlier guesses. After listening to Yun's words, Yuji did not need to say much. Being an intelligence work herself, she could see right through it. Understand to understand, but it is because of the understanding, the same feeling of huge pressure. However, this was Yun's order, and Yuji could only lead the order with her head. Well, then you go to Deerfield. He'll know what to do. After saying this, Yun waved his hand, and after Yuji glanced at Xiang Yu, she answered yes in a low voice and turned around to leave. As soon as Yuji left, Yun looked at Xiang Yu with a smirking expression, making Xiang Yu look very embarrassed. Are you still going now? It's not bullshit. Xiang Yu was speechless, but then he frowned gently, revealing a contemplative look. Xiang Yu's sudden contemplation caused Yun to raise an eyebrow, and with interest showing on his face, he couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to say?" Hearing Yun's question, Xiang Yu only hesitated slightly before replying, "Lord, I am not questioning your analysis. It is just that, once you raise private soldiers, will it fall on deaf ears? Amount." The expression on Yun's face froze. Xinjiang is after all a border gate. Once a private army guards it, it will inevitably be suspected of collaborating with the enemy, and then it will become a way to take the death of Qin and Han when they don't please both sides. This next addition from Xiang Yu caused Yun's heart to be shocked, and at the same time, he was overjoyed. Xiang Yu has awakened the physique of the king of Western Chu? Suddenly, Yun hastily looked at Xiang Yu with the true dragon phase technique and saw a dormant golden dragon. That's a good sign. Suddenly, Yun's heart produced clarity. History records that in the Chuhan dispute, Xiang Yu failed because he was cynical and headstrong, and did not behead Lu Bang at the Hongmen banquet, resulting in the final defeat of the army and killing himself on the Wujiang River. But now, by some coincidence, Xiang Yu has become Yun's vassal, single-mindedly devoted to the Lord, perfectly avoiding all shortcomings. Then what do you think? What should we do now? Yun's face showed anticipation. Xiang Yu thought for a moment and spoke. It's not feasible to set up an organized force, so we can only set up a militia battalion. Militia battalion. Yun narrowed his eyes as a candidate popped up in his mind. Men, summon Qi Lu to the city lord's mansion. Yun shouted, and the subordinates outside the door hurriedly took orders. But Xiang Yu could not help but frown. Lord, are you preparing to make this man the head of the militia? I'm afraid it's a bit. Xiang Yu has always been a bit distrustful of this old man, Qi Lu, and always felt that this old man is not like a good person. The most important thing at the moment is to arrange everything in Xinjiang as soon as possible, and to send out a mission to the Han to prevent the Han from sending troops again. As for Qi Lu, Yun hemmed and hawed. There is more or less some popularity in this Qing city that can be quickly unified, plus he begged me to save his granddaughter. That's his handle. Unconsciously, Yun had also gradually substituted into the role of a national teacher, and his way of thinking, too, drew closer towards power and strategy. As for Xiang Yu, after hearing this, he could only nod his head and stop commenting, standing aside and quietly waiting for Qi Lu's arrival. Not a moment later, Zilu arrived. An old, glowing face. I, Qi Lu, have met Lord City Master. I wonder what Lord City Master commands. As soon as he entered, Qi Lu made a big salute and put his posture extremely low. This lowly stance made Yun frown. Looking at the current Qi Lu, it always felt like he was looking at Zhao Gao. Raising an eyebrow, Yun said, I summoned you here to ask you, if you were to set up and command a militia battalion to be in charge of the city's defense, how certain are you? When Yun finished speaking, Qi Lu could not help but freeze, falling into thought after a moment. Qi Lu did not reply at first, so Yun was naturally in no hurry. Instead, he utilized his true dragon phase technique and stared at Qi Lu without moving. He had just looked at Xiang Yu with the true dragon phase technique, making him suddenly realize the wonderful use of the true dragon phase technique. Those like Ying Zhang who have already become emperors are purple and gold dragons, while those like Hu Hai and Xiang Yu who have the appearance of emperors are golden dragons, and those like Zhao Gao who have second thoughts, are black dragons. If Qi Lu is the black dragon, Yun narrowed his eyes, his killing aura showing. Dare I ask the city lord how many militia battalions are established? Qi Lu, who had been thinking for a moment, opened his mouth and asked about the number of people in the first sentence, not noticing Yun's abnormality in the slightest. On the issue of establishment, Yun did not quite understand, so he glanced at Xiang Yu, who immediately understood. In terms of establishment, there is no need to consider the Mingwu realm, the Mingxin Mingqi mingling spirit realm, 3,000 each. With Xiang Yu's words, not to mention Qi Lu being confused, even Yun was confused. Oh, boy, is this what the king of the West has in mind? Immortal Qin's land is vast and vast, The 3000 bright heart realm is considered to be a small problem. 3000 bright chi realm, hard to put together, can also be reached. But these 3000 bright spirit realm, wouldn't that be, well, a bit much? Ian tugged at the corner of his mouth and asked what Qi Lu did not dare to ask. It's not too much. The previous attack on Qing City was a surprise attack, but it failed. And if it is to be repeated, it will never be just 3,000 men. Xiang Yu's words were reasonable and relevant, and Ian shut up on the spot. Ian's silence was tantamount to acquiescence, and his expression of "you do as you see fit" caused the corners of Qi Lu's mouth to twitch. Lord City Lord, where does that military pay for conscription come from? Military pay. This time it was Ian's turn to have the corners of his mouth twitch. He didn't know much about the War Department, but he'd gossiped with Kaba about soldiers' pay. The Bright Heart Realm has a monthly rate of 5 guan. The Bright Chi Realm has a monthly rate of 10 guan. And the Bright Spirit Realm has a monthly rate of 50. 3,000 Bright Spirit Realm wages. Simple multiplication. A rough calculation. This January, to more than 200,000 guan. Yun, who had a monthly salary of 300 can, was numb on the spot. This is outrageous. No wonder other cities do not raise private soldiers. This is not dare to raise. Is the dam simply cannot afford to raise well. How about releasing Xinjiang? Ding. Trigger a mission. Set up a militia battalion in Xinjiang to ensure the safety of the people of Xinjiang. Mission accomplished. Reward 3,000 Tongxian Realm Combat Puppets. Ahem. You don't need to worry about the issue of military pay. Go and recruit troops first. Ian resisted the urge to violently beat the system and acted as if he was on cloud 9. After all, he was too young, and this obvious faltering was still seen by Zilu. But Zilu did not say much, nodding his head and then leading the order to leave. Lord, what about you being so rich? I have a shitload of money. Ian couldn't wait to slap Xiang Yu in the face. He also owed a debt outside. It was hard to collect some gifts to fill the hole. 3,000 Tongxian Realm is still a battle puppet that is not afraid of death. You hurry up and check Qingqing's taxes and inventory, and let me know immediately afterward. The tone of Ian's words was serious to the extreme. Xiang Yu naturally didn't dare to touch the bad luck and hurriedly went down to check. Although Xiang Yu was asked to look into it, Ian himself did not have much hope. After all, Xinjiang is a border city, which is a war-prone place. But anyone who has a little bit of money and a little bit of brains will never settle in Xinjiang. This shows that the tax revenue of Xinjiang is, by no means, considered to be much. The only way to raise military pay is to generate revenue. Borderline revenue generation. Ian tapped on the table as he chanted, and within a moment, he could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, because when it comes to generating revenue on the border, his first impression is of an indescribable business, 2 profitable industries, one of which is impossible to realize, but the other, the mortal martial battlefield, ultimately, is still a human versus human battle. Get a compound bow and sell it? According to Ian's understanding, in the mortal martial battlefield, there still existed the soldier type of archers, but because of their cultivation, they used hard bows that were counted by the number of stones. Like Juga crossbows and heavy crossbows haven't been invented yet, let alone improved models with technological colors like compound bows. Maybe, can still make a killing? Thinking about this, Ian immediately had a brilliant idea in his eyes. If it works out, the draft can all be done without money. Ian could no longer sit still and hurriedly had the deer farm brought in. State Master, the special forces have been handed over to UG. Once we met, Deerfield gave a slate of reports. There's no rush on this. Tell me first, with your cultivation, how many stones can you draw a bow with your bare hands? Although he was somewhat immune to Ian's jumpy thinking, Deerfield was still a bit uncomfortable and froze for a long time. At full strength, he should be able to draw a 10-stone bow. 10 stone is probably nearly 500 kilograms. Nice guy. Ian had to sigh once again that the world of immortal cultivation was truly outrageous, but at the same time, he saw the market for compound bows more clearly. Deerfield's cultivation was barely among the half-step Tongxian, but he had to be at full strength to draw the 10-stone bow. But on the battlefield, there is no such thing as a full bloom. For example, in a siege, unless it is a surprise attack, there will have to be one wave after another, and the archers defending the city will have to be on their toes at all times. Once a draw is formed, the archer's energy and stamina are greatly depleted. Compound bows, on the other hand, are designed with mechanics in mind, as the 2-part pulley set greatly reduces physical exertion. It also means, on a real battlefield, being able to block longer and, most importantly, live longer. 3,000 Bright Spirit Realm compound bow archers, how many people can they stop? The corner of Ian's mouth hooked, secretly saying, this is what is called solid as gold. Pass on my order. the capable craftsmen belonging to Qing City, gather at the city lord's mansion immediately, Yun ordered. The deer farm did not dare to delay and went to gather at the first opportunity, because Yun had fulfilled the promise of returning the land. Once this order was given, within half an hour, the city lord's mansion had gathered a large group of skillful craftsmen in a crowd, which really made Yun rejoice for a while. For the following 3 days, Yun had the deer farm open up the materials while he himself was catatonic in his room, calculating various data. When topped with panda eyes, holding a large stack of drawings out the door, Yun shouted towards the sky, the victory of 9 years of compulsory education. Getting Yun's drawings, the production is also synchronized. Over time, the first batch of 100 test pieces out, just in time for the first batch of volunteers to join the army to end the collection. Early in the morning, Yun stood in the schoolyard in high spirits, surveying the approximately 1,000 new recruits in front of him. State Master, the first batch of enlistment, 700 of the Bright Heart Realm, 300 of the Bright Qi Realm, and 10 of the Bright Spirit Realm. After 7 days of recruitment before and after, only 10 Ming Spirit Realms were recruited. Deerfield's heart was indeed not in a good mood. 10? Just right. On the contrary, Yun was very satisfied and even specifically asked the deer farm to pick out those 10 Bright Spirit Realms to stand at the front. Yun's action made everyone uncertain. First of all, what about welcoming all of you to the Qingcheng Militia Battalion and selflessly contributing to Xianqin's border defense? You're all good. At the beginning, Yun followed the example of those pep rallies on TV in his previous life, but it turned out that none of them caught a cold. With no one to support him, Yun was more or less embarrassed and hastily coughed. Gentlemen, next, there will be a test for you, and only after completing it will you be able to enter the Qingcheng militia camp. Finish the test to get in? Yun's words caused many of the new recruits to look at each other, and on most of their faces, there was a wry expression. Most of the first group to join the army were people who had settled in Qingcheng all year round and naturally knew the situation in Qingcheng. They are willing to join the army, partly because their families live in Jiangsong and losing Jiangsong is the same as losing their homes. On the other hand, Qingcheng had just gone through a calamity. The city guards were dead and wounded, and the city's defense was very empty, so enlisting in the army was not a bad way to survive. Adding to the fact that they had more or less heard some rumors, if it wasn't because they were grateful to Yun, they wouldn't have chosen such a high-risk profession as a border warrior. However, now, Yun said that he had to pass the test before he could join the army, which was more or less a bit unpleasant. Recruits in the Bright Mind Realm are fine, and most people in the Bright Qi Realm are okay with it, but the Bright Spirit Realm. The Bright Spirit Realm was after all the main force of the mortal martial battlefield. It was a sought-after commodity wherever it was, and those with outstanding individual abilities could even be used as a junior general like Deerfield. This setting up of a test by Yun caused obvious dissatisfaction to appear on the faces of these 10 people. Lord City Lord, dare I ask, this test, we, the Bright Spirit Realm, have to participate in it as well? There's no shortage of outliers anywhere. The head of the head appeared. Yun heart happy flowers. He was afraid of Xianqin folk simple. No prick. That composite bow propaganda effect can be greatly reduced. Ahem. Then naturally, they all have to participate without discrimination. Only after Yun's words fell did the discontent of these 10 Bright Spirit Realms become even more obvious. Good. Then may I ask Lord City Lord what this test is? If it's too simple, we won't be able to accompany you. The we of the head of the group pulled the remaining 9 people down. But it was clear that the lack of reaction from these 9 people was tantamount to acquiescence. Instead, this caused Yun to raise an eyebrow and look at this outcry with interest. What's your name? I'm not changing my name when I walk. I'm not changing my name when I sit. Cheng Feng is also. Reporting his name, Cheng Feng puffed out his chest, revealing a face of confidence. But in Yun's eyes, it was more or less an enigma. He's the Cheng Feng who slaughtered a tiger with his bare hands. I heard that he can also fight 10 with 1. Invincible under the peak of the Bright Spirit. For a while, comments came from the new recruit square, most of them praising Cheng Feng, which made Cheng Feng extremely flattered. While listening to these arguments, Yun was even happier in his heart, secretly saying that it was just right. Cheng Feng, right, see that slab? After Yun finished speaking, he pointed towards the west, and all the people present all looked in the direction Yun pointed, and sure enough, they saw a wooden platform with a lapis lazuli plate 100 meters away. As long as you can use this 5-stone bow to shoot through a stone slab from 100 meters away, you will be considered qualified. There was a brief silence, followed by the sound of a backward breath. Using a 5-stone bow to shoot through a stone slab 100 meters away was a condition that made these 1,000 recruits under the Ming Spirit Realm beat a retreat on the spot. As for the 10 people of the Ming Spirit Realm, including Cheng Feng, they were all frowning greatly, each calculating in their own minds. with a 5-stone bow. With the chi of the Mingling realm, it was not difficult to pull it open, but it was somewhat difficult to shoot through a target that was 100 meters away. Then look at the slate, but 5 inches square, to hit on the difficulty, but also to shoot through. Lord City Lord, are you sure this isn't a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for us? For a hard time? That's certainly not true. In the face of Chang Feng's question, Ian laughed out faintly and gave Deerfield a look when he finished. Having already discussed this beforehand, Deerfield nodded to himself, and without saying a word picked up the bow on the table and strung it full. There was a buzzing sound, followed by a cracking sound, and in the blink of an eye, a hole suddenly appeared in the stone slab 100 meters away. The whole process was flowing in fast. This result made all the recruits present stare blankly, and then looked at Deerfield with eyes full of admiration. Seeing this, Ian hemmed and hawed. This General Deer is also at the Bright Spirit realm. If he can do it, there's no reason why you guys can't do it, right? Ian said you guys on his lips, but his gaze was fixed on Changfeng, which caused Changfeng's face to twitch. As we all know, anyone who becomes a general is a capable person, and he, Changfeng, is just a citizen of the city, so how can he compare? But having been given a compliment only earlier, admitting defeat at this time would only add to the joke. After a short period of consideration, Changfeng gritted his teeth, stepped forward and picked up the bow, knocked the arrow, tensed his muscles, and pulled a full string in a matter of moments. With this hand, even Yun was not allowed to raise an eyebrow. Beforehand, he had already asked the deer farm, ordinary Bright Spirit realm, can pull open 3-stone bow as not easy? Pull open 5-stone, even the best. The fact that Changfeng was able to pull it off and even fill it up was enough to show that it was indeed a bit capable. Boom! With a soft sound, the arrow left the bowstring and shot towards the stone slab with great speed. Unfortunately, nearing the target, the arrow's trajectory dropped significantly, nailing the floor in front of the table as Changfeng's face changed drastically. TSK, sure is too young. As soon as the result came out, Ian's unceremonious opening taunt instantly caused Changfeng's face to go a shade of green and a shade of white. Unless it's the peak of the Bright Spirit realm like General Deer, it's never possible. And what if I can shoot through it? Ian's words caused the scene to fall into silence. Lord City Lord, are you joking, or are you looking down on me? Obviously, it was not difficult to hear from Chang Feng's tone that there was really a lot of resentment. It was well known that Yun had no cultivation, not to mention a 5-stone bow, and was afraid that he could not even draw a single stone, let alone shoot through a stone slab 100 meters away. Then why don't we make a bet? If I shoot through the stone slab, you'll work here in the militia camp as an odd job man. How about it? Ian had a smirk on his face and an inexplicable confidence, which made Changfeng laugh in anger. Good, I'll bet on it. But what if you can't shoot through it? Perhaps he was overly angry. Changfeng did not even call him Lord City Master. At this, Yun was not too concerned and said with a smile, if the shot is not worn, I will go to your residence to do odd jobs. This, Yun's bet. Not to mention Changfeng, everyone present thought that they had heard it wrong. Yun could not only be the lord of this Qing city, but also the state master of immortal Qin, a division of a nation giving a mop-up to a man whose name is unknown. This, Changfeng was a bit flustered, but things had come to this point, it was completely difficult to ride the tiger, no matter if he should or should not. It seemed like he couldn't get any better. Seeing this, Yun laughed even more happily in his heart, and without saying a word, he picked up the compound bow that had long been prepared by his side and walked 100 meters away. Knock the arrow, draw the bow, and loosen the string. Immediately after that, the off-string arrow instantly disappeared in the crowd's gaze, and before they could react, the stone slab 100 meters away exploded with a bang, sending stone chips flying. The explosion of the stone slab caused everyone's eyes to widen with disbelief. A moment later, almost at the same time, thousands of pairs of gazes looked towards Yun, or to be exact, towards the compound bow in Yun's hand. These people, they're not stupid. Upon discovering this, Yun's pleasure in pretending to be a pimp disappeared. Those who do not want military pay to join my militia battalion, 1 handful each, first come, first served. If you want to say what the people on the border are most concerned about, there is no doubt that it is weapons that can save their lives. Having seen the power of the compound bow with their own eyes, but anyone who could associate it with the battlefield had a full-on gleam in their eyes. Lord City Lord, I, Changfeng, am willing to gamble and accept defeat to work in this militia camp as an odd job man. Changfeng shouted loudly, and with an arrow step, he rushed to Yun, holding his fist and kneeling down on one knee, his eyes scorchingly looking at Yun. Well, good attitude. It's a makeable talent. Yun nodded with satisfaction, and after saying that, he lightly handed the compound bow in his hand to Changfeng. I'm willing to do odd jobs at the militia camp. 2. And me. At this time, where could those 1,000 recruits still sit still? A brain of one knee knelt down and began to swear. Thousands of people took the oath. The scene was spectacular. And after Yun and Deerfield looked at each other, Deerfield quietly gave a thumbs up. By this time, the first soldiers were recruited for the Gyeongsung Militia Battalion, and the legend of the composite bow spread. For the next 3 days, the recruiting office was straight up packed, and those who enlisted in the army, in addition to the locals of Qincheng, even aspirants from neighboring cities, and even from as far as 100 miles away, came in droves. State Master, after counting, there are thousands of Bright Spirit Realm, 7,000 Bright Chi Realm, and the Bright Heart Realm has directly broken 10,000. This, in the city lord's mansion, Deerfield was making a report. His face was ecstatic, but in the ecstasy, there was also worry mixed in. One look at this expression on Deerfield's face. Ian understood what Deerfield's concern was and could not help but laugh lightly. You're worried that if all of them are included, you won't be able to fulfill the promise of a composite bow for all hands? Having been read through Ian's mind, Deerfield did not retort after a moment's pause and nodded. If it's really a handful of them, that's what's going to happen. Xiang Yu, who was standing on the side, spoke such words without waiting for Yun to open his mouth, and these words made Deerfield look puzzled. Xiang Yu is right. Compound bows are not like ordinary hard bows that require a certain amount of chi to use. Even if one is in the Mingwu realm, one can still utilize the maximum power of a compound bow. Ian's words caused Deerfield to nod his head. After all, he had seen with his own eyes earlier that Yun, who had no cultivation, had drawn the composite bow to its full string. But master of the state, with such a powerful weapon, why not increase production and create an invincible army? An invincible division? You are thinking too simply. Yun shook his head then said, the composite bow is powerful and is indeed a sharp weapon, but once it falls into the hands of the enemy. The latter words were not said by Yun, but Deerfield was violently alarmed. Preconceived ideas? In the subconscious mind of the Deerfield, Xianqin army are all invincible, and then with the sharp weapon, it will be invincible. But it hadn't been long since Qingcheng had been taken in a surprise attack by Huaziwei, and it was a bloody fact that Xianqin was not invincible. As Deerfield was thinking, Xiang Yu spoke again. Moreover, the composite bow was made by the Lord, so once it falls into the hands of the enemy, with the Lord's interpersonal skills, it will definitely be bitten back. Only after Xiang Yu finished speaking, Yun was speechless. It's telling the truth, but it's so damn hurtful. That can't satisfy a handful of people. The draft. When Kaba said this, both his expression and tone of voice meant something. Ian naturally understood what Deerfield was referring to, and after pondering for a moment, he spoke. Still according to the original plan. 3,000 for each of the 3 realms. In addition to setting up the 1,000 bow guards and raising 1,000 people. 1,000 bow guard. Xiang Yu and Deerfield froze at the same time. This 1,000 bow guards, as a separate combat unit. To enter the 1,000 bow guards, you must go through layers of screening and participate in the examination, which requires an enrollment fee. Xiang Yu and Deerfield were not stupid people, and once they heard the words entry fee, they immediately understood Yun's intentions. The power of the composite bow is obvious to all. Put on the battlefield. Having a composite bow is equivalent to having an extra life-saving card, which is by no means comparable to gold and silver belongings. This method, if used properly, it's like an empty glove. Go down and get ready when you understand the test program. You should know more than me. Yes. Deerfield nodded and led the way. As the militia camp matter came to an end, Ian looked at Xiang Yu and asked about Yuji's recent situation. In terms of manpower, it follows the previous squad of the special forces, so there's not much of a problem. After listening to Xiang Yu's report, Ian could not help but frown. Before breaking the Qincheng City Guard formation, he had seen those Hans, although their hands were good, but rushing that figure, they were not the material to sneak in. After pondering for a moment, Yun spoke. You tell Yuji to secretly sneak into the Great Han in the near future and recruit some displaced orphans within the Great Han to nurture. Yun's instructions were easy to understand, and Xiang Yu instantly comprehended them. This special unit, given a code name, will be called Aoi. So far, the matters of Qincheng are in order. After conveying Yun's decision, nearly 20,000 people who had signed up for the army ended up leaving only 10,000 behind. On the same day, Yuji set out from Qincheng with her subordinates under the banner of Aoi. It was also at this time that an imperial decree came from within the city lord's residence. Pass on the crown prince's word that State Master Yun has been meritorious in the development of a sharp weapon and will return to the court to receive his reward with immediate effect. After sending away the eunuch who had delivered the decree, Yun sat on the main seat, his fingers continuously tapping on the desktop. Lord, this will. I think there is something wrong. Yun could not help but sneer. Of course there is a problem. This decree, then, was not given by our crown prince. Yun's words caused Xiang Yu to freeze in uncertainty. It's very simple. After all, Hu Hei is the crown prince. The crown prince, coupled with the fact that he had a very unpleasant falling out with me before. How could he possibly give the decree in such a tone of voice? That is, this decree. Yun nodded. This decree, it is extremely likely. I should say that it is absolutely Zhao Gao's false transmission. In his heart, he was sure that this was Zhao Gao's fake transmission of the Imperial decree. Yun's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he recited, "This side of me is not clean ah." The introduction of the composite bao was enough to change the pattern of the mortal martial battlefield, and for something so important, Yun had long since issued a gag order. But in just a few days, Zhao Gao, who was far away in Athen, got the news. After analyzing the circle, Yun stood up. "Let's go. Follow me to the envoy's quarters." Leaving the city lord's mansion, it was already sunset, and coincidentally, the envoys had just had their evening meal, and almost everyone was present. Rather a saving grace. The corner of Yun's mouth hooked as he exchanged pleasantries with Chaoying while sizing up everyone present with the true dragon phase technique. Surveying the situation, Yun suddenly spoke. "Lord Chao, I wish to depart for the Great Han tomorrow. Is there a problem?" Yun's decision was so sudden that Chaoying subconsciously spoke. "Leaving tomorrow? So urgent? What, got a problem?" Yun hooked the corners of his mouth in a smile. At a glance at Yun's expression, Chaoying could not help but feel a pang of hair and hurriedly said, "The legation is always on standby. That is since no problem." "That would be good," Yun said and did not stay much longer. Turning around to leave, just before leaving, his eyes stopped for that brief moment on a tall, thin, middle-aged man with a gloomy face. "Lord, are you suspecting that shady middle-aged man?" Only after going out, Xiang Yu opened his mouth, not skeptical, convinced. Since discovering the wonders of the true dragon phase technique, Yun was now able to see people at a glance. Seeing the confidence on Yun's face, Xiang Yu stopped asking more questions and made a neck-wiping gesture. "Then should we? No need. Making a move now is equal to spooking a snake. After all, this person is also a member of the envoy's mission. A sudden and violent death would be rather indefensible." Yun's words were not unreasonable, so Xiang Yu said no more. "Furthermore, if I get this man killed now, Zhao Gao might use some damaging tricks against me." With the true dragon phase method, Yun was not worried about the presence of traitors around him. The only thing he was worried about was the unknown. "Hungry, what do you want to eat?" "My treat, 10 bowls of noodles and 2 pounds of beef." While Yun was being viciously slaughtered by Xiang Yu, in the envoy's quarters, the shady middle-aged man was writing furiously in his room. A few moments later, he tied the written note to the carrier pigeon and went to the window to release it. After doing this, the shady middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, stood by the window and thought for a moment, then returned to the tabletop and lifted his pen. Once the letter was written and put into an envelope, the shady middle-aged man opened the door, but just as he stepped out, he bumped into someone head-on. "Su Tan, going out this late?" "Oh, Lord Chao, it's like this. The state master suddenly ordered to depart tomorrow, and in some haste, he repaired a letter from home." Facing Chaoying head-on, Su Tan was really scared enough, but at least he had prepared his words beforehand. "Well, that's heartfelt. Go and come back soon." Naturally, Su Tan made a bow and left with quick steps. "Didn't the family send it long ago?" Looking at Su Tan's back, Chaoying couldn't help but frown, an indescribably abrupt feeling rising. But in the end, Chaoying just shook his head and smoothly closed the door to Su Tan's room. Halfway through closing the door to the room, a silver light suddenly flashed in front of Chaoying's eyes, and as soon as she looked down, she saw an object. What is this?" Bending down and picking up the object, he took a look at it by the moonlight and realized that it was a small token with the word wolf engraved on it. Seeing the word wolf, a picture suddenly flashed in Chaoying's mind, and his face changed even more drastically, and a horrible thought came up. Taking a deep breath, Chaoying carefully put the token away and quickly left the envoy's quarters. "Nice guy, that's a hell of a meal you've got there." Ian opened his mouth and stared blankly at the empty bowls that had been stacked 3 feet high beside Xiang Yu. His entire body went numb. However, to Ian's surprise, Xiang Yu just lightly said poor in literature and rich in martial arts, and then continued to eat. The corner of Ian's mouth twitched. "Do you have some misunderstanding of the term poor literature and rich martial arts?" Before the words were finished, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chaoying rushing up the stairs in a panicked state, and when he realized Ian's location, his face immediately revealed delight. "Master of the state, I've finally found you. Look at this." Before Yun could open his mouth to ask, Xiaoying took the first step and pulled out the token from his pocket. What the hell is this? The token of the Wangan walled city. Wangan's high? Yun was stunned and filled with doubt, while Xiang Yu, who was eating deliciously, put his bowl down after hearing this. You mean, the Wangan fortress that was stationed at Luchi Mountain at the border of Qin and Han? Exactly. Xiaoying nodded, but at the same time, noticing Yun's continued confusion, he opened his mouth to explain to Yun. Wangan's high originated 100 years ago, when the two countries, Qin and Han, ended centuries of rivalry and signed a peace treaty. Without the war, the disabled veterans after the war between the two countries, is also equivalent to no livelihood, so these disabled veterans in order to live, so they fall into the grass as a bandit, in the Luchi Mountain to establish a mountain fortress. At first, it was just a hidden world to make a living, but after a few decades, the descendants of the veterans were no longer satisfied with the status quo and began to hit on the caravans trading in the two countries. Less than 20 years before and after, it became the infamous Wanganshai. Because of the border between the two countries, both Qin and Han do not want to send troops to conquer, which makes the Wanganshai more and more rampant. Rapid development. The current head of the great fortress, relying on the plundered resources, the strength has even reached the royal sky realm. The bandits under his command, hundreds of Xuanwu level, Xuanwu under the reach of 10,000 people. After hearing this news, Yun was secretly shocked. With the size of this Wangan walled city, if they poured out their nests, they were afraid that they could even take down Xingcheng. This token, where did it come from? Back to the state master. It was found in Su Tan's room. Su Tan? After Xiaoying's explanation, Yun also knew that this Su Tan was the shady middle-aged man. I didn't expect to reveal a break in myself before I even made a move. Yun laughed softly at his words, causing Xiaoying to be a bit dazed. And just as he was about to ask a question, Yun spoke up first, asking the two to follow him back to the envoy's quarters. The moon's shadow was sparse, and the noisy city of Qing was quiet, and just as quiet, so was the envoy's quarters, and such a quiet atmosphere, but was a sound of the door to break. By the light of the moon, we'll open the door to clear this person. It is to go and return to the Su Tan. It was just that at this moment, Su Tan's brows were furrowed, and he was still a bit chagrined and flustered. Lord Su, it took so long to send a letter from home. Your body isn't working either. Who? The silence was suddenly broken, which really startled Su Tan, and when he looked up, he saw Yun's smiling face. At another glance, Yun stood beside Xiang Yu and Xiaoying, and behind him, the envoys belonged to the mission. Not a single one. So it's Mr. State Master. This is. Resisting his panic, Su Tan barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Only this smile, however, was instantly frozen. This was because he saw that Yun was using his finger and flinging a silver-colored token. How could Lord Su be so careless as to send a family letter and even forget the token? Yun first voice. Su Tan also realized that any explanation is pale. Without saying anything, his feet stepped down and flew back to prepare to seize the door out. Just as there was a movement, Xiang Yu's figure beside Yun also disappeared in synchronization, followed by a popping sound in front of the door. Tongxian. After the explosion, Xiang Yu's explosive shout was heard, and when he looked at the field again, Xiang Yu's right hand was involuntarily trembling. And this Tongxian of his caused everyone in the legation to show their panic. No one would have expected that Su Tan, who usually spent time together and did not show off, was actually at the Tongxian realm. Humph, since the matter has been revealed, none of the present will want to live. After Su Tan finished speaking, a cruel smile appeared on his face, and his tall and thin body expanded even more instantly. With a stabbing sound, the top burst open, revealing a muscular body. This outburst raises the bright spirit realm peak of Xiang Yu. Caught off guard was immediately shaken away, and the legion side, Yun, who bore the brunt of the attack, suddenly had his pupils shrink violently. Protect the state master. With a loud shout, Xiaoying rushed to Yun with a single step and opened his arms. However, Xiaoying was a civil official, and his strength was only at the Mingqi realm, so he couldn't stop Su Tan of the Tongxian realm. How dare you? Xiang Yu's eyes widened as he cracked the floor with one foot and rushed towards Yun with great speed. However, halfway through his charge, he stopped in place extremely abruptly, as Su Tan had already strangled Yun's throat. Su Tan's face was all ferocious as he bellowed, "Don't even come over. If you go any further, I'll strangle him to death." The situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and Xiaoying, who had at least seen the world, was the first to calm down. Su Tan, don't do anything foolish, not to mention killing the state master. If you even injure half of it, there's no place for you in heaven or on earth. These words, if it was an ordinary person, might have had some effect, but Su Tan laughed out loud when he heard them. The orders from above are to die with a corpse. Plus, with you guys, I'm perfectly capable of silencing you. Su Tan's words spoke of reality, and after saying so, the scene fell into silence. This one small episode was short, but the panicked Yun counted on calming down and slightly inclined his head to look at Su Tan. Because of the closest, Yun keenly discovered that under Su Tan's ferocity, there is still ambition buried? Yun frowned slightly, but before he had time to think about it, he felt himself flying. Master of the state, guards, guards! Hearing Chao Ying's urgent cry, Yun then reacted, and Su Tan took advantage of the empty space between the words regaling the crowd to grab him and scale the wall, and for the first time in the air, Yun subconsciously struggled. Sensing Yun's struggles, Su Tan said in a cold voice, "You'd better not move. I won't save you if you fall from this. It's an instinctive reaction, unless you knock me out." Makes sense. Bang! With a soft sound, Yun rolled his white eyes and fainted magnificently. Without Yun struggling, Su Tan flipped his hand and changed his grip to a shoulder, speeding up once again. By the time Deerfield received the news and brought his troops, Su Tan had long since tumbled out of the city gates and disappeared into the night. "What are you waiting for? Come on, let's go!" On the city wall, Chao Ying's face was pale and full of anxiety, and even in his mind, the image of his own decapitation had already popped up. The matter was so important that there was no need for Chao Ying to urge him on, and Deerfield had already turned on his horse and was ready to rush out of the city. But just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Xiang Yu, and Deerfield's face immediately changed. "General Xiang, what do you mean by this? What do you mean?" Xiang Yu snorted coldly and looked towards the pressurized group of people behind Deerfield. "With all the fanfare, are you going to rescue people, or to fight bandits?" The moment Xiang Yu finished his words, the deer farm was flabbergasted. Although the time was short, he also knew Su Tan's identity, and Xiang Yu was right. If he brought his army to chase after him, it might really turn into a bandit war. Seeing that Deerfield is understanding, Xiang Yu thought briefly before saying, "The whole city is on alert in case the tiger is transferred. On the Lord's side, I will go after him. Tweak the tiger and leave the mountain?" Suddenly, the deer farm broke out in a cold sweat. At the critical moment, Xiang Yu was unusually calm, but the truth is that Xiang Yu was completely overthinking. On Luchi Mountain, Yun was brought to the main hall of the Wangan walled city, where a mediocre-looking but imposing strong man sat on the main seat. This person is the big boss of Wangan village, Yen Chu. At first sight of Yun, Yen Chu frowned greatly and vocalized a rebuke to Su Tan, only to nod after Su Tan explained a few sentences. "Pour awake." Upon receiving the order from Yen Quan, a big and burly man contained a mouthful of wine and nonchalantly sprayed Yun head over heels. "Where does this smell like alcohol?" Hiss. Yun turned awake and felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, and after a long time of slowing down, he was able to see the scene in front of him, and instantly realized where he was. "Su Tan, didn't you say secret assassination? Why did you show up in a dignified manner?" At the first words out of his mouth, the entire main room froze, and Su Tan was the first to react, and his face turned pale. "Bastard, what are you babbling about?" Yun frowned as impatience appeared on his face. "That's just it, since you're choosing to go head-to-head. Let's hurry up and get it over with." Only after Yun had said this did the entire hall instantly become tense, with everyone's faces staring at Su Tan with a wary death glare. "Big boss, don't listen to him. I am. Enough." Speech drain droned out while waving his hand for the people in the hall to retrieve their weapons before landing his gaze on Yun. It is said that immortal Qin State Master Yun is a treacherous person who sells his name and reputation. Selling his name and reputation is not clear, but this piece of treachery is considered to be a sight to behold. "Big boss" is flattering. It's just to stay alive. As the words fell, Yun and Yen K's gazes collided in the air, sending out invisible sparks. After a few moments, Speech Drain let out a light laugh. "You're not afraid of death?" Yun smiled faintly. "Of course I'm afraid. After all, I'm poor, unlike Xiao Gao who can spend money to buy his life." As soon as Yun's words were finished, Yen Chu frowned, and this frown was enough to show that Xiao Gao was indeed behind it. Then a careful thought. Wanganshai is in the junction of the two countries of Qin and Han. If you want to do it, it is bound to be on the way of the mission to Wanganshai's strength. What a ruthless tactic. Now that you know, what last words do you have to give? As he was thinking about it, Yen Xiu opened his mouth, and when Yun heard it, he couldn't help but shake his head and laughed. "You won't kill me." Speech Drain narrowed his eyes after hearing this and revealed a cruel smile. "Are you so sure? Unless, of course, you don't want the drawings for the compound bow." Yun's face was calm, while Su Tan beside him was like he had eaten Xiang. "How do you know?" "Simple. With your strength, you can still leave unharmed after killing me at the legation's compound." but you chose to capture me alive. So you must have something to ask for. Ian hemmed and hawed and took a look around. Wanganjai has been famous for a long time. The power is comparable to the army, but it is a bandit. Big boss. These years, not good, right? Speech Drain's eyes narrowed. His murderous aura showing, and with this killing aura revealed, it precisely also proved that Yun was telling the truth. In recent years, there is no war, both Xian Qin or Han, every 3 to 5 to eliminate a bandit. Although the Wanganzai force is comparable to the army, but every time they fight, always die a little bit of people. Perennial past. This resentment is naturally day by day bigger, and I developed the composite bow. The power is needless to say. Once the Wanganjai is fully armed, not only can it easily repel the armies of the two countries, but it can even establish itself as the king. Big boss. Yun paused and turned his gaze towards Yanquan. I wonder if I'm right or wrong in this guess. Speech Drain took a deep breath and suddenly burst out laughing. Where is this still speculation? It speaks the exact truth. Since the State Master understands, let's talk about the price. Straight up bargaining? The fact that the speech canal was so direct in turn caused Ian to freeze, but at the same time as he froze, it also occurred to him that the situation in Wangan Walled City might be more severe than he had imagined. In that case, Big Boss is quick to talk. I like it. So, a compound bow sells for 1,000 taels. As the words fell, the entire hall went silent. Bastard, 1,000 taels a hand. Why don't you go and rob it? It's darker than all of us. Su Tan, who was standing beside Yun, instantly turned red with anger, and after yelling, he grabbed Ian's collar and raised his hand to fight. Su Tan was Tong Xian, and in his anger, the force was a bit too much, and Yun had a bit of trouble breathing. Don't make a move. Don't you understand the principle of paying back what you've paid for? You fucking. Su Tan, stop. Yansu spoke out to stop Su Tan, and the latter endured and endured before withdrawing his hand with a cold snort. Then, Master E, what's the minimum price to give? Speech Drain's face was calm. No joy or anger could be seen, but his left hand kept fiddling with the ring on his right hand. Could this be a storage ring? Thinking about it, Yansu was at least a sky realm. Having a storage ring seemed reasonable, but, odds are it's a steal. But this was not the point. The point was, the real intention of the Speech Drain touching the storage ring. Is it a matter of seriously thinking about how much to buy the compound bow for? Or once the price is not satisfactory? Unable to determine the true intentions of the Speech Drain, Yun fell into silence. Ian's silence caused Yenshu to narrow his eyes and then let out a cold laugh. Isn't it about bargaining in business? Why is State Master E silent? When Yenshu spoke, Ian ended his thoughts and smiled after glancing at Yenshu. I just thought about it. For the sake of my own little life, it seems that I can't sell the composite bow to you. I'm sorry, big dang sure. Only after Yun's words, the atmosphere changed. Those bandits who were originally drinking and watching the show, all of a sudden, a murderous aura appeared on each of them, and many of them even drew out their weapons, clanging continuously. Is Master E going to backtrack? Compared to these bandits, Yansu was much calmer, but with a calm face. The aura of the Sky Realm was undoubtedly on display, pressuring Yun to lose his breath. Naturally, if I really sell it to you guys, this State Master of mine has come to an end. Staring at the massive pressure, Yun finished the sentence stiffly, and as soon as those words were said, the massive pressure receded like a tidal wave, and Yun was finally able to catch his breath. Master E, from the moment you entered my Wangan Walled City, you've come to the end. Speech Drain laughed out softly, lifting the wine on the table and pouring a full bowl. I want to hear the answer before the wine runs out. These ultimatum-like words from Yanquan caused Yun to raise his eyebrows. His heartbeat accelerated, and his mind raced with thoughts. But I didn't think for a while. Yansu lifted his bowl and dried it, and when he poured the wine again, it was already less than half a bowl. At that moment, Yun took a deep breath and said, Big Boss can think about it. If something really happens to me today, I am afraid that tomorrow. Yansu's hand, which had just lifted the bowl of wine, lurched, and his eyes narrowed with a cold aura. Master E is threatening me? If Big Boss thinks so, then yes. With things having come to this, Yun could only go one way, and his face was not the least bit fearful as he glared at Yen Dui. However, Ian's fearless appearance clearly upset Yen Dui in his heart, and with a whoosh, he stood up and his hand touched the saber at his waist. But just as he touched his saber, Yansu suddenly paused, looked deeply at Yun, and sat down once again. In a thinking state, the speech canal's first shock really scared Yun enough, but the result is still good. As the speech canal fell into thought, Yun gave a dark cry of opportunity and opened his mouth after settling his mind. Since Zhao Gao has entrusted your Wangan village with my life, You should surely know my Yun's position in immortal Qin. If I really die, big boss, can you really withstand the wrath of His Majesty the First Emperor? As a last resort, Yun could only bring out Ying Zhang, and the result was just as he expected. Yan Kei's entire body was not well when he heard about Ying Zhang. Furthermore, even if I'm poorly liked, Xinjiang is full of my people, and it's no surprise that Qingqing's army is rushing towards Luqi Mountain. Picking up again, Yun did not hesitate to blacken himself and opened his mouth to analyze once again. Big boss, this Yun has gotten 1,000 bow guards, although it's only 1,000 people. Each one is equipped with a composite bow. It's really not something to be messed with. When Su Tan opened his mouth, Yun was relieved, secretly saying that it was really a great smart, a good assist. As expected, after hearing these words, Yan Kei's face clearly showed a faltering, and in the midst of the faltering, there was a struggle. Big boss, if the Qing city army moves out to save me, it will not be possible to make the Great Han mistakenly think that Xianqin is going to seize Luqi Mountain. And then, the art of making absolutely convincing words is to sit down and die. Yansu can become a Wanganjai big pawn, is by no means a stupid person. Yun words in this meaning, he heard a through. Luqi Mountain is at the border of the two countries. The terrain is not a soldier's land, but it is also considered to be like a throat. True to Yun's words, once immortal Qin moved its troops, the probability was that it would cause the Great Han to mistakenly think that immortal Qin was going to take down Luqi Mountain, and would definitely send out troops accordingly. When the time comes, what Wanganzhai will have to face is the armies of the two countries. The consequences of this. They say that State Master Yi sells his name and reputation, and that his achievements are all based on his mouth. And today I, Yan Xiu, have seen it all. Big boss is too kind. It's just a matter of making a living. Yan's shamelessness caused Yan Kei to snort coldly before falling into thought once again. Seeing this appearance of the speech canal, Yan knew that it was a successful flimflam, and his own little life was considered to be saved for the time being, and his heart greatly breathed a sigh of relief. The gas is loosened. But Yun also similarly realized that the current self to the Yansu cannot be killed or released, but it can be poisoned. Ahem, Grand Master, at the risk of asking, how many compound bows do you intend to acquire? Yun suddenly opened his mouth, interrupting Yan Kei's thoughts, but these words also caused Yan Kei to freeze. They just said they couldn't sell it. Now they're asking how much they want. Master Yi, is this an amusement? All of a sudden, speech drain was filled with danger signals. Yun took a look and quickly opened his mouth. Not really, not really, business is business. If the batch is large, you can also discount. As for the money, ha. Yun suddenly heckled, and had a lewd look on his face, causing everyone to be speechless for a while. But this look, at a glance, it is clear that it is holding back bad water. Distracted speech canal suddenly came to interest, waiting for the following. The price is still 1,000 taels a handful. Don't be anxious, the words are not finished yet. This 1,000 taels, 30 to 70. I7, U3, there was a silence, followed by a head full of questions. Master E, what is the meaning of this? Simple, get someone to pay the bill. Looking for someone to pay the bill? Yansu froze, then gasped and laughed. Guisher, I Wanganzhai a bandit group. Who will be the wrongdoer to buy me? Halfway through his words, Yansu suddenly froze, then instantly realized what Yun meant. Men, send Master E down and serve him well. In the dead of night, Yun stared at the candlelight without moving. I also don't know how much Zhao Gao has been greedy over the years. Chanting a sentence, Yun heatedly laughed out loud. It's a good thing that speech drain isn't too stupid, otherwise he wouldn't really know how to end it. But now, even though he had barely slowed down the speech drain, his current situation was not good. If Yansu really has the ambition to take over the mountain, with the size of Wangan walled city, the number of this composite bow, at least, must be 3,000. 1,000 times 3,000 is 3 million taels of silver. If Zhao Gao is greedy, he can't be that greedy. To be precise, it was whether he, Yun, was worth 3 million taels of silver in Zhao Gao's eyes. 9 times out of 10, will be furious. Broken Let Hu Hei ordered the attack on Luqi Mountain. Kill the mouth. Yun sighed, then furrowed his brows as he pondered on the countermeasures to run away. Squeaky. As he was thinking about it, the window suddenly rattled, and then a dark shadow came in. Who? Lord, it's me. Hearing Xiang Yu's familiar voice, the startled Yun revealed surprise. How did you sneak in? Xiang Yu's appearance was reasonable, but also unexpected. When he entered, he did not see clearly because he was unconscious, but when he was sent to this house, Yun had already looked at the general layout of the Wangan walled city, which was really strict. It's drugged, but it won't last long. We need to get out of here. So it was drugged. Then it's no wonder. No. Where is the army? A big army? What army? Xiang Yu's figure was full of doubts. You came alone? After Yun asked. He saw Xiang Yu nod his head and his entire body went numb. Then there's always someone to pick up the slack, right? Xiang Yu froze, and then revealed embarrassment. At that time, I was in a hurry, and I only arranged for the deer farm to lay down the city defense and receive. Forgot. Pust. Luchi Mountain is at least 100 miles away from Qing City. You're a big smart guy. Ding. The task of building the city defense of Qing City is completed. Rewarding 3,000 Tongshan realm combat puppets and unlocking the system's arsenal. Halfway through Yun's sentence, the system's beep sounded in his head. Lord, time is running out. We'd better get going. Seemingly in a hurry, and also seemingly trying to cover up his embarrassment, Xiang Yu was about to pull Yun to jump out of the window without saying a word. Wait, take it easy. I've changed my mind. What? After grabbing an empty hand, coupled with Yun's words, Xiang Yu froze on the spot. Yun opened his mouth, but thinking that with Xiang Yu's brain, explaining would be in vain, he simply did not speak. After thinking about it, Yun opened his mouth and asked, have you mapped out the strength of this Wangan walled city? Xiang Yu flabbergasted again, obviously not quite understanding the situation and how Yun was still asking about the strength of Wangan Zhai. However, after following Yun for so long, Xiang Yu had more or less figured out Yun's temperament, and after a little thought, he truthfully told the situation he had explored before sneaking in. The results of this probe were not too far from the rumors, and after a slight comparison, Yun could not help but heave a smile. In your opinion, with 3,000 Tongshan realms, can we take down Wangan walled city? Lord, are you hysterical? Yun was speechless. Just say if you can and be done with it. In terms of probing, 1,000 Tongshan realms can be taken down, and 3,000 is more than enough. Upon receiving Xiang Yu's reply, Yun could no longer hold back and revealed a full-blown sinister smile. Do you think I have the temperament to be a bandit leader? Ahem, getting down to business. While the people are being drugged over now, you hurry up and go and map out the terrain of the entire cottage, and be quick about it. This order from Yun really made Xiang Yu uncertain, but Xiang Yu still saw Yun's plan and didn't ask too many questions, nodding his head before he rolled the window and left. The system arsenal is similar to the interdimensional space, can be summoned at any time and place within the arsenal of combat puppets, use good use bad or a strange army. To what bicycle? After saying that, Yun's expression grew more and more obscene. Understanding the usefulness of the systematic arsenal, Yun could not stop himself from thinking about Wangan Zhai. True that he had previously snubbed Yansu that Lu Qishan, whether it was for Xian Qin or Great Han, was a place like a fish in the throat, and it was inappropriate for anyone to move first. But what if the person who moved was him, Yun? Suddenly, Yun raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth hooked up. Zhao Gao would definitely be happy if I died on MT. Lucci. Having said that, the thoughts in his mind gradually formed a plan. Perfecting the plan in his mind, Xiang Yu, who went out to scout the terrain, also returned again, and as soon as he entered the door, he dipped into the water and drew on the table without saying a word. Can't you use paper and pen? Didn't bring it. Using them would arouse suspicion. This is justified and Yun cannot refute it. But likewise he cannot help but spit in his heart. Should he say Xiang Yu is bold and careful, or is he just a fool? A nest of bandits that would care about a missing piece of paper and a missing pen? Spitting was spitting, but Yun still gazed at the topographical map on the table. Although it was dipped in water, Xiang Yu's painting work is really good, and he also specially labeled those easy to defend and difficult to attack points and broken places. Waiting to see the complete picture, Yun had more or less a bottom in his heart. You now immediately return to Qing City and personally bring 1,000 bodyguards to Luchi Mountain. But remember not to attack the mountain. Then bring soldiers to do what? Knock knock. Before Xiang Yu could finish his question, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door, causing both Yun and Xiang Yu to change their faces. You'll know when the time comes. Move. Xiang Yu nodded and rolled out the window, disappearing into the night with a single rise and fall. It was also at this moment that the door to Yun's room was heavily pushed open, revealing a furious Su Tan. Yo, Lord Su, it's so late. This is to bring me a snack? If you want it, arrange to add chicken thighs right away. With a chicken leg? That's not a fucking headless meal. The corner of Yun's mouth twitched and he did not answer, quietly looking at Su Tan who was looking around. After looking around, when Su Tan saw the open window, his face changed and he fiercely looked at Yun. What are you doing with the window open? Hey, this is said. Open the window is of course breathable. Otherwise enjoy the moon. Oh, the moon. Yun suddenly a lonesome face. Raise your head to look at the bright moon. Head down to think of your hometown. Yi Yun suddenly recited a poem, and it was easy to understand, making the corners of Su Tan's mouth twitch, and after secretly cursing a psycho, he warned Yi Yun and left unhappily. Su Tan left. Yi Yun squinted his eyes. There was no movement for so long. He must have thought that Xiang Yu was not discovered. His heart was slightly relieved. With a faint smile on his face, Yi Yun stretched and fell back to sleep. And for the next 2 days, Yi Yun did nothing but eat and sleep, not even leaving his room. Being so cooperative instead made Su Tan suspicious. Big boss, this Yi Yun is too abnormal. Could he be holding back some bad ideas? Speech Drain inclined his head towards Su Tan and let out a cold laugh. Even if he's holding back his ideas, when the money arrives today and he makes good on his promise, then, both the tone and expression were too revealing, and Su Tan naturally understood what Yin K meant. Then, big boss, the 1,000 Bao guards from Xianqin. Speech Drain couldn't help but frown. At sunset yesterday, Qingqing's 1,000 Bow-guards had already arrived at the foot of Luqi Mountain to set up camp, leaving Wangan walled city up and down as if it were a great enemy. But strangely enough, not only did this 1,000 Bow-guard not make a night attack, but by today, it was still untouched. The enemy does not move. I do not move. Ordered down. Except for the brothers responsible for guarding. Others should do what they do. The most important thing is to stare. To death. Big boss, it's not good. A panicked shout came from outside the door, and Yen Chu and Su Tan immediately changed their faces. Troops have come out from the Great Han side. 10,000 of them. What? Upon hearing this news, Yen Kei's entire body was nonchalant. Qingqing's 1,000 Bow-guards are okay. The number of people or Wangan's high dominant, but the Big Han this 10,000 people. Big boss, it can't be this Yi Yun who's up to no good, right? Idiot. Yen Chu gave Su Tan a slap on the head in a fit of anger. Yi Yun is the state master of immortal Qin, and he's still able to get the Great Han to send out troops? Have some brains. Having eaten a brain slap, Su Tan looked aggrieved, but there was nothing wrong with Yen Kei's words. De Dongjia, Xianqin and Dahan are drying out. As he was thinking about it, another message came, and this one really made Yen Dui freeze. Command down and be on guard. After saying this, Speech Drain quickly stepped out of the hall, and with a little bit of footwork, he ascended to a high altitude and looked towards the foot of the mountain. With his visual power of the sky realm, he could see everything at the foot of the mountain completely. And indeed, he saw two armies facing each other, with two military generals fighting in the field. Damn, such a big place to choose this place? Seeing the terrain, Yensu could not help but curse. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but the place of this engagement just happened to be the place where the delivery was agreed upon with Zhao Gao. It can't really be this Yi Yun. Chanting a sentence, Yensu looked at the warring ground again. Seeing that it was definitely impossible to tell the winner from the loser for a while, he let out a cold snort and landed in front of Yi Yun's room. Duck duck duck. The sudden knock on the door startled Yi Yun, who was pinching the puppet's face, and he fumbled to put the puppet away in the arsenal. And just as he did so, the door opened. Yo, big boss, you personally came to put food on my table this day? Goddamn pudding rice. Yen Kei took several deep breaths before he could resist the urge to strangle Yi Yun to death. Yi Yun, the battle at the bottom of the mountain. Was it you who created it? The formation at the bottom of the hill? Speech Drain's words confused Yi Yun, but then he reacted and could not help but just raise an eyebrow. Da Dongjia ah. Although I am the immortal Qin state master, but also the Qing city master, love the people like a son. They want to save me. Don't give me a slip of the tongue. They're blocking the delivery location, which is the same as cutting off your and my money. There was quite a bit of exasperation on Speech Drain's face, and it was more or less ambiguous. Cough. Cutting off someone's wealth is the same as killing their parents. Don't worry, big boss. I'll let them retreat. Yi Yun had a look of righteous indignation on his face and walked towards the door of the room when he finished speaking. Yi Yun, you think I'm stupid? Do you believe that I will kill you right now? Speech Drain shouted angrily and without saying a word, he pinched the back of Yi Yun's neck. Ouch, ouch ouch ouch, dying. The back of his neck was restrained, and the force was still sufficient. Yi Yun's face twitched after he screamed in shock, and he even rolled up his eyes. Seeing this, Yen Kei let out a cold snort and loosened his hand, looking at Yi Yun who kept coughing on the ground with a cold expression. Yi Yun, you better give me an explanation, or else, humph, I'll give you a explanation. Damn, don't give me a chance. After mentally cursing Yen Chu for 10,000 times, Yi Yun then slowed down and glared at Yen Chu before smiling. If you kill me, the armies of the two countries will immediately attack the mountain. Do you believe it or not? I'm sure it's your doing. Oops, spoke out of turn. Yi Yun's expression was extremely pompous, and Yen Dui instantly exploded with anger. But angry as he was, He really did not dare to kill Yi Yun right now. Don't worry, my 1,000 bodyguards are not vegetarians. What do you mean? Yen K frowned, followed by seeing Yi Yun smiling without saying a word and pointing towards the sky, the meaning of which could not be more obvious. With a cold snort, speech drain then rose up in the air, causing Yi Yun to be truly envious. When will I be able to fly? How about trying a temporary charm? Chanting a sentence, Yi Yun quickly suppressed the desire in his heart, just as the speech canal landed. Only this speech canal's face is more or less complicated. Surprised, happy, angry and black. How is it, big boss? The power of this compound bow is not too bad. Yi Yun had a smirk on his face, and after hearing this, Yen Dui was speechless for a moment, but he opened his mouth a moment later. Tell me about your plan. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and could not help but look at Yen Chu in a higher light. Simple. My 1,000 bodyguards are going to win over the Great Han army, but it's just a matter of time. Watch the opportunity of the defeat of the Great Han army. Then you will lead the people to kill out. Kill out? Why? Seeing the puzzled look on Yen Xu's face, Yi Yun could not help but roll his eyes. Of course you're doing your old job. Wang Yanzai's old job. Of killing people and getting rid of them? The Great Han lost to the 1,000 bodyguards, and the Wanganzhai robbed the 1,000 bodyguards of their composite bows. And because of the chaotic battle, Zhao Gao's money was nowhere to be found, and I died in the chaotic battle. Isn't it perfect? Yi Yun's words could be said to be simple, rough and easy to understand. However, after hearing this, Yen Chu was wide-eyed and stared at Yi Yun without moving. It's accessible, but equally nuanced. If Yi Yun's plan is successful, Xian Qin won the Great Han by virtue of the composite bow, and Wanganzhai robbed Xian Qin's composite bow. For both countries, unless they send out heavy troops to attack the mountain, they will never be able to eat it. But once the troops, and will cause in today the same situation, once again by the Wang Ganzai as a yellow bird, the loss is not worth it. And by the way, after robbing Zhao Gao, Yi Yun died in the chaotic battle. Even if Zhao Gao harbored a grudge, he had no excuse. Even if an unfounded crime to Wang Ganzai troops, and fall into the mantis catching cicadas dead cycle. For a while, Yi Yun had risen to the level of not to be messed with. For Yen K, you want to cheat death? What purpose? It's not stupid. Yi Yun hooked the corner of his mouth. The purpose is certainly there, but I can't tell you. I advise you to better keep your eyes on the battlefield at all times. Otherwise it won't be pretty to miss the moment. And, Yi Yun pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Yen Chu, who was secretly shocked when he saw it. How did Yi Yun get pen and ink without leaving his home? This query, the speech canal was destined to receive no answer. Just hand him over to Xiang Yu. It's fine, I'll continue pinching my face. Slow down. After saying this, Yi Yun walked straight into the room and shut the door tightly with a bang. Looking at the door of Yi Yun's room, Yen K's face shifted in color, always feeling that something was wrong, but he could not say what was wrong. After a moment of hesitation, Yen Xiu revealed helplessness and could only deploy according to Yi Yun's plan. Just, in this world, if there are no surprises, then there are definitely surprises. What? It's been held up? Who's got the nerve? In one of the dimly lit dark rooms of the Affin, Zhao Gao had a scowl on his face, his chest rising and falling violently. Back to the words of the eunuch. It is the front of the array that will Xiang Yu detained. Xiang Yu is which mix? The furious Zhao Gao suddenly froze and fiercely remembered who Xiang Yu was. Damn it! With a bang, Zhao Gao slammed the table beside him, frightening the black-robed man kneeling on the ground and trembling. Xiang Yu is Yi Yun's vassal. What Xiang Yu withholds is not the same as what Yi Yun withholds. That's a full 3 million taels of silver. And it's fucking public money. Damn Yi Yun. It really is my destiny. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, the more panicked he became. Zhao Gao inhaled several breaths of air before he could barely settle his mind. Command down. Send out the dark guards. We must get the item back. And we must also make sure that Yi Yun dies in Luchi Mountain. Yes, subordinate will do it now. The man in black led the order to leave, while Zhao Gao was in the same place, his expression changing. After thinking for a while, Zhao Gao picked up a pen and wrote furiously, and after writing, he extended his hand, but he paused in the air, and following Zhao Gao's hand, one can see a large square seal, the heirloom jade seal. Hutchinson. In just a few days, the jade seal of transmission, which represented imperial power, had fallen into Zhao Gao's hands. Looking at the jade seal of transmission, the expression on Zhao Gao's face changed even faster, with struggle being the majority of it, because he knows very well that once the seal is stamped, then his life is no longer his own. Available at 3 million taels in the hole. Once checked, is equally lifeless. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Gao picked up the jade seal of transmission and fiercely stamped it on the holy decree. And this holy decree, clearly written by Qi, listened to the decree. The content of the decree. This kid, What's he up to again? Bai Qi threw the imperial decree aside very casually, his eyes looking in the direction of Lu Qishan. After looking for a while, and then looking up at the sky, he raised his eyebrows before revealing an inscrutable smile. Pass on my order. From now on, the 3 generals will train at the ministry, on the 3rd day of March every year. The rodeo. Yi Yun. You are really good at playing blackmail with me. Where's the money? Speech Drain had red eyes and a cannibalistic expression on his face. What hacking? Are you crazy? Being suddenly attacked by Yanquan and saying something inexplicable. Yi Yun was truly dumbfounded this time. Less pretending. A team of black-clothed men of the Tanshan realm. You dare to say that you didn't arrange it? A team of Tanshan realm? Yi Yun froze, and combined with the exasperation of the speech canal, he finally reacted. A team of Tanshan realm. Robbing Zhao Gao's silver? Still pretending? You really want to die, don't you? Calm down, calm down. Although I was trying to get past the hijacking. Cough. That really wasn't arranged by me. Yi Yun had a sincere face. The kind that was as sincere as it needed to be. Humph. The silver was withheld by your 1,000 bodyguards, and was robbed under your 1,000 bodyguards' noses. And you still say you didn't arrange it? And what if it was arranged by Zhao Gao? Yi Yun's sentence made Yan Ke more or less calm down. You don't think about it. Although Zhao Gao is in a high position, he has no real power. He can't be greedy enough to covet 3 million taels of silver. What do you mean? Is the money public money? Be confident and drop the does. A bit of speculation. Right on the money. Although this was the truth. To Yan Chu, the loss of these 3 million taels of silver was tantamount to the loss of his foundation to establish himself as a king. Yi Yun naturally understood the urgency of the speech canal, but to him, whether this money was there or not did not affect his plans. What he was thinking now was whether Zhao Gao's misappropriation of such a large sum of public money was enough to get his dog's head chopped off. Also good. Yi Yun hooked the corner of his mouth. This thoughtless sentence caused Yan Ke to frown, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he was blocked by Yi Yun with the words, "Compound bows are the key point." It was not until Yan Shu rose up in the air that he reacted to the fact that he, a great cultivator of the sky realm, had no right to listen to Yi Yun, a waste with no cultivation. But now look at the battlefield again. The situation has been clarified. The foot of the mountain to start the battle. There is a composite bow suppression. The Han army was suppressed to move, and with this war of attrition, the Great Han was already in a clear losing position, waiting to get a compound bow. Speech Drain glanced down at Yi Yun's room, and bloodlust appeared in his eyes, while Yi Yun, who was in the room, was chanting something divinely at that moment. It actually has a tracking function. It's a bit too high-tech and not at all metaphysical. Mouth smacking, Yi Yun shook his spirit and very dryly released 20 puppets, and the not-so-big room was instantly crowded. A neat look at the old man's aesthetics. Yi Yun had a satisfied look on his face, secretly saying that it was not in vain that he had pinched his face for the past 3 days without any sleep. If not for the fact that these puppets were more robotic than robots, he would have hated to start a harem in place. It would have been, ahem, go and find the robbers at once and put them on the spot. Secure the money. As soon as Yi Yun's command was given, a diamond-shaped crystal on the puppet's forehead flashed, and the scourge of a face became much more vivid. Immediately after that, the puppets looked in one direction in unison and disappeared in place with a whoosh, not even bringing up a gust of wind. Boy, this maneuverability. It's really something. Anyway, it's eye-catching to look at. These 20 as close guards. Let's call it the Black Rose Warriors. The name of the cheesy battle team was settled. Just after sending out the puppets, Yi Yun heard several loud bangs. Launching a general offense? Such a big commotion was enough to indicate the current state of the battle, and Yi Yun was instantly energized. As expected, the commotion did not pass for long. The entire Wang Gansai cottage was rattled. Yi Yun just opened the door to see what was going on, and as soon as he opened the door, he bumped into Su Tan. If you don't want to die, stay honest, Su Tan warned with an evil look on his face, and Yi Yun could not help but roll his eyes upon hearing this. If it was before, he might have creeped Tan 3 times. But now well, beat him to a pig's head. You're talking about. As soon as Su Tan opened his mouth, he felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and several figures suddenly appeared around him. Before he could react to what was happening, he felt a hard smack on his face, followed by a storm of violent punches. In just over 10 seconds, Su Tan was beaten into a pig's head, and in the end, he even fainted magnificently. TSK, I thought Tong Xian was so bullish, so unresistant to a beating? Yi Yun sked twice, full of disgust, and kicked Su Tan twice in the process. He looked up and swept around, and found that there was no one around who could fight, except for some women and children who were looking at him with horror on their faces. Don't be afraid, gentlemen, the fun has just begun. Report, General Xiang. A large number of people have been spotted descending from Luchi Mountain. Lucasen's men? Xiang Yu slapped a Han soldier to death with his palm and his blood-covered face showed doubt. And in the next second, the doubt on Xiang Yu's face turned into shock as he violently looked towards the sky. A great cultivator of the sky realm. Who is Xiang Yu? Yensu's words brought the already white-hot battlefield to an instant standstill. This was the oppression brought about by the Imperial sky realm. I am Xiang Yu. Who are you? Big boss of Wangan walled city. Yensu, the Grand Master of Wangansai. Speech-drained self-exposure of his identity caused everyone to be shocked. Clearly two opposing battles. At this moment all of them tuned their spearheads and were filled with caution. This kind of caution made Yen Dui enjoy himself very much, and after smiling sorrowfully, he looked towards the Great Han camp. However, in just half an hour, 10,000 Great Han army, actually less than 3,000 people left, which really let Yensu heart shocked. While his heart was shocked, it also allowed Yensu to have the clearest perception of the power of the compound Bao. This letter, given to you. Yensu pulled out Yi Yun's letter from his pocket, and with a flick of his wrist, the envelope shot out towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu's pupils shrank and he reached out to grab it steadily, but just as he grabbed it, his lanky body couldn't stop itself from flying backward, dragging out a gully of nearly 100 meters. This hand caused the entire battlefield to fall into silence, and the gazes that looked at Yankee had more shock and fear in addition to caution. Everyone knew in their hearts that if Yen K was willing to do so, he could slaughter everyone with the power of just one person. In particular, Xiang Yu, who took it head-on, was born with a sense of frustration for the first time in his life. Woodland thief. Mortal martial battlefield. No participation above Xuanwu. You've crossed the line. Perhaps the pressure brought on by the speech canal was too great. This roar carried with it an endless fury. When Yen Chu heard it, he turned his gaze to the person who made the sound and realized that it was a person dressed as a general in the Great Han army, and he could not help but smile contemptuously. This rule was privately set between several of your countries. What does it have to do with me? After saying that, a bloodthirsty light emerged in Yen Chu's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, he released a sword chi, and in the blink of an eye, the general's head shot up into the sky, killing at every turn. After this general was killed by Yen Chu in seconds, Wang and Jai's men arrived late and surrounded the battlefield of both sides while both sides were in a daze. This intention, as long as not stupid can understand, is completely a posture that is not prepared to leave alive awe. Under such strong pressure, Xiang Yu was surprisingly calm and unfolded the letter in his hand to read it. A moment later after Xiang Yu finished reading, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, looked deeply at Yensu, and without saying a word towards his chest was a palm. General Xiang. Xiang Yu raised his hand and looked at the channel of words. Today, I, Xiang Yu, admit defeat. All generals listen to the order. Abandon your bows. This order from Xiang Yu caused all the 1,000 bow guards to freeze. You're a character. Speech Drain heatedly smiled. You're so cooperative. So I'll also sell a favor. After Yensu finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it, raising a powerful wave of air from the ground, and wherever it passed, all of the 1,000 bow guards flew backwards, spitting out fresh blood from their mouths. Xiang Yu took a deep breath, shouted withdraw and took the first step in the direction of Qing City. The 1,000 bow guards had the hindsight to follow Xiang Yu's pace with a face full of indignation. When they reached the encirclement, Wang Danjai's men took the initiative to make an opening for the 1,000 bow guards to pass through safely. Damn, you, Xian Qin, have colluded with bandits. A loud roar caused the entire Great Han camp's face to change abruptly. It would be really stupid to not be able to read this situation. Charge with me. It should be said that no one who can become a general is a mediocrity, and the best decision is made at the first opportunity. Kill, not a single one left. Speech Drain was filled with coldness, and raised his hand with a sword light, decapitating dozens of people. The Imperial air realm slaughter was devastating, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the remaining 3,000 Great Han troops were slaughtered. The battlefield, which was in full swing before, is now left with only limbs and 1,000 compound bows. With this batch of compound bows, is also finally the time. Speech Drain's eyes looked hotly at the compound bow, and his face showed a clear, killing aura. Big boss, now that the compound bow has arrived, that Yi Yun. Yensu gently frowned, a moment later sneered. Iwangan walled city has always been the purpose, is, not to leave a living mouth. Seeing the usual cold-bloodedness of Yensu, the henchman who opened his mouth had the same bloodthirsty smile on his face. Understood, then I'll send a signal to Su Tan now. Phew! With an ear-piercing chirp, a blood-red spark exploded in the sky. The instant it exploded, Yi Yun, who was in the fortress, similarly saw it, and could not help but just hook the corners of his mouth, turning his gaze to Su Tan, who had awakened beside him. What kind of expression do you think will be on Yensu's face when he comes back in a while and sees the current scene? Yun, don't be arrogant. But 3000 Tongxian, do you really think you can block the Imperial Sky Realm? Let's wait and see. Yun revealed a smile and no longer paid attention to the indignant Su Tan. But Su Tan's words still spoke to Yun's heart. 3000 Tongxian puppets were more than enough to suppress the entire Wangan walled city. But whether it was possible to suppress the words drains of the Imperial air realm, frankly speaking, Yun did not have a clue in his heart. After all, the refined law realm had mastered mass attack techniques, and even an unusual refined law realm would be enough to withstand dozens or even hundreds of Tongxian realms. The Sky Realm, still above the refining method. We can only gamble that Yankee is still a righteous person. Just as he was thinking about it, there were already rattles coming from outside the fortress. Yun took a deep breath and replaced it with a look of calmness. What's going on? Hundreds of meters away from the fortress, Yensu realized that something was wrong, and with a flash of his body, he appeared in the fortress in the next second. Yun? You. Speech Drain saw Yun first, then he saw the battle puppets around Yun and the suppressed Su Tan, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Phew, big boss. This trip seems to be a full load. Congratulations. Yun said congratulations on his lips, but the expression on his face was not the least bit congratulatory. State Master Yi, I didn't expect you to hide a backhand. Even I didn't realize it. What a good tactic. Thank you. Yun smiled, and then realized that Yensu's gaze was accurately directed at the location where he had ambushed the battle puppet beforehand, and was immediately flabbergasted. It was important to know that combat puppets could be different from cultivators. And combat puppets could not have breath fluctuations on their bodies such as those of cultivators unless they did it. In terms of Drain not only noticing, but also accurately finding the location, it was evident that the Sky Realm cultivation was indeed a bit of a thing. Since Big Boss found out, there's no point in me hiding it anymore. As Yun said that, he raised his hand and slapped his palm twice, and all those hidden battle puppets appeared with a swish. Big Boss, what's happening? Hiss. The members of the Wangan village who came late saw the dense crowd of people as soon as they entered the village, and their faces suddenly changed. It was not known whether Yun was trying to increase his bottom line or whether he intended to form a deterrent by making a preemptive statement. The battle puppet did not conceal the Tongxian realm's aura in the slightest when it appeared. The aura of the 3000 Tongxian realm was sufficiently oppressive that it was truly mind-blowing. Clang clang clang. At that instant, the sound of drawing swords continued, and the members of the Wangan walled city confronted the battle golem as if they were enemies. Yun, what exactly do you want to do? Draw a line. Speech Drain narrowed his eyes. His entire person seemed calm, but that bone-chilling coldness could be clearly felt even if Yun did not have cultivation. Big Boss is bold and quick to speak, so I'll be straight. Yun first smiled, then his face became serious. I want your entire Wangan walled city. The whole Wangan's high? Only after Yun's words fell did the entire fortress fall silent. Ha! Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Yensu let out a loud laugh. And within a few seconds, the members of Wangan Zhai behind him also laughed out one after another. Do you really think that, with 3000 Tongxian, you can eat me? Speech Drain's face was filled with teasing, and immediately after, it turned into a scowl. Are you underestimating me, or are you underestimating the Imperial Sky Realm? As soon as the words of Speech Drain fell, Yun's face didn't even have time to change before he saw a nearly 10-meter sword light flash by. Bang! 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 With a few soft sounds, the several puppets closest to Yenchu flew in response to the sound, and ruthlessly crashed into the mountain rocks, immediately sending earth debris flying. When the smoke cleared, the puppets appeared to have different degrees of convulsions, and Yun received the system's battle damage alert at the same time. His heart could not help but sink. Not dead? How is that possible? However, before Yun could react, Yen K let out a shocked doubt and looked at the puppets, revealing a sudden realization after a moment. I said, why did so many troops suddenly appear? It turns out that they are all puppets. I didn't realize that the hallowed Master E is still a dirty puppet controller. Dirty puppet controllers? Speech Drain's words caused Yun to be a bit confused, as this was really the first time he had heard the term puppet controller, and from the sneer and disgust on Yensu's face, it could be seen that this puppet controller was definitely not a positive profession. Yun, originally I was still hesitant to kill you. After all, you are the first red man under the first emperor. But now, Speech Drain hemmed and hawed, scanning the surrounding expressionless but marvelous battle puppets. The cold smile on his face became even thicker. Mutilating 3000 people to refine puppets. Doing something so heavenly and human. Even if I kill you, the people of this world will still clap their hands and suffer death. WTF? The more the words of Speech Drain went on, the more outrageous they became, and the more Yun listened. the less he understood. But the doubts in his heart were instantly taken over by palpitations as speech drain disappeared in place after he finished speaking. Not daring to hesitate at all, Yun gave orders to the 20 puppets that had been named the Black Rose Warriors, surrounding himself in an instant. But before Yun could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a huge energy appear above his head, and when he looked up, he saw a millstone-sized true spirit great handprint. Buzz! Without waiting for Yun to react, the eyes of the 20 Black Rose Warriors turned blood red at the same time and neatly raised their hands to fire a wave of energy light into the air. Boom! In a short moment, Yen Chu's true spirit great handprint and the 20 waves of light ruthlessly collided together, and a resonating aftermath followed the loud noise. Click! Yun, who was in the center, was the first to bear the brunt. Because of the puppet's deliberate protection, Yun was fine, but the chair under his buttocks shattered into crumbs in an instant. Caught off guard, Ian fell on his butt and sat on the ground, as wretched as he could be. Damn, so fucking humiliating. Pretending to be a bully did not work. Ian's face was hot and painful. Beat the hell out of him. Not knowing whether he was ashamed or furious, Ian gave an order, and the eyes of the 3,000 puppets turned red at the same time, and the entire mountain fortress sprang up with intense white light, illuminating Luchi Mountain as if it was daytime. Spirit-devouring chop. At the same time that the 3,000 waves of light appeared, a loud shout also came from Yen Chu in midair, and a sword slashed downwards, splitting out a blood-red pike that was nearly 50 meters in length. Boom! A loud bang that resounded through Luchi Mountain rang out, startling countless birds, and the entire cottage was shaken by the ground. Yun, is that all you can do? In that case, this is the end of the line for you. The loud noise had just ended, when the disdainful and arrogant voice of speech drain came from midair, accompanied by several blood-red streaks. Unable to do anything else, Yun could only order another attack and blast away against Yanquan. It was also good that there was no delay in the attacks of the 3,000 puppets, and they were neatly organized and relatively focused, but they could only manage to block the blood-red pips of the speech drain. However, after resisting 3 waves, Yun could clearly feel the energy in the puppet's body was dropping rapidly. Damn, careless. Yun's brows twisted into twists, and a faint sense of remorse even arose in his heart. I sat up in my deathbed, and the clown was me. 1,000 times I shouldn't have thought that the 3,000 Tongshan realm was strong. This is only to face the word drain a person to fight so strenuous, that if the members of the Wangansai again hands, kill, sabo, in the world, it's often a case of what you're afraid of comes back to haunt you. Having followed Yen Chu for many years, coupled with the fact that Wangan village is a collection of righteousness, there was no need for Yen Chu to give orders for these members to know what to do. Although the members of the Wangan walled city were not strong, they were numerous, and in Yun's original plan, they were also divided into 1,000 puppets for suppression. However, if they split 1,000 puppets out, the remaining 2,000 puppets would not be able to block the speech drain. Yun's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, and at the same time, he also woke up with a sharp shock, throwing away the Ying Zheng's shelter. Yun is nothing, there's no way around it. Yun's face sank as he pulled out the Saint temporary talisman from his pocket. I had planned to use it as a life-saving card on my mission to the Great Han, but now if I don't use it, I might really die here. But if he used it now, when he arrived in the Great Han afterward, he would also be absolutely cool, and hell knows if the next quest would still have the Saint's temporary talisman. Boom! After another loud bang, Yun's face changed, and he also received a system alert in his mind that the 2,000 puppets dealing with the speech drain were in an energy emergency. Yun's gaze condensed and he did not dare to hesitate any longer as he picked up the Saint temporary talisman and slapped it on his body. Yun, how about a deal? Snap! Just as the Saint's temporary talisman was less than 3 centimeters from his chest, Yun's right hand was grabbed by his left hand in a death grip. What's with this sudden need to talk about a deal? Yun frowned, but thinking that he would not use the Saint temporary talisman if he could, he spoke. What kind of deal to talk about? Tell me. Stop it all. Yen Chu drank and told the members of the Wangan village to stop, and Yun took the opportunity to rush the puppets to surround himself. Speech Drain laughed lightly when he saw it and did not care as his gaze was fixed on Yun. If you join us, I'll make you the second leader of Wangan walled city. Wangansai second in command. Yun's face twitched and he did not know what expression to show, not to mention the fact that the conditions opened by the speech canal were not the least bit tempting. Just because Wangan Jai was a Wangan Jai, he couldn't agree to it. I let go of my good job as an immortal Qin Kingdom master to come to you as a bandit. Not the greatest. Do you think I'll agree? Yun's words caused Yen Dui to immediately darken his face. Now I'm the knife and chopper. You're the fish and meat. You're not qualified to bargain with me. Yun raised an eyebrow, feeling that there was something wrong with Yen K's attitude. Then he soon realized that although Yen Ke was talking to him, his eyes were constantly looking at the 3,000 puppets. He's thinking of my puppet. But unfortunately, these 3,000 puppets were system rewards, and were considered soulbound to Yi Yun, so how could they change owners? However, judging from this one incident, it seemed that Yen Xiu's ambition was more than just wanting to simply establish himself as king, combined with the previous unhesitatingly agreed to conspire with him to pit Zhao Gao. Big boss, this is preparing to rise up and rebel. I'm quite curious, are you going to fight Xian Qin? Or Dahan? Only after Yi Yun's words fell, an icy killing intent appeared on Yen Xiu's body, and it was clear that he had been caught in Yi Yun's words. Smart people tend to die the fastest, and if you don't say yes, you'll never know what I want. Yen Xiu's aura became more and more dangerous, but Yi Yun frowned and used the true dragon phase technique on Yen Xiu, and after using it, just as Yi Yun had thought in his mind, a tiny golden dragon appeared on the body of the speech drain. Nice guy, what kind of world is this? Is it a human being or not a human being with a golden dragon? Xiang Yu is at least the king of the Western Chu hegemony. There is a golden dragon is still reasonable. Speech canal but a bandit leader. And so on. A golden dragon appears on the speech canal, which means, Yi Yun glanced at speech drain, and the corner of his mouth revealed a bizarre arc. Speech drain, your offer isn't too enticing. Why don't you listen to my offer? I told you, you don't have. Come and be my little brother, and I'll make sure you're crowned king and emperor. For a while, the entire fortress could not be heard except for the splintering of torches. Ha! Ha ha! I don't know whose laughter broke the silence, and then like a contagious disease, the cottage was completely filled with laughter. This laughter made the serious-faced Yen Xiu also burst out laughing, but it was not a coaxing laugh, but an exasperated laugh. Yi Yun, I'm afraid you're not suffering from insanity. In that case, we have nothing to talk about. Suffer death. Yen Ke's gaze was condensed, and with the full aura of the Imperial Sky Realm, it was obvious that he did not want to be holding back. In response, Yi Yun only laughed, and the same temporary talisman in his hand was slapped towards his body. As the saint's temporary talisman shattered, an overwhelmingly powerful aura immediately emerged from Yi Yun's body, and the speech drain who was halfway through his charge was instantly sent flying tens of feet. What's going on? The sudden change caused Yen Xuan's face to change drastically, his eyes staring dead at Yi Yun, and as he stared, an inexplicable feeling of fear and palpitations appeared in his heart. I'm done pretending. Showdown, Yi Yun said indifferently, then his entire body rose up flat on the ground and slowly ascended into midair. A great cultivator of the realm of the sky? Yen Ke's eyes widened at once, and the calmness and victory on his face that he had at the beginning was no longer there, and immediately after, the face of the speech channel changed again, because no matter how he probed, the probing result was, Yi Yun has no cultivation. You actually are a Lingshu realm grand cultivator. Lingshu realm? TSK? Small pattern. Yi Yun scat under his breath and gently shook his head. Your grandfather, I'm a saint. Saints? Speech drain's first reaction was to scoff, but it was only for a brief moment before it turned to fear. Whether it was Yi Yun's ability to navigate the air or his inability to detect his cultivation, all signs indicated that whatever realm Yi Yun was in, he was stronger than him. Yen Xiu, escape! As the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, Yen Xiu didn't care about the deaths of those Wang and Zhai members and turned to run. Yi Yun had predicted that Yen Xiu was going to escape, and the corner of his mouth smiled coldly. If you want to escape now, it's too late. After saying that, Yi Yun reached out and clenched his hand in the air, and an invisible energy wrapped around the entirety of the Yanquan, whose figure was then fixed in the air. Yi Yun. No, Master Yi. Spare me. I. Spare you? Dream on. Yi Yun let out a light laugh and pressed his palm downwards. The speech drains that were fixed in midair crashed into the ground in an instant like a cannonball, sending up a sky of smoke and dust. Yi Yun spat fiercely. Wasn't it quite arrogant earlier? Now arrogant one for me to see. Ah, you sister. After cursing this sentence, Yi Yun still felt offended and raised his hand to slap towards Yen Quan again. Saint temporary talisman, but there is a time limit. Use all the use. Do not put this pussy to play cool. Then what kind of loss? As soon as the thought popped up, Yi Yun fiercely looked towards the members of the Wangan walled city who had already froze. Submit, or die. Obviously, Yi Yun's tone was very light and there was no murderous aura on his body, but this sound really scared the members of the Wangan walled city out of their wits. I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender too. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. With a start, fear spread like a plague throughout the entire Wangan walled city in a matter of seconds. Kidding. The Royal Air Realm speech drain was slapped into the ground alive and dead, but they were not even Xuan Wu. Looking at the overwhelming number of people kneeling in front of him, surrounded by 3,000 Tongshan puppets, Yi Yun's heart couldn't be any happier. No wonder those protagonists like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. It's a damn good feeling. Yun was dejected. Unfortunately, this saint strength is only temporary, and the load can only be loaded once. Cool as it was, Yun still recognized the reality, and for the first time, he also had a desire for strength. Having experienced the power of a saint, Yun instantly brought the task of dismantling the Six Nations Alliance to the top of his list. But before that, Yen Xiu, don't play dead. Yun snorted coldly as his Saint Chi unceremoniously pressed towards the motionless speech drain on the ground. Being stimulated by this aura, the motionless speech canal just trembled a little, and this trembling also made the speech canal not dare to continue to pretend to be dead. Yun, Yen Chu, recognize my fate. Kill or die as you wish. Oh, is this a deliberate display of a humongous backbone? Intending to make me feel a sense of pity for my talent and not kill you? Intentions were broken by Yun in a single word, and there was embarrassment and shame on Yen K's face. Sample, this routine has gotten so cheesy it's sickening, has it? But vulgarity being vulgarity, Yun had not intended to kill Yen K, or else he would have pinched Yen K to death in the first place. Now, I am the Grand Master of Wangan Walled City. Who is in favor and who is against? The cottage was silent, and everyone, including Yen Xiu, was speechless. Ahem, since no one objects, the matter is settled. Ding, the power system is activated. Rewarded with a founding order. Please check it out. Founding order. The intent? It's just not too obvious, is it? Taking a look at the token that fell in his hand with the word country written in black, Yun sighed heavily and put the token into the system's arsenal. While it was cool to establish a country and pretty cool to be an emperor, but only if there was no danger to your life. Now if you have a hot head and build a country, not to mention whether Ing Zhang will unify the war ceiling, if the 6 eastern countries know about it, they will send troops to destroy him at the first time. But, Yun ascended into the void and looked downward at the entirety of Mount Luchi. A moment later, feeling that the saint's power was draining away, Yun raised his hand and made several strokes towards Luchishan. Rumble. The sound that resounded through the sky traveled thousands of miles in an instant, and both immortal Qin's Qing City and Great Han's Liang City felt the shocking vibrations. Bai Qi, who was looking at the Book of War in his study, suddenly frowned, his gaze looking in the direction of Luchi Mountain. The imprint is gone. What's going on? Bai Qi put down the book, hastily pinched the fingers to project up, but only projected to half. His eyes violently opened. Puff spit out a mouthful of red to demonic blood. Since it suffered a backlash, it's still so strong that it almost fell to the quasi-emperor realm. For the first time in hundreds of years, Bai Qi showed his horror, and the horror didn't last long before it turned to starkness. Fate. Bai Qi raised his head to look at the starry sky outside the window and sighed azurely. It didn't take long before he lifted his pen and wrote a string of words on the paper at the table. Within 3 years, the 3 armies may not be mobilized unless I arrive in person. Big boss, this is the roster and treasury details of our Wangan Walled City. Take a look. Phew, adapting to a change of identity so quickly. Rare. You can't be uncomfortable. Casually move his hand to change the landscape of the Luchi Mountain. Borrowing his words to drain a real dragon gall he can only adapt to awe. What's more, Xian Qin State Mastery Yun is a waste without cultivation is known to all the world, but also lasted for several years, just for this means of deceiving the world. Speech drain. What do you think of the 6 eastern countries? Yun suddenly opened his mouth and was extremely jumpy in his thinking, which really stumped Yen Dui for quite a while. Grand Master, I know little of the other countries, but in recent years, the Great Han has not been very peaceful. Oh, Yun raised an eyebrow and instantly became interested, so he let Yen Dui continue, and after listening to the words of Yen Dui, Yun instantly fell into deep thought, and the first thing that came to mind was the rumor that Lu Bang's great-grandson, that is, Lu Che, Emperor Wu of Han, wanted to seek power and usurp the throne. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. Just for Lu Che, even if it's just a rumor, it's enough to show that the current Great Han is indeed not peaceful. Judging from the first one to send troops against Xianqin, could it be that the crux of the sudden alliance of the 6 kingdoms lies in the royal family of the Great Han? It could also be a king and a courtier. Yun rubbed his forehead. There was so little information that thinking about it anymore would be a blind guess. But what was certain was that if he entered the Great Han's borders as an immortal Qin envoy, he was absolutely bound to die. Yen Xiu, if I leave 3 million taels of silver to you, to what extent can you build Wangan Walled City? 3 million taels of silver. Speech Drain's eyes instantly lit up, but his face twitched before a second was up. What? Afraid you'll have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it? Yen K froze, and when he looked up, he saw Yun with a smirk on his face. Big boss, you yourself said that this money is Zhao Gao embezzled public money. If he knows that this money fell into my hands, I am afraid. So you're not afraid of me? The corners of speech drain's mouth twitched once again, and he cursed in his heart. Although Zhao Gao is a powerful man, the emperor is far away. Even if he intends to make a move on Wanganzhai, by the time the army reaches Luchi Mountain, he will have long since run away. But Yi Yun is now standing in front of him alive. If he dares to say that he is not afraid, the next second he will go to Hades to report for duty. I don't care what method you use. I'll give you 3 months to make Luchi Mountain a solid fortress that can at the very least withstand tens of thousands of Mingling troops. Tens of thousands of bright spirits? Bullshit. Yan Ke subconsciously wanted to retort, but once he looked at Yi Yun's extremely serious demeanor, his words hardened and choked at the edge of his mouth. Don't worry, I will leave 2,000 puppets in the fortress, on one hand as the last safeguard of Wangan Fortress, and on the other hand to protect the brothers' families. This, Yansu really did not expect that Yi Yun was actually willing to leave behind 2,000 puppets, and also considered the safety of Wangan Jai's family members, and a wave of emotion arose in his heart, and just as the speech canal was about to say some words of thanks, but suddenly reacted. These 2,000 puppets were as a safeguard. It was clearly a surveillance. Oh, my God, I almost believed you. Bad old man is bad. Words drain heartspit constantly, but do not dare to show it on the surface. These words in the heart if you let Yi Yun know. Then Yi Yun must have exclaimed nice, because he himself hadn't thought of the idea of using puppets to spy on Wangan Jai. The reason why he wanted to leave behind 2,000 puppets. On the one hand, he did want to make Wangan Walled City a place where he could settle down after he lost his power one day. On the other hand, it was also the reason that up until now, when he watched Yansu through the True Dragon phase method, he didn't realize that Yansu was having second thoughts, and even that golden dragon was a bit thicker. Right, there is one more thing, Yi Yun said, pulling out a letter from his pocket. Xiang Yu you have seen, give the letter to him, and in the future, between Wangan Jai and Xingcheng, there will be mutual exchange. Yan Ke raised an eyebrow and took the letter, solemnly placing it into his bosom, and this letter became the key for Yan Shu to truly recognize Yi Yun. Luchi Mountain is located in an awkward position. Both Xianqin and Dehan will not sell any daily needs to Wangan Village, resulting in Wangan Village up and down. Food is not enough to eat. And this, too, was the real reason why Yansu wanted to make himself king. Now Yi Yun not only gave 3 million taels of silver, but also constructed a bridge for trade between Qingcheng and Wanganzhai. The problem of Wanganzhai's lack of food was fundamentally solved. Where would Yansu still be ungrateful? The change of expression on Yansu's face was seen by Yi Yun from beginning to end, and now seeing the respect on Yansu's face, even Yi Yun could not help but feel a sense of relief. If the speech canal is stable, Wanganzhai will be stable, and if Wanganzhai is stable, he, Yi Yun, will have a way to retreat. By the way, there's one last thing. Put out the news of my death at the hands of the sage, and of Wangan Jai's submission to the sage. After hearing this, Yansu was first stunned, and in less than a moment, he revealed a dawning realization and gladly led the order to leave. Talking to smart people just doesn't take much effort. Looking at the departing back of Yanquan, Yi Yun could not help but have the corners of his mouth hooked up. Then he walked to the east wall of the hall and looked at the map of the Great Han border. From Luchi Mountain, the nearest is the city of Liang in Dahan. Your Excellency, Liang City is just ahead. On the official road leading to Liang City of Great Han, an old man with slightly gray hair opened his mouth, and upon hearing the sound, the cloth curtain behind the old man pulled back, revealing Yi Yun's face. This is Liangcheng. Good strong iron blood flavor. Who says it is not? Just because Xianqin is powerful, all the people in Liang City are soldiers. And what is the use? The bitter ones are still us ordinary people. The old man's face was filled with whining, and with these words, Yi Yun did not deny it. Your Excellency, don't blame me for talking too much. If you go to Liang City to do business, you'll most likely lose money, and you might even get into trouble. Oh, how's that? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows as interest appeared on his face. You are Xianqin people, and I don't know why these years, the Great Han people are always prejudiced against Xianqin people. Plus, the old man paused and looked back at Yi Yun's side. These maids of yours look like flowers. They are the source of trouble, and this housekeeper of yours, with his thieving eyes, is not a good man at first sight. Stinky old man, you want to die don't you? Only after the old man's words were finished, Su Tan instantly exploded with anger, and if it wasn't for the glare he received from Yi Yun, he would have wanted to slap the old man to death. Ha, old man, don't look at him as a thief, but he is also learned and full of wisdom. Is it? Doesn't look like it to me. The old man took another careful look at Su Tan and shook his head. Seeing Su Tan gnashing his teeth again, Yi Yun hurriedly said, Elderly man, please hurry into the city. We still have no accommodation. Okay, then, my lord, you guys sit tight. Hiya. The old man raised his whip, and after a hoarse neigh, a gust of dirt and dust rose from the official road. Because of the accelerated traveling, the carriage arrived at the foot of Liang City towards evening. Fortunately, Yi Yun and his party were only briefly questioned and entered the city smoothly after paying a hefty entry fee, and there was no dogged drama. Just when checking in, it seemed to be in response to the old man's words, the innkeeper was looking at the several people again and again. There's only one upper room, the rest are full. After listening to the words of the shopkeeper, Su Tan frowned greatly, pointing at the guest room board and saying, "Full, isn't there still 3 rooms here?" Su Tan spoke too harshly, and the shopkeeper's face turned dark. "These 3 rooms have been booked by people you can't afford to mess with." "Hey, did you know that we?" Upon hearing Yi Yun's unpleasant nasal tone, Su Tan instantly had a jolt and hastily closed his mouth. "Boss, do you see if we can spare another empty room here?" Compared to Su Tan, Yi Yun was much more polite, which made the face of the shopkeeper look better. "There's also a woodshed. Love it or leave it." Although his face looked better, his tone wasn't much more polite, which in turn caused Su Tan's face to show his displeasure. "The woodshed, that's for people? You?" "Yes, then arrange for my housekeeper to go to the upper room, and the maid and I to go to the woodshed." After a moment of silence, Su Tan no longer dared to be more, his head sweating coldly as he pulled the shopkeeper to the firewood room. Kidding aside, if he let Yi Yun go to live in the firewood room, then next year's today would be the anniversary of his Su Tan's death. Not to mention how exaggerated Saint Yi Yun's strength was, he couldn't afford to offend the 2 puppets around him. Su Tan. Leaving aside the thoughts in Su Tan's mind for the moment, Yi Yun led the 2 puppets to the upper room under the guidance of the junior. "My lord, this room doesn't face south, but the soundproofing is that good." Xiao swore and patted his chest, and even glanced at the 2 puppets with an envious face when he finished. And Xiao this tone and demeanor, so that Yi Yun immediately cried and laughed, cannot help but spit in his heart. To really bring 2 beautiful women to live in this kind of room is good. "Ahem, you go ahead and go down, we'll call you if I need you." After Yi Yun finished speaking, he threw a couple of tael of broken silver to the junior, causing the junior to instantly smile and nod his head as he left. Without the interference of Xiao, Yi Yun then properly surveyed the room. Although the orientation is not good, but the windows are still facing the street. The facilities in the room are also complete, and most importantly this Han style, which makes Yi Yun quite satisfied. Now safely inside Dahan territory. Next step. Yi Yun froze, then rubbed his forehead. Obviously it's a world of immortal cultivation. Can't you come up with a more metaphysical way of communication? Yi Yun spat as he took out a wooden piece and looked at the fish-shaped pattern on the wooden piece. The more he looked, the more speechless he became. This fish-shaped pattern is the secret mark for contact with Yuji, which is usually carved in an inconspicuous place. Xiang Yu's serious look surfaced in his mind. Yi Yun now felt that he was really stupid. Never mind. Luckily I'm not much else but a lot of people. With a sigh, Yi Yun then released 10 more puppets from the system arsenal and proceeded to aim the wood slice at the puppets, memorize the pattern and look for it throughout the range. Yi Yun's words had only just been finished when the eyes of these 10 puppets suddenly emitted a scanning light, and after scanning the wooden pieces, they whooshed and disappeared into the room. Such a metaphysical world appears so scientifically scanned. There were too many slots, and Yi Yun couldn't spit anymore, and after shaking his head, he simply climbed into bed and fell asleep. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Yi Yun stretched comfortably, then saw the puppet sent out yesterday standing in front of his bed. "Thanks for pinching my face so carefully." No emotion at all. Yi Yun was very speechless, but speechless is speechless. This night's search really did find the fish-shaped dark mark. Sure enough, dogfights happen everywhere. Looking at the dilapidated courtyard in front of him that was surrounded by 5 or 6 Hans who were not good people at first glance, Yi Yun could not help but just sigh. "You bad guys, when my sister Yu comes back, I will make you look good." In front of the courtyard, a boy about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in rags, glared at these few Hans with a face full of anger. It's just that the threat seems a bit comical because of his young age and boyish looks. "Ha ha, kid, the Yu sister in your mouth owes our boss money, if she really dares to come back. He. Once this last laugh came out, several of the Hans looked at each other before their faces turned lewd at the same time. And while it was obvious that the boy couldn't understand the words, he could still see the lewdness in the handsome's faces, and it was by no means a good thing to say. But because of the size difference, the pressure was already high, and now he didn't know how to retort. The boy then clenched his fists and his little face turned red. "Bah, bullying children with the backing of the city lord. How shameless. Who says it isn't? If I wasn't injured, I'd have gone up there and punched those sons of bitches. So capable? Then if Qin Chao, the president of their Yunding Association, were to arrive in person, would you dare to say that again? Yunding Club? Yun's face revealed dumbfoundedness. Such a random gang name was too that. The name of the gang was full of slots, but from the surrounding discussion, one could hear that this Cloud Ding society was definitely not a good gang. And now, it was still bullying the orphans who were obviously adopted by Yu, which caused the corner of Yun's mouth to curl up into an elusive arc. Su Tan. In a moment hiss. Yun was about to ask Su Tan to save his life, and just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by a high neighing sound, and as soon as he inclined his head, he saw a fiery red blazing horse galloping from the far side of the street. Wow! The blazing horse was extremely fast, and in a moment's time, it arrived close, and as it got closer, Yun could also see the person on the horse's back, and subconsciously let out a gasp. Red hair flying, flaming red leather armor perfectly set off the exquisite figure, the hand of flaming red lance tassel because of speeding hunting. What you can't take your eyes off is the woman's face and the eyes that seem to pierce through everything. Big. Missy. The previously arrogant and domineering Hans were all green in the face when they saw the visitor, and in the blink of an eye, they plopped down on their knees in front of the visitor. Accidents happened. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and amidst the surrounding chatter, Yun also realized the identity of the visitor. The daughter of the city lord of Liang City, Lai Lord Ji, Yin Li, Zhou Wu. I remember auntie, I said that if I let me see you and others bullying the market, I will chop off your hands if it's light, or behead you if it's heavy. Do you guys think auntie I'm joking? Swish. After Yin Li finished speaking, with a flick of her wrist, the tip of her fiery red spear was pressed against Zhou Wu's head. With this top, Zhou Wu's big copper bell eyes immediately turned into cock eyes, and his soul directly flew away in fear. Missy, listen to our explanation. It's the president he. Shut up. I don't care what agreement Chen Xiao made with my father and what rules you have to follow, but auntie's rules, you have to follow them, got it? After Yin Li finished speaking, her gaze condensed, and a blazing divine phoenix silhouette immediately appeared behind her, cawing up to the sky. Nice guy. The aura is externalized and the Tongxian sign. For the first time since crossing over, Yun was shocked. This Yin Li's age is only 28 years old, younger than He Ziwei, yet he has already reached the Tongxian realm. What's even more ripping is that He Zixiao is burdened with the greedy wolf bloodline and has only just managed to condense the blood wolf void, whereas Yin Li's fiery divine phoenix has almost become a substance. This Yin Li is more demonic than He Ziwei? Looking at the valiant Yin Li, Yun gave birth to a feeling of being ashamed of himself and underestimating the heroes of the world. Auntie, spare your life. Spare your life. This time, we really aren't looking for trouble. We're really here to ask for a serious debt. Serious debt? Do you think auntie I'm so easy to fool? Then tell me, how much does this party's family owe? Yin Li had a disbelieving face, and the fiery divine phoenix behind her condensed for another point, the pressure becoming even more massive. Under the huge pressure, Zhou Wu, who was pointed at the tip of the gun, immediately collapsed, and his voice trembled as he said an amount, only this amount, 3,000 taels of silver? Yin Li's tone was filled with surprise, as were the onlookers, except for Yun who frowned upon hearing the figure. These 3,000 taels of silver can be enough for the average family of 3 to live richly for decades. It looks like Yuji and Aoi are not having a good time. Yun sighed, thinking about it, although Yuji had brought people with her, they were all brown men, and it could be completely said that they were only fighting. Plus after arriving at this Liang city, I do not know how many orphans have been adopted. It is normal to be unable to make ends meet, but it is really his Yun-O's consideration. Are you guys sure it's 3,000 taels? Just as he was thinking, Yin Li spoke again, and when Zhou Wu heard this, he quickly kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic, and took out a piece of paper from his arms in a panic. Auntie, this is the note they made, in black and white. You can see it. Yin Li's brow furrowed, and with a lift of her hand, she sucked the note into her hand, and after reading the contents, her embroidered brows furrowed. A moment later, Yin Li retracted the lance that was pressed against Zhou Wu's head, and the fiery divine phoenix behind him dissipated in the void. Then Yin Li snorted coldly. Humph, tell Chen Chao, these 3,000 taels, I will send someone to send them on a later date. As for you, roll. Yin Li withdrew her aura, and Zhou Wu's few people then breathed a sigh of relief, their heads filled with cold sweat, secretly saying that they had finally retrieved a small life. But Yin Li said to let a few people roll after a few breaths. Zhou Wu a few people but did not move. A closer look. A few people's faces are showing different degrees of hesitation. What? You want me to do it myself? Not auntie, the chairman has given a death order. If we don't get this money back today, we'll have to carry our heads too. As Zhou Wu spoke, his face, which had just regained a bit of blood color, turned white again, and as if he thought of something horrible, his expression was written with fear. From this, It could be seen that this Cloud Cauldron Society president, Chen Chao, was definitely a ruthless and cold-blooded character. This was something that Yin Li was especially clear about. So after Zhou Wu finished speaking, he did not get angry, but instead also revealed a difficult color. With her cynical nature, she couldn't push another party into the abyss for the sake of one party getting good. But 3,000 taels of silver, Yin Li really cannot take out. I'll pay for the 3,000 taels. Just as Yin Li was in a difficult situation, a voice that made people feel like spring breeze came from the crowd. And as soon as Yin Li inclined her head, she met Yi Yun's gaze. Who are you? My name is Yun Yi, an immortal Qin merchant. Xian Qin merchants? Yin Li's embroidered brows frowned, but after carefully observing Yi Yun's attire, she was also convinced in her heart by 7 or 8%. Believing it, Yin Li still revealed a cold smile. You immortal Qin people, would you be so kind-hearted? Could it be that you have other ideas? Nice guy. Yi Yun gently raised his eyebrows. He really did not know whether to say that a woman's sixth sense was accurate or this Yin Li was too perceptive. Cough. Truth be told, the owner of this party's home is a distant cousin of mine. A distant house? Ha, tell me then, what is the name of the owner of this party? And what is his age? Whether it was her tone or demeanor, Yin Li revealed no distrust. That cousin of mine is surnamed Ji, with a single name of Yu, which is the age of this year. Yi Yun choked and embarrassment appeared on his face. He really did not know how old Yu Ji was this year. However, it was this pause of Yi Yun that made the cold smile on Yin Li's face even thicker. Swish shaking the lance in her hand and pointing it at Yi Yun from afar. So quick to reveal yourself. Do you really think that your aunt and grandma are good? Uncle, you know our sister Yu? The tender childish voice rang out. Yin Li, who was just about to make a move, suddenly froze, while Yi Yun was filled with bitter laughter. I'm so young and you dolls call me uncle. Cough, that's natural. Don't believe me. Look, said Yi Yun, and then he pulled out the piece of wood with the fish-shaped dark markings drawn on it from his pocket. The moment he saw the wooden piece, the boy's gaze instantly froze, revealing a composure that didn't match his age. So you're really the brother Yun that sister Yu was talking about. The composure on the boy's face was gone, replaced with a look of innocence, whooshing into Yi Yun's arms and pampering him. This performance let Yi Yun heart immediately issued a yoho. This kid, not when the actor is really a pity. In that case, this matter ends here. You guys, take the money and get out. With Yin Li's pressure, coupled with Yi Yun's repayment of only a little more and a little less, Zhou Wu and the others didn't dare to stay any longer, and after collecting the money they scampered off and ran straight away. After a few people left, Yin Li then turned her gaze towards Yi Yun. I don't know exactly what your plans are, but this is Liang City, so before you do anything, weigh yourself properly. Yi Yun raised his head and saw that Yin Li not only did not drop her guard, but instead became even more vigilant, and was instantly flabbergasted. Can you tell this doll is an act? You have such a keen eye? But regardless, you helped them, so thank you and farewell. Giddy up. Yin Li stomped his feet, accompanied by a hoarse neigh, raising smoke and dust along the way. Looking at Yin Li's dashing departing back, Yi Yun could not help but tickle the corners of his mouth. This niece is interesting, but more interesting, or this Liang Chang. The lord of the city and the local gangs are not clear, but the daughter of the lord of the city, no right from wrong and cynical. Contact Yu Ji and have her return with all due haste. Yes, lord. The boy clasped his fists in a fervent manner, then turned and rushed into a side alley, disappearing in less than a breath. This doll is actually in the Mingwu realm. Su Tan's face was filled with surprise as he spoke of the boy's realm, and Yi Yun froze. Now you know what it means to be outside of people. Surprised to be surprised, but it did not prevent Yi Yun from pretending to be a pussy, and after finishing this sentence, Su Tan's face revealed an expression of having eaten Shang as Yi Yun had expected. And when the few people entered the courtyard and saw the children in the courtyard, Su Tan was the entire person who went numb. A dozen or so children. The younger ones were 4 or 5 years old. The older ones were 8 or 9 years old. A waterfall of Mingwu realm, and even the oldest one, had already touched the threshold of Mingxi realm. Su Tan couldn't help but gulp down his saliva as he looked at the cloudy Yi Yun, his heart filled with horror, and the only remaining trace of dissatisfaction towards Yi Yun completely smoldered away. However, the truth was that Yi Yun's surface was light and breezy, but the shock in his heart was not much less than that of Su Tan, because Yu Ji sneaked into the Great Han from Qing City. It was less than a month's time. That is to say, these children have only been practicing for a month. Does this Liang Chang hide any big secrets? Just as Yi Yun was thinking about it, the oldest child had already arrived in front of Yi Yun and stared at him without fear. Seeing the wariness on the child's face, in order not to arouse unnecessary suspicion, Yi Yun was about to take out the wood slice when he saw the child's gaze look behind him, revealing surprise. Sister Yu, you're back. subordinate Yu, see you. Lord. When Yu revealed Yun's identity, the children in the courtyard first stared blankly, then regardless of their age, they all looked respectful and knelt down on one knee towards Yun. Well, Yun nodded, wanting to say something, but in the end it all materialized into a single sentence. You did a great job. Perhaps it is recognized by Yun. Or perhaps Yu has a backbone after seeing Yun. After the excitement, Yu still has aggression on her face. Seeing the aggression on Yu's face, Yun's heart ached for no reason, and an indescribable emotion rose. With a gentle sigh, Yun then touched Yu's head. From now on, as long as I, Yun, still have a breath, I will not let you guys suffer anymore. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Yu-G's as if she was relieved, and the tender childless voice made Yun inexplicably rise to a responsibility. This is Su Tan, sort of my entourage. Have someone arrange for his accommodation. Upon hearing Yun's introduction, Yu realized that Su Tan and the two puppets were following behind Yun. Yes, my subordinate will arrange it now. Although she was puzzled in her heart as to why she only arranged for Su Tan, Yu did not ask more questions and summoned the oldest child to whisper something before leading Yun into a room. The home is simple, so my lord is not to blame. A blush appeared on Yu's face, roughly surveyed the room's display, and saw the blush on Yu's face. Yun immediately reacted that this room is Yu's boudoir. Ahem, tell me about the situation in Liang City. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, Yun could only go straight to the point, and Yu naturally recounted it after a slight pause. Listening to Yu's narration, Yun also gained a better understanding of Liang City, which included Yin Yi, the city lord of Liang City, and the Cloud Cauldron Society, which he was most interested in. Liang City Lord Yin Yi, reigning for 20 years, when he first took office, full of enthusiasm, inspiring governance, strong soldiers and rich people, just like a clean official who was dedicated to the people. However, since the appearance of the Cloud Ding Society in Liang City 8 years ago, the livelihood of Liang City has been deteriorating, although not to the extent that the people do not have enough to live on, but the people do not have enough to eat is not uncommon. And from the point of view of Yu seeking to borrow money from the Yunding Association in order to make ends meet, the deterioration of this Liang City has absolutely nothing to do with the Yunding Association. My lord, according to what I've found out, the president of this Cloud Ding Society, Chen Chao, is the distant nephew of General Chao Shen of the Western Jinshi. Chao Shen. Yun froze and quickly rummaged through his memories before remembering that Chao Shen seemed to be a strong general under Han Xin. Yun raised his eyebrows and seemed to understand the crux of Liang City's deteriorating condition. In today's Han Dynasty, the most favored person, besides Shou He, is Han Xin, the military god of the Han Dynasty, and Chao Shen is a strong general under Han Xin, as Chao Shen's nephew Chen Chao so threatened, a small Liang City lord, and how can not give in? Seeing from Yun's expression that Yun had understood, Yu then opened her mouth to add, Chen Chao has a marriage contract with Yin Li, the daughter of the city lord of Liang City. A marriage contract? Yun froze, then was dumbfounded. No wonder Yin Li's expression was more or less tinged with disgust when she mentioned Chen Chao. It was just that this kind of gossip, using his toes to know what was going on. Yun did not intend to delve deeper. Tell me about the strength of this Yunding Society. Yunding Association, divided into the inner and outer halls. The outer halls are mostly some of the 3 religions and 9 streams that are not climatic, while the inner halls are all subordinate to Chen Chao alone. The number of people is around 300. All of them are at the Bright Spirit Realm. Nice guy, 300 Bright Spirit Realms? You have to know that before he recruited troops, the Mingling Realm one-person military pay was 50 taels per month. And this is still the regular army. If it was a private army, it would have to be doubled at the very least, meaning that these 300 Mingling Realms would have to issue 30,000 taels of silver a month. From this, it is all too normal for this Liancheng to deteriorate. In that case, this Cloud Cauldron Society is a tumor in Liang City. Yu nodded non-committally and opened her mouth to say something when a sharp footstep sounded outside the door. Sister Yu, it's not good. Chen Chao, the president of the Cloud Cauldron Society, has brought people to the door. Upon hearing the words president of the Cloud Cauldron Society, Yu's face suddenly changed and she hurriedly turned her head to look at Yun. Don't panic, I was worried that there was no way to get in touch with this Cloud Cauldron Society, but he himself came to the door first. Seeing that Yun was about to leave with his feet raised, Yu dodged and blocked in front of Yun, saying with a worried expression, Lord, that Chen Chao is already in the Middle Tongxian Realm cultivation. Are we? Middle Tongxian Realm. Yun let out a light laugh. No harm done. It's just the middle stage of the Tongxian Realm. Yu opened her mouth to advise further, but seeing the confidence on Yun's face, she eventually held back and honestly followed behind Yun. By the way, we may strike later, so just to be safe, arrange for someone to move those children to a safe place. Yes, subordinate will do it right away. Yuji's face was delighted as she respectfully received the order. Not caring if she would bump into Yun, she walked around in front of Yun and left quickly. Really up on these kids. Yun lost his smile, then shook his head and walked out of the courtyard alone. Just out the door, Yun straight to the good guy. In front of the courtyard, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounded by at least hundreds of people. Cough, master, you're here. When Su Tan, who had come out first to confront Chen Chao, saw Yun, he respectfully said this and whooshed behind Yun. Yun gave Su Tan a glance full of contempt, but he did understand that. But Su Tan, who was at the early Tongxian stage, really wasn't good enough against Chen Chao, who was at the middle Tongxian stage. After shaking his head, Yun then turned back and sized up the leader, Chen Chao. But this first glance made Yun's face show speechlessness. Yuji said that this Chen Chao and Yin Li had a marriage contract, and after seeing Yin Li's heroic appearance, Yun thought that this Chen Chao had to be a handsome man even if he was bad, but Yun never thought that this Chen Chao was actually a fat man, or even the second brother? It is no wonder that Yin Li will be so disgusted when she mentions Chen Chao. This honor and glory will have to be disgusted by anyone else. While Yun was in shock, Chen Chao opened his mouth. You're that Yun guy? Chen Chao's air of superiority caused Yun to frown and say irritably, my name is Yun. What can I do for you? Ha, good that it's you. Take it down for me. In less than 3 sentences, Chen Chao directly ordered to make a move, causing Yun to freeze on the spot. As he froze, 2 figures emerged from behind Chen Chao, arriving in front of Yun in a matter of moments, reaching out to capture him. However, just as the 2 men's hands were about to touch Yun, 2 arms also appeared behind Yun, and they grabbed and twisted after them. Click! The clear cracking of bones, accompanied by 2 screams, froze everyone in the room. After freezing for a short while, he then saw 2 women who looked like the world coming out from behind Yun, and it was those 2 Tongxian puppets. And Chen Chao's gaze became keen and evil after seeing the 2 puppets, or to be exact, the appearance of the 2 puppets. President, save, save, humph, 2 losers. The cries for help from the 2 fighters were interrupted by a cold snort from Chen Chao, and it was not a good idea to abandon them in full view of the crowd. Raising his hand and slapping out a palm towards the 2 puppets, the Tongxian realm was already able to exude aura, both externally and with a trace, and Chen Chao's palm was clearly directed towards Yun. That's a good calculation. Staring at the incoming palm imprint, Yun let out a cold smile, his face not panicking in the slightest, and there was even a small hint of anticipation. This was because Yun had discovered during his time in Luchi Mountain that when he was threatened with his life, the puppet's counterattack could be stronger than if he had directly ordered the attack. And the truth was just as Yun expected. When the palm print was less than 3 feet from Yun, the 2 puppets flashed red in their eyes and launched their palms at the same time. The 2 waves of light not only crushed Chen Chao's palm imprint, but also attacked towards Chen Chao with unabated momentum. Yun had expected it, but Chen Chao could just never expect it. And when he reacted, the 2 light waves were already less than 3 feet away from him. Caught off guard, Chen Chao's eyes stumped, slapped the horse's head and flew back, while the frightened horse's front hooves had just risen. It was blasted into flesh by the light wave, spraying Chen Chao head and face. In this situation, the people on the sidelines immediately turned pale. Where still dare to stay? Have scattered. Powerful yes, but this is a little too gross. Yun heart spit a sentence, then some regurgitation. But also fortunately the meat splash came when the 2 puppets constructed an energy shield. Otherwise, Yun absolutely had to spit it out. Good boy. I underestimated you. With a sinister angry curse, he raised his eyes to see Chen Chao, who was narrowing his eyes. And while Chen Chao's words sounded like he was speaking to Yun, this gaze, however, remained on the 2 puppets. President Chen is too kind. These 2 maids of mine don't know much. Don't blame them. Maid? Chen Chao frowned, his gaze finally focusing on Yun, looking him up and down for a moment, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. I'll take these 2 maids. Name your price. Yun was silent for a while, his face was both speechless and amused. Are all the villains in this world like this? I'm sorry President Chen. I've had a weak body since I was a child, so I'll have a headache if I don't have anyone to serve me. Plus, Yun paused and looked at Chen Chao with a smile at the corner of his mouth, which caused Chen Chao to frown once again. With all due respect, President Chen, you are afraid that you are not qualified to let the 2 of them serve. Chen Chao fiercely inhaled a breath and tried to make a calm appearance, but the aura revealed on his body was stating that Chen Chao's fire was very big. This result was exactly what Yun wanted. As long as he angered Chen Chao, preferably erupting into a bit of a major conflict. Yun could summon a puppet to suppress the entire Cloud Cauldron Society with a thunderbolt, thus attracting Chao Sen's attention. In turn, it leads to Han Xin. Lord, it's all arranged. Well, Yun is thinking about the plan. Behind him suddenly came the voice of Yu, and Yu, this lord, instantly let Chen Chao's fire all disappeared. This Yun E? What's the story? Chen Chao gazed at Yun, his face changing uncertainly, but it was clearly evident that he was now cautious of Yun. And the frozen Yu saw the speechlessness on Yun's face, and saw Chen Chao's caution, and the intelligent woman immediately reacted to the fact that she seemed to be in trouble. Yun E, what do you intend to do in Liang City? Yun raised an eyebrow and said with a faint smile, traveling and searching for the deceased. Seeking an old friend? Chen Chao sneered, turning his gaze to Yu, treating a killer as an old friend. Should I be curious? Aha! Chen Chao's words caused Yun to no longer be able to pretend to be bland, while his heart's impression of Chen Chao greatly changed. At first, he thought that this Chen Chao was just relying on Chao Sen's relationship to act as a bully in this Liang City, but now it seems that this Chen Chao is not some kind of playboy character. You are from Xianqin, and your deceased adopted orphans on a large scale in my great Han. As Chen Chao spoke, his expression suddenly shifted and he fiercely locked his gaze on Yun. With this glance, Yun instantly sweated. Somebody, get me! Chen Chao, you've turned against the heavens! A dainty cry came from the distance, directly interrupting Chen Chao, who was preparing to arrest Yun, and Yun, who was about to give an order. The two of them turned around one after another, and they saw a flash of fiery red Mercedes-Benz coming from the distance. Buzz, the fiery red printed eyes, and before he could see who was coming, he saw a red light speeding, bringing up a powerful air-braking sound. Clang! With a crunching instrumental sound, a fiery red lance was viciously nailed in front of Chen Chao's heel. The tip of the gun entered the ground, instantly bringing up a wave of air, instantly lifting the minions to the left and right of Chen Chao, knocking down a piece of them. Leer, how do you? Humph, Leer is what you call it? After a dainty hum, Li valiantly appeared in front of Chen Chao, kicking her lance and pirouetting in midair into her hand with indescribable panache. However, this valiant gallantry caused Chen Chao's face to turn gloomy as Li blocked Yun behind her. The key was that Yun, who was behind Li, actually had his eyes glowing. Chen Chao, you're getting fatter and fatter. You even dare to oppress good people under my nose? Li was more or less unreasonable, regardless of her demeanor or tone, and Yun was happy to hear it. Ahem, who says it isn't? It's scaring the baby to death. There was a silence, and Yun was so embarrassed that he wanted to gouge out the 3 rooms. Miss Een, you're afraid you've misunderstood. I'm just preparing to catch a rebel. Treason? Li's embroidered brows furrowed greatly as she glanced back at Yun, then let out a cold snort. Chen Chao, this party home in your arrears, is in my witness returned? The money has been returned, but you still cover a rebel, when it is really. Li did not finish her sentence, but her pretty face already contained fury, and even without waiting for Chen Chao to explain, she raised her hand and poked Chen Chao with a gun. Moreover, Li's shot, which came out in full force, brought out the fiery divine phoenix aura to the fullest, causing Su Tan behind Yun to let out a cry of surprise. Late Tongxian. The sound of late-stage Tongxian caused the faces of those present to change drastically at the same time, especially Chen Chao, who was facing the fiery divine phoenix, and could not wait to stare out of his eyeballs. Damn, just a month ago but just broke through Tongxian. In just a month you've raised 2 realms. Toxic it. As the attack approached, Chen Chao didn't dare to hesitate much and slashed out a palm slash with all his strength, the huge blade ruthlessly slashing at the flaming divine phoenix. With Chen Chao's cultivation at the middle Tongxian stage, it was impossible for him to completely resist Li's attack at the late Tongxian stage even if he used all his strength. However, the truth was that Chen Chao's blade aura had actually directly chopped the fiery divine phoenix into pieces. This result instantly caused Chen Chao to be confused in place, but he quickly reacted that this was Li ascending too quickly and his foundation was unstable. Thinking of this, Chen Chao breathed a sigh of relief while a scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Leer, this kind of flashy trick is better used sparingly. Li's pretty face was furious, but in the end, she still held back from having an attack. Humph, even so, you and I are only half a catty. What can you do to me? Chen Chao's eyes narrowed and his face became gloomy. Li was right. Even if the attacks were vapid, the late Tongxian realm was real. If there was a real big fight, it would be more than worth it for Chen Chao. Are you really going to bail them out today? So what if it is? Li revealed that bratty streak again, and Chen Chao had quite a headache upon seeing it, and could only give Yun a deep look. I hope you don't regret it. Let's go. Chen Chao coldly snorted and cleanly turned around to leave. And when the Cloud Cauldron congregation saw this, they hurriedly followed. With this departure, the street became cold and empty. Pust. When Chen Chao walked away, Ainli spewed out a mouthful of blood, and her previously rosy face turned pale in an instant. "Ms. Ain, are you okay?" Yu let out a cry of surprise, and with a flash, she reached Ainli's side and held her in place. "It's fine. Sister Yu doesn't have to worry." "Sister Yu?" Ian raised his eyebrows and looked at the state of the two women as if he understood something, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into an intriguing arc. "Yu, go and pack a room for Miss Ain to heal." "Goodwill." "Yes, Lord." When Ainli just opened her mouth, Yu opened her mouth to interrupt and quickly walked back to the courtyard. "Rant. There's no harm in it. It's all as it should be. And in the end, I have to thank Miss Ain for her protection of Yu during this time." After hearing Ian's words, Ainli's expression moved, but she did not say anything more, and after faintly nodding, she bypassed Ian and entered the courtyard. Ian looked at Ainli's back and smiled faintly as he turned his head to Su Tan and said, "Go keep an eye on Chen Chao, and report back as soon as possible if there are any movements, no matter what." The corners of Su Tan's mouth twitched as rejection was written all over his face, but it was Ian who gave the order, so he could only do as he was told, answering the question before flying away. I was thinking of taking advantage of the conflict with Chen Chao to get close to Chaosen, but now it seems that the plan should change." Ian stopped to think for a moment before he raised his feet and returned to the courtyard, and as soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Yu walk out of her room. "Lord, Miss Ain has already begun to heal her wounds. Well, leave the kids alone and you come with me." "Yes." Yun was in the front and Yu was in the back. While the former was in the clouds, the latter was apprehensive. Arriving at Yuji's boudoir, Yun leisurely sat down and didn't speak, but just looked at Yuji with a smile on his face, which made Yuji's heart even more apprehensive. "Tell me about your relationship with Ainli." "This first came to Liang City. There is no route, so my subordinate intends to take advantage of the situation. So, when searching for orphans, deliberately let Ainli know." Yuji froze, then nodded. Sure enough, the corner of Yun's mouth ticked, and in his heart, he felt more and more that Yuji's design as an assassin by the major online games was really not without reason. Well done. Here is 30,000 taels. Ainli has any need to fulfill. After that, and she walks around more. Yun's words had a clear purpose, and Yuji immediately comprehended the meaning. Nodding her head in a hurry, and after accepting the silver, she went out to purchase a healing elixir for Ainli. The plan changed, and now they could only wait for Yuji to buy medicine and come back to cure Ainli, and see if they could open up the line of the city lord's mansion. However, Yun felt that although Ainli, this niece had a difficult personality, she was also quite cautious in treating people, and most likely the result would just be a favor. After thinking about it, Yun decided to go out for a walk and stroll, 1 to pass the time, and 2 to see if there were any unexpected gains. For example, this is only one street, and I found 4 people following. This Chen Chao is really... Yun sighed. He knew in his heart that Chen Chao would definitely not let up, but he also did not expect that Chen Chao would actually send so many people to keep an eye on him. However, the line of conflict with Chen Chao is faster than the line of the city lord's mansion. Yun can't wait for Chen Chao to do a street assassination, and then he summons his puppets and kills them all the way from Penglai East Road to the southern Heavenly Gate. But as it turned out, Yun strolled around for 2 more blocks, and apart from the increasing number of hidden sentries, nothing else happened, making Yun quite disappointed. In desperation, Yun only turned a corner towards Liang City's largest restaurant to see if there could be some unexpected news. A place like a restaurant, to inquire about unexpected news, that was definitely the right choice. But Yun was just about to enter the door when he was stopped by the junior. "This gentleman, I'm very sorry, we've been chartered for the vegetarian fast today. Would you like to come back another day?" Packed up? Yun froze, then became curious. Suxian is the largest restaurant in Liang City. The consumption is naturally not low. If you want to pack the room, at least 10,000 taels. The key is, Liangchang is the Han's border town. This Suxian can open in Liangchang also do the strongest. No big man backing cannot open down. Can I ask what kind of a big shot it is that could pack the venue with succumbit? Yun's question was too direct, and the store assistant's face instantly twitched, thinking that Yun was rash, and his attitude suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. "Don't pry into what you shouldn't. Beware of losing your head. Hurry up." While saying this, he also pushed Yun. Just pushing, the shopkeeper was frozen in place, subconsciously inverting his hands. Feeling the weight in his hand, the store assistant instantly smiled, carefully looked around, then attached to Yun's ear and muttered a few words before running towards the back door of the restaurant as if he was a thief. So it's the royal historian Ren Ao. Ren Ao, the imperial historian, was once the lowest-ranking jailer under Xiao He and Xiao Shun, and became the imperial historian after the founding of the Han Dynasty because he had protected the Empress Lu Pheasant. But as far as Yi Yin knows, in the history of this world, Empress Lu Pheasant has not been imprisoned, and Ren Ao is still an imperial historian. There is no way to know the reason for this, but Yi Yin guessed that the probability of Ren Ao becoming a royal historian has nothing to do with Xiao He. While both Ren Ao and Xiao Shun were once under Xiao He, it is a bit intriguing to see that Xiao Shun is now in the town of Liang, and Ren Ao has now arrived in Liang as well. When he reached an unoccupied corner, Yi Yun released the two puppets. Go, listen. As time passed, Yi Yun had completely understood these puppets, because it was a puppet, all without anyone's aura. Even if one's strength reached that of a saint, they wouldn't necessarily be able to detect it. Coupled with the scanning function that was very much at odds with the metaphysical world, what was even more impressive was that the puppets were able to share data with each other, making it a complete mobile surveillance. As the two puppets took their positions, Ian also found a quiet room and watched the images transmitted back from the puppets with confidence. When I first entered my eyes, I saw a middle-aged man with a melancholy face, and next to him was Chen Chao. No wonder Chen Chao just sent people to follow without making a move. So he came to receive Ren Ao. Uncle Ren has traveled a long way and had a hard time on the boat, so to welcome Uncle Ren, I'll drink this cup. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Chen Chao's voice, and then he saw Chen Chao drink the wine in his cup. Well, turning a few years, you are getting stronger. After Ren Ao finished speaking, Chen Chao immediately showed embarrassment and a hint of shame on his face, but this shame quickly disappeared and was replaced with a compensatory smile. Uncle Ren, I haven't seen you for several years, but you are still radiant and powerful. Come, Uncle Ren, I'll toast you again, Chen Chao said, pouring himself another cup. Humph, this time, the entire army was wiped out in the eradication of Luchi Mountain Wangan village, and you're still in the mood to drink? Ren Ao's sentence caused Chen Chao's hand to stop in midair, and his face changed even more with a swish. Uncle Ren, did you come this time too? AI, this matter is thanks to King Sanchi. If he hadn't suppressed the matter, I guess what would have come would have been an imperial decree. Gulp. Chen Chao's throat wriggled, and his face grew more and more terrified. Send troops to war. If the whole army is destroyed, the crime of the main general. Light is dismissed and sent. Heavy is full of beheading. More heavy words. Strains 9 families. If it is really the arrival of the holy decree, then his Chen Chao's good days are considered to be at an end. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Chen Chao immediately lost his flattery and his eyes rolled straight up. A moment later, Chen Chao froze and looked at Ren Ao. Uncle Ren, why did the king of Sanchi suppress the matter? Ren Ao inhaled a breath. This is also a point that I have not thought through. Xiaogong and Sanchi king is not the right way. Although your uncle is now standing in the military, but also had for Xiaogong's old ministry. Ren Ao frowned. But Chen Chao on the side was in deep thought, and a moment later, Chen Chao was again in a daze. Uncle Ren, do you think it could be related to that recent rumor? Rumors? What rumors? It's about the great-grandson Lu Che wanting. Bang! Ren Ao slammed the table, startling Chen Chao, then saw Ren Ao with a dangerous expression, and instantly realized that he had let himself go. I'm sorry, Uncle Ren, okay, it's good to know that it's wrong, but it's true that the courtroom is not peaceful these days. After saying that, Ren Ao sighed and lifted his wine cup to drink, his face showing the previous melancholy again. When Ren Ao didn't open his mouth, Chen Chao naturally didn't dare to say much, and for a while, the room fell into silence. At this time, Yi Yun, who was monitoring the two from afar, was in a flurry of thoughts. That's a bit of information in a few short sentences. The most important information for Yi Yun is that Xiao He and Han Xian are not dealing with each other, and the courtroom is unstable. As the originator of the Luchi Mountain battle, Yi Yun could think more thoroughly than Ren Ao. Plus Chen Chao draws out Lu Che. It is not difficult to think that Han Xian will suppress the matter. The probability is that he wants to pull Chao to participate in his own, so that when Lu Che plotted against him, the Han Dynasty has a bargaining chip in his hand during the time of civil unrest. Although Han Xian was regarded as the god of Han Dynasty, the success of Han Dynasty was attributed to Chaosun, the fireman. It can even be said that without Chaosun charging into battle, this territory of the Great Han would have shrunk by at least half, and now that Chaosun has been appointed to guard the border, pulling together Chaosun is like clutching a life preserver in times of civil unrest. The reason is attributed to Xian Qin. After all, if Chaosun didn't guard the border, Xian Qin was the one who drove in with a huge army. Xiao He, Han Xian, Lu Piang, Lu Che. Interesting. Ian smiled faintly, clearly feeling the mountain rain. It looks like it's only a matter of time before the Han Dynasty implodes, and it's all about who's going to set it off. This time, you must not talk about it with outsiders. Although the king of Sanchi will suppress the matter, but the paper cannot wrap the fire after all. Yes, Uncle Run. Chen Xiao looked unusually serious, and only then did Ren Ao's face show satisfaction. But less than a moment later, it turned cold-blooded. If things fall apart, put the blame on Yin Yi. Ah, Chen Xiao looked at Ren Ao with a face full of astonishment, and just when he wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Ren Ao. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. That Yin Li has an outstanding appearance and carries the blood of the Fire Phoenix, but in front of big events, a woman is still a woman. Understand? Ren Ao's words were clearly audible, chilling and indifference, and although Chen Xiao wanted to argue, he ultimately bowed his head and answered yes. After that, Ren Ao drank and ate meat by himself, as if he had finished talking about business, so Yi Yun did not monitor anymore and retrieved the puppet. However, this trip could be considered very rewarding for Yi Yun. He was worried that he couldn't find a breakthrough, but he didn't expect Ren Ao to not only send the news, but also the method in passing. Spreading the word. A child's word is a powerful tool. With a plan in mind, Yi Yun folded back into the courtyard, but to his surprise, just as he entered the door, he bumped into Yin Li head-on. Phew, seeing how Mistress Yin looks like this, she should not be in any serious trouble? Mr. Yun Yi, you can still call me Yin Li. I wouldn't dare to take the title of Lady Warrior. Yin Li showed some coldness no matter the expression on her face or the tone of her voice, which made Yi Yun speechless. At least this healing potion is my own money. Size counts as a personal favor. What kind of attitude is this? Yi Yun's breathlessness was somewhat obvious, and when Yin Li saw it, she also felt something was wrong. Thank you for the gift of medicine from Prince Yun Yi. This favor will be repaid in the coming days. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave now. After Yin Li finished speaking, she walked around Yi Yun and headed for the door. Ms. Yin, recently Liang City will be a bit uneasy. So, upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Yin Li paused in her steps and frowned her embroidered brows as she glanced at Yi Yun. Liang City is too unpredictable. Yin Li, say so. Dropping such a sentence, Yin Li left without looking back. This girl has never been in love? So straight. Yi Yun pulled the corner of his mouth and shook his head, not bothering to bother with Yin Li. In the end, he infiltrated into the Great Han, and his purpose from the start was to cause internal strife in the Great Han, which in turn extended to dismantle the alliance of the Six Nations. Today, after hearing the conversation between Ren Ao and Chen Xiao, it is imperative to find the most crucial character, Han Wu Di Lu Che. According to historical records, Lu Qi, the emperor of Han Jing Dynasty, established Lu Che as the king of Jiaodong after he pacified the rebellion of 7 kingdoms, and Lu Che's fiefdom was Jiaodong. But now there is only one Gaozu Lu Bang in the Han Dynasty. There is no emperor Wendi Jingdi, and Lu Che is just a great-grandson of a great-grandson, and he probably doesn't even have a fiefdom. Yi Yun froze and suddenly realized a fatal problem. Now Lu Che is but a great-grandson of the emperor. No fiefdom, no military power. Where is the strength to rebel? Precisely how did the rumor that Lu Che was going to rebel come out? I'll go. This water, it's a bit deep, Yi Yun chanted, and the original confidence in his heart that was full of clear thoughts had now become chaotic. However, a moment later, Yi Yun turned his mind to think. No matter where the source of this rumor was and what the purpose of passing it out was, as long as the rumor of Lu Che's rebellion was turned into a fact, it would ultimately result in the end of the Great Han's internal strife. As long as the Great Han is in disarray, the alliance of the 6 kingdoms is bound to be hindered, and then the threat of the 6 kingdoms to Xianqin will be more or less reduced. As for how to clean up the mess after the Great Han is in disarray, it's none of his Yi Yun's business. Figuring this out, Yi Yun was in an extremely good mood and summoned Yu Ji. Go check on someone for me. Liang City Lord's Mansion. Missy, you're finally back. What happened? Such panic? Looking at the anxious and flustered maidservant, Yin Li instantly frowned her embroidered eyebrows. Eldest miss, you'd better go and see the old master quickly. If you're any later, all those valuable things in the house will be dropped by the master. As soon as Yin Li heard this, her heart thumped, and she rushed towards Yin Ye's study in a flurry of fire. And just as she got close, she heard a burst of crackling. Father, what are you doing? The furious Yin Yi heard the sound and turned around to see Yin Li, and only then did that furious look calm down a bit. Back, Yin Yi said, then put down the jade inkstone in his hands and sat down on the chair. But Yin Yi looked a lot calmer on the surface, but the constantly heaving chest still showed that the anger had not decreased by half. Father, even if you're angry, you can't just throw things around. These are all my future dowries. Damn girl, you're just being mean, aren't you? Yin Yi almost had a mouthful of old blood, but his mood was unexpectedly calmed by Yin Li. Seeing Yin Yi calm down, Yin Li smiled cheekily and came behind Yin Yi, pinching his shoulders and pounding his back. What is it this time? That you are so angry? Humph, what else could it be because of? It's still not that bastard Chen Xiao. Yin Yi, who had just calmed down, blew his beard and eyes out again. And once Yin Li heard that it was because of Chen Xiao, her embroidered brows furrowed as she asked, what did Chen Xiao do again? This bastard, weekdays to him each other to tolerate, is for the stability of the city also even so, this time actually will Lu Qishan defeat attributed to the old man. What? He actually? I'm going to find him. Yin Li's pretty face contained fury, and she raised her steps and walked out, which immediately startled Yin Yi and hurriedly called Yin Li to stop. You girl, can you change this impulsive behavior? Father, he's already moved on. How long are you going to put up with this? Yin Yi opened his mouth, which eventually turned into a sigh. What can I do if I don't hold back? He's Chao Sen's nephew. I can't afford to offend him. After saying that, Yin Yi gave another sigh, and with that sigh, Yin Yi looked like he had aged 10 years. Noticing the change in Yin Yi, Yin Li immediately felt a pang of heartache. The reason why she cultivated so hard, even going so far as to give up her underpinnings to forcefully raise her realm, was to help Yin Yi share her worries. But now, he was still no match for Chen Xiao. Yin Li clenched her fists fiercely, her pair of almond eyes gradually becoming firm. I'm preparing to break through the refined law realm. No, Dad. When I say no, I mean no. Have you forgotten how your mother died? The disheveled look on Yin Yi's face disappeared and was replaced with a serious and stern look. And after Yin Yi finished the sentence, Yin Li clenched her lips and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Seeing Yin Li in this state, Yin Yi's heart sighed heavily again. Give up. For the sake of the people of Liang City, one can only resign oneself to fate. After Yin Yi finished speaking, he turned to leave. Only that back appeared hunched. Looking at Yin Yi's back, Yin Li bit harder. A few moments later, as if she had made some heavenly decision, Yin Li returned to her boudoir and took away a silver ring. An incense stick later, Yin Li knocked on the door of the small courtyard, and coincidentally, it was Yi Yun who opened the door. Yin Li's going and returning. Yi Yun was surprised. Miss Yin, this is. Drop something? Yin Li froze, then shook her head. No, I'm here to find Sister Yu. Looking for Yuji? This purpose of Yin Li really made Yi Yun a little confused. Yuji went out on an errand. I'm afraid I won't be able to return without a few days. Miss Yin has something to do. It's just as well to talk to me. Hearing that Yuji was not there, Yin Li frowned and was about to turn around. But just as she made a move, she stopped again. It's not convenient to talk at the door. Come in and talk. Yi Yun stood dumbfounded at the doorway, the corners of his mouth twitching violently as he turned back to look at Yin Li, who had already entered the courtyard and was speechless. Kiss, this is my place. Is it really okay to be so casual? Yi Yun kept spitting in his heart, but Yin Li entered all the way in, so it was not good to kick people out, and he could only helplessly close the door and walk to the courtyard to sit down. Yin, help me kill Chen Xiao, and the phoenix origin blood in this ring will be yours. A full 3 breaths passed before Yi Yun reacted, staring at Yin Li with a gradually dangerous gaze. Don't look at me in that way. I know more than anyone else about what's going on in this Liang city. Without my permission, do you think Sister Yu would have been at peace with herself for so long? Yin Li's words were completely provocative, and even Yi Yun could not find the right words to refute them for a moment. Seeing that Yi Yun did not speak, Yin Li spoke once more. You have offended Chen Xiao, and with his vindictiveness, you will definitely be in constant trouble afterward. But if you kill him, I guarantee that I will let you leave Liang City safe and sound. After hearing Yin Li's words, Yi Yun narrowed his eyes, then laughed out softly. Miss Yin, this Chen Xiao is Chao Sen's nephew, and Chao Sen, we can't afford to offend him. I said I would keep. Yin Li froze, then pursed her lips. How much do you want to be paid? This time, Yi Yun was truly speechless. Is this girl out of her mind? Is this a payoff thing? Ahem, Yin, you probably didn't understand what I meant. What I meant was that we just want to live a peaceful life. Peaceful days? If you don't have my permission, do you want peace? Yi Yun's gaze immediately froze. Are you threatening me? Yin Li sneered. So what if it is? Swish swish swish. Just as Yin Li finished speaking, she felt a blur before her eyes, and then her heavenly soul, eyebrow, heart, and dantian were hit by 4 sword fingers. When Yin Li's eyes widened violently, and only then did she realize that 4 beautiful women had appeared beside her without warning, and each of them exuded a dangerous aura. For psychic realms, Yin Li was alarmed, but Yi Yun opened his mouth. I'm sorry, Yin, although I, Yun Yi, have no cultivation, I have never been afraid of threats. With her life gate restrained, Ainley did not dare to struggle and could only stare at Yi-Yun with angry eyes. Don't look at me like that. It's weirdly creepy. Yi-Yun hemmed and hawed, then clapped his hands, and a few more dark shadows walked out of the surrounding room doors. Today right as Miss Ian has not come, or this consequences. As Yi-Yun spoke in the slot, Ainley also sensed the aura of the puppet that walked out of the room, and instantly lost her temper. But at the same time, hope rose in Ainley's heart. The Cloud Cauldron Society, except for Chen Chao who was a mid-Tongxuan, the rest were nothing more than mortal martial realm stragglers, and just these few puppets in front of them could completely crush the Cloud Cauldron Society. Moreover, as the daughter of Liang City's city lord, Ainley had considerable control over Liang City, but she hadn't noticed anything at all when these few Tongshan realms entered the city in front of her. Also known as Yun Yi, if you kill Chen Chao, I'm yours. I'll go. This girl really has a bag on her brain. Yi-Yun was speechless to the point of numbness, looking at Ainley with a gaze that was completely like looking at a psychopath. But Ainley, whether it was her appearance and stature, coupled with that valiant to the point of no return, Yi-Yun had to admit that it was still quite tempting. But temptation being temptation, Yi-Yun was not someone who thought with his lower body. Now just a little bit let the big Han internal chaos eyebrows. How could it be for a Chen Chao to get into trouble? Ian, you may not know that I am carrying a Fire Phoenix bloodline, so if I am used as a cauldron, I can make my cultivation skyrocket. Stop. Ian hastily raised his hand to interrupt Ainley's tiger and wolf words, his face becoming even more speechless. Good man, you even said furnace. It's like I'm an evil practitioner. Ian rubbed his forehead with a headache and looked helpless. Ian, first of all, I have no cultivation. If I really want your body, I am equivalent to committing suicide. Ainley opened her mouth, and not a single word popped out even after opening it for half a day, because what Yi-Yun said was indeed the truth. Secondly, you are the daughter of Liang City's city lord. If I really accept you, your father and ye shall not lead the city guards to destroy me? Furthermore, after killing Chen Chao, Chao Shen will surely hate me to the bone. With Chao Shen's ability, I have no place to stay in the whole of Han, and I have to bring you with me as a drag. So what do I want? Word for word. Solid, but facts are facts. And Yi-Yun's 3 words, drag the oil bottle, made Ainley feel unhappy. I can break through the refinement method in a short period of time, and in less than a year, I'll be able to achieve the Imperial heir, and within 3 years, Chao Shen won't be my match. Yoo-hoo, so confident? That's a hell of a thing to say. Yi-Yun cupped his chin and fell into deep thought. Ainley's words that he could defeat Chao Shen within 3 years sounded a bit outrageous, but if it was true, wouldn't it be that within 3 years, he would have an attendant of the Ling Xiao realm? Disintegrating the alliance of the 6 nations would allow him to gain the strength of a saint, but hell knows how long it would take to disintegrate the alliance of the 6 nations. To be precise, the mission of dismantling the alliance of 6 nations. The mission description was too general, and there was no detailed description of how it would be completed. In case it's not complete until all 6 kingdoms change emperors. Okay, you convinced me. Ian's sudden change in attitude caused Ainley to react for a while before reacting, and only then did her pretty face reveal surprise. When are you going to do it? Are you so eager to be my bed-warming maid? Ian had a smirk on his face, and his eyes were more or less lewd, causing Ainley to instantly become a bit annoyed. Alright, the joke ends here. I promise to help you kill Chen Chao, but this is just cooperation. No need for you to give your body to me. But you have to follow me for 3 years. How about it? Just following? Ainley was a bit dazed, and when she reacted, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. In the end, her surface capricious and savage, that are also done to outsiders. In fact, is also to be in the boudoir. Really want to be in the body of what? I'll decide when to do it, but before you do it, you have to make sure that you have a good channel to leave Liang City safely. This is naturally no problem. Ainley nodded. After all, this condition was also her previous promise. Seeing Ainley agree, Ian then waved his hand, allowing the puppets to release their grip on Ainley. Anyway, after Yu found someone, Ian did not intend to stay in Liang City, and killing Chen Chao was definitely the puppets' hands. When the time came to change the skin, Chao Shen just turned the whole Han over, probably could not find it. The most important thing is, getting a Fire Phoenix blood fighter for nothing. He doesn't smell good. Ainley's Fire Phoenix blood, just like Hua Zaiwei's greedy wolf blood, was known as the blood of a foreign beast, and could be said to be a gifted bloodline that could not be found in 10,000. If there was a knowledgeable guide to cultivate people with this kind of gifted bloodline, transcendence into sainthood, it would all be a nail in the coffin. Take that. As Yun was thinking, Ainley suddenly threw out a token, which Yun subconsciously took. This is my token. With this token, the city lord's mansion will come in and out at will, and this phoenix source blood, you also accept it. It's considered a deposit. Farewell. After Ainley finished speaking, she carried Za through to the end and directly went over the wall. If you don't go through the door, you have to climb over the wall. You're great with cultivation. What the heck is this phoenix source blood? Ian picked up the ring left behind by Ainley on the table, intending to study this phoenix origin blood. Phoenix blood, the bloodline of the nine-crown firebird descended from the Holy Spirit fire phoenix, can unlock the fire aptitude phoenix wings soaring after refining. The system prompt suddenly sounded. Ian was startled and before he could react, he received another system prompt. Fey bloodline harvested. Bloodline icon unlocked. Trigger side quest, collect 10 kinds of beast bloodline. Complete the quest to unlock the Holy Spirit warbody. Current collection progress 1 out of 10. Nice guy. Ian took a deep breath and barely calmed down, but the excitement in his heart could not be calmed. The Holy Spirit battle body, which had been mentioned in the original owner's memories, was known as the strongest battle body in this world. The reason why it was called the strongest was because once awakened, it possessed the same physical strength as an ancient Holy Spirit like the Green Dragon and White Tiger. With just physical brute strength, one could be on par with a saint. The most crucial thing was that because of the system quests, unlocking the Holy Spirit battle body required 10 types of foreign beast blood, and for each type collected, there would be one more divine ability. Avatars were different from techniques, which required cultivation support, and the more powerful the technique, the more it consumed, whereas avatars did not. That means, I have a bit of a life preserver now? The corner of Ian's mouth grinned as the idea of fusing the phoenix origin blood took over all his thoughts. But the result is, motherfucker, I don't have the cultivation to open this ring. The fire in his heart was doused with a pot of cold water, and with no choice, Ian ordered the puppet to come and open the ring. As a result, because the puppet did not have a soul, it still could not be opened, and Ian was suddenly numb. We can only wait for Yuji to return. Hey, Ian sighed, and after he sighed and then looked puzzled, he suddenly thought that Huajua's greedy wolf blood is also a type of foreign beast blood. There has been no news of Hua since the Battle of Qincheng, when Hua returned to the court in defeat. But this defeat is not a small matter, neither for the Great Han nor for the Alliance of Six Nations, and it is thought that Hua Dai's days will not be much better, even if he is not put to death. If we take this opportunity to convince Hua to help Liu Che, then the Great Han will be in civil unrest. The corners of Ian's mouth grinned, revealing complete obscenity. Nowadays, the Han Dynasty, Gaozu Lu Bang is in power. The harem of LV Pheasant, when Xiao He and Wuhan Xin in plotting Zhan Liang, which can be said to be solid as a golden soup. But on Liu Che's side, there are countless capable people. Wei Zifu was comparable to Liu Pian, and his brother Wei Qing is no better than Han Xin. If you get Hua Zhaodi, Chao Sen's stream is also enough to cope with. As for the text and strategy, the strange man, Dongfang Shua, is more than enough to take on Xiao He Zhang Liang, and it was Dongfang Shua that Ian had sent Yuji to check out before, contemplating for a long time. Ian also has a rough plan in his heart, and this plan, if successful, may not be able to subvert the Han, and even the 6 countries pattern between, and the first step of the program. Take a look. Xianqin's famous composite bow. Excellent power at a fair price. Fulfill your dream of being a hero. Hey, at the eastern gate of Liang City, with Ian's yell, hundreds of people gathered in less than a moment. What is this compound bow of yours? How come I've never heard of it? The crowd had just gathered, and there were people asking questions because of the odd shape of the compound bow. Hey, this brother asked a good question. As the saying goes, hearing is believing and seeing is believing. So watch this, gentlemen. Ian's sentence aroused the interest of the passers-by. Seeing that the time was almost right, Ian hitched his arrow and loosened the string, and the stone bricks in the distance exploded. Hiss, this power. Liang City was a major border town, and to live here, even an ordinary citizen had a certain amount of eyesight. This brother, how much silver for this bow? I'll take it. Chen Den Yo, don't come to disgrace yourself with your little family fortune. 300 taels. I'll take it. Li Dogdan, you and Chen Danyu are only half a catty, and you're so mean. I'll pay 500 taels. Chen Den Yo, Li Dogdan. The corners of Ian's mouth twitched violently, and his heart was inexplicably joyful. And the first 3 people to open their mouths, obviously the group with eyesight, for the price of the woods quarrel. This noise, other onlookers were also infected, joined the ranks of the price hiking. For a time, the east entrance is getting more and more lively, was surrounded. What's the front doing? Get the hell out of the way. When people are raising the price of goods is intense. The back of the crowd came a stern shout, a turn around. We saw dozens of guards surrounded by a 8-carried sedan chair to the east gate. 8-carrier sedan chair. A cry of alarm. Like lighting a fuse. The passers-by exploded. moving in good order to both sides, making way for a wide road. Passers-by this let, standing in the east doorway of Yun, doubly abrupt, plus holding a compound bow, clang clang clang, several sword-drawing sounds rang out, and then Yun was surrounded by dozens of guards. Take that! Just after they had surrounded, the guard in the lead gave an order and dozens of guards raced towards Yun, overreacting so much. The corner of Yun's mouth twitched, but he did not panic, knocking an arrow and loosening the string, whooshing and shooting 3 arrows, each of which accurately hit the knees of the neighboring guards. The 3 guards who were shot screamed and fell to their knees one after the other, and in the process blocked the advance of the guards in 3 directions. Is this the way you treat your guests in Dahan? Bold maniac. Stabbing in the street. His crime is punishable. Give me. Stop. There was a stern shout from the sedan chair, and the dozens of guards stopped their hands in unison, rushing towards the 8-carried sedan chair and kneeling down on one knee. Then the curtain lifted and Ren-Ao's face was revealed in the sedan chair. When Ren-Ao stepped out of the sedan chair, his gaze went to Yun, and after looking him up and down, he faintly said, "An immortal Qin?" Yes. Yun nodded and stared at Ren-Ao without fear. Unfortunately, Ren-Ao did not care about Yun's gaze at all, but instead stared at the compound bow in Yun's hand without moving. "This bow of yours, it's a bit interesting, 1,000 taels." After Ren-Ao finished speaking, he waved his hand towards his subordinate, who immediately understood and came close to Yun, pulling out a silver ticket from his pocket. Yun looked down at the silver ticket, then smiled. "This old man, the silver ticket of the big man is not good in my place. I only recognize silver. Moreover, I have 10,000 taels for this bow, unbridled." Before Ren-Ao could say anything, the guard in the lead blew up first and raised his sword to slash. "Slow down." Ren-Ao spoke up again to stop him. His gaze then looked at Yun's face, and a hint of interest appeared on his face. "Do you know who I am?" "I know. The Imperial historian, Lord Ren-Ao Ren." Yun smiled faintly. "And I also know that the purpose of Lord Ren's visit to Liang City." Ren-Ao could not help but frown as he watched Yun's gaze grow dangerous and caution appeared on his face. Seeing Ren-Ao's demeanor, Yun knew that the fish had taken the bait, so he moved his lips, and his mouth expressed the words Lu Qishan clearly. Reading the mouth, Ren-Ao's face changed drastically. "Good, 10,000 is 10,000. At the Xianqin exchange rate." Ren-Ao's words, both in tone and demeanor, showed coldness, and after he finished, he stared at Yun for a moment before saying, "Little friend, is it possible to come up to the sedan chair for a moment?" "That's natural." Yun nodded and handed the composite bow in his hand to the guards before he leisurely boarded the sedan chair. The plot shifted so quickly that the guards and onlookers didn't react, and it wasn't until the sound of Ren-Ao Jian getting up from the sedan chair came from inside the sedan chair that the east gate entrance regained its previous calm. It was calm outside, but the sedan chair was rather unsettled. "You got your bow, Lucasen?" Ren-Ao's first sentence, straight to the point, caused Yun to raise his eyebrows. It was this raised eyebrow that made Ren-Ao certain of his thoughts. "The defeat of Dahan Lu Qishan has something to do with this bow of yours?" Yun did not answer Ren-Ao's question, but Yun's silence was the answer. "Tell me, how much do you know? And if you hide anything, you know the consequences." The tone of Ren-Ao's words was threatening, and his body also brought out a full murderous aura. However, in the face of this murderous aura, Yun was oblivious to it and even picked up the fruit in front of him and ate it like no one else. "Kid, you, Lord Ren, how about we make a deal?" "Deal?" Ren-Ao froze, then frowned greatly as he sized up Yun for the 3rd time. "Don't worry, Lord Ren. I know far more than you think. For example, if Empress Lu knows." "Enough." Ren-Ao's eyes rounded, and then he waved his hand to lay down a soundproof boundary. "Who the hell are you?" Such an intense reaction from Ren-Ao confirmed the suspicions in Yun's heart. He had wondered before that without Lu Pheasant's promotion, Xiaovi's ability alone was not enough to bring Ren-Ao up to the position of the Imperial historian. Now it seems that this Ren-Ao is an undercover agent arranged by Lu Pheasant beside Xiaohi. This Han dynasty is a bit interesting. "Lord Ren, do you think it's better in this world to add flowers to the brocade or to send charcoal in the snow?" "What do you mean?" Ren-Ao asked rhetorically, but his expression was clearly moved, and when Yun saw it, he was convinced in his heart. Ren-Ao came all the way to Liang City to admonish Chaosen. He was obviously sent by Lu Pian to draw Chaosen in. In this way, Lord Ren, in the Battle of Luchi Mountain, 10,000 great Han troops were wiped out, and as a border general, General Chao can't be blamed for that, even if he's in a position of power. So what? But if at this time Lord Ren were to present this composite bow to General Chao, does Lord Ren think that General Chao would be praised or punished? When Yun finished speaking, Ren-Ao could not help but narrow his eyes. True, as Yun said, If the composite bao could be mass-produced, it would be a huge boost to the military power of the Great Han, and if Cao Shen offered it to the royal family, even if the news of the entire army being destroyed was exposed, Cao Shen would be fine. Because of this gift of a bao from him, Ran Ao, was equivalent to saving Cao Shen's life. Otherwise, he, Ran Ao, would not have idly bought a bao with 10,000 taels. Just, what do you intend by being so active and wanting to participate in the affairs of my Han dynasty? Ran Ao's waist was straightened, previously calm as water, at this moment like a shocking wave. This aura, which Yi Yun had felt from Yen Chu, meant that the Ren Ao in front of him was at least an empty realm. If Lord Ren is so quick to speak, I won't hide anything. To put it bluntly, if your Great Han is in internal strife, it's a good thing for my immortal Qin. Against the massive pressure, Yi Yun struggled to remain calm, but his back was already completely drenched in sweat, and after saying this, Ran Ao fell into silence, but the aura on his body didn't diminish by half, and even became more and more intense. Just as Yi Yun was about to fail to withstand the pressure, Ran Ao then put away his aura and let out a light laugh. How do you want to cooperate? Phew! Yi Yun heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly adjusted his mind and spoke the plan he had drafted in his mind. After listening to Yi Yun's plan, Ren Ao was silent for a long time before withdrawing the soundproof boundary and allowing the driver to turn around. Happy cooperation. Watching Ren Ao's car leave, the boulder in Yi Yun's heart fell and he walked towards his own small courtyard. It did not take long for Yi Yun to arrive at the small courtyard, and just as he pushed open the door, he bumped into Yu Ji face to face. Lord, you have finally returned. Seeing Yi Yun, surprise appeared on Yu Ji's face. Yi Yun nodded and said, well, how's the people checking out? Everything went well. Already found out the exact location. Yu Ji finished, but his face showed anxiety. Lord, Mr. Su was arrested. Mr. Su, Yi Yun could not help but frown and was just about to open his mouth to ask Yu Ji. Then he reacted that this Mr. Su in Yu Ji's mouth was presumably Su Tan, who had been sent by him to keep an eye on Chen Chao. This accomplished fellow. Go in and talk. When she entered the courtyard, Yu Ji reported the matter to Yi Yun one by one, while Yi Yun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow after hearing it. It should be said or not, this Su Tan fellow would always cater to his Yi Yun's plans at some strange points. Only on the front foot promised Ingli to get rid of Chen Chao, and on the back foot Su Tan created the opportunity to be able to kill Chen Chao. Things I know. These 2 days you secretly send some food to Su Tan. Do not starve to death. There is another thing. Proceed to do. After Yi Yun instructed the matter, Yu Ji led the order to leave, while Yi Yun looked up at the sky and went out, heading to the city lord's mansion. I do not know if it is the relationship of Yin Yi as a clean official. Obviously it is the city master's mansion, but there is no significance at all. So that Yi Yun a good meal to find. Come on man, stop. State your name. My name is Yun Yi, and I have an appointment with Miss Yin, so I would appreciate a message. An appointment with Missy. The doorman frowned and surveyed Yun Yi from top to bottom, and found that Yun Yi's face was handsome and his posture was quite straight. Just, no cultivation. Humph, Toad wants to eat swan meat. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. Toad. Yi Yun was first stunned. Then the corners of his mouth twitched as he realized what the doorman meant by his words. Resisting the urge to violently beat this gatekeeper in front of him, Yi Yun spoke again. I really have an appointment with MS. Yin, I still hope. Get lost. I see a dozen people like you trying to climb the branch a day. If you don't get lost, I'll. How about you? The doorman said, already showing signs of making a move. But just as he made a move, a cold female voice came from behind him. Greetings, Missy. Ainley snorted coldly and looked at Yi Yun. Didn't I give you my token? Why don't you use it? Forgot. Yi Yun froze, then revealed embarrassment. Convinced, Ainley rolled her eyes. Come in. Ainley wanted to invite. The gatekeeper naturally didn't dare to stop him again. Only after the two of them entered the city lord's mansion, the gatekeeper who stopped them rushed to say something to the other person and left in a hurry. Taste the tea of this great tang. When they entered the door, Ainley asked the maid to serve tea, showing the friendship of the landlord. Ainley was so polite. Yi Yun did not excuse himself even though his face was odd, picking up the tea and taking a sip. Good tea. Taking a shallow taste, Yi Yun was instantly refreshed. As a modern person, Yi Yun has also tasted a lot of tea, and even the Dahong Pao has been fortunate enough to drink it a few times. But this tea in front of me can be different from the modern tea, in addition to the taste of sweet aftertaste, but also with a metaphysical color of the aura. With just one bite, Yi Yun felt that his meridians were smooth. That is, he had no cultivation. Otherwise he might have gone down with this bite and might have had to make a breakthrough. You ready to do it? With no one around, Ainley opened her mouth and went straight to the point, her face still showing nervousness and excitement. But Ainley did not expect that Yun shook his head after hearing this. The time has not yet come. We will have to wait a little longer. Wait? What more is there to wait for? Wait any longer, my father. Ainley was in a hurry and blurted out, but then she reacted to her slip of the tongue, and her face was hurriedly replaced with blandness. But Yun had overheard the secret conversation between Ren Ao and Chen Chao, and had already guessed the general idea from Ainley's mere words. Don't worry, even if the great Han Imperial family finds out, I can guarantee that nothing will happen to your father. You know all that? Ainley's face revealed surprise as Yun's words were close to stating it outright. Of course, I know far more than you realize. Seeing Ainley's surprised expression for the first time, Yun felt doubly fresh and subconsciously pretended. Unfortunately, although Ainley was surprised, her heart was only concerned with Ainley's safety, and after a moment of silence, she said, give me an approximate time, so I can make some preparations. Ainley's so-called preparation referred to arranging for Yun to run away after killing Chen Chao. However, now that Yun and Ren Ao had reached a preliminary cooperation, as long as Chao Sun had not yet taken Ren Ao's side, Yun could not leave Liang City for a while. Of course these things could not be known to Ainley, or else with Ainley's unruly and capricious nature, she might cause other disturbances and disrupt Yun's own plans. I came to you this time to ask you, if after I kill Chen Chao, once Chao's senator is accountable, he will inevitably find you through me. What are you going to do then? There's no need to ask. One man for all. Ainley was already very valiant, plus she was heroic when she said this sentence, which caused Yun to raise an eyebrow. If he hadn't stopped Huazaiwei before and Qingcheng had been lost, the world would have inevitably entered the war years in turmoil. At that time, this girl in front of her, absolutely going to become a lord's concubine. However, it was precisely because Ainley had such potential that Yun changed his mind about doing away with Chen Chao. After all, the consequences of killing Chen Chao didn't count for shit compared to Ainley herself. Well, in that case, in a couple of days, Yun-yi, get your ass out here. A loud cry of anger to the extreme interrupted Yun's words, and as soon as he turned around, he saw the furious Chen Chao appearing in front of the two of them. Moreover, Chen Chao was carrying a city lord's guard in his hand, and it was clear at a glance that he had fought his way in, which made Ainley instantly furious. Chen Chao, you dare to break into my city lord's residence? What a lawlessness! City lord's mansion? You and I have a marriage contract, but you have dishonored your womanhood by meeting the head of the house in private. Have you ever considered this to be the city lord's mansion? You! Chen Chao's words made Ainley tremble with anger, but Chen Chao turned his head as if he did not see it and stared at Yun with a fierce face. Yun-yi, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. Come out and fight me. How is this spear still aimed at me? Yun was somewhat speechless, but it was not that he did not understand Chen Chao's approach. Would it be a problem to get him killed now? Yun's voice was very soft, but Ainley, who was at the side, could still hear it clearly. Must not. If Chen Chao dies in the city lord's mansion, then, halfway through her words, Ainley instantly reacted that her words were more or less selfish. Then let's kick some ass first. Beat up. Beat up? Ainley was confused and looked at Yun dumbfounded, only to be even more confused when she realized that Yun had a confident look on his face. Where does this confidence come from? Ainley's sandalwood mouth opened slightly, and just as she was about to speak, Chen Chao opened his mouth again to scream. Yun-yi, are you dumb, or is it that you can't? I can't? The corners of Yun's mouth twitched, and his face became icy cold. Noticing Yun's change in mood, Ainley was startled and hastily pulled Yun back. He's provoking you. Don't fall for it. Of course I know he's provoking me, but saying a man can't do it is a big no-no. But you. Ainley didn't say the latter words, but Yun knew the meaning. Don't forget what I do. I'm not cultivated, but I can shake people. Shake her. Ainley froze for a moment, then nodded, without further persuasion, and after softly saying be careful, she stood to the side. However, it was such an action that caused Chen Chao's face to change abruptly, because in his current opinion, Ainley was completely trying to help the head of the face to the throne. Chen Chao's face turned cold, then turned into a scowl. Yun-yi, what the hell are you doing? Come on, you, a middle Tongxian stage wants me, a cultivation-less one, to fight you. Do you know how to write the word shame? After saying that, Yun rolled his eyes, and those words caused Chen Chao to let out a snort. Ha, so, you admit that you are a waste? Ha, no cultivation, doesn't mean no strength. Yun heatedly laughed, then his face turned cold. Beat the hell out of him for me. As soon as Yun's words fell, 10 silhouettes immediately appeared around Chen Chao. The sudden change caused Chen Chao to be startled, and just as he reacted, he felt the auras coming from all directions, and every one of them, was at the Tongxian realm. The appearance of the 10 puppets was too sudden, and Chen Chao cursed damnation and rushed to defense. But it was also such a defense that made Chen Chao lose his head start, and in less than 3 breaths, he had completely fallen into the wind and was stretched to the limit. This, Ainli, who was watching the battle, was a bit jaw-dropped, staring at the 10 puppets without moving. A moment later, Ainli's expression moved as if she had discovered something and twisted her head to look at Yun. "Are these puppets of yours?" Yun raised an eyebrow and was a little surprised in his heart. He did not expect Ainli to not only be gifted, but also have such a poisonous eye. However, sooner or later, Ainli was his own person, and since he had found out, Yun simply admitted it. And with this admission from Yun, Ainli finally understood why Yuji would follow Yun, who had no cultivation. When she had looked for Yun to cooperate with her, 30% of it was because of Yuji and 70% was based on her feelings. And fortunately, her feelings were not wrong. The boulder in Ainli's heart also fell quite a bit. "Yun-yi, do you really think that 10 early Tongxian stages will be able to eat me?" Chen Chao's sudden vocalization caused Yun and Ainli to be startled at the same time. Especially Ainli, who was at the late Tongxian stage, felt an aura that was no less than hers before she even looked at Chen Chao. Moreover, this aura was not at all different from the condition of her unstable foundation, but was thick and solid. Ainli fiercely looked towards Chen Chao, and when she saw the state of Chen Chao at this moment, she let out a shocked cry. "How could it be? Yun-yi, Yun-yi, but I really have to thank you. I've been stuck in the realm for over a year and I've finally broken through." At this moment, Chen Chao's face was hideous and maniacal. "Drink, break it for me." Chen Chao let out a loud roar, and both his fists violently struck towards the ground, setting off an earthwave spreading in all directions, and the 10 puppets that surrounded Chen Chao were instantly shaken away. Immediately after, the 10 puppets landed on the ground, but they never climbed up again. Instead, they lay on the ground and twitched twice, and then stopped moving. "Oh no, Yun-yi, you have to hurry." Chen Chao's sudden outburst caused Ainli to show anxiety and turn her head to tell Yun to hurry. However, when she saw Yun's slightly dumbfounded expression, she could only clench her teeth, take out her fiery red lance, and leap up. Watch the move. Ainli moves extremely fast. There is the suspicion of sneak attack. If Chen Chao is still in the middle stage of Tongxian, this strike may not die but also have to be half disabled. "Leer, I was still able to defuse your attack at the middle stage of Tongxian, let alone now." Chen Chao did not panic, gathered chi in his palm and pushed it forward. The spin of chi condensed in his palm hit Ainli's gun tip squarely, causing the leaping Ainli to suddenly stop in midair. Swimming dragon probing claws. Ainli's apricot eyes rounded, and on the spur of the moment, her left hand slapped on the body of the gun, using the thrust to dodge towards the right side. As soon as his figure moved, Chen Chao's palm erupted with a beam of light waves that flashed past Ainli's belly by a fraction of a second. Even though it was by a fraction of a second, the air force brought up by the wave of light still caused a fiery pain in Ainli's belly. Not good. Just as she was about to use her luck to defend herself against the encroaching chi, Ainli violently remembered that Yun had just been behind her. "Get out of the way." Ainli turned around and daintily shouted, but her eyes were still filled with Yun's stagnant face, so she was suddenly anxious and fiercely slapped a palm towards the back. And after a loud bang, Ainli's entire body shot out at point-blank range. "Fiery divine phoenix. Newbie." A phoenix chirp sounded, and Ainli had already appeared in front of Yun, and was about to urge the fiery divine phoenix to resist the waves of light. However, in his haste, he was already unable to defend himself, and the light wave sent out by Chen Chao ruthlessly struck Ainli's chest. Pust. Ainli spewed out a mouthful of reverse blood. Her breath instantly wilted to the extreme, and the color of blood was gone from her pretty face. "Damn it, you don't want him to die that badly?" Chen Chao shouted out angrily, his already hideous face becoming even more hideous, and a near-substantial murderous aura rose from his body. "Yun-yi, if you're a man, stand up and suffer death yourself." Amount. Perhaps Chen Chao's extremely angry roar was too loud, or perhaps the murderous aura was too heavy, and Yun, who had dropped out of the line, finally came online at this time. "Nice one," almost broke the mental connection with the golem. The first reaction of Yun, who had returned to his senses, was to spit in his heart, and immediately after, he saw Ainli half kneeling in front of him, and after freezing for a moment, he also realized what had happened. "TSK, I didn't realize there were still assholes in this world who prey on women." "Yan-yi." Chen Chao gritted his teeth. Eyes canthus. There is a slight trembling of the body. This state, at a glance, is the anger to the extreme, but also forced to not let the last trace of sanity loss. "Yun-yi, I can't block the current Chen Chao at all. Run away." "Flee? Why run away?" Yun's face was puzzled. Ainli was instantly infuriated when she saw it, and under her breath sensing, she discovered that Chen Xiao was preparing to attack again. In desperation, Ainli could only slap a palm towards Yi Yun, intending to use the soft force to send Yi Yun away. But just as Ainli made a move, Yi Yun cupped his chin and his face changed to one of curiosity. Ms. Ein, roughly how many early Tanshan stages are needed to be able to beat up late Tanshan stages? Yi Yun's sudden question caused Ainli to completely freeze, and before Ainli could react, Yi Yun spoke again. Do you think 20 is enough? What nonsense are you talking about? And don't hurry. Badly, get out of the way. Ainli violently turned her head, and to her eyes was an extremely fast finger sword she outwardly released, blinking and arriving 3 feet in front of Yi Yun. At such a close distance, even Ainli would not be able to rescue them at all. Done. Click. Just as Ainli's heart was in despair, a light sound suddenly entered Ainli's ears, and then Ainli felt a flash before her eyes, and a silhouette had actually appeared extremely abruptly in front of Yi Yun. What? Chen Xiao's eyes glared. He never expected that what he thought was a surefire strike would actually be blocked, and the next second, Chen Xiao suddenly tightened his body. His eyes swept left and right. He actually realized that there were several more silhouettes around him, and the 10 people who had been knocked down by him earlier were all still standing up again. What makes Chen Xiao even more alarmed is that the silhouettes that surround him at this moment have exceeded the number of 20, and each of them is at the early Tanshan realm. Young man, engage in a sneak attack. You don't speak of martial virtues. When Chen Xiao was secretly alarmed, Yi Yun was the one who opened his mouth. Hearing the voice, Chen Xiao turned his head and saw Yi Yun's face full of lewdness. Pan him. At Yi Yun's command, the puppets slapped their palms towards Chen Xiao in a neat manner, and 20 waves of light whistled towards Chen Xiao. Shit! Under the breath sensing, Chen Xiao sensed a deadly threat, and made an immediate decision to leap up. But what Chen Xiao never expected was that he had wanted these attacks to cancel each other out. But the result was that these energy light waves looked like they had a tracking function, and just before they collided, they rushed up to the sky. Swimming dragon probing claws. Unable to do anything else, Chen Xiao could only choose to fight back. Swimming dragon probing claw was Chao Shen's famous skill. Not only could he use the aura vortex in his palm to defend against attacks, but he could also absorb a portion of the attack's energy to turn it into a counterattack. It is because of this characteristic that Chao Shen was invincible and fought half of the Great Han Dynasty, leaving behind great achievements and fame. As for Chen Xiao, although he had only learned some of the skins, he was still considered to have attained a higher level, or else he wouldn't have easily defeated Ainli earlier. However, facing the entire 20 energy light waves, Chen Xiao's swimming dragon probing claw, which he had learned the skins of, was simply unable to defend against all of them. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky blossomed with a brilliant halo of light, and the entire city lord's mansion was shaken. And after the halo passed, the figure of Chen Xiao was revealed. Only at this time, Chen Xiao was cloaked and dressed in rags. Very wretched. Yan Yi! Chen Xiao roared with a fierce face, then violently sprayed out a mouthful of reverse blood. Yoo-hoo! Still so energized? Looks like you can resist another wave? Resist another wave? Chen Xiao glared at Yi Yun with wide eyes full of resentment, then violently stepped on his head and turned around without looking back. Are you kidding me? Resisting the next wave has already taken half a life. Resisting another wave and still having a life in it? Chen Xiao landed and ran cleanly, and by the time Yi Yun reacted, he was already out of sight of Chen Xiao's figure. This escape kung fu was first class, much better than that swimming dragon probing claws. Looking at the direction Chen Xiao left, Yi Yun sked twice. Then with a tilt of his head, he saw Ainli, who had a big frown on her face. Yun Yi, with so many Tangshan realm puppets, who the hell are you? Ainli's tone was extremely serious with this line of questioning, and after she finished speaking, Ainli's face also revealed complete vigilance. Once he saw Ainli's appearance, Yi Yun also knew that it was impossible to muddle through and had to give a reasonable explanation. Ever heard of the Combine Harmonization Society? Ainli frowned, revealing an expression of recollection, and after a breath, surprise appeared on Ainli's face. Nani? Ainli's surprise made Yi Yun numb on the spot. No way, I made this up on the spot. It can't be such a coincidence. What's this Harmonization Society? What's it for? Yi Yun was extremely speechless, then rolled his eyes. Mysterious organization. Less prying. This attitude of Yi Yun caused the corners of Ainli's mouth to twitch at once, and she wanted to open her mouth to say something, but in the end, it turned into silence. It was thanks to Ainli's silence. If he had asked again, Yi Yun would not have known how to break it up. Can you tell me how many such puppets you have? A moment later, Ainli opened her mouth, and opened it to ask such a sensitive question. Missy, this is what I settle for. You think I'd tell you? Yi Yun rolled his eyes again and looked at Ainli with an expression of looking at a fool after he finished, which made Ainli more or less ashamed. Chen Xiao seriously injured to escape. Face and face are all lost. Surely will not stop. If it has alarmed his uncle Chaosun. Yin Li's face was serious and earnest, but Yi Yun was still sensitive enough to realize that underneath this expression, it more or less carried a bit of relief. Eldest Miss Yin, don't forget that you promised earlier that as long as I killed Chen Chao, you would be my bed-warming maid. Nonsense. When did I promise to be your bed-warming maid? I clearly promised to be your attendant for 3 years. As she said that, Yin Li just froze, and then fell into silence. One look at Yin Li's appearance. Yi Yun knew that Yin Li had thought of the key point. In the end, to Yin Li, the biggest threat was never Chen Chao, but the Chao senator behind Chen Chao. After today's mess, even if Yi Yun could do away with Chen Chao without a sound, once Chen Chao died, he would not be able to disassociate himself from the city lord's mansion. Thinking of this, Yin Li had lost her previous heroic appearance, and her face was filled with sorrow. Don't worry, even if Chen Chao dies, Senator Chao doesn't have the energy to care. Why? Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Yi Yun pretended to be profound, but it didn't last for 2 seconds before he was hemming and hawing, leaving Yin Li rather speechless. After a moment's pause, Yin Li spoke. Today you have displayed your strength. Chen Chao has suffered a loss. He must be on guard against you. If you want to kill him, I am afraid. Don't worry about that. He'll ask me to kill him sooner or later. Yi Yun hooked the corners of his mouth and offered his farewell without waiting for Yin Li to open her mouth to pursue the matter. I don't care what your plans are, but you have to keep in mind that you must never involve my father, or I won't honor my previous promise. Yin Li's expression was unusually serious, and when Yi Yun saw this, he did not reply, waved his hand, and left the city lord's mansion with a flourish. When Yi Yun returned to the small courtyard, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Yu Ji pacing back and forth in the courtyard. As for Yu Ji, who heard the commotion and saw Yi Yun return, her face instantly showed surprise and anxiety. Lord, you're finally back. Yi Yun nodded, curiosity showing on his face. Is that what happened? Familiar with Yi Yun's nature, Yu Ji did not sell out and reported in a straightforward manner. After listening to Yu Ji's report, Yi Yun revealed complete astonishment. You mean to tell me that in just one day, the news has reached the Great Han Kyoto? Yes, and according to the feedback, the news from Kyoto was even more specific than what you asked me to pass on. More specific? Yi Yun frowned, cupping his chin in deep thought. Earlier, he had asked Yu Ji to spread the beginning and end of the Battle of Luchi Mountain, which had been suppressed by Han Xin, and the content of the message had been altered because it involved Wang and Zhai. But now the news from the Kyoto side is more detailed than his altered one. Then it can only mean that the 10,000 troops of the Great Han on that day. I see. A dawning realization appeared on Yi Yun's face. If it was before, he might still not be able to figure it out, or even take the bull by the horns. But now, he could be a million times more certain that this was a complete ploy to bring Chaosun to heel. First, he let Chaosun take the blame for the defeat of the army. Then he used his own connections to save Chaosun from the fire and made Chaosun grateful for his submission. And this tactic was exactly what Yi Yun was using. It seems like a hero's opinion is really not a loaded word. Since this was the case, it was also direct proof that it wouldn't take long for Ren Ao to approach Chaosun. And once that happened, then the Great Han was not far away from civil unrest. I know about the matter. Next you pack up everything in Liang City as fast as you can, and before noon tomorrow, leave Liang City and head to Anorexia. Yes. Snap. There was a crunching sound, accompanied by a mournful scream. Say, who the hell is that Yuni? Bah, dog. You'd better beat me to death now, or when I get out, I'll let you know what it means to live as if you were dead. Snap. There was another crunching sound, only this time, Su Tan did not let out a miserable scream, but instead, he strongly endured the severe pain and stared at Chen Chao in front of him with a murderous aura. And Su Tan's sudden hardness caused Chen Chao to be distracted for a while, and he couldn't help but think of the scene in the city lord's mansion. Since he arrived at Liang City on the strength of Chao Sen's authority, he has been enjoying smooth sailing all the way, and in Liang City, in terms of status, he is even above the city lord Yin Yi. However, ever since Yi Yun had appeared, he had suffered defeat after defeat. And now, he had even been seriously injured, which made him how to swallow his breath. However, while Chen Chao was ostensibly untouchable and acted in a misbehavioral manner, he was not a muddle-headed person who did muddy things when his brain got hot. As I just said, in terms of status, Chen Chao is still above Yin Yi, which means that in terms of control over Liang City, Chen Chao is even more over the top than the city lord's office. But the 20 early Tongshan stage henchmen by Yi Yun's side, he had not received any news from them before. 20 Tongshan crossing the border was something that would cause alarm to any city, let alone Liang City, which was a major border town, enough to pose a threat. If you give an honest account, maybe I'll let you die a decent death. but if you're going to carry on to the end, or talk nonsense, then, Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Tan, his murderous aura showing. Ha, my family's male son is someone you can't afford to mess with, I advise you better let me go, or else. Snap, a crisp slap rang out, and a bruised purple slap mark was added to Su Tan's cheek. After 2 seconds, Su Tan turned back, squirmed twice in his mouth, and spat out 2 bloodied teeth with a yuck. Chen Chao, if I don't die today, the humiliation I suffered today will be returned 100-fold. Su Tan stalked his neck, his face grimacing, originally from a bandit's background. His threatening sentence sent chills down one's spine. Humph, then I'll send you now. Chairman, it's no good, something big has happened. Chen Xiao had just raised his hand and was about to slap it down towards Su Tan's heavenly spirit when an urgent shout came from in front of the door of the dark room, followed by the sight of Go Bei, the vice president of the Cloud Tripod Association, walking in. Upon seeing that it was Vice President Go Beard, Chen Xiao felt bad, and not caring about Su Tan, he quickly stepped out of the dark room. Chairman, it's not good. Now the streets are talking about the defeat of my Dahan army on Luchi Mountain, and the news that I've inquired about seems to be spreading over in Kyoto as well. What did you say? Chen Xiao's eyes instantly glazed over, and the ominous feeling in his heart became even more intense. Who passed it on? This didn't check out. Waste. Chen Xiao aghast, without ceremony, slapped Go Beard. Go Beard fan fly out. Go Beard climbed up, but dared to be angry not dare to say. When Go Beard didn't respond, Chen Xiao had no place to spread his anger, and after a few moments, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Lu Qishan thing spread to Kyoto. Rumors of this kind of thing, even if it is false, the court is bound to send people to check. Once the checkup, it was only a matter of time before Senator Chao was held accountable. Originally to Chao Sen's prestige and ability, Lu Qishan this matter even if the accountability is nothing, but from Ren Ao mouth to learn that nowadays the Han dynasty is unstable. In case someone intentionally want to make a big deal of things then, Chen Chao has offended Liang City from top to bottom in order to amass wealth over the years, and Chao Sin is Chen Chao's biggest backer, so if Chao Sin collapses, he, Chen Chao, will definitely not have a good time. Chen Chao knew this better than anyone else. It's also good that he had discussed with Ren Ao before, and once things were exposed, he would put all the blame on Yinye's head. The plan was so planned, except that Chen Chao was still planning to use this to force Yinye to give in and hold his and Yin Li's marriage as soon as possible. But Chen Chao never expected that things would be exposed so quickly, and according to the current situation, it was absolutely impossible between him and Yin Li. The image of Yin Li blocking Yi Yan suddenly appeared in Chen Chao's mind, and his face, which had just calmed down for a short while, became furious and hideous again. Suddenly, Chen Chao's face stiffened and his brows furrowed. This Yun Yi, will he disrupt the plan? Chen Chao chanted, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Not to mention Yi Yan's mysterious identity. Just the fact that he was protected by 20 people at the early Tongxian realm was definitely a variable. 20 early Tongxian realm. Chen Chao instantly had a bit of a headache. These 20 early Tongxian realm stage, he could not deal with them on his own. Even if he utilized the numbers of the Cloud Cauldron Society, there was no advantage to speak of. The only way. Men, prepare the horses. Phew, Lord Ren. What a tactic. Young friend Yun is flattering. It's not difficult for me to check on someone in this tiny Liang city. Yi Yun smiled faintly and did not answer, but politely gestured for Ren Ao to sit down before asking Yuji to make tea. Then, Yi Yun clapped his hands, and several puppets walked out from the back room carrying pastries. As for Ren Ao, after seeing these puppets, his originally calm face changed slightly as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Yun, not knowing what he was thinking. Lord Ren, please, no need. I didn't come here today to find you polite, but I have something to ask you. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and looked at Ren Ao with a smile on his face for a moment before saying, what Lord Ren wants to ask is whether the recent rumors have anything to do with me? Ren Ao frowned and nodded non-committally. If I say it has nothing to do with me, will Lord Ren believe it or not? Ren Ao's frown deepened, but Yi Yun's words were already equivalent to an answer. What the hell do you intend to do? What is the intention? Lord Ren, wasn't it said long ago that it's easy to add flowers to icing, but hard to send charcoal in the snow? After Ren Ao heard this, he took a deep breath, then hooked the corner of his mouth and took a sip from his teacup. Ren Ao does not answer back. Yi Yun is not good to open the mouth. For a time, the two are so quiet tea, but this atmosphere is not too comfortable. Compound bow. I studied. The workmanship is fine, but the structure is complex. If you want to mass produce, it will be very difficult. I do not know if little friend Yun can have a good plan. After a long time, Ren Ao opened his mouth first, and as soon as he did, he made Yi Yun's hand pause in midair. Seeing Yi Yun's reaction, Ren Ao spoke again. A bow. Not counting the credit. Cannot offset the over? But if it is 1,000. Lord Rin is investigating me? Yun narrowed his eyes. And the puppet behind him revealed its aura, looking like it was ready to storm out at any moment. But Ren Ao is still not panicked about this. Laughed. If it is your big pawn speech drains here, perhaps I will be jealous of some. But, Ren Ao swept a glance at the several puppets, smiled, shook his head, and continued to calmly drink his tea. So that's how it is. Okay. Yun sighed in relief and ordered the puppets to put away their guard, while his heart changed its impression of Ren Ao. A little something, but not much. It was also fortunate that Ren Ao had only found out about the Wangan walled city, and had mistakenly thought that he, Yun, had been sent by Yen Dui. If we dig a little deeper and get to Qincheng, then we can't say. After thinking about it, Yun's face regained its calmness and said with a faint smile, the drawings of the composite bow are a secret of immortal Qin. Ren Ao frowned and opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Yun. Although it is confidential, it is not impossible to sell it as long as the price is in place. Ren Ao was silent, looking at Yun's face for a second, as if trying to judge from Yun's micro-expressions, how much of this was true and how much was false. But as a modern man, what psychology, micro-expression management, for Yun and what the old man's unicorn arm, the evil king's true eye is almost the same, more or less guilty of learning something. It was undoubtedly a fool's errand for Ren Ao to try to see anything, and indeed, Ren Ao really did not see anything from Yun's face, so he did not answer. If Lord Ren is shy, he can mention it to General Chao. From what I understand, the military expenses of the Great Han are much more than those of Xianqin. Taking hold of the situation, Yun opened his mouth again, and the meaning of these words was clearly expressed. Ren Ao, on the other hand, naturally listened, but didn't answer first. After thinking for nearly half a column of incense, Ren Ao nodded his head. It's okay to go, but only if you go alone. Single-handedly? Yun raised an eyebrow, some surprise in his eyes. He had the puppet with him, so he wasn't worried about his own safety. I just didn't realize that the opportunity one sought came so suddenly. Could be. He nodded slightly towards Ren Ao and bluntly agreed to the other party's request. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Things came together. Ren Ao's heart was greatly settled, and a few more smiles appeared on his face. The fact that Lu Pian made a special trip to line him up to draw Chao Shen in is enough to show the importance attached to this matter. However, Chao Sun, as a border general and general of Jinshi, is a real position of real power. Even though his official position was a few points greater than the other parties, he was not absolutely sure. After all, the Battle of Mt. Luchi was not too big, not too small, although Chao Sun not only fight with the court, but the dark current of the Han, the discerning can see, even if the chastisement, the probability will not be bold. Rumors of Lu Bang and Lu Che's disagreement intensified, and no one wanted to force Chao Sun, who had great prestige among the generals, into the opposing camp. With the help of this composite bow, the merits and demerits will be offset, and the credit will even be a few points greater. With the help of my little friend, I am flattered. With the compound bow, the task at the top was in sight, so how could he not be pleased? Yun took a light sip of tea and smiled without saying anything. The two men took what they wanted, and it looked like Ren Ao had taken a big advantage, but his schemes were not something that Ren Ao could know about. My lord, just as the two of them were sipping tea and chatting, a disciple dressed as a boy suddenly came forward in a hurry and was about to report something when he glanced at Yun on the guest seat, wanting to speak again. No harm done, one of our own. Ren Ao put down the tea in his hand and waved his hand, signaling that there was no harm in him speaking. Since Yun had clearly stated his stance to take sides in the Great Han infighting, he naturally did not mind brushing up on the duo's favorability. What's more, what's so sordid about one who can come to visit oneself in broad daylight? Yes, my lord, Chen Chao of the Cloud Ding Society is visiting. Oh, let him in. Listening to the boy's report, Ren Ao's face was calm, but it was Yun who was a bit stunned. Is this what they say? The enemy of the enemy? He had just cleaned up Chen Chao in the city lord's mansion on one foot, and then he was bumped into again on the next. Uncle Run, there's a change in Liang City. Chen Chao just stepped into the hall, too late to look at the face of the upper seat, quite a bit of urgency to open the mouth. 20 early Tongshan puppets, and for the first time, he felt the threat of death. Yun was still a day away. It was as if a sharp blade was hanging above his head and might chop down at any time. This was the reason why he was so anxious to turn his head and come to meet with Ren Ao. There's been a change? Ren Ao frowned, but his heart was not impressed. With Yun, Liang Cheng's arrangement was now irrelevant. Originally, according to the plan of Ren Ao, it is to give Chao Sun with a high official salary, and then offer the Yin Yi arranged by Qin Chao as a scapegoat. Pardon the number of Lord Chao's senators' crimes and also offer compensation. The only flaw was that Yin Yi, though only a city lord in the district, was quite popular in the local area. If the top is really determined to send someone to investigate, things will most likely have the risk of exposure. It is the middle strategy. But right now with Yi Yun's composite bow, things did not need to be so complicated at all. If the merits outweigh the demerits, then why use Yin Yi? A pawn with hidden risks? Master Chen. I'm also from Liang City. How come I didn't notice any changes in Liang City? Yi Yun looked at the subordinate-looking Chen Chao and glanced at the well-organized Ren Ao, and roughly guessed what the two were planning. After all, Ren Ao this trip, playing the flag of supervision. It is impossible to carry too much gold and silver treasures. The biggest possible bargaining chip for pulling in Shaoxin is to send in a scapegoat. As for Liang City, it is likely that there are people from Empress Lu operating in the dark. This Chen Chao is probably the backhanded person that Empress Lu arranged in Liang City. It's you? It's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Chao couldn't help but raise his head to look, and with a glance, his expression was horrified. Why are you here? Lord Ren, this son is extremely dangerous. He will do more harm than good to our plan. We must not keep him longer. Chen Chao directly knelt down and faced Ren Ao, clasping his hands with his fists, his voice slightly trembling. Even if he killed him, he could not figure out how this mysterious and unpredictable Yi Yun could have hooked up with one of his backstage. Uncle Run. 1 second he was acting as a little white boy behind Ainli, and the next he was laughing and joking with the Imperial historian. This son, he is really deep. Humph. I have my own arrangements. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Ren Ao's face sank, and his tone took on a bit of ill will. He had only wanted to use Chen Chao to brush up Yi Yun's favor. After all, Yi Yun had shown his own value whether it was his intelligence channel or his compound bow style. In future party disputes, if there can be Xianqin people in the external main force, naturally twice the result with half the effort. What's more, Chen Chao was also considered half a local snake, and when cooperating, it was inevitable that his connections would be utilized. But this Chen Chao is so ungrateful? A chess piece should have the awareness of a chess piece. What to do and what not to do is not something you need to think about. Send the guests. Ren Ao's face was iron blue, and he simply didn't give Chen Chao another chance to open his mouth, waving his hand and directly signaling him to retreat. My lord, think twice. Chen Chao was stunned, obviously not expecting the usual genial Uncle Ren to be so desperate. Somewhat unwillingly glaring at Yi Yun, he did not dare to say anything more, only leaving behind a sentence. He was taken out by the gatekeeper. The subordinates are coarse, so I've made you laugh. Seeing Chen Chao retreat, Ran Ao sighed lightly, somewhat helpless. It doesn't bother me, this kind of small person. I naturally won't put it on my mind. Yi Yun smiled bashfully and signaled that there was no harm in it. By the way, when is your honor going to schedule the meeting with General Chao? There is no time to lose. I have sent word that if General Chao has nothing to do in all directions, he will be ready in the afternoon. The two of them finalized some more specific matters, and Yi Yun did not stay long. Getting up to take his leave, stepping into the AO residence, he went straight to his own small courtyard. Su Tan is still in Chen Chao's hands, and with this unexpected event in the morning, he is only afraid that Chen Chao will be dogged and unfavorable to him. Ren Ao, this card is clearly on the side of Yi Yun. Chen Chao in terms of force is not the slightest advantage. His hands chips, only one left Su Tan. Yi Yun was extremely conscious of danger in times of peace, and although Su Tan was loyal to him, he had always preferred to plan for the worst. If Chen Chao really used any means to pry open Su Tan's mouth, the situation would more than likely still be troublesome for a few more points. Yuji, come here. He waved his hand to Yuji in the courtyard, signaling her to come over. As so many days went by, Yuji had become more and more mature, like an arm. Lord, any orders? There's been a change of plans. Can the rescue arrangement be launched earlier? Yi Yun did not drag his feet in the slightest and directly opened the door. That's fine. It's just that launching it hastily will easily startle the snakes. I wonder if the Lord can send some more puppets. It doesn't bother me. Puppet. I have plenty. Yi Yun let out a light laugh and waved his hand atmospherically, signaling her to go directly to the office. As long as Su Tan was rescued, it would truly be a situation where I would be the sword and Chen Chao would be the fish. By then, with Ainli pouring her heart out to help, I'm sure the situation would be a lot clearer. Under heaven, there must be a place for me. What? Su Tan was rescued? In the lobby of the Yunding Club, Chen Chao's face was grim as he looked at the gang in front of him, only to feel a nameless fire rising in his heart. President, I really don't blame the brethren for being incompetent. The other side has dozens of psychics like nobody's business. We are no match. The crowd of gangsters in front of them sensed Chen Chao's anger and knelt in unison with a tearless expression. It really wasn't that they were intentionally letting water out of the water. Tong Xian versus Fan Wu. That was really a proper crushing game. Without Chen Chao sitting in on it, the Cloud Cauldron Society was like Yi Yun's backyard. Chen Chao's face was cloudy, not knowing what he was pondering. Only after a long time did he let out a long sigh and waved his hand. That's just it. I don't blame you guys. He, at the late stage of Tong Xian, had suffered defeat at the hands of Yi Yun, not to mention the gang of Fan Wu underneath. Yi Yun, the Imperial historian, and the Tong Xian puppet. This Liang city, I'm afraid it's going to change. Chen Chao's heart was bursting with emotion, and he was also quite a bit drained. He himself was only at the Tongshan realm, and with Chao Shen as his back, the Cloud Cauldron Society's strength would stop there. The chess game is starting, and his own piece is a bit inadequate. Prepare the horses. In the afternoon, pay your respects to General Chao. Hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to fight for it. The Yunding Society had developed in Liang City for so many years anyhow, so I thought that it would not easily become an outcast. As long as Yun Yi, the hidden scourge, was uprooted, the future was promising. Meanwhile, Liang City, General Jinshi's residence. When General Chao Shen comes later, be careful what you say. Ren Ao absent-mindedly looked at the young man in front of him and reminded him in a small voice. As a border general, Chao Shen followed Liu Bang for many years, fighting in the south and the north, leaving behind a fierce reputation. He was also an old acquaintance of Chao Shen, and was afraid that Yi Yun would be careless and leave behind some kind of handle that would cut him off as well. The Imperial historian can rest assured that I know in my heart what to do and what not to do. Yi Yun waved his hand, signaling that he could rest assured. On top of the Xianqin courtroom, facing Bai Qi, the first emperor, he was able to calm down. What pressure could a small Chao senator exert on him? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a footstep came through the doorway. The voice was dull, and each step was taken with extreme regularity. Yi Yun cast his eyes to the doorway, only to see a burly man, 8 feet tall, with a dragon's stride, walking in through the gate. The aura is calm and steady, and the face is fierce. Senator Chao? With a raised eyebrow, Yi Yun roughly guessed the identity of the man in front of him. He had also met Meng Tan and Wang Jian and a host of other military generals. Although Chao Shen is far less powerful than Bai Qi, he is not far behind Meng Tian. Imperial Magistrate Run. It's been a long time. The visitor's voice was as loud as a bell, and when he saw Ren Ao in front of him, he laughed a few times and eagerly greeted him. Ren Ao came from a humble background. As early as in the early days of the establishment of the Han Dynasty, the two have known each other, and then one person to guard the border, one person in the High Hall, but not seen for many years. General Chao, it's been years since I've seen you, and your aura is even better than before. Ren Ao arched his hand and his tone was quite complimentary. The purpose of his trip was to draw in Chao Shen, so naturally, he would not put up a front. This little friend, is he the immortal Qin merchant you were talking about? Chao Shen nodded slightly and did not exchange too many pleasantries. Instead, he turned his gaze directly to Yi Yun. As a military general, he was uncomfortable with all the red tape. Rather, it was the composite bow that Ren Ao showed him that caught his attention quite a bit. As soon as they met, they single-handedly approached Yi Yun. Greetings, General Jinshi. Yi Yun's face did not change as he saluted lightly. Oh, what a temperament. Chao Shen was stunned. He was surprised that Yi Yun, who had no cultivation, was not moved when his own pressure was released. I hear you're selling compound bows? Exactly. This composite bow is a weapon of the Great Qin. Where did you get it as a merchant? Chao Shen's eyes flickered. Unapologetic and straight to the point. Luchi Mountain Battle. Composite bow to kill the heck out of the fierce reputation of the Han Dynasty. The whole country trembled. When I was passing through the battlefield of Luchi Mountain, I occasionally found a pair. It was just a fluke. Yi Yun had long thought of what to say and ambiguously said, in business, make an offer. Chao Shen nodded his head, not counting Yi Yun's perfunctory words that were omitted 100 times, and said bluntly, the 1,000 bow guards were extremely strict in their vetting, and his men, by all means, could not penetrate. Now that someone is selling composite bows, even though Chao Shen has been in a high position for a long time, his heart is also a little impatient. As for where this compound bow came from, he didn't care, as long as Han can get it. Where it flows from is a headache for Xianqin to deal with. General Chao is quick to speak, and is truly refreshing. As for the selling price, 10,000 taels a hand. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he directly lionized his mouth. Chao Shen's attitude. He had already guessed 7 to 8 times. Great Qin and the 6 powers are intertwined, and in a chaotic world, who cares where your secrets come from? A hero is not a hero, let alone a strategic level weapon. That expensive? Chao Shen frowned, but did not hesitate too much. Xian Qin's army was elite and extensive, and with Qin Shi Huang, the great emperor, at the helm, the 6 countries were already quite fearful. Right now the army has more composite bao, this kind of killing weapon. He, as a border general, has long felt a strong threat, even if it wasn't out of the idea of wearing his sins. For the sake of the security of the Great Han, he was bound to go and study this kind of divine weapon. I'll take it. Men, prepare the gold. Ian gently shook his head and spoke. General, wait for me to finish before making a decision. You say. Chao Shen froze and signaled Ian to continue. This composite bao, it is not difficult to do the work, and one can counter-propel the drawings for mass production. I'm selling compound bows for 10,000 taels, starting from 1,000. Ian lightly laughed and directly threw out his conditions. 1,000? 10 million taels? On the side, Ran Ao's eyes widened as he looked at Ian, his jaw dropping. The previous price of 10,000 taels apiece was exorbitant, but in their eyes, the big man had simply picked up a huge bargain. After all, if you buy one, you will have the capital for mass production. 10,000 units of silver. Buy a drawing, a steady profit. But right now, Ian's appetite was truly a bit out of his expectation. Even Chao, who was accustomed to big storms, couldn't help but frown. 1,000, 12,000 apiece? Your Excellency is a bit of a lion, isn't he? Ran Ao's heart twitched. He has been an official for many years. No, to be precise, he has never seen so much money in his life. 10,000 taels is indeed a bit too cheap, but businessmen seeking profits, but not with such a seek, right? An ordinary soldier's pension is at least 10 taels, and a high-ranking mortal marshal is even 100 taels to start with. For the Battle of Luchi Mountain, the pension alone will be nearly 1 million taels, and at the center of determining victory or defeat is this compound bao in my hand. The advantages and disadvantages of this, I do not say. I believe that the general also understands in his heart. If the general can't make up his mind, he can report it to Gaozu and see if Gaozu is willing to pay for it. In the hall, no one spoke for a while. Chao Shen's eyes flickered and he was also in a tangle. Yun Yi, this is the Great Han territory. You're asking such a high price. Are you really not afraid of having a life to collect but not a life to spend? Ren Ao glanced at Chao Shen, who had fallen into silence, and then glanced at Yi Yun, who was so calm. He could not help but speak. I'm grateful for the Imperial historian's concern. I believe that with the temperament of the Han Dynasty, even if we can't make a deal, benevolence and righteousness will still be there. Yi Yun snorted and directly moved the Han Dynasty out. The implication is also very clear. You a dynasty, to give me blackmail for this amount of money, where to put your face? The corners of Ren Ao's mouth twitched, and he couldn't find the words to retort for a moment. Although Yi Yun spoke lightly, he also had his own reliance. Look at the aura. Chao involved in that language drain is also the same realm. Estimate is also the strongest person here. With the experience of fighting with Yin Shu, even if Chao Shen stormed out, he had 3,000 psychic puppets, so he could at least save himself. This deal, I'm done. In the middle of the day, Chao Shen hesitated, but still took it. It's not that the big man isn't poor, it's just that this compound bao is, at the moment, in demand. The 6 countries have been secretly operating and have long been preparing to wage war against Great Qin. Although Emperor Qin Shi Huang had stepped into the Great Emperor realm, the 6 quasi-emperors could join forces and stall him. 6-1 on the head-to-head battlefield was expected to be a devastating crush, but Lu Qishan Xian Xin 1,000 bogards thousands of people to kill 10,000 people. Their own damage is only 100 people, leaving a huge psychological shadow on the 6 countries. If this thing really goes to war, what's the point of the 6 kingdoms? Qin Shi Huang plus composite bao, Xian Qin directly to unify the rhythm of the world. The Great Han Dynasty is really rich and generous. I like it. Ian's eyes narrowed slightly and his heart was even more quite comfortable. With 10 million taels of silver in his hands, his psyche finally had a bottom. Xingqiang militia battalion's expenses for a month were a full 200,000 guan, and with the collection of Wangan walled city by himself, the expenses were even more astronomical. He roughly calculated that the $3 million that he got from Zhao Gao was enough to spend 3 to 5 months on himself. The $10 million in the books will always give you a year or two's reprieve first. The general doesn't have to be so carnal. This deal of the Great Han, in terms of money alone, may not even end up being a loss. Looking at Chao Shen, who had a face of flesh pain in front of him, Ian smiled faintly and spoke out in relief. May not lose? The corners of Chao Shen's mouth twitched, and 10,000 grass horses whizzed by in his heart. 10 million taels. You call that not necessarily losing? With the flow of composite bows into the Qin Han market, sooner or later the remaining 5 countries will also get the drawings, right or wrong, indeed. Although Chao Shen was unwilling to admit it, Once this composite bow was mass-produced, the rest of the 5 countries would get the drawings sooner or later. The 6 countries have the same breadth, and now that the Great Han has purchased the composite bow for a large sum of money, it is natural that it can want to sell it to the remaining 5 countries. Not only do you get a large amount of money back, but you even get to sell a favor. Seeing that Chao Sun nodded in agreement, Yi Yun made a suggestion from the sidelines. Chao Shun was also brightened up, as if the door to a new world had been opened. It doesn't even take 10 million for Dahan to sell to the rest of the 5 countries, and at 2 million, the 5 would be enough to get their money back. It is not too much to say that I have given this composite bow drawing to the Great Han. Yi Yun elucidated the pros and cons of it and spoke eloquently. As the words fell, Ren Ao and Chao Shun glanced at each other, and their hearts were also slightly moved. It's a doorway that really works. The composite bow has made a name for itself, and the 6 kingdoms are all jealous. $0 purchase to take the compound bow drawings, reported up, is definitely a great credit. Senator Chao here, on behalf of the Great Han, will first accept this favor from young friend Yun Yi. Seeing the situation, Chao slightly arched his hand and said seriously, if this plan worked, Yi Yun would truly be sending the Great Han a heavenly favor. There is no need for General Chao to be so courteous. I do have a small matter that I would really like to ask the General's permission for, but there's no harm in saying it. When Yi Yun saw this, he did not show anything on the surface, but he was inwardly delighted. It's a done deal. It's just a lift for the General. I wonder if the General has any impression of this Yunding Society? Yi Yun pondered a little and directly threw out the question. The Cloud Cauldron Society? Chen Chao? My no-good distant nephew? Chao Sen's face looked a bit odd as he muttered. This unproductive thing. Could it be that he has offended you somewhere? The family knows its own business. This Chen Chao, relying on his name, in Liang City, bullying men and women, not a day or two, because he also barely had a few blood relations. Plus what he did wasn't too much. He usually turned a blind eye. While it's true that I've had some trouble with it, the root cause doesn't lie there. Chao Shen raised his eyebrows, signaling him to continue. I have a friend with whom I was once engaged, but Chen Chao used to run amok in the past, and my friend is ancient. I wonder if General Chao can make a decision to cancel this marriage contract and return my friend's freedom? Yi Yun hesitated for a long time, but still did not reveal the purpose of killing Chen Chao. How to say that Chen Chao is also Chao Sen's nephew? Opening his mouth is to give him a slaughter. That is not slapping Chao Sen's face? Just this little thing? Chao Shun was stunned and subconsciously asked back. If the General doesn't mind the trouble, he can transfer him out of Liang City, so that he won't have to make things difficult for the General in the middle in the future. Yi Yun slightly clasped his fist and continued. The sky is the limit, and there are many ways to make someone disappear. Fighting and killing is certainly one of the most costly. Chen Chao was only in the late Tongshin stage, transferring out of Liang City, canceling the marriage contract, and Yinli going far away from himself. He was no different from being dead. This General has allowed. My nephew is indeed in profitable tight. Out of sight, out of mind. Yet little friend is also considered to deal with a nuisance for me. Senator Chao nodded and answered directly. Fang Yiyun purposely opened his mouth. Still behind such a major favor, he was prepared to hemorrhage money. Who would have thought it would be such a small thing? Then I'll trouble the General. Yiyun's face was delighted as he bowed and thanked him. Next, the two sides finalized some details of the transaction. After all, 10 million taels of silver and cash, and it would take a while to report to the Great Han. As for the 1,000 compound bows, Yi Yun did not have such a large stock in his hand. After the discussion, Ren Ao stayed behind to eat and catch up with Chaosen, so Yi Yun got up to leave. He is now at least the Lord of Power. Qing Cheng, Wang Gan's Hai, Kuai, all need to worry about themselves. Although Qilu, the speech canal and Yuji can share most of it, but a lot of things, or have to make decisions personally. Ren Ao, what do you say about this Yuni? Inside the barracks, Chaoshen removed his heavy armor and sat with Ren Ao, unable to resist asking. To be able to sell Xianqin's arms, and there are no Zhuzi 100 families forces within Xianqin. I'm only afraid that it's the son of one of the families. How dare the son of a family sell arms? Do you want to lose your head? Chaosen looked at his old friend in front of him with some contempt, his tone full of disbelief. With Qin Shi Huang at the top, how dare these families sell arms? Don't want the head? Xianqin honors the legalists and has strict laws. The great emperor was also able to deduce all things, and in the immortal Qin realm, nothing could be hidden from the eyes of the great emperor Yingzhan. It's just that most of the time, he turns a blind eye. Water until it is clear. There is no fish. This kind of basic imperial mind trick is naturally known to 1,000 emperors. But this composite bow is of extraordinary significance. This kind of strategic weapons, Xianqin people dare to sell, is bound to die. I can't figure it out either. Could it be that he's really a businessman who got such a chance by chance? Ran Ao was also stunned, thinking hard for a long time. Still no answer. Before Chao Shen could reply, one of the messengers ran into the tent first. Report! Chen Chao of the Cloud Cauldron Society seeks an audience. Chao participated in Rin Ao's glance at each other, and their expressions were all rather odd. Yin just left on the front foot and the rightful owner came on the back foot? Let him in. Just to save me another trip. Chao Shen waved his hand, signaling to let Chen Chao in. A few moments later, Chen Chao had arrived at the entrance of the tent. Just as he entered the front door, the entire group prostrated themselves on the ground and howled. How dare you? The important place of the barracks. You are crying here. What is the decency? Chao Shen frowned and shouted angrily. It's damn unlucky to cry in a barracks. Uncle, you have to do right by your nephew. Chen Chao saw that Chao Shen was really angry, and did not dare to overstep his bounds, and scrambled to get up, sniffling and tearing. Oh, in the past it was you who bullied men and women in Liang City. When is it someone else's turn to bully you? Chao Shen's eyes were bland as he glanced at Chen Chao, who was crying miserably, and said indifferently, You don't know. A merchant named Yunyi has recently arrived in Liang City, not to mention beating on my Yunding Society's door, but also having an illicit relationship with my unmarried wife. This marriage contract, you personally made it with that Yunyi city lord in the first place. It doesn't matter if the Cloud Cauldron Society is humiliated. It's just that if that bitch Yinli has a red apricot wall, your reputation will be damaged as well. Chen Chao gritted his teeth and spoke out the entirety of Yun's deeds magnified 100 times. So, Chao Shen put on a thoughtful look, and only after a long time did he open his mouth. Then for the sake of my reputation, your engagement with Yinli, let's cancel it. What? Chen Chao was stunned, and his entire body was dumbfounded in place. You and your Cloud Cauldron Society, move out of Liang City as well and go to the Western Realm to make a living. It was Chen Chao's turn to be dumbfounded by this uncle of his. He usually didn't say how much he doted on himself, but he was definitely responsive to his needs. How come this time? It doesn't work? Uncle, I've been developing in Liang City for many years. It's not easy for me to become a bit successful. I can't do it. Is it bad to keep me and I can still be your eyes and ears? Chen Chao is also anxious. What's going on here? My eyes? I'm not really sure whose eyes I'm doing. Chao Shen poured a mouthful of wine, swept a glance at Ren Ao at his side, and faintly said, just because he didn't get involved in courtroom strife didn't mean he didn't have his own intelligence channels. This nephew of his, who had secretly defected to Empress Lu, he had known it for a long time. It is just that the Han Dynasty is now raging in the dark, and he has not singled it out in order to protect himself. Uncle, well, cut the crap. Can't you see I'm catching up with an old friend? Chen Chao still wanted to fight for it, but Chao Shen directly interrupted coldly. Go down. Tomorrow I will personally go to the city lord's mansion to cancel the engagement. Within 3 days, get out of Liang City. 3 days later, there will still be the Cloud Ding Association in Liang City. Don't blame me for using the army to help you move. Seeing that Chao Shen was so desperate, Chen Chao's entire body was confused. Uncle, what? I'm talking and you don't understand? Chao Shen's eyes were cold, and he looked at Chen Chao as if he was looking at a dead man. Listen, I hear you. I'm moving. Chen Chao's obese body was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and a flash of panic flashed across his fat-stacked cheeks. He had seen Chao Shen's killing and decisiveness. One's own little life was much more important than any Yinli Yunding association. Looking at Chen Chao, who rolled straight away like a ball, Ren Ao also had a heart attack. At least it is his distant nephew, said to drive away. Really decisive. You sensed Empress Lu's intentions? Ren Ao hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively. Ha 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 ha. Liang City is my territory. She can't hide those small movements from my eyes. This nephew of mine, he's been working for her for years, hasn't he? Chao Shen laughed out loud, as if he hadn't taken this matter to heart in the slightest, and directly admitted it. What do you think? Ren Ao, however, could not laugh at all and continued to ask. The purpose of his trip was to draw Chao Shen to the side of Empress Lu's camp. Han Xian was the great general, under whom were the 3 posts of Hussar, Cheju, and Wei General. Further down, there is the level of the 4 conquests and 4 towns that Chao Shen is in. In terms of official position alone, Senator Chao could be ranked in the top 10 in the military. What's more, he is sitting on the western border, holding heavy armies, and is a real general with real power. I guard the western border, directly bordering Xianqin. I won't leave the border half as much as I want to, no matter how much internal chaos there is. Chao Shen shook his head and chopped his head. The 6 kingdoms were united by the same spirit, and their most elite troops were placed in the west bordering Xianqin. The Western Group Army in Chao Shen's hands is the most elite Tiger and Wolf division in the entire Great Han. What these people look for is nothing more than the power of the military in their own hands. The western borders of the Great Han are all high mountains and deserts, and Xianqin's troop strength is multiplied by mine. If I, the Great Han, have no assistance from other countries, the only way is to use the dangers of the sky against the enemy. If I do leave the border and Xianqin drives in, the Great Han will be overthrown in an instant. When the nest is overturned, what is left of the egg? Once he gets involved in the court battles and the western border is empty, the end is self-evident. That was the reason he drove Qin Chao away. His own nephew had stood up for him, and even if Yun had not appeared, sooner or later, he would have had to invite this destabilizing factor out. Alas, if everyone in the Great Han were like you, how could there be such a thing? Ren Ao let out a long sigh, his tone full of bitter helplessness. The era of peace has gone on for too long, and many people have forgotten the terror of Xianqin's siege. Chao Shen shook his head and said faintly, he is a famous general who has come from the initial period to the present. Bai Qi, the god of killers, Wang Jian, the man who swept away the 3 Qin dynasties, and Meng Tian, the man who fought the Xiang Yu in the north. These dusty names in the history books are not just a code name, but a real group of war gods. The state execution and mobilization power of the legalists is far stronger than ours, and if we really want to go to war, it is bound to be devastating. The only way out is to unite against the Qin. If the Great Han fights within itself, it will die. Chao Shen glanced at his old friend in front of him, as if speaking to him or admonishing the backer behind him. What if I say that Qin Shi Huang is about to fall? Ian hummed a small tune as he walked down the streets of Liang City, clearly in an extremely good mood. Having solved the big trouble of Chen Chao without any bloodshed, he was obviously in a very good mood. Dang, old man, don't you watch where you're going? Ian touched the large bag on his head and looked at the old man in front of him with some depression. Walking down the road in broad daylight and bumping into a furnace? The old man in front of him was holding a half-human Haidan furnace, and his entire person was blocked behind the furnace, making it impossible to see his face. The exposed whiskers and hair were white, and one could barely tell that it was an old man. I'm holding such a big danburator. Guess if I can see the road? The old man poked his head out from behind the Dan furnace and looked at Yun as if he was looking at a fool. Yun was momentarily speechless. The Dan furnace in front of me is more than half a person high, and it's a hell of a thing to be able to see it. That's just it. Just it, count me out. Yun's face was depressed, and the good mood of the party was swept away. The other guy is an old man. It's good that he's not blackmailed. What else do you need a bicycle for? Yun patted the dust on his body and lifted his feet to leave. Stop. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind him. Yun turned his head in some bewilderment and looked at the old man who called out to him. 7 stars shine on your life. Could it be that you are the chosen one I'm looking for? Yun was wide-eyed with him and fell into silence for a moment. Old man, it's a shame that you don't become a charlatan. This little friend, are you unable to gather qi in your dantian since you were young and have no semblance of cultivation in your body? Yun's face was bitter, scolding people without revealing their shortcomings. This is a big crowd. What kind of words are you saying? In this era of universal cultivation, the next door cultivator was a mortal martial realm. Without cultivation, it's the same as being an invalid. I say, you old man, why are you still insulting people in the street? You have to take it out even if you don't have any cultivation, don't you? The old man froze and then reacted. Little friend, by the sound of your accent, are you from Xianqin? So what if it is? Immortal Qin is still a martial artist, and a martial artist without cultivation is no different from an invalid. But the 6 countries have numerous channels for warlocks, statesmen, and fangs and not having cultivation is not a thing to be ashamed of. The old man had a dazed look on his face as he patiently explained towards Yun. I see that you are unable to gather qi in your dantian and at the same time your spirit is different from the norm, making you good material to be a founder. That's why I moved to love my talent, not to insult you. Looking at the set, literary old man in front of him, Yun was also dumbfounded. This old man, why is he like a talent scout? I am the chief founder of the Jishi Academy, and have been the chief of Wuji for 3 terms. I wonder if little friend would be interested in joining my lineage of alchemy. You're really not a liar? Ian scanned the old man in front of him back and forth. His words were quite skeptical. Suddenly you meet an old man on the street who tells you that you are gifted and puts out a bunch of names to take you as a disciple. The plot. A proper kill tray. Kid, can't you recognize the Jishi Academy's belt tag around his waist? Hey, it's true that the immortal Qin people are all bumpkins who only know how to fight, and don't even recognize the Jishi Academy. I know about this Jishi Academy and the founder, but what does Wuji mean? You're asking the right person. I've worked in the Jishi Academy. It's divided into 5 veins: martial arts, bachelor, state scholar and fengshi. Among the students, the most powerful fengshi will be inducted into the Wuji. You're pretty proud for a handyman? When the people around them heard the old man report a large number of names, they gathered around as if they were watching monkeys in a zoo. The threshold for enrollment in the GK Academy is extremely high, and it is difficult for ordinary people to look up to it. Now that we have seen the best of the best in the GK Academy, the people's nature to watch is on display. GK Academy? I'm a handful of years old and I have to go to school? Yun was a bit puzzled. This GK Academy's name was so intimidating and the way it accepted people was so casual? The old man's nightly observation of the sky on the day of last month showed that the purple-violet star was falling in the west, and that the 7 killings were wreaking havoc on the world. A sign of great turmoil in the world. I think there is a great talent coming out of Xianqin in the west, and I'm afraid it's also closely related to the chaotic world. The old man put on an inscrutable air and continued to speak in a swimming voice, although Yun could not understand his bunch of astrological analysis. Last month, wasn't that when he had just crossed over? Metaphysics even counts as a traveler? Are there any benefits to being a Fonzie? Yun snapped with a sincere face. Benefits? The old man froze, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. It wasn't that Yun was talkative. The Fengshui in history was mainly seeking longevity. In this day and age, if you can live forever by practicing, there's still a shitload of roles for fangirls. The founder's elixir is quite popular in the neighborhood, with a prestigious status and $1,000. Is that a benefit? The old man hesitated for half a day and explained tentatively. But we Fengshui don't seek fame and fortune. These are all just passing clouds. Pursuing the pinnacle of the path of alchemy is what my generation should truly do. Ian skimmed his mouth, somewhat disinterested. No matter how lucrative alchemy is, it's not as lucrative as selling arms. A composite bow with a cumulative profit of $13 million. As for fame, is he giving this pseudonym for fame and fortune when he is all incognito? What's more, Zhao Gao was still looking for him all over the world, and making a name for himself before Emperor Qin Shi Huang came out of the gate would only lead to his own quicker death. Old man, you have a point, but I really don't have time. Yun did not even think about it and directly refused. The world is about to be in turmoil, and instead of properly managing his power, he ran away to the Jishi Academy to pursue his studies. Isn't it a case of making a hasty last-minute effort to get to the bottom of the problem? Kid, could it be that you don't want to become Wuji and be on par with Sifu? Sacrifice and broken army? I don't even know what the Jikji Academy is. Do you think I understand these words of yours? Ian rolled his eyes, somewhat helpless. Although Jikji is indeed famous in history, he only had 10 years. How can you have time for this casual academy life when you have a bunch of private soldiers to feed? That's just it. This is a letter of recommendation from the Jishi Academy. And in the future, if little friend comes back to his senses, the Jishi Academy is always welcome. The old man frowned and stopped pushing. Alchemy honors the teachings of Huang Lao and is about doing nothing and going with the flow. Though he cherished talent, he would not force it. Ian nodded and accepted the old man's letter of recommendation, disappearing from sight in a puff of smoke. Liang City is located at the border of Qin and Han, so I don't know if there are any Zhao Gao spies. The developmental time he had managed to fake his death in exchange for, if he was exposed, it would really be a lost cause. Walking up to the familiar small courtyard, he pushed the door in, where Yuji was exchanging words with Su Tan about something. Lord, you're back? Miss Ainley is looking for you. When Yuji saw Ian walking in, her eyes lit up and she greeted him. I see. It just so happens that I have something to look for her as well. I'll make a trip to the city lord's mansion in a while. Yun nodded. Although Chen Chao was not dead, it had been completely resolved, and it was time to fulfill the original agreement. By the way, is there any news from Hua? He suddenly remembered that Hua Zaiwei seemed to have evaporated after his return to the court, and he had asked Yuji to search for him, but he didn't know if there was any result. It's already been found out. He's gone back to the GK Academy. The Jikji Academy again? The corners of Yun's mouth twitched with a look of having seen a ghost. Lord, you've heard of this place? Yuji's face was a bit surprised. Xianqin, in order to prevent the loss of talent and strengthen the rule, the domestic speech blockade is extremely serious. The burning of books and burying of scholars at the beginning of the founding of the country was an attempt to control the direction of public opinion. The news of the Jishi Academy was an extremely strict red line within Xianqin. Those who discuss it are subject to capital punishment. I met a strange old man today who mentioned it to me. What's Hua doing at the Jishi Academy? Yun did not explain too much and brought it off in a vague manner. Instead, he asked in a somewhat puzzled manner, if the GK Academy was really an organization like a university for adults, Hua Zaiwei would have been famous all over the world, so why would he need to go back to school? Hua came from the Jishi Academy, and after the great defeat at Qingcheng, he petitioned for dereliction of duty, asked for his resignation, and returned to the Jishi Academy to improve himself. The Jishi Academy palace is full of experts. Our people can't blend in. There's no way to probe for more information. It is Yuji's dereliction of duty to fail to nurture the Lord. Yuji blushed a little shamefully and spoke out to explain. She was in charge of intelligence. Yun invested heavily, and she knew that Huojiaoui was at the Jishi Academy. But she was unable to probe for more information, and she blamed herself in her heart. There's no harm in it. The Jishi Academy is famous all over the world and is heavily defended. So it makes sense that it can't be probed. Ian wrapped his hands around his chest and did not count on this. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Historically, the Jishi Academy opened up the 100 schools of thought and was the premier institution of higher learning during the Warring States period. In this immortal realm, this Jishi Academy went further, not only cultivating bachelors, but even including martial artists and fencer of many kinds. If Huojiaoui is really in the Jishi Academy, then I'll have to walk up there as well. Ian looked at the letter of recommendation in his arms and muttered. Lu Che was weak and sold composite bows to Lu Bang himself. Without the help of famous generals such as Huodaizi, Lu Che, even if he had heavenly fortune, I am afraid that he would not be able to rebel. That's right. Contact the Qingcheng side and tell them to work around the clock to rush the production of 1,000 composite bows. We want to trade with the Great Han. In the middle of the day, Yun remembered the purpose of his trip and commanded. Yes, my position as Lord of Qing City has not yet been removed? Seeing Yuji's promise, Yun suddenly realized a bigger problem. His position, why was it still there? Earlier at Wangan Walled City, in order to prevent Zhao Gao from continuing to work in secret, he had long since spread the news that he had faked his own death. Qingcheng, being a major border town, should logically be long overdue for a change. It's been a few days now. Why is there no movement on the Xianqin side? Reporting back to the Lord. News has come from Xianqin that the State Master is missing. The Lord of Qing City is hanging on for now, and everything is as usual. Yuji responded as he flipped through the intel from the previous 2 days. What's the situation? This Zhao Gao has changed his nature? Yun was stunned. What kind of medicine was Zhao Gao selling in this gourd? Qing City is a border fortress, and it is said that General Bai Qi squashed Zhao Gao's proposal to replace the city's lord on the grounds that it is inappropriate to change commanders in a heavy town. There will be no further movement until the whereabouts of the lord are ascertained. Yuji bowed slightly and explained. Find out where I am? How did he know I faked my death? Ian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart was also quite puzzled. He had been operating in Qingcheng for a long time, and the Qingcheng militia battalion was also a bottom card in his hand. Although Wangan Walled City is more powerful, but ultimately there is no population, such as building blades, selecting talents and other basic matters, completely unable to implement. It's a good thing to have Qingcheng as a logistical base. That's just it. The internal affairs of immortal Qin. I can't return to my country, so I'll put them aside for now. I'll make a trip to the city lord's mansion first. The matter of rushing to make the composite bow is prioritized to the highest level, and the rest of the things will just be implemented normally. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was in seclusion, and he couldn't think about the many strange things within immortal Qin, and he didn't bother to think about them. At least he had no intention of going back until he was unable to counteract Zhao Gao. Stirring up the situation of the 6 countries and reducing the pressure on Xianqin was his primary goal at the moment. Running all the way to the city lord's mansion, the guards were the very same duo that had stopped themselves earlier. The journey was unimpeded, and he arrived directly in front of Yin Li. Yun Yi, I was about to go find you. Something big has happened. When Yin Li saw the visitor, a flash of relaxation flashed through her eager eyes. His face was haggard and he was obviously in a headache about something. What's the big deal? According to the scouts, Chen Chao first paid a visit to Ren Ao, then turned around and went to pay a visit to Chaoshan. And when he came back behind closed doors, the entire Cloud Cauldron Society began to mobilize. There was some urgency in Yin Li's tone. Chen Chao had begged to see 2 backers in a row, and the entire Cloud Cauldron Society had moved after he returned. In connection with the previous face-tearing behavior, she was like ants on a hot pan at that moment, anxiously running around in circles. That's it? Yin froze and a few smiles came to his eyes. Yeah, Yun Yi, you must not look down on Ren Ao and Chaoshan. Ren Ao is a big red man on the side of Empress Lu, and the Imperial historian even has the duty of supervising all the officials, with great real power. Chao Xin was at the peak of the empty realm 10 years ago, and today his strength is even more unfathomable. And he also commands the Western Group Army, the most elite army of the Great Han. Looking at the rambling Lai Lord Ji in front of him, Yun could not help but be dumbfounded. Alright, I know all about it. Chao Xin is still in the Imperial Sky Realm and has not broken through, even if he's still Mikado. How do you know? Yin Li subconsciously replied back, and then instantly noticed the abnormality and snapped with wide eyes. Because before Chen Chao paid a visit to these 2, I went ahead and struck a deal with these 2. The additional condition is to cancel Qin Chao's engagement with you, and from now on, he can never set foot in Liang City again. Ian spread his hands as if he was talking about a trivial matter. How is that possible? Chen Chao is Ren Ao's arranged pawn in Liang City, and is even Chao Sen's distant nephew. These two, how could they give him up so easily? Ian Li froze, her face filled with a look of disbelief. None of this is a problem in the face of absolute profit. Ian let out a light laugh, clearly not meaning to explain too much. The less people knew about his own selling compound bows and making a fortune in arms, the better. It wasn't that he was hiding something from Ian Li, it was just that once this matter was exposed, his own identity as an immortal Qin merchant would definitely not be able to be true. A businessman who sells arms and trains an organization of assassins is, by all accounts, a scumbag. Although Chen Chao isn't dead, he's still considered half a dead man. When will we fulfill our agreement? In order to prevent Ian Li from asking again, Yun promptly changed the topic and said. Ian Li was stunned, and then a slight blush spread across her face. You know, the original agreement was to give your body in marriage. Although Ian had changed it to follow for 3 years, she was always a bit flabbergasted inside whenever this matter was mentioned. This warrior woman is true to her word, not just following for 3 years. In a moment, I'll go report to father and just follow you back to immortal Qin. Looking at the blushing young girl in front of him, Yun was also greatly amused. The usually valiant Ian Li, which had such a little girl's side. Flirting a bit, Yun did not stay in the city lord's mansion for much longer. Knowing the whereabouts of Hua Xiaodong, it was imperative to see him as soon as possible. The countdown to Xian Qin's demise has begun. Qinshi Huang was closed to the outside world, and the 6 kingdoms outside were so stupid that they didn't know when they would launch a general attack. Inside there is Zhao Gao Scourge of the super program, and there is also Hu Hai this confused. Ghosts know what will go wrong. Although there are still 10 years left in the countdown, the large Xian Qin will certainly not die in one day. If 10 years ago, Xian Qin has already been defeated, the number of gas has been exhausted, he this imposter master of state again want to make a move. Everything will be too late. It was so hard to cross over. He didn't want to farm and raise a family and die out, since he was burdened with the identity of the immortal Qin state master, who was under one person and above 10,000 people, and with the help of the system, how could he show his manly majesty if he didn't put up a fight? Returning to the familiar compound, Yu Ji had long since gone to prepare the compound bow matter. He and Xiao Shen agreed to trade in 3 days, leaving the funds behind at that time so he could depart. Within 3 days, not only do we have to deal with the follow-up matters of Qincheng and Wangansai, but Kuai's side also has to be well resettled. Everything was taken care of and the backyard garden was free of worry before he could leave with peace of mind. Su Tan, come here. Looking at Su Tan who was doing nothing in the courtyard, teasing birds and touching fish, he frowned and beckoned. What is it, Lord? Su Tan touched the back of his head, clearly not expecting Yi Yun to call out to him. Ever since Yi Yun had 3,000 Tongxian puppets, his battle power of an early Tongxian stage seemed rather chickenish. It was hard to get a mission to spy on Chen Chao, but he turned his head and was still captured alive by the other party, so he could be considered to have lost face. I see you look like you have nothing to do, so go fight them and get more practice. Yi Yun pointed at the 2 sentence puppets behind himself and directly commanded. It's just a puppet. How can it beat me? A genuine Tongxian? Su Tan looked at the puppet behind Yi Yun and grinned a silly grin. Yi Yun. These puppets he had seen a long time ago, empty of a Tongxian cultivation. Bullying the low realm is not much pressure. However, if one really wanted to fight against an unusual Tongxian early stage, a puppet without a soul was ultimately almost meaningless. Both of them together. Yi Yun's face was calm as he responded indifferently. Crap, Lord. I'm also only at the early Tongxian stage. It's not appropriate to fight 2-on-1, is it? Su Tan's mouth opened wide with a horrified expression. 1-on-1 he had no pressure. 1-on-2. These puppets not only had no pain, they would slowly recover from their injuries. It's not like he's some genius freak who's no match for his ass. What's with the bitter face? I'm doing you a favor. You can only grow under pressure. Yi Yun smiled faintly and put on a harmless appearance. With those words, he headed for the house on his own. Lord have mercy. Behind him, the 2 puppets had already attacked towards Su Tan with one on the left and one on the right the moment his words fell. Immediately afterward, Su Tan's pig-killing howl came from far away. Wangansai is now under his control, and he is responsible for his own food and clothing. Without the heavy pressure of survival, they have nothing to do all day long, and I'm afraid they will become like soldier gangsters over time. However, this undercard was not yet ready to be exposed, and Yi Yun did not want them to continue to engage in the trade of robbing homes. Chen Chao had forced his way through the siege of dozens of puppets that day, and the idea came to him with a flash of a spiritual barrier in his mind. There's no pressure. I can create it for them. One puppet is not enough. Then two. Nothing, we just have a lot of puppets. 3 days later, 30 miles outside Liang City. You're leaving Liang City? Chaosun looked at the young man in front of him with some surprise, and subconsciously asked, the world is so big, I want to see it. Yun smiled faintly and responded in a very literal manner. I thought you transferred the Yunding Association because you wanted to eat Liang City's gray industry. Chaosun stroked his chin, his eyes somewhat puzzled. This young man in front of him was becoming more and more impenetrable to him. A little fly in the ointment. This kind of dirty money, I'm not interested in making. Yun shook his head and straightened up. This batch of silver, you want to bring it back to Xianqin? Exactly. Then you have to be careful of the Wanganjai on the road. They used to rob homes in the past. The officials and soldiers can't do much about them. If this $10 million of official silver is known to them, it will be dangerous. Chaosun looked at Yun, who was fully loaded and ready to leave in front of him, and kindly reminded him. The corner of Yun's mouth twitched. It was really true that good deeds do not leave the door, but bad reputation spreads 1,000 miles. Wanganzhai was so infamous that even Chaosun, a famous border general, was familiar with it. I'm sorry for General Chao's trouble. I'll naturally think of a good countermeasure. Yun slightly arched his hand and then spun around like Chaosun to bid farewell. The group of people, in great numbers, disappeared at the edge of the sky under the watchful eyes of Chaosun. Yun-yi? Immortal Qin doesn't have a family with the surname Yun. It's 80% an alias. Chaosun looked at Yun's departing back. He muttered, I have a feeling we'll meet again. Traveled to halfway. Has long been arranged to look forward to Wanjai not took over this batch of official silver. Will be transported into the interior as much as possible. Words Drains looked at the full escort car, and his eyelids couldn't help but jump fiercely a few times. The other day, he saw the 3 million taels sent by Zhao Gao and thought he had reached the peak of his life. Unexpectedly, not even a few days later, Yun gave him an even bigger wave. Duh, big boss, this money, where did it come from? As he watched the underlings hand over, Yanxiu quietly came over and whispered to Yun inquiringly. From Dahan. Yun was breezy and didn't take the money to heart in the slightest. Holy shit, big boss, you've really done a great job. I, Yanxiu, am ashamed of myself. Yanxiu's eyes were filled with admiration as if he was looking at an idol as he scrutinized Yun. Yun raised his eyebrows. This kid, is he misunderstanding? This money of mine, it's clean money, it comes from the right place. Yun looked at the glowing eyes of Yanxiu and righteously explained. Big boss, I get it. Our money is all clean. Clean money. Looking at the squinting Yanquan, Yun rolled his eyes and did not bother to explain more to him. Only after handing over the security and defense of Wangan walled city and commanding the puppets to assist in the training matters did he feel relieved to let Yanxiu leave. The puppet had a remote transmission function, and he had left puppets in Wangan walled city, Liang City, and Qing City. Wanganzhai is in charge of Yanxiu. Liangchang is temporarily managed by Qilu, and Qingqing's Kuai has Yu Ji sitting on it. This time he went to the Jishi Academy and only brought Yinli and Xiang Yu. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring more. It was just that he really wasn't sure how many people he could bring in with this letter of recommendation. I guess it shouldn't be too much for those gentry to bring a maid and a boy. Departure. GK Academy. The Imperial city of the Great Han Dynasty. The center of Luoyang. Looking at the grand-scale teleportation array in front of him, Yun was a bit stunned for a moment. Even though it was the immortal plane, this teleportation array still made him feel rather out of place. Yun-yi, are we really going to use the teleportation array? Yinli was a bit hesitant. It wasn't true that the teleportation array was convenient, but the cost of 10,000 taels per person was not something an average person could afford. It took us half a month to even get to Luoyang. Time waits for no one. Yun was a bit helpless. The countdown was hanging brightly on the panel, and even though he didn't want to spread the waste, he had to take this shortcut. The 6 countries were already interconnected, and there were teleportation arrays connecting each of the imperial capitals. It's just expensive and not usually used by anyone unless it's an emergency. Of the 6 kingdoms, the Great Han was second to none in agriculture, while the Great Song was known throughout the world for its commercial scholarship. The famous Jishi Academy is located in Kaifengfu, the imperial city of the Great Song Dynasty. Liang City is located on the western border of the Great Khan, and it would take more than half a month to reach Luoyang, let alone Kaifeng further east. Yun paid 30,000 taels of silver in a regimented manner before he took Yinli, Xiang Yu and the 2 of them to step into the dozen-meter-high teleportation array. Between the flashes of light, the 3 figures suddenly disappeared, 10,000 miles away. In the forbidden land of Mountli, the eyelids of the shut-in Emperor Qin Shi Huang moved slightly, and a shocking might swept out. Finally, off you go? Is this Kaifengfu? Ainli subconsciously murmured as she looked around with a face full of curiosity. Although she was the daughter of the city lord of Liang City, it was the first time she had traveled out this far. The Great Song does not share a border with Xianqin, and the country emphasizes literature over martial arts. And even the architectural style is dominated by opulence. Unlike the black and red main colors of the Great Han and Xianqin, most of the buildings within the Kaifeng mansion, with white gold as the base color, are even more heavenly in tone. When the three of them first came here, they were like Lu entering the Grand View Garden, and even Xiang Yu, who used to be unsmiling, had curiosity in his eyes. Another bunch of bumpkins from out of town. Just as the three of them were excitedly touring around, a discordant voice suddenly rang in their ears, causing Yun to frown. The world is a big place, and there's really no shortage of these brainless villains anywhere. Ainli, hear the flies buzzing? The Imperial city of the Great Song Dynasty, and there can still be stinking flies with no eyesight. What bad luck! Yun did not even look at the man in front of him, but instead turned to Ainli with a puzzled expression. Ainli froze, then snorted out a laugh. The beauty smiled in a magnificent manner, immediately attracting the attention of many people on the street. What Mr. Yuni said is true. In this world, there's no place in the world where there's no shortage of these annoying stinking flies. Ainli nodded, a genuine recognition. In front of him, the Huashang Duke's face was cloudy, and his face flushed for a while, as if he was suffering from indigestion. Bold, do you know who my son is? How dare you overstep your bounds? Seeing his own master defeated, the boy behind him stepped forward and shouted in a stern voice. Your master provoked you first, and you don't allow others to fight back? Ainli raised her eyebrows and responded in a delicate voice with her hands thrust into her eyes in a valiant manner. The entire Song dynasty is owned by our Zhao family, so what's wrong with me judging you a few times? The shadowy-faced youth snorted coldly, a superior's aura not angry. Yun was also stunned, clearly not expecting to encounter someone from the Imperial clan when he first arrived. Observing its chi, there was indeed a smiling golden dragon rising up and down one day. It's just that it's so small and insignificant that it's probably not a full-fledged family. This gentleman, I don't really want to cause trouble. This trip to Kaifeng is to go to the Jishi Academy to seek education. I apologize for any offense. Yun's brows furrowed and he retreated first instead. It wasn't that he was afraid of this kidney-weak second-generation ancestor in front of him. It was just that he was hiding his identity. And the most important thing he needed at the moment was to keep a low profile, convincing Hua Zaiwei as fast as he could. He naturally wouldn't stay in Desong for long. A strong dragon does not suppress a snake. This truth, he still understands. Jishi Academy? With you? Can you have any background? The eyes of the eunuch in front of him flashed with a touch of surprise, obviously not expecting the three bumpkin-like countrymen to come for the Jishi Academy. My name is Yuni, a native of Xianqin, a merchant with no background. Yun raised an eyebrow and answered truthfully. Ha 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 ha, a merchant of immortal Qin is also worthy of entering the Jishi Academy? The male in front of him laughed as if he had heard some heavenly joke. In this realm, there were distinct classes, with cultivators, farmers, and businessmen, and merchants ranked at the bottom tier. In the Song dynasty, which emphasizes commerce over agriculture, merchants are still at the bottom of the food chain. What's more, the Xianqin people, in the 6 countries, were the most ostracized existence. There was no other reason. The Xianqin people were martial, but most of the rest were ignorant. In the eyes of the 6 nations, it was a bunch of barbarians who only fought, the lowest of barbarians. And you still want to enter my Jishi Academy? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror and see what a piece of work you are? The white-clothed male was high-eyed and full of disdain. This brother, my grandfather lived for over 100 years without any semblance of cultivation. Do you know why? Yun frowned. He repeatedly backed down. In front of the eyes of this not long for the prince but step-by-step pressing. Really think he is good to pinch the soft persimmon is not? Why? The shadowy male in front of him was stunned and subconsciously asked. Because he never meddles. Yun's face was as usual as he said indifferently. You. Listening to Yun's accusatory question, the face of the male in front of him turned cold and looked about to snap. But gee, you may not be reckless in the streets of Song. Cold grunts came from the street and Yun raised his eyes to see an 8-foot-tall youth with a neutral face walking quickly. Brother? This Xianqin bumpkin dares to contradict me in broad daylight, insulting my Song imperial authority. Zhao Weiji was stunned, and immediately changed into a victimized look, and said evilly. Yun was dumbfounded. Man, you have a knack for turning black and white upside down. Enough with the humiliation? Go back to the Academy Palace and face the wall for 3 days, and do not go out. The neutral-faced youth's face turned cold as he drank. He couldn't know better what kind of virtue this brother of his own was. He also watched the events of the party, and saw that this untalented brother was going to oppress the people on the street again. before he stepped in to stop it. "Brother, stand down." Zhao Weiji was clearly fearful of this older brother of his, and he glared fiercely at Yi Yun, whisking his sleeves away. Ainli also looked at Zhao Weiji, who was full of indignation, and gloated back. "The family is not strict, so I'm sorry to make a few of you laugh." The youth arched his hand slightly and apologized. "There's no harm in it. We're new here, but we're indebted to your brother's care." "I still don't know your name?" The body hand does not hit the smiling face, although Zhao Weiji is quite obnoxious. This brother of his, but not like a generation of power and bullying. Imperial grandson, Zhao Weizhen. Listening to the self-introduction of the neutral-faced youth in front of him, Yi Yun was also stunned. When he first arrived, he met such a prominent royal grandson, which made him a bit unexpected. Just this royal grandson. How come the golden dragon on his body is also so small? Zhao Quangyin generation of male master. The prince on the Qi should not be weak. Zhao Weiji is the second son of the crown prince, so it is understandable that his Qi is weak. As the eldest son of the crown prince, the golden dragon on his body is not as big as that of Yanxiu's? Are several of you here for the Jishi Academy? Zhao Weizheng didn't have much of a stance, looking at the three of them and turning curious. Exactly. I see that your excellency does not have any cultivation, and there is no one Qi on his body, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to pass the entrance examination. Zhao Huazheng's brows furrowed slightly as he scanned Yi Yun up and down, somewhat puzzled. Not that he was as fond of checking accounts as his own dispossessed brother. Right now, the 6 countries are in a dark tide, and their plotting against Xianqin is becoming more and more obvious. Immortal Qin people and seldom walk around the 6 countries. An unidentified immortal Qin person. Let him more or less uptight. I'm sorry for your concern, but I'm enrolling in this school to become a founder. Yi Yun's face was bitter. The hurdle of being without cultivation could not be passed. Fortunately, unlike Xianqin, the 6 kingdoms did not despise people without cultivation as much. To not carry a scrap label everywhere he went was really making it a bit hard for him. Fonzie? Zhao Weizheng's face was even more odd, and his eyes looked at Yi Yun with a few moments of sympathy. Then I'll first wish your excellency the best of luck in his future, and if we have the chance, we'll meet again at the Jishi Academy. Leaving this headless sentence, he left with his guards. This great song Imperial son and grandson. What a bunch of weirdos. Noticing Zhao Weizheng's odd face, Yi Yun was also somewhat puzzled. Even though the Xianqin were not well received in the 6 kingdoms, what was the matter with the pitying look he was giving himself? Yun-yi, don't think so much. It's not easy to come to Kaifeng. Let's go for a good stroll first, and then it's not too late to report to that Jisha Academy in the afternoon. Ainli was not affected by any of this in the slightest, pulling on Yi Yun's sleeve and exuberantly saying, looking at Ainli, who seemed like a curious baby beside him. Yi Yun was also somewhat helpless. Missy, it was agreed that you would follow me. How come I am now acting like your servant instead? We're so close. We don't need to worry so much. Ainli blushed and stiffened her mouth. Spit and spit. Not long after, the three of them stood in front of the largest alum building in northern Song. The peak of Qin Han's soldiers did not affect Kaifeng by half, and the place is still bustling with people coming and going. The group stepped into the lobby, and the atmosphere of the marketplace immediately hit them. The 3 religions and the 9 streams. The scholar, the farmer, the industrialist and the businessman gathered here, and the cacophony of voices was unceasing. Even Ainli, who was yelling about her love of fun, couldn't help but take a small step back. There are thousands of people in the lobby, and it covers an extremely wide area, with runners, music listeners, and chatter. Sir, why don't we go to another place? Ainli looked at such a lively restaurant in front of him and couldn't help but whisper a suggestion. With so many people, she suddenly felt a little social. Yo, several guests. Do you have a reservation? The boy on the side saw that the several people's clothes were extraordinary and greeted them early. Ainli naturally needs no introduction. At least it is the pearl of a city's lord, and her clothes are all of the finest silk and satin. Yi Yun also dressed himself up like a thug in order to cater to his status as a merchant. The 2 handsome men and beautiful women in front of the station, coupled with the back of the 5 big and thick guards Xiang Yu, a look as which family's son and daughter. Ahem. This first floor is a bit noisy. I wonder if there could be a quieter seat here. Yi Yun also didn't really like such a lively city atmosphere in the Great Song Dynasty, and tentatively opened his mouth. Our White Alum House, known as the #1 house in the Great Song Dynasty, that can certainly fulfill the guests' requirements. For only 1 or 2 silver pieces, you may all dine on the 2nd floor. Not only will there be beautiful people singing songs, but there will also be a storyteller who will talk about all the world's events. The boy's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened his mouth in a torrent of introductions. These gentlemen, they don't lack money, all they want is elegance. The 1 or 2 silver threshold on the 2nd floor eliminates the vast majority of civilian casual visitors. Many of the literati will give a couple and go to the second floor for a meal. And the second floor? That's true. We have 5 floors in the Allen building, and each floor has its own purpose. Yun was stunned, and a touch of curiosity could not help but well up on his face. Having stayed in Xianqin for a long time, he was accustomed to the pugnacious folk, and this was the first time he had seen this kind of marketplace vulgarity. Nu, take us to the second floor to dine. This extra tael is a reward for you. By the way, tell me about your buildings and what the differences are. Ian generously threw out 2 taels of grain silver, signaling the boy to lead the way. Although the power overhead is quite high these days, he's at least a big dog worth 10 million vehicles. Xianqin did not consume the road. This great song, let him experience the pleasure of the second generation for the first time. The second floor is a good place for literati to write lyrics and listen to books, and quite a few girls also sing songs on the second floor. The third floor is a private room. If you have anything important to discuss, go ahead and talk. The decoration, soundproofing, and confidentiality are all excellent. The fourth floor is a good place for our head singers to sing songs, and many dignitaries are attracted to it. As for the fifth floor, the identity of the guest to naturally know. When the boy saw that Yun was so forthcoming, he was overjoyed and led the way while chattering about the introduction. By the way, a few of you, there is an elegant guest on the second floor today. If you are lucky enough to buy his words, you'll make a fortune. Receiving the reward money from Yun, the boy naturally knew everything. Looking at the three of them head back for a moment, turned mysterious. Yak, Yun instantly became interested as well. Historically, the Northern Song Dynasty was characterized by the prevalence of lyrics and music, and the proliferation of famous scholars. I just don't know which one is the elegant guest that this boy is talking about. Bringing the three to the second floor, and ordering the drinks and food, the boy went ahead and retired. Ian scanned the 4 seats and was about to find out the elegant man that the boy was talking about. And I've been reclining on the red and the green, and I've had a good time in my life. Youth is a paycheck. I can't bear to exchange my fame for a low song. A familiar poem suddenly rang in his ears, and the words used were so brilliant that the 4 seats erupted into a burst of applause. Good word. Even Yun could not help but give him a sideways glance. He was, at least, a 9-year compulsory educator, and he could not have known better the owner of this lyric. In the history books of his previous life, this lord was a frequent visitor to the brothel, and his reputation was extremely high. Could it be that this is the one the boy was talking about? Your Excellency, although I don't know anything about music and rhythm, the words are written so powerful. Ainley also looked a little mesmerized, looking at the green-shirted man in the next seat with a look of adoration. Ian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This Lu Yong, the affair dead, is going to mess with himself? Your Excellency is Lu Yong? The young man pouring wine alone next door also froze. You recognize me? He was quite famous in the area but never left a name. Ian wasn't a familiar face. And how did he report his name the first time they met? Ahem. Your Excellency's poetry is the best in the world. I've just heard about it a little. Yun was stunned. The boy knows you. I have to pretend not to recognize it? Mr. Lu, a fallen scholar, cannot afford such a prestigious name. Lu Yong let out a bitter smile and filled up the cup in his hand again and remotely toasted Yun. Before Yun could return the favor, a commotion came from the stairway on the second floor. Lord Wang is here. Lord Wang is in an important position. How could he come to the second floor to have his meal? You're really out of the loop. Whenever Miss Daochan appears, Lord Wang will be right behind her. Even a person of Lord Wang's stature has to compete with me for a beauty? Ian also froze as he seemed to have heard a name that should not have appeared. Daochan was a famous concubine during the Eastern Han Dynasty in her last life. So how did she end up in Kaifeng? Lu Yong's eyes also lit up, and then he thought of his own identity and could only pour another cup with a bitter smile. There is something more than just the elegance of a man. There is something more than that. There is a place where the heart is tied to the heart. Even if I don't think about it for a day, I can't stop thinking about it. Ding! Gained Lu Yong's poetry bonus. Strength, stamina slightly increased, mood decreased. Yun raised an eyebrow as the person was dumbfounded. Listening to Lu Yong's lyrics and having a buff added to it, the jade man on the stage began to sing the song, and Lord Wang, who was in the mouth of the crowd, picked the most forward position and sat down. With a look of appreciation, Ian took his eyes back and also turned to the veiled woman singing and dancing on the stage. There was a veil covering it, and in the haze, only a pair of seductive eyes could be seen, with a delicate body, and heart-stopping dance moves. It's a different kind of flavor. How can this great song, with such a talented people, still be ranked at the end of the 6 countries? The corners of Ian's mouth twitched in confusion. Entering any restaurant, first Lu Yong, then Sable, celebrities and elegant people one after another. But how is it that Song is only at the bottom of the 6 kingdoms? Sir, your order is here. Just as he was thinking, the party boy walked up with the meal. With Ainley as a curious baby, the signature dishes of Alum House were basically ordered by her. Lu Yong looked at Yi Yun's table with a full banquet, and then looked at his own table with a pot of clear wine and half a peanut, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Repeatedly failed to win. He has long spent all the money on the plate. Not being a descendant of a big family, his only way to make a living is to fill in lyrics for people and sell his art. In a world that looked at faces and honored martial arts, a man of letters like him was obviously shy. Sable Cicada can earn $1,000 for a dance, and he can do nothing more than be praised by someone for doing his lyrics. Brother Lu, we can't finish so many dishes. Why don't we join together? Yi Yun had a keen mind and had long since noticed Lu Yong's face. The heart was in the right place, and the invitation was direct. No harm, no foul. I'm not exactly hungry. Lu Yong face a little embarrassed. The temperament of the literati is still there. He naturally will not easily answer. Goo. But his empty stomach couldn't fool anyone, and an ill-timed sound suddenly made his embarrassment intensify. Mr. Lu, just come and eat together. Yuni is a landed rich man from immortal Qin. He's not short of money. Ainley also guffawed and graciously invited. Xian Qin people? Lu Yong froze. In the great Song Dynasty, Xian Qin people were not rare. The Song Dynasty emphasizes literature over martial arts. Xian Qin emphasizes martial arts over literature. The two countries are basically completely contrary to the concept. In the Song Dynasty is completely unable to see the shadow of Xian Qin people. Exactly. Mr. Lu is talented, so he might as well use it with me. If you feel embarrassed, a parting lyric is considered to be a promise of this friendship of mine. Yi Yun also sensed Lu Yong's embarrassment and smiled. Snow is so much better than icing on the cake. Lu Yong's eyes have obviously just recently fallen from grace, and livelihood is expected to be a problem. It's a big expense, but the last thing you need is money. Then Mr. Ryu will be respectful. Seeing that Yi Yun held his poetry in high esteem, Lu Yong hesitated slightly, and without excusing himself, he still sat over. He sells words for a living himself and thinks highly of himself. A word for a meal, he asked himself, and did not shortchange the other. After 3 rounds of wine, enjoying the dance of Sable Cicada on the stage, a few people are familiar with the relationship. Yi Yun had no shelf. Ainley was ghostly and quirky, and although Xiang Yu didn't say a word, his look of a foodie was also quite pleasing to the eye. Lu Yong looked at the 3 people in front of him. The bottom of his eyes were unable to hide his envy. Where is Mr. Ryu now? Yi Yun feigned ignorance and pretended to inquire. Mr. Yun is joking. Mr. Lu has nothing but a belly full of scriptures. It is fruitless to gain merit, and still counts as a disciple. And talk of high rank. Lu Yong drank another glass, rather forlornly. A disciple? Could it be that Mr. Lu is also a member of the Jishi Academy? Precisely. Mr. Yun is from Xianqin, and he has even heard of the Jishi Academy? Lu Yong froze. In his perception, Xianqin was very unfavorable to Jishi Academy. Yi Yin claimed that he was from immortal Qin and was new to the country. So how could he have learned about the Jishi Academy? I'm not going to hide it from you, but on this trip, I'm precisely going to the Jishi Academy to seek education. When the time comes, I'll have to be grateful to senior brother Lu for taking care of me. Yi Yin slightly arched his hand, and his address all changed to senior brother Lu. With the Jishi Academy, an institution of higher learning, in place, he probably guessed the reason for the great song's outstanding people. Today is not a time of chaos, and many heroes and heroines do not have the opportunity to build their careers. I'm afraid that they are all converging on this Jishi Academy. The Jishi Academy is not affiliated with the great Song Dynasty, and 7 or 8 out of 10 of these people will still return to their homeland with honor after completing their studies. This is probably the reason why the great Song Dynasty has always been weak, despite the abundance of talent. I'm afraid it's not good to enter this Jishi Academy, since Mr. Yun is an immortal Qin and has no cultivation. Lu Yong faced with a worried look, from the bottom of his heart. Unlike Zhao Weiji's mockery, he genuinely felt that Yi Yun had little hope, although the Jishi Academy has taught and admitted the world's talents. However, the 6 countries have a natural hostility towards immortal Qin, not to mention that although Yi Yun is generous, the Jishi Academy does not recognize your financial strength. Power, status is still on their minds, but not the money of merchants. No harm done. I have a letter of recommendation here that will ensure my passage without trouble. In the face of Lu Yong, a handless scholar, Yi Yun did not hide anything and directly took out his letter of recommendation and explained, "Oh, the 6 nations would even recommend an immortal Qin to enroll in school. Who did this letter of recommendation come from?" Lu Yong was stunned, and there was quite a bit of curiosity in his eyes. Most of the people who could recommend talents to the GK Academy were old-timers who had been famous for a long time. What could Yi Yun be capable of? Being an immortal Qin, that he would be recommended by the seniors of the Six Kingdoms? The name is not really clear to me. Looks like an old man who makes pills? Could it be that Brother Yun is going to be a founder? Lu Yong's face was shocked, and his expression was quite odd. It was Yi Yun's turn to be confused. How come one or two of them have this expression when they hear about the Fans? This was true of Zhao Weizheng in the party, and it is also true of Lu Yong nowadays. What? Senior Brother Lu, this founder, what's wrong with him? Yi Yun was puzzled. Could it be that this founder is some kind of crooked way? Not so much a problem. As if realizing his outburst, Rio explained. It's just that since the cultivation lineage was developed, the talent of the founder's sect has increasingly withered. Brother Yun must also know that the main job of a founder is to seek immortality. If you can live forever by practicing, why do you need to be looking for those fangirls? That's not right. Isn't Fansher TM an alchemist? Could it be that no one needs the alchemy of the founder? Would there not be a market for a wide variety of Dan formulas? Of all kinds? Rio nodded and returned. Not really. There is a lineage of healers in the world, and most of the healing pills come from them. There is a line of warlocks and maesters, and the increase is only stronger than the potion. What's more, the most rigid requirement for a fangsher is that the body must not contain half of the true qi, and at the same time, the mental power must be different from normal. Otherwise it will affect the formation of the Dan. In today's world, how many strange men and women are there who don't have half of their true qi? What's more, with a spiritual power that's different from the norm, why would you want to be a founder who can't cultivate for the rest of your life when you've long since chosen the warlock lineage? Yi Yun opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but had no way to retort. The GK Academy follows the ancient system and preserves the lineage of the fangsher. As the times have progressed, alchemy has long been passed down from one lineage to the next, and even in recent years, the talent has withered, and there is a tendency for it to be lost. As far as I know, the only person in the fangsher lineage in the Jishi Academy today is Senior Laozi. Right now, within the Academy Palace, it's all on the agenda to abolish the founder's sect. Rio Yong let out a bitter smile and slowly told the story. It was Yi Yun's turn to be dumbfounded. As he learned more about the GK Academy, he had thought he had picked up a bargain. Now that looks like a sinkhole. There is such a thing, but I am alone. Yi Yun was a bit depressed as he filled his wineglass and poured himself a mouthful. Brother Yun, don't be depressed. Although the talent of the fangsher lineage is withering, the abolition of the fangsher is only on the agenda. With a letter of recommendation, there's still no problem in worshipping the Jishi Academy. When Brother Yun is successful in his studies, it would not be wrong to find another mentor. Lu Yong noticed Yi Yun's dilemma and spoke out in relief. He had repeatedly failed to win the test and his future was gray. This would meet the even more miserable Yi Yun, and a feeling of being at the same end of the world arose. That's true. Although Yi Yun was a bit depressed, he was not so much lost. If you can reach Huazaiwei with this letter of recommendation, you will have achieved your goal. Studying? It's just icing on the cake. While the two of them were talking, Diaochan on the stage had finished a dance and was making a bow. The stage was filled with hoots and hollers of appreciation and offerings of reward money. Lord Wang, who was at the forefront, even directly flung out 100 taels of grain silver. Even Lu Yong, who was beside him, after a slight hesitation, also pulled out 1 or 2 silver from his bosom with some heartache and handed it over. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth twitched, inexplicably thinking of the famous scene of eating instant noodles to reward the female anchor. This Lu Yong can't even afford to eat. He sells his words for a living, and he wants to give others a reward? If I can get the chance to be alone with Miss Sablechan, I'm willing to do anything. Ding! Triggering a mission to help Lu Yong fulfill his heart's desire. Reward random Fey Bloodline *2 for mission completion. No reward for mission failure. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. The mission is here? A casual exclamation from Lu Yong had unexpectedly triggered a system quest, and the reward was still the Fey Beast blood that he desperately needed. That side quest to collect the blood of the Fey was still hanging on his quest panel. Aside from the Phoenix origin blood that Ainli had given himself, and the information that Huazaiwei was burdened with greedy wolf blood, he was simply clueless. Is the system seeing that the advancement of its own branch quests is too slow and has come to deliver benefits? Senior Brother Lu, this wish of yours, I'll help you fulfill it. With the system mission, Yi Yun did not hesitate to put on a righteous demeanor and directly promised. Thank you Brother Yun for your kind words. I was just making a casual exclamation. There's no need to be so serious. Lu Yong froze and then waved his hands. Just kidding, Diaochan and he also came from the Jixia Academy, and came here to dance as a part-time job. Otherwise, with her charisma, she would have already competed with Li Shirshir for the top spot. A woman like Li Shirshir, who has fallen into prostitution, is hard to find, let alone a part-time woman like Diaochan. Doesn't it depend on his mood? That won't do. I've known elder brother Lu from the moment we met, and I hold elder brother Lu's literary talent in high esteem. What's more, my greatest hobby in life is to fulfill people's wishes for them. I, for one, can't see regret. Yi Yun had a serious face as he made up his mind. At Ryu Yong's jaw-dropping expression, he lifted his leg directly toward Sable. So Mr. Yun, there's still this kind of fetish? Ainli and Xiang Yu looked at each other with some skepticism. Miss Sable, I have a friend who adores your dancing. I wonder what it would cost to share a meal with you. Yi Yun was quite the straight man and asked in a straightforward manner. In his previous life, he was known as a straight single dog, and after crossing over, he was even more rarely associated with the opposite sex. Yuji was considered a subordinate and naturally treated him with respect. Ainli was following him because of the pact, and was even acting like a male on weekdays. At this time, when faced with 1,000 charming sable cicadas, he also directly has a deal to talk about. Thank you, Your Excellency. The friend of my friend adores me. The little woman sells her art, not her body, and does not dine with strangers. Sable smiled slightly, but her tone was rejecting. Since Miss Wolverine is here to sell her art, she seeks nothing more than money. I'm from Xianqin, a merchant, and my friend was really just sharing a meal with Miss Sablechan. Never a heart. Sable politely covered her mouth with a light smile, still shaking her head no. That friend you were talking about, that's yourself, isn't it? Instead, it was Lord Wang's eyebrows that furrowed as he mocked from the sidelines. Yi Yin glanced at this so-called Lord Wang. His qi and blood were weak, and it was obvious that he had overindulged. There really is no shortage of these meddling villains anywhere. Lord Wang is joking. I'm not interested in women. Really a friend of mine. Yi Yun did not want to talk more nonsense with him, or politely and lightly. Miss Sable Cicada can get hundreds of her grain silver for a single sown. Would she like your 3 melons and 2 jujubes? A merchant of the lowest class, or a barbarian of Xianqin, and you pair up with Miss Sable Invite? Yi Yun's frown deepened. Have none of the people in this great Song dynasty ever taken a social beating? Why are they all so stupid? It's just as well that Shoei Kiat in the morning was a two-timer and brainless. This Lord Wang seems to be in a high position. How come he's a dilettante too? It's your turn to interrupt when I'm talking to Miss Sable? His brow furrowed and his tone was quite a bit less than kind. It wasn't that he was a bully. It was that he realized that talking nicely to these people didn't seem to be of much use. Humph. How much can a lowly merchant take out? Could it be that you think you are the Shinwansan of that Ming? Lord Wang snorted coldly and mocked. How can it be 10 times more than Lord Wang's 100 taels of silver? Right? Ian smiled faintly with a good-natured look. You. Lord Wang's face reddened and he was a bit angry. His monthly salary was only 200 taels, and taking out 100 taels for a reward was already considered the usual accumulation of petty cash. Now that he was being mocked by a merchant, his face was a little embarrassed. Where did the Xianqin barbarian come from to spout off at the half-mountain abbot? Immortal Qin people are really rude. A pair of calligraphy and paintings of Lord Wang can fetch a high price of thousands of taels, and he still dares to mock? Why should Lord Wang bother with this lowly man? Just ignore him. It's really unlucky for Miss Sablechan to be pestered by such people. When the onlookers saw this farce, whispers rose in all directions. Do you really think I don't have a family? Lord Wang's face flushed with irritation, and his tone was a bit rough. He is a man of letters, and the best thing is face, and being hit in the face in public. His mentality is a little broken at this time. Sir, Lord Wang is the elegant scholar I told you about. A single painting or calligraphy can fetch 1,000 taels. It's not a good idea to compete with him in terms of financial strength. The boy also quietly tugged on Yi Yun's lapel behind him and admonished. If Yi Yun hadn't given him a silver reward of 1 tael, he would have blown him out long ago for offending Lord Wang. Not only is Lord Wang the chancellor of the dynasty, his literary skills are even more impressive. In the Song dynasty, reputation and connections are excellent, only slightly narrow-minded. Where is it the turn of a Xianqin merchant to provoke? There's no harm in it. If he has to be nosy, I'll let him be. Yi Yun smiled faintly and did not budge. Why, Lord Wang? I'm putting out 1,000 taels of grain silver just to share a meal with Miss Sablechan. Could it be that you want to cut off people's money? Seeing Yi Yun step by step, Lord Wang was furious. Ignorant rats. Unbridled. It's only 1,000 taels of grain silver. Would I, Wang Hanshan, lack this amount of silver? 2,000 taels, I'll buy Miss Wolverine's freedom. The crowd burst into full applause and booed Yi Yun. Yi Yun wants to buy the Sable girl to have a meal with Lu Yong, while Lord Wang wants to buy Sable freedom. In terms of moral righteousness, Wang Hanshan had first suppressed Yi Yun. In terms of status, Wang Hanshan was the prime minister, the scholarly family at the top of the list, and Yi Yun was a merchant, the lowest, despised merchant. What's more, this is the 6 kingdoms. and the Xianqin people are inherently inferior. With all the factors adding up, the situation is simply lopsided in general. They say that businessmen seek profit. Let me see how much family money you have for you to squander. Lord Wang snorted coldly, his tone full of arrogance. He buys calligraphy and paintings on a regular basis and has saved up $10,000. The reward was meant to be casual, but a barbarian ruined the mood. It's only an increase of 1,000 taels. You can't even do that? I'll give 5,000 taels. Ian rolled his eyes and directly increased the price. You, what a fool. Lord Wang stared wide-eyed as if he was looking at a fool. 5,000 taels. The ransom for Li Shirshir is only 10,000 taels. 5,000 taels to share a meal with someone. What is this if not a fool? I say, old man, if you're poor, just say so. There's no need to put a label on people here. I have the money. I'm happy to spend it. What do you care? Ian bristled and spread his hands. He had a quest sent by the system, and there was Fey blood to be taken for completing it. Once one activated the bloodline of a foreign beast, one's battle power would rise exponentially. A bottom card for self-preservation. Not to mention 5,000 taels. 50,000 taels he is willing. Isn't it just 5,000 taels? The frog at the bottom of the well. The old man offers 8,000 taels. Wang Banshan's heart was dripping blood. His private wealth was just over 10,000 guan. Although a pair of calligraphy and paintings can buy thousands of taels, it is a masterpiece that can only be created in excellent condition. You may not be able to make a pair in a month. For the sake of a district of a playwright, hitching up his entire family's capital, he ruined his intestines at this time. 8,000 taels. Quite rich. Yun pursed his lips and deliberately put on a difficult look. He counted to see that the old man in front of him had basically reached his limit, and his voice trembled a bit as he added money. Tell you what, I'll give you 8,001 taels. You're vile. A mouthful of blood spewed out from Lord Wang, who was obviously extremely angry and infuriated by Yun. Vertical son, I will not allow you to tease me like this. 10,000 taels. Get this man out of here. With a furious cry, the old man in front of him had completely fallen into madness, shelling out her entire family fortune as if it were nothing, just to make Ian disappear in front of her eyes. And behind him, Lu Yong has long been dumbfounded. He never thought that his casual words would lead to such consequences. He had also paid a visit to Lord Wang earlier, only to beg Lord Wang to introduce himself to the government. Unfortunately, this Lord Wang was narrow-minded, and seeing the talent, he directly scribbled away. Although he was quite displeased with Lord Wang, the price of 10,000 gold was indeed a bit too high. Brother Yun, that's enough. There's no need for that. Lu Yong looked at the fighting duo in front of him and couldn't help but speak out to admonish them. Senior brother Lu, when I say I will fulfill your heart's desire, I naturally do what I say. A gentleman's word is his bond. Yun waved his hand, signaling that he was not in the way. Old man, 10,000 taels and you want to kick people out? You're looking down on Alum House too much. Yun's face remained ancient and calm as he smiled faintly. What does he do? Arms dealers. You're a scholar, and you're competing with me, an arms dealer, for financial resources? It's not like the old man hanged himself. He can't think straight. Humph, kid, I advise you to be sensible. You are a merchant. How much family property can you have? Shenhuan-san claims to have millions of assets, but only 1 or 2 out of 10 can be utilized. Don't lose your family fortune for the sake of a fight. Wang Hanshan snorted coldly, and his tone was much more cautious. After all, 10,000 taels was already his limit. He was truly afraid that Yun would add a few hundred taels to embarrass him. Don't challenge my allowance with your family money. It's just sharing a meal with a beauty. 100,000 taels. Is that enough? The entire Alum House was plunged into silence. 100,000 taels? Even if the second floor was full of non-rich and noble upper-class people, the vast majority of them, or all of them to be precise, had never seen so much money in their lives. The yearly expenses of an ordinary family is only a quantity of grain silver, and Yun's opening is 100,000 taels. Even Wang Hanshan, who was used to seeing the big world, thought he was dreaming. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Banshan's speech or some stuttering. Really not, he does not believe. 100,000 taels are almost top of a continent's land a year's tax. This amount is more than enough to buy the Alum House, and to reward a dancer. Could it be that he is out of his mind? Kid, there's a limit to pretending. Do you really think we're all fools? Wang Banshan's face was completely gloomy, and his tone revealed a few threats. I don't know if you're stupid or not, but it's pretty poor anyway. Ian spread his hands as if he was talking about a rare and trivial matter. Humph. Wang Hanshan, will watch here today. If you can really come up with 100,000 taels of grain silver, I will walk around you when I see you in the future. Wang Hansan snorted coldly, clearly not believing what Yi Yun said out of his mouth. Old man, you have not thought too highly of yourself. Is it any of my business if you go around or not? Yi Yun glanced at Wang Hansan with an odd expression on his face. This old man was really strange, jumping out to be the villain himself, but also forcing himself to add to the drama. That's only if you can actually get it. Yi Yun looked at Wang Hansan, who continued to be tough-talking, and lost interest in continuing the fight. After drinking and finishing this system mission, he still had a bunch of things to do, but he didn't have time to waste his time here. He pulled out a handful of silver bills from his arms, each with a 10,000 taels amount. 1, 2, 3, 10. No, Miss Sable, 100,000 taels of grain silver. Accompany my friend for a meal. Are you willing? Yi Yun handed over 100,000 taels of silver bills, without showing the slightest bit of pain, as if handing out a few pieces of white paper. Gone. Your Excellency, is this true? Sable's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and her tone was somewhat hesitant. If she dances a song here at the Alum House, she will earn at most 100 taels. Now that a stranger suddenly jumped out and 100,000 taels to buy herself a meal, it gave her an illusory feeling of falling into the clouds. A gentleman's word is a fast horse. Lord Wang, who was on the side, was also dumbfounded. What Yi Yun was holding in his hand was precisely the silver tickets issued by the Great Song officialdom. The brightly shining official seal on it is not forged by anyone. There are cultivators sitting in this era, and the anti-counterfeiting function of the currency is extremely well done. At least he had never seen a counterfeit coin in existence. This Xianqin man, he really took out 100,000 taels? It is said that immortal Qin is filled with gold. Could it be true? Immortal Qin barbarian land, there is a fart of gold. White bones everywhere is more or less the same. This Lord Wang, he's been planted today. These two people, could it be that they are undercover agents sent by Xianqin, singing in unison to intentionally dishonor my great song? The crowd of Alum House was also filled with shock, and noisy discussions came like a tsunami. But discussion is discussion. The silver ticket in the hands of Sable Cicada is a real 100,000 taels, and it cannot be faked. Lord Wang, I've paid the money. Are you going to go around me from now on? Yi Yun's tone turned to Lord Wang and smiled warmly. It's not enough for the old man to go. Lord Wang's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if ink could drip out of his face as he whisked his sleeves away. Seeing that the main characters retreated from the stage, the second floor once again erupted into a heated discussion. The Chancellor of the Great Qin Dynasty was disgraced by a Xianqin merchant. This is amazing news. Brother Yun, why are you being so bitter? Lu Yong stood behind Yi Yun and was at a loss for words. With a casual sentiment from his skill, Yi Yun spent 100,000 taels to fulfill his wish for him. Although there was Wang Banshan maliciously raising the price on the side, what Yi Yun spent was real money, 100,000 taels of favors. He can't pay back even if he writes words for the rest of his life. There is no harm in it. Money is a thing outside the body, and it is the norm to lose it and gain it back. Yi Yun smiled faintly, not taking it to heart in the slightest. The height was different, and his eyes had long been different. The expenses of Qingcheng and Wanganzhai in a month were nearly $1 million, and the taxes and tariffs added up to not even a tenth of that. He now has 20,000 to 30,000 silver dollars in net expenses for a day of doing nothing. Spending $100,000 wasn't really something unacceptable to him. What's more, what he harvested was not only the blood of the Fey beasts, but also the favor of Sable and Lu Yong. This girl, I have not yet asked for your honorable name. Yi Yun arched his hand towards Sable, still confirming again. Although he had heard roughly from others, he wanted to confirm it for himself. Don't brush your favor with the wrong person. Then it's really a basket case. Your Excellency is too kind. My name is Sable, a woman, from a peasant family, no name, no surname. Sable curtsied in a modest manner and said without condescension, the status of women in this era is still extremely low, and the literacy rate is even a few points lower than in previous generations. After all, cultivators and warlocks, these high and mighty professions, wouldn't stoop to being some private tutor. It was common for farmers to have surnames but no names. And many women did not even have surnames, but only a maiden name to accompany them throughout their lives. Yi Yun nodded. It was quite similar to the historical Diaochan. It's just a pity that the Han dynasty of this era did not have Dong Zhuo to mess up the government, nor did it have Wang Yun to serve the country. Naturally, there is no link to Wang Yun accepting Diaochan as his righteous daughter. By the sound of her accent, Miss Sable is a Han Chinese? My lord has good ears. My daughter's hometown is indeed far away from the great Han. And she came to the Jishi Academy alone. Sable blushed a bit grimly, as if thinking of some bad memory. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and also smelled a hint of something unusual. But at the moment, he had no intention of taking in Sablechan himself. Diaochan in Kaifeng is also a little famous. With such a national beauty beside himself, ghosts know what will happen. A redhead is nothing more than a redhead. Miss Wolverine has yet to give me an answer. I wonder if this 100,000 taels can be shared with the senior brother Lu of mine for a meal? Ian smiled faintly and brought the topic back. Your Excellency is joking. 100,000 taels is more than enough to buy my little girl, let alone a meal. Such a great favor. In the future, if my concubine does not have anything important to do, I will certainly be at your disposal. Wolverine took the silver ticket from Ian's hand and slightly curtsied. She had a gambling father at home and the money was quite important to her. Yun had also long since become an invaluable person in her eyes. Lu Yong's heart's desire quest is complete, and rewards are being generated for the host. It's done. Yun was instantly delighted. It doesn't matter if I'm straight. I have money power. In the middle of the day, a familiar carousel appeared in front of Yun once again. He blushed. Naya, isn't this the pitiful wheel that doesn't prevent shaking? When he had a good chance to be exempted from death, he remembered it very well when he lost it by shaking himself with a slap in the face. Chicken blood, grass carp blood, bison blood, and fucking rat blood? System, come out for me. What kind of foreign beast is this rat? Ding. The rat is an ancient beast with a 1% probability of being drawn. Yun was immediately dumbfounded. Combined with this rat or SSR not? Thinking about the innate skill of ratting holes, he immediately lost the desire to bet on SSR. That's just it. Turn. He was a bit helpless. These foreign beasts, he had never heard of any of them. Anyway, 2 chances, turn to which one counts. Immediately, the mental power moved slightly, and the entire roulette wheel began to rotate at a rapid speed. Few moments later, the RPMs dropped and the needle turned past the grass carp, the grouse, and slowly came to rest on the bison. Congratulations to the host. You've received 1 serving of bison blood. Nima, bison, tested and rewarded as Fey blood. Bison blood mutated into Kia blood. The system paused for a moment and then sounded again. Keith, a Kueyu from the Shanhaijing? Yi Yun froze, and this big gasp from the system instantly brought him back from hell to heaven. Immediately afterward, he only felt a heavy weight in his hand, and a copy of Pitch Black Blood appeared in his hand. Go on. His heart was greatly determined. Since these unusual beasts would mutate into foreign beasts, even if he drew a mountain chicken, I'm afraid it could turn into a phoenix. The roulette wheel started spinning again. This time, for a much shorter period of time than last time. As the pointer slowly came to rest, it actually pointed to the gray area of the roulette wheel. What do you mean? What's with the unnamed gray area? Congratulations to the host on his good fortune. Winning a random ancient sacred beast bloodline. Ha! Ancient sacred beasts? Even Yun could not help but lose his temper a little. The reason why the Holy Spirit battle body was known as the first in the world stemmed from the fact that the first generation of powerful people who awakened the Holy Spirit battle body carried the bloodline of a holy beast. It is said that in the ancient times, the beasts in heaven and earth were rampant, and the human race suffered a lot of bullying. The heavens have the virtue of good life, sending down the 4 sacred beasts to protect mankind and suppress thousands of foreign beasts. The first generation of Holy Spirit battle body, it was burdened with the Xuanwu bloodline, and on the basis of physical defense alone, it could withstand the attacks of several great emperors. Randomized result is White Tiger bloodline. Surprisingly, it's the White Tiger which is the main killer. Although the 4 sacred beasts have a superb status, they are not all-encompassing. The green dragon specializes in magic. The vermilion bird has the effect of nirvana rebirth. The Xuanwu defense is unparalleled in the world, and the white tiger corresponds to the Xuanwu, and is capable of killing and destroying. The result of this lottery seems to be quite conscientious. He carefully put away the 2 copies of blood in his hand, fearing that an excitement, and then give this broken wheel shaking no more. By the time he came back to his senses, Lu Yong and Sable had long been talking eagerly. Both of them are indebted to Yi Yun's great kindness, and the same under the Jishi Palace. After exchanging pleasantries, there is quite a sense of hate to see each other. Seeing the dazed Yi Yun return to his senses, the 2 of them also turned their eyes over in unison. Brother Yun, such a great favor. Mr. Lu is unable to repay it. In the future, I will definitely only look up to Brother Yun. Lu Yong was the most straightforward, walking straight up and bowing. He reads sage books and believes in the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. A drop of kindness should be repaid by a spring of water. How could Yi Yun's kindness to him be more than a drop of water? He's just a fallen talent with a few talents. Yi Yun's generosity. If he were a woman, I'm afraid he would have already given his body to him. Senior Brother Lu is polite. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. This is really a surprise. If he were to put it in ordinary times, He would not take these literati who could only recite poems and make corrections to heart. After all, the world will be in chaos. Showman meets soldier. Really no power to fight back. But with the situation of the buff on Fong's poetry, he now also had some change of heart towards these so-called literati. Since the bachelor was able to take over a unique lineage in the GK Academy, I'm afraid there were quite a few peculiarities that he hadn't understood. Xian China Road to Black. He is even more unheard of these strange people and strange things. The young woman has also written about Mr. Yun's kindness, so if there are any future dispatches, I will definitely go all out. There are arrangements for the Jishi Academy in the afternoon, so I'll leave first, and I hope that Incon will pardon me. Sable also came up to say goodbye, expressing her position in the process. Even if Yun was nominally buying her a meal, she was not a presumptuous person. Li Shirshi's value. All of them are far from this amount. Watching Sable Cicada leave in style, a few people finished their meals on the table in a whirlwind and also got up to leave. Only left Alam building a kind of looker envious eyes. Is Brother Yun heading to the Jishi Academy? Just after leaving the restaurant, Lu Yong opened his mouth to inquire. Exactly. It's just that we are not familiar with Kaifeng. I don't know. Yi Yun nodded. The purpose of his trip was none other than the Jishi Palace of Learning, and after accompanying Ainli, this ant, to stroll around, he naturally still had to go and do his business. As it happens, I'm also returning to the Academy Palace, so let me lead the way for Brother Yun. Lu Yong naturally heard what Yi Yun meant beyond his words and directly volunteered. Well, then, respectfully, within half an hour, several people had arrived outside Kaifeng City. Mr. Lu, this Jishi Academy is not in Kaifeng City? Ainli looked around at the surrounding mountainous and beautiful scenery, and then looked at the Kaifeng City gates that were far behind him, and said with some doubt, Ms. Ein is right. This Jishi Academy, which is situated on a mountain a few miles away from Kaifeng Palace. The Kaifeng Palace is so lively, and the Jishi Academy is so famous. Why don't they just teach in the Kaifeng Palace? Now it was Ainli's turn to be surprised. Such a famous academy was actually built in the suburbs? Miss Ainli is used to seeing those private schools, so it is only natural that she has a misunderstanding of the Jishi Academy, and it is only human. Lu Yong smiled faintly and patiently explained. The GK Academy contains 5 major factions, which are further subdivided into countless categories. Except for the Fengshe lineage, which is increasingly waning, the other 4 lineages all have thousands of people, regardless of whether they are martial arts cultivators or warlocks. The requirements for the cultivation environment are quite harsh, and cutting each other is even more dynamic. If it is established within the Kaifeng Palace, the nuisance is secondary, and the site will be difficult to meet the requirements. What's more, the population of Kaifengfu alone has reached 1 million. The price of land is an inch high, and many dignitaries can only live on the outskirts of the city, not to mention the behemoth that is the GK Academy. Lu Yong let out a bitter smile and looked back at the bustling Kaifeng city. The Great Song Dynasty emphasizes culture over arms, values commerce and trade, and is located in the middle of the 6 kingdoms. Kaifengfu was the main thoroughfare of the 6 kingdoms, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the most prosperous city of the 6 kingdoms. Many wealthy merchants are proud to have properties in Kaifengfu. This has led to house prices in Kaifengfu being several times, if not dozens of times, higher than those in other prefectures. The Jishi Academy covers an area of 1,000 miles, and if it is really built within the Kaifeng Palace, I am afraid that the cost of the land alone will be astronomical. A group of 4 people had just stepped into the Jishi Academy Palace when 2 white-clothed youths all over greeted them. Stop! Jishi Academy. No one can trespass without a token. The 2 men's faces were cold and their tones were quite serious. With a raised eyebrow, Yi Yun sensed that the 2 people in front of him were actually late-stage Tongshan powerhouses. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. This Jishi Academy, the gatekeepers all have late Tongshan cultivation? Ahem. Li Yun, these 3 are my friends, bearing letters of recommendation from the founder's lineage, and have come to the Jishi Academy to pursue their studies. Lu Yong took a step forward, pulled out the Jishi Academy token, and was the first to open his mouth to explain. Fonzie? The 2 of them looked at each other with a look of surprise in their eyes. It's been decades since a new Fonzie has appeared. Ryu Yong, you're a loser yourself and you brought a new loser in? Li Yong's brows furrowed, not hiding the look of contempt on his face at all. Fengshe, is the chicken rib line, folded in the Jishi Academy has become a consensus. After Laozi, no one has sat on the throne of Wuji for nearly 100 years. Li Yong, we are all students of the Jishi Academy. Why are you talking like this? Lu Yong's face changed, and he was a bit embarrassed. Humph, you don't feel proud of someone who should have learned a long time ago because no one wants to stay in Jikji Academy, do you? Li Yong glanced at Lu Yong, his tone somewhat derisive. Although there is no age requirement for the GK Academy, you can usually apply for graduation when you reach a certain number of years. The lineage of the bachelor is either a self-contained school that opens its doors for lectures, or one that seeks a career in politics. Lu Yong belongs to the latter, but his career is not good. Even if he comes from the Jishi Academy, still repeatedly failed to win. It had long since become a laughingstock known to everyone in the academy. Yo, who do I think it is? Isn't this the Xian bumpkin we met during the day? Just as Lu Yong's face turned green and white and he was about to have a big fight with Li Yong, another somewhat sorrowful voice came from inside the academy palace. Ian could not help but frown when he heard the voice. Fortunes come in 2s and 3s, only to see Zhao Weiji with a few followers, holding a folding fan, slowly walked out from the school palace, full of banter. You're not confined? Ian raised his eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. Didn't Zhao Weijing tell him to face the wall for 3 days? How come it's only been half a day, and this second son of a bitch is out to wreak havoc again? Humph, it's just a show for you. This Xian bumpkin. You're not taking it seriously, are you? Zhao Weiji's face sank, and when he thought of his own elder brother's stern look, his heart couldn't help but feel a bit more resentment. Xian people? The surrounding scholars stopped in their tracks and cast their eyes over, as if they were looking at a monkey in a zoo. It is said that Xian are all barbarians. How could they come to my Jishi Academy? Isn't immortal Qin engaged in some kind of literal prison? How can someone still come to my Jishi Academy? It's really fresh. A bunch of fanatical warmongers. My Jishi Academy doesn't welcome this kind of reckless people who only know how to cultivate martial arts. Martial cultivators? We martial cultivators are not comparable to barbarians. It is said that the immortal Qin people eat hair and drink blood. But is that true? Listening to the whispers of the people around him, Ian felt a sudden rush of headache. The 6 kingdoms did not discriminate against him for not having cultivation, but the identity of Xian people, on the contrary, became a fatal problem. Everywhere you go, you feel hostility if anything. This Xian, he's a street rat in the 6 kingdoms. He didn't have a penchant for being surrounded by spectators, and after hesitating for a long time, he directly pulled out the letter of recommendation given to him by the old man at that time from his bosom, and opened his mouth. All of you seniors, I came to seek for education with a letter of recommendation, and I have no other intention. I hope you will let me go. When he first arrived, the gatekeepers of this Jixia Academy Palace all had late Tongxian stages, so he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Letters of recommendation? Li Yong raised his eyebrows and raised his hand to take it. The person who can write a letter of recommendation is bound to be a person of high authority in GK Academy. Although he looked down on Lu Yong, and even more so on the immortal Qin people, he didn't dare to slack off at the moment. It's really the old man himself. As he scanned the envelope, he couldn't help but see a flash of surprise in his eyes. Although the talent of the Fengshe lineage is withering away, we have not seen Laozi take on any disciples for decades. This Yi Yun, when it came to it, was really the first of its kind. As one of the founders of the Jishi Academy, Laozi was the dragon head of the Fengshe lineage, and he had a supreme position in the Jishi Academy. If it were not for him, the Fengshe lineage would have withered to such an extent that I am afraid it would have long been removed from the Jishi Academy. Since it's written by Laozi's predecessor himself, I won't stop you, so go in. Li Yong's eyes flickered, and although he was unwilling, he could only let go. But the letter of recommendation is only for you, so the other 2 will wait at the door. Then the words turned and directly spoke faintly. Yi Yun was stunned. Who wouldn't bring a few attendants with them? These rich gentlemen? Not on your own? When he met the gloating eyes of Zhao Weiji and Li Yong, he immediately felt the intention of targeting. I'm only afraid that my dual identity as Xian and Fengshe gave them room to capitalize on the situation. This senior brother. These 2 are my attendants. Can you make it easier? Yi Yun suppressed his anger and tried to communicate. Attendant? Have you come to seek your education? Or to be a young master? Jishi Academy, don't accept people who are good for nothing. Li Yong raised his eyebrows and directly drank in a cold voice. Yi Yun frowned, clearly not expecting this situation to develop in this direction. Xian had exerted too much pressure on the 6 countries in the past, so much so that the public opinion within the 6 countries was also quite repulsed by the Xian people. The surrounding melon eaters, even more so, not a single one of them stood up for him. He was about to continue his fight when a cool voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Let them in! Yi Yun was stunned and was instantly delighted. Sable? Only to see that the crowd automatically split into 2 pathways, with a crowd of people staring somewhat fervently at the woman who had opened her mouth to speak. With a thin veil on her face and a slight movement in her steps, who else could it be if not Diochan? I am afraid that they will have to fight for 3 days and 3 nights about who was the first in learning and who was the first in courage and martial arts in the Jishi Academy. But in terms of who dances first, it's not Sable Cicada. A few years ago, with a song of stunning dance, stunning the 4 seats, sitting in the Jishi palace of the first dance girl name. Duke Yunyi has been kind to me. Li Yong, don't make things difficult for him. Sable glanced at the 2 distinct teams in the field and instantly understood the general idea. Speaking faintly, Sable, senior sister Sable, he's an immortal Qin. Li Yong's neck shrank and he whirled and spoke in a small voice. What? Which rule of the Jishi Academy Palace does not allow immortal Qin people to enter? Sable frowned slightly, a little disgruntled. Rather no. So you're still not releasing them? Sable gave a cold snort, and Li Yong could only snappily retreat to the side and get out of the way. Zhao Weiji is also dumbfounded. This kid, how have Wolverine give him a head start? Sable's sister, this bumpkin, what is his relationship with you? Sable faintly glanced at Zhao Weiji, the second-generation ancestor, ignored it, and left straight away. Zhao Weiji's face was a shade of red and white, obviously quite a bit unable to get off the stage. Humph, kid, just cower behind a woman and be a flunky. He snorted indignantly and whisked his sleeve away. Ian rolled his eyes, clearly not wanting to bother with this brainless villain for anything. A royal grandson whose national fortune, the Golden Dragon, was insignificant, was not yet on his mind. With Sable Cicada's help, the 4 of them had a smooth journey. On the way, there were quite a few scholars casting curious looks at him. Apparently all of them had heard about the farce that had occurred at the entrance just now. Lu Yong brought the 3 of them straight to a square covering thousands of meters, in which hundreds of Dan furnaces were placed in an imposing manner. At the entrance of the plaza, a stone monument was engraved with 4 big words Alchemy Dojo. The pen was pale and powerful, and just by looking at it from afar, Ian felt a wave of pressure coming over him. Below the 4 big characters, a verse is inscribed, ferrying sages from all directions, and making 1,000 articles. Further below, in 8 small letters, the way of the infinite, from the one. The corners of Ian's mouth twitched, although the Fengshi had already declined. This platoon can be really not small. The 4 of them stepped into the dojo and looked at the empty square, and for a moment they didn't know where to go. Senior brother Lu, where are we going? Next, Yun was a bit dazed. It was true that he had a letter of recommendation, but this dojo was empty. Could it be that they wanted to live in the Dan furnace? Ahem, little friend, we meet again. An old voice came steeply from behind them, startling the 4. I say, old man, do you walk without a sound? Ian touched his chest and spat with a frown. As a Ling Xiao cultivator, isn't it normal for an old man to walk without a sound? The old man was stunned and blew his beard. Ling Xiao? Yun was also somewhat stunned at once. The old Taoist who had been poorly talking to himself on the street back then was actually a Ling Xiao realm powerhouse? The fact that you are here means that the stars are not in error. Join my founder lineage and have a bright future. The old man did not care in the slightest about Yun's stunned expression and instead said with some relief, promising? That's not the comment I've heard all the way here. Yun bristled, somewhat helpless. He didn't know about this old man's strength, but his ability to woo and deceive was absolutely first-rate. Speech and demeanor are living a Jianghu cheat general. How can those mortals understand the essence of the founder's lineage? Truth, more often than not, is in the hands of the few. The old man's eyes glared and he said with some dissatisfaction, that being said, in this Fengshi lineage, the number of people seems to be a bit too few. Ian rolled his eyes and looked around the empty dojo, somewhat powerless to spit. If it wasn't for the sake of meeting Hua Zaiwei, I'm afraid that he would have to wipe his feet and bail out by now. Humph, brat, the Fengshi lineage is vast and profound. When I teach you the essence of alchemy in the coming day, you will naturally know. The old man stroked his 3-foot-long beard, rather disgruntled. Since you're here, I'll arrange your accommodation first. Wait for tomorrow, then start teaching alchemy. I call upon a fellow senior. Nope, the Fengshi lineage only has one you person. It's just that. I'll summon a senior who is quite talented in alchemy and take you to stay. The old man gently waved his hand and typed out a transmission, and then the entire person disappeared without a trace. Where are the people? Where's the guy you called? Ian froze and looked around as the alchemy dojo once again became empty. Crap, I'm not really meeting a charlatan, am I? Ahem, brother Yun, this elder. Indeed, the trail of immortality is ethereal, and it was even more rare to see in the past days. Ria Yang was also a little embarrassed, so he just had to help out from the sidelines. I understand the reasoning. The question is back, where are we going? The 4 of them stared wide-eyed at the dojo, and an awkward atmosphere filled the air. It took a full incense stick of effort before a green-shirt figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Seniorly? Before Yun and the others could react, Lu Yong greeted them with a surprised face first. Ryu Yong? Why are you here? The green-shirt man who was called Brotherly froze and subconsciously asked. These are my friends, I brought them to enroll. Lu Yong tugged on the green-shirted man's hand and said rather familiarly. Yun looked at the man in front of him whose entire being had a bizarre aura, and his eyebrows could not help but jump 3 times first. This senior, why doesn't he look trustworthy? Alas, life is short. Why do a few of you need to come to the Jishi Academy to waste your time? The green-shirted man walked in, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he made Yun feel as if he had been struck by lightning. Elder brother is joking. The Jishi Academy is famous all over the world, so naturally it's the best place for us to go in our hearts. Yun was a bit embarrassed and did not know how to respond for a moment. The many beautiful things in the red world are nothing but a cup of yellow earth after all. What's the use of being known all over the world? The green-shirted man was unmoved, still looking compassionate. With such pessimistic words, even Yun was somewhat dumbfounded. The harder we try, the more we suffer when we pass away. And the more we suffer, the more we suffer. And why is this necessary? The green-shirted man didn't care in the slightest about the deflated looks of the 4 people in front of him as he muttered to himself. Yun would finally react to this. Earlier he always felt that this person had a strange aura. Right now, it looks like it's just a lot of bad luck. Brother Li, we'll talk about such major life matters later. You're the senior brother that Lao Zi's predecessor hired to bring them into the Lord, aren't you? Lu Yong had heard about the man in front of him for a long time, but was the first to react and forcefully changed the topic. What difference does it make where you live? Since you end up in the dust? A few of you, come with me, the green-shirted man said to himself, twisting his body and leading the way ahead. Yun's 4 looked at each other and could only follow. Senior brother Lu, who is this person? Why are his words so odd? Yun looked somewhat helplessly at the man a few feet away and inquired to Lu Yong in a low voice. This is Bachelor Li Yu, who is also quite famous in the Jishi Academy. Although the character is a bit strange, but his talents are all top-notch. Ryu Yong let out a bitter laugh and explained in a small voice. Li Yu? Li Yu, Lord of the Southern Tang Dynasty? Yun was stunned. He had wondered how so many historical figures would be divided in a dynasty that was only 1 generation old. So all these famous scholars are piling up at the GK Academy? The Queen Mother of the Southern Tang Dynasty? Could it be that Brother Yun has heard of him? He did once come from a royal family. Only the dynasty was destroyed by the Great Song, and he became this compassionate look. Lu Yong's face was a bit surprised, obviously not expecting Yun to tell Li Yu's background in a single word. Yun could not help but slightly twitch the corners of his mouth. Patriotic? Mourning to the point of seeking death is more like it. Under the destruction of Li Yu's chatter, the few people finally arrived in front of a complex of buildings. Arrived. Lu Yong let out a long breath. Along the way, even though he had heard about it for a long time, he was close to having his mind broken by Li Yu. Yun couldn't help but smack his lips a little even as he looked around at the complex that stretched for 100 miles. This, then, is the depth of the GK Academy. The Fonzie's residence is in. How come the founder doesn't even have a schoolhouse? Li Yu fiddled with the pamphlet in his hand and murmured somewhat doubtfully. No schoolhouse? Yun, who was planning to follow, had a black eye and nearly fell over. Brother Yun, why do you have to be like this? What's the harm if the sky is the quilt and the earth is the bed? Li Yu had a disinterested look on his face as he spoke out in relief. You're messing with my mind, right? Yun forced down the desire to spit in his heart and gave a sarcastic smile as he spoke. Senior brother Li, it doesn't matter if I don't have a place to stay, but it's just that these 2 friends of mine, and one of my daughters, can't sleep outside of the house as well, right? Well, that's true. Li Yu frosted his chin and finally said something human. Let's put it this way. Although the Fengshir's residence is divided among the other 4 veins, I'll go talk to the steward and see if you can share a room with someone. Li Yu pondered a little and still offered a solution. The old man gave him an order, and he couldn't just stop. Half the time, the stewardship office. In this world, there are still people who want to be square? The old man with white hair in front of him scanned Yun up and down a few times, his face somewhat strange. How is it that there are still young people who can't think of anything else to come and learn from a master in a profession that is all but about to be abolished by the GK Academy? Yun's face darkened and he looked around speechless. Along the way, everyone he met reacted exactly the same way, making him feel more and more unreliable about this profession. There are still quite a few vacancies in the martial cultivation lineage. Qian position 83. Take him there. The steward flipped through the booklet in his hand for half a day, and only after a tea break did he slowly open his mouth. Thank you, Elder. Yun let out a long breath and bowed in gratitude. Let's just share a room. He'll bolt when we find Hua anyway, so bear with us for a while and get over it. Gentlemen, this is the place. With the steward's oracle, you can go in on your own. Fonzie will be outlawed in a few years anyway, so it doesn't make any difference if you live there or not. Li Yu, as usual, leaves with a flourish after dealing a blistering blow to morale. The corners of Yun's mouth twitched slightly. relieving himself for a long time before he stepped into the small courtyard. The small courtyard in front of me, said schoolhouse, but with the unusual courtyard is not different. For the sake of communication between students, each schoolhouse has 2 main rooms and a number of side rooms. After all, it was unavoidable to cut and exchange between the same veins, and communication, too, was considered an interpersonal mandatory course. The individual school building may not cover a large area, but it is small in size and has all the essentials, small bridges and flowing water, falling in Danming, but it looks quite elegant. As Yi-Yun walked along, he gained a new perception of the Jishi Academy's heritage. With such a huge complex, I am afraid that even if tens of thousands of people were to live there, it would not be a problem. Linking to the 2 Tongshan realm disciples watching the door, this Jishi Academy, in terms of strength alone, was far superior to Wanganzhai. In terms of top combat power, when I think of Laozi's Lingxiao realm cultivation, I'm afraid that I can rival the 6 nations. Pushing open the door of the schoolhouse, he saw that a white-robed young general was in the courtyard, dancing a long spear in a tiger-like manner. The gun style was severe, the moves were complicated, and the surrounding body was even more imposing. Good shot! Xiang Yu's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but applaud in a low voice. As a fellow martial artist, he was extremely sensitive to moves of this kind. The aura of the young man in front of him was only around Tongshan, and paired with a long spear, it managed to bring him a strong sense of oppression. Sparing the Wajawi back then was just a way to get his battle spirit up. The teenager in front of him also turned around when he heard the ringing behind him. Sword brows and starry eyes with a straight nose. Yi-Yun secretly slandered. This kid, he's quite handsome? You guys are my new housemates? His gaze was like a torch as he directly directed his eyes to Xiang Yu. According to the rules of the Jishi Academy, only those of the same vein will be assigned to the same schoolhouse. Yi-Yun was devoid of any cultivation on his body. Yin Li's breath was introverted, and standing back, he subconsciously converged his gaze on Xiang Yu, who was like an iron tower. My lord is your new housemate. Xiang Yu frowned and spoke in an urn. Lord, not you? The white-robed young general froze, then turned his gaze to Yin Li. You're his lord? Ahem. It's me. I am. Yi-Yun's face was a little embarrassed as he coughed lightly twice and took a step forward to interrupt. The color of surprise in the white-robed young general's eyes intensified. Although Xiang Yu was a mortal martial artist, he let him smell a hint of danger and was obviously not a normal person. Yin Li was even at the late Tongshan stage of cultivation, and by the looks of his face, he was still young. These two were actually the subordinates of this person with no cultivation in front of them? You're not a martial arts practitioner? The white-robed young general frowned and subconsciously snapped. I am not a martial arts cultivator. And the steward said that the schoolhouse was tight and arranged for me to stay here. Yi-Yun nodded and responded. Jishi Academy. Only those of the same vein can live in the same schoolhouse. Gentlemen, please ask the steward to rearrange one. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on the white-robed young general's face as he frowned. This brother, Prince Yun-Yi, he did not have the same lineage, but had to live with other branches. Lu Yong looked at the somewhat awkward atmosphere in the room and had to step in to round out the scene. No same vein? Martial cultivators, warlocks, bachelors, and nationalists. The number of people in each vein is nearly 10,000. Without the same vein, do you take me for a fool? The color of dissatisfaction on the white-robed young general's face intensified as he coldly said, This brother, I'm Fengshi. Yi-Yun touched his nose in some embarrassment. This Fengshi lineage, are they all ignored by default now? Fonzie? The corner of Yi-Yun's mouth twitched as he listened to the surprised rhetorical question beside his ear, and without even raising his eyes, he could guess the odd look on the man's face in front of him. I don't live with invalids, so please return. Gentlemen. The white-robed young general turned around after speaking, and was actually directly trying to drive people away. Abolitionist? Yi-Yun could not help but frown as well. This kid talks, when he's really not polite. Brother, how can there be an invalid profession when there are 10,000 professions in the event? 360 lines of work. The line of work, can there be any falsehood? The white-robed young general didn't even raise his eyelids and directly nodded his head. A Fengshi, that is, a wasted profession of the 360 trades. If you are not convinced, just fight me. Yi-Yun, you're bullying me, aren't you? The Lord doesn't have any cultivation. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Yin Li was also a hot-tempered person, and seeing that the teenager in front of him had repeatedly provoked him, he immediately stepped forward. It was fine for her to bully Yi-Yun, but for others to do so, that would not do. You, not enough to qualify. The teenager scrutinized Yin Li up and down as he spoke directly and frankly. He then nodded at Xiang Yu and then Yin Li, who stepped out on the side. Both of you together. You can't beat me. Not only did Yi-Yun freeze, Xiang Yu was also stunned. Immediately, A skyrocketing demonic aura plunged into the clouds. He was a fighter by nature. When had he ever been so underestimated? You seek death. Xiang Yu's eyes widened angrily as his entire body erupted with a shocking might. Yun also couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This kid, he broke through again? At that time, when he fought with Hua Ziwei, his aura was not so appalling. Now, in just less than a month, there was actually another breakthrough. Yin Li's face didn't look too good either. She was at least in the late Tanshan stage, but she was so despised by someone of the same cultivation level. Since you're so confident, the two of us, let's meet you. She daintily droned out without any bravado at all and stood side by side with Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu frowned. The dignity of a martial artist made him not want to fight two against one. Every time he fought, he made a breakthrough, and that was the reason for his belligerence. In the face of the white-robed young general's provocation, he did not want Yin Li to intervene. You stand down. I'll fight him alone first. Xiang Yu pondered for a moment, but still opened his mouth. Yun gave Yin Li a wink, signaling her to back off first. Yin Li bit her lip and still took a step back. Although her cultivation level was higher than Xiang Yu's, the scene of Xiang Yu's solo fight against Hua Zhaodong back then still left a deep impression on her. The white-robed young general was unmoved, not giving the scene before him the slightest bit of thought. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. A Tongxian from Jixia Academy is actually comparable to you outsiders? He let out a cold snort and took a step forward with his spear, a shocking might spreading through the courtyard. Unlike Xiang Yu's might that plunges straight into the sky, he has excellent control over his qi, and his might only spreads to the entire compound, and not more than a trace of it. Yun could not help but face a few points more gravely. Xiang Yu's aura is appalling, but what a waste. The young man in front of him is going to be ahead over Xiang Yu in terms of momentum control alone. The two men confronted each other in the courtyard, and their auras had both gradually reached their peaks. The swords were drawn, and both were fully focused on finding the cracks that flowed from each other. In the middle of the day, Xiang Yu took the lead. He was quick-tempered, and the consumption of qi was far greater for him than for his opponent. What's more, the other party's cultivation was profound, and the longer he dragged it out, the more unfavorable it would be for him. With a bang, he just had to make it quick. The two silhouettes crossed paths in the courtyard, and what came immediately was a shocking collision sound. Bang! The dust cleared and the two men had swapped places. The white-robed teenager's body was immaculate, as if nothing had happened just now. It was only the might of the spear carrying that was 1 point more powerful. As for Xiang Yu's saber in his hand, it already has a slight crack, and his entire aura is also a bit shriveled. Obviously the first collision, he was at a disadvantage. Yin did not have the time to build Xiang Yu's blades, and what he held in his hands was nothing more than an ordinary military sword from Qingcheng. The long spear in the white-robed young general's hand flashed with silver light. Qi power surrounded it, obviously not extraordinary. Under this circumstance, Xiang Yu was immediately at a disadvantage. Again, a rich black aura filled Xiang Yu's body as demonic qi surged within his body. Demonic energy? The white-robed young general raised his eyebrows, and his face had a few moments of concentration. The 6 countries did not share a border with the East and did not have much knowledge of the demon race in the Forbidden Zone. Seeing the demonic aura draped around Xiang Yu's body, he just felt extraordinarily dangerous. Nothing else. Both of them dodged at the same time, running out as if they were sharp arrows. Both of them were martial arts cultivators, and their fighting style was quite straightforward. The short weapons fought each other, and the sound of blades clashing was unceasing. However, it was obvious that even if Xiang Yu's demonic qi exploded, he completely fell short. Cultivation, blades, and martial arts skills were crushed on all fronts, and even though he was protected by his demonic aura, he could only defend himself bitterly. The white-robed teenager used a silver spear in an extraordinary manner, and his body style was also like a ghost, quite agile. Countless gun shadows blossomed around Xiang Yu's circumference. Xiang Yu, relying on his thick skin and flesh, only attacked but did not defend, and froze to drag the situation hard to level. No, it's only a matter of time before he falls. Yun's brows tightened the more he frowned. Xiang Yu's fighting style of exchanging his life for his life would not be able to support him for long. He used force to break the trick, and his consumption would have been several times that of his opponent. Not to mention that the cultivation was not as good as the other party. Yin Li, help him. Yun's lips moved slightly and he had already made up his mind. Every time he used his demonic qi, the demonic qi's erosion of himself increased by 1 more point. In Xiang Jiazhuang, there was still Xiang Liang to help suppress it. But right now, he didn't have the means to suppress the demonic qi. Either make it quick or just surrender. He didn't want to walk the Jianghu with a demonized version of Xiang Yu. Yin Li nodded slightly, raised his spear, and leaped into the fray. Xiang Yu frowned but did not speak out against it. The situation in the arena was already clear. One was fully suppressed by the white-robed young general, although he was at a disadvantage. He did not think he would lose if the two of them had similar cultivation levels. The situation that had been lopsided was also subtle because of Yin Li's addition. With Yin Li's dexterous intervention on the side, Xiang Yu's frontal pressure plummeted. The white-robed young general had been mainly a swimmer, and with two people restricting him, the momentum of his gun was suddenly weakened by a few points. Good timing! The white-robed young general bellowed and carried his spear forward, his might unexpectedly skyrocketing steeply. The more people on the other side there were, the more powerful the technique he practiced would be. Facing two people in front of him, the pressure that erupted from his body had vaguely exceeded the Tongxian realm. That was the bottom line of his confidence. I can't beat one man, two men. That's a different story. Both Yin Li and Xiang Yu's faces changed. Just now, when he was at the late Tongxian stage, he fought the two of them. Now that the cultivation is further advanced, wouldn't that be? With no time to think, the white-robed young general rushed over once again. A handful of long spears were like cutting through the void, heading straight for the two men's throats. A thick fury filled the air. The dragon comes out of the sea. Yun's face changed drastically. The power of this style had already reached the realm of practicing Dharma. The white-robed teenager in front of him is like a fusion with the lance. And under the breathlock, Xiang Yu and Yin Li can't even avoid it by half. Man-gun unity? Yun no longer hesitated and raised his hand to summon dozens of puppets, as if they didn't need money, and they all blocked in front of the duo. If this shot went down, if it couldn't be blocked, there would only be a consequence of dying on the spot. The puppet can be broken, but Xiang Yu and Yin Li cannot die. Who the fuck is this kid? Waves of shock also rose in Yun's heart. If the Jishi Academy casually pulled out a late Tongxian stage, could it be that they could not break hands with the Imperial Sky Realm? The white-robed teenager's face was as normal, and his long spear erupted with a might that had no return. The puppets at the early Tongxian stage in front of him were as if they were papier-mâché. All of them were pierced through by his shot, but the power on the grab was inevitably a few points weaker. Xiang Yu raised the sky and roared, his demonic aura already deep to the extreme. Breaking and entering, faced with a thick threat of death, he also used his best technique from his box. Phoenix wings sky soaring. With a dainty cry, Yin Li's body seemed to burn with gusts of flames, and she also stimulated the full might of her bloodline. In this one move, the winner will be decided. Inside the courtyard, smoke puffed out, the two surging auras collided, and the aftershocks shook Yun, who directly flopped to the ground. Damn! No cultivation. How miserable. He spat out the mud from his mouth and was a little depressed. I should have known to fuse the Fey Beast blood first. He had just gotten 2 copies of the Fey Beast blood and headed to the Jishi Academy, and he didn't even have time to fuse them before he crashed into such a big battle. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the figures of the 3 people in the field were revealed. The white-robed young general stood still. Only his robes were slightly torn. It was a stark contrast to Yin Li and Xiang Yu on the other side. Xiang Yu's saber in his hand is broken. His body is bathed in blood, and the demonic aura on his body has dissipated without a trace. Yin Li was clinging to the lance in her hand, her face pale, and she was also panting heavily. Just now, Xiang Yu and the white-robed young general collided head-on and took the majority of the impact, sparing her only the side. The fallout from the reveal hurt her badly. There are a few brushes, and that's where it stops. The white-robed young general was slightly out of breath as he looked at the two in front of him, a rare hint of emotional fluctuation showing on his face. The tone of his voice also carried a few hints of appreciation. Oof. No. It's just because your cultivation is higher. Xiang Yu staggered up from the ground, and his entire body was struggling quite a bit to stand. Looking at the unharmed white-haired young general in front of him, his tone was tinged with a bit of indignation. If he was given some more time and their cultivation levels were equal, he would not be without a chance. What is there to say when you are defeated? The white-robed young general didn't deny it either, and proudly said, he heard too much about the success of the king and the reasons of the losers. Yun's face was a bit ugly. Xiang Yu and Yin Li were the highest combatants by his side. The situation is quite a bit worse when you're 2 for 1 and still losing. They are indeed no match for you. Then, I'll do it. Yun took a step forward, and his entire countenance became serious. You have no cultivation, and I won't win if I win you. Move out. I don't live with invalids, let alone invalids who depend on their subordinates. The white-robed young general glanced at Yun and faintly said, a Fangsher with no cultivation was not worthy of his hand. Scrappy? How will you know unless you fight? Yun raised an eyebrow, and his tone was a bit puzzled. He didn't want to expose the puppet, but the situation at hand, this dismount, forced him to strike. Thousands of psychic puppets, human sea tactics, surrounded even to surround him to death. Yin Li, take out the fire phoenix blood inside and give it to me. Yi Yun took out the storage ring that Ainley had given him earlier and flung it out. Although Ainley was puzzled, she did not ask more questions and took out the Fire Phoenix blood, quietly handing it back to him. Since the destruction of the Cloud Cauldron Society, she had a blind confidence in Yi Yun. Chen Chao, who was in the late Tongxian stage, had fallen into his hands, and this Yun Yi, he could always surprise her. Wheeling? You're going to come and stand up for them after beating up the little ones? The corner of the white-robed young general's mouth picked up, somewhat playfully. However, what happens when you don't have the strength to come out strong? I'll let you know today. A skyrocketing might that was no different from that of the party rose up from the ground, and the white-robed young general's battle spirit rose up once again. Feeling this kind of aura, Xiang Yu and Ainley both changed their faces drastically. The two of them were seriously injured, but he's unharmed? Go! Yi Yun did not hesitate and directly summoned 10 psychic puppets to pounce on his opponent. A sea of people? Ghost Valley puppet controller? I love it. When the white-robed young general felt the puppet's cultivation level, he was first stunned and then rejoiced. The characteristic of his gongfu is that the more enemies he has and the stronger he is, the stronger he becomes. The two of them, Ainley and Xiang Yu, went all out just now, and with the increase in gongfu, his strike was even able to break through the Tongxian shackles and reach the Imperial air. Now that there are 10 Tongxian, the dragon swims in the 9 heavens, the white-robed major general let out a bellowing cry, and instead of retreating, the entire person ran directly towards the 10 puppets. The blink of an eye will, boom, collide, bang, bang. A muffled sound came out as 10 psychic puppets scattered out in all directions. With just one strike, the 10 psychic puppets fell into a dormant state. Although these puppets were immortal, but suffered such serious injuries, without 10 days and half a month, it was estimated that they could not recover. Do you, by any chance, still have a card? The white-robed young general stood proudly on the field and did not attack. In his opinion, a puppet controller who had lost his puppets had a void in his own battle power. Humph, it's not just 10. I have plenty. Yi Yun gritted his teeth and waved his hand once again. 20 puppets instantly manifested and once again went straight for the white-robed young general. And, even though the white-robed young general was good at human warfare, he could not help but change his face. It wasn't that he couldn't beat it was just that there was something he couldn't figure out. This person, where did he get so many psychic realm puppets? It wasn't like he hadn't seen puppet controllers before, and every puppet was extremely rare. Flipping his hand, he pulled out 30 psychic puppets and threw them upwards as if they were cannon fodder. This kid, so rich and powerful? Seek your own death. His mind was spinning in 100 directions, but his spear shadow did not stop at all. The more people there were, the stronger they were, and facing 20 puppets, the might on his body skyrocketed once again. Break a bone, only to see a change in his gun's momentum. The momentum of the previous moment disappeared without a trace. The shadows of the guns in the sky all swept towards the puppets' legs. 20 Tongxian puppets, hard against the front, were also extremely consuming to him. Who knows if this kid will pull out another 20? It was true that he was invincible when harnessing strength that far exceeded his original realm, but his chi was also depleting at a rapid rate. Pulling it off, he really might not be able to win easily. In an instant, 20 psychic puppets had their leg bones broken and fell to their knees in unison. With only one move, the winner is already divided. Again, the white-robed young general's battle rose, and the contempt of the party was swept away long ago. Seeing that the puppet was incapacitated, he did not hesitate as the tip of the gun turned and charged straight at Yi Yun. Stop him. Yi Yun also detected the abnormality of his feats and immediately summoned 10 puppets once again to meet him. At the same time, he no longer hesitated and directly swallowed the Kuei-yu blood. Instantly, a wave of heat erupted from his dantian and quickly filled his entire body. He only felt hot and dry, and his entire body couldn't help but fall to his knees. Ah. Looking at Yi Yun, whose aura soared in front of him and who looked up to the sky, a serious look appeared on the white-robed young general's face for the first time. The entire person's playful mentality was instantly put away, and he directly used the party's killing move. The dragon comes out of the sea. Yi Yun had prepared hundreds of puppets on standby long before he swallowed the blood of the foreign beasts. Seeing the 10 puppets in front of him being swept away by a single strike, the remaining 10 instantly met them. Although all of them could only stop the white-robed young general for a single move, the number was just too much. A batch of puppets went straight at the gunshot shadow as if they were brazen, and Yi Yun's evolution had reached its peak. Feeling the power filling his body, Yi Yun subconsciously let out a long whistle. A single serving of foreign beast blood had actually allowed his flesh strength to directly reach the peak of the Ming Qi realm. Such a big battle. I thought you had some kind of card. What's the difference between the Ming Qi realm and cannon fodder? The white-robed young general's brows knit in air, unrelieved. Seeing the countless puppets defending themselves to the death and Yi Yun breaking through on the verge of a breakthrough, he thought that his opponent had something to fall back on. If this is the only strength, this farce should end today. The white-robed young general's aura rose again, instantly repelling the surrounding puppets, one person and one gun, as if the center of this heaven and earth. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, "Is that so? Then I'm really sorry. Fey blood. I still have it." Immediately, the second portion of Fire Phoenix blood was instantly consumed, and the entire person's aura surged once again. The white-robed young general's face changed as his entire body built up momentum to charge away directly towards Yi Yun. The party's puppets surrounded it again, and the two sides collided brazenly. The white-robed young general's face was grave. These puppets, he had already decimated nearly 100 of them. However, there was no tendency to decrease in the slightest, as if it were an endless stream of locusts. Although he is invincible, once his true chi is exhausted, he can only be a fish or meat. What's more, there was also a constantly breaking through Yi Yun in front of him. After a long time, Yi Yun finished digesting the Fire Phoenix bloodline and his aura had already reached the early stage of the Ming spirit realm. The white-robed young general also couldn't help his face twitching, and a touch of shock couldn't help but float up in his heart. What's wrong with this kid? Hey, it's okay, don't worry, I have more. Yi Yun looked at the increasingly impatient white-robed junior general in front of him. The corners of his mouth sketched out a smile as he faintly said, "Then, regardless," he swallowed the white tiger bloodline that had the most violent surge of energy. As the white-robed junior general looked at Yi Yun, whose aura had once again begun to soar in front of him, his heart first cooled halfway. According to this trend, he should have broken through the Tongxian Imperial sky in a little while. What's the point of playing when the other team is hanging? It wasn't his turn to think much, as dozens of puppets attacked, and he had no choice but to tire himself out. As for Yi Yun's aura, it gradually rose to the peak of the mortal martial arts and still had no tendency to stop. As more and more energy was needed to break the boundary, the boost that a single portion of Fey Beast blood gave him was gradually becoming smaller. The Kuei-Yu blood allowed him to break through the Mingwu and Mingqi realms in a row, and the Fire Phoenix blood allowed him to cross over the Mingqi and directly come to the early mingling spirit stage. It was reasonable to say that the next portion of Fey Beast blood would only be able to help him break through to the peak of the mortal martial Wushu Tongxian, although only a line of separation, but it is like a moat, or else there wouldn't be that rule of no meddling above the mortal martial arts. This sacred beast blood, it really is extraordinary. Feeling that the mortal martial Tongxian barrier was getting weaker and weaker, he had also long since arrived at the edge of a breakthrough, and the consumption of holy beast blood was just barely over half. When his chi calmed down, Yi Yun felt the surging power within his body and a look of ecstasy could not help but flash across his face. Early Tongxian, with just 3 portions of foreign beast blood, he himself had already reached the early stage of Tongxian. If all 10 copies were gathered, I'm afraid that he could directly step into practicing Dharma, and even the air, the Holy Spirit battle body, awakened to defend the air, was as terrifying as it was. Looking at the hundreds of puppets on the ground that had fallen to the east and west, there was no reason for a heartache in his heart. Stand down. He gently waved his hand, and all the puppets instantly dissipated without a trace. In just half a pillar of incense time of his own breakthrough, the white-robed youth in front of him had already broken through hundreds of his puppets. Even though he was rich and powerful, he couldn't help but bellyache a little. This is all your own treasure. Finally, not a shrinking violet? The white-robed young general's face was flushed and he was a little out of breath when he spoke. Obviously the party fight, to him consumed greatly. It's just buying time. Not having a speedy battle is your biggest mistake. Now, it's time for you to be the shrinking violet. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and his entire aura instantly skyrocketed. He had long since sensed the characteristics of the white-robed young general's kung fu, and the puppet's assistance was a drag instead. He had already broken through to the early Tongxian stage, and the young general in front of him was only in the late Tongxian stage. After the depletion of the Wheel War, this is not a battle. Humph, a mere early Tongxian stage, and you dare to speak up? The white-robed young general felt the intensity of Yi Yun's aura in front of him, and although his heart was appalled, he finally let out a long breath. Without infinite enhancement, just at the early Tongxian stage, even if he was not at full strength in his state, he still had the certainty of victory. Come and fight. Angsty battle intent instantly rose, and his monstrous aura instantly locked onto Yi Yun in front of him. Just in time to use you to try out my new martial art. Yi Yun did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Feeling the surging power, he was in a great mood. One finally has the ability to defend oneself as well. With the puppet as a backhand, he would have been invincible. The white-robed young general in front of him was nothing more than a whetstone. The dragon swims in the 9 heavens, locking onto Yi Yun. The gun style came blatantly. Yi Yun felt the pressure multiply. steadfast will. With a loud bellow, he did not dodge and took a defensive stance in place. The white-robed young general snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. At the early stage of the Tongxian realm, if you don't dodge or avoid, you will surely end up seriously injured. Boom! With a loud bang, the two men violently collided. A copy of the blood of a foreign beast contained two martial arts skills. The blood of the Kuei-Nyo gave him the firm will and the savage impact, one attacking and one defending, which was quite balanced. In addition to the phoenix wing sky soaring he knew, there was also a nirvana rebirth, which was also considered to be an attack and a defense. The white tiger's sacred beast bloodline, on the other hand, granted him a full 3 skills, all of which were extremely lethal attack skills: white tiger whistling sky, cracking wind strike, and beast soul battle intent. As the dust cleared, Ainli and Xiang Yu both looked a little pale. In the face of the white-robed young general's all-out strike, any one of her and Xiang Yu receiving it alone would end up seriously injured. Cough, cough, cough. In the dust, Yi Yun's figure appeared, a splash of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His hair scattered, and he appeared somewhat wretched. So much for that. The white-robed young general's face sank. Suffering from such heavy injuries, you can still talk tough. He has long felt the other side of the withered aura. Although not seriously injured has been a miracle, but this kind of tough talk made him unable to stop his voice from mocking. Seriously hurt? Nirvana reborn. Yi Yun revealed a wry smile as the Fire Phoenix blood skill was then activated. The entire person's aura quickly returned to full strength as visible to the naked eye. The remaining 3 people present were all instantly jaw-dropped. There was only one thought in his mind: what kind of freak is this? You beat me up. It's my turn to beat you up next. Yi Yun hooked his hand at the teenager in front of him with a smile on his face. Immediately, the entire person was like a cannonball, charging straight at the white-robed young general. Beast soul battle intent. A white tiger figure abruptly appeared on Yi Yun, the entire person revealing an inexplicable imperial demeanor. Although the white-robed young general's cultivation was far higher than his, he also inexplicably felt a suppression from his bloodline. This, then, is the holy beast. When the bloodline comes out, all beasts obey. White tiger whistling sky, only to see Yi Yun's lips slightly open. A bizarre sound wave dispersed out in all directions. The white-robed young general in front of him abruptly paled, and his entire aura instantly withered. Mental attack? He was horrified. The weakness of martial cultivators was in their spiritual power. The opponent had a mental attack exclusive to warlocks? Caught off guard, he was directly and heavily injured by this strike. Good chance. Yi Yun's eyes lit up, instantly seizing this fleeting break. Phoenix wings sky soaring, split wind chase. The strongest killing move of the Fire Phoenix bloodline was offered, and the entire person, in addition to the wind attribute of the white tiger, instantly took on the exclusive fire attribute of the Fire Phoenix. The fire borrowed the wind, and its power instantly skyrocketed. Phoenix Wing's heavenly soaring was the strongest attack skill he had at his disposal at the moment, and the effective cracking wind chase was again to replicate the next attack. In just a few short breaths, he struck his strongest blow, double the Phoenix Wing heavenly soaring under the increase of the beast soul battle intent, and lunged straight at the pale white-robed teenager in front of him. With a fancy-free strike, the white-robed teenager's entire body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. In the air, it even sprayed several mouthfuls of blood. There was a silence in the small courtyard, and you could hear a pin drop. The gun-wielding teenager who was invincible just now had collapsed under one blow. How? Possibly. Ainli stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes, somewhat incredulously. She and the white-robed young general had just exchanged blows, so naturally, she was well aware of her opponent's strength. With the late Tongxian stage plus Xiang Yu, she was comprehensively defeated in a 2-on-1 fight. Right now, he couldn't even carry a blow from Yi Yun, who was just about to break through. Yi Yun could not help but stagger as his feet landed on the ground. Having just broken through Tongxian, making an all-out strike when his foundation was not stable was also a great load on him. Don't get killed straight away. Looking at the white-robed teenager who had lost his breath, he was more or less apprehensive. The scene of one man and one gun breaking through hundreds of puppets was truly too shocking, causing him to only go all out. It's just that this kid, without his kung fu boost, how come he's so weak? Only after a long time did the fallen white-robed teenager leisurely climb up. The whole person's breath is faintly inaudible. The corner of the mouth within blood. The armor is countless cracks, which still has half of the might of the party. Defeated. You're entitled to stay here. If you don't want to live with me, I'll just apply to the steward to move out. The white-robed young general held up his spear. The whole person spoke with some effort, and between words, he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had been consumed quite a bit by the wheel battle, and was momentarily inadvertently attacked by Yi Yun's spiritual power, but defeat was defeat, and he wouldn't give himself any excuses. Fong was trying to drive Yi Yun away, and since he had lost, he was willing to move out on his own as long as Yi Yun was willing. Ahem, there's no need to be so determined. I'm not a bad person, just live together. What's the point of rushing around? Yi Yun lightly coughed twice to make a roundup. If the young man in front of him was at full strength, he asked himself. He was also unsure. After all, he relied on these few three-board axe martial arts. Once the other party was alerted, since there is no power to fight back, seeing the good in the bad, he still understands. Thanks to this brother's understanding, I, Zhao Yun, owe you a favor. The white-robed junior general gave him a deep look, then turned around and limped towards his house. Zhao Yun? Changshan Zhaozilong? Yi Yun could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is this the one who's been in and out of the country 7 times? No wonder the more people there are, the more fierce they are. Back then, when the army protected Ado, it probably relied on this passive. The courtyard was beaten up by several people. Zhao Yun was seriously injured, and Li Xiang Yu was also quite badly injured. Rio and the puppet, naturally, became the mainstay of cleaning up the house. Although Lu Yong was shocked by the power of the exchange of hands, he did not open his mouth to ask more questions. Jishi Academy, all of them are freaks. He has long been used to it. It wasn't until the evening that a few people barely managed to clean up the compound and live in separate houses. As a bachelor, Lu Yong had his own compound, and after exchanging pleasantries for a while, he got up to take his leave. Mr. Yun, that phoenix wings heavenly soaring of yours just now, could it be a martial skill brought about by the blood of the fiery phoenix? Li, however, was not shy and was the first to lean up and ask questions. Well, I fused the bloodline of the foreign beasts and strengthened my own flesh. And even though there is no true chi in my dantian, I can still activate the bloodline's origin martial skill. Yi Yun nodded. Li was not an outsider. He would continue to collect Fade Beast blood in the future. There was no need for him to hide this bit of information. Could it be a body cultivation that has been lost for many years? Xiang Yu also frowned and snapped. He came from Xiangjia Zhuang, and in order to suppress the demonic chi, he also exercised his physical body in his spare time, and had heard a little about these news. Martial cultivation was divided into physical cultivation and chi cultivation in the ancient times. Chi cultivation is today's worldly martial arts cultivation in which the dantian practices chi and relies on true chi to catalyze martial arts. But rumor has it that hundreds of years ago, there was still a lineage of body cultivators in the world, relying on body refining, as well as reaching extremely high cultivation levels. It's just that it's quite difficult to cultivate in later times, and the materials for forging flesh are even rarer. Inheritance is broken. In this continent has long disappeared body cultivation figure. Sort of. I cultivate the Holy Spirit battle body. Yi Yun nodded and said undeniably. The Holy Spirit battle body relied on the bloodline of foreign beasts to forge itself and catalyze the bloodline's origin martial skills to fight, which was also considered a type of physical cultivation. Holy Spirit battle body? Ancient war god? Xiang Yu was stunned, obviously not expecting that what he cultivated was actually an ancient secret method. Wasn't the inheritance of the Holy Spirit battle body severed thousands of years ago? Ahem. Acquired by chance. Long since orphaned. Yi Yun was stunned and explained with some embarrassment. Shit. How does he know the shit is broken? You can't say the system gave it to you. Xiang Yu nodded and did not ask more questions. Everyone has their own chances, just like their own demonic aura, which regular people are completely unable to harness. Rest, and tomorrow go spy on Hua. Yi Yun did not want to continue with this topic. And seeing that it was getting late, he drove the duo out with a direct excuse. It was hard for him to get his footing in the GK Academy, and he didn't forget his main business. Watching the duo leave, he frosted his chin and thought about his next move. Successive encounters with Sable Cicada Zhao Yun. Peace and prosperity. Jishi Academy obviously crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's not just Hua. He has to find a way to poach a bunch of talents from Jishi Academy to go. Not only for the sake of his own power, but also for the sake of Great Qin, which would be depleted of talents in the future. Which of the Han, Song, Tang, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties in history is not full of talents? Qin died in the 2nd century, and I'm afraid that when it comes to the talent pool, it's far inferior. Once there is no Qin Shi Huang to sit in the town, the future of Xian Qin is really a bit slim. He had no clue as to why Qin Shi Huang died, much less to ask. He just had to prepare for the worst possible outcome. If Emperor Qin Shi Huang dies, he will be the pillar of Qin. Half a month later, GK Academy Schoolhouse. Yi Yun was somewhat bored as he fiddled with the storage pouch on his waist, and his face also wore a few sorrowful colors. Where in the world do you think this Hua Jiwei has gone? Xiang Yu and Li looked at each other and tacitly shook their heads at the same time. Since the three of them had subdued Zhao Yun, they had been poking around in the Jishi Academy. Half a month had passed, but there was not the slightest news of Hua. Many people knew that Hua had rejoined the Jishi Academy, but neither came to the Wuxiu side of the class nor went to the Guisher side of the class. A large living man, with news of his return, just disappeared. Since the Battle of Qinchang, Xianqin and the Six Kingdoms had also fallen into a bizarre state of equilibrium. The secret petty maneuvers remain the same, but at least the appearance of peace is maintained. With the composite bow as a deterrent, it is expected that before the 6 countries are completely popularized, it will be difficult to have any desire to provoke. Duke Yun. Today is the day that Lao Zi teaches. To the side, Yinli seemed to have remembered something and suddenly voiced a reminder. Ian also slammed his head and thought of this. The 3 of them hurriedly set off from the schoolhouse and headed straight for the alchemy square. Lao Zi's movements were erratic, and lectures were given every 3 days. It was a good thing that quite a few ancient books on alchemy had been left behind, making it possible for Yi Yun to learn on his own as well. When the 3 of them arrived at the alchemy square, unsurprisingly, the large square was empty. It wasn't until about an hour later that an old man with white hair and a white beard arrived. Ahem, a few of you are quite diligent. Old me was delayed by some things on the road. The bordered demonic beasts can be really. The white-bearded old man looked at the several people who were either standing or sitting, stroked his beard, and said with slight embarrassment, "That's a reason you used last time, old man." Ian rolled his eyes and reminded in a friendly manner, "Is that so?" Then this friction between the 6 nations. It worked the first time. "Oh, I observed the sky last night. It just worked last time. Hey you kid." The old man just got up late and didn't want to go to class. "So what are you going to do?" Lao Zi's eyes glared. A tone of justification, completely without half of the immortal style of appearance. "No harm, no foul. You're the biggest here." The corners of Yun's mouth twitched slightly as he said somewhat helplessly, "Lao Zi is indeed a learned man with a wide knowledge of things past and present, but his attitude in teaching is really not to be commended. Once every 3 days you have class for 2 hours, and you're an hour late." Yun did not know whether to be happy or sorry, thanks to the fact that he was also not running to seek education, or else these few times down, his dream of being a scholar would probably have been ruptured long ago. By the way, in a month's time, it will be the Jishi Academy's great competition of the veins, and at that time, it will first be held within each of the veins to select the chief of each vein for the new year. There will also be a row of 5 chakra seats based on the caliber of the chief. At that time, all the scholars of the Jishi Academy will return to participate. You must perform well. My lineage of founders has not gotten a result in decades. As if something suddenly occurred to him, Lao Zi spoke out. "The great competition of the veins, chief?" Yun raised his eyebrows as if he had heard some unimaginable news. "Exactly. No results for decades because no one from the founder's lineage participated at all." "Right." Lao Tzu glanced at him, pretending not to hear the question. "By the way old man, you said everyone would be attending?" "Nonsense. The annual event is also considered the year-end examination school. Who dares not to attend?" Ian sharpened his chin and instantly thought of Hua Xiaodong, who had been missing for a long time. Although he couldn't find any trace of it, this great competition of the veins seemed to be a real doorway. "All of them. Should that include Hogwarts?" "Okay, I'll go. Can you even think of not going?" The old man glared at him, a little painfully. "The chief number of the Fengshui lineage, Wu Ji, will have many privileges within the academy. Now that you're the only one in the Fengshui lineage, you can take a direct turn within the grand competition and take the title of chief. You should not miss this heavenly opportunity," Lao Zi said with a serious, solemn face. "How could I pass up a bargain for nothing? What does that 5 veins competition mean?" Ian nodded and asked in passing. "Don't ask about this. Your cultivation is low. Just directly abstain when the time comes and don't disgrace my founder." The old man was also very patronizing and straightforward. "Really? I'll believe you when you say that Li Yu is your personal disciple. This degree of mourning is not even close to that of Li Yu. The Fengshui lineage is not good at fighting. The Jishi Academy is full of talent, and the Fengshui have been at the bottom of the list since its founding. Nowadays, with one Wuji, master is already very content. Don't ask for too much." Lao Tzu waved his hand, clearly self-aware. "Kinda blunt." Yun laughed bitterly, but did not retort. Who ranks first in the 5 veins has nothing to do with him half a hair. Lao Zi doesn't even worry about it. What does he have to worry about? Rotation to take a chief. Big than direct abstention. Peace of mind lying flat is not good. I don't know if it's because the big competition is around the corner, but this time, Lao Zi's lecture was obviously extended by a few points. By the time several people returned to the schoolhouse, the sky had already darkened. "You were waiting for me?" Just after pushing open the gate of the small courtyard, Ian noticed Zhao Yun standing quietly in the courtyard, obviously waiting for them for a long time. Ian raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Zhao Yun was a man of few words, and greetings were nodding at best. And Yi Yun was busy looking for Hua Ziwei and did not think about getting close. The two hadn't crossed paths in the half-month since they'd moved in. Save for an initial fight. I have something for you. Zhao Yun's eyes rested on Yi Yun as he faintly said, You say, near the end of the year, Shen's Merchant Bank is going to hold its annual auction event. Do you know about it? I do know about the Shen Trading House. This auction. Yi Yun spread his hands, indicating his answer. Shen's Merchant Bank, which was created by Shen Wansan of the Great Ming, is rooted in 6 countries and has a lot of business dealings with Xianqin. It is the premier commercial power within the 6 countries. Shen Wansan, himself, is known as the richest man in the 6 nations. This kind of news that was known to the world was naturally not unfamiliar to Yi Yun. You're from Xianqin and you're new to Kaifeng, so you might be a bit unfamiliar with the auction. Auction means to take an item and mark the bottom. Zhao Yun nodded his head and wasn't too surprised. After all, the Xianqin bumpkin's persona had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Stop. I know what the auction is. Get to the point. Yi Yun's face darkened as he interrupted in a loud voice. Xianqin people, they are really discriminated against everywhere. Well, the business is that there are weapons on the auction list that this attendant of yours needs. Zhao Yun tapped Xiang Yu with his finger and said to himself, and, if I'm not mistaken, the physical art you cultivate should require the fusion of the bloodline of a foreign beast, which will also appear at the auction. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows. This news, it was a surprise. You're not telling me this simply to help me, are you? Inside the schoolhouse, Yi Yun looked at the white-robed teenager before him who had fallen into silence, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. The two of them were not relatives, and Zhao Yun suddenly revealed such a piece of information to him, so he was somewhat unable to grasp the other party's thoughts. I heard that Brother Yun is a merchant? Zhao Yun did not answer directly and asked in return. Good, I'm a merchant. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth twitched. Arms merchants are also merchants. The auction is divided into 2 sessions, inside and outside, and for the outside session, you only need to pay 10 taels of grain silver as an entrance ticket. As for the inner court, you need to spend 100,000 taels of silver in the outer court to qualify. In the entire Jishi Academy, other than those with distinguished lives, I'm afraid that only Brother Yun has this entry qualification. Zhao Yun hesitated slightly before speaking the truth directly. Then why didn't Brother Zhao Yun go to the sons of those worldly families? Even though I am a merchant, I may not spend 100,000 taels of silver to win a ticket, right? Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and was somewhat puzzled. The Song Dynasty is famous for its commerce, and Kaifeng is home to countless rich and powerful people. Zhao Yun let a bunch of second-generation ancestors go unseen and came to find himself. A Xianqin merchant? Yun brother jokes. That day in the Allen building proudly throw 10,000 taels of silver. The seat of the Bow Beauty, a meal of deeds, has long been spread throughout Kaifeng. I gave Brother Yun information, and Brother Yun gave me a ride to the entrance in passing. There's nothing wrong with being courteous. Those worldly families and clans, how could they make such a deal with me? Zhao Yun let out a bitter smile and said bluntly without avoiding it. It dawned on Yi Yun that those family clans had long been aware of the auction, so naturally there was no need to trade with Zhao Yun. I'm afraid that trading information for admission can only be done with myself, a bumpkin from immortal Qin. I do need Fey bloodline. This auction, it's fine to go and get involved in one. Yi Yun stroked his chin and muttered, Brother Yun is saying yes? Zhao Yun's face was delighted as he subconsciously spoke. How about a promise? But you'll owe me a favor? Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he played his own little game in his mind. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, within the limits of my ability, I, Zhao Zilong, will definitely repay this favor. Zhao Yun was stunned and immediately swore. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. Waiting for your words. He now has the idea of poaching a group of people from the Jishi Academy in addition to turning on Hua Ziwei. Lu Bang and Lu Che contend with each other, and these famous generals of the 3 kingdoms are destined to play soy sauce. How much can be cheated? How much can be counted? This auction, when does it start? Yi Yun got the answer he wanted and continued to pursue. The outfield lasts half a month, and it started yesterday. In half a month, the inner court will be held at the Treasure Pavilion, and you can only enter with an admission ticket. Zhao Yun didn't pause and spoke directly, obviously having done a lot of homework. This infield ticket, you can get it by spending 100,000 taels in the outfield? Exactly. Zhao Yun nodded, and Yi Yun frowned slightly. Not so much too much, but a little too little. If it was really the annual auction of the Shen Trading House, I am afraid that the forces of the 6 countries would all rush to it. People who could take out 100,000 taels of silver abounded when looking at the 6 kingdoms. I'm afraid I can't really get my hands on what I want. 10 million taels of grain silver, together with the 3 million taels cheated from Zhao Gao. The total amount of funds that can be called upon in one's own hands nowadays is only this much. At least 500 taels should be left for Qingcheng, Wangansai and Kuai as a turnover. And the silver he could use was only 8 million. The bloodline of foreign beasts and the supreme divine weapons were undoubtedly the treasures of the auction press. $8 million? That's a bit of an understatement. The next day, Shen's merchant house, the entrance to the treasure pavilion. You're saying that this outside auction is on the third floor of the treasure pavilion? Yun couldn't help but smash his mouth as he looked at the imposing four-story building in front of him. In Xianqin, everything was based on practicality. Where could one see such fancy architecture? The outer court will be held punctually at Shenzhen, and on weekdays, there will be a number of merchants who have gotten the qualification to sell supplies on the first and second floors. Zhao Yun nodded and responded lightly. A group of 4 people stepped into the merchant bank with the flow of people. The first and second floors were abuzz with people's voices, and there were already a lot of merchants from the 6 countries converging. Take a look and see. The top-class Xuanja bird made by the Mo clan, which can be ridden by one person, only 1,000 taels of silver. The latest farming tools developed by a farmer's family. One person can plow 1,000 acres of good land, priced at 500 taels. Great Qin's newest type of battle armor that can withstand a single strike from the mortal martial realm, 2,000 taels. Jishi Academy Dasaway's personal clothing, 20 taels apiece. Child and honest. There was a lot of hawking and even some weird stuff mixed in. All this plutonic stuff is pretty interesting. Yun fiddled with the Mo clan's small mecha with an interested look. The craftsmanship is intricate, the design is sophisticated, and the appearance is quite beautiful. His heart was stirred. If he could cooperate with the Mozi family, he might be able to make some modernized weapons. Like a cannon? Yo, isn't this the bumpkin from Xianqin? As he was thinking, a discordant voice suddenly came from behind him. Yun's brows furrowed, and without even turning around, he could hear who the voice was. In this imperial city of Song, Zhao Weiji is really a ghost. I don't know. Mr. Zhao, what can I do for you? Yun frowned and still turned around. The difference in status only allowed him to suppress his anger for the time being. Bad luck. Come to buy some trinkets and you can bump into Xianqin's bumpkins. Zhao Weiji looked disgusted, not even looking at him, and walked straight away. Yun's face sank as he watched him go away. Prince Yun has a grudge against Zhao Weiji? Zhao Yun looked at the distant Zhao Weiji, and seeing Yun's gloomy face, he could not help but ask. It's not like he has a grudge, but with that temper of his, he probably has to get into a little bit of trouble with anyone. Yun waved his hand, more or less speechless. The two have never met before, and their first meeting was due to Zhao Weiji's out-of-nowhere taunts on the street. The villain, more or less, was planted a little too forcefully. Zhao Weiji is actually not as sketchy as it seems. The world says he has no cultivation and is all about connections. I have a special gong method, and just now, from him, I felt the fluctuation of cultivation. Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow and instead uttered some different comments. Are you saying that he deliberately concealed his cultivation? Yun was stunned and somewhat surprised. Although I don't know for what purpose, he did conceal his strength. It is said that Emperor Song Taizu promised to pass the throne to his younger brother instead of the crown prince. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Zhao Yun spread his hands and looked like I wasn't sure. What the hell are you pretending to be innocent when you've made it so clear? Yun rolled his eyes and forced himself to resist the desire to continue spitting. It was a fact that the golden dragon of Qi on Zhao Weiji's body was faintly unrecognizable. Maybe it's really related to Zhao Kuangyin's brother. This great song, too, has the beginnings of a split. With Zhao Weiji's departure, several people finally enjoyed a rare moment of peace. Most of the merchants sell small, fancy items. Yun circled around a few times down. In addition to the Mo family, a few organ birds into his eyes. Other miscellaneous items, most of them laughed it off. What's all this blackness in front of us? Yun fiddled with the organ bird in his hand when Yin Li's exclamation of surprise suddenly came from his ears. Raising his eyes, the second floor did not know when to converge on a huge piece of melon crowd, as if in the crowd to watch what farce. It's better not to get together. Yun raised an eyebrow and did not have the intention of going over. It's human nature to get along. But conflicts, too, are often accompanied by unexpected trouble. He was about to go around when he suddenly felt something foreign hanging on his leg. Where did the rabbit come from? He stared at his feet with wide eyes and some consternation. After absorbing 3 copies of the foreign beast bloodline, his strength had already reached the late Tongxian stage, to be able to bite his pants leg silently. This rabbit must be a spirit beast. Rabbit? The 3 of them, Yin Li, also withdrew their eyes and looked at Yun's pants leg in unison, only to see that the uniformly furry long-eared rabbit was biting Yun's pants leg tightly, as if it was trying to pull him somewhere. What a cute bunny! Yin Li's eyes glowed and she directly pounced on him. The body is snow white, Only the long ears are light yellow, with the big oval eyes. The lethality of the female is simply pulled full. This rabbit, why does it look so familiar? Looking at the long-eared rabbit in Yin Li's arms, Zhao Yun's eyelids jumped for no reason, as if he was trying to recall something. Mr. Yun, this rabbit, it seems to be taking us that way. Yin Li looked at the long-eared rabbit that was arching around in her arms, always struggling in one direction, and said with some doubt, "Which way?" Crowd sighed. Moments later, the crowd. "You, these objects you're selling, they're all fake." In the crowd, a young girl who was as young as 28 years old had her face reddened, and seemed to be arguing with reason. "Little girl, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Small business, boy and girl." The middle-aged man guarded the stall in front of him and raised his eyes, seemingly not wanting to argue much. "You're bullshitting me. Sister's bras." She kept them close to her body. "How could they have fallen into your hands?" The young girl blushed, as if she were saying something remarkable. Yi Yun's few people, led by the long-eared rabbit, managed to squeeze their way to the front of the crowd, and before they could understand the situation, Zhao Yun let out a cry of alarm. "Xiaoxi, it's you?" The young girl was stunned, and her eyes drifted with her. "That martial arts nerd from the martial arts cultivation lineage? You judge. This merchant is selling my sister's intimate apparel. How can this be true? Sister rarely shows her face on a regular basis. How can she let these people tarnish her reputation?" The young girl in front of him shouted for help as if she had grabbed a life preserver. Intimate apparel? Yi Yun froze in place. Could it be that this merchant was the same warrior that he had heard just now, selling Dashin's underwear? Someone dares to sell the personal clothing of the Grand Master? Zhao Yun's face was quite a bit odd. Looking at the peddler in front of him with a straight face, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he admonished in a kind way. "This brother, listen to my advice. It's still not too late for you to run. If one were to select the worst girl to be messed with in Jishi Academy, Dasawei would definitely be ranked in the top 3. He is secretive and good at compulsion. It can torture people to death in an invisible way. What kind of peddler dares to mess with the head of this ant? Hey, could it be that you guys are from the GK Academy?" The vendor raised an eyebrow as if he had discovered some unimaginable business opportunity. "I'm telling you, all these clothes of mine, they've been worn by actual Dashin. You know Dasawei, don't you? That cold beauty from your Jisha Academy. Just 20 taels of silver. You can't lose by buying. You can't be fooled. You get what you pay for." Yi Yun, Zhao Yun. He had thought that Zhao Weiji had already been considered one of the most brainless, and this peddler in front of him was simply better than ever. The 4 big words "seek your own death" seemed to be written plainly on his face. Ahem. Ha ha ha. Yeah. The corners of Zhao Yun's mouth twitched slightly, not really daring to answer. The young girl on the side had her face reddened, her body's spiritual energy surging, and she looked like she was about to make a move. You still dare to make a move in the treasure pavilion? I'm telling you, this is the territory of the great Qin Dynasty, and it's still owned by the Shin clan's merchant house. So if you... The peddler's face changed, and he colorfully said. Before the words fell, a muffled grunt came, and his stall was instantly overturned. A weasel-like spirit beast poked its head out from under the stall, looked around, and promptly jumped directly into the young girl's arms. Another spirit beast? Yi Yun was stunned and his eyes could not help but reveal a few moments of surprise. The spiritual power fluctuation of the party was clearly not the work of a young girl. Although the long-eared rabbit and the yellow weasel looked harmless, their aura fluctuated, and they were both solidly in the Tongxian realm. Can you invoke 2 spirit beasts? You don't know the main job of the Xiaoshang? Zhao Yun glanced at him as if he was looking at a fool. The main job? The main job of the Xiao Sifu is an extremely rare spirit summoning, and these 2 spirit beasts are just a part of it. Seeing Yi Yun's confused look, Zhao Yun spoke out from the side to explain. Jishi Academy. It's really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Yi Yun nodded slightly and gained a new perception of the Jishi Academy's strength. The strength of Xiaosiwei was still just the tip of the iceberg. So wouldn't the rumored Daosiwei be even stronger? This girl's list is so big that she dares to make a move in the treasure pavilion? She'll be in for it when the guards come later. This is the young priestess of the Jishi Academy. The Shin clan's business firm can't even wait to flatter her. How could they possibly disrespect her? Humph. The Great Song territory can't allow these people to spread their wildness. Great Song? The strength of the Jishi Academy is something that a weak dynasty like the Great Song can offend? Seeing the conflict escalate, the onlookers whispered to each other. Humph. Next time if you dare to sell these messy things to cheat people, Auntie, I'll beat you up once I see you. The young girl waved her fist and crossed her arms. A little later, the cacophony came steeply from outside the crowd. Get out of the way. Law enforcement. A line of finely armored soldiers squeezed out a pathway from outside the crowd, directly surrounding the people in the arena. Yun raised an eyebrow, and the corners of his mouth could not help but draw out a smile. He had stepped into Tongshan, so naturally he had long since detected the group's presence. Long before the young girl made her move, the group was around, but they waited for the young girl to overturn the stall before making their move, the meaning of which was self-evident. Shun's merchant bank. It's got an ambiguous attitude. Seeing the people from the law enforcement team come over to administer justice, Xiaoxi's heart was overjoyed and he hurriedly came to law enforcement captain Herudian's side. Lord Law Enforcement Captain, this man insulted my sister's honor. Who knew that Dongaruden drew out the lock and put it around Xiaoxi's neck? I suspect that you and your sister have sold your sex for profit and have harmed public morals, and in accordance with Mr. Ichuan's guideline of starvation is a small matter, but losing one's modesty is a big matter. I need you to be shackled in front of the county court for 3 days and fine 3,000 taels of silver. Xiaoxi was anxious and angry, and just wanted to summon some creatures to protect herself, but she knew that the chain was enhanced by the golden dragon Qi of the Song dynasty, making it impossible for her to use any spells. At this time, Yun felt very angry. Originally Shin's trading house was already insulting people by openly selling the breasts of DC men. Who knew that the law enforcement team here was even more powerful, and directly characterized Xiaoxi Min without asking. He rushed over to stop it and said, I say, why are you arresting people without asking? Is that how it's done? At this time, Herudian was enchanting his own chain of taking to prevent Xiaoxi from summoning other creatures to endanger himself. And he was chanting the very same peace sutra that he had authored. Peace to the head, peace to the torso, peace to the hands and feet, peace to the eyes, peace to the ears, peace to the mouth. It was only when he had a ring of black protection added to his body, telling the summoned rabbit to do nothing to him, that he raised his head to look at Yun. Though I write the peace sutra to call all beings to peace, those who show their heads may not be safe. I say, who are you? At this time Ainli, Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun, who had been given a fat beating, all gathered around him, all of them fighting for Xiaoxi and thus standing behind him to show their support. Only then did Yun say, I'm Yun, a student of Jixia Academy. This is a senior sister of our academy you're arresting. Arresting people indiscriminately without asking. Do you really think we have no one in Jixia Academy? Herudian, however, was not the least bit afraid. Do you know who our Lord Trial Judge is? Yun didn't really know. I don't know, Herudian said very proudly. That's the famous Taoist master Zhu Fuzi. Even if the talented Yen Rue, who has Taizhou prefect Tang Zhengyo as her backstage. So what? She's still beaten by his old man's skin. Not to mention the little girl from the Jixia Academy of Qi. When you get to Song, just resign yourself to your fate. Hearing this news, the few Jixia Academy students are all dumbfounded. They know, Zhu Shi, the trial judge, that his international famous double standard. He himself marries nuns and impregnates his daughters-in-law, but he has a death grip on others for having hurtful behavior. Once it fell into his hands, Xiaoxi would shed his skin even if he didn't die. While he was chagrined, he suddenly realized that the man from the Shin Clan Merchant Company had revealed a sinister smile. Sure enough, Shin Wansan had a backroom deal with Zhu Shi and the others. This is clearly a setup. Zhao Yun couldn't help himself, and directly threatened to go to the home of Zhu Shi, the trial attorney, to kill a 7 in 7 out. Yun hurriedly covered the mouth of this reckless man, and secretly thought in his heart, Sister Siming, this matter has not been settled. You come out again to make a demon. Do you think we are not dying fast enough? Just when he didn't know what to do, someone suddenly tugged on his sleeve. He turned to look at the man, who was dressed as a merchant, but with a red top on his head. It looks like the only way to get out of this case is to go the bail route. I have a few silver bills here. Take them for now and ask him if you can bail him out. Yun was very grateful and asked, May I ask your name? The man said in a low voice, My name is Hu Shuayen. I'm the Grand Treasurer of Hu Qingyu Tang, and I have a branch here, but I'm being suppressed by Shin's merchants, so I'd like to thank you, sir, for taking the heat off of me. Yun didn't count how much money was actually in here and came directly to Herudian. Captain you've worked hard. Take this bit of loose silver for tea. He drew out a 200 taels silver ticket and stuffed it into Herudian's sleeve. Herudian's face became much softer at that time, and he lowered his voice to say to Yun, Next time, don't send it so blatantly, as long as you buy me 100,000 books to distribute it in your Jishi Academy. Yun smiled and promised that he would find someone to take over later, then asked in a low voice, It's not easy for everyone. See if you can bail? Herudian readily accepted good advice and whispered, This is not really a big case. As long as you shell out 12,000 taels of official silver for bail, I'll cancel the case right here. Yun saw that the silver bills under his men were all at 200 taels apiece, so he counted out 60 of them and handed them over to Herudian. Only then did he bookstore lift the restraint on the lock and let go of Xiaoxi. then counted the silver tickets and left. Xiaoxiwei was indignant and was just about to summon something to retaliate when Ian stopped him. Senior sister, don't be impulsive. Let's wait until we return to the Jishi Academy. Just then, the Grand Master of Qin's merchant house walked away and came out to say to Xiaoxiwei, little girl, why don't we make a business deal? Give both your bustier and blasphemy to our store to sell. I can price it at 30 taels of silver. Of course if it has your autograph on it. I'll give you 1 more silver. You, exasperated. She patted the rabbit in her arms, and the pupils of that rabbit suddenly became fiery red, bristling with 2 red lights. It hit the shopkeeper right on the belt, and at that time it burst into flames. The shopkeeper was burned and screamed like a pig, and played a lazy donkey on the ground. It took a long time of tossing and turning to put out the fire, going to see that the clothes below the navel had long since been burned in a big hole, and then the surrounding spectators suddenly smelled the smell of roasting chicken. Just then Shen Wansan came out, blatantly bullying our Grand Master. Do you really think we have no one? Zhao Yun knew Shen Wansan and quietly told Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked at the spectators beside him. As you can see, we are obediently reasoning with him here, and no one has made a move. Shen Wansan sneered. Do mud legs deserve to be reasoned with? Just then, 3 merchants came over next to Kazumo. Who said he's a mudblood? This is Mr. E, the image spokesman jointly recommended by our 3 major merchants. Dang's Money Store, Jiluan Jewelry Store and Xiang Yu Hall, and no matter what he does, we support him unconditionally. Shen Wansan thumped. That Dang Tong was said to be rich as a nation, and that sure Jiluan with a beauty in his arms was not only a tycoon, but also a warlord in control of the army. As for Hu Shuiyan, needless to say, there is also the title of red top businessman in their country. Any one of them would be a bit of a headache against himself, let alone 3 screwed up against him. In an instant, he wimped out. Let's all make peace. Why get rough? If there's any request Mr. E, just mention it, I'll do my best to satisfy it. In fact, Yi Yun was not short of money, but since there were these 3 merchant houses sending money to themselves and calling themselves to scrutinize the merchant house auction, why not? So he said, I'd like to go to the inside of your auction for the auction. Shen Wansan said as soon as he heard this fire. You little dolls so unreasonable. I look at the 3 big boss face. No longer difficult for you is just, you dare to stomp on the face there. I ask you, want to enter the inner field need to spend 100,000 taels of silver. Do you have? He saw 3 merchants in the dark to give him to put together many 2 silver bills, told him to ransom. I think that at this time the silver bills in his hand, how to look at it is not enough for 100,000 taels. Yi Yun more bad, smiled and looked at the side to the 3 big proprietors said, I say Deng Dongjia. People say that picking up girls requires pan donkey Deng Xiaoyao. This Deng is you, right? What do you think about this 100,000 taels spending? Due to the collusion between Shen's merchant firm and the Great Song Court, it suppressed other merchant firms and created a monopoly, resulting in few opportunities for other merchant firms to develop in the Great Song. What Deng Tong wanted to utilize the most was still the name of Jishi Academy. Therefore, it was not polite at all. Silver is a small thing. Today the company in the auction consumption of silver, all in my old Deng account. You should know that he was on very good terms with Liu Hang of the Han Dynasty, who once bestowed on him the nickname of Foot Valley Wang, and he had as much money as he wanted. Hearing him say that, Shi Chong was not willing to show weakness. Old man Tang, what are you bragging about? What you subsidize this gentleman? Also count me in. This gentleman, no matter what you look at here, even this merchant house, say a word to me, my sure family army is at your disposal. Without waiting for Yi Yun to say anything, he turned his head and kissed the cheek of the beautiful woman in his arms. Green Pearl, send an order to your flirtatious wind sister to transfer our sure family army's legion of beauties over here. And in addition, speak again about the no-nonsense shipment over here. Just see that beautiful green bead in the air to gesture a very subtle gesture. The air appeared a few elegant lowercase, and then against the wind, transformed into a green bird quickly fly away. Yi Yun was secretly surprised. So this is also a beautiful expert with the Tongshan realm. But just now, looking at her face it seems to be the phase of early death. Could it be that in this immortal realm, he is not immune to the disaster of jumping? He thought this in his mind, but his mouth didn't say it. Just then, school sister Xiao Siwei came over and thanked him before bidding him farewell and heading back to the Jishi Academy herself. He didn't say anything as Hu Shuiyan, the businessman with the red top band, came up next to him. My lord, I, Hu Qingyu Hall, hereby make a statement. From now on but whenever you have any tricks, I, Hu Qingyu Hall, will cover it. In addition, we also produce elixir for cultivating immortality and longevity here. If it helps you, you can also take it at any time. Of these men for the lord, he offered the highest price. Yi Yun's mind moved and asked, Mr. Who? Does your treasure number have a collection of books to sell? Hu Shuiyan froze for a moment and said, that is naturally there. I wonder which aspect of the book the gentleman wants. Li Shanlin's translation of geometry originally continued, as well as his own edited version of square and circle explained, and all the mathematical monographs written by Mingantu. Hu Shuiyan froze for a moment, then relieved, because these books are also only his Hu Qingyu Hall can get, but other countries do not have. Since your excellency wants it, naturally it can be done. It's not considered a difficult matter. Yi Yun was overjoyed. Li Shanlin's mathematical studies have involved knowledge of calculus, and Min on Thursday's research in trigonometry and inverse trigonometry has been even more fruitful. With these two people's math monographs, their own Qingcheng would be able to have a lot of talent in the future. Yi Yun suddenly acted as if he had remembered something. Mr. Hu, there is one more person I would like to ask you for. Hu Qingyu Hall is full of talent. Hu Shuiyan froze and asked who he wanted. Is there a famous doctor named Wang Shixiang in your area? No one else wants him. I want him. Hu Shuiyan said with a nod. This man is now sitting in my Hu Qingyu Hall. Only the wages paid are not high. Gongzi even took a fancy to him. There is no harm in giving him to you. Yi Yun was even happier. It turned out that this famous Dr. Wang Shixiang, also known as Wang Menjiang, that was a titan in epidemiology. The two were chatting when just over there a burst of soldiers and horses flew by. At the head was a female general, about 28 or 80 years old, holding a pear-shaped spear. With a very valiant movement he floated off his horse and came to Shi Jiluan. My lord, the 300 black armor army has been brought here, and there's no way to transport it. Just now saw Hu Shuiyan spared no blood to pull together Yi Yun. Shi Chong was a little anxious. If he only relied on more silver I am afraid that he could not pull together. Seeing Xian Feng arrive with these 300 black-armored female soldiers, he immediately had an idea and smiled at that female general. Flirtatious wind, I've come to introduce you to a famous scholar. This is the famous Prince Yun Yi Yun of the Jishi Academy. Come and meet him. This is Yi Yun's alias. For protection. The female general was very shocked to see that these few people around Yi Yun were all of notable cultivation, knowing that this was someone that her master had deliberately drawn in. Flirtatious wind. Slave girl, pay respects to Mr. Yun. Yi Yun froze for a moment. How did I meet a famous beauty from history? I only knew that this girl liked to dance. The Ming concubine danced the most and was Shi Chang's beloved servant girl. I can't imagine that she is actually a cultivation expert as well. It looks like her realm is even higher than Yinli by her side, but I am afraid that it is not as high as Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun. So, naturally, he said very politely, flirtatious wind girl doesn't need to be polite. A half-gift was returned in arrears. With a false support, Shi Chong said beside him, flirtatious wind. From today onwards, Duke Yun is the master of you and the 300 black armor army under you. If you are mindful of our master-servant relationship, you should serve him well. Flirt wind froze. Master. Then he heard his master say to Yi Yun, Mr. Yun, this flirtatious wind is the most trusted female attendant under my command. She has kept her body like a jade for more than 20 years, so she naturally wants to find a hero to marry. Today, seeing that Mr. Yun is such a hero, this person will be given to you, and I hope that we will be able to make a good karmic connection. Yi Yun froze for a moment and activated the Big Brother's reminiscence screen once again. Flirtatious wind in history. Is Shi Chang's favorite dancer in the room? Shi Chong made a song and dance song called Mingfei Song. It is her song and dance, although there is no concubine's name, but at one time trespassed on the favor of the special room, only because of the age. Cannot fight 2-8 beauty, cannot be helped, then do room long that is, the head of the common room maid, do not serve the bed. I can't imagine that when I arrived at the immortal interface, Shi Chong actually didn't touch this beautiful woman. And she was also maternally single for 27 or 88 years, so I can't imagine that it was cheap. Thinking that this woman was a body that practiced martial arts, she could definitely unlock a lot in the future. As he was wandering too much in this godly place, the flirtatious wind next to him seemed to have read his mind and grunted, how dare you look down on me? Humph, I won't let you have your way. Yi Yun respectfully bowed to Shi Chong. Thank you, brother Jiluan. I'm ashamed to receive this, but I'll be respectful. Just then, Shin Wansan spoke eerily. I say the kid surnamed Yun. This auction house you still do not enter? Let me tell you, our Shin clan only accepts cash, not banknotes, so think about it. Yi Yun froze for a moment and just wanted to tell his men to change some. Just heard the flirtatious wind spoke, not just cash silver. Fat old man, who are you looking down on? Do you see this enough? Said a crystal clear jade bracelet appeared on his number outside, released a snow white light. From the light suddenly rolled out a diameter about 5 feet of large silver ball. All of a sudden, Shin Wansan was scared and backed up several steps. This, nothing to do? It turns out that hopeless is the name of a kind of large silver ball, which is usually quite large in size, such as this one now, with a total weight of at least 10 tons. If melted into silver, it would be at least 320,000 taels. I don't have any silver here, but is this big ball of silver enough? Otherwise, you can exchange it for this girl. Take out 320,000 taels of silver, and the hopelessness will go to you. Shenwansan's liver trembled a little when he heard it, and if he was in Daming's territory, even if the other party took out another one, he would be able to exchange it at any time. The problem is that this is opened in the territory of the Xiang Dynasty branch. If the issuance of silver checks is easy, but to exchange, where to find the silver to go? Seeing that Shenwansan did not speak, Flirtatious Wind smiled. It seems that one without a remedy is not enough. Don't worry, this girl here, there are still 100. Do you want to move them all and ask you to exchange them for me? Hearing this, Shenwansan directly knelt in fear. This girl, please be magnanimous. This one is enough. He thought in his heart, if he really takes out 100 of them, not to mention the branch of the Shen family's merchant house, even that auction house will have to be sold to him. The goods on it are nothing. The problem is that venue is a golden chicken that lays golden eggs. Flirtatious Wind thundered and smiled at Yi Yun. Please come in, my lord, and pay no attention to those mundane people and things. He just wanted to go in, but Shenwansan hurriedly stopped him again. Sir, please stay. Yi Yun froze for a moment. What are you doing? Isn't this one hopelessness enough? Shenwansan wailed and said, you still open to put this note way to put it away. In case if lost, the trumpet but cannot afford to pay. Yi Yun glanced playfully at Flirtatious Wind, who was right behind him. Didn't I tell you to prepare 120,000 taels of cash silver? This big silver ball is for you. Watch it, don't lose it. Now, it was Shenwansan's turn to turn into a bitter face. It should be known that although the authorized property of his merchant house is tens of millions of taels of silver, but more of them are silver bills, and the amount of cash silver available at the disposal of his branch is more than 200,000 taels, to say the least. Such a big thing. Move and cannot move, but also afraid to come over to take an ice skin to find a group of people to drag away. Even if they smashed their own business, cannot afford to lose. At first he would like to say, your things are here on the shelf to take care of themselves. I'm not responsible for the loss. But by now, the one who should be guilty is himself. Yi Yun was very interested in this Flirtatious Wind. Is there a songstress named Xiang Yu in your house? Xiang Yu is also a historically known beauty who is said to be able to sing 2 tunes at the same time. And I don't know how he pronounces them. Ever since he had taken in this beautiful Flirtatious Wind that led the 300 black armored army, Yin Li's face had been drawn long. Hearing him still flirting with Flirtatious Wind there regardless, she couldn't help but hum and muttered in a low voice. Men all smell like this. Yi Yun had a black line on his face, and Flirtatious Wind seemed to understand what was going on, and deliberately replied in a very flirtatious voice. The slave girl hasn't seen this person, but she can ask around for her master, and it is estimated that we are able to buy 100 of these beauties with this no-nonsense. Yin Li couldn't hold back any longer. Is there such a thing as talking to your own master like this? Mind your status. Flirtatious Wind smiled. Master, is this beauty the main mother? Yi Yun looked embarrassed. Not yet, but this is my ultimate dream. Flirtatious Wind knew the woman's position in Yi Yun's mind and did not dare to be too unrestrained. Respectfully kneeling down to kowtow to Yin Li. My lord mother is above. Slave girl Flirtatious Wind kowtows to you. Yin Li's face reddened to the roots of her ears at that time. Don't listen to him chewing on his words. Call me Miss Yin. Although there was some shyness in her tone, what she thought in her heart, only she knew. Shenwansan's mind is also a lot of eyes, although there is no silver to send, but gave him a number of exchange chips. For a chip, the price is 100,000 taels of grain silver. Without a care in the world, Yi Yun handed out 100,000 taels each to Yin Li, Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun. These 3 people couldn't expect him to be so generous, and were a little overjoyed to see that he still had 20,000 chips in his hand. Mr. Yun, what about you? Yi Yun laughed. Keeping such a god of wealth. I'm still afraid of shorting my flower item. Go, buy something. Somehow, Yin Li felt uncomfortable looking at Yi Yun following Xian Feng as he talked and laughed freely. She collected the chips with her own storage ring, turned around, and headed for the high-end jewelry stand in the outfield. She said as she walked away, fuming with hate. Flowery dandy. Ha! Soon after, he saw a set of authentic water sleeve flowing immortal dress, and heard that it was a set of 100,000 taels of grain silver, and bought it without hesitation. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, purchased a dragon horse that traveled thousands of miles per day, as well as a matching saddle and bridle and long whip, which he then stowed away in his storage ring. Xiang Yu suddenly saw a bracelet with the words Red Corn Jade Arms written on it, and thought, my UG must like it. So he was asking for the price. And when he heard that the boss said he wanted 100,000 taels of grain silver, he didn't hesitate to buy it either. Yun, on the other hand, found some high-grade Xian iron in the outer field, which was suitable for making that kind of composite bow, and heard the other party asking for 100,000 taels of grain silver as well. So without hesitation, he bought all of this basalt iron. Flirtatious Wind looked at him with a pair of marvelous eyes wide open. Although this kind of Xian iron is golden, it's far from being more advanced than the stuff in the inner field, so why would Master waste his money on it? Yun smiled. Actually, I want to equip your 300 black armor army. These Xian iron is just right for casting powerful compound bows. Shi Chang's black general was used to plunder passing merchants, and the mouths of the merchants coming over from the stick country learned that they had recently gotten their hands on a highly sophisticated weapon, the composite bow. Although Shi Chang was very envious, there was no way to get it. Flirt Wind was very happy to hear this news. Then will my Lord Jiren, not be able to equip the soldiers and generals under him? Before the words left his mouth, he suddenly saw Yun's face gloomy and suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing. Now that one's master was this Duke Yun in front of one's eyes, how could one still be mindful of one's former master? Yun smiled. In fact, it is not a bad thing for you to have your heart set on your late lord. I am free here. You are naturally welcome to stay if you are willing to stay. If not, I can send you back immediately. Hearing this, the other party's face paled and he knelt down and only kowtowed. Eunuch Yun, if the slave girl has made a mistake you can beat her as much as you want. Don't send the slave girl back, or else the slave girl will die. Yun then remembered the temper of the stone pet. His mansion raised a lot of beautiful women. These beautiful women not only serve his food, clothing, housing and transportation, but also his tool to make friends with the scholar. Whenever an honored guest came over, he asked the beautiful women under his command to persuade him to drink. It was fine if the guest drank it all, but if the guest didn't drink it, he immediately ordered to kill the beauty who persuaded him to drink. It is said that one day, Wang Dun was a guest in his house. Shi Chong called a beautiful woman to persuade wine. Wang Dun just do not drink. He killed 10 beautiful women who urged him to drink in one breath, while Wang Dun sat there without changing his face. Shi Chang's face couldn't hang on, slapping the table and questioning, "Surname Wang, what's wrong with you?" Wang Dun sneered. "What does it have to do with me if you kill your family? Having a dime to do with me counts as a loss for me." Although that Wang Dun was a bit greasy, he could see that Shi Chong was quite a brutal person. This flirtatious wind is the woman he sent out. If she is just returned by Yun, I am afraid that what awaits her is the fate of being killed. Seeing him so miserable, Yun was somewhat intolerant. "You really don't want to go back?" Flirtatious Wind said decisively. "Even if Gongzi beats me to death, the slave girl will never go back again. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you in the future." Seeing that the woman had collected her heart, Yun's face eased a bit. "So many people are watching. Don't kneel, get up and reply." Flirtatious Wind stood up. "Master, shall we go in now?" Yun nodded, then took out a few pieces of bamboo slips from his pocket. "This is the immortal Qin Empire's top cultivation technique, the heavenly demon dance steps. It looks suitable for you to cultivate. Here you go." Flirtatious Wind was initiated into the Tao by dancing, and this kind of heavenly demon dance steps was the most suitable for him to practice, and she was really overjoyed, and immediately wanted to kneel down and kowtow again. Yun hurriedly stopped it. "I need a loyal maid, not a kowtow." Flirtatious Wind had never looked at this Prince Yun in front of him in a different light until this moment, sensing that his realm seemed to be even more advanced than his own employer. "Shi Chong, is it possible that one is just one step ahead of the rest?" At this time, the 300 black armor army that she led had also reached a very high loyalty value towards Yun. Seeing that the other few people had all bought their favorite things, and Ely even put on the water sleeve retaining immortal dress that she had bought, she was very happy to show it off to Yun. Seeing that aqua blue dress on him, floating like a fairy, Yun's eyes went straight. Ely was really very happy and looked at Flirtatious Wind next to her as if provocatively. "Lord, since we've all gathered, let's go into the inner court." Yun suddenly thought that Flirtatious Wind did not spend the full 100,000 taels of silver and thought that these people were going to stop her. Who knew that when the guards saw Flirtatious Wind, they were scared to respectfully salute him. "You are Miss Flirtatious Wind, aren't you? My master said that you can enter the inner field as you please without being restricted by this set of rules." Flirt Wind grunted. "Tell your master that if I have not enough cash silver in my hand to spend, there are more than 100 more that I have not the means to redeem." At that time, the position of the official scared almost not back, because in the field row we cannot use cash silver. Most are barter. Although this kind of large silver ball was worth a lot of money in the mundane world, it was not a genius earth treasure level thing, and bartering was not enough. I'm afraid I can only take it to their trumpet to exchange it. But how can they have all this silver in their trading house? So, he smiled and said, what the girl wants to buy despite buying. There is this trumpet to give you a guarantee. As for how to exchange with them, there is this merchant for your service. Flirtatious Wind froze for a moment. Isn't this too much of a loss for you guys? That principal smiled and said, here's the thing. If you delegate this service to our needs, another 20% service fee is due. It turns out that as much as you can shoot something on the auction block, you have to pay another 10% commission in addition to the currency of the auction. But if you want to entrust the auction house to exchange the equivalent, you have to pay another 20% service fee. For the average person, this was almost unacceptable, but Flirtatious Wind was used to being a big spender. It's all a small price to pay. Money is no problem when you make my master happy. In fact, there were now 3 merchant houses that provided financial support to Yun. And even if they provided barter equivalents, these 3 merchant houses were not afraid. After all, for sure Chong, a 10-foot-tall coral tree can be used to smash and play. What else is there to be afraid of? Thus, these few people came to the infield with their toes in the sand just at this time. Yun suddenly received a system quest. The host must immediately line up the heavenly dragon's blood of that field, and after drawing it, awaken the heavenly dragon's bloodline. With the attached skill, Heavenly Dragon Transformation, Yun had obtained the Phoenix bloodline from Ainli, and suddenly hearing that a heavenly dragon bloodline had appeared on the auction block, he could not help but let his blood run cold. At this time, a service lady came over and respectfully came to Yun. Mr. Yun, my master invites you to the VIP seats. You have priority bidding on any treasures auctioned in this auction house. This woman was 8-faced, as if she had received special training, and intentionally or unintentionally leaned towards Yun's arms. Ainli couldn't take it anymore and grunted. Don't know the rules at all. Is there such a thing as you entertaining a VIP? Seemingly sensing his dissatisfaction, that woman then moved much further away from Yun before saying with an apologetic face, I'm sorry, mistress, I didn't realize this was your husband. The words he's not almost came out of her mouth, but she thought of something and grunted, but didn't deny it. The woman positioned herself and very politely introduced Yun and the others to the rules of the auction house before leading him to the VIP table to give him a number plate, but it was number 38. It was at this point that the first item for auction appeared, the Imperial Night Pot of Yang Guifei. Those men below then began to coax and snatch, each one frantically calling out the price. From the original 30,000 taels of silver, immediately soaring to 3 million taels, Flirtatious Wind was very puzzled. Why doesn't the gentleman call for a price? Yun shook his head. My desired treasure has yet to appear. What's the hurry? Ainli said conspiratorially beside her. On the surface, you are so serious. You don't know what you are thinking in your heart. Don't think I don't know. Yun let out a bitter laugh in his heart. I don't have that kind of abnormal fetish. What I want most is actually the blood of the heavenly dragon here. Princess Xiao Hui, the princess of the box who was assigned to serve the VIPs, tried every means possible to move into Yun's arms, and looking at Ainli next to her, she was so angry that she directly sat on Yun's left side and hugged one of his arms. Xiao Hui hummed and went to Yun's right side, and just as she wanted to sit down, she saw Flirtatious Wind walk over and whisper, wait a minute little sister, here's my spot. Xiao Hui had long been instructed by Shenwan-san to make sure to take down Yun, lest she make herself an additional enemy. So, he gently smiled. Gongzi, why don't people sit in your arms? Since they stayed in honored boxes, there was no question of obstructing the view of others. So here they are fooling around and no one comes to stop them. These 2 women beside him could not care less about being jealous of each other. So one of them made it to Yun's left and right legs respectively, lest the 2 of them fall. Yun naturally wrapped his arms around them. At this time, he felt a different kind of happiness, and could not help but be a little apathetic. And the box princess Xiao Hui saw that she had no place, and she secretly hated these 2 women in her heart. Just at this time, Xiang Yu, who was next to him, spoke. Miss Hui, my arms are warm too, or you can sit over here. This king of the Western Shu hegemony is the same character as in his previous life, sentimental but not devoted, wanting to take possession of a beautiful woman when he sees her. Xiao Hui, however, knew the depths, so she smiled faintly and sat down next to him, only to introduce the rules of the auction to Yun in a low voice. Just then, they introduced a second auction item. Just see the auctioneer describe it in exaggerated terms. This next auction item, I think all the bigwigs will like it very much. That is a beautiful woman from Linglong country. You should know that this country is isolated overseas and is full of beautiful women. You need to be fortunate enough to get one to directly reach the royal wind realm. Starting price 100,000 taels. Raise your hand and call for an unlimited price. Start. A creaking mechanical sound suddenly came from the sky above the auction table. followed by 4 slings dangling a wide iron cage that slowly fell down. Inside the iron cage was a huddled little girl, her entire body wrapped in gooseberry-thick chains. The hands and feet were heavily shackled. The ends of the shackles were attached by chains, and the other end was attached to a steel cage. The girl was exceptionally tough, and although she was firmly confined in the iron cage, she still struggled hard. Her thin tube skirt was worn through, and her hands and feet had blood marks on them. Since her mouth was gagged with a handkerchief, she could only make whimpering calls. At this time, Hoshi came over and said, "Mr. Yun, this beauty is quite beautiful. Haven't you ever thought of buying it?" Yun's ambition was the blood of the heavenly dragon, so he did not reply. Just then, a burst of bidding came from the surrounding boxes. From the 100,000 taels of silver at the beginning, it instantly grew to 5 million. Xiaohui was still shocked by the fact that Yun had just taken out that big silver ball, so she said from the side, "If you're happy to buy the girl, we can teach you the art of tying her up for free before she hurts you." Before the words fell, Flirtatious Wind jumped up and viciously slapped Hui's face. Xiaohui spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm with half of his teeth wrapped in it, and his face swelled up as he stared viciously at Flirtatious Wind. "You lowly slave girl, I'm talking to your master. It's your turn to chime in?" Suddenly realizing that she had provoked her master's authority, she looked at her master with fear and trepidation. Who knew that he was looking at her with an encouraging look instead? Flirtatious Wind gently broke away from Yun's embrace and walked over. "We are all women together. And what would you think if you were locked up in that cage and others gloried in the way you were bound? I never saw such a cold-blooded man as you." Xiaohui thought to herself, "Can people be the same? I'm a noble shopper at Shin's trading house, but she's a very lowly slave girl, so why should I compare her to me?" Suddenly realized that a hint of killing intent flashed in Flirtatious Wind's eyes, and for no reason, he winced, so scared that he hurriedly shut up and hid to the side. Just then, Simon Ching, the great tycoon of Song, suddenly raised his sign and said, "I'll bid 10 million taels of grain silver. Is this money enough? I don't believe there's anyone else who will bid higher." Just then, it was suddenly realized that Zhao Yun let out a long sigh. Simon Ching is an overlord among flowers. A woman who falls into his hands is finished. Even if she doesn't die, she will shed a layer of skin. Yun suddenly asked, "Are he and Pan Jinlian a pair?" Zhao Yun was very surprised and said, "I thought only the Jixia Academy people know. This is spread to the pre-Qin to go? Alas, good things do not go out. Bad things spread thousands of miles." His wife Wu Yunyang, widowed, watched Simon Chang and Pan Jinlian too hot. Who knows that this time to come here again on that Linglong country's little beauty. While the discussion was going on, the hammer in the auctioneer's hand was raised high. 10 million once, 10 million twice. Right at this moment, the sign in Yun's hand was suddenly raised high and shouted, 1,000 and 10,000 taels. There was a man in the box next door, surrounded by a dozen women, some fanning him, some peeling melons for him, and some feeding him wine. Suddenly hearing someone call down, he became enraged and with a forceful hand, he pushed all the women around him out of the way and stood up, looking up at Yun's box. "Which friend of the road? A few dare to spoil the good things of the surname Shiman? Report a wanner. Tell us your names and where you come from." Yun was unafraid. "I am the first swordsman of the Daimyo Kingdom, Simon the Snowblower. In terms of generation, you have to call me Grandpa." The entire auction house was in an uproar. "Simon the Snowblower? Is there such a person? I'm also from Daming. I've never heard of it. I guess it's a Sybil. And I can't believe that I've come here to disgrace myself." Listening to the side of the discussion, Simon Chang more vigorously shouted, "Smell the fragrance and to the work. This is Simon Ching Evening Body Absolute Memory. As long as smell where there is a beautiful woman's flavor. Vertical leap, no matter how far away, can instantly come." And to show that he had a row over the other bumpkins, he brought the most beautiful woman by his side, Pan Jinlian. When he came to Yun's box, he threw out 3 silver tickets in his hand and said to Princess Xiaohui of the box, "Throw these bumpkins out. These silver tickets are yours. Your brother Shiman is as good as his word." Seeing that a silver ticket of 1,000 taels adds up to 3,000 taels of silver, Xiaohui was shaken in her heart, and she just wanted to pick it up under her cat. Yun looked at Pan Jinlian next to him and said, "Poison this son of a bitch and I'll give you 100,000 taels of silver." After freezing for a moment, Pan Jinlian's eyes widened as she looked at Yun. "Are you telling the truth, senior official Shiman?" Shiman Ching was greatly jealous in his heart and sneered, "Who do you recognize as Officer Shiman? Your great official is here." Pan Jinlian saw the wind and saw that Shiman Ching was angry, and hurriedly poured out a cup of wine from the little fox in her arms, put it in her own mouth first, and then fed it to Shiman Chung. Seeing this woman, by their own afternoon immediately turned around and defected to their own Simon Ching, the heart of a burst of contempt, but in order to show that he was just better than Yun, very assuredly, He drank the mouthful of wine that was fed to him in one go. Then he put his arm around Pan Jinlian and proudly showed off and said, "What's the use of having a lot of silver? It's nothing but a broiler. To be a man you still need power. Otherwise, your woman is mine. Mine or mine." As if intimidated by his divine prowess, Pan Jinlian fed him another sip of wine. And once again, Shiman Cheng drank it all. Seeing these two people fighting, the people in the auction room didn't dare to persuade them, and even the auctioneer was hesitant to put down the hammer. It turns out that Simon Cheng knows Kai Jing, the Chancellor of Song, and if this auctioneer dares to offend him, Kai Jing's men will end this auction house in the next second. As a result, that auctioneer was as if he was frozen in time. The sledgehammer in his hand was raised in the air, delaying its descent, and he was still looking at Shiman Cheng with a greedy sister's face. Looking at the stance, if he had a long tail behind him it would be wagging. Seeing this expression on the auctioneer's face, Shiman Cheng became even more pleased and said to Yi Yun, "So what if you're rich? I'll be able to buy that girl for 10 million taels of silver. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Send these two women to my mansion before nightfall and I'll leave you alone. Otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences." Pan Jinlian snuggled into his side. "Why are you so angry? Have a drink to calm your nerves. Let's go back and watch the show again. This man is a bumpkin. Does he still dare to offend the Imperial Master? Don't worry. These two sisters will be your companions by your side sooner or later." Simon Cheng was very pleased with himself and once again drank the agar jelly that Pan Jinlian fed him. He pushed Pan Jinlian away and came to Yinli and Aime's side. "No, I can't ask him to have a long night. I must recover the interest today," said very roughly came to pull these two women. While pulling and smugly laughed, "Come here, kiss brother a bit to refresh." Flirtatious Wind sneered, "If I were you, I would never take a sip of wine with that woman." Shiman Cheng said, full of concern, "That's my woman." Before the words fell, he intuited a knife-twisting pain in his stomach. The pain caused him to fall to the ground and rolled up, while rolling up and down while letting out a pig-killing scream. At this time, he was still unknown, trembling and pointing at the flirtatious Wind and said, "You woman is so vicious. I haven't even done anything to you yet, and you dare to poison me." Flirtatious Wind dodged his salty hand that was holding his leg and said coldly, "Don't be mediocre. You're just a mole in my eyes. The one who poisoned is someone else." "Who?" Shiman Cheng's eyes were as stern as knives, and listening to the back Pan Jinlian couldn't help but fight a cold war, and her teeth hit each other with a crisp ringing sound. He looked back. "Fifth lady, it's really you." The corners of Pan Jinlian's mouth tugged, not bothering to answer the question. Ian stood up and looked down as he showed a hint of pity. "She's even willing to poison Wu Delang, not to mention you, her concubine who's not even a part of the equation." Shiman Cheng suddenly thought of that tragic situation when Wu Dailang was dying, and vaguely realized that there seemed to be a short man bleeding from 7 orifices in the air coming to claim his life. So frightened that he hoarsely shouted, "Help me!" Pan Jinlian poured out another glass of wine from the jug, squatted down, and handed it to Shiman Cheng's eyes. "Sir, it's time to take your medicine. This is what slave personally prepared for you." At this time, Shiman Cheng, out of breath more and less, "Cannot hide." Lips trembling, questioned Pan Jinlian. "You stupid woman. How dare you betray me for that man's one lie?" Pan Jinlian sneered. "Silly, did you just realize that today? In fact, when you went to Li Beer's room, I followed Wang next door. I was born Shiman Huan. To be precise, I should be called Wang Huan." Hearing this, Shiman Cheng's face changed greatly. "You this," said later a burst of gas plugs, lips trembling, unable to speak. Eyes also stared round. Pan Jinlian was full of concern and said, "Wine does not intoxicate people. Color does not fascinate people. If I were a woman of 7 chastity, where would you be? You're a real mallet." Simon Cheng screamed. His eyes rolled up, and he died of gas. He died and no one in the auction house took it seriously. Immediately came out 2 handymen left and right set up. He dragged to the outside. "There are people over the expressionless, dry the blood on the ground," Pan Jinlian said in a whiny voice. "Big official Shiman. From today onwards you will support me. My request is not high. 100,000 taels of silver a month will be enough. In addition, you have to accompany me to chat every day." Who knew that just at this moment, a person dressed as a madam was seen leading a group of concubines and servants to Yi Yun. That person identified herself as Wu Yunyang. After giving Yi Yun a bow, he said, "Sir Shiman, this bitch killed my husband. I will definitely ask him to report to the customs. I hope you cannot interfere." Yi Yun smiled. "I'll stay out of your family matters. Be my guest." Pan Jinlian was racked up and dragged out of the box as he broke into an unwilling rage. "Simon the snowblower, you son of a bitch. Just now you lied to my mother about taking me in. Why did you sell me to Wu Yunyang again? I thank your 8 generations of ancestors." Yi Yun said coldly, "Just now I gave you 100,000 taels of silver tickets. This is a public purchase and sale. Now we don't owe each other anything. Why are you still accusing me? Pan Jinlian then realized, the money of the rich man's money also ministry is so good to spend. Just now their own money is easy to earn. I'm afraid that there is no life to spend. Of course this incident was nothing more than a minor hiccup in the entire auction house. And it didn't cause any ripples in the platoon. Ian stood up and looked at the auctioneer who was posing with a sledgehammer and said, "There's no one bidding now either. Are you going to drop the hammer or continue to hold it up?" The man laughed bitterly. When the hammer fell, 1,010,000 taels once, 1,010,000 taels twice. Congratulations to this Mr. 38. The beauty of Linglong Kingdom is yours. Someone came to find Yun to go to the backstage to do the handover formalities. But Ainley stood up and said, "You can't walk when you see a beautiful woman. It's better for me to do this formalities for you." These days, Ainley had become Yun's housekeeper, and the 10 million taels of silver bills obtained from the sale of advanced weapons were placed in her hands, along with other money, so he very confidently followed the other party to the backstage. "One hand pays for the other," says the auctioneer. "Girl, this beauty can be yours. You have to watch it carefully, otherwise the auction house won't be responsible if it's snatched by someone else." Yun efficiently ordered the puppets to move up this iron cage and go. Just then suddenly he saw that there were people in front and behind him. The men were seen holding shields and long swords, and the gentle one was a middle-aged man in a velvet suit, holding a kuju ball in his hand. He sneered, "I suspect that you are engaged in illegal human trafficking. Please come with me to the temple marshal's office to explain yourself." Ainley sneered, "And who are you?" The man said condescendingly, "I am the great Song Lieutenant Gauzius is also. After the extermination of Liangshan rebels specifically to do is to combat the sale of human beings. You human traffickers still do not tie your hands to capture." At this time, a teenager stepped out from beside Goliath and looked at Ainley colorfully. "Father, this beauty is even prettier than Lady Lin. Anyway, I don't care. You have to send him to my room no matter what." As soon as she heard him mention Lin Yangzi, Gao Qiu felt a pang of diarrhea in her heart and let out a cold laugh. "You still have the face to mention that matter. Your old man went through a lot of trouble to snatch the Lin Yangzi for you. But you did well and told her to hang herself instead. This woman you are confident you can suppress?" Only then did Ainley realize the identity of the man across from her. "So you're the famous Gao Nei of the great Song Dynasty. Really a man who lives up to his name, huh?" Gao Nei was overjoyed and thought that Ainley's husband was also a war general under Pops, so he hugged Pop's arm and begged, "Father, I'm going to report to you that this woman's husband also broke into the White Tiger Hall and tried to conspire against you, so you can send him out too." Thinking of what Gao Nei had done, Ainley felt a pang of disgust in her heart, and with a twinkle in her eye she had an idea. With a wave of his hand, he called over, "Your hundreds of beautiful puppets," and stopped Gao Qiu's father and son. "I say Gao Nei, I still have these beauties here. As long as you catch which one will marry you, or else you come to bump your luck." Saying that, with a wave of his hand, a long sweat towel was placed over Gao Nai's face. Unfortunately, Gao Nei was not piggy, and did not know anything about crashing a wedding. Instead he thought the other party was insulting him, and ripped off his handkerchief to fight Ainley to the death. However, these beautiful puppets were not to be messed with. Even though Gao Nei was not a generalized person, he could not get close to them. Captain Gao became anxious and ordered his warriors, "Dead or alive, don't hold back." Ainley took the key to the iron cage and came to the side of the cage. Unlocking the lock next to it, he opened the handcuffs and shackles again. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the woman scream and rush out of the cage. When he saw Ainley blocking the way, he pushed hard and dropped Ainley. Seeing that he was unstoppable, Ainley hurriedly commanded the puppets to get out of the way and give way to the Gao family. Gao Nei colorful. See this little beauty even more moved. He smile, come over to be hugged. Before his hands could touch someone's body, he only felt that his limbs were lifted up in the air. The little beauty didn't say anything, and held up this half-assed Gao Nei and threw it towards Lieutenant Gao. Gao Tai Lieutenant is a soccer player by birth. Agile. Watched his son come over to an iron gate guarding maneuver, and with a forceful lunge, he caught his son in his arms. Who knows? From his son's body came a mountain of hostility. His body could not control it, but was actually hit by his son's body, flew up in the air, crashed into a nearby pillar. I felt the room tossing and turning, and I spat out a mouthful of blood with a sweetness in my throat. Those infantrymen he had brought under him, seeing that their commander-in-chief was wounded, did not dare to tarry, and, taking up Goliath's father and son, left the field with a vengeance. That little beauty was still trying to chase out, and Ainley shouted from the side, "Little sister, don't chase after them. Be careful, they'll harm you. These people are no good." As if she understood what Ainley was saying, that girl froze for a moment, then turned around and came back to Ainley's side. kneeling down and thumping her head a few times. Understanding what he was trying to convey, Ainley hurriedly helped him up and said to him, "It wasn't me who saved you, but our Lord. If you want to thank him, you should thank him." The little beauty, who had been unusually violent just a moment ago, became very docile this time, obediently following Ainley's side to their 1318 box. A trace of tenderness appeared in the little beauty's eyes as she silently came to Yi Yun and knelt down to kowtow to him. Yi Yun could not stand it a bit and turned around to question Zhao Yun. "Zilong, do we have a toddler class for him at Jishi Academy? The best thing for him at his age is to go to school." Zhao Yun was speechless for a while, not knowing what to say. The little beauty seemed to understand what they were saying, but was a little afraid of the living and shook her head desperately. Just then, the box princess Xiao Hui walked over. "Mr. Yun, you still think of him as a little girl, don't you?" Yi Yun froze for a moment. "Isn't she?" The little beauty was terrific, and said in a very unskilled generic language, "Chiba my child, not woman." Yes. Straightening his chest while gesticulating, he expressed what he originally meant. After repeating it several times, Yi Yun understood him. The girl's name was Chiba Mai, a female martial artist from the overseas Linglong Kingdom. It looked like a little girl, but her actual age was 19, and the reason for that was that the people they passed had always been short, and the tallest man was only about 1 meter 3. That's why some people also call the land of lingering, also known as the land of dwarves. After the box princess carefully explained to Yi Yun to know these things, then the girl kneeled in front of her and suddenly handed a jade plate hanging around her neck to his hand. "Box princess, shall we explain to him? This jade plate, also known as the longevity plate, is their Linglong country people, just born on the body, died to be enshrined in the temple of Tsangtian God. Once she gave the longevity sign on her body to whoever she wanted, it meant that she would recognize whoever she wanted as her master, and she would never betray it in this lifetime." Yi Yun did not make any pretense and directly took the other party's longevity sign and said to him, "I'm going to take it to the temple of our pre-Qin country to make an offering, and ask our God to bless you." Naturally very happy, the little beauty jumped into his arms and gave him a kiss on the left side of his face. Then under the record of Ainley and flirtatious wind as well as Xiao Hui greatly and rightfully sat in Yi Yun's arms. Yi Yun took the candied fruit that the auctioneer had given him and told the little beauty to eat whatever she wanted. Just as they were settling this side of things, more than a dozen items had already been auctioned on the auction block. However, the heavenly dragon's blood was slow to come out. Yi Yun did not pay any attention to it. Just as he was caring for the little beauty, he suddenly heard the auctioneer say with great excitement, "The next to be auctioned. But this row of wheat farms 1,000 years rare encounter of the blood of the heavenly dragon. This is the world way to dream of heavenly treasures. With it we'll be able to refine the medicine of immortality." The bidding price of $10 million from the highest bidder. The gazes of many of the scholars from the Jishi Academy, as well as all of the cultivation experts among the 6 countries, were fixed on the auction house at that time. Suddenly, he realized that there was somehow an extra cauldron in the middle that was emitting white light. The mysterious one honored guest, who made a bid of 10,000,000 taels of silver, directly subdued Yi Yun. He did not have more than 70 million taels in his full count. Even if you immediately move with a few merchants to borrow, it is too late. And watched as the one VIP quickly withdrew from the inner field with the help of their butler Qin and General Jin. What was sold next had nothing to do with Yi Yun as he angrily stood up and headed out, followed by Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun. Yi Yun asked them in confusion, "Don't you guys want to shoot something?" These two were embarrassed to tell Yi Yun, and just while he was comforting Chiba Mai, each of the two took a shot at what they desired. Even the 2 girls beside them are considered to be full of money, and they went out of the auction house. Shinwan-san said with a smile, "Mr. Yun, have you captured the blood of the heavenly dragon yet?" Yi Yun's heart was diabolical for a moment as he hemmed and hawed. "May I ask Grand Master Shin, who is VIP number 1? Shinwan-san revealed a shark-like smile and then said, "Do you even know about His Highness King Kong of the Great Song Dynasty, whose old man created the thin gold style of calligraphy and is now named King of Duan? It turns out that the Great Song Kingdom in this realm, people can live a long time, and the current emperor is still Zhao Kuangyin. Except that his 3rd and 4th brothers and his own line have several generations of children and grandchildren. This His Highness the King of Kong is the 3rd brother Zhao Kuangyi that lineage. That is the 7th generation of Zhao Kuangyin's grandson, named Zhao Gong." As soon as he heard that the one who had robbed him of his heavenly dragon's blood was the Song Kingdom's Kong King Zhao Gong, Yi Yun's heart felt a pang of diarrhea. Since his father and brother were not even emperors and were nothing more than ordinary princes, what kind of backbone did they have to be able to snatch the blood of the heavenly dragon? Thinking through the head cannot think, so no longer want to say goodbye to Shinwan-san, without saying a word to lead these people straight out of Bianliang City. Zhao Yun was very puzzled. "I say, senior, Are we going back to Jisha Academy before we've had enough shopping? Or do you miss Sister Xiao Siwei now and want to go back to Romancer? Yi Yun glared at him and said, what do you know? Let's hurry up and ambush them on the way to Hangzhou. Zhao Yun was very surprised. What do you want? Yi Yun's eyes revealed a hint of determination to win. The blood of the heavenly dragon. Those with virtue reside there. And what qualifications does he, Wan Yen, construct? Have to possess this? It's simply outrageous. This is a complete farce. Zhao Yun was confused. Who is Wan Yen construct again? He didn't have the heart to say. It's just Zhao Gong. Don't even know that. What a mallet. What is the relationship between the Zhao family and the Wan Yin family? The two girls also looked at him with great surprise. But Yi Yun did not have time to explain. Telling these puppets to carry themselves. They moved a long way in a windy instant. Then hid in the dense forest on both sides, waiting for Zhao Gong's carriage to come. Suddenly hearing the sound of a grunting car over there, Yi Yun was alert at that time and immediately spoke to the people around him. That grandson Wan Yen construct is here. When he arrives, sing what I just taught you. It's guaranteed to make him bleed with anger. It turned out that he hadn't been idle along the way, and after telling the story of Wan Yen structures, he taught them a popular song that he had heard before he crossed over. That car gets closer and closer to stop. The person inside said, Qin Butler, you are the car slower. I want to have a good chat with Kaiyun Saixia. That butler Qin is a flatterer. And when he heard his master's order, he was about to order a stop. Who knew that he would be stopped by that General Qin? Lord, you still have the blood of the heavenly dragon on you now. This is the base for us to grab the class and take over power. If we lose it, everyone's lives will be in danger. Naturally, not a single word of these words reached Yi Yun's ears, and he thought darkly in his heart. The power grab is everywhere. In the Han Dynasty, Liu Bang and the reborn Liu Che vie for the throne. And in the Great Song Dynasty, King Kong Wan Yenju and his 7th generation uncles and ancestors vied for the throne. Who knows that the Kong Wang in the car doesn't care? What do you underlings talk too much about? Do you want to learn Yu Fei? Too much control. There will be trouble on the body. You yourself have no count at all. Still need me to teach you, is not it? Who knew that General Qin wasn't the least bit intimidated? Don't put on your kingly airs in front of me. Kim Woody, you're just a fart in Grandpa's eyes. Or the completely tasteless kind. Full of thought that King Kong would be furious if she contradicted him so much. Who knew that this guy was a wimp? You're right about the lesson, Grandpa, but don't tell my uncle that you know. General Qin hemmed and hawed. Our Daijin's people are just reasonable. In the future, after doing away with your ancestors, support you to be the emperor of Jiangnan Song. Jiangbei can be returned to our Daijin, and we must call this Qin Butler to be the prime minister, not to be removed within 20 years. The men were chatting away when suddenly they heard the sound of a woman singing in the woods. 9 sisters, 9 sisters, pretty sister, 9 sisters, 9 sisters, 9 sisters, translucent red buds. The people in the car which heard this kind of pop song, the more you listen to it, the more you feel good. Immediately under the Qin Butler, you go and listen to who exactly is the woman who sings and spends a few dollars to buy over to serve the Lone King. Before the words left his mouth, he realized that there were hundreds of beautiful women densely surrounding the front and back of the car. It was these beauties who sang 9 sisters just now. Butler Qin came to them. Would a few girls like to go to His Highness King Kang's residence? You will all be able to eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. Right at this moment, one could only see a few martial artists with rather strong reach come out from the woods. Old dog Qin Hui, leave behind the blood of the heavenly dragon and spare your life. Qin Hui showed a trace of disdainful smile, and did not make a conversation. Instead, he retreated, and went to the front of Kong Wang's car. Just at this time, General Qin stepped forward, and his flying battle axe was raised high. Who is it that comes and dares to block my golden woodsman's way? Yi Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. You are the famous Jean Woodruff? Kim froze for a moment. You knew about me? Yi Yun hemmed and hawed. Like thunder, didn't you die to Niu Gao's men? Jean Woodruff swung his heaven-opening axe and slashed down at Yi Yun's head. Just then, Zhao Zilong lifted his thunderbolt divine spear and stabbed at Jean Wuju's chest. Before the tip of his spear arrived, a thin white line was suddenly spat out from the tip of his spear, and as he was about to stab Jean Woodruff's chest, a golden dragon suddenly shot out from his opponent's chest. At that time, the thin white line was forced back again, although in spite of this, the golden crow bead was also forced back several steps by the recoil force of the thin line. He froze for a moment, and could it be that Yu Fei is still alive, and that Zhao Gong kid lied to me? Who knew that this white-robed young general sneered? Who is Yu Fei? I don't recognize it, but I don't want to recognize it at all. I am Changshan Zhao Zilong, 2 people each into a great skill, fighting together for more than 100 rounds of indistinguishable. Yi Yun did not reply and glanced at Xiang Yu next to him. At this moment, Xiang Yu was like playing chicken blood. viciously pouncing towards Wan Yen Construct's vehicle. Ninth Sister Wan Yen, hand over the blood of the heavenly dragon. Just then, a mighty man came out from the back of Wan Yen Jiomei's car, holding a 3-day chopping triple sword, blocking Xiang Yu's blow. Don't hurt my lord. Han Shizhong is here. Who dares to fight to the death? Although Han Shizhong's martial arts skills were not as good as Yu Fei's, he was more than capable of guarding Zhao Gong's vehicle. And just then, Ainley flirtatious Wen came to the front of the vehicle along with Chiba Dance. Ninth Sister Wan Yen, we women should have our own private topics, or else come out and talk. Zhao Gong in the car has long been trembling with fear, but still not convinced. I, Zhao Gong, am a dignified bearded man. Why are you insulting me? Flirtatious Wen sneered and said, is there a man of honor who rushes up to call the female Jins his uncle? Is there a man who gives his wife to the enemy? It's not bad to call you Wan Yen Jiomei. Zhao Gong is still a die-hard person. How dare the bold little woman insult the prince of the court? Simply seeking death. Men, push this little woman out and chop her up. No one came over even after shouting for half a day. It turned out that those guards under him had long been routed by those beautiful puppets. Jean Woodruff was entangled by the god of war Zhao Zilong. Han Shizhong was controlled by Xiang Yu. And the rest of those who are what Zhang Jun and the others are just like ornaments here, casually going over to a few beautiful puppets. They are entangled and can't move from place to place. Now Zhao Gong was also left with only these 3 beautiful enemies in front of him, although he didn't want to come out. But how could he compare to these 3 women? Being dragged like a dead dog to kneel in front of Yi Yun. At this point, he had long since lost any fighting spirit and knelt on the ground, banging his head to Yi Yun. Grandfather, ancestor, it's because I, Zhao Jiao, have no eyes and shouldn't have grabbed the heavenly dragon's blood from you at the meeting place. I'll give it back to you now. Shivering, he took out the sky blood from his arms and handed it over. Before Yi-Yun could pick it up, Qin Hui next to him snatched it up with a quick glance and laughed like a madman. With this heavenly dragon's blood, I, Qin Hui, can also be an emperor? Ha ha ha. Just then, a very beautiful woman slowly landed from the air. It came to Qin Hui's front. Sagittarius. Congratulations on finally obtaining the blood of the heavenly dragon. Someone from our Qin family can also become the emperor. This is truly a great joy for all ages. The visitor was none other than Qin Hui's wife, Wang, whose cultivation was not low in the immortal realm and had already reached the Tongshin earth realm. Seeing that her husband got the blood of the heavenly dragon, he was also very happy, reaching out to discuss who knows Qin Huier, which again shrunk his hand back. Wang stared up. Surnamed Qin, you've got some guts. How dare you rob something from my mother? Do you know the consequences? Qin Hui is afraid of his wife is known to the whole world. Hearing this, his body shortened by half, curtly said, Ma'am, this sky blood can be yours to keep, but what you promised me must be done. Don't you just want my little cousin to be your concubine? Look at you. Her husband is gone anyway, so she can be with you. He was so happy that he handed over the blood of the celestial dragon to Wang. Wang hadn't gotten her hands on it yet, and just then, she suddenly realized that there was an arm infinitely lengthening, and grabbed the bottle, sending it back with her. The 2 men turned their heads, only to find a male with a face like a jade 2 feet away from them, and he was accompanied by a budding Chiba Mai. That beautiful woman was petite, but behind her back she carried a heavy iron sword that was almost as tall as he was. Qin Hui also has his own martial arts spells in this immortal world, and his realm cultivation is not low. It seized instantly, almost following Yi-Yun as he retracted that arm like a shadow as he mouthed the words. The iron broom shows itself. A huge iron broom appeared in the air and swept down towards Yi-Yun's head. Yi-Yun was shocked in his heart and said that if he was swept by this broom spirit, he was afraid that he would not be able to get rid of his bad luck for the rest of his life. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of flame, which hit this broomstick and turned it into ashes right then and there. Qin Hui was also a man of knowledge. He lost his voice and said, the pure yang heavenly flame of the Phoenix clan. Yi-Yun had fused the blood of the Phoenix and had long since replicated all of the Phoenix's skills, and his current behavior was by no means below that of an average warlock. Wang was also anxious to see her husband suffer, and joined forces with her husband, the 2 of them using their greatest summoning techniques, descend upon the god of the bad luck envoys. From the air then appeared a little old man with a broomstick, probing his head at Yi-Yun. Suddenly, he realized he was enveloped in a kind of colorless lock of flame, and was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted his head back into what appeared to be the door of the void. This person is a pure yang body. I can't afford to offend him. You guys fend for yourselves. There's indeed nothing I can do. I'll run away first. After that, the portal disappeared as well. Yi-Yun came as a joke and reached Qin Hui and Wang. So you practiced summoning techniques. No wonder you dared to come here by yourselves to protect King Kong. Now what else do you have to say? With a twinkle in his eye, Qin Hui pushed Wang towards Yi-Yun's side. Hero, spare your life. This woman is yours. Yi Yun's objective was the heavenly dragon's blood. So naturally, he did not want to get entangled with this Wang, and thus flicked away with a dodge. The Chiba dance beside him would not be spoiled, and kicked Wang's heart with force, and the poor female powerhouse of the immortal cultivation interface died without even humming. Without waiting for Yi Yun to give the order, Thousand Leaf Dance's life few jumps had long stopped in front of Qin Hui. Since he had participated in the inner auction, Qin Hui knew the terror of this Thousand Leaves dance and was so scared that he hurriedly turned around and ran back. Suddenly, he realized that Yi Yun had stopped the way with a smirk and was there moving his wrist in a good manner. Taisher Qin, where else are you going? This is the front of the moat, the rear of the pursuers. Want to run cannot run. Qin Hui, eager to survive, hurriedly said, spare my life, hero, and I'll give you my cousin's sister-in-law as your wife. Yi Yun froze for a moment. It's better to keep your cousin's sister-in-law for yourself. What I want is your life. Before the words fell, another ball of pure yang fire was sprayed out. Qin Hui could not hide or avoid being surrounded by this flame at that time. Only a miserable scream came out, and then turned into a ball of ashes. Yi Yun then remembered that Zhao Gong had not yet disposed of it, and turned back just to make a move, when he suddenly realized that the bastard was looking into the air and reciting an incantation. Mud horse, show up! A clay white horse suddenly appeared in mid-air, lifting up King Kong Zhao Zhaogang as he flew forward in a lifeless manner. Yi Yun then thought, I went careless. I did not expect this one to ferry King Kong. Jin Wuzhu, a look at the object of protection, has long fled. Here is left to himself. If you do not go, will be wrapped up by others' dumplings. Angry, he looked at the back of the mud horse, cursing, Wan Yan, 9 sisters, you're so unreliable. I'm considered blind for partnering with you. After obtaining the heavenly dragon's blood, Yi Yun could not wait to take it. Who knew that the system immediately gave him a red exclamation mark. Below the Xian Mare realm cultivation level, it is forbidden to take it. System, you are too unreliable. This is purely you playing me. It was important to realize that there were a total of 24 realms in martial arts cultivation, with every 4 realms being a major realm. The initial 4 realms of mortal martial arts were Mingwu, Mingqi, Mingxin, Mingling, and Mingling Spirit in descending order, and the 4 realms of the higher grand cultivators were Tongxian, Lianfa, Yakong, and Lingxiao in descending order. The most awesome cultivator Yi Yun had ever seen, Speech Drain, was only at the Royal Sky realm and had yet to reach the Lingxiao. The Xian Mare realm, on the other hand, belonged to a little higher Xian Wu 4 realms, that is, Lingxiu, Gu Shun, Xian Mare, Tai Xian. The 3rd realm of this, when he saw the description, he almost spat out. Holy shit, this is within the reach of mortals. Sure, this isn't just messing with me? After saying this, it suddenly occurred to him that Qin Shi Huang, who possessed the chi of the heavenly dragon, was in an unfathomable realm, and might be able to surpass the 4 realms of the Xuanwu and reach the theoretically knowable 4 realms of the Holy Wu, that is, the multitude of wonders, the return to basics, the return to the truth, and the saints, which is the pinnacle of the world, right? As for Laozi, the mentor of the Fengshe faction of the Jishi Academy, that bastard had always been unkempt and unconventional, so hell knows what realm he was in. Suddenly, he thought of the later journey to the west, where the Supreme Lord was actually able to destroy the heavens and the earth. So I'm afraid that his realm was even higher than Qin Shi Huang. Just at this time, suddenly felt a warmth in his arms. A petite beauty has long jumped into his arms. A delicate voice in his ear said, Master, what are you thinking about? Do you want me to enjoy it with you? At the sound, his heart skipped an uncontrollable beat, and he suddenly had that urge. Find a cozy and elegant place to talk directly to this beauty. Just as he got up this heart, the system immediately rewarded him with another big red exclamation mark. Dual cultivation with a high-level cultivator will have its own consequences. Yi Yun froze for a moment. Could it be that Thousand Leaf Dance's martial arts realm is still far above ours? On second thought, the system wouldn't lie, and it was better to be careful with big issues involving life and death. So, barely restraining his apathy, he said warmly, I was thinking about how to digest all this heavenly dragon's blood. In this blood of the celestial dragon, it comes with 4 skills of its own: dragon horse spirit, dual cultivation and enlightenment. Comprehending the natural wonders of heaven and earth, requires strength to reach the Xian Mare realm to use. Traveling clouds and rain, comes with some of the skills of a warlock, which can be used at the Xian Mare realm. Flying dragon in the sky, a skill similar to Phoenix Wing's heavenly soaring, but higher than his realm, and needs to be comprehended after reaching the Tai Xian realm. Hyper dragon, from the most rigid comes the wonderful use of the most flexible, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, starting in the realm of the saints and moving upward to infinity. These 4 skills were coveted to look at, especially since one could constantly break through to a new level of the realm by practicing such skills. In particular, the excessive dragon repentance skill had let him know that there were even more esoteric cultivation disciplines upwards in the Saint Martial Fourth Realm, but what it was called behind it, he himself didn't know anymore. He then gently pinched Chiba Mai's cheeks and sighed. The path of martial arts is endless. Everyone still needs to improve. After saying that, he hugged Chiba Mai and led the others towards the Jishi Academy. On the way back he met 3 representatives of the merchant houses, Deng Tong, Shi Chong and Hu Shuiyan. He arched his hand at the 3 big bosses. I am grateful to the 3 big bosses for not abandoning me and giving me 20 million taels of fundraising, which made me win a big victory, and I am really grateful for that. And soon, this 20 million taels of silver as well as the interest will be transported into the 3 of you silver vaults as it should be. The 3 men glanced at each other, presumably feeling surprised at Yi Yun's strength, and elected Hu Shuiyan as their representative to come out and express what the 3 of them meant. Hu Shuiyan was 8-faced and returned to bow to Yi Yun. To be able to befriend a senior scholar of the Jishi Academy, this is an honor for our 3 merchant houses. This money is considered an offering from my 3 families to Prince Yun, so there is no need to return it, and in the future, feel free to ask for anything you need. Yi Yun, however, was unwilling to take advantage of this cheap favor, so he asked a rhetorical question. What do you need from me? You, Hu Shuiyan awkwardly smiled, to know the scholar, farmer, industrialist and businessman in the lowest status of our merchants. What trouble in the future? Naturally need to Yun Gongzi step in to take care of it. Yi Yun then realized that these 3 people had already treated themselves as guardian gods. It must be that he had already been known to them about his snatching of the heavenly dragon's blood, but he wasn't willing to hide it. That's as it should be as it should be. Ha ha. These 3 merchants also indicated to Yi Yun that all tuition fees for him and his people at the Jishi Academy would be paid by these 3 families. Yi Yun thought that this tuition fee was only 10,000 taels of silver, and did not take it seriously, casually thanking him. Who knew that on the way back? Zhao Yun said to Yi Yun with great envy. Mr. Yun is so lucky, now I want to be your little brother. Yi Yun glared at him. It's only 10,000 taels of silver a year. Is it that much? Zhao Yun said with a bitter smile. A full man doesn't know a hungry man's hunger. How do you know the oddity of the fees charged by this Jishi Academy? Yi Yun froze for a moment. How odd? Tell me. Zhao Yun said in a mysterious manner. Do you know that the martial arts realm is divided into several great realms? It's almost like one doesn't even know what to say. Yi Yun, who was in immortal Qin, had cultivators everywhere, and had vaguely heard Qin Shi Huang say there were a total of 24 realms of martial arts, divided into 6 major realms, but in the immortal realm of the pre-Qin people only know the first 16 of them. As for the back of the 8 is what? No one can say. I guess only exist in the legend. So, he opened his mouth, which dazzled Zhao Yun. You actually know the classification of the 4 realms of Saint Martial? Yi Yun was very disdainful. Everyone on earth knows cut. You think our village is not connected to the internet? It was Zhao Yun's turn to be dumbfounded. What kind of ball is Earth? Yi Yun scorned. Forget it, there is a generation gap between the 2 of us. We can't communicate. He had such an inscrutable godly appearance. But instead, Zhao Yun froze, in associating the 2 of them just starting to meet and pinch that fight. In the beginning, this guy was a rookie. Who knew that the more he fought, the stronger he got, and he was actually able to kill his classmate's later self in a great defeat. No wonder people say that the pre-Qin people have as many cultivators as they do. It is such an ordinary businessman who is also so unfathomable. He thought before he thought and then this time he said, Mr. Yun, I've decided. I'll follow you from today onwards. Yi Yun was very puzzled. Are you going to study Feng Shui instead? Zhao Yun let out a bitter smile. I can't change it if I'm from the lineage of martial arts cultivators. Apart from studying, you're the only one I look up to in normal times. Saying that, the head bowed. Big brother is above. Accept my little brother's salute. Feeling that it was a bit rude to tell his classmate to give himself a bow, Yi Yun bent down and was just about to help when he suddenly heard a light snoring sound. Looking down, Chiba Mai was lying in her arms, asleep at some point. At this time, the inly flirtatious wind as well as Xiang Yu beside him also saw Yi Yun's embarrassment, and Xiang Yu very wisely became an ostrich and stood beside him. Flirtatious wind only pretended not to see it and quietly commanded his 300 black armored troops to protect a few of them. Only Inli hummed. Don't think I don't know what you've got up your sleeve, but I'm not going to say anything about it is all. Yi Yun said to Xiang Yu in a very awkward manner. Xiang Yu, why did you tell Zhao Yun to kneel like this? Why don't you help people up? If you have something to say, go back and talk about it. Xiang Yu walked over to assist Zhao Yun, and martial god Zhao Zilong froze for a moment. Big brother, you promised. Yi Yun was having a very hard time restraining his lust, just wanting to leave this hellish place earlier. Let's see how you behave. What's the point of dilly-dallying? Zhao Yun didn't wait for Xiang Yu to help him and fluttered to his feet. Thanks boss, I won't let you down. Ian also did not expect that a tuition fee in the district would actually make this heaven-defying martial god bend over backwards for himself. So, he asked again, not in a good mood. Don't beat a dead horse. You still haven't told me what's so strange about this Jikji Academy charge? Zhao Yun thought for a moment. Do you know what it means to cut leeks? Yun snorted. One crop after another? Bingo! Zhao Yun snapped his fingers very suavely. He's just cutting the leeks. And cutting you willingly, painfully and happily. Out of the nature of a businessman. He was very curious about the marketing method of cutting leeks, so he wanted to learn from the advanced experience of the Jikji Academy. Please, Zilong, give me a closer look, Zhao Yun said in a mysterious manner. There are 6 realms of cultivation. How many school divisions do you think the Jikji Academy should be divided into? The so-called school division was the stage of learning. For example, the school division in the world Yun lived in his previous life was divided into the elementary school division, junior high school division, senior high school division and university division. Based on his experience in his previous life, Yun opened his mouth. Naturally, it's divided into 6 academic departments. The first 4 in order are the Mortal Martial Department, the Great Cultivator Department, the Xuanwu Department, and the Sacred Martial Department. What are those last 2? Zilong, do you know? According to Yun's understanding, each major realm, divided into 4 minor realms, 1 minor realm and 1 grade. Even if one finished the St. Martial Department's curriculum, it would be 20 years away. Who knows? Zhao Yun shook his head. Boss, you're taking it for granted. Who told you that the Jikji Academy is divided into 6 academic departments? Yun froze for a moment. Shouldn't it be divided like that? Zhao Yun laughed. Worthy of being an immortal Qin's person. I'm sure that I'm all about cultivation. But I've got 6 out of 7 for the mundane. Admirable. Admirable. Yun laughed bitterly in his heart. You might as well just say I'm an idiot. Pointing at a monk and cursing a thief and bald. What do you mean? Seeing that Yun's face did not look good, Zhao Yun realized that his mouth had slipped and hurriedly pulled the topic back. Boss, in fact, the school is divided into a total of 5 veins according to their specialties, but each vein is only divided into 4 departments, which are spring, summer, fall, and winter. Don't look at us. Some of us are at the early stage of Tongxian and some of us are at the peak of Tongxian. But in fact, even the spring department has not graduated. Yun had a question mark on his face. Nani? When these words came out, Zhao Yun was confused. Boss, what is Nani? Who knows? Shibamai in Yun's arms suddenly woke up. It means something. It's the vernacular of our close neighbor, the country of Venu. Although individual words and phrases were still a bit raw, the crowd knew that she could speak some of the language of the immortal plane, and at the very least, there was no barrier to communicating with the people here. As for stuttering at first, I'm afraid the sudden change from sadness to joy has caused the speech to be less fluent as well. Zhao Yun then realized that Yun meant to ask him why there were only 4 academic departments in the Jikji Academy, so he continued to explain. There are a total of 24 realms in the way of cultivation, which are equivalent to the 24 solar terms of the weekly days. So in the Jikji Academy, the 24 realms are put into correspondence with the 24 solar terms. Each 6 realms is equivalent to a quarter of a weekday, and each quarter is a school division. That's why the GK Academy is divided into 4 academic divisions, spring, summer, fall, and winter. Yun suddenly realized, isn't this also the same as the division of elementary school, middle school, high school, and university in my previous life? After figuring this out, he still didn't understand how this was necessarily related to cutting leeks, and hearing him ask this, Zhao Yun smiled. Our diplomas are issued as soon as we finish a school division, but our tuition is charged in advance for each great realm. For example, the 10,000 taels of silver you paid before enrollment is just the tuition fee for you to finish cultivating the 4th realm of mortal martial arts. And if you want to receive your diploma, you have to pay all the tuition fees for the 4th mirror of the great cultivator in advance, or else you won't be able to receive your diploma. If you choose to drop out of school after receiving your diploma, the extra tuition fee is non-refundable. In order not to waste your money, you will have to repair the summer school department, and when you have finished the great cultivator 4 realm, and then pay the tuition fee. You will also have to pay 50% of the tuition fee for the Holy Martial 4 realm together. Yun froze for a moment. And why is that? Zhao Yun laughed bitterly. After finishing the summer school department, the graduation certificate is received, and the 4 mirrors of the Xuanwu are finished. Naturally, you are still afraid that you will drop out of school, so you have to pay out an additional 50%, and this is to stimulate the candidate's desire for knowledge. Yun let out a bitter smile. What if I have an incompetent talent and fail in the examination for the autumn school department? It's time to return this money to me, right? Zhao Yun said hopelessly. Boss, You can't get this money back if you don't pass the test. The reason why the school is thriving is that it earns the IQ tax that those qualifications monopolize. Ha ha. Hearing this, Yun didn't even have the strength to spit, and very wisely shut his mouth, which knew that Ainley beside him couldn't help but spit out. What Jishi Academy? It's simply the Jishi Academy pit. Frightened, Yun hurriedly looked at her as if he was being bald. My dear auntie, keep your mouth shut. Little student still has to graduate. Ainley couldn't help but give him a blank look. Dead look. A few people talked and laughed, and in a short while, they arrived at the entrance of the Jishi Academy. Just as he was about to go to Zhao Yun in their dormitory, he suddenly realized that there were two extremely beautiful women standing at the entrance of the dormitory area, and one of them recognized that it was none other than the Miss Xiaoxi who he had seen during the day, while the other was a high-cooled iceberg beauty. Yun froze for a moment. Legend has it that Daishanin is unsmiling and has no interest in talking to anyone. So what is he doing here today? The Grand Priestess welcomed Yun and walked over with a respectful Wan Fu. Many thanks to Mr. Yun for rescuing my sister and preserving my slave's honor. Yun smiled very politely. We are all classmates of Jishi Academy. What's the point of lifting a hand? Senior sister is too polite. Dashin hesitated before speaking. There is an extraordinary force in the male that lends itself to the cultivation of warlocks. Would you like to transfer? Yun politely thanked. Thank you for your kind words. Since I have practiced fengshui, I should practice to the end. Sorry. Dasawei smiled slightly, but instead the few men present looked dumbfounded. The iceberg opened up. Simply 1,000 years waiting for a time off. Just as the crowd was dumbfounded, Desi Min lightly opened her vermilion lips and continued. The old man doesn't spit out heavenly secrets easily. If Duke Yun wants to get the old man's devotion to teaching, he must try to please the old man. Yun was once again petrified. What? However, Dasawei was unwilling to continue pestering him and bid farewell to Yun, leading his sister back to the warlock lineage. A few people ate dinner and rested individually as well. The next day when he woke up, Yun felt that there was something strange in his arms, and when he opened his eyes, he only saw a petite body curled up in his arms sleeping soundly, and with one of his own hands, he gave her a pillow, while the other wrapped around her. This is still trying to cultivate into an immortal. If the body is broken, what's the point of cultivating? From shock, to chagrin, to shame, he gradually came to his senses, which made him feel that his clothes were intact and that he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was too close to call. Just as he was fuming with embarrassment, Shibamai woke up and very naturally put on her outer clothes and walked out to bring him a wash. Ian also took this opportunity to hurry up and pacify his classmates again before coming over to wash up. When he came out to go to the cafeteria, he found that the people around him looked at him with a somewhat different face, especially the god of Wushu, Zhao Zilong, with a face that served you without holding the wall. Ian Li directly grunted, dropping a silly remark, right, and not looking at him again. Flirtatious winds seemed to be smiling, but it made Yun very embarrassed. Don't misunderstand guys, nothing happened yesterday. Flirtatious wind forced a smile. No one said anything about what happened. Shibamai was even more nonchalant, not even bothering to walk, and with a gentle plunge, she hung onto him like a kangaroo bear, which he had no choice but to continue to hold. It was a good thing that the other party's body was petite and didn't look out of place, but on the contrary looked very cute. The students that they met on the road, although they were unwilling to talk to Yun and the others, behind their backs they also chattered and occasionally heard one or two sentences that were all about this thousand-leaf dance. When he arrived at the cafeteria to eat, but he took the initiative to help Yun to beat the rice. Yun ate without saying a word and stood beside him, very vigilant looking around. The appearance of the milky ferocity 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 of the milky ferocity. Yun, however, did not care and asked her to eat with him. After persuading him for a long time that he was surrounded by people who ate that way without so much as a word, the latter sat down very obediently beside him, very quiet while eating, as if a kitten with no presence. After eating, she took the initiative to grab and brush Yun's bowl. This time called the same servant Flirtatious Wind was very embarrassed, had the intention to grab and do something, but was stared at fiercely by her, and did not dare to approach. After the meal, Zhao Yun bid farewell to Yun with envy and fondness before running to his lineage of martial arts cultivation. Yun, on the other hand, led his people and ran to the fengshui lineage. He thought in his heart, I just enrolled in the first day, according to the rules should go to the spring classroom, although it is only taught their Mingwu realm students, but these theoretical knowledge is exactly what he is missing. I was just about to go in, when I suddenly realized that my mentor's old man was running to the Saimai classroom. It was then that he thought about his strength, now that he had reached the Tongshan realm. According to the regulations he should also enter the Qingming classroom. He had just reached the door when he saw a very plain and simple young man standing there. You guys should pay another 10,000 taels of silver. That little girl didn't pay out the silver for her enrollment. She needs to pay 20,000 taels. Pay first and then enroll. Fair business. Fair and square. Yun froze for a moment. Dare I ask the senior's name? The young man dropped the words. Xiang Yu. Only then did Yun understand that the person who beat the gate in front of the classroom door was none other than Lao Zi's eldest disciple, his own eldest senior brother, Xiang Yu. He very miserably replenished himself and the rest of his entourage before saying anything more. Senior brother Gangsong, this little sister doesn't understand anything. Do you think this tuition fee is reduced? Hearing this, Xiang Yu immediately flipped out. Who is your senior brother? You should honor me as the cave spirit realist. It turns out that this big brother from the old man side of a small follower, hard to cultivate a few thousand years, has long been cultivated into the immortal way, by the great Tang Dynasty country of Lilongji personally enthroned as the whole spirit real person, become the existence of the later admiration. From then on he was arrogant and never again looked down very much on the freshly minted schoolboys. Yun, however, did not dare to be stubborn with him, so he also honored him as the cave spirit realist. Don't think you'll get your tuition waived just by saying a few nice words. You won't see as much here as you think. Don't get blindly close ha. One of Xiang Yu's large hands reached out in front of Yun's eyes. 20,000 taels of silver. Not a penny less. Take the money. Seeing such an arrogant fellow, Xiang Yu could no longer hold back, and just when he wanted to draw out his square heavenly painted halberd to fight for his life, he was stopped by Yun. Xiang Yu, you must not be rude to real cave spirit. After saying that, he dutifully counted out 20,000 taels of silver checks and placed them in Xiang Yu's hand, and then put a small snuff bottle that he had lined up yesterday into Xiang Yu's sleeve. Xiang Yu is also a person who knows the goods, and said with a smile on his face, at a glance, schoolmate is someone with deep immortal roots. The teacher is waiting for you. Hurry up and go in. With such a slight delay, half an hour had already passed and Yun walked into the Qingning classroom, and Xianya Dance was very well behaved as she sat beside him. Lao Tzu took a look at his students as they took their seats on the futon, and only then did he open his eyes. Today's lecture is the first lesson of the founder, the long and honorable history of the founder lineage of the GK Academy. Thus, Lao Zi started from Pangu's opening of the heavens and the earth, talked about Shi Wangmu, the first female immortal of the Xikanlun tribe, and then talked about his own ride on a green ox through the Hanguan Pass and transformed a beard into a Buddha. All of these things were familiar, and Yun was drowsy from listening to them. It was not easy for these histories to be told. And then he spoke of the glorious past of the founder's clan. You know that our school is most concerned about honoring our teachers. Your second senior brother Guan Yinchi begged me to write a book and gave me 10 steamed buns as a fee. Do you know that Kong Chiu, the lecturer of the bachelor's lineage, who was also my student, gave me a big, fat, roasted goose when he asked for a gift that year? Said eyes narrowed as he stopped going on. Yun asked with great curiosity. And then? Lao Tzu opened his eyes to look around. Bachelor a lineage of Luo Binwang has a good poem goose, goose goose, curled neck to the sky song. It smells so good. I wish I could find some scallions and mustard and make a big pot of stew. Out of breath with the reading, he closed his eyes and didn't say a word. Yun did not know what his teacher was doing, so he had to respectfully sit on the futon and wait for him to speak on. Who knows? Lao Zi opened his eyes for a long time. Class is over. Why don't you guys leave? After leaving the classroom, Ainley couldn't help but spit out. Is this a teacher or a magician? A class is over in a matter of minutes. What can we learn? Flirtatious winds that have soaked in the land of the gentle rich and famous also say, why don't we just drop out of the program at the expense of losing all this tuition? What a mess of a program. It's just too much. Before Ian could speak, he suddenly heard someone behind them say, what is the difference between the only and the a? What is the difference between good and evil? How can we seek the way when we can't hear it? And it's all pretty much the same? The only way is to steam the goose. A few people were shocked and turned around to see Lao Zi walking past them very calmly. Everyone just wanted to chase after him and ask for clarification. Who knew that in the blink of an eye they had lost him? As a modern person who had crossed over, Yun did not understand what Lao Zi's literate words meant. Turning his head, he asked Flirtatious Wind, who had the highest cultural literacy. What did the teacher say? Flirtatious Wind's former owner, Shi Chong, was not only a merchant, but also a famous poet, so piggybacking on Flirtatious Wind's cultural literacy was also quite high. Coupled with the fact that the Wei and Qin dynasties favored puritanical discourse and were almost cliched about these philosophical issues, it explains it head-on. The gentleman is saying, what is the essential difference between obsequiousness and harshness? Like the two sides of a voice? What is the essential difference between good and evil? also as the two poles of man? The preceding words are from the Tao Te Ching, written by the teacher. Next to her, Ainley anxiously asked, what was said back there? Flirtatious Wind said with a slight smile, teacher secretly nudges you. Whether it's ass-kissing or abuse he doesn't care. But if you want to learn true learning, you have to honor his old man with a roasted goose. Yun nodded. Teacher's learning is like an abyss, like an ocean, calling for admiration. Ainley, however, grunted. I don't really see where the superiority lies. It's just a glutton possessed. Thousand Leaf Dance was very quiet in Yun's embrace, staring with two wide eyes, listening quietly and not commenting. Xiang Yu, on the other hand, silently followed behind. But his heart had already flown to Yun, however, did not return to his dormitory and turned around and ran to Dalian City. A few people rushed to catch up. What's this for? Yun dropped a sentence indifferently. What else can I do? Go to the roast goose store and buy a roast goose for my teacher. Ainley grunted. What are you doing respecting such a money-grubbing and greedy teacher? Yun patiently explained. Teacher is a witty person who is willing to joke with us, so why should you take him seriously? Ainley still pouted in defiance and indignation. Yun continued to persuade. Even if Confucius still charges tuition for teaching people worldly learning, isn't the method of becoming immortal taught by a teacher worth a roasted goose? Don't be angry. Let's go. In fact, Ainley wasn't stingy. When he was in Liang City, he had also relieved homeless victims. He was just a little uncomfortable with the behavior of asking for bribes in class. Seeing that Ainley was still not relieved, Yun patted her shoulder and said, an ordinary person wouldn't even bother to teach him even if he was given mountains of gold and silver. His old man is joking with us. Let's go. Hearing Yun say this, Ainley realized that he was not actually angry in his heart and quickly relieved himself. Just go. It's not my girl's money to spend anyway. I don't care if you're willing to spend it. They found one of the best goose roasts around. Then, added money and told them to do it meticulously. And it took a long time to get it done. A few people took the roasted goose to the old man's residence. This time the gatekeeper was replaced with two people. One was Gun Sangchu, whom he had met long ago, while the other was the legendary Guan Yinshi. Seeing that Yun had hired someone to carry the food boxes over, the two immediately changed their smiles to welcome them. Just come. What are you taking? Come in. Come in. The teacher is waiting for you. Yun was also considered to be good at what he did. Not only did he buy a roasted goose for his teacher, he also gave a lot of gifts to these brothers and sisters. These few master brothers of his were even happier. And the crowd of breasts picked up a few people. Yun offered the most exquisite food box to Lao Zi, which contained not one, but a pair of roasted geese. Lift the food box and immediately an aroma hits your nose. Lao Zi called over two young disciples. In Jiao, take the other goose to the Academic Affairs Department of the Academy Palace and give the other gentleman a taste to see if the roasted goose sent by my beloved disciple is authentic. He was very pleased in his heart, obviously because the gift from Yun was to his liking. Yun thought that he would be impatient to eat. Who knew that the teacher did not have the intention to move his chopsticks and waited until after the golden horn and silver horn that delivered the stuff came back. Then he greeted the two people on the table together. These disciples were also very understanding, and when the teacher moved his chopsticks and told them to eat as well, they thanked him and ate together. Thousand Leaf Dance seemed to know what they were thinking, and instead of relying on Yun's embrace, she very obediently took the small silver knife and cut the roasted goose piece by piece for Lao Zi and brought it to him. Lao Zi gave him a look as if nothing had happened. Little girl is good. Ling Xiao Jr. now. Your cultivation level is the highest among these people. Keep up the good work. The little girl's mouth was very sweet. Many thanks to the old ancestor for pointing it out. Only then did Ainley realize that although Lao Zi was as good as light, he could tell the cultivation level of others with a single glance, which was really admirable. Thinking about what was said behind his back to criticize him, he did not feel a little ashamed. It was as if Lao Tzu had read her mind. The little girl child has also reached the late stage of Tonshin now. Meeting each other is destiny. The old man also sends you some creation. After you finish eating, I'll send you to the heavenly flame true realm to cultivate the body of the fire phoenix. Cultivation in the secular interface is almost ineffective. You must go to the birthplace of the phoenix, the realm of heavenly fire to cultivate, so that you can get twice the result with half the effort. Hearing Lao Zi say this, Ainley was very grateful and respectfully knelt down to thank Lao Zi. He looked up at Flirtatious Wind again. You girl child are proficient in song and dance, and you use dance to realize the Tao. Later I'll ask my third disciple Zhuang Zhou to send you to the heavenly melody divine realm to carry out your cultivation. Flirtatious Wind was also overjoyed and worshipped reverently. After a meal, Lao Zi sent the other two women away first, then looked at Yun. Junior apprentice, your cultivation method for this bloodline fusion is quite bizarre and in line with the techniques of our Feng Shui lineage. What you need to fuse most now is not the blood of the heavenly dragon, but rather you need to go to the south and find the Taotai blood sealed by Qi Yu. Taotai is also an ancient beast, rumored to be the soul of Qi Yu, the god of war. The greatest hobby in life is eating, or absorbing, Yi Yun asked. Master can have a clue? Lao Zi looked at Chiba Mai beside him. This little girl has psychic eyes and is the best at spotting foreign beasts, so you'll get twice the result with half the effort if you bring her alone. Yi Yun was still worried about falling behind in the course. Lao Zi said to him, your real lesson is not in the classroom, but in the battlefield of actual combat. The 5 veins competition is coming. Those few underlings of yours are cultivating hard. If you are left behind by them, you will be disgraced. Yi Yun looked at Xiang Yu beside him. This man will stay and serve the teacher, and I hope he will take care of him. Lao Tzu smiled. Just now, I have never mentioned it in public. It's because this young man is possessed by a demonic dragon, possessing the potential of Mo, once initiated into madness uncontrollable, telling him to follow me to learn the art of felling the hair and washing the marrow, so that in the future, he will be able to utilize those abilities at his own pace. This can be considered a heavenly opportunity for Xiang Yu, who himself is worried about his demonic body, and when he heard his old man say this, he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to his old man. Since the 5 veins big competition is coming, Lao Zi did not have the patience to tell them to go forward slowly, so he made a move to shrink the ground and sent them directly to the savage forest in the land of Jiuli. Seeing that this place was quite terrifying, Chiba Mai instinctively hid in Yi Yun's arms and hugged his neck tightly, although he knew that this 1,000-leaf dance's cultivation level was far higher than his own. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Yi Yun still instinctively felt a desire to protect her, and thus continued to walk forward with her in his arms. His voice was raspy and raucous, causing Yi Yun to turn upward in a burst of acid. There was a pouncing sound and out stepped a human standing black bear. Before he could even get close to Yi Yun felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, making him unable to move. Randomly coming out of a black bear spirit. Was it actually also at the royal air level? How else can we Tongshan realm rookies live? Just as he was spitting, suddenly his arms were empty, followed by a white shadow that quickly rushed towards the black bear. There was a desperate scream in the air, and it was seen that a bloody hole had long since been broken in that white moon-shaped bush of fur on the black bear's chest. He looked at Yi Yun with a surprised look on his face and wanted to say something, but it was too late as his huge body fell to the ground with a thud. Immediately afterward, a petite girl, with an enlarged heavy sword in her hand, quickly peeled off the bear's skin, and dropped the paw, putting it into her storage ring. The spirit beast Taotai is by the water pool in the middle of this forest. Master, let's go quickly. The most valuable thing about the black bear spirit is his skin as well as his paws and gallbladder, and it's useless to ask for anything else, so he might as well do some good and give to the hungry beasts. Still too lazy to walk, Chiba Mai once again jumped into Yi Yun's arms and wrapped her arms around his neck. Yi Yun let out a bitter smile. I still wanted to protect you, but I never imagined that I would have to be protected by you. Truly living is a joke. Chiba Mai smiled sweetly. Isn't it just protecting me now? Let's go. Just a short distance out. Jenya Dance suddenly broke free from his embrace and pulled with a letter hand. Yi Yun flew backwards without his own consent. Just then suddenly he realized that a giant, cicada-thin net had fallen against his side. It was just a hair's breadth away from covering him. Then from that giant net stood up a beautiful woman. See, you're a little girl with pretty quick reflexes. 1,000-leaf dance completely lost his budding appearance just now. At this time, he was holding a broad-bladed rapier in front of Yi Yun. The abyss was like a heavenly sword master, and her voice became quite deep. 1,000-faced demon spider, you victimized so many people and you're still alive? The 1,000-faced demon spider sneered. A human's life is a life. Is our magical beast's life not a life? Why should we obediently allow you to slaughter us? Chiba Mai's voice exuded a monstrous murderous aura. We're here to sweep away the ferocious beast Taotai. Those who don't want to die, hurry and go away. The 1,000-faced demon spider sneered. It's not certain who will kill who. Shameless two-legged sheep, suffer death. Saying that, his hand drew twice in the void, and another large net through the sky, noiselessly covered down towards the two people. Now it was too late to hide, and Chiba Mai instinctively pushed Yi Yun outward. Master, run. I'll block for you here. There's not much these magical beasts can do to help. Yi Yun led her to draw and held Chiba Mai in his arms. Then he utilized the skill of the fire phoenix body, Phoenix Heavenly Flame. With a whirring sound, the spider web had long since been burned to ashes by him. The spider web was the 1,000 Faces demon spider's original treasure, and being burned for no apparent reason caused her vitality to be greatly injured, and she retreated several steps, covering her chest and saying angrily, "You guys are so cruel." 1,000-leaf dance, however, was not willing to talk nonsense with him. His body transformed into a white light. The 1,000 Faces demon spider could not dodge. A line of blood splattered out from his chest, and his dead body planted softly on the ground. Just then a faint shadow floated out from his body to Yun's heels. I'm not willing to go up in smoke like this. Hurry up and save my soul, Yun asked. How to save? The thousand-faced demon spider whispered. The damaged soul must be augmented by a woman with the body of a fiery phoenix in order to ensure that the soul will not die or be destroyed. Yun was still unwilling to help. Who would want to do something without benefits? You'd better go well, the thousand-faced demon spider said anxiously. All my skills can be shared with that girl. That's always fine, right? That's more like it. Yun had the intention of fusing the other party's soul himself to find out. The gender is not appropriate. Some left behind for his entourage only. So he found out the storage ring that he had brought with him and told the magic spider to come in and hide for the time being. The combination of the two actually exerted a strength that surpassed the Ling Xiao realm, frightening those ferocious beasts beside them so much that they didn't dare to come forward. The road was clear and it wasn't long before we arrived at that lake in the center of the forest. The lake was turquoise blue and smelled sweet. Yun could feel the heavenly aura inside from a long distance away and couldn't wait to take out some to drink. Suddenly a huge wave was heard from the lake, and then a monster with a bull's head scurried out, and without saying a word, opened its bloody mouth and sucked it towards the two men. Chibamai's body's petite fixation wasn't strong, and she couldn't help but fly towards the bull-headed monster's mouth. Yun was taken aback, and against all odds, he grabbed his arm and brought it towards his arms. Immediately after that, he realized that his body was also uncontrollable and flew towards the beast's mouth. At this time, he was really anxious, revealing his phoenix body and spitting out a mouthful of pure yang heavenly flame. Pust! The monster was heard mooing and thumping as it jumped into the river once again. Yun asked, is this ferocious beast called the prisoner bull? Chibamai said as she shook her head. This is the ferocious beast Tao Tai that the old ancestor told you about. And prisoner bull is his brother, born from the same father and mother, both sons of dragons. The surface of the lake turned over in a big splash, and the bull-headed monster rushed out of the water once again, aiming a hard suck at the two men. At this time the two people were prepared, naturally standing still. Who knows that while their bodies were not moving, all the immortal magic power on their bodies flew towards the bull-headed monster like a desperate man. The more the other party sucked in, the weaker their bodies became, and they vaguely felt as if their souls were out of control. Shiba Dance pushed Yun away with all her might, wanting to sacrifice herself so that he could run away. Yun was also in a hurry and used his essence of life Yuan Qi to generate a stream of phoenix heavenly flame, borrowing the suction force of that bull-headed monster and flying towards his stomach. Before Chibamai could fly to the monster, she suddenly saw the monster covering its stomach and letting out a scream. Using the great strength of his whole body, he was able to spit out that fireball, and at this time, his own vital energy was greatly damaged, unable to spit out blood. Yun knew that every mouthful of blood he spat out was the native blood, the Tao Tai blood that Laozi had spoken of. He hurriedly looked for a container to receive this Tao Tai's blood, and found that Chibamai was going to completely finish off the Tao Tai, who was waiting to die with his eyes closed and a pleading look in his eyes. Yun was a bit intolerant, so he pulled Chibamai back. Forget it, originally it was us who came over to find trouble with him and was met with a desperate counterattack. It's not his fault, as long as he doesn't kill indiscriminately again in the future. Let's spare his life. It's a matter of winning a 7-level pagoda. Tao Tai said breathlessly now that his fierce amazement was all gone. Many thanks to the Supreme Immortal for sparing my life. From today onwards, I will definitely cultivate my mind and never kill innocents indiscriminately, and if I go against that I will be executed by the heavens and the earth. Yun sneered. It wasn't easy for us to come here once, so you're just going to dismiss us? Tao Tai asked in a resigned voice. What else does the Supreme Immortal want to ask me to do? As long as it's something I can do, I definitely won't be ambiguous either. Yun revealed a shark-like smile and said, I heard that in the water mansion at the bottom of your lake, there are a lot of great treasures hidden. That stuff can't be eaten or drunk. What are you keeping it for? Might as well give it all to me. Hearing these words, Tao Tai was like having a large piece of flesh cut alive, his heart twitching with pain. But he was very wise and knew that the situation was stronger than the people and there was nothing he could do but resign himself to his fate. Inside this guy's cave, there's nothing but a mountain of geniuses and treasures, things that aid in cultivation. Aside from that, there were various styles of gems, and the one that surprised him the most was a space key. With this key, you can create temporary spaces anywhere you want to store things. Not caring about Taoyes please, Yun directly snatched the key and came over to draw a space with his own hands, loading all of the genius earth treasures that Tao Tai had snatched. At the end of the day, he didn't forget to find a broom and collect all the gold dust scattered on the ground as well, putting it into that temporary space. Taoyes' liver trembled as he watched. I say, Immortal, you should at least leave some for me. You're going a bit too far, Yun said very generously. I'm generous enough to leave your little life behind. If you say it again, I'll just take your life. As he turned around, he heard a thud behind him, as if something had fainted directly to the ground. Iyun was satisfied and let Xiang Yu dance out of the lake. What made him feel strange was that this critical space actually shifted on its own along with him, not needing any mana to pull it. This lake was also full of spiritual chi, and Iyun found a storage ring with the largest capacity in his pocketbook and filled it with a ring before taking Xiang Yu dance along with him to return the same way. Walking back, Shibamai was very excited and chattered non-stop. I thought I could fight with Tao Tai to make the sky dark, the sun and the moon disappear. Who knows, that guy is so wimpy. He was just burned by the phoenix heavenly flame for so long, and immediately succumbed. What do you think is going on here? Iyun smiled. The older you get, the less you want to die. And who wants to fight for their life when a little bit of blood can set things right? Shibamai suddenly thought of something. Master, why don't you swallow the Taoye's blood? Iyun shook his head. The way back is too dangerous, and I'm afraid of disturbances when I'm advancing. Just as he said that, there were two more amethyst demon apes in front of him. Two-legged goat, offer the Taotai blood in your hand and spare your life. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll die a very miserable death. Iyun sneered. I'm in a bad mood. I don't have time to take care of you guys. Go back to the woods and pick peaches. The two amethyst demon apes wailed in anger and lit up their long, sharp claws, grabbing towards Iyun's heart. Seeing that these two guys were quite strong, Xiang Yu dance wanted to go out to meet the enemy, but Iyun did not let her move. These two are just delivering amethyst to us. What's the hurry? Just watch me clean them up. As he spoke, he didn't forget to spit out a mouthful of phoenix fire. Amethyst devil ape body originally hair is more ready for fire. So burned pain they wowed and screamed, hurriedly rolled down to the ground. At this time, it was also Thousand Leaf Dance's turn to make a move, and with two sword rays, he scooped out the amethyst stones from the bodies of the two amethyst demon apes and offered them to Iyun. Iyun, however, did not ask for it. This is useful to you. Keep it for yourself. I can't use it for now. Shibamai contentedly jumped into Iyun's arms and asked him to carry her. Just after walking for a while, he suddenly felt his eyes reddening and his brain appeared in the form of an incomparably handsome young man, so she fought her way up and said, You let go of me. I'm going to find my true love. He's not far away, and I can't let you delay me from finding him. Iyun also smelled a very strange odor that he was unusually repulsed by when he smelled it. Seeing Shibamai's behavior, it was clear that she had been poisoned by this scent and had entered his own dream world, directly treating Iyun as an evil person who was hindering his pursuit of happiness. He vaguely sensed that there were unknown monsters around that were secretly coveting them, so he very decisively slapped Shibamai unconscious, fearing that she would be injured, and directly sent her to that critical space where the treasures were hidden. The door to the critical space had just been closed when a middle-aged man with blonde hair suddenly jumped out from behind the jungle, especially his neck. It was more like he was wearing a golden neck brace that looked quite imposing. Only the man's body was a bit lackluster, and he wore an elaborate piece of armor to keep out of the cold. After seeing Iyun, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. You bastard! Where did you send my dream girl? Hurry up and offer it to me, or else I'll send you straight to Hades. Iyun sneered. Report your name if you have the guts. That middle-aged man laughed loudly. I'm the famous flaming demon lion. How about it? You little bastard are scared. Just then, the system gave him a direct explanation. The flaming demon lion is a 10,000-year-old magical beast in the Jioli forest. If you take his blood you will automatically gain the following skills. Lion King Charm, can be used in the Imperial air realm to attract any beautiful woman. Lion's Roar, can stun any creature within a 10-mile radius, and can be unlocked at the Lingxiao realm. King of all beasts, with his noble bloodline, he can suppress any other kind of magical beasts in the Jioli forest. Unlocked by the Lingxiu realm. Right at this moment, that flame demon lion had already released his King of the Jungle bloodline pressure. Iyun, however, was very quiet here and greeted the flame demon lion as if nothing had happened. I say big cat, if you want to fight, fight. What are you fuming about? The King of Beasts skill has another, blessed feature, which is agility speed strength. After the flame demon lion was enraged, it viciously slapped its palm towards Iyun. Although Iyun had realized it a long time ago, he still did not dodge and was slapped on the shoulder by him just to hear a click. An arm had been broken. The body flew out backwards and hit a tree, then rebounded back to the feet of the flame demon lion. The flaming demon lion didn't take the opportunity to eat him, but instead stepped on his chest and said viciously, Tell me where you hid that woman, and if you don't cooperate, I'll eat you in one bite. Iyun did not reply, and the other party viciously stomped on Iyun's 7 orifices. His head tilted and he died. The flame demon lion had a rather proud character and didn't care to eat anything other than magical beasts, and seeing this weak human, it had even less appetite. Alas, Let's give this two-legged goat to those low-level magical beasts to enjoy. I still have to go back to cultivate. Just as he tore his feet away and walked away, Yun's body suddenly glowed with a white light as the injuries on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long afterward, he stood up again with vigor. This was exactly the benefit of the Fire Phoenix body. Having the skill of Nirvana rebirth, he wiped away the blood that remained at the corner of his mouth and thought to himself, "Damn wild bobcat, you forced me to do it." He decisively took out the Taotai blood and swallowed it. Within moments, he felt a warm energy fill his body, and then he roared, "Wild bobcat, come back if you have the balls. I want to fight you for real." That flame demon lion didn't go far away, and when it heard him shouting like that, it turned around and walked back. Seeing him alive and well, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick the tip of his nose. "Damn two-legged goat. What a cockroach that can't be beaten to death. This time I'll stomp you to death. Let's see if you die." Yun sneered. It's still not clear who will trample who to death. The fiery demon lion repeated the same technique and slapped Yun's cheek. Yun did not panic and used his hand to cover it. The flame demon lion sneered. "Is this king slap something that a two-legged sheep like you can block? Childish." Which no. His great lion paw shot to the other arm. Not only did not come from the sound of broken bones and tendons, but on the other side of the body exudes a kind of irresistible power, firmly sucked in his arm. Wicked. What kind of damn skill is this? How is it so powerful to such an extent that I'm also unconvinced? Yun sneered. Taotai blood. Innate skill infinite devouring. Taotai had a very awesome innate skill, which was infinite devouring. No matter if it was a physical object, an object or an overly illusory immortal power magic, as long as it is encountered by him, it will be ruthlessly devoured. The flame demon lion then felt the strength in his body disappear little by little. A great fear arose in his heart and he struggled hard. It was fine if he didn't struggle, but when he struggled so much, the faster the power drained from his body, causing him to scream out in despair. But encountering Taotai only counted as him not practicing in his past life, and in a short while, the entire lion was sucked into a dried-up animal skin, not even bones. After a while longer, even the beast's skin disappeared, as if this flame demon lion had never existed. Seeing that the power of devouring was still going to devour those plants and trees around him, Yun snapped to alertness and hurriedly retracted this skill. Sparingly, some of the surrounding exotic flowers and plants that were composed of heaven and earth aura were also devoured by it. It was too heavenly, this skill. After devouring it, he thought of a crucial question. The fiery demon lion is just gone, but what about the demon lion's blood? Just then a system alert was heard. Congratulations to the host for refining the blood of the demon lion, and will automatically gain the following skills. Lion King Charm can be used in the Imperial air realm to attract any beautiful woman. Lion's Roar can stun any creature within a 10-mile radius, and can be unlocked at the Lingxiao realm. King of all beasts, with his noble bloodline, he can suppress any other kind of magical beasts in the Jiuli forest. Unlocked by the Lingxiu realm. Due to the fact that the host utilized the high-speed rail skill to devour all of the energy of the flame demon lion, he will cross over the refined law and royal air realms and directly break through to the Lingxiao intermediate level. Yun was overjoyed in his heart. In that case, wouldn't this Gonzi be able to rely on elimination skills to accumulate unlimited energy and directly become a saint? The system replied coldly. Infinitely sucking the energy of the other party does not improve the host's realm. Instead, the more energy of the same kind is saved up. Due to the host's bloodline not being broadened with new spirit beast blood, it will burst and die. Ian realized that what the blood of the spirit beasts brought to him was not an increase in power, but was responsible for widening his blood veins in order to accommodate a stronger power. It looks like I need to keep searching for the blood of high-level spirit beasts, or else this elimination skill could kill me. The system continued to instruct him that, given the host's diligent cultivation, converting all the energy he absorbed into his own, the bloodline the host now possesses is sufficient to support him up to the Xianmei realm, and then he'll directly be able to swallow the blood of the heavenly dragon. Ian realized that Xianya Dance was hiding in the critical space where the treasures were hidden, and he was afraid that he would get hungry after staying there for a long time. So, he hurriedly took out his space key and released Chiba Mai. Who knows? Chiba Mai couldn't help but look at him with her eyes shining with little stars. Master, you're too handsome. The tenderness was like water, practically melting Ian. Ian thought to himself, now that I'm at the intermediate level of the Lingxiao realm, I'm in the same realm as her, so I shouldn't have to deliberately hold back this time. He was just about to hug and kiss Chiba Mai when he suddenly received another red exclamation mark from the system. Warning to the host. Rooming with a woman of a higher realm has its own consequences. Ian froze for a moment before he detected Thousand Leaf Dance's realm with his heart, and he could not help but be astonished. The latter had been hiding in the critical space for less than an hour, and now he had actually broken through to the early Xuanwu realm of the Xuanwu fourth realm. he asked with great curiosity. Dance. How did you cultivate so fast? Chiba thought for a moment before saying. I found 10 golden stones in that treasure trove, and I couldn't help it. Holding them in the palm of my hand and playing with them, who knows that accidentally all these stones turned into 7 colored gases, which I breathed in, and then this is what happened. Stone? Ian froze for a moment, then remembered that these genius geomancers were originally not ordinary stones but were directly transformed from the aura of heaven and earth. When they saw the right person, they would directly reduce it to heaven and earth aura to be absorbed by the other person. And since Chiba liked glowing stones so much, it must be the light attribute. So he asked in a whisper, are you a light attribute? Chiba replied very seriously. Anyway, when the sun's light shines on me, my fighting power increases exponentially. As to why this is so, I don't know yet. That's right then. Yun was greatly energized and said, let's go. Let's look around this forest again and see what other ungrateful magical beasts come out to rob us. Finding that Chiba still unapologetically called for him to hug, away he was secretly wary in his heart and hurriedly put away the Lion King's charm that was attached to him. Only in this state will Chiba dance be normal. It was a pity that the two of them wandered around the Jioli forest for quite a while, but they didn't find any spirit beasts coming out. Yun couldn't help but yell out. There are 2 rookie 2-legged sheep here who are lost. Do any of the Wraith brothers want to find food? What he didn't know was that not far from the bottom of his feet lay a Tongtian python, but the python was too dead to come out. He had heard Yun shouting and thought in his heart, do you think I'm stupid? So powerful king of all beasts told you to clean up. If I go out, won't I give you 1,000 years of snake gall? Yun turned around several times coming and going, and no magical beasts came out to fight him. Just then, the system gave him another big exclamation point. Warning to the host, do not dry up. You must leave within 3 minutes or suffer the consequences. Ian realized that he was now super powerful, and if he was allowed to hunt magical beasts here, it would call for the aura in the Jioli forest to break its roots. This is the law of heaven and earth, which can never be tolerated. He also knew the power of the heavenly tribulation and didn't dare to stay here much longer. Performing the skill of Phoenix Wings heavenly soaring, he hugged Chiba and flew towards Bianjing City together. The speed of the Phoenix Wings heavenly soaring was quite fast, and it didn't take more than an hour to have long landed at the entrance of the Jishi Academy. I was just about to go to my teacher to resume my duties with him when I was greeted with a bear hug from a handsome young man. Chiba Dance flashed to the side at fire speed, like a frightened deer, and almost at the same moment, Zhao Zilong had already picked up Yun. Where have you been, boss? I've missed you. It was his newest little brother, Changshan martial god Zhao Zilong, whose appearance at the moment made him a bit skeptical as to whether this was the real Zhao Yun or not. Zilong, don't you have class? Zhao Zilong spat out his tongue. You don't know that in the lineage of martial arts, I'm at the top of my game, and now I'm waiting to break through to the next realm, and my teacher told me to come out and look for a chance. Yun was very curious. Did you find any chance? Zhao Zilong smiled very flatteringly. Isn't it true that as soon as I came out, I ran into you? Boss, I knew you'd bring me a surprise. Say it, what kind of surprise is it? He held out his long, white hand as he spoke. I'm not a picky eater. Heavenly treasures are welcome. Expensive weapons are not rejected. Take it out. I'll take whatever you give me, Ian said without a trace of anger. You're a resourceful kid. How did you know that I brought back heavenly treasures? Zhao Yun said in a very embarrassed manner. My watchword has the character for dragon in it, so naturally I know whether or not there are any treasures on other people. This was also a good brother of his, and a person he would turn against in the future. And Yun very generously led him to the floor that the two shared. Originally, the two people lived in a dormitory, and then Yun had money and simply funded the entire floor. Zhao Zilong himself lived in a single room, and these few people he led under him lived in another house. Yun summoned a few puppets to hold the doorway, not to hit people and others to come in first. Then very seriously, he said to Zhao Zilong, I can give you what you want, but there's a condition that you have to agree to before I can give you anything. Zhao Zilong said very cheerfully, I've said that I'll hang out with you from now on. Even if you ask me to go with you to the immortal Qin Empire, I'll follow. Yun was smiling, and Zhao Zilong thought about it and patted his chest. In the future, I will sincerely recognize you as my master. Never steal your thunder, and I will never shoot chickens when you tell me to beat a dog. If I break this oath, I will die of internal violence. Yun then felt relieved and patted him on the shoulder. Zilong, you're overstating it. I just wanted an attitude from you. I didn't ask you to take a poisonous oath. Zhao Yun smiled. Isn't this to show a determination to the boss? Without any doubt, Yun directly took out a finger-length red tasseled gun from that temporary space. This is for you. Do you think it fits? Zhao Yun then felt that there was an energy in the short gun that pulsed with his mind, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. That's him. I sense he's quite a throwback to me. Thanks, boss. The little gun had just reached his palm and suddenly disappeared. Zhao Yun's mouth opened wide in shock. Boss, this is really evil. Yun quietly led him to a blank field with Chiba Mai. Try summoning him out with your mind. This thing is nothing compared to Rui's golden hoopstick. Zhao Yun's thoughts had just turned, and there was suddenly an extra 10-foot 2 red tassel spear in his hand, and he followed the trend with a move of the white dragon coming out of the sea, stabbing towards a giant rock on the opposite side of the room. Before the tip of the gun could pierce the gun, it suddenly erupted with an indestructible force and slammed into the boulder, which instantly vaporized. This scared Zhao Yun dumbfounded. Boss, what's going on? Yun said to him as if nothing had happened. This is the dragon's breath gun that I went through a lot of trouble to find for you. It contains the power of the dragon's breath of the heavenly dragon, and it can automatically spit it out when your power is abundant, making it indestructible. It can also surpass the 3rd level realm fighting for up to an hour. Hearing this, Zhao Yun was even more stunned. Jesus Christ, is there actually such a powerful weapon? Where on earth did you get it? Tell my little brother and I'll go up there and get some too. Yun secretly thought in his heart, these are all Taotia's life roots. Told me to loot once just. You want to go again? Nan called him to eat alive. But again, these were his core secrets that should never be shared with anyone else. So he smiled. It's lucky to have one of such unprecedented treasures. How many more do you want? Not only will you be greedy and chew too much, but you'll also be revolted. Zhao Yun said shyly, good baby, who minds too much? Just then, there were many more students around the grounds at some point. Then I heard a man point his finger high and say, who is so bold as to vandalize the classroom grounds? Aren't you afraid of a fine from the teaching office? Yun followed the voice and saw a large fat man of 10 feet tall coming from the opposite side. There were no weapons in his hands, but he wore a pair of metal gloves, and the gentle touch of his hands made a metallic popping sound. There were a couple of guys next to him sucking up to him. Brother Tyrannical Bear's strength is bar none in Jishi Academy. The two boys should pay their fines before it's too late to avoid any future trouble. Zhao Yun seemed to be a bit afraid of that Storm Bear and said very humbly, Senior Storm Bear, I'll pay for damaging the price of the item. Don't make things difficult for the two of them. This Tyrannical Bear was the senior of the martial arts cultivation lineage of the Jishi Academy, and due to his best qualifications, he was now at the peak of the royal heir, and was now serving as the disciplinary inspector of the student council. Zhao Yun didn't want to offend his own line of seniors and pulled out some silver, ready to put things to rest. Who knows? After Stormy Bear took that silver ticket, he casually distributed it to those minions following around him. Since this one is bleeding today, you guys take it and buy some tea to drink. I won't take this money. A junior named Red Hair Strong whispered to him next to him. Brother Bear, shouldn't this money be turned into the instructional office? Storm Bear said indifferently. No more deliveries. I didn't bring a hair order with me today, so I'll let it go this time, and double it next time he makes a mistake. A nearby junior stirred up compliments. Brother Bear is mighty. Brother Bear is wise. Stormy Bear also had the problem of being man crazy, originally intending to blackmail a few dollars and let Zhao Yun off the hook. When he heard his men kissing ass one after another, he pushed Zhao Yun aside. None of your business. Fuck off. Without waiting for Zhao Yun to react, he arrived in front of Chiba Mai. I saw it. You're the one who stole that stone. Get out, you're fine. After following Yun for so long, he was already able to understand what the people around him were saying, so he didn't move and responded. I'm just a poor student with no money. Don't look for trouble from me. I'm not something you can mess with. Storm Bear's eyes had let out a different kind of glow, and playfully bent down to touch Chiba Mai's cheeks. No money who believe call brother to search. If really cannot search, naturally we'll let you go. The minions next to him cooed together. Bear, search carefully, don't miss any place. Beside this group of people, there were many other students gathered around, from either vein, but these people watched Xion's gang act recklessly here, and no one dared to speak. Intent on increasing Chibiusa's fear, Storm Bear moved rather slowly. The lapdogs next to him followed suit. I say that rookie who just came here. Your little woman called someone to bully her. Don't even dare to stand up for herself? What a shrunken head turtle. Yun's heart was very disdainful, and not only did he not bother, he instead pulled back Zhao Yun, who was almost ready to storm off. That's just a dumbass. Why lower your IQ? He chose to put things to rest here, but Stormy Bear didn't appreciate him and thought that the other party was afraid of him, so he recklessly molested Chiba Dance. This face is flushed like a ripe apple. It's so cute. Why don't you follow me? You're guaranteed to have a good time. However, before his that could touch Chiba Mai, he was unconsciously lifted up by his opponent. He struggled hard on all fours. I'm warning you to let go of me. Do you know who my father is? He's a member of this school's board of trustees, and if you piss him off, you're not going to get away with it. Chiba Mai looked around, and with no place to put it, she slammed it down hard. Storm Bear screamed miserably, spat out a mouthful of salty blood, and collapsed to the ground without moving. Thinking of his disgusting appearance just now, Chiba Mai's eyes showed a ferocious glint as she stomped on his neck, drew out a small knife, and stabbed it down towards the location of his heart. Just then Ian shouted, "Don't kill him!" His words were an irresistible command in Chiba Mai's psyche, and the other man just raised his knife and stopped it in the air like that. "Don't you need bear bile? I want to dig it up for you." Hearing this, the storm bear, who had already been dropped, almost spat out bile. "Woman, spare my life. My name is Stormy Bear, but I'm not really a bear. I'm a human being. You're a bit unreliable if you say that." Chiba Mai looked at him with a wry smile. "There really isn't any bear bile." Stormy Bear was scared and hurriedly conceded. "There really isn't. If I lie to you, I'm willing to bet a family account book." Ian gently picked up Chiba Mai. "You've already beaten him like that. Give him a break. It pulls you down to talk to such fools." Chiba Mai, who had been bursting with battle power just a moment ago, had turned into a quiet and cute little girl this time. Look at the crowd next to you and be amazed. It turns out that this harmless little girl is the ceiling of battle power. I wonder what realm she's in when she can lift up people at the peak of the Imperial air. Not only were these people emboldened, even Zhao Zilong was impressed. Gosh, Chiba Mai is actually this strong. I really underestimated her before. People can't look like people. At first he thought he was the best. Who is the hero of all time to me? Seeing Chiba Mai act this way, one doesn't feel very discouraged. Yun patted his shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. You've still got a chance. Want to go eat roast goose with me?" Zhao Yun suddenly said as if he remembered something. "Boss, I just realized that my current strength is a piece of trash. If you want to eat, you guys go eat by yourselves. I still have to go cultivate." After saying that, he ran towards the cultivation field without looking back. Ian held Chiba Dance and turned around to leave, when he heard the bear hugger behind him, saying viciously, "You've always looked strange. You've got the guts to give your name so I can know which hero I've planted under." Yun stood still. "Which student is unconvinced? Feel free to come over and give advice. No need to wait until later." Seeing that the Chiba Mai in his arms was so powerful, no one knew how powerful he really was. Hearing him call the number publicly, these people wimped out in seconds. After waiting for a while and not seeing anyone come over to challenge him, Ian gave a contemptuous cut and walked towards his dormitory without looking back. Just then, someone behind him shouted at him in exasperation. "What's the use of being ruthless now? Have the guts to capture the entire Academy of Wuji." It turns out that every year the 5 veins of the Jishi Academy elect their own chiefs, and there is also an ultimate competition between these chiefs, and the person who wins this competition is known as Wuji. He still didn't turn around when he heard the sound of his opponent's challenge. "You'll see me on the playing field, but only if there's someone among you who can do it, and stupidity is not an option." After dropping this sentence, he returned to his dormitory without turning his head. When he returned, he found that his men had long since finished their training and were waiting for him in the dormitory. "Boss, you're back. The martial vein competition is about to begin. Are you ready?" Yun was surprised. "If I didn't come back, weren't you guys able to participate in the battle as well?" Xiang Yu gave a bitter smile. "We are not official students and are not qualified to participate in the battle. The only one who can represent the founder lineage in the battle is yourself." Ian then remembered that his teacher had given him the words that the founder would naturally be promoted to chief himself due to the lack of other disciples. Then, when it came time for the great competition of the chiefs of the 5 veins, one would have to meet the highest hands of these 5 veins. "I don't know if I can defeat them to take the position of Wuji at that time. These would still have to be tested through actual battles, and he couldn't be bothered with that right now. So he took out a few treasures from his own treasure space and distributed them to these few people around him. He gave them all away according to each other's specialties, and when they saw the treasures he had pulled out, they were all very happy to thank him. The next day it wasn't until after sunrise that Yun was woken up by Chiba Mai, and at some point, she had already brought in the face-washing water. "Hurry up and get up. Young master's sister wants to see you. She's been waiting for half a day." Shayasiwai was from the Jishi Academy's warlock lineage, and the two had only had a one-sided encounter at the entrance of the Shangshur merchant's house, and had never seen each other since. I wonder what she came to see her about. Today, Shanya Dance served Yun to get up and waited for him to finish washing before accompanying him out. Xiao Siming has been waiting outside for a long time. Ainli and Flirtatious Wind are talking with her. Xiang Yu can't intervene and simply retreated to guard outside the living room. Shayasiwai seemed to be smiling. "Mr. Yun has a lot of good luck with sex." Yun did not explain even with a faint smile. "Seeing as I'm laughing, I don't know what my fellow Xiaoxi seeks from me." Shayasiwai was about to speak. Yun saw his melancholy and said, "We are all schoolmates, so feel free to speak." It was only then that the major said, I know that your excellency is rich and powerful, and I would like to ask you to help me rescue someone from the Hangzhou jail. Yi Yun froze for a moment. What person? A poor one. But she's worth saving, and all I can do is come and beg. Xiaoxi sighed and continued. She was remarried, husband beat all over the body. Had no choice but to go to the government to sue her husband for domestic violence. In accordance with the laws of the Great Song Dynasty, the wife sued her husband. Even if justified, will be sentenced to 3 years in prison. So was arrested in the prison. Yi Yin nodded his head and knew the end. Are you asking me to pay to ransom the person? Xiaoxi said very anxiously. She's also one of our schoolmates. A woman of rare talent in the world. And the governor who's imprisoning them is a Taoist scholar. And the most talented women are quite hateful. So I'm afraid he'll be extraordinarily mistreated. Yi Yun nodded. That's almost like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Xiaoxi finally got anxious. As long as Lord Yun is willing to do me this favor, I will definitely return the favor and do something for you in the future. Yi Yun also knew that it was difficult to move an inch in this world without connections. So he asked, anything? Xiaoxi's face flushed. That thing won't work. Which one? Yi Yun smiled. Xiaoxiwei stomped his foot anxiously. That thing is that thing. Why ask so many questions? Seeing that he was annoyed, Yi Yun then collected his smile. I'm bound to help you with this favor. When do I leave? Xiaoshi said. Now. Yi Yun suddenly thought. Senior sister Daxin's strength is far superior to mine. Why don't you ask him to help? Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. It was meant to be kept a secret. But you are the chief of the founder's lineage. And we're not supposed to be competitive. So there's no harm in telling you. My sister is competing for the position of Wuji. And is practicing diligently. So she doesn't have the time to split up. Yi Yun was like a stalk in his throat. Almost choked and turned his back. Being despised. Am I that good? It was only then that Xiaoxi realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly remedied the situation. It's not so much that you're a vegetable, but that your lineage of Fonzies is as good as ever. And it's not your responsibility. It's just that you chose the wrong direction. Yi Yun looked at him as if pleading. I say, Missy, give me some face, okay? Aren't you making it worse? Xiaoxi was very embarrassed and stopped talking. Yi Yun's realm had skyrocketed, and combined with his phoenix wings heavenly soaring, he could take up to 10 people flying in the sky. These people were naturally all very excited to be taken to heaven by him, and arrived at Hangzhou City with great speed. Xiaoxi said anxiously, the school sister is being held in the capital city prison. The suit only gave us 1 day's bail time. After this time, in what happens, we have to bear the consequences. Although Yi Yun didn't have that much money in his hand, he was carrying a mobile goddess of fortune, flirtatious wind. Gold fills the sky, silver lays the ground, and finally gets a visit to the prison. The men entered the prison at the same time, and were then taken to the women's side of the prison, where they could only hear the screams of those crying inside. There were also mournful cries of injustice, and even more cries of kill me quickly. Yi Yun knew that these people did not know what kind of torture they had been subjected to, but he did not have the intention to care. After all, there's no point in being that good old boy when you don't know what crime the other guy committed. The woman who brought them here said, it is our master to give you Jixia Academy face. This is to find a single room for him. A day of grace. Want a ransom, hurry to prepare the money. And then late we can be tortured. At that time, she will be skinned even if she doesn't die. Just then, only the voice of a talented woman chanting poetry could be heard coming from the single room. Live as a man, die as a ghost. And to this day think of Xiang Yu and refuse to cross the Jiangdong. Yi Yun's mind moved. Could it be her? As he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a mangaka next to him get excited. Boss, there's a beautiful woman pining for me. I finally realized how attractive I am. Turning his head to look at the voice, he saw Xiang Yu dancing with his hands, being separated from Yu Ji for a long time. His heart also grew grass, and when he heard the voice of a beautiful woman, he lost some control. Yi Yun hammered him on the shoulder without any good humor. Stop being so self-absorbed there. People are just being metaphorical. Xiang Yu touched the back of his head. Who says I won't cross Jiangdong? When I traveled around with my uncle in my early years, I came and went several times. Come on, Les. People didn't say anything about you. Are you really out of your mind? Yi Yun was impatient. Xiang Yu is still a bit unconvinced. But he mentioned me. After Yi Yun dropped a sentence mentioning that has nothing to do with you either. He quickened his pace and directly ran towards the single cell. Xiang Yu is now not overly puzzled. Why is mentioning me not relevant to me as well? How dare you obstruct my chance to meet with a beautiful woman? Boss, you're too desperate. Before he could finish spitting, Yi Yun had already arrived in front of the stone door. I heard the forbidden woman shout to the inside. Li Qingzhao, someone is coming to visit the prison. The cell door opened only to find a beautiful woman in plain clothes sitting alone on a simple bed next to it. Although he knew from Xiaoxiwei's mouth that this beautiful woman was no longer young, but looking at his face it was no different from a woman in her flowery years. Is this the famous song female lyricist Li Qingzhao? Yi Yun knows that she is talented and beautiful but the fate of the poor. Whenever you read his popular lyrics cannot help but sympathize with the heart. Seeing her in person today, she was actually 10 times more beautiful than she had imagined. So she couldn't help but get carried away. Xiao Siwei grabbed in front of him and rushed over to hug Li Qingzhao. Don't be afraid. Senior sister. I've invited someone to save you. The female jailer. She sued her husband. According to our great Song law, she must be sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. The governor master said, as long as you pay the bail of 10,000 taels of silver, this person you can lead away now. Right at this moment, Yi Yun received a system instruction. Gaining the heart of Li Qingzhao, comprehension is increased by 20%. Without hesitation, Yi Yun said, there's no problem with the money. Who do I give it to? I don't want any subsequent repetitions, said he drew out a stack of silver tickets, each 200 taels probably more than 50, produced by the Four Seas passage chambers, and exchanged throughout the 6 countries. This female jailer saw the money and was beaming. You can claim this man now. I'll issue you a release certificate. Money is absolute hard currency. As long as you have it, anything goes. Just then, a cool voice was suddenly heard saying, no need. I'll take the 3 years imprisonment myself. There's not a single good thing in a stinking man. Yi Yun froze for a moment. Senior sister. I was commissioned by senior sister Xiaosiwei to come and ransom you. Why do you say that? Li Qingzhao sneered. You give off an evil aura. Enough to show that your intentions are not so pure. You are trying to cheat money and sex. Xiaosi was in a hurry and said, Senior sister, Eunuch Yun was indeed invited here by me. He doesn't look like the kind of person you said he was. Li Qingzhao said coldly. He's got it in his mind right now to trick me onto the couch. Or else how he's going to show his disgusting ugliness in front of me. Yi Yun froze for a moment. My mind missed the mark for such a moment, but he actually knew about it as well. This woman has some material. Li Qingzhao's eyes showed a hint of contempt. My ex-husband, Zhang Ruzhou, was bad enough. I can't imagine that you are even worse than him. Luckily I had a sudden epiphany and learned to read minds, or else I would have been tricked again by a despicable villain like you. Hearing that Li Qingzhao did not buy it, that jailer froze for a moment. That when the bail receipt was not written, Li couldn't look away. Lord, why don't you explain? Not hitting the fox caused a mess. What the hell? Our good intentions have been treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. Li Qingzhao looked disdainful. You vulgar, despicable, unwritten crazy girl, don't talk to me. You. Li was also anxious and said, this woman doesn't know what's good for her. Lord, let's go. However, Xiaosiwei stopped him. Please, Mr. Yun, save my senior sister. The flirtatious wind next to him looked away. Isn't it just that she can show off her literary skills? What's the big deal? She deserves to suffer in jail. Who spoiled her? Looking at her in a military uniform, Li Qingzhao looked down even more. A woman's family to learn people to show their faces home dancing sword and sword. What is the behavior? I'm afraid that until you die, you do not know what the benefits of knowing books and reasoning? Flirtatious wind was also anxious. How do you know I'm not knowledgeable? Make us a poem if you can. Flirtatious wind was aroused with fighting spirit. I'm not afraid of you. Listen, said he. Opened his mouth and began to chant, singing and dancing at the same time, to quite out of Li Qingzhao's surprise, who was not beautiful in the springtime, but sad in the fall. The smoke is still low, and I don't know what to expect. The fragrance of the laurel is a self-inflicted worm, and love is lost in the moth eyebrows. Sitting down to see the fragrance rest, emaciated and empty. After an 8-character poem was sung, the dance also ended, as if the Lingbo fairy was dancing, but taught the audience to look dumbfounded. Li Qingzhao was also shocked. This is the grievance poem composed by Flirtatious Wind under Shurchong, the richest man in Western Qin Dynasty. Where did you copy it from? Flirtatious Wind sneered. Now that I'm the head escort and dancer under Prince Yun, as long as I give the order, the 300 black armored army can storm any city. Hearing that she was the Flirtatious Wind, Li Qingzhao was a little surprised but apparently did not really agree with the poem. The poems of the 6 dynasties were all following the will, not speaking of meter, and although the words were sad and sincere, there were many criticisms in terms of rhythm. Just now when you sang them, did you also feel that some of the words and phrases had to be voiced differently? For example, pronouncing the flat tones as upper tones, and singing the deprecatory tones as flat tones? Flirtatious Wind had also heard the poetry made by Li Qingzhao, much more moving than his own. After listening to it, he hid behind Yi Yun with a ferocious face. At this time, Xiang Yu spoke. This senior sister is quite bitter. Why don't we save him? I don't think we can see death and save him, Li said as she glared at him fiercely. What's the use of saving a woman who doesn't know what she's doing? To reap her contempt? Li Qingzhao let out a cold laugh. He is also worthy of me. Good words? Who knew that Yi Yun came up stubborn? He came in front of Li Qingzhao and stared at him without any fear. Li Qingzhao with the torture device on her body to avoid it. It is a little slow. Cannot help but be a little panicked. What do you want to do? Yi Yun said word for word. You thought it was good. I just want to pick you up, and also to get into the bridal chamber tonight. Li Qingzhao heard the pretty face pale with anger. Said to that jailer, this big sister. I don't accept early bail. I just want to be quiet and stay in jail long enough for 3 years. You let them out of here. Due to Zhang Ruzhou's deception of her, it made her never trust any man again. Upon hearing these ill-advised words, Yi Yun not only did not get angry, but instead became more and more frustrated. He suddenly drew out a 200 taels silver ticket and handed it to the female cell head. Keep this 200 taels silver for tea. I have something to ask. The female cell head hurriedly nodded her head. As long as you don't hijack the prison, any request is fine. Yi Yun smiled and said, I don't have that kind of guts. I just want to beg you, take this female prisoner to accompany me on a tour of this female prison. Tell me to open my eyes, and I'll be out in a minute. These few people around him also wanted to follow. Yi Yun waved his hand. It's fine for you guys to just wait outside the cell door. Tell this big sister to rest assured. It won't take me more than an hour to come out. This female jailer did not dare to make a decision on her own, and held it to the female custodian. And the other party took the 400 taels of silver tickets that Yi Yun had honored him with. Eyebrows open with a smile brought a moment female jailer escorted Li Qingzhao. Walked out with him. Li Qingzhao was shocked. You are trampling on my dignity. The female jailer smiled skin deep. You've been in jail, and you're still talking about dignity or not. In this place, your bullshit dignity isn't worth a penny. As if to prove her majesty, she forced those jailers to kowtow to Yi Yun by pressing Li Qingzhao. The other man was not convinced and looked at him angrily. The female old man sneered and said with great disdain, just asking you to accompany this gentleman on a tour of the prison. So be glad. The day before yesterday your neighboring jail's murderer of her husband's female prisoner, Lin Yunu, although she will not be beheaded until after the fall. In these few days, in addition to doing heavy labor, she will have to go to accompany the warden, the governor's lord, and the governor at night. Hearing this, Li Qingzhao was like falling into an ice cave, and only now did he realize that he still thought too brightly of prison. Yi Yun smiled. Yi Yun is a talented woman. I have always admired her as well. Quickly help her up. That scene just now was actually a lynching in the prison as well. Not to mention the governor's lord. Even the warden of this prison didn't know about it. General prisoners encountered this situation. Calling for heaven and earth do not work. There is no way but to recognize the bad luck. Li Qingzhao, however, vaguely felt that she had to go through much more than that, and her mind prepared for the worst expectations. The group looked over the women's prisons one by one, and the first place they went was to a female prisoner who had just been admitted. An eerie voice was heard coming from inside. Zhang Wazi, the Lord Transit Envoy has taken a liking to you. As long as you serve him well, you'll have a better time in this prison. Yi Yun and the others entered this prison cell. Those jailers inside were just about to salute when they were stopped by the female jailer and told them to continue. Yi Yun also saw that Zhang Wazi was only 22 or 23 years old, and although she was plainly dressed, she was also quite a bit of a looker. Just listen to her. I have a husband. I'd rather die than do such a thing. Otherwise I won't have the face to see my husband when I go out 3 years from now. The words did not fall suddenly. Was a few like a wolf like a tiger jailer back sheer hands fell on the beam, followed by a whip. The woman screamed as she was lashed with blood. Yet when the female jailer asked him if he would like to accompany the Lord Transporter, she bit back a strand of hair and twisted her head. Then I heard the jailer break out and say, "You've become a prisoner. What's the point of talking about chastity? Here I'm in charge. No one cares if you just shout your throat out." He tried to draw again, but was stopped by the female jailer. "It won't be fresh if it's broken. Put some medicine on him, then feed her the Hopi wine and send it to the transit ambassador master's residence." A good woman was carried away after being mesmerized, and Li Qingzhao suddenly broke out to curse Yi Yun. "Don't you pride yourself on being a good person? Why don't you save people? Aren't you rich? Why don't you redeem even her?" Just listen to the female jailer. "Transporter master, no one can afford to offend. Even if there is money, do not want to go out. Why do you guys so do not know how to be good? Ask too much is also a heart disease. Understand?" Yi Yun also shook his head. He wasn't the kind of rotten good guy who could help the world. Not to mention that he didn't know what crime this woman had committed, so why force his way out of this? Besides, there are so many suffering people in the world. Can we save them all? Several people exited the room, and suddenly they were in another jail cell. Just then, a cloaked woman was suddenly seen in a state of disorientation tying a white damask to the beams of the room, standing on a stool and stomping so hard that her body dangled in the air. Li Qingzhao still could not bear it, and hurriedly called for help. When the man was put down, he found that his tongue had been spat out and he had long since lost his breath. Her tears flowed instantly. How did this happen? How could I? At this time, the female jailer who was guarding this rooming house came over and retrieved a letter of repudiation from the female corpse, then explained to Yun. This woman was sentenced to 5 years, but in these 5 years, although she is not a greenhouse girl, she is worse than a greenhouse girl. Tomorrow she will be released from prison, but she received a letter of repudiation from her husband's family. This is no face to live. Seeing these jailers in the building just now, forcing these women to do things they weren't happy to do, it was clear that this women's prison wasn't that simple. All of these people were forced to do so, but they were still not tolerated by those on the outside. The female jailer looked at Li Qingzhao and said, "We also know that you are famous. The above wants to see how many of your relatives and friends are willing to come to ransom you, and only gave a 9-day deadline. Today is the 8th day. If no one ransoms you again, we will have to submit to the above arrangements." Li Qingzhao's body shivered and asked in a trembling voice, "Having caused a human life, aren't you afraid of pursuing the responsibility? Your guts are really too big too, aren't they?" The female jailer hemmed and hawed. "It's not normal for people to die in this place. Just report a death from disease and no one will pursue it. What did you expect?" Yun sighed. No wonder the Song dynasty fell so quickly. So there were all these dark secrets. Who knows? Li Qingzhao suddenly went down the decision. "I'm willing to go out with you. You paid out 10,000 taels of silver for me, and I'll pay you back as soon as I can." Yun heatedly smiled and took out, from his storage ring, 10,000 taels of silver tickets and handed them to the female jailer. The old woman filled out the bail slip and handed it to Yun. "Now this man is yours. Take him away at once. The male is indeed a good tactician." Yun led Li Qingzhao out of the cell door, and Xiao Siwei hurriedly greeted him. "Elder sister, you're finally willing to step out of your cell?" Thinking of those tragic events that happened in the prison just now, Li Qingzhao's heart was in deep sorrow, and not wanting to say more, she changed the topic. "Schoolgirl Xiaoxi, do you have 10,000 taels of silver in your hand? I want to return it to this person." Although Yun had offered him money to save him, somehow he instinctively loathed Yun as soon as he saw that smile, and only wanted to disassociate himself from him as soon as possible and go his own way. Xiaoshi gave a bitter laugh. "My senior sister, if I really had 10,000 taels of silver, would I still open my mouth with schoolmate Yun? Just don't keep looking at him like that. He's actually a very good person." In response to this comment, Li Qingzhao was very disapproving and said very coldly, "You few come with me." She herself was a high achiever of the bachelor lineage, and in this world of cultivation for everyone in the immortal plane, she also had a notable cultivation level. At this time, he actually also reached the early Tongshan realm, only that this cultivation level of his didn't grow much in terms of combat power, but instead, it all grew in his stance as well as his literature. Her movements were quite fast, and she seemed to be walking in an ordinary way, but it was like drifting in a lingering wave. Yun bristled, looking down on who? Then using the phoenix wings heavenly soaring, all of these people showed their abilities, and in a short while, they followed him to a very elegant small courtyard. This side is Li Qingzhao to Linen after the purchase of the residence. Not long ago the local scoundrel Zhang Rougeau door to cheat money and sex, and later taken away by the government, to the present and left Li Qingzhao alone. She led the group to the study, then opened a safe locked with a golden lock and took out some gold stone topographies from it. These things are tadpoles photocopied down from the food of the Xiang Dynasty. They can be worth a lot of money in the world of goldsmiths. As long as you take them and sell them, they are enough to be able to offset your 10,000 taels of yellow and white goods. Take them away, and don't ask me to see you again in the future. The so-called golden silk blood is the ancient study of oracle bone or gold text. Only those great people studied not the literary art of these texts, but from the level of calligraphy to do research. Among them, Li Qingzhao and her first husband Zhao Mingqing are the best, and they have preserved a lot of cultural relics of the ancient goldsmith's stone topographies. She was a bit reluctant to take these topographies out of her hands, and Yun just shook his head contemptuously as he took a look right at his hands. "It's just a love letter from Yin to Chihi. What's so precious about it?" Yin was the founding prime minister of the Xiang dynasty, and Xia Shi was the queen of Xia Jie, the last king of the Xia dynasty, but Yin was the first love of Xia Shi. I can't imagine that these oracle bones that Li Qingzhao printed off were actually love poems written by Yin to Xia Shi. Li Qingzhao froze for a moment. "You recognize it?" Yun sneered. "When it comes to researching this, you are the one." Very disdainfully, he stuck out his thumb and fell back. With that, he had a fervent chant. "The bright starlight is not what you expect. I would like to return to the mountains and forests together." Li Qingzhao's face changed drastically. He really knows. Li Qingzhao's face was full of little stars. "Do you really know the oracle bone script?" Yun in his heart silently grateful to a goldsmith in his previous life, acknowledgement to recognize the oracle bone text of that great power. Without you, this field I cannot hold down. In his heart, he said with great complacency, you might as well see which words are the same in here to know if I'm translating correctly. Li Qingzhao was erudite and had long noticed this. She smiled slightly and took out another gold stone topiary. How about this one? Yi Yun shook his head. Since you don't care to socialize with me, and I don't want this so-called treasure of yours, let's part ways and never meet again. After saying this, he politely bid farewell to Xiang and led a few of his own men along with his best friend Zhao Yun, and sailed away. Without going far, suddenly someone from behind called out in a delicate voice, Mr. Yun, please wait. Just as he turned his head, he realized that there was one more running, sweaty beauty in front of him. Yi Yun froze for a moment. Master Ian, what are you doing? Li Qingzhao's face flushed and she said very shyly, I apologize for my arrogance and rudeness earlier, and now I've decided that I'm willing to go with you. Yi Yun froze for a moment, but I know nothing about composing poems and filling in lyrics, and I can beat up 18 old white faces like Zhang Ruzhou. Aren't you afraid that the pearl will be cast into darkness? Li Qingzhao found the feeling of her first love in Ian's body, and meditatively felt that her ex-husband, Zhao Mingcheng, had not died, but transformed into the person in front of her. She didn't know why she was under this delusion. A very wise voice in her mind told her, this man is toxic. If you want to stay late, don't go near him. But in contrast to this voice, another very impulsive and very raging voice also told her, go with him. Don't care about anything, don't be concerned about anything, he will bring you more surprises. As a result, she was hot-headed and made a direct statement. I don't care. If I don't go with you this time, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Even if you do harm me, I'll never regret it. The former Li Qingzhao was quite sensible and could easily see the essence of problems. Who knows? Today that kind of brainless words came out of his mouth, all of which froze Yi Yun in his tracks. Instead of laughing at the other man's irrationality, he was a touch touched now. So he put his hand out. Now that you've thought about it, come on, you're mine from now on. Li Qingzhao, however, responded with an incomparably blazing action and jumped directly into his arms. You take me away, to the ends of the earth. I never want to go back to this cold nest again. Ian also couldn't help but wrap his arms around his slender waist, his lips attached to his ear and whispered, you won't regret your choice today. He was answered with an inaudible aha. Not to mention that Ian Li and Flirtatious Wind beside them were dumbfounded. Even Chiba Mai, who hadn't moved an inch, had a lost look on her face, but she was very understanding and hid away and didn't go over to bother them. Our Shandong hunk Xiang Yu suddenly remembered his Yuji and couldn't wait to fly to her side. The only one who was awake on earth was Zhao Zilong, who secretly marveled in his heart. The boss is the boss. He can find beautiful women everywhere. When will this kind of luck come to me? Old Zhao? In this moment, he suddenly felt some remorse. The beautiful woman that Zhao Fan gave me back then was no less than Li Qingzhao. But why did my head scream donkey kick? Ian wasted no time in lightly kissing Li Qingzhao's cheeks. Her body was frighteningly hot and her body was unconsciously flaccid. He knew that the night was long and dreamy. This was Zhao Gong's territory. And that day he had also snatched the blood of the heavenly dragon from his hands. Once he was told to realize that he had appeared here, he would not go crazy and retaliate. So, he started to make a phoenix wings heavenly soaring, holding Li Qingzhao and flying high into the sky. Thousand Leaf Dance was now at the early Xian Mare stage and possessed her own flight domain, easily encompassing the right people and taking them into the air together. Everyone very quickly returned to the Jishi Academy. Zhao Yun counted on improving his strength, greeted Yi Yun, and went straight back to his own martial arts cultivation lineage. Xiang Yu left behind a rather poor excuse. It's been a long time since I wrote a love letter to Yuji. Excuse me, and then hurriedly fled. Ignoring the presence of Ian Li and Flirtatious Wind, Xiang threw a wink at Yi Yun before speaking. Originally, I wanted to give my body to you today, but you already have a great beauty of 1,000 beauties by your side, so I had to silently go back to medical treatment of my wounds. Whispering a word to you, you being so amorous will lower your image in my sister's mind. After saying that, he left a provocative look with Flirtatious Wind and Ian Li, and also followed and flashed away. However, Ian Li and Flirtatious Wind did not give Ian the slightest bit of face either, and as Xiao Siwei left, the two of them followed along. Just when Ian felt that it was still Chiba Mai who understood me, he looked down together and that Chiba Mai had also quietly left at an unknown time. It was just very thoughtful to leave a pot of scented tea and an elegant tea set in his bedroom. Li Qingzhao all those gold and stone collections were shipped over, and he couldn't wait to find Yun to translate for himself. But most of that was divination or ritual actualization, and a small portion was a record of celestial events of the time. Most of all, I would like to find a romantic verse like that, but I can't. There was even a large portion of oracle bone inscriptions that even Yun did not recognize. Yi Yun said to the beautiful woman in a very awkward manner. It's embarrassing to be embarrassed in front of a talented woman like you. Who knew that Li Qingzhao, however, was also full of little stars, snuggled in Yi Yun's arms, playing with his buttons, and said tenderly, "You're pretty good if you can recognize more than 1,500 words, but I don't know a single word." Yi Yun's vanity was greatly satisfied, so he called out his own newly invented nickname. "Shine, sing me one of the tunes you've made yourself. I'd love to hear it." Li Qingzhao's later words, although the proportion is more powerful, but also more sad. Today happy to meet the soulmate, where there is a point of sadness? So he found a lute and sang a song called South Point John Lu. Koji strike swing, up lethargic whole slender hand. The dew is thick and the flowers are thin, and the sweat is light. When I saw the guests coming, my socks were covered with gold hairpins and I slipped away. I looked back at the door and smelled the green plums. Singing, when the memories of the young girl came back to the heart constantly lamented, I was born before the king was born, I am already old. Alas! Yi Yun seemed to have sensed her state of mind and was reluctant to bring up such a scene-stealing matter, so he took out some of the pool of lake water he had collected and put it into the tub. He took out some more youth-returning drugs and mixed them in, before coming out and respectfully inviting her to bathe. While the pretty girl went in to bathe, he asked for a guitar in the system and then strummed it softly, singing songs from his original era. "You use mud to pinch a city, said in the future to marry me into the door, turn how many bodies over a few times the door to throw away the youth. A small vow is still not stable, a small tear is still holding up, the tender lips are saying that the separation. You use mud to pinch a city, said in the future to marry me into the door, how many times have you turned through several doors to throw away your youth? A little touched by the rain, a little twisted to cause pain, a little person still cannot kiss." It was a song by the future generation of Zhoudong, with lyrics by Brother Wen Shan, but it was borrowed by Yi Yun. Li Qingzhao was inside concentrating on bathing, when she suddenly heard a voice from outside and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. "What instrument is so beautiful? It's just a pity that it's so shallow. I wonder how beautiful it would be if it could be filled in the words." When I first listened to it, I was a bit disdainful, but as I listened to it, I suddenly remembered those youthful emotions from my childhood. Couldn't help but be captivated by the beautiful melody, the beautiful song. Suddenly there was an urge to go out and find that handsome gentleman and offer him everything. She quickly got out of the bath and inadvertently caught a glimpse of herself in the dressing mirror, luscious as the time of her flower season. Couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. Am I regaining my youth? At this time, but found himself in the hair mixed with a few white hair has disappeared. Full head of green silk, soft silky smooth, just like her heart Fong C3000. Suddenly feeling a slight chill in his body, he subconsciously opened the chamber door and walked out, suddenly realizing that what came out was a flower girl. Yi Yun was stunned. You. Seeing the man's surprised and enthusiastic gaze, the arrogance of her youthful days returned to her once again, and she couldn't help but feel a little smug in her heart, but the face looked rather calm. "You go too." Yi Yun seemed to have harvested some sort of signal and hurriedly ran to the bathing room. Silly look. The corner of Li Qingzhao's mouth gently curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. Naturally, he came to the mantel, spread the brand new mattress, and laid out the big red quilt that showed the mandarin ducks playing in the water. Without waiting to think anything, the man had already washed up and stepped out wrapped in a side towel as well. The beauty curled up and sat on the edge of the bed, gently asking, "That tune just now, did you make it yourself?" Yi Yun had long been stunned by her beauty and nodded dumbly. "That's nice." The beauty gently swiped the broken hair from her face. "I've got a great tune too. Want to hear it? I just want to sing it to you too." The man with the stupid look nodded again. The beauty held back the laughter in her heart, lightly opened her vermilion lips, and sang out, indeed an improvised piece of Long Xiang Si. Peach is not yet in the shade, plum is not yet in the shade, the buds are budding and want to ask the heart, how can the cool wind prohibit the flowers? I'm so happy for you, and 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 I'm so happy for you. At this time, naturally, there was no need to say anything else. Yi Yun gently walked over and hugged the soft and gentle beauty in front of him. The curtains fell gently, a breeze whipped through, and the room was dark. Early the next morning, Yi Yun, who was immersed in a beautiful dream, was gently nudged awake by the person beside his pillow. He opened his eyes and heard Li Qingzhao whisper in his ear, "Chiba Dance has brought the washing water." Yi Yun was then alerted to the fact that he had actually delayed for such a long time by sleeping for the first time. "You know, the old man is going to give himself a lesson today, and that's not good enough." He sat up in a panic, searching for his clothes in the messy pile. Seeing her own luo shirt being ruffled around by him, Li Qingzhao's face turned even redder, gently pressed his hand, flicked out his clothes inside, and threw it in front of his eyes without any good manners, getting on a blank stare from him. Stupid you, how can you even find your clothes? Yun couldn't wait for time to stop and keep the beauty's delicate demeanor at this moment forever. It's just a shame that time waits for no one, and there's less than a quarter of an hour left before my old man's class starts. He ruthlessly cut off the thread of love. Quickly dressed, just at this time, suddenly found that Li Qingzhao has also long been dressed, standing at his side. Only then did he gently open the door to his room and called Chiba Dance in, who was very understanding and knelt down to congratulate Li Qingzhao. Li Qingzhao's face was flushed red as she took off a jade bracelet from her own white wrist and rewarded Chiba Dance. The two of them washed up and walked out together without bothering to eat breakfast. However, she found that several people were looking at the two of them with smiles on their faces. Li Qingzhao was greatly embarrassed, but she still snuggled in Yun's arms, unable to part with him. Zhao Yun laughed. Boss's lustful fortune is simply amazing. When will you give me some My old Zhao is drooling with envy. Yun left a look of contempt and dropped a sentence. Can you kill 1,200 times in Chao's camp? Thinking back to the events leading up to Changban Pa, Zhao Yun was still smug now. Boss, the one you're talking about isn't human anymore. 7 round trips is already my limit. After I finished, I was almost paralyzed. If it wasn't for Ida helping me block it, I would have hung up. Hearing the duo discussing the value of force, Xiang Yu also opened his mouth. What's that to you? I think back in the days when I relied on a king's spear to get in and out whenever I wanted to. That's what I call a hero. A few people were walking and bragging, and before they knew it, it was time to go their separate ways again. Zhao Yun arched his hand and ran to his own lineage of the playground. Yun arrived at the Feng Shi's training ground, only to find Lao Zi waiting for him in the classroom labeled Xiaoman. The 24 seasons here correspond to the 24 realms of cultivation, and Xiaoman symbolizes the cultivator's Lingxiao realm. Yun was shocked and said, although I came back and didn't greet my teacher, he already knows what I've gotten to. Alas, the husbandman is beyond the pale, and I am jaw-droppingly behind him. Several people chose a futon each and sat across from Lao Tzu. Li Qingzhao could not bear to part with Yun, so she sat down close to him, and Xianya Dance naturally sat on Yun's other side. Seeing this left and right stance, Lao Zi smiled slightly. Congratulations, disciple. Having broken through to the early Lingxiao stage, this is a good start. Yun said very modestly. It's the teacher who taught you well. Lao Tzu smiled and shook his head. Once upon a time, although you relied on the Taotai devouring attribute, you gained the capital to break through the Lingxiao. However, this kind of energy obtained without effort is very unstable, and if you can't make up for his innate flaws, it will lead to your immortal chi being impure, and the further you go, the more difficult it will be to make a breakthrough. I didn't realize that you went to Hangzhou and actually made up for your former innate shortcomings. Is the power of love really that great? Sensei, I suddenly miss your sensei a little. Hearing Lao Zi say this, Yun froze for a moment. Do I really have a master, mother? The old man felt a little surprised. I'm not much of a douchebag who's single on merit. Joke. I don't know what the later generations have stigmatized me as a master. I have a son named Li Zong who was a great general in Wei. Do you say you have a master and mother? It was only then that Yun remembered the records in the historical records. So it turned out that Lao Zi really did have a wife and son, and a happy family. At that moment, a cloud of purple chi suddenly emerged from Lao Zi's body, and inside the purple chi there was a huge golden dragon coiled around it vaguely. Inadvertent pretending is even more deadly. It was only now that Yun experienced the meaning of these words. It was unthinkable that the golden dragon of chi actually appeared on his teacher as well. Could it be that he was some kind of emperor as well? At this time, Li Qingzhao quietly whispered in his ear. Teacher is honored by the people of the Great Tang next door as Emperor Taishang Xian Yuan, which is simply a supreme honorific title. It was then that Yun realized, it turned out that his teacher's status in the countries was not low, and although the big man did not respect him, the word Lao in the yellow old man's school also pointed to him. As for the De Ming, De Yuan and De Cheng next to De Tang, they all honored him as emperor. The Song dynasty, in which they live, is even more exaggerated, honoring Laozi as Emperor Taishan Laojun Shen Yuan. No wonder the dragon chi of the Chi golden dragon on his head was so dense. If the teacher wanted to, he could have united the 7 kingdoms and become their common emperor, and if that happened, there would be nothing for me, Xian Qin Shi Huang Di, to do. Fortunately, he is my teacher and not my enemy. Thinking of this, Yun did not feel a little grateful. If I don't share, for better or worse, I'll worship under other sects, and want to provoke each of the 6 countries into internal strife to preserve my immortal Qin's territory. That's just a fool's errand. At least, the teacher, his old man, said no. My luck is simply covered. I should buy some lottery tickets back when I go out. Just as he was deep in the spirit of Taifu, the teacher wasn't done with his pretense, but instead asked him thoughtfully, "Oh disciple, Do you know why teacher hides his huge strength so deeply? Yun froze for a moment, which then frantically patted the horse's ass. Because you, teacher, are the real immortal, can you not be able to under our address to reveal it? Which realm is it now? Is it the peak of saints? Laozi smiled disdainfully. Saints are nothing. In our realm, a random sneeze would probably spray a saint. Yun's eyes widened. Teacher, what realm are you in? Are there other realms above the Saint Martial 4 realm? The old man was bragging and forgot his scruples in the heat of the moment. These guys in the immortal plane nowadays are sitting on a well, thinking that saints are the pinnacle of immortal cultivators. This is simply night and day arrogance. If the sacred martial 4 mirrors are the pinnacle, then what are the 4 realms of martial Dao and the 4 realms of Rui? If saints are the pinnacle of immortal cultivators, then what is a creation god? A bunch of rat-eyed frogs at the bottom of the well. It's just as well that I don't laugh at them. Not only Yun. All of these people listening in were dumbstruck. In their eyes, the appearance of a Taishian realm person was an existence that killed almost everything in seconds. As for saints, that's even more of a ceiling. The only saints they have heard of are the 3 kings and 5 emperors of ancient times and the modern Confucius. Who knows that in my eyes, these people actually count for nothing. Only then did the crowd realize that above the Saint Martial 4 realms, there were also the 5 Dao 4 realms and the Rui 4 realms. Above the legendary saints, there was the unheard of creation god realm. These cultivators listened straight as Yun spoke the heart of these people. Please, teacher, speak in detail about all the realms of cultivators so that the disciples can be mentally prepared. The old man gave him a hard stare. You little waif don't cultivate properly, but you care about those irrelevant things. Did I wear wooden glasses when I recruited you in? What a disgrace to our Fengshi lineage. Seeing that her old son was a bit upset, Li Qingzhao gently pushed Yun, which meant to tell him to be humble and apologize to his teacher. Yun didn't care and smiled as he explained to Laozi. Teacher, I don't mean that. I heard people say that there are 3-fold realms for those who cultivate. Am I not experiencing it? Laozi also felt very novel about this statement of his. I've only heard of the 24 realms of cultivators. And where does it come out to be a 3-fold realm? Tell me about it. Yun glanced very proudly at those people around him. The first realm is like this. Last night's west wind wilted the blue trees. I went up to the tall building alone and looked at the end of the world. Li Qingzhao sighed in amazement. Uncle Yin Tong's words. You people from Xianqin also know them? Yun gave an explanation. We are all at this first realm, and we all want to climb high and look away to see just how far we can go on the path we are about to take. Li Qingzhao had a little starry face. Yun, you said it so well. Laozi nodded. You have a point. What is the second realm? It's the stage of hard schooling. The clothes make the man, and the man pines for the man. Li Qingzhao explained beside her. This is the word of Lu Jieqing. I can't imagine that a word of love actually has a wonderful use of philosophy. Lao Tzu then asked what the third realm was. Yun looked at Li Qingzhao with great complacency and immediately gained many more little stars of admiration. The more time I spend learning, the less I realize I know. The more I look for him in the crowd, the more I look back, and the more I realize that he is there, beyond the lights. Li Qingzhao froze for a moment. This poem is very philosophical. Who wrote it? Without waiting for Yun to answer, Lao Zi said smilingly, this person is called Xin Qiji, only this year enrolled in the Jishi Academy to enter the lineage of the state scholar. You have not heard of it is normal. Ha! Li Qingzhao shook his head. He had left the secular world very early and had not heard of that famous patriotic lyricist. Yun smiled and said, in fact, he held you in very high esteem, and once imitated your lyrical style to write a stall-broken Kaisang Zi. Finding himself left out, Lao Tzu took on the demeanor of a teacher and snapped his whip on his desk. Do you still want to hear the lecture? A few people quietly spat out their tongues and hurriedly squared their shoulders. Laozi cleared his throat and realized that the crowd was looking at him in surprise before he said slowly, above the saints, there are 4 realms of martial arts, Tongshu, refined void, Tai, and heavenly Dao. The old blunder is the existence of the peak of the heavenly Dao. Except for those few people in the Rui realm. Basically an invincible existence. Everyone's eyes widened, unable to imagine that Laozi had actually reached this realm. Above them, that's the Rui 4 realms, which is known as the realm of the gods. Air control masters, who control the mysteries of space, can create worlds with their hands. Time controlling masters, who control the mysteries of time, can travel between the past and future at will. Energy controllers, who control the mysteries of various powers, can at will destroy any of the realms in front of them. The pinnacle is the god of creation, and there is no one else who has reached this realm, except for Old Master Hongjun and Great Emperor Pango and Goddess Nuwa before the ancient times. Hearing Lao Zi talk about the mysterious aspects of the 24 forbidden aspects of immortal cultivation, these few people were infinitely yearning for it. Lao Zi, however, smiled indifferently and gave a few of them a finger each. telling them to wear it on their fingers to replace their former storage rings. Yun was very puzzled. Teacher, we originally had a place ring. Why did you give it to us again? The old man hated it. Look at you a few. And the selection of recruitment and lingxiao and practicing the law and whatnot. One by one. Ah, good cattle. Let's not be the enemies of the enemies. We Fengshi lineage is not easy to open. Collected these students. You want to a blink of an eye to the old man lost? These few people didn't dare to refuse when they saw their old man was angry. So they had to replace the storage ring and put on the one given by their old man. After putting them on, the people suddenly realized that those auras that they had exuded from their immortal cultivation had long since disappeared. And from the outside, these people were all much more ordinary. Chiba Dance, who had the highest cultivation level, was an ordinary little maid after wearing this ring, and it was impossible to tell from anywhere that he was actually a cultivator. There is also Yun after wearing the ring. The real sit on the waist of the name. If so, participate in the previous life of the non-sincere, do not disturb words. 12 female guests are afraid that there will be 6 teams of lights out. The other women whose strength was hovering at the Tongshan realm did not have anything to lose, as the realm was not high in the first place. Yun asked very anxiously, Teacher, what's happening to me? Where's the outward pressure? Lao Tzu grunted in disdain. A good man hides deeply if he is weak, but shows that he can't. Arrogant and domineering as you are, do you think you'll live a long life? I really don't know how you have lived so long. A few people realize the meaning of this great power. This Jishi Academy looks peaceful on the outside, but in fact, the people inside are dark and turbulent, and there are all kinds of people. Once they were too overpowered. They were afraid that something bad might happen if they were targeted by others. That's why Laozi issued each of them this kind of ring that hides their strength, in order to tell them to protect themselves well. Laozi continued. This medium is called the Hidden Striker Ring, and is specifically used to conceal your strength and paralyze your enemies. The enemy will have them at a disadvantage if they take you so lightly. Hearing this, a few people were happy. I go. This is the pit artifact. Confucius turned to Yun and asked him. Master has dropped many secret books on alchemy for you. How well have you not on them? Demonstrate it for Master. Master's requirements are not high. A third-grade blood recovery elixir. The blood recovery pill was a third-grade elixir of the Fengshi lineage. After a battle or an injury, taking one could restore 10% of one's chi and blood. It is really an indispensable panacea for these cultivators. Ian secretly slandered in his heart. It's fine that you didn't teach me for a day, but today you opened your mouth and asked me to practice third-grade pills. If it wasn't for Zhao's help, I would have been screwed by you. So embarrassed. He looked at Li Qingzhao, but Li Qingzhao smiled sweetly at him, looking very pleased, inadvertently being fed a mouthful of dog food by these two goods. These people felt offended, but they didn't know why there was such a tacit understanding between the two. He saw Ian take out a medicinal cauldron that he had searched for from Tao Tai from his own premises realm, and find some herbs for refining the blood recovery pill. It was quickly concocted and placed in the Dan furnace, and then refined using the dying yang heavenly flame spat out by the fire phoenix. A professional can tell if he's got it or not, and even Lao Zi was shocked when he sat down with this set of moves in a flowing stream. I say, disciple, you haven't gone through the teacher's systematic teaching. The movement is actually so standard, according to your such profound basic skills. Now even if you refine a 4th and 5th grade elixir, there is a 20% success rate. Yun, however, was not fooled by him and very skillfully maneuvered through the various steps, controlling the fire of the alchemy. After spending about half a quarter of an hour, the pure yang heavenly flame was put away by him, and an offensive medicinal fragrance permeated the cauldron as soon as the light was turned on. Only a dozen or so dark red pills were seen, presented in the cauldron, and a slight thunderous sound was faintly heard in the air. Lao Zi gave a thumbs up. Although your mental power was very concentrated when you first came here, practicing third-grade pills, but also only 15% success rate, I also wonder, just a few days to see, why your comprehension is so high now. The success rate of third-grade pills actually reached 100%. Turning his head, he suddenly saw Li Qingzhao, who was looking deeply at his disciple, suddenly came to a realization. Is there actually such a benefit to you becoming a real man? It's me who underestimated you. Xiang Yu beside him looked very enviously, and the woman beside Yun was envious and angry when she noticed Li Qingzhao's tender appearance. This woman is so insidious that she skipped us and went straight for the soul food. Yun picked up a few of the best-colored filial piety to the teacher, and then divided the others equally among those around him. This stuff is a must for healing, and several people are very happy about it. Yun was still a bit unaware of the situation. Teacher, when will I be able to refine that Song Sheng immortality pill? The old man gave him a hard stare. Do you think the immortality pill is a cabbage? Whenever you want to plant it, you can plant it. First reach the 4th realm of martial arts. Qin Shi Huang was now at the level of a saint, but he still hadn't grasped the mysteries of immortality. Could he himself, a rookie in the world of immortal cultivation, do it? On second thought, all men die horizontally and hang towards the top, and at no time can they say they can't. So smiled and said, "Teacher is right. I'll definitely cultivate diligently and strive to reach the fourth realm of the martial Tao as soon as possible." Lao Zi grunted, then asked very seriously, "Disciple, do you know why I can't always come to class these days?" Yun's emotional intelligence was quite high, and he didn't want to pay for the horse's ass to be offered with his hands. That's because the teacher is approachable, doesn't put on airs, and has a high moral character that calls for admiration. Who knew? The old man pooh-poohed it. "You're the one who blew Master's green ox to the sky." Yun was greatly embarrassed, rarely seeing Yun get defeated. The few people around him lost their voices and laughed, and after laughing, Lao Zi said this, "Although there are some shortcuts available for everyone to cultivate immortality, I don't advocate you to do so. The first to establish the Tao line. This thing is, after all, the most reliable, is practiced by yourself. For the external forces to rely on too much will lead to your cultivation ruined." The men bowed and were taught. Lao Zi looked at the hourglass set next to him, but realized that it was leaking clean sand, so he stretched and yawned. "Too tired to teach a class. Class dismissed. Make yourselves at home and leave me alone if you have nothing to do." Noticing that Li Qingzhao was about to rush after Yun, Lao Zi called out to her, "Female child surnamed Li, come over here with me for a moment." Li Qingzhao didn't know what to do, so she handed Yun an apologetic smile and walked away along with her old son. Lao Zi led him to the cultivation field next to the Fengshi lineage. "You, a female child, entered the Tao with poetry and literature, and now you already have a notable cultivation level. Plus, with me suddenly comprehending the dual cultivation oracle, you already possess the same cultivation level as that female child called Chiba Mai. I'm not mistaken, am I?" Li Qingzhao bowed slightly and said, "The old man's gaze is truly admirable." Lao Tzu smiled. "Your ability to hide your strength is something that others can't learn. Even my disciple can't see through what kind of cultivation you are right now." Li Qingzhao Qianran said, "I wasn't actually going to tell him. I didn't want to call our love something else." To be fair, Li Qingzhao was an early student of the Jishi Academy, and had decades of cultivation earlier than Yun, so his strength was not covered. Besides, if he was really a weak woman, how could he be honored by the two sisters of the order? Her strength was originally unfathomable, and after dual cultivation with Yun, her strength was even greater by leaps and bounds, and as for what she had reached, she couldn't say for herself, but she cherished the love between her and Yun very much, and did not want Yun to fall in love because of her beauty, her talent, or even her cultivation, but purely because she liked her as a person. That's why she deliberately hid her strength, treating herself simply as an ordinary talented girl with a lot of talent. After being exposed by Lao Zi today, while admiring it, I can't help but feel a little ashamed. The student is concealing his strength with no ill intent, and I hope that the old gentleman will keep the student's secret." Lao Tzu smiled. "The teacher of your bachelor lineage, Confucius, is considered my student. By the way, you are my junior's junior. How could I harm you?" Li Qingzhao had heard about the relationship between her teacher Confucius and Lao Zi before, so she bowed to Lao Zi very respectfully. "Apprentice son Qingzhao, greetings to master ancestor." Lao Zi smiled and accepted this salute from her before getting to the point. "I called you over not to say this. Your current strength cultivation is not weak, but it's a pity that you don't have a piece of magic treasure, and you can only lose when you fight with someone." Li Qingzhao put her mind to the lowest level. "Please, master ancestor, show me the way for my disciple and grandson." Lao Tzu smiled. "You are my disciple's wife. From now on, follow him and call me master as well. Tell me what's usually good. Wouldn't it be better to tell one of your favorite stories to help you cultivate into a magic treasure?" Li Qingzhao thought about it for a while. He was a hobby of drinking besides the 4 treasures of the literary room and those topographies of gold and stoneworks. Lao Tzu smiled. "Though practicing the wine gourd as a magic treasure isn't impossible, it's just that a girl making this thing always calls for some kind of reverie. So think of another one." Li Qingzhao was also worried that using a wine gourd as her magic weapon would make her beloved think that she was a female drunkard. So he also said with great embarrassment, "The disciple grandson also likes the play of beating horses on weekdays, and once wrote a sutra on beating horses." The so-called horseplay is an ancient domino-type game. Later, it evolved into leaf play and mahjong, and at that time it was also called horseplaying, or mahjong playing. Only then the play was simpler than now, with simpler tricks, and there were hokems without a general of 12 horses, and hokems with a general of 14 horses. Saying that, he took out a deck of mahjong tiles carved out of ivory from his storage ring and very embarrassedly showed it to Lao Zi. "I'm sorry to call Master Ancestor a laughingstock." So, the old man was introduced to many models of Hu Pao, and the more the old man listened, the more interesting it became. he said cheerfully. Show me the horse-beating card you're holding. Li Qingzhao was very embarrassed and gave the ivory card in her hand to the other party. Lao Zi took it in his hand and gently gripped it, lifting up the lamp when it flashed a white light. Knowing its male and guarding its female is the world's stream, knowing its white and guarding its black is the world's style of cooperation. An incantation was exited, only to see all those dominoes flying into the air to match their decks freely. As the rows of each fancy pattern took shape, only a mighty killing aura was presented above the grassy field. Looking at Li Qingzhao dumbfounded, could this be the true magical power of the Taoist ancestors? Who said that the founder's lineage was a waste? It looks like he was still underestimated before. Not long after, he collected those dominoes in his palm again and handed them to Li Qingzhao. Can you feel the aura floating above it? Li Qingzhao suddenly felt that the aura floating on these dominoes was actually closely related to her own mind. There was almost no need to go out and control it. As long as the mind went around asking for which card to come out, which card automatically jumped out. Just now, he watched Lao Zi demonstrating that these dominoes formed a killing formation. And although they had been storing up their power, he also judged the power of these formations from the terrifying degree of energy contained in those dominoes. Suddenly, it was realized that it was an unusual unstageable Hutu that could easily take care of a mortal martial fourth realm cultivator. She respectfully knelt down and kowtowed to Lao Zi. Many thanks to Master Ancestor for the gift of enlightenment. Lao Tzu chuckled and said, there are conditions for me to help you. In the future, my troublemaking disciple will rely on you to rescue him from any danger. As long as you can utilize all of these 144 dominoes in a pure manner, even if you face an enemy at the peak of Taishian, you will still have the power to fight. Just as Lao Zi was refining Li Qingzhao's innate magic treasure according to his materials, Li rigidly dragged Yi Yun to the same forest where he was practicing. At this time, Yi Yun said somewhat euphemistically, teacher has assigned me the task of refining a 5th grade elixir again, and the 5 veins competition is less than 10 days away. Li stared at Yi Yun with a very aggrieved grunt. You're just going to tell me to break the contract, aren't you? Yi Yun froze. What engagement did I ask you to return to? Li said word for word. Back then, we both agreed that if you helped me back out of Chen Chao's marriage, I would follow you every inch of the way for 3 years. And 1 year hasn't even expired yet. So you want to get rid of me? It turns out that calling me here is this matter. Yi Yun very patiently explained to him. Isn't it true that I don't have time right now? The teacher is pressing hard. If we don't have anyone from the founder's lineage to fight this time, we will be trampled underfoot by them, and they may even want to withdraw the teaching of this Mai. Li almost didn't cry out. I'll stay by your side to keep you company and not hinder you from refining your medicine. These words were almost roared out. Yi Yun then realized that he had recently behaved quite intimately with Li Qingzhao and had invariably offended the other 3 girls. Those who were well cultivated or even gentle might not have sensed anything, but those of a straightforward nature like Li would be straightforward and show themselves off. This was originally also his own mistake, which led to the coldness of the other women around him, so he said with a smile, from now on, you'll be the one to accompany me in refining pills. Li followed Yi Yun to the purple bamboo forest. This was the place where the Fengshi lineage collected the aura of heaven and earth to make pills. Here he did not need to eat any geniuses or treasures. Naturally he felt his strength growing. Li's mood was soothing, not realizing that the Fengshi lineage actually had such a heavenly paradise. This time, the cauldron used for pill refining was different from the one from before, surrounded by a very arcane pattern guarding it, and just as soon as it was taken out, it would induce palpitations on other people's souls. Inexplicably feeling a wave of awe, Li could not help but lean towards Yi Yun's arms. Yi Yun naturally wrapped his arms around her and said tenderly, don't be afraid. Today we're practicing the soul of a ferocious beast. What you're feeling is the chi of the underworld from this soul refining cauldron. This treasure was the one he had subdued the Taodai fierce beast and scavenged from the cave where he had hidden his treasures. It was a pity that although that ferocious beast liked to hide treasures, it didn't know how to refine them, and it was a waste of such an innate level treasure. Yi Yun took out a gourd that hid his soul, and Li shrieked. Ah! Yi Yun asked. What's wrong with you? Li said with some awe. I feel that the things collected here have a deterrent effect on mine. Yi Yun said gently. With me to protect them they wouldn't dare come near you. A faint shield emerged from his body, protecting the two in the center. The soul spirit collected inside the gourd was automatically sucked into the soul refining cauldron, and that soul spirit let out a mournful scream. Then there was an image of a 1,000-faced demonic spider that flew around the precious tripod, cursing Yi Yun with very vicious language as it flew. Ignorant two-legged beast, how dare you victimize me? I'm going to destroy that woman in your arms. Yi Yun sneered. With me around, you can't do anything. In order to avoid his rich Taotai bloodline from absorbing the 1,000 Faces demon spider, he shielded the absorption power that the Taotai bloodline carried. Then the lid of the precious tripod closed heavily, and there was no more movement outside. Li looked quite surprised. Yi Yun, Who is that woman? Yun put away the shield and explained to her. This is a ferocious beast I encountered when I went searching for the Taotai bloodline, named the thousand-faced demon spider, and I almost died in her hands. Li was stunned. Are you okay? Yun let out a bitter smile. Something should have happened. Except that I took the Taotai blood and refined this one instead. Li let out a long breath. That's good. If anything happened to you, how would I live? Yun was greatly moved as he listened. Li, why are you so good to me? Li said quietly. At first when I saw you, I had such a soul-shaking feeling, and then when you beat me away from Chun Chao, I felt that this life is not yours, and ever since you shared the Phoenix bloodline with me, I have felt it all the time. Your body has a kind of intimate aura, only looking forward to being able to combine with you soon. Who knows? Who knew I'd already met Li Qingzhao? He must have been quite desperate at the time. Yun did not continue to pursue the matter and gently said to her, Li refining this fierce soul, I need your help. Li looked at him with a pair of wonderful eyes wide open. Yun said softly, use your Phoenix heavenly flame to heat up my soul refining cauldron, and stop only when you know I've said yes. Li revealed her fire Phoenix body, and a mouthful of colorless heavenly flame earth went into the fire stove below the cauldron. Just at this instant there was a mournful scream that came out from the tripod. Then a woman cursed angrily. Yun, you son of a bitch, in order to please a girl, you actually took my life in exchange. I will curse you for the rest of my life. Good you bitch. How dare you scold brother Yun? Li no longer showed any mercy and increased the power of the fire, and the thousand-faced demon spider rolled around in the soul-refining cauldron and screamed, just feeling that its soul could not stand the burning of such intensity and was almost about to be dispersed. So, they began to scold Li again, calling her a bad woman with no principles, possessing the bloodline of an immortal beast in her body, but making it difficult for her own kind. Li shouted angrily, shut up, who is your kind? She spat out a mouthful of her original source blood, and the flames within it grew purer and purer, actually turning colorless and transparent, but the temperature of the top furnace also grew higher and higher. The thousand faces demon spider inside couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but beg, woman spare my life, I won't dare anymore. Li said coldly, you have harmed my brother Yun and today you insulted this girl, do you still want to live? The death of the demonic pearl in front of him was imminent, and he had long since abandoned all reserve. I regret it, and I beg the two immortals to spare my life. I am willing to serve you as a slave and a servant, and never betray you. At this time, as the controller of the soul refining, Yun spoke, unless you are willing to recognize Miss Li as your master infused with his soul. The males on the thousand faces demon pearl had long since been refined to nothing, leaving only this mana on his body and some residual consciousness as a soul. She knew that if she made a single thought, her soul would be broken. The strong desire to survive supported her, and almost without hesitation, she said, I'm willing to recognize this female immortal as my master, and I'm willing to sign a soul contract with him, and I'll never betray him. Yun was not too busy to take him out of the soul refining cauldron, so he constructed a contract platform in the air, drawing out some of each of the two people's soul power and placing it on the platform. A very weak woman was seen kneeling at the feet of Li's thread of divine thoughts. There was a purple aura that didn't enter the body of the thousand faces demon pearl, and the contract was officially completed. Li is the master, and the thousand-faced demon spider is the slave. After the contract was completed, the strife-out divine thoughts returned to their respective bodies. Yun told Li to collect his phoenix heavenly flame before lifting the lid of the furnace. The soul of the thousand faces demon pearl, which had been burnt on the outside, walked out from inside and knelt at Li's feet. Thank you, master, for sparing my life. After saying that, it turned into a faint white smoke and disappeared into Li's 7 orifices. Li suddenly felt a sharp pain, a pain that came from deep within his soul, a pain that made him scream uncontrollably. Yun gently hugged him and extended a hand to cover the mud palace on top of her head. Although Li had already been soul refined, and the tripod had refined all the fierceness and devilishness, the strength of her soul was far higher than Li. Higher-ranked souls fused into the bodies of lower-ranked masters. The pain suffered by the lower-ranked ones can be imagined. Feeling such an instinctive fear in Li's soul, Yun gently said, guard your mind and soul. Do not call for the invasion of external demons. Hearing Yun's prompting, Li gradually guarded her mind and accepted the fusion of the thousand faces demonic spider. The demon spider didn't dare to make a move, so it deliberately suppressed the strength of its soul and slowly fused it in. Powerful ferocious beast aura. Sisters and brothers, come quickly, brush up. There were a few more men and women in different dresses by Yun's side, surrounding them with that condescending look, as if these two people in front of them were dead men. At the head was a warrior with a broad-bladed long sword. The man has a strong Taotai bloodline, which is a rare and ferocious beast, and the woman has the thousand faces demon pearl bloodline, which is also 10,000 years old and rare. He was accompanied by a woman in black who said very flirtatiously, "Senior Soul Devourer, you are the strongest warlock we have here. Can you handle this young man in front of us?" The young man named Soul Devourer looked down on Yi Yun. This guy turned out to be a waste of the Fengshi lineage. It's a pity that he doesn't have Tao Ye's bloodline for nothing. Rong Ling's senior sister, this man is yours. That girl smiled. Senior brother really knows what I mean. To be able to take in a man like that, I would wake up smiling even in my dreams. There was a very lewd man talking next to him. Senior Soul Devouring brother. Senior sister Rong Ling, that woman has the Phoenix bloodline in addition to the Thousand Faces Demon Pearl. Can you give it to me? These words spoke the hearts of all the men next to him, and they all looked at Soul Eater senior brother with bated breath. Soul Eater's psyche has also long been up with greed, but we are all working together to make things happen and are not willing to break the hearts of the other senior brothers. He smiled indifferently. Since we're all plotting together, we should naturally share the sweetness. When we swarm together later, I only need that soul refining cauldron, and the rest will be divided among the senior brothers and sisters. Ian sneered in his heart. If in normal times, these few people could not help him despite their high cultivation, it was only that now was the critical moment when Ainley was fusing the soul of the Thousand Faces demon bead, so she really couldn't divert her mind from dealing with these flies. But if he didn't fight, he wasn't afraid of them. It was just a pity that Ainley was about to fall into their clutches. He opened his heavenly eyes and carefully probed these people in front of him. Some were warlocks, some were martial cultivators, and a few were Guisher. The realms of these people were also different from each other. The higher ones had already reached the practicing Dharma realm, and the lower ones, none of them had transcended the mortal martial 4 realm. Couldn't help that there were a lot of them, about 16 or 17 men and women combined. The encirclement of these people grew smaller and smaller as they took out powerful magic weapons and coldly looked at Yi Yun. The Fengshi lineage has not recruited any decent talent over the years. Most of them don't even have a first year and drop out after learning. I can't imagine that there's still the perseverance of a punk like you. Ian could not hide a hint of greed in his eyes as he looked at these people. Unlike the other Jishi Academy students, he said coldly, "You are not students of the Jishi Academy." The big senior brother called Soul Devourer said, "Don't think that Jishi Academy is the only place with a lot of talent. Our Pixie Academy is not inferior to you at all." As a person from the Qin Dynasty, Ian did not know what exactly that Pixie Academy was, and looking at what these few people had done, he guessed that they were not good birds either. He sneered, "What brave academy? I've never heard of it, but I don't want to know what it is. Get out of here and don't disturb my alchemy, or suffer the consequences." That soul-devouring senior brother sneered, "You call this alchemy? It's pure nonsense." The men and women under him were impatient and said, "Eldest brother, don't talk to him. We don't need to talk to him so much. Dish him out." That senior brother took several steps back. "Today I'm going to check the recent cultivation of a few senior brothers and sisters. Don't worry about me. Just strike with force." All he cared about was that soul-refining cauldron on Ian's body. As for whether these two people were alive or dead, it had nothing to do with him at all. The woman called Rong Ling looked at Yun very greedily. "Don't kill that handsome guy. That's reserved for me. I don't want anything else." It turned out that this woman called Rong Ling had taken a fancy to the Taotai bloodline in Yun and wanted to share the other party's bloodline over through dual cultivation. Hence why she strongly advocated for not killing Yun. But in the eyes of those men, this man was simply a thorn in their side. And with him there, that woman would not choose any of them. But she also knew that this senior sister was ruthless, and once she was offended, the souls of her people would all be devoured and refined by her. Therefore, this statement also became a golden rule. And there were other women thinking, even if this man is a waste, but a handsome man to stay by his side is still eye-catching. So they all agreed with Rong Ling's meaning as well. Those men took out their flying swords as well as various kinds of magic treasures and smashed them towards Yun. Since the same sex repelled each other, those women chose to attack the unconscious Ainley instead. Yun did not have any expression of fear in his eyes. Instead, he smiled disdainfully as his mind flashed. Roughly 60 to 70 Tongxian realm puppets guarded in front of them. The men were all lower to upper classmen, but the lower classmen were predominant. Although they were all evil sects that devoured souls, due to their own weak foundations, they would be useless when they encountered a high-level soul. Although these Tongxian mirror puppets couldn't kill the likes of Soul Devourer and the dozen or so senior cadets in seconds, they could kill the remaining dozen or so lower grade ones in seconds. Just in that instant, those lower grade cadets were beaten to the bone by them then. As for the souls of those men, they were all naturally absorbed by Yun's Taotai fierce beast, and the souls of those women, blaming these high-level puppets, all gave absorption to their bodies and became the guardian souls of those high-level puppets. Several other men and women of higher cultivation, including Soul Devourer, were stunned at the sight of this formation. Where do you get these strong puppets? This man has something in his heart. But they were all at the peak of the practicing Dharma realm, and putting these Tongshan strike puppets was simply a breeze. The few puppets that surrounded them had long since been knocked to the ground and lost the ability to fight again. The remaining there were about 2 males and 2 females, and they were all the strongest existences in the Pixie Academy. The 4 exchanged glances with each other and then made a joint move to set up a boundary, directly isolating those puppets that Yi Yun had summoned. Soul Devourer and Melting Spirit stood together, and the other pair, one named Ling Yun and the other Fai Xia. This was a rare genius of the Pixie Academy for 100 years, and the expert they had recruited for this term. Since the Pixie Academy has been at loggerheads with the Jishi Academy since ancient times, they have been stealing each other's homes for 10,000 years. Since these people don't dare to go to Jishi Academy, other sects to provoke, so they pick up the weakest Fengsha assail bullying. Seeing that there were no other guards around Yi Yun, a fierce light appeared in the eyes of these 3 men. At this time, Yi Yun was helping Yinli fuse the soul of the Thousand Faces demon spider at a critical moment, so he really couldn't spare any time to fight against them. Seeing that all those puppets of his were isolated from the outside, although he had more than 3,000 puppets under his command, a large number of them would destroy the immortal spirit chi of this place. At this time, he was secretly fierce in his heart. Whatever. Live first. So, he let go of the restrictions on the Lion King charm skill. As to whether it would work or not was not guaranteed. The greed for that beautiful woman in the arena had long since buried the minds of those 2 men, who raised their magic weapons without mercy and threw them towards Yi Yun. Just then, 2 ropes suddenly appeared in the air, entangling the 2 men's skeletons and a flying sword and yanking them back hard. Soul Devourer's face was quite ugly as he pointed at Rong Ling and said, "Stupid woman, what do you want? Is it because you want to seek death?" Rong Ling and next to her, Mei Xiao were tight, protecting Yi Yun's face. If you have the ability to fight openly and honestly, you are not allowed to use such underhanded means to attack this man. This is taking advantage of someone's danger. Only shameless people do this. Next to him, Ling Yun was so angry that his face turned pale. "You guys are mesmerized by that little white boy, aren't you? Don't forget that their Jishi Academy students pride themselves on being righteous and absolutely despise us who come from the Pixie Academy. You guys are toads trying to eat swan meat." Delusional. Rong Ling and his senior sister, Mei Xia, looked at each other. "No matter what, I forbid you to hurt this handsome man." The 2 men were finally enraged, one with a soul-sucking skull and one with a flying sword. Drawing the 2 women, they pounced. These 4 people's realms are almost the same, and the spells they cultivate are also each good at their own, so they fought back and forth for about 100 or 10 rounds without a win or a loss. Yi Yun realized that his Time King charisma skill had worked, and only then did he let out a long breath. As for the side effects of this skill, saving your life was too important to have the time to think about it. Just then suddenly Yinli could be heard murmuring, "Brother Yun, I'm cold. Hold me." Yi Yun froze for a moment. "I can't. This demonic spider doesn't have this much power. Why is Yinli getting colder?" So he hurriedly detached his divine sword to probe the situation in Yinli's body, and he couldn't help but be shocked upon checking. Going off the deep end. Not good. At this time, the system warned him, due to the fact that this girl child was disturbed by the love and lust in her heart while melting, causing her to go off the deep end. If she is rescued immediately, she will perish. Yi Yun's hands and feet were cold. What should be saved? The system continued. Heaven and earth are dense. The 2 chi become one. Water and fire are both powerful, and the myriad laws are nourished. Take out the 2 chi spheres from your hidden treasure ring and go there for double cultivation. Yi Yun's mind moved, and that ball of 2 yin and 1 yang, which was instantly suspended in the air, split into 2 halves from the center, emitting a dense fragrance. The 4 people were in the middle of a fight when they suddenly realized that another genius earth treasure had appeared. These people were all knowledgeable and their eyes were wide open. The 2 globes, a supreme treasure for dual cultivation. So defiantly appeared that magic treasure. Who knew that on those 2 hemispheres, a black and a white halo suddenly emanated. These 2 halos didn't have much of an overbearing killing aura. They just bounced the 4 people away and didn't continue their attack. Yi Yun hugged Yinli and jumped into the 2 sphere, and the 2 hemispheres instantly closed, surrounded by a colorless aura. The 4 were thinking of greed, but realized that they couldn't even get close to the 2 globes, within 3 feet of each other. Realizing that they couldn't help the 2-meter ball, they remembered just now, those 2 women had their heads in the water actually guarding their enemies. These 2 men were filled with rage, taking out their strongest magic treasures and smashing them into the 2 women. Those 2 women also did not show weakness, one hand holding a mixed sky damask, one hand holding a Qian circle, determined not to back down. While the fight outside was dark, Yi Yun inside was not so relaxed. His inner self had been feeling some guilt and pity for the girl who had never left him and guarded him. Realizing that his life was at stake because he had gone off the deep end, he hurriedly checked the injuries on Yunli's body. Who knew that Yunli hugged him tightly as if she sensed something. "Brother Yun, hold me tight. I'm cold." Yun did not have a trace of greed or flirtation in his heart, and with the aid of the axiom of dual cultivation, he introduced the pure Yang's immortal energy from his body into the other party's meridians, gradually channeling those phoenix force in his body into the right path for a circumferential cycle. Due to the immortal energy in him joining the yin and yang complementing each other not long after, the phoenix force in Yunli's body was back on track. Instead of rejecting the aura of Yun's body, it actively blended in. Yun also felt his incomparable love, so he did not deliberately suppress his mind, lightly pitying and loving the woman in his arms, spending a good night moment together. In the 2E sphere, all of them were covered by dense immortal chi, and the eyes of the two people were all about each other. The sun rises in the east, the moon rises in the east, and the rabbit and rabbit fans are bright by day and by night. So it turns out that they don't run in parallel. The sky is merciless, but there is love, combined with the potential to merge with the creation of the crystal, go to the place of the wonderful difficult to assess. In this moment things are as unreal as they are real. After a long time he heard a woman gently say, "Brother Yun, do you regret it?" Yun said softly, "I just felt sorry for you." Yunli's heart was filled with love. "Giving myself to you was something I dreamed of, and now I rejoice." Yun whispered in her ear, "Me too." Suddenly, he thought of the situation outside. "There are still a few bastards from Pixie Academy coveting us outside. I don't know how it's going. Go out and take a look." Aha! The two got dressed, held hands, and jumped out of the two-way ball. At this time the two men and two women were fighting, but suddenly they realized that the man and the woman had come out of the ball of two symbols, and all of them stopped fighting. The two women looked at Yun and said with great concern, "Little handsome, are you alright? You've worried us to death." Defiantly, they ran to Yun's side. Who knew that the girl beside him stopped them? "What do you two want?" That's when the two men outside sneered. "They naturally want to rob your love brother." "Beautiful. Do you see that we two are not more robust than your own brother? Do you want to choose one among us two?" Yunli's eyes revealed a hint of hatred, but due to carrying the ring gifted to him by his old son, outsiders couldn't see his true cultivation and thought that this was just a little neighborly girl who needed their attentive care. The two males came to him instantly. "Little sister, go with brother to our Pixie Academy. Keep you eat fragrant and drink spicy. Pick the man is also pick the most handsome." Yunli smiled indifferently. "It's not impossible to go with you guys. You need to get my approval to do so." Such a smile was 1,000 times charming, and there was a hint of the charm of a thousand-faced demon spider. Chapter 101, Guani, don't even think about it. These two men, one practiced the evil art of devouring souls, while the other was a flying sword of the evil school. Seeing Yunli throw herself into the net, the two were overjoyed. "Little sister, you're too lonely by yourself, right? Ask brother to spend time with you." Yunli smiled as if nothing had happened. "Fine, as long as you can withstand my finger, I'll be at your disposal." Where did these two people know about Yunli's ventriloquism? They just laughed. "Seeing as you're a girl, we'll let you have it, not to mention one finger, or even 10 or 100, and we'll never resist." Yunli revealed a harmless and flirtatious smile, which was even more seductive after experiencing happiness with Yun, mesmerizing the heart of the man next to her called Ling Yun. He had indeed struck the most handsome pose, standing there to meet Yunli's delicate finger. Yunli also looked like a woman who didn't know the slightest bit of martial arts. Gently pointing out a finger was not like immortal magic, but rather like the dance movements of a wonderful woman. Gently tapping on Ling Yun's forehead. At first Ling Yun was still smiling. "Beauty's hands are soft and slender. I really love them. Order more." Yunli, however, gently backed away and did not listen to him. Immediately afterward, the man's body suddenly radiated a terrifying black color, and black blood began to seep out of his eyes. He pointed at Yunli and said brokenly, "You are the thousand faces demon spider." Before the words left his mouth, a mouthful of black blood spat out from his mouth, and his body planted itself softly. Yunli's pretty little nose wrinkled tightly, and then she said with great disgust, "Stinky man, disgusting, just disgusting." With that, the phoenix body reappeared and spat out a mouthful of pure yang flame, burning the disgusting corpse without a trace. The man called Soul Devourer was startled to see Yunli's slim, boneless index finger, once again pointing towards him, having long forgotten that vow to stand here and let him point. His face changed and he instantly took dozens of steps back. It was only then that he let out a long sigh. "This woman is so vicious. Fortunately, thanks to my instantaneous 1,000-mile stance, or else I wouldn't know how to die." Just as he finished celebrating, he suddenly heard a very flirtatious woman's voice ringing in his ears. "What instantaneous 1,000 miles? Not even as good as a turtle crawling." before he could see who it was. A finger had long since been pointed at his Intang point. Shocked and angry, he rushed to return fire with the skull in his hand. However, Li's movements were quite fast, and after flicking a finger, he instantly made the phoenix wings heavenly soaring to hide 100 feet away. Soul Devourer's body without suspense poisoned death. That skull, after losing the master's manipulation, naturally also turned into a black smoke to be dissipated. Ay shucks, disgusting, these stinking men, they really don't know the first thing about the world. Li once again spat out a stream of pure yang heavenly flame, slightly ashing that man. When he turned back, he realized that the two women had already bowed at Yun's feet, as if her beloved thing was snatched away by someone else. Li's heart was extraordinarily uncomfortable and she came to Yun in a very aggravated manner. Brother Yun, the little mouth pouted momentarily. Yun smiled. You noble phoenix, it wouldn't do for you to have no one around to serve you. The two of them are willing to serve you, so take them. These two women had a clear mirror in their hearts. The only way they could accompany Yun was to please this master mother in front of them, so they respectfully came over and kowtowed to Li, mouthing the title of master mother. Only then did Li return to her anger, calling the two of them up to speak after asking for their names. You two have bad names. I'll change them. Wrong Ling, your name is Xiao Yun. Mei Xia, from now on you'll be called Xiaoxia. These two names are very common among girls, as is Little Ming Dog Egg for boys. Hearing that the girl had given herself such a common name, the two women didn't dare to object, so they had to agree in resignation. Li, however, said, the two of you aren't very good, one at the early stage of practicing Dharma and one at the middle stage of practicing Dharma. It looks like you need to step up your cultivation. The two girls, Xiao Yun and Xiao Xia, didn't know what cultivation level this master mother was. Just by seeing him casually kill those two peak practice technique senior brothers just now, he knew that his strength was unfathomable and he was fully qualified to speak to himself like that, so he very respectfully agreed. Seeing that these two girls were very well behaved and following behind her, Li was then very happy to take Yun's hand. Brother Yun, it's been a long time since we've been back. I'm afraid everyone is waiting impatiently. Let's go. They returned to their dormitory building, only to find several people waiting there, looking at them with smiles on their faces when they saw the two of them in their grooming mode. Zhao Yun's moneyless horse's ass came with him. Boss, your charm is getting bigger and bigger. My little brother's admiration for you is simply like the water of the Yangtze River, gushing, Yun said without a trace of anger. So much water, can it drown the 7 armies? Zhao Yun smiled in embarrassment. Sorry, flooding the 7 armies isn't my thing. Yun nodded. Can you help me find Master Guan Er? Zhao Yun said with an ashamed face. The only one of these people who has the highest qualifications is Guan Erge, who actually reached the Sage Realm within a few days of arriving at the Jishi Academy, and is not here right now. Yun also endless feelings. After the Han, those military generals, only Guan Yu was sealed God into a saint, known as Voodoo Emperor. I'm afraid that there is no effort to come to this immortal interface. Tube their business it. Who knows? Zhao Yun's next words turned his perception upside down. Did you know? Right now, the teacher of our martial arts cultivation lineage is none other than second brother Guan. Yun froze slightly. Shouldn't it be a soldier saint like Zhang Zia Sunwu? Zhao Yun was very surprised. Boss, you also know the two big brothers of our lineage? Yun was very curious. Are they famous? Zhao Yun smiled bitterly. Zhang Zia, Principal Jiang, is the founder of our Jixia Academy, while Sun Wuzi is the dean of our martial arts cultivation lineage, and the vice dean is Wu Qi. Neither of them teaches in person, and the one who is in charge of the Jixia Academy right now is Principal Tian He Tian. This Tian He is also a pivotal figure in the Jishi Academy, and his grandson, Tian Pai Jiang, is an important investor in this Jishi Academy, as well as the actual controller. They're all from the Elder Hall of the Jishi Academy now, just like your teacher Laozi, who easily refuses to take on disciples himself. It turns out that Laozi's status in the Jishi Palace is also very high, the reason why he condescended to come over to lecture, or because of the way a line of decline cannot recruit students. It's been so easy to snub one for thousands of years that it has to be taken seriously, but the other branches are not so urgent need to enrollment pressure. The teacher is even more talented. Naturally do not need those deans and honorary deans personally come down to lecture. Chapter 102 Pieces of the Treasure Map. Yun was very sorry. It looks like trying to recruit Quanji is out of the question. Sheasiwei and Daosiwei have a crush on me. Might as well hit on them. It's a pity that this pair of sisters are either summoning or using parasites. If we really want to provoke them, I'm afraid that there will be endless consequences. Just then, Zhao Yun suddenly said, right now the Song Kingdom's Jin Royal Palace has put up a quest. This quest is said to be able to obtain one of the Song Kingdom's national treasures. Is boss interested? Yun looked at him. If there is such a good mission, Why don't you take it yourself? Zhao Yun scratched his head. 100 names forgot the second one. Little brother, I don't have any money. Yi Yun froze for a moment. How much does it cost? Zhao Yun looked ashamed. What they need isn't really money, but it can be bought with money, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you. What did you say it was? Zhao Yun took out that mission and handed it to Yi Yun to see. It is said that His Highness, the King of Qin, is very fond of the heavenly Tao and is heavily in search of the giant axe that was used when Pangu opened up the heavens and opened the earth. But because of the long era, no one knows the place where the treasure is hidden. Yi Yun deflated then and said, since you don't know where the treasure is hidden, what are you talking about coming here for? Zhao Yun said with a smile, but one can spend money to buy a treasure map. It is said that that treasure map was divided into 9,981 pieces, and the pieces of the map would be snapped up without appearing on the market. Yi Yun was very sensitive. Are you saying that pieces of the treasure map have appeared on the market again now? Zhao Yun nodded solemnly. Still at Shen's merchant house. Public auction. 1 million taels of silver to start. Each call shall not be less than 1 million taels. The highest bidder shall win. Yi Yun was now busy with his cultivation and originally had little interest in this kind of treasure map. Just then, a message from the system was received. Take this mission and make a lot of money while you can. At this time, the system gave him a message, and it turned out that among those relics he had scavenged and eliminated, there were actually 30 pieces of that map. Although very curious, he wasn't much interested. What good does auctioning this thing do me? I might as well be at home with a beautiful woman. The system said grimly. If you don't take this mission, the Great Song won't be in chaos. The 6 kingdoms will still have the possibility of integrating together, and you immortal Qin will start counting down the days. Yi Yun jumped up without hesitation. I'll take it. The people next to him looked at him like he was an idiot, and Zhao Yun was very puzzled. What are you going to catch, boss? Yi Yun said. Xiao Zhao, you want to take this mission? Zhao Yun smiled very awkwardly. Little brother is currently buying the heavenly creation pill to enhance his strength. He's still short of money on hand. Yi Yun looked at him with a smirk. I say, little Zhao, what realm are you in now? Zhao Yun looked at Yi Yun with great embarrassment. Boss, this is my personal secret. Can I keep it to myself? Yi Yun suddenly understood. Are you trying to seize the title of Wuji with your own strength? That, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Zhao Yun scratched his head. Boss, anyway, you are also indifferent to fame and fortune. Fulfill my little brother. Yi Yun secretly despised in his heart. You can just directly say that all of my fengshou are wastes. Why bother to go around in such a big circle? And you are also laborious and I am also laborious. So, he patted Zhao Yun's shoulder. Why don't I help you find Zhao Fan, reintroduce his widowed sister-in-law to you, and after robbing this Wuji, you send it to me? Zhao Yun smiled very embarrassedly. Then thank you, boss, only we have to make a pact. Yi Yun looked at him with a smile. Tell me. Zhao Yun broke off the first finger very seriously. I know that the boss has a charm that calls women hard to hold on to, and when you find your target, you're not allowed to discharge on her. Yi Yun secretly slandered in his heart. Do you think that the old man can look at any goods? I am not a chow thief. Zhao Yun gently broke off a second finger. Third, you pay for me for attending the auction venue, and you pay for the Taba house. Yi Yun thought in his heart, is this teaching me to be a dowry for him? Zhao Yun broke off a second finger. After getting the Wuji title, I have to see if you're qualified to go next. If not, or if the whole school is unwilling, it doesn't count as me breaking the contract. Hearing this, Yi Yun almost gave Zhao Yun a humane destruction. So you're taking all the benefits and none of the risks, and even the big ears with the black belly are no match for you. So he sighed. I understand your aggressiveness, but whether or not I'm willing to help you depends on my mood. After saying that, he stretched his waist. I just practiced a 5th grade elixir just now. I'm a bit tired, so I'll go back to sleep, said very feebly. He opened the door of his room and stepped inside. Zhao Yun was still a bit reluctant and was just about to head inside. Suddenly a beautiful woman with a petite body appeared in the doorway, and your broad-bladed longsword hung with a harsh wind against his body, slashing at the ground beneath his feet. A massive and incomparable force was stirred up and transmitted to the soles of Zhao Yun's feet, and he jumped up with a cry of misery as if he had been struck by lightning. Thorns grow underground. When he fell, his feet were still paralyzed, and he fell solidly on his butt. This was a far cry from his usual flamboyant and dashing appearance, and seeing that the beautiful women next to him were laughing at him, his face flushed, and he also turned around and went back to his room. The door of Yi Yun's room was closed by Chiba Dance on the inside and unlocked. The flirtatious wind outside the door looked at Ainli's appearance. His heart was lost and envious. She turned to Ainli and said, that Chiba-mai is so hateful. She has to dominate the master every day. Why don't we go to the master and judge him? Ainli seemed to smile. Little sister is timid. Afraid that brother Yun will be mean to me. Sister Mei is a tall artist. Little sister is optimistic about you. Flirtatious wind glared at her viciously. Setting me up in the crater, aren't you? Never seen you so bad. She grunted and went to her own room next to her as well. Li was just about to leave, but Xiang Yu called out, Miss Li, I would like to take a leave of absence, and I hope that you can convey this to the Lord. Li froze for a moment. Can't you tell the Lord about the leave of absence in person? Why don't you find Li Qingzhao? What's the point of looking for me? Xiang Yu scratched his head. Miss Li has been arranged by her teacher to go to another place to cultivate, and you're the only one in here who can talk to the Lord, and I've always treated you as the Lord's mother in my heart, so I'd like to ask Miss Li to be a little more accommodating. Li froze for a moment before it dawned on her. You are trying to go back to find Sister Yuji. Xiang Yu nodded in embarrassment. The Lord distributed some spirit-gathering divine elixir to me, and it just so happens that Sister Yuji also lacks this, so I wanted to send it to him in the first place. Chapter 103, Can't cut down a god, but can cut down a man. Yun, who had entered the room, did not immediately undress as he stopped Chiba Mai's outburst. Dance. There's something else going on tonight. You need to go out with me for a bit. Chiba Dance changed into her practice gear as fast as she could, and readied her usual weapons. This time it was the two people's original gods that had gone out of their bodies, and with great speed, they arrived in an unknown deep forest. It seemed much like the outside world there, but surprisingly, the sun and the moon actually shone in the sky at the same time. Chiba Mai froze. What is this place? Yun said according to the information he got from the system. This is where the first god of creation, the great god of Pangu, is located. Do not make any noise here, and do not do anything to desecrate the great god of Pangu. It turned out that Pangu was the first person in the ancient times to complete the cultivation of the 24 realms, and he was the first to reach the peak of the Rui 4 realms, which was the god of creation. After creating another chaotic space and using his supreme divine power to divide heaven and earth, his power ran out and he died in this world of his. The two eyes transformed, one into the sun and the other into the moon. The blood on his body turned into rivers, his hair into forest meadows, and his body into mountains and hills. He was mentioned with immense reverence in later generations, and the two came to the top of the mountain, where a temple of creation was built. In front of it, a large signboard was carved in seal characters, Pangu God Temple. The two men gently kowtowed, and the 6 gates naturally opened, sucking the two men in. There were 2 futons suspended below, and the 2 men paid their respects. Right at this moment, he only saw that the divine axe offered on the table swish out a wave of green gas, and Yun hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch it. Only in the palm of his left hand, a so-called axe was as thin as a cicada. He once again kowtowed a few times to the great god Pangu and respectfully retreated. Chiba Mai looked very confused. Master, it seems like a joke to open up the heavens even with such a small axe. Yun shook his head. This is only 1/10 trillion billion billionth of the aura that heaven-opening divine axe has been divided into. Don't you see that it looks small here? If you get it to us, uncontrolled, it's like the size of a real axe. Chiba Mai froze for a moment. We can use it to defeat those magical beasts? Yun shook his head. Those in the mortal martial 4 realms should be similar. Chiba Mai was deflated. Then what's the point of having it? Yun smiled. Someone wants to buy it. The price is not low. Since by such a buyer, why not earn this money? It was then that Chiba Mai realized what he was trying to say. You mean that treasure map thing? Right. Where the ultimate goal is to find this axe? Yun smiled. That treasure map is divided into 81 pieces, and each piece of it is said to be auctioned off at a starting price of 100,000 taels of silver. So how much do you think it would be appropriate for us to pay for this axe? Chiba Mai shook her head. I don't understand this. It's all up to you. Yun led her to be transported by another teleportation array to the top of a mountain, where he very quickly dug a large hole with this axe before carving out another stone box and putting the axe inside. And then he told Chiba Mai to use his long sword to carve a few big words on it in plum seal script. Heaven opening divine axe. The two men filled back in the soil they had dug out again and got some grass planted on the side. Seeing no traces of fresh soil, Yun said to Chiba Mai, it requires the mana of your Xian Mare realm to seal it. Not long after, the place was sealed by mana, and Yun brought Xianya Dance to be transported by the teleportation array to the Shin family trading house again. By this time, 2 heads were covered with black robes, masking their faces and revealing only a pair of eyes. Suddenly a very strong old man said, the important place of the auction house? Idle people are exempted from entering. Yun sneered. What qualifications do you have to say this when all you sell are some fakes? Is your face a poseur? Don't you mind that it would be humiliating to say so? That old man grunted. I am Shinziru, the grand provider invited by the Shin family merchant, an expert of the ancient god realm. I will be very angry if you talk to me like this. Yun gave him a cold look. So what, am I a spoiled child parent? If not, get out of my way and don't block my path. Otherwise I'm the one who will be very angry. There is an ancient treasure in tomorrow's auction items. That is the treasure map fragment of Pan Guax. The old man's order is to handle this site not to leak out compared to the real thing. Yun shook his head. As I said, the ones in your collection are all fakes. Shinzero sneered. There is a limit to my patience. If you guys provoke trouble here again, don't blame me for being impolite. Yun looked him up and down for a few moments, not placing this ancient god realm expert in his eyes in the slightest. Pity, I do find you difficult, but you do deserve pity. Shinzero's eyebrows stood up. Pity what? Don't talk nonsense, you brat. Yun said coldly, you won't be able to reach the Xin Mare realm in your lifetime. The old man was furious and stormed. I am a powerful martial artist of the martial cultivation lineage. No one has ever spoken to me like this. What exactly do you mean? Yun remembered what his teacher had told him. Ancient gods don't die. They are Xian Mare. And you're going to die soon. The old man laughed out incredulously. You brat with no immortal power at all. How dare you talk to the old man like that? Go and watch the move. As he spoke, his hands suddenly became as red as hot coals and ran unhurriedly to print over Yun's heart. It was a stunt he had become famous for, called the questioning hand. Hitting the heart was a fiery red palm print. It didn't look like it was doing that much damage, but the other person's heart had been burned to ashes by him. All in all, this is a very vicious form of kung fu in the Jianghu. Before Yun could react, Chiba Dance jumped first and that longsword hung with the wind slashing down towards the old man's head. It was a backward shot, but it was a step ahead of the old man. In the current situation, even if the old man was able to kill Yun with a palm strike, he would still be split in half by Chiba Dance's sword. Ancient God Realm. Want to cultivate the Xian Mare. The prerequisite is not to die. The old man is as precious as gold. Which dares to touch him hard? Whoosh jumped out of the circle. His face was very ugly, like he was constipated. Young man, you don't speak of martial virtues. How can you do things like this? It's a disgrace to martial artists. Thousand Leaf Dance puffed out a laugh. I'll give you two paths. Either ask us to introduce you to your Dong clan, or you'll stay in the ancient god realm. The old man was furious and his beard was pouting. Staying in the ancient god realm forever. That means that the old man is dead. He was just about to have a fit when it suddenly occurred to him that this Chibamai had actually ignored the pressure of his realm and given himself a sword. Could it be that her realm is even higher than mine? The higher his cultivation level, the more he valued his life. He waited for a moment and grunted. It's not impossible to see our proprietor. Wait here. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Yun did not think much of himself and waited outside with Chibamai in his arms. It was only after a long time that Shinwan-san arrived in front of Yun under the protection of a group of offerings from the Hall of Elders. Chapter 104, A bunch of head centers. You two wanted to see me? Yun hummed. I mean, those pieces of the treasure map you got are all fakes. Shinwan-san's face was blue, and in his heart he thought that no matter how fake it is, I also spent 690,000 taels of silver to acquire it. If you say so, won't you call me a blood loss? If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Uncle can tolerate it, but Grandpa can't tolerate it. Does your excellency want to provoke the strength of my elder hall? Yun smiled contemptuously. How many other ancient god realm experts do you have here? These offerings from the Hall of Elders couldn't help but sip their teeth. They only had one ancient god realm expert here, Shinzero, and the others had two Peeklingshu, and the rest could all be Peek Mekong. Of course even this strength is very terrifying in this immortal plane. You think that the experts of the Xuanwu Fourth Realm are all cabbages. Just touch one. Toad yawns. You have a big mouth. Yun pinched Chiba Mai's cheeks. How many experts of the ancient god realm can you fight? Chiba Mai said very disdainfully. I'm a little bit worse. I can barely fight 3 of them. Anything below an ancient god is trash to me. This instantly exasperated all these guys in the Elder Hall with their beards pouting, and they all asked Shinwan-san to fight. Don't be angry, Great Easterner. Let's take down these 2 big talkers. Yun yawned. Having labored for days, I really want to find some immortal spirit chi to make up for it. Those 3 Xuanwu Fourth Realm experts will be given to you, and the others will be left to me. Thousand Leaf Dance pouted. Since it's so weak, wouldn't it be better to find some Spirit Void Ancient God Realm experts to patch it up? Yun looked at her without a good mood. I'm afraid to hold up. So that's it. Before the words fell, Thousand Leaf Dance was like an arrow off the string, breaking free from Yun's embrace and flying directly toward Shinzero. Shinzero already felt the pressure from her, naturally did not dare to drag big, and hurriedly called on and his own almost, those 2 people together to intercept. Yun stretched and walked towards the remaining Elder Hall experts. These elders felt insulted when they didn't feel any flow of immortal aura on him. With trash like this, a random expert can fix it. Why do we need to do anything? One of the Ling Xiao realm experts took a large step forward to extend his hand and grabbed Ian's shoulder. Kids, go play over there. Ian stunned and froze for a moment, nor did he hide, allowing the guy to grab himself. That elder was at the peak of the Ling Xiao, and after capturing Yun, he began to threaten Xiang Yu dance. Hey, that girl. Your parent has been captured by us. To save him, drop your weapon, he said, trying to lift Yun up as a bargaining chip to force Chiba Mai to surrender. Who knew that just as soon as he exerted his strength he felt the immortal energy in his body uncontrollably, surging towards Yun's body. Crap, this is. He was startled, and just as he wanted to let go, he suddenly felt an irresistible adhesive force from the other's shoulder, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. Seeing this Ling Xiao realm expert, there was an abnormality in his body. The other people were not accustomed to coming over to check out what was going on, and some of them wanted to pull him away from Yun when they saw that he was in great pain. Who knows? Just as his hand touched, that elder was also connected to him, followed by a steady stream of internal energy leaking out of his own body. Just like this one even won a turn of the elder's sugar. The remaining dozen elders are connected to a big string. Just as he felt a steady stream of precedents flying towards him, Ian stretched with great satisfaction. These elders of the Shin Clan Merchant Company really live up to their name. I'm impressed. In his heart, however, he thought, these guys are too much of a dish, aren't they? And their cultivation is going to bottom out before I can even maximize my effectiveness here? Just then, Chiba Mai suddenly kicked hard. It just kicked a zero void mirror expert to the front of this wall of people and couldn't help but stand with them. The immortal energy in this guy's body was much more abundant than theirs. One person supported 60% of this immortal energy flow. Yun complimented. Dance, you're too powerful. One more. Chiba Mai's waist cleared with a twist, dodging Shinziru's vicious slap. With that, he flew up another kick, and another spiritual rhinoceros realm expert was also kicked up, unsuspectingly connecting with that one. At this time, he began to put his hands down to deal with Shinziru. His realm was one level higher than Shinziru's, and he naturally fought in a completely crushing state. Only when Shinzira hit him with several kicks one after another did he react. Little girl, so you're in the Xianmei realm. The little girl's eyes winked very slyly. You're not stupid for an old man. By the looks of it, I should revisit you? Saying that, one after another, he punched and kicked Shinzira's body 3 more times. Although these few moves of hers were not fatal, but the beauty of a hit on the body had to consume the body, such as a large portion of the immortal energy. After holding on for a while longer, Shinziro felt that the speed of his punches and kicks was quite slow, and the rhythm of his attacks was controlled by Chiba dance. Right at this moment, Ian shook his hand with force and those few offerings that had been preceded by Shigan stacked together like a stack. At this time, Chiba dance suddenly quickly and incomparably grabbed Shinziru's cell door called. He could no longer make strength. Digest this again. Originally, this old man's strength was far higher than Ian's, and the act of rashly going to suck on him was simply looking for death. But now that Shinziro had been abused by Thousand Leaf Dance for a long time, his strength was greatly reduced and he was no longer capable of resisting Ian. Hence, after being grabbed by Ian's arm, he was actually unable to break free, and a steady stream of immortal energy flowed into Ian's body. Thousand Leaf Dance gloated from the side. An expert of the ancient god realm. I'm afraid you'll never be able to comprehend the Xianmei. Although such an ancient god realm expert was like a cabbage in pre-Qin, to Yun, it was a wonderful delicacy to enhance his strength. Next to him, Shinwansan was so scared that his hands and feet went cold, knowing that if he had to fight any longer, these experts of his elder hall would be wiped out by the group. He then hurried to Yun and respectfully saluted. This senior, if you want the treasure map, I'm willing to give it away for free. Please be generous and spare old Mr. Shen. Ian secretly thought in his mind that I am here to do business, but not to a murder. Forget it, to forgive and forgive. When he thought of this he put away the Taotai skill. Shinziro was shaken and flopped, sitting on his butt on the ground. He pointed at Yun with a face full of horror. You little liar. How dare you hide your strength? Yun laughed without a care in the world. It's not like you asked me. Chapter 105, Partnering to Catch a Fool. Seeing those guys who were drained of their internal energy by themselves, looking at themselves with a disgusted and poisonous expression, Ian smiled disdainfully as he took out a large handful of blood recovery pills from his Dan furnace. You guys take these blood recovery pills. These offerings were some people who were well informed and naturally found that Yun practiced these blood return simplicity to a much higher degree. Shinziro was very alarmed and said, Your Excellency is a founder? Ian smiled shyly. I once served as the chief of the Fengshi lineage. In fact, during the 5 Veins competition, no matter how much they fought, Ian's position as the chief was a lightning rod. It's not like he's bragging when he says that. Shinwansan was even more surprised. Your Excellency is out of the Jishi Academy? Yi Yun pretended to be profound and said, "That was many years ago." The crowd was horrified. It was important to realize that in the immortal plane, people's looks were often the most deceptive. And some people who looked to be in their 20s were actually immortals with tens of thousands of years of Dao. Hearing him say that didn't make anyone feel like he was bragging. Yi Yun said to Shenwan-san, "Can you ask me to take a look at your shard?" Shenwan-san's face has a difficult color. This little old man has other bitter feelings. Yi Yun hummed. "Actually, I don't need your consent. I can read it as well. It's just a matter of taking some trouble." Frightened Shenwan-san fell to his knees with a flutter. The Supreme Immortal spares his life. "It's not that I'm not accommodating. It's just that there's another reason." Yi Yun hummed. "What reason?" Shenwan-san lowered his voice and said, "It was circulated from the Jin King's house in the Great Song Kingdom, and His Highness, the Jin King, secretly instructed that no one be allowed to view a copy of it if they did not truly wish to buy it. The current emperor of the Great Song Dynasty is Zhao Kuangyin, and the king of Jin is his third brother, Zhao Kuangyi, who also has a notable cultivation in the immortal plane, and is a pivotal bigwig in the country." Hearing the other party bring up the name of King Jin, Yi Yun knew what the other party's difficulty was, so he smiled and took out a very mysterious scroll from himself. "Coincidentally, I have a shard on me as well. Will you see if it's real or not?" The outer packaging of this fragment of his was quite mysterious, with a cloud of purple chi flowing vaguely above it, and a small dragon coiled vaguely within the purple chi. All those people looked dumbfounded. Yi Yun laughed. "Donorshen has no idea. I just want to see if his outer packaging is exactly the same as mine. If it's the same, it's the real thing. If it's not, he. Shenwan-san's face became quite ugly, and next to him, the great provider Shinzuru also let out a long sigh. 80-year-old woman holding a child in reverse. 1,000 years of hunting geese, blinded by geese. Hateful. Yi Yun smiled. "In fact, I still have 34 pieces on me. It seems that your excellency is very uninterested in this. Count me as coming to the wrong place. Why don't I go to the Deng's merchant house or the Who's merchant house again to have a look?" Hearing him say this, Shenwan-san fluttered and knelt down for him. "Don't go yet. Please follow me to the treasure pavilion." Yi Yun, this is actually premeditated. In order to call the entire treasure map by Zhao Laosan to get, so that he can smoothly go to knife Zhao Kuangyin. Of course the plan is in the person. The success is in the sky. Even if his ability is limited, knife cannot. Song mess up is good. This task could only be accomplished by the Shin family merchant company in terms of the level of recognition in the Song Kingdom. The so-called take it to other business houses and sell it. That means nothing and no one else will believe it. The reason he said that was to force Shenwan-san to choose himself. Seeing that Shenwan-san had conceded, he helped Shenwan-san up without a care in the world. There's no need to be like this. East Master Shin. Meeting each other is fate. Let's go in and have a chat. These offerings had all taken. The blood-restoring pills given by Yi Yun, and their immortal strength had recovered. So they very awkwardly accompanied the old proprietor and embraced the two to enter the treasure pavilion together. These people were guarding the outside, and the door to the treasure pavilion was sealed by a golden light. Seeing the other party's cautious appearance, Yi Yun was very amused and took out all the remaining pieces of the treasure map and placed them on the table. "I have these copies in my hands. Is there any need to plot to take your share? It's time for Dong Beishan to believe me now, isn't it?" Shenwan-san no longer said anything, canceled a half scroll, unfolded it. Turned out to be the upper part of that hidden treasure map, probably more than 40 pieces sewn together, but not when it comes down to it. The rest of these places depended entirely on these fragments in Yi Yun's hands, together with the piece that Shenwan-san was now auctioning off. The other party carefully counted and could not help but frown. "Supreme Immortal, this isn't right. It's already 82 pieces when added together." Yi Yun took the 34 pieces he had left and showed them to him. "Look at all of these, there is a hidden dragon energy floating above them. And look at the ones you put together, there are also giant dragons swimming above them. Is there anything unusual about this piece of yours?" Shenwan-san took out the Jin Wangfu and circulated this one fragment, only to see that he was some ordinary paper, painted although various, but without any flow of immortal energy. He stuttered and pounded his chest, quite chagrined. "Why did Prince Jin and the others find these symbols to trick me?" Yi Yun patted his shoulder. "Donorshan doesn't have to be like this. There are quite a few forgeries of this item in the folklore. Secular people naturally can't distinguish his authenticity, and you don't have to take it to heart." Shenwan-san's voice trembled. "Supreme Immortal, you took out the rest of the fragments. This, a face of greed and embarrassed to say it. Yi Yun laughed. "I have such a strong power. Do you think I still lack a Pangu axe?" Shenwan-san was quite embarrassed. Yes, it's me who has measured the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart." Yi Yun saw the greedy look on his face. "If you want to get the complete treasure map so that you can find that Pangu axe, it's not impossible. as long as you're willing to pay 10,000,000 guan copper coins. These pieces are all yours. 10,000,000 guan copper coins, or 10,000,000 taels of silver. Even if you blow the juice out of the Qin family business, you won't be able to get it, he said with great embarrassment. The supreme immortal had better take it back. Thank you for showing me the way. I am grateful. Yun smiled. I don't have much use for keeping these fragments. I would like to drag your merchant firm to auction them and then give you a 20% commission. What do you think? How could he not expect this kind of good thing to fall on his head? Shen Wansan did not know how to answer. Yun continued. Here's the deal. If these fragments can be sold for more than 10,000,000 taels of silver, the rest will all go to Dongshan, and I will only charge for the 10,000,000 taels of silver for the bottom cushion. Shen Wansan was still thinking about the commission and mentioned it again. Yun laughed. No matter how much you sell it for, those commissions will remain unchanged, and anything over 10,000,000 taels will all go to you, Shen Wansan said without hesitation. Deal. Happy cooperation. After a short while, Yun stretched his back and contentedly carried Chiba Dance out of the merchant house and returned to his chambers. Chapter 106 Upgrading the Black Armor Army. After arranging all this, the two returned to Yun's room together, still snuggling up to each other like before and entering dreamland. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door outside, and then we heard flirtatious wind. Master, Zhao Yun is here to see you. When the two came out, they found Zhao Yun still looking ravishing, so they knew that the bastard must be thinking that something indescribable might have happened between the two. But Yun did not want to explain. After all, the more this was described, the darker it became. Not to mention that the little beauty was now her own woman. So even if something had happened, it made sense. Zhao Yun really came over or for the matter of Shen's merchant bank's auction. And this time the auction angle was quite tricky. Not all people could enter, but they had to be vetted beforehand to see if they were qualified to participate in the auction. The standard for vetting is that the property can't be less than $5 million. So Zhao Yun wanted to ask Yun to put up some money for himself, and then give it to him when he had the money. Yun had the intention of trying to persuade him not to fall into the trap, but on second thought, this was an opportunity he had laid with great difficulty to stir up chaos within the Six Nations. So why should he stop because of a Zhao Yun? What's more, the most this guy could do was to not be able to shoot something. It's not like he would damage anything. So he very painfully took out 5 million taels of silver tickets and handed them over to him. Zhao Yun was so moved that he invited him to join him. Yun shook his head and smiled, declining his invitation. At this time, Li Flirtatious Wind as well as Li Qingzhao do not know what he thought. Asked why he did not go to participate in the auction. Even if you can shoot a piece of debris, how to sell at a high price is also hair. Yun looked at Li Qingzhao. Sister Shower, you're not fit to study such worldly topics, or else let's still study love poetry. Li Qingzhao grunted. How can your kind of tunes full of big vernaculars make it to the Hall of Elegance? It's just as well not to talk about you, Yun said with a smile. It's been a long time. I miss Sister Shine very much. Come to my room and let's talk for a while. In front of these women, Li Qingzhao is also a bit shy after all. Lowered her head and did not dare to look at the crowd. Strangely enough, the always venomous Li did not satirize her. But following this guy into the room in broad daylight like this, bright and early, hell knows what could happen. He couldn't pull that off, after all, so he smiled. My teacher has gifted me with a new Dharma item, and I have to test it out. So excuse me, Li also whispered. I still have to fuse the 1,000 Faces Demon Spider, so I won't talk to you guys either. After all, he had just obtained Ian not long ago, and the resentment in his heart had long since disappeared. The little beauty said very thoughtfully, I'm going to go outside and see what fresh food is available for any of you who still need me to bring you food. These few people all pushed that they had eaten, and the little beauty didn't ask Yun about it and directly walked out. Flirtatious Wind had the intention to leave as well, but was stopped by Yun. Flirtatious Wind, get your ass in here. Flirtatious Wind's face reddened, thinking to herself, has this suave master finally seen how good I am? I'll become my master's person tonight, right? After closing the door to the room, as expected, Zhang Shan opened the door and said, every one of these people has progressed. What realm has Flirtatious Wind reached now? Flirtatious Wind sighed and said, the slave girl is still at the stage of practicing the method. Yun opened the door of the temporary space will, and he brought it to that cave of cultivation. You as my personal guard. Now this strength I'm afraid it's very difficult to be competent. I now have a way for you to improve your strength. Do you want it? Flirtatious Wind was overjoyed. Had Master practiced any more elixirs? She followed Yun into that temporary space door and blushed, thinking that her master was going to do something to him. It's not repulsive, but it also feels so disrespectful and a bit of inferiority and loss. They arrived at the cave in that space and opened the stone door, and were instantly shocked by the aura of solemnity inside. Suddenly, he found over 300 pairs of armor hanging on the racks of armor inside, while the one at the top was a set of black armor. The armor was black and had a mask on it, vaguely feeling the flow of immortal energy inside. Flirtatious Wind suddenly felt that this armor was connected to his own heart and couldn't help but feel joyful. Master, this is the Xiang Yu armor that I recently found the best materials to refine for you. Although it can't raise your cultivation, it can withstand a single attack from a peak grand cultivator, and it can save you once when you're in mortal danger. Flirtatious Wind was very excited. Master, you called me here just for this? Yun nodded. Although you'll be my woman sooner or later, there's no rush. I will feel guilty in my heart for delaying your cultivation for this. Flirtatious Wind was very happy to change into that set of Xiang Yu armor. The whole person's temperament changed. Beauty with a hint of icy speedy killing. Was her aura incomparably increased? She was overjoyed and bowed to him with the weapon in her hand. My subordinate is still willing to serve my master for the rest of my life. Yun also ordered him to collect the rest of those Xiang Yu armors and distribute them to those black armored troops under him. These armors were a bit less efficient overall than the one she had, but they could at least withstand a blow from a peak Tongxian. Flirtatious Wind was tender at this time, thinking for a long time before he made up his mind and tried to ask. Actually, my subordinate is not practicing now. There is time, if master really wants to. Yun again gifted her those cultivation enhancement pills that he had refined. You are enlightened by dance, and this aspect of knowledge can only be comprehended by going to the bachelor's lineage. So after you finish taking this elixir, I will lead you to the academic lineage to meet your friends with song and dance in order to find you a bright teacher. Couldn't Shuriai-san do it? Yun smiled and said, her songs and dances are more polite than robust, and you need to find some teachers who have a variety of styles to learn from. The songs and dances that Flirtatious Wind had learned from before, such as the lyrics of Wang Mingjun, were all characterized by softness and poignancy, which predetermined that his martial arts cultivation would not be too high, and if he wanted to make progress, he had to be exposed to a wide variety of styles and tunes. Flirtatious Wind took the pill Yun gave her, and after taking it, she used her energy to dissolve the medicinal power again. Only after everything was completed did this come out along with Yun. He was the only one left inside the dormitory, so he utilized his puppet to send a message to ask Xiang Yu when he would be back. Xiang Yu said, Sister Yuji is now at the critical time of her breakthrough. I have to protect her and will not be back until a few days later. After a while, Flirtatious Wind walked in and told him to go to the playground to review the 300 black armored troops. Yun walked out to take a look at the 300 soldiers who had all undergone a qualitative change. At first, he was only at the peak of the Tongxian realm, and with this set of armor as well as his weapon, the killing aura that emanated from him could only be resisted by people at the Lingxiao realm. Chapter 107, Disgusting Zhaogong. He nodded in satisfaction. The equipment is good too. I just don't know how good the combat is. Flirt Wind frowned and said, Does Master look down on us? Yun shook his head. No, I wanted to pull out and practice. Hearing that there was a battle, Flirtatious Wind was very happy. Who are you going to fight? Yun whispered. Black on black. He didn't give Flirtatious Wind time to react to the direct order for all of them to all articulate their coins. The articulation is a measure taken in ancient times to prevent the clamor of a marching army, and is generally used for surprise attacks. Attach a string to each end of a chopstick, hold it horizontally in your mouth when you use it, and tie it behind your head with a band to prevent it from falling off. According to the Sima law, the armature does not distinguish between generals and soldiers, and whoever's armature falls off during a march is obliged to be hacked to death by the soldiers behind him. Then moving swiftly, Yun directly placed them in the middle of a dense forest. Tell them to ambush them with grass and leaves all over them. Although Flirtatious Wind was full of questions, Yun did not order them to remove the armature, so he had to swallow them all. Yun himself was no exception, as he led the way and quietly lay down in the pile of grass, waiting for the main event to unfold. Not far from where they were ambushed was a wide official road, and Yun listened to the ground with a sideways ear. Not long after, the earth suddenly shook violently, and he made a gesture that meant to tell everyone to get ready. After a while, two groups of men suddenly appeared approaching the place where they had been ambushed. The numbers were small, with all the horses on one side and a few cars in the other. Flirtatious Wind was contentedly questioning here, but seeing that Yun did not move, she did not move either. At that moment, from the opposite side of that carriage went and got down a man with a face like a jade. Yun's heart stirred. The Wanyan Nine Sisters? What is he doing here? The bearded general leading the opposite side also jumped down from his horse and came to him. This was also Yun's old acquaintance, the Golden Woodsman. Yun wondered, in the immortal plane, human life was theoretically endless. The Emperor of Song is still Zhao Kuan-yin, Even his third brother Zhao Guangyi is not the emperor. Does it still make sense for Zhao Gong to collude with the Jin people? Look at this situation. The Liao kingdom on the edge of the great Song dynasty has long ceased to exist, right? He saw Zhao Gong hastily salute Jin Wuzhu. Fourth prince, be at ease. This king will definitely give you what he promised you, so don't be so impatient. Kim Woody was much prouder than he was, and with a big grin, he accepted his salute. Condescendingly, Zhao Gong, back then, we secretly agreed, our great Jin sent the strongest assassins to help your Jin king lineage capture the Pan-Guax and ultimately make your 7th generation ancestor, Zhao Guangyi, the emperor. In return, you gave us great Jin a generous reward, and now that we've honored our agreement, what about what you promised? Zhao Gong respectfully said, now that the Pan-Guax has not yet arrived, please ask your emperor to wait for a few more days. We will definitely satisfy him. Before the words left his mouth, he heard a snapping sound, and Jean Woodruff's bare paw slapped solidly on Zhao Gong's face. What kind of thing are you? You also dare to call my country's emperor and so on. As long as our country sends out elite assassins, you should pay back all the money owed to me. 1 point less. I'll ask for it directly with Zhao Guangyi, that dog thief. Zhao Gong this person youth went quite hard, but to the middle age but some goat, solidly received this. Not only did not dare to resist, but kneel on the ground. I, the ministerial organization, risk my life to make a speech, and ask the imperial prince to convey it to his majesty, the great emperor of the upper kingdom. Jean Woodruff sneered. What words do you want to tell this emperor to turn? Zhao Gong said with fear and trepidation. As long as the upper kingdom keeps supporting our lineage, I am willing to persuade my lord heavenly ancestor to become an uncle and nephew with your kingdom, and to give the upper kingdom as a foreign state forever, and to send 400,000 annual coins, 400,000 silks, and 1,000 beautiful women every year, and I will never renege on my debt. The words weren't finished when he received another blow to the other side of his face. Asshole, what qualifications does he, Zhao Laosan, have to be my father's uncle? Zhao Gong said with an aggrieved face. It's the emperor of the upper kingdom who is the uncle, while our lower kingdom's emperor is the nephew, which means that according to seniority, I should also call the fourth prince my uncle. Golden Woodruff was furious and kicked him in the chest, pitting him for half a day before he slowed down and continued to kneel. Well, asshole, your 7 generations of ancestors have to call my father an uncle. According to generation, what should you call me? Living ancestors. Kim Woody then laughed and bent down to pat him on the head. You're very sincere, but can you guarantee that all of you on this side of the family are so sincere? Zhao Gong gave a very humble smile. Lord Heavenly Ancestor was once just a man of our lineage who used the utmost sincerity to befriend your country. My father, His Highness King Duan, and my elder brother, King Zhao Huan of Kaifeng, have always treated the people of the upper kingdom with the utmost sincerity. Not being able to see any cunning in Zhao Gong, he couldn't help but nod his head at this, believing in his sincerity. When Zhao Gong was just about to get up, Lord Jean would suddenly ask again, don't go yet, let me ask you, you can't even be considered a great-grandson in our golden kingdom. What qualifications do you have to ask your ancestor for me to send you a message? Zhao Gong stood up and pointed to the several vehicles behind him and said, the things on the vehicles, feel free to take them. This is the true representation of my father, my king's brother, and my sincerity. Kim Woody suddenly smelled a scent of rouge and immediately understood what was going on. So he nodded. Received your sincerity. I will bring your words to my father. As for whether his old man listens to it or not, I can't guarantee it. Anyway, I didn't promise you anything. Just understand it yourself. A trace of shame suddenly appeared on Zhao Gong's face, but he couldn't care much about it. Found a batch of war horses, left a few carts behind, and took his entourage and left. Kim Woody came to the front of the car and ordered everyone in the car to get down in a hurry. There were 3 groups of people in 3 cars, and the women at the head of these 3 groups were even more noticeable. All of them were quite beautiful and graceful and had an air of honor about them. Jean Woodchuck asked what the 3 of them were called. These 3 answered one by one. It turned out that the older one, surnamed Wei, claimed to be the birth mother of Zhao Jiu, and was the side consort summoned by King Duan. Those under him were the daughters of King Duan. The lewd one in the second car claimed to be surnamed Zhu, and was said to be the royal consort of Zhao Huan, King of Kaifeng, the elder brother of Zhao Gong. The one she led was Zhao Huan's side consort. The woman at the head of the third car claimed to be surnamed Xing, claiming to be the royal consort of King Kong, Zhao Gong. Following around him were the concubines who took care of the usual concubines. Kim Woody laughed out loud. It looks like this Zhao Gong's sincerity is full of sincerity. Except that your status is so honorable that I dare not offend you now, and I must offer you to the court, which will hold a special goat-raising ceremony for you. Chapter 108, This is the Black Eat Black. Xing Fei breaks down and curses Jin Wushu for not being a human being, and Jin Wushu laughs. Princess Xing, right? You can't blame me for this. Blame your wimpy husband. This is the territory of Song. It is not advisable to stay for a long time, and now Jin is not ready, so it does not want to get into more trouble. He hurriedly ordered the soldiers to catch all these women in the car. As soon as Yun saw that it was time, he removed the armature from his mouth and made a gesture to the black armored army behind him. The black armored troops were well trained, and they all took off their armatures and put them away. Yun saw Jin Wuzhu walking in front of him, with these vehicles following in the middle, and a team of people escorting behind him. He quietly gave orders to the 3 centurions, and a team of men followed him to directly free the hostages, while flirtatious winds split the rest of the men into 2 parts, with one part blocking the Jean Woodruff who was returning to the garden, and the other part dividing the team behind them from the car. This tactic worked quite well, and all of the 110 men that Jin Wuzhu had brought with him were scattered. The soldiers guarding beside those vehicles died under the swords of Yun's men without even grunting. The car fell into Yun's hands and he said to the people inside, "Don't panic, we're here to save you." These men of Yun were well trained. Although that general in the rear army was also above Tongxian, their swords could not cut through the black armored army's body armor. Therefore, it is also in a passive state, and these black armor army is well trained and armed to the teeth, and there are also some serial crossbows and other big killers in their hands, and in a short while dozens of people in the rear army are dead on the ground. Just then the front army was in great disorder. It turned out that Jin Woodruff had opened the body of the god of war and was holding a Daisuke no man's land in his hand. Although the black armored army was able to carry one of his axes, they were all knocked to the ground and spat out blood differently. Flirtatious wind on the field did not have a few rounds also lost. Yun cannot care much, drew out the waist knife and rushed up. Yun's brows furrowed when he saw a white aura on Jin Woodruff's head and a white dragon wrapped around him. This person also has a dragon aura on him. Is it all rather extraordinary? He hurriedly used his Lion King's body and let out a long roar. This sound wave was headed straight for Jin Wuzhu's side of them. Unable to withstand being shocked and dizzy, his hands so soft, the battle axe fell to the ground. The elite soldiers following behind him were miserable, and were directly stunned. Yun took a step towards Jin Wuzhu, although Jin Wuzhu, affected greatly, but did not pass out, also still have the ability to fight again. He rolled over and stood up, holding a giant axe in his hand as he coldly looked at Yun. "It's you guys again." Yun sneered. "You don't have a chance of winning against me. I don't want to die miserably here. It's better to go back." Jin Woodruff wasn't a soft touch either. "You don't have a single fluctuation of immortal power on you. What gives you the right to talk to me like that?" Yun sneered. "Originally, we were also at odds with Song, and originally wanted to unite with your great Jin to clamp down on Song. But since you were unwilling, we had to unite with great Song to fight your Jin." Jin Woody's brow furrowed. "Who the hell are you?" Yun's voice became low. "I come from immortal Qin." Jin Woody nodded. "So you are the barbarians of Xian Qin. Is your Qin Shi Huang okay now?" Yun sneered. "His Majesty's spring and autumn is in full bloom. He has long wanted to annex the 6 kingdoms. Since your golden kingdom is so ungrateful, I have no choice but to take you to try the sword first." The mind froze for a moment, and then it was as if it had understood something. "It said that your country's emperor has 3 years to live. If he dies, I'll still be afraid of you, Xian Qin the hell. By then, you'll just be counted as a bunch of waste snacks." Yun's body and mind were like arrows as he instantly scurried to Jin Wuzhu's front. The other party instinctively used his great axe to cleave him, but he firmly grasped the handle of the great axe. Jin Woodruff instinctively snatched back. Just such a subconscious action can count on the pit of suffering. He only felt the power of his body uncontrollably flew towards Yun's body. Feeling bad and then want to break free has been impossible. The process of the force stripping his body was quite unpleasant, and when he entered the room it felt like someone was picking his bones with a knife. His face twisted in considerable pain. Yun utilized the escape ticket skill to devour his power, and his mouth was still able to speak. "I didn't originally intend to make an enemy of the Golden Kingdom either. So how about our 2 families stop and live in harmony? Blink your eyes if your excellency agrees." Kim Woodchuck blinked hard. Yun withdrew his force and pushed him outward, and Jin Wuzhu felt so weak that he could not stand and fell to the ground with a thud. His pupils were wide open as he looked at Yun in utter horror. "Who the hell are you? I've never heard of you. Where did you learn demonic magic?" Yun sneered. "What kind of demonic magic is this?" "Every ordinary soldier in my previous will. If you don't believe me you can bring your soldiers to our previous meeting for a while." Although Jin Woodruff was not afraid of death, he did not want to die here senselessly. What's more, the other party's terrifying skills really shook him as well, so he very wisely said, "I'm willing to ally with you, immortal Qin, but I'm the one who asked for these vehicles from them on behalf of Dajin, and I have to escort these people and go back to deliver them." so you have to return them to me. Among these people, Ian hated the most her that side consort of Zhao Ji, Wei. This woman groveled at the Jin kingdom, gave birth to several sons to King Wanyan Zongxian, the 8th king of the Jin kingdom, and returned to the southern dynasty. In order to cover up her own scandal in the northern dynasty, she silenced Princess Zuofu who knew about her scandal, so her character is quite poor. Chapter 109 Dashin's Conditions. Before returning to the Jishi Academy, Ian found Xiang Yu again and brought him back as well. Then he slept blindfolded in his quarters for 12 hours, until early the next morning, when he rubbed his eyes and got up. Just as he opened the door, he saw Li Qingzhao, Yin Li, Flirtatious Wind, Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun waiting at the door. Seeing him come out, Zhao Yun came to him with an excited face. Boss, why didn't you go to the auction site yesterday? You don't know how wonderful it should have been. Could it not be wonderful for the old man himself to take action? Ian slandered in his heart, but remained motionless. Just how wonderful? Tell me about it. Zhao Yun spoke colorfully about the auction house. I don't know what kind of luck Shen's merchant company has had, actually putting together all 35 of the remaining treasure maps, and opening a base price of $10 million with a single mouthful. Ian shook his head and did not care. 10 million taels of silver. In the world of ordinary people, that would be equivalent to 2 years of taxes for a medium-sized country. But in the immortal plane, where people had unlimited lifespans and unlimited abilities, these 10 million taels of silver were indeed nothing, especially in the case of these people from the 6 eastern countries. Yun was calculating in his mind, how much should this thing be sold for, and how much money could he make according to the 1/9 split. Then, Zhao Yun said that there were several big powers competing for this treasure map, and it was raised from 10 million to 10,000 million. Then there were others who didn't stop and went straight to using the amethyst coins that were only available in the immortal world. One amethyst coin could be exchanged for 10 million taels of gold, and if it was exchanged for silver, it could be exchanged for at least 10 million taels of silver. What's more, even if you have 10,000,000 taels of silver, that stuff has a price. Yun was secretly happy in his heart. Then how many amethyst coins can it be sold for? The sisters of the warlock lineage, the great and lesser sisters, also felt it and immediately took over the conversation. It was finally raised to 100 amethyst coins, and was finally won by a sect called the Sky Water Dragon sect. Yun was secretly happy in his heart. According to this, I can obtain 90 amethyst coins, but this heavenly water dragon sect, I have never heard of it. Originally intended to call Zhao Laosan, they get that open sky god axe, this time fell into the hands of a cultivation sect, that does not hide him in the high cabinet. To call the song domestic chaos scheme, I am afraid to fall through. Seeing him frown, Xiaoxi said with a smile, yesterday sister said to give you an admission ticket. Is that you do not want to go? Otherwise say what? That treasure map also want to ask you to buy. Ask the rich and powerful who can match you? Yun let out a bitter smile. Senior sister, you think too highly of me. The last time I went to Shen's merchant bank, if I didn't have the other 3 merchant banks to fund me, the resources I could mobilize would only be 8 million taels of silver. Where can I find 100 amethyst coins? Xiaoxi, on the other hand, didn't see eye to eye with him at all. Wouldn't you have it if you just drank a little too much and dreamed about it with your head covered? The Grand Commander's face immediately changed, scolding his sister. Don't say everything. Do you think this is your home? Only after saying this did she make amends to Yun. My sister was negligent in her discipline and was tongue-tied. Please forgive me, Mr. Yun. Yun did not count on it even as he smiled faintly. Perhaps feeling that he had somewhat rushed Yun, Wei proceeded to give an explanation. The patriarch of the Heavenly Water Dragon sect, surnamed Zhao Xianlang, is said to be the originator of the Emperor of Song, and is honored as the sacred ancestor of Song. Yun's brows wrinkled at that time. First of all, this old man was watching the fun, but it was just a heaven-opening divine axe. Why would you be guilty of robbing it? It looked like it would be a bit difficult to make the Song dynasty go into turmoil. So I asked Dashin, does senior sister know what cultivation level this saint ancestor Song is? Wei's head shook lightly. I've lived in the southern kingdom for a long time. I don't like to communicate with others on a regular basis, and I don't know much about the situation in the 6 Shandong countries. Yun then asked them the reason for their visit, and Wei directly said, I want to obtain the Wuji status in the 5 Veins competition, and I hope I can obtain your support. Yun smiled. I have just enrolled for less than a month, and I am a little transparent in the Academy Palace. What virtue can I dare to say that I support anyone? Dashin smiled. Our sisters can join your immortal Qin Empire on the condition that you support me in winning the championship in the 5 Veins competition and becoming a true Wuji. Yun smiled and said, you sisters join the immortal Qin Empire. I can't wait to do so. This strength of mine can be said to be the most vegetable amongst the 5 Veins. Competing with the other veins? I don't know who will be eliminated down the line. So how can I support my senior sister? Dashin stared into his eyes. I want a compassion king. Ian let out a bitter smile. I only know how to refine pills. I can't refine a compassion king. This is from the bottom of my heart. I'm not joking with you guys. I know you can. Dashin approached him again. Even I can swear to you to be your woman. And I speak from my heart. Ian was caught off guard and let out an ah. But, I still have something to say, he said as he looked at the other girls around him. I'm not a dedicated person. That much I must make clear. Dashin shook his head. I know, but I want a compassionate king, which I know you can find, and then your woman, and I will be loyal only to you. All the people present looked at Yi Yun. Even Zhao Yun was no exception. Yi Yun hesitated. I can help you find it, but I can't guarantee success. Dashin didn't hesitate. Yes, then when are we going to get married? Seeing the four stern gazes looking at him, Yi Yun was extremely embarrassed as he hesitated. Let's wait until I fulfill your conditions. Right now, I can't say anything big. Good. The answer was rather simple. But the heart would never be as cold as this. The man did not make rash promises. He was a reliable man. The Dashin's movements had been valiant. And after his purpose was accomplished, he pulled up his sister and headed out the door. Halfway there he turned back around and looked at the others with an icy gaze. Today, my agreement with Duke Yun. If I hear any gossip in the future, I'll let you all taste the taste of gangrene on the bone. Everyone else was Yi Yun's diehard loyalists or henchmen. But only Zhao Yun heard this and turned pale with fear. Don't get me wrong. Senior sister, I've always had a tight mouth. Zhao Yun had a bitter face. Boss, since you've helped senior sister to Siwei, I'm afraid that my path to winning the title is far away. Yi Yun looked at Zhao Yun. Do you want to win the championship or do you want to hang out with me? Zhao Yun opened his mouth and could not speak any further after only saying the word I. The person in front of him was not Uncle Lu. He did not have that much of an obsession with Yi Yun. I want to say that I decided to win the championship, but I can't afford the various benefits from Yi Yun. I want to say that I will hang out with you, but I can't afford the false reputation of winning the championship. Yi Yun sighed. I never force myself on people. Why don't you go back and think about it? After saying a word, he finally did not finalize his decision, so he left Yi Yun with an apologetic face. Lord, I'm going to kick his ass. The one who spoke was none other than Xiang Yu. It seems that he himself never lacked the talent to cultivate immortality. All that was missing was the kind of power that could check and balance his grinding qi. Yi Yun had refined some spirit-gathering pills for him and returned to Yuji that meant more to digest the medicinal power of the spirit-gathering pills. Now that he had a method to restrain his demonic qi, his strength naturally grew by leaps and bounds. From being uncontrollable, the former demonization had become controllable, and had become one of the means by which he attacked his enemies. Yi Yun looked at him. No killing or maiming. You'll be punished if you lose. Are you sure you want to go? Xiang Yu nodded. This guy is too slick to look at. There you go. With Yi Yun's permission, Xiang Yu drew his own overlord spear and quickly caught up with Zhao Yun. Surname Zhao. Wait a minute. Zhao Yun drew the dragon breath lance with a swish and said, The boss sent you to fix me? A hint of disdain showed between words. These days, although he was respectful in front of Yi Yun did not mean that he could get along with Yi Yun's men, and he still had great disdain for this Xiang Yu. In my heart, I always have this attitude, I can't beat the Lord, can I still clean you up? Xiang Yu naturally knew what he meant, so he said expressionlessly, I'm the one who asked the Lord to fight. If you can't even beat me, what's the point of fighting for first place in the school? Zhao Yun didn't say anything, and the dragon breath gun was a killing move as soon as it was launched. The dragon's breath was forced into a line by him and shot straight towards Xiang Yu's heart, which knew that a green dragon actually appeared on Xiang Yu's body. And the green dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the dragon's breath with no ripples. You, actually aren't afraid of dragon breath? Xiang Yu laughed coldly. I have a green dragon body protector. Why am I afraid of your weak dragon breath? Zhao Yun has traditionally been invincible, and his battle was greatly diminished when his killing move was broken by Xiang Yu. But Xiang Yu's reputation as the hegemon of Western Chu is by no means in vain. Just at that point of exhaustion, with only walking and the sword on his waist, he still came and went freely in Lu Bang's army. And this kind of power is not available to everyone. Although the trajectory of Xiang Yu's life has completely changed in this immortal realm, this kind of forward-thinking figure is the same as it was in his previous life. After fighting for more than 100 rounds, although Zhao Yun did not lose, he felt that his body's martial god aura was suppressed by his opponent's green dragon qi, and in the long run, I was afraid that he would lose. After fighting for another 10 rounds or so, he separated the gun in his hand from the overlord gun in Xiang Yu's hand and jumped out of the circle. Tell the boss that I won't participate in the 5 veins competition, and I'll faithfully follow him from now on. Xiang Yu retracted his overlord gun with a contemptuous smile. I am the Lord's personal guard, not your messenger boy. To say you go back and say yourself, late the Lord may have to rest. No time to see you. Zhao Yun was very much holding his breath in his heart. Although Xiang Yu came out to duel with him and was a bit arrogant, he must have been acquiesced by Yi Yun, which meant that Yi Yun didn't want to call himself to participate in the 5 veins competition. Even if he barely goes, he will send Xiang Yu to mess up in advance. And even if Xiang Yu doesn't want to win the championship, by virtue of the dead weight of the press down on himself, it is enough for him to drink a pot. He weighed the pros and cons, and after thinking for a long time, he felt that it was very unwise to go against Yi Yun right now. So he decisively followed Xiang Yu back and fell down on one knee in front of Yi Yun. Boss, I, Changshan Zhaozilong, am true to my word. From today onwards I am your little brother. If you tell me to go east I will never go west. If you tell me to beat a dog I will never shoe a chicken. Yi Yun, however, was not polite at all. Zilong, Xiang Yu, and Thousand Leaf Dance, Flirtatious Wind, Ainli, and Sister Zhao, we have a big operation tonight, so gather outside at the playground after dark. Zhao Yun was just about to ask what exactly the plan was when he suddenly saw that the others weren't asking and wisely kept his mouth shut. He rare to see Li Qingzhao out of the customs. These days also really miss. He called him to his room to deliberations. When they reached the room, Li Qingzhao's face flushed, ready to deal with any eventuality, which knew that Yi Yun suddenly came up with. Sister Zhao, make me a magnificent school lyric. Li Qingzhao froze for a moment. What I learned was all from the euphemism school. Yi Yun grabbed his shoulders and his gaze burned, almost melting Li Qingzhao. I'm sure you can do it if you can write live as a man, die as a ghost. Li Qingzhao froze for a moment. What theme? Yi Yun casually said. Let's just write about the fact that we're all going to go one-on-one tonight. Singling out who? Li Qingzhao froze for a moment. Yi Yun leaned over and whispered in his ear. Song Sage ancestor Zhao Xianlang. Scared Li Qingzhao almost didn't sit on the ground. He's a god. Can he do it? Yi Yun did not care at all. Not can it work? Rather, it will definitely work. I must listen to a magnificent school lyric to give me a morale boost. Li Qingzhao's right hand fiercely nudged his forehead and let out a pout. You're clearly calling me out. Fortunately I was prepared. No need to do the poem on the spot. There's a ready-made one. So she fetched her lute and sang as she played. The sky is connected to the clouds and the mist of the morning. The starry river wants to turn 1,000 sails to dance, as if the dream soul returns to the emperor's place. And I hear the language of the sky, earnestly asking me where to return to. I report the road long contempt for the sunset. Learning poetry diffuse amazing sentence. 90,000 miles of windrock is lifting. The wind rests. Pong boat blowing to take the 3 mountains to go. Right at this moment, Ian suddenly felt a force of the god of war nourish in the 3 days, circling around the meridians all over his body and guiding and circling straight to the mud pill palace. Will I have cultivation from now on? He was half convinced, so he tried to run it up, and the power found him vast and unending. Overjoyed, he hurriedly snatched away the lute and held Li Qingzhao in his arms. Sister Shine, you are truly a blessing to me, Li Qingzhao sang softly in his ear. Asked Tanlang with a smile. Is the flower strong and the concubine looks strong? Yi Yun said with a smile. I don't love flowers, only you. Then they felt that the beauty's body was much lighter, and since they still had an important mission in the evening, the two of them didn't make out excessively, but just snuggled up to each other and talked about love for a while, and then both of them rested. Toward evening, the two of them went together to the playground of the Fengshi lineage of the GK Academy. At this time, Flirtatious Wind had already assembled the 3,000 black armored army, and the others had also felt it as they did. Yi Yun didn't talk any nonsense and directly used the shrinking ground. By the time these people opened their eyes again, they had long since arrived at the entrance of the Sky Water Dragon sect. Flirtatious Wind asked for instructions. Should we go and pay our respects first? Yi Yun declined the offer. Zilong, can you break their fan doors? Zilong was startled. Boss, this. Xiang Yu looked away and pushed Zhao Yun away. Since you can't, I will. Zhao Yun immediately reacted, backhanded him and pushed him away. And without saying a word, he shone a shot at the Heavenly Water Dragon Sex Mountain Gate. With a loud boom, the tightly locked stone door was literally collapsed by Zhao Yun's powerful force. The mountain gate being broken was a very serious matter in any clan, and with a huff, many cultivators rushed out from inside. At the head of the group was an older man with a silver-faced flush who red his beard and asked in a low voice, Where are you bandits from? How dare you offend our Sky Water Dragon sect? Seeing a murderous aura emanating from this man's face, Zhao Yun was a bit abashed, but he was unwilling to show it in front of Yi Yun, so he sneered. You Tianxue dragons have stolen the Pangu axe. You have already committed public anger. If you are sensible, hurry up and hand it over to the Grandmaster, or else I'll tell you to get rid of your name from now on in the Song Kingdom. That old man looked at Zhao Yun like he was a monster. Just by your milky little doll. How dare you spit out wild words? Aren't you living a bit impatient? Saying that without being spoiled, he took out a large coiled dragon stick with a brush and swept it towards Zhao Yun. It was the 32-road stick technique that was being used, and a hint of dragon chi was faintly visible at the head of the stick. Zhao Yun directly leveled his dragon breath lance and fought him hard, brushing a mouthful of dragon chi over. The dragon chi on the big stick was actually dispelled by him. That old man froze for a moment and was just about to retreat when suddenly a spear tip had stabbed his throat. Zhao Yun sneered. You're not my opponent. Call your patriarch out. You're not worthy of fighting me. That old man looked Zhao Yun up and down. You're so young. Why are you so powerful? Zhao Yun sneered. Have you heard of Changshan Zhaozilong? Now, that old man could be convinced. After all, Zhao Yun was 800 years older than him according to his age, and the other party's cultivation was naturally stronger than his own, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to fight again, and retreated back in a grayish manner. Not long after a tiger whistle was heard from the opposite side, only to see a middle-aged man riding a gray tiger with a steel whip in his hand slowly walk out. This man was none other than Zhao Xianlang, the black tiger god of fortune, who was also known as Zhao Gongming and the famous god of wealth. He looked at Zhao Yun coldly. It's you doll who wants the Pangu axe? Zhao Yun was just about to chime in when Yi Yun said from behind, Zhao Yun, you're no match for him. Don't suffer, come back at once. If comparing age to cultivation, Zhao Yun was far from Zhao Xuanlong's match. The other party had already had more than 10,000 years of Dao at the time of the Battle of Sealing the Gods, and Zhao Yun had only been in the immortal plane for how many years? Zhao Gongming looked down at Yi Yun and did not see any fluctuation of immortal power on him. A mere mortal dares to come and fight this god? Due to the fact that he had the power of the system, Yi Yun was not afraid of Zhao Gongming. Yi Yun looked up and down for a moment. Zhao Gongming lowered his voice and said, Marshal Zhou Gongyuan, I'll tell you a secret. I know that Nail had 7 arrow book spell too. Do you want to try it again? With that, his hand reached out and took out a small person, on which Zhao Gongming's birth date had long been fixed. Zhao Gongming gritted his teeth in anger, and the steel whip in his hand flew out towards Yi Yun. If they were talking about real combat power, 10 Yi Yuns would not be able to defeat one Zhao Gongming. Don't forget that Yi Yun's teacher is a famous old man, and this time he has reported the action to his teacher, and also gained his teacher's material support. With a flick of his hand, he had long since added a Vajra circle and tossed it high in the air. The steel whip in Zhao Gongming's hand came out of his hand and was lassoed by the circle. Scared, Zhao Gongming backed up a long way. What are you doing? Yi Yun sneered. Perhaps you still have the golden Zhao scissors and 24C fixing pearls on you. But so what? Let's see if I'm afraid of you. Saying that, he threw the villain in his hand to Chiba dance next to him. Dance. I'll block this old man. You take this little man and go over there to practice your archery skills. 7 points are marked for you. Try shooting 7 arrows at it. The fixed C pearl in Zhao Gongming's hand had long been taken, but the golden scissors borrowed from his sister were still there. Just as he took it out of his bag, he saw the golden light of the golden light bracelet in Yi Yun's hand flash, and the weapon was uncontrollably lassoed by his opponent. Seeing Chiba Mai hanging the villain with his birth date high in the air and opening his bow and arrow about to strike, Zhao Gongming was in a cold sweat of fear. Our heavenly water dragon sect has always been a stalwart sect, never clashing with any of our friends on the road. Why is your excellency sparing no effort to go against me? He knew that with force he could not defeat Yi Yun in any case, and that Thousand Leaf Dance had plenty of time to shoot all 7 arrows. By that time Smoke had his own life? Yi Yun sneered. One of your behaviors calls me out. Zhao Gongming froze for a moment. Where have I offended your excellency? The 35 pieces of the treasure map were found by me with the intention of gifting the Pangu axe to my good friend Zhao Gong, and you cut me off in the middle of it, spoiling my good deed, so I can't spare you. Zhao Gongming was taken aback. Who is Zhao Gong? I haven't heard of it. Yi Yun sneered. It's the 7th generation grandson of Zhao Guangyi, the current king of Jin of Song, the great Song's hallowed royal relative. You really just dare to offend. Zhao Gongming's nose was crooked with anger, but outrageously, that's my descendant's son and grandson. How dared he be so rude as to send you here to chirp at me without fear of a spanking? Yi Yun sneered. What happened to your family? That I don't care. In any case, that Pangu axe. He used his father, brother and daughter to exchange with me. He kept his promise. I can't renege on my word. The sensible one hurried to take it out. As soon as Zhao Gongming heard that his descendants and grandchildren were actually such wimps, for the sake of the so-called what's-his-name Pangu axe, he even disregarded basic kinship, both shame and also his old ancestors' shame. If he is still able to manage the world now, he must beat Zhaojiu child cannot take care of themselves, although he also knew that it was the best choice to put the matter to rest now. But the hallowed Tianshui dragon sect had let someone hit the mountain gate. And how could he still mix in the future after snatching the pango axe in a dignified manner? So he sneered. Since you have made a scene to me, you have also done your duty as a friend. For the matter of Pango Mansion is my family matter. Don't need you to worry about it. All the things you set off just now belong to you. You also counted this trip as not vain. Quickly retreat. He was not really afraid of Yun, but of the adamantine bracelet in Yun's hand, as he knew that it was the accompanying magic treasure of his grandmaster uncle. Lousy. There was no psychological burden at all in beating up this kid, and in case he provoked Master Wave to take action himself, what awaited him would be another death. After becoming a god as he lived longer and longer, he became more and more life-sparing. Therefore, very wisely chose to concede decisively the steel whip and golden jiao shears to Yun, full of his face, and did not completely in accordance with his requirements. I circled their own Tianshui dragon sec leader's dignity, is also regarded as a 2-in-1 move. Yun also withdrew as he saw fit. He knew that he had taken advantage of the power of the magic treasure, and if he really made a move with the other party, he wouldn't know how he would die. After Yun left, Zhao Gongming directly found the confused Zhao Gongfu to the Tianshui dragon sect. Without waiting for Zhao Gongming to speak, Zhao Gongming raised his hand and directly gave him a slap package. After smoking it, Zhao Gong's face had long since turned into a pig's face. With an aggrieved face, he covered his face and said, "Grandfather Saint Ancestor, why did you bother slap me?" Zhao Gongming was furious and stormed. "Your ancestor 5. Want to face Jiang Ziya's millions of army also dare to call the board alone. Who like you so goat? A Jean Woodruff little child will scare you called dad. This facer called you lost to the sky to go. Do you know that these fairies are tube you called what?" Zhao Gong cried and said in an aggravated manner. "Please ask the old ancestor for clarification." Zhao Gongming flew up and almost gave him a break. "Everyone else calls you Wanyan Construct. And even more directly, they call you Wanyan Nine Sisters, you dog bastard. Do you have any manhood left?" Zhao Gong did not dare to say anything, and kowtowed to his ancestors one after another. Zhao Gongming said more and more angry. Hurriedly called over. Several of their own guardian gods pressed Zhao Gong. In addition to calling people to come in directly to Zhao Gong hit the board, Zhao Gong was beaten and wailed, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Zhao Gongming sneered and threw the Pangu axe in front of his eyes. Zhao Gong's body was scared like sifting chaff. "Old ancestor. What does this mean? The grandson really doesn't understand." Zhao Gongming sneered. "You traded your own mother's sister-in-law and wife for the magic treasure. If I don't give it to you again, you won't flip out. If you don't mind the shame, take him and get the hell out of here." Although Zhao Gongming was afraid, but at a closer look, it was the very treasure that his own heavenly ancestor, Zhao Guangyi, had dreamed of. The fear immediately dissipated and he struggled to get up and kowtowed to Zhao Gongming several times. Many thanks to the old ancestor for making it possible. After the latecomer completes his great endeavor, he will definitely visit the clan and kowtow to the old ancestor in person. Seeing that he had put away the Pangu axe, Zhao Gongming lifted his foot and kicked him out of the clan. "Get lost. Don't appear in front of me in the future. And don't say you're my descendant's son or grandson. I can't afford to lose that person." Right at this moment, the sect's elder Zhao Shan walked out. "Lord Sovereign, do you really want the Zhao family's oldest 3 to become successful?" Zhao Gongming gave a very heavy Now the clan is also withered talent. Dang, a big protector. Actually can't resist the little doll's shot. Really no successor it. The second Zhao Quinin is the only one who has immortal roots. My 2000 years of the great catastrophe is coming soon. The clan must be handed over to the Quinin. I can only rest assured. Where did Yun know about what had happened in the Sky Water Dragon sect since he had left? After he returned he began to actively prepare for the 5 Veins competition. The people within the other branches have long since begun to fight quite fiercely for the chief. And only we, the high achiever of the founder's sect, are like Chen Tuan, who sleeps in addition to sleeping. The only thing happier than a sinking ship is having company. This is not today. Someone wrote him a brocade letter again, asking him to go to the Jishi Academy's Yuxianlin to have a talk. He traveled alone to that legendary romantic forest of the underground academy and suddenly found a Wisteria Street city hut there. Just as I reached the front I heard someone singing inside. The tune was quite beautiful, but the lyrics were only one word. Ah. Then out of it came a woman who sang and danced softly. None other than her newfound schoolmate. "Dashin. Sister, what are you doing?" Dashin literally had a peony flower stuck in his forehead, and he asked with a smiling winking, "What do you say? Is the flower better or am I better?" Fearing that he would not be able to hold himself, Ian lowered his head and said "Hua hao." Immediately, a soft and boneless body jumped into his arms, and her hand hooked around Ian's neck. At this time, there is no need for others to teach Ian's hand, down to a copy. At that time, a princess hug. She was picked up. The beauty quietly kissed him on the cheek. "Since you said the flowers are good, If there are flowers that can be folded, you must fold them. Don't wait until there are no flowers to be folded. The two went into that wisteria house together. After an hour or so, the two once again appeared on a swing in this forest. Ian wrapped his arms around Dashin's slender waist and swung with her. On the swing set, Ian asked in a low voice, "Your warlock sect, how many experts are there?" The Grand Secretary told the truth. "Regardless of summoning, anyone is inferior to me, but I don't have an advantage with the amount of stuff they have on hand, so it's more or less claustrophobic." While Ian floated along the swing, he took out a small tripod made of rosewood in his arms. "Give this to you. The things inside must find a quiet place, a place filled with aura, before they can be absorbed and fused to be successful." Although Dashin didn't see what was inside, he could still feel that it was creating a strong sense with his mind. By intuition, this Compass King was of good quality. "Where did you get it?" Ian smiled indifferently. "Snatched it from someone else." Dasaway was startled. "You hurry up and return the item to the person. The origin of the person who owns this item is not bad. Once he comes to the door, I don't want to call for you to have any damage for my sake." Ian was secretly moved in his heart. "Don't worry, all the troubles are called for. As long as you can tell this thing to recognize its owner, nothing else is a problem." Dasaway sat in Ian's arms. "I've decided. Other than attending classes and competitions at the sect, I'll live with you from now on and never be separated again." Ian told the swing to stop and patted the other party on the back. "I'm quite satisfied if you have this heart. You are now laboring to be the chief of this vein. It's better to go back and intensify your cultivation. Anything else? Let's talk about it after the competition." Dasaway asked as he gently played with the buttons on Ian's clothes. "Will you be competing?" Ian whispered. "I'll eliminate all the other contenders, and then the final will happen between you and me." Dasaway was startled, or else people should admit defeat and forget about it. "Up to now, I'm not sure if I can really beat you," Ian whispered in his ear. "I've already beaten you in that hut. Winning or losing on the playing field doesn't matter." Feeling the happiness of being pampered by a man, Dashin had mixed feelings in her heart. "Can you tell me who you are this time?" Ian quietly whispered in his ear. "Actually, I am Yun, the immortal Qin Empire's state master, and my current name, Yun-E, is a reversal of my original name." This heavy news really startled Dashin. "The Six Kingdoms are going to unite to attack you. What are you doing here? This is too dangerous." Ian let out a long sigh. Now that the Qin Empire has a traitor within and walls outside, the internal and external troubles are calling for no peace of mind. "I have been ordered by His Majesty, the First Emperor, which puts the call for the Six Kingdoms to hold back their troops and win a respite for my Qin Empire." Dashin finally made up his mind. "No matter how treacherous the future is, I will help you, even at the cost of my life." Ian quietly whispered in his ear. "If you didn't have another elimination match the next day, I'd really like to repay you one more time." Dashin's face was reddened. "Not now. As for later, it depends on your performance." Ian continued quietly. "How was your performance just now?" Dashin gritted his teeth in anger. "Do you want to taste the Compassion King?" Ian no longer continued with this scenery-busting topic. "I'll tell you another secret. I've now broken through to the Xuanwu Fourth Realm and am now at the early Lingshu stage." Dasimon was unperturbed. Apparently the secret of Ian's cultivation was far less shocking than the shock that his immodesty had just brought him. As for this senior sister's cultivation level, Ian did not know even now. Perhaps it was really a mystery. He also didn't know what the chibi dancer beside him had a chance of winning a fight with her. But that was an answer he'd rather not know for the rest of his life. The two continued to talk about love and stayed for quite a while before leaving in love. At the time of parting, Dasaway whispered in his ear, "I'll also tell you a secret. My nickname is Mayor." After saying that, his figure shifted and was long ago a zhang away. The next step for Yun was going to be easier than any of the trainees among the 5 veins of the Jishi Academy. Other people are thousands of horses crossing a single wooden bridge, after all the way through, only to obtain the chief of this sect. As for Yun, he ate and slept, and between half asleep and half awake, he heard a news that the internal competition within each vein was completed, and the specific results of the competition would need to be announced the next morning. Ian breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his own place to celebrate with Li Qingzhou. And when love is strong, naturally lovebirds are in love. When they woke up, they were notified to meet their teachers. The old man announced to him, "Congratulations, apprentice brother. You have earned the status of chief of our Fengshi lineage. Of course this is all inextricably linked to your hard work and seeking knowledge for half a month. I hope that you will keep up the good work, continue to keep it up, and meet the 5 veins competition 5 days from now in the most perfect position." Ian readily accepted the good advice and accompanied Inli that night to discuss the pathway for her phoenix body to advance. The next day, it was again an appointment to go to that grove to meet with the schoolmate, Dashin, and celebrate each other's attainment of the chief. Dasheen was a bit shy. Do you think we've been doing this too often? Yun hugged her and said, my teacher can say that the reason why I gained the chief is inseparable from my hard work in this half month, and also told me to keep it up. The teacher's order is hard to disobey. Let's continue, Dasheen whispered to him as well. In fact, since I gave myself over to you, I suddenly realized that my comprehension of Wing and Bone King is also much faster than before. Do you think this is the result of our interaction? Yun hurriedly nodded his head. Of course, that's for sure, or else I'd say to keep up the good work. The more the two talked, the stronger their feelings became, and as a result, Yun really got into trouble. He suddenly noticed a red plum blooming on the brocade mattress. After associating this current schoolmate to become shy and coy, Yun suddenly comprehended. You're not Mayor. However, this girl did not wear any makeup to change her face, and she looked exactly like Dasheen. So Yun instantly thought of her identity. You're Xiaoxi. Why are you here? The woman who came was indeed Xiaoxi, her face a little shy and a little jealous. Sister, this heartless. In the beginning also said to you only grateful heart. I did not expect that actually secretly. Even the little name with you. I do not care. You just so to me. Must be responsible for me. Yun let out a bitter smile. I didn't know it was you just now. It's not like you've reminded me of it. So where do these words of responsibility come from? Xiaoxi sneered. Things have been done. What else do you want? If you dare to leave today, I'll expose you as a hypocrite in front of everyone in Jishi Academy. Yun was originally not that kind of Buddhist man, and had always gone with the flow for this kind of thing. Since this girl also had a crush on him, and what was meant to happen had happened, he simply made it right. Thus, he said very sincerely, getting acquainted. I am Yun, the chief disciple of the Fengshi lineage. Xiaoxi froze for a moment. Aren't you called Yun? That's an alias. I'm actually the state master of Xianqin, so I used an alias to avoid trouble before coming over to seek education. Xiaoxi then relieved herself and bloomed Yun with a smile. Xiaoxi, a student of the summoning department of the Counting Water lineage. You can also call me by my real name. Yu. After getting reacquainted, the two people's feelings were even stronger, and just then, they suddenly heard someone shouting loudly outside Zyro's house. Xiaoxi-senpai, are you here? It was a boy's voice and Yun's brows furrowed. Who's this? Xiaoji's clothes have long since been organized, cleaning up the battlefield here. The door had just opened when a suave man walked in, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand and handing it to Xiaoxi's eyes. Happy and blessed birthday, school teacher. Xiaoxi, however, did not bother to pick it up and looked at Yun very shyly to explain. He's also a student in our summoning department. We're just regular school friends and nothing more. The boy, his lampshade fire slamming upward, pointed at Yun and asked, who is he? Xiaoxi sneered. Lu Shuawu, I don't need you to be in charge of my affairs, and I won't accept your rose. So go away. The man named Lu Shuawu looked Yun up and down for a while, then laughed disdainfully. Just this nerd of his with no semblance of cultivation can also gain your favor. I can beat him 12 by myself. Saying that without giving Yun time to react, he softly droned. Man, come out. A dog's head suddenly poked out in the void and bit towards Yun's ear. A lion's head suddenly appeared on Yun's body. His mouth opened, and that dog's head rushed straight into the lion's mouth, resulting in the lion easily biting the dog's head to pieces. Lu Shuawu's original summon had been crushed, and his own original spirit suffered greatly, so he couldn't help but let out a mouthful of blood with a wow. Then he sat down on the ground with a thud. What kind of evil spell is this? How dare you want to use an evil spell here? Yun sneered. That's something you really don't care about. A waste that can defeat you is a good spell. Lu Shuawu thought for a moment before he roared. So you're a spy from the Pixie Academy. They're all harmful contraptions. Xiaoxi, you even dare to befriend the Devil's Way. I'll tell my mentor to go. Without giving Xiaoxi time to react, he ran out with a gust of wind. A hint of viciousness flashed in Yun's eyes. Even a cat or a dog dares to rampage in front of my old man. Don't be afraid. I'll destroy it right here. Xiaoxi hugged him. That's nothing more than a piece of trash. Win or lose, let him be. I'm not afraid anyway. In the blink of an eye, to the day of the 5 veins competition. Although now it is a competition between the 5 chiefs, where it is not these 5 people. Not only were there the mountain leaders, instructors, and trainers of the Jishi Academy, but also the more prestigious cultivators among the 6 countries. Even if it's nerdy a few contestants, there are a lot of family and friends booster groups around. Compared to Yun, the Fengshi vein had much fewer people. His teacher sat on the judge's bench like the deans of the other veins, while he was surrounded by only Xiang Yu, Li, Flirtatious Wind, Thousand Leaf Dance and Li Qingzhao besides himself. They had to stand on the field that the school authorities had set aside for them, and a number of people were very excited to see Li Qingzhao. restored to her teenage beauty. The learned lineage she was originally from were inviting her, calling her to the seat of their lineage. Li Qingzhao declined the invitation and said in a polite manner, "Now that I'm Yun Leng's woman, I can only be with my husband, so thank you all for loving me so much." Although she also knew Yi Yun's real name, in plain sight, she only called him by his pseudonym. Right at this moment, a very beautiful young girl suddenly stepped out in the warlock lineage and came to Yi Yun's side in a very cordial manner. "I thought you weren't attending." Yi Yun smiled. "I came to help your sister clean up that trash." That was a bit of a waste of time as well. Xiaoxi put her arms around him very affectionately and sat with him on the side of the Fonzie. This completely enraged the Maester lineage and the warlock lineage. The one Lu Shuewu who had once been fatally beaten by Yi Yun jumped out. "I'll report to the Academy Palace that person is a bandit and is not worthy of participating in the Five Veins competition. He should be driven away immediately." In addition to the dean of the following, there is a department of the instructor and each class of the instructor. Lu Shuewu collected in the class of the instructor's face sank at that time. "Do not casually talk about other people," Lu Shuewu said with a spiteful face. Disciple's original summoning object was destroyed by him. Isn't he a robber? Destroying someone else's original summoning object. This was quite a serious issue in Jishan Academy. That instructor's last name was Su and his first name was Sun Jing Young, and his greatest spell was the ability to summon a 5-mile fog. Hearing his beloved disciple's words, the fire went up and he stood up then. "All the honored elders of the Jisho Academy should strictly investigate Yun Yi's origins. We don't accept people of unknown origins here." The old man pranced to his feet. "Junior Su Sun, in the future, don't you look for old me to ask for the feather transformation pill. If you can do it, do whatever you like. I won't care about you." The feather transformation pill was a must-have for cultivators to cross the threshold of immortality. Without him they would not have the qualifications to summon the heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation could not be summoned. Although cultivators in the immortal plane also knew various spells, it was impossible for them to live forever. Su Sun instantly wimped out. "Senior Lao Dan. Senior Lao Dan." Senior Lao Dan didn't mean it like that. "Perhaps you've been hoodwinked by that little child as well." Laozi grunted. "You are scolding me for being blind, aren't you? Come on, let's compete. If I lose, I'll listen to you from now on." With that he took out a purple and gold gourd from his body. "I'll call out to you. Do you dare to say yes?" Su Sun Hao dared to agree. Flopped down on his knees and kowtowed to his old man. The chief instructor of the warlock lineage, Wu Yang, stepped forward as she respectfully bowed and apologized to her old son. "Emperor, please don't be so familiar with that ignorant junior." Laozi was of the old surname Li, and was honored by the people of the Tang Kingdom as Emperor Taishang Xian Yuan, and went up to the temple to be called as the sacred ancestor of the Tang, which is why Wu Yang respectfully called him the emperor. Taishan Laojun corked the gourd and hung it at his waist. "If it weren't for you, the girl child, I'd tell this guy to turn into blood." Wu Yang was originally a famous sorcerer and healer in the ancient times, and he actually didn't have any temper at all when he was pointed at by his old man and scolded the little girl. She turned her head to angrily scold Su Sun. "Ungrateful thing, what are you doing here embarrassing yourself? Why don't you sit back down?" Laozi grunted. "My disciple Yun Yi, as the chief of the Founder's Vein, is he qualified to participate in the Five Veins competition?" Wu Yang had a difficult face. A decision of his own would incur the wrath of the crowd. It was he who looked hopelessly at the mountain chief of the Jishi Academy. The old man turned his head. "Jiang Zia, come here. Is the chief of the Fengshi lineage qualified to participate in this grand competition? You say it clearly in front of everyone today." At this time, Sun Wu, the chief instructor of the martial cultivation lineage, stood out. Since the Fengshi lineage is withering in talent, the exact strength is unknown to anyone. Why not ask him to prove it? It's a good way to fill in. Lao Zi grunted. "You are still 2 generations behind me. What qualifications do you have to tell the Fengshi lineage what to do?" Sun Wu got really angry and stood up with a slap on the table. "Why are you cursing?" Lao Zi smiled faintly. "I'm called Lao Zi. You're called Sun Zi, with a sun in between." Sun Wu's face turned blue. "If you have the ability to bring 100,000 soldiers each, let's have a match." Lao Tzu shook his hand. "I have 3 treasures. 1 is said to be merciful, 2 is said to be thrifty, 3 is said to not dare to take the world as the first. The light enemy if you lost my treasure. For you this grandson, the old man is absolutely not light enemy." There was an instructor behind the main instructor who quietly pulled on Sun Wu's arm. "Chief instructor, planning is the only way to win by surprise. Even if we agree to him, his students may not be able to achieve the position of Wuji." The voice was small, but the old man heard it and sneered. "Why are you so humble now that your son is out? If you want to say something, just say it openly." This instructor was a military man who was on par with Sun Bin, Sun Wu's descendant. named Iliang and honored as his son. The founder of the military ideology of the latter is now also in charge of a class in the martial arts cultivation lineage of the GK Academy. Was so angry that his face turned red? He was originally inferior to Sun Wu. Not to mention he was in the same generation as Sun Bin. Hearing this, he hurriedly explained to Sun Wu, "Chief Instructor, don't listen to that old lunatic's nonsense. The word in my surname, the same as Ni, in no way means to take advantage of you." Seeing that the two sides were quarreling, the mountain chief, Zhang Zia, had to take the field himself. Can all calm down? The Five Veins Grand Competition was originally a competition between the chiefs of the Five Veins, and it is naturally not wrong for Yun Yi to be on the field as the chief of the founder's vein. At this time, Wang Hanshan, who taught in the bachelor lineage, stood out. "Is there a chief who sleeps every day?" Lao Zi gave him a look. "Who is the guy who can't even recognize all the words to say that my students are sleeping?" Wang Hanshan's face reddened. "You're saying that no one can recognize all the characters?" Lao Zi smiled. "What does Sun mean?" Wang Banshan said proudly. "Sun is composed of the characters Sun and lineage, out of the lineage of Sun, so it is called Sun. The late generation has written a book of character sayings, so seniors can flip through it when they have nothing else to do." Lao Zi turned his head to look at Sun Wu next to him. "Mr. Hanshan has said that you are out of your son's lineage, and that the two of you will have to rearrange your seniority." Sun Wu slapped the table and stood up. "Bullshit, writing a bullshit book and you come out to show off. Have the guts to come out to me for a one-on-one fight." Wang Hanshan's face went a shade of red and a shade of white as he looked pitifully at his grandmaster. Confucius. Lao Zi was also considered one of Confucius' teachers, but Confucius, no matter how capable he was, did not dare to turn his back on his teacher, so he came out to make peace. "Let's all stop arguing. Why don't we ask Wang Hafshan to test Yun Yi's qualifications? If he can convince Wang Hafshan, he will naturally be able to take part in the Five Veins competition. If he can't convince the public, he has nothing to say. Isn't that right?" The old man also felt that he could lose all his old face if he went on unreasonably, so he huffed and puffed. "I'll tell you all to lose." Then he came to Yi Yun, who looked ashamed. "Apprentice is incompetent and has asked teacher to take the blame." Lao Zi smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "I'll take the fall. You go get killed." With a look of a mere punch, he pointed to the stage. The two had once fought on the fan building in order to compete for Sable Cicada that day. As enemies met, Wang Hanshan had the demeanor of "you finally falling into my hands" as he looked condescendingly at Yi Yun. The old man isn't willing to bully the younger generation either, so you can find a helper to come over. Yi Yun was not so arrogant that his cultural level could overpower Wang Banshan, so he waved towards the back. "Sister Shine, come here." Li Qingzhao did not care about other people's strange gazes, and very confidently came to Yi Yun's front, respectfully bowing to Wang Hanshan. "I would really benefit from more guidance from senior." Wang Hanshan sighed. "The essence of our bachelor lineage, but we ran to the Fengshe lineage, so can we still learn alchemy from him?" Hearing this, the people from the bachelor's lineage let out a mocking smile. Li Qingzhao smiled faintly. "He is teaching me to refine the resident face pill. You see, this is the effect." All the women in a scene showed a look of yen xian, and some even said, "If someone also gives me the resident skin pill, ask me to be a concubine." Hearing the person behind him look like a nymphomaniac, Wang Banshan's face finally got a little hung up. "We're up here for the big competition. What's all this nonsense?" Li Qingzhao smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. "Please come forward with the question." Yi Yun, however, came with a light-hearted, "Sister Zhaoer, you're wrong." "Which is wrong?" Li Qingzhao widened her wonderful eyes. "It's wrong to go up and out of the question. The correct order is, hoof it first, then go up." Wang Hanshan had originally intended to step in front of Yi Yun, creating a sense of oppression. That Yi Yun's words hardened his legs and retracted them, his face suffocating red. "In vain you show your tongue, not being a son of man. Sooner or later you will bring great mischief upon yourself." Chief Instructor Confucius couldn't stand to watch. "Don't waste other people's time. Come up with a question." Wang Hanshan said proudly. "For the first game, let's compare pairs." Li Qingzhao was just about to chime in, when Wang Hanshan hurriedly cut her off with the words, "The great competition of the Five Veins must come in person. Other people's substitutions don't count." In fact, he was also taking the test for someone else, but Yi Yun didn't have the time to pull this crap with him. "What's the waste of words? Come up with a question." Wang Hanshan thought for a moment. 7 ducks floating on the pond, counting over 3 pairs of 1. "It's a good thing I saw the second half of this pair in the latter part of my life, or I would have made a fool of myself today." Yi Yun smiled towards Li Qingzhao in a comforting manner, then said disdainfully, "This kind of wild fox zen stuff can be taken out and shown, too. I'm right, the ruler fish leaps over the water and measures 9 inches in 10 minutes. Good pair." Li Qingzhao applauded first, and everyone in the Fengshe lineage also applauded. Wang Hansan was obviously a bit unconvinced. Again, I'm out. Yi Yun hurriedly called out to him. It's my turn to ask the question this time, isn't it? Wang Hansan sneered. I'll only ask 3 questions and pass before I call you to participate in the grand competition. Yi Yun said disdainfully. You're not thinking of digging an 800-mile pond next to Shui Lianshan again, are you? Wang Manshan held his face red. You. Wang Hansan was very greedy for profit, and his protege pitched in to advise him to transform the 800 miles of Shui Lianshan into farmland. Wang Hansan then asked, where to put all that water? That gatekeeper said, you can dig a big pond of 800 miles next to the water pool. This kind of pants-off and farting was quoted as a joke at the time, and when he heard the laughter in the back of the room, Wang Hansan was so angry that his asthma was almost offended, and it took him a long time to calm down. The world is a big place and there are so many things to test, he thought briefly. Let's compare singing. Yi Yun had also heard many pop songs, so naturally he was not afraid of him. Just compare. In the immortal plane, all of the songs were capable of assisting martial practitioners in increasing their immortal power cultivation, so composing poems and lyrics is kind of a discipline here. Wang Angshi said proudly, let's each sing a song, called the Underground Academy. All the teachers and students listened to the most difficult to win. Seeing that the people around him were looking at him with great concern, Yi Yun smiled faintly. Please come up and give your advice, old sir, and give the question. Wang Banshan immediately asked his female students to accompany him on the pipa, and he sang his own favorite work, Fragrance of Guizhi, Ancient Reminiscences of Jinling, climbing up to see off my eyes. It's late fall in my homeland, and the weather is beginning to be clean. This is a powerful lyric with 3 sighs in one song, a rare masterpiece in song lyrics. The more Yi Yun listens, the paler his face becomes. How can I compare this? This can be considered a high level of difficulty. Li Qingzhao whispered in his ear. This word also has its flaws. It belongs to the middle key of the lyric, and it was more than 2 minutes after it had been fully sung. Wang Banshan said smugly, how is the difficulty of my lyric? Yi Yun got Li Qingzhao's instruction and disdained it. Where is your word? It's obviously a poem with varying sentence lengths, with several words filled in incorrectly, and you can't even sing it according to the original tune. He pointed out which words in the lyric did not fit the melody of the piece. The people who were well versed in the field next to him all nodded and whispered that, this son is so young. I didn't expect to have such deep attainments in poetry. It's rare. Wang Banshan glared viciously at Li Qingzhao. You can't call for help in the second half, or else it will be counted as a loss for you. It's your turn to sing this time. Li Qingzhao was very worried. Yun Lang. You. Yi Yun calmly took out a strangely shaped 6-stringed musical instrument from his chu ring and very calmly said to Wang Hansan, count me as comfortable if you can recognize this kind of instrument. This thing is a lute, but not a lute, like a luqin, but not a luqin. Wang Hanshan's eyes widened and he didn't recognize it even after looking at it for a long time. What kind of heretical evil thing are you? Che, don't know the camels say the horse's back is swollen. Really convinced you. This thing was an imported item from the latter days. Where did Wang Hansan recognize it? And he had no words to say when he was taunted by Yi Yun, his face reddening. What do you think this is? Yi Yun said with slight pride. This is my one-of-a-kind instrument, the guitar. Wang Hansan grunted. Even though you have a wacky instrument, you may not be able to sing any difficult songs, so don't fall off the wagon when the time comes. This thing no one else could play, nor did they know what kind of sound it made, and they all looked very curiously at the guitar in Yi Yun's hand. At this point, Zhou Mei Cheng, the teacher of the learned instrument who was the referee, spoke. Please ask this student to report the name of the song you are going to sing. Yi Yun said without a care in the world. It's an original song. I don't think you guys have heard it before, so I'll come and let you guys have a long look. In addition to filling in lyrics well, Zhou Meicheng can also independently create original songs by himself, and his attainments in music are not below Li Qingzhao. Seeing him step out, Li Qingzhao also frowned. This man has the wisdom of Shirkuang. If your song is not good, hurry up and admit defeat. Yi Yun ignored it and looked directly at Wang Hansan. Mr. Han Shan, this song I'm singing, if you can sing along, I'll never mention participating in the martial vein competition again. Wang Hansan grunted and said, I can't compare to the other music masters here, yet I can't compare to you. The alchemist square? If you sing it and I can't, I'll worship you. Yi Yun stretched out his hand. One word out. Wang Hansan did not show any weakness and reached out to clap his hands. A team of horses can't catch up. Yi Yun tuned his guitar a bit before a rather fast tempo flowed under his paper, and with the rhythm he sang painfully. It is, in fact, the most difficult Cantonese song in the latter days. A difficult sutra. Swallowing the wind and kissing the rain and burying the setting sun has not been at a loss. bullying the mountains and driving the sea and trampling the snowy paths have not been in despair, taking the flowers and putting the wine on the side of the world's love of madness. With the 2 eyes and 100 arms or 1,000 hands cannot be defended. The sky is wide and snowy and long together with whom to sail. The sand rolls and the water wrinkles and laughs at the wave. Greedy for pleasure for a long time, but to teach that the love of the children to be buried. The first part of the song is at a fairly normal pace, sounding somewhat emotional and vicarious. But when it comes to the chorus, the tempo picks up infinitely. The crowd only heard Ian's mouth blah 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 singing nonstop, but did not know what he was singing. They all froze in place. The original singer, who is said to have the reputation of being a diva killer, claimed that he couldn't sing it a second time, which shows how difficult it is. Learning is a mic of people are dumbfounded. Even Li Qingzhou has not heard this kind of fast-paced song, although I think it is good, but do not know what he is singing. After a difficult song, everyone was all dumbfounded. Yi Yun said very calmly, I can provide the accompaniment, so please sing it word for word, Mr. Mid-levels. At this point in time, Wang Hansan was a bit asthmatic when he spoke a little bit faster, so wouldn't it kill him to let him sing this kind of fast-paced song? He was stifled and didn't know what to say. In the line of bachelors, the instructor level Ouyang Xiao suddenly asked his student, Zizhan, do you know what this man is singing? At this time came over a great poet, Su Shi Su Zizhan. He said quietly, this man's words have some Lingnan accent, but since he's singing so fast, I don't know what he's singing, and I'm a little out of practice. Ouyang Xiao was furious and pummeled his chest. Did you just focus on eating lychees all these years in Lingnan? Singing these words actually the song lineage could not be solved. So Confucius turned his attention to the Yuansu lineage. This is because there are quite a few liner notes that need to be added to Yuansu, and these liner notes are sung at a fairly fast pace. Hanqing, can you sing a tune in this style? Guan Hanqing nodded. With so many liner notes, I can keep up with the speed. Just like my Nanlu One Flower Unconquerable, which is all quite fast. Only it's a pity that we're all filling in the lyrics according to the Zhonghua Inyun, which doesn't have any incipient characters in it. And so, he looked over to the side of Tang Xianzu, the southern songwriter born in the Great Ming Kingdom. Tang Xianzu shook his head. Although the southern songs have entrances, they are all slow songs. The speed can't keep up with them. And there are no northern songs that add more than a dozen liner notes, even if there are liner notes in each sentence. 1 or 2 at most. And there is no way for me to sing them. This is now the song of the North and South 9 palaces, all defeated. Wan Nengshi also claimed to be stumped. Your language is not the collected rhymes we commonly use. It is not the official language. You must give me the lyrics. Just now, he also only heard the sound of blah 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 singing. As for what exactly the other party sang, he didn't know at all, so he just assumed Yi Yun was blathering. Where were the lyrics? Unexpectedly, Yi Yun really handed him the full version of the lyrics, and these people sang to each other. And Chuan looked at the lyrics and couldn't help but read them out. Sushi, the whole song is quite a bit zen. It's the lyrics that are a bit slangy. That's when the Yuan dynasty writer Guan Hanqing stepped forward. Seniors' tunes and words are not the same. Words are the more elegant the better, because they are sung to those adults and gentlemen, whereas tunes are sung to the lower class people, so they must be able to know what is being sung with their ears. Naturally the closer to the spoken word the better. This time Su Shi also had no temper. Yi Yun took a look at Wang Hansan once again. Argumentative sage, it's your turn. Although Wang Hansan vaguely felt in his heart that he was going to fall this time, he was not at ease to admit defeat out of the pride of a man of letters. He held the lyrics in his hand and said very proudly, you give me the accompaniment. I'll sing it here. Yi Yun's guitar sounded again. Swallow the wind. Cough cough. Stop stop. Call me to take a breath. At this time, 2 students came over to give him a back pounding. One named Lu Huiqing and the other named Zhang Dun. Minister Wang, don't be in a hurry. Let's sing slowly. I don't believe we can't defeat that kid. Wan Nengxi's heart laughed bitterly. It is not that the lyrics are so difficult to memorize. The problem is that the music together. I can't open my mouth, I can't keep up with the slips. Do you think it's difficult? After beating for a while, he felt better and then took the words and phrases, thinking, anyway, I don't know how to speak Cantonese, so I'll sing directly according to our Zhangzhou dialect, as long as the tune is right. And so, when Yi Yun's guitar sounded again, he began to sing, wind swallowing kisses, coughs, kisses, coughs, 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 which know that his voice is really too uncompetitive. Once the speed will be coughing, have no choice but to stop singing. That's when students from other departments started giving him a hard time. Stop singing and get off the stage. Your voice is just about to give out. Kissing when you're coughing so much. Aren't you afraid of contagion? Wang Banshan held his face red, and didn't know how to get off this stage. Yi Yun felt that there was enough fire. really driving this old gentleman to death. He would completely become an enemy of the Jishi Academy. Thus, he smiled and said, Mr. Half Mountain, I wonder if I have the qualifications to participate in the 5 veins competition. Wan Unshi completely convinced, there, willing to gamble to admit defeat. The old man worship. Before the latter words could be uttered, Yun smilingly stopped him. What I said just now was all a joke. Why should old sir take it seriously? If you really want to worship the master, you'll be disgracing the kid. Wan Unshi's face was red, and at that moment, he did not say any more, cupped his fists at Yun, and stepped down from the stage. At this time Laozi became even more imposing. Everyone who else wants to question my disciple's eligibility to compete, feel free to come up. Yun looked around with his ghostly eyes, seemingly trying to find Hua Zaiwei's shadow in the Jishi Academy, and after searching all over the lineage of state officials, he failed to find this person. He thought to himself, is he in some kind of trouble? Why didn't he come to school? But at this point there was no more thinking, turned around and returned to his seat. At this time, Zhang Zia spoke the rules of the 5 veins competition on behalf of the Jishi Academy. If anyone has the confidence to be the Wuji of Jishi Academy, they can come up here and set up a ring to declare war. And as long as you defeat the experts of the other 4 veins, we'll recognize you as the number 1 of the 5 veins. When Yun saw the sad face of Dashin, he knew that the pressure he was facing was just too great. As a man he had to hold up a world for his woman. So he stood up and came to the stage. Mountain leader. Disciple would like to set up a ring here to meet and fight the other 4 vein masters. I don't know if it's possible. He was wearing a special ring on his hand that was given to him by the Supreme Lord, and no one could see his exact strength. Ginger froze. We have to get the rules right to the head. This fight must be by virtue of one's own ability. Even if you use a magic treasure, it must be practiced by yourself. If you are a Vajra Solo purple gold gourd or a jade purifying vase personally refined by my grandmaster uncle, even if you win, you will still lose. As one of the most powerful people in the battle to seal the gods, Zhang Zia knew what Laozi's greatest strength was. Once he gave this fellow those heaven-defying magic treasures, as long as this fellow took out any of them towards the ring, all the others would have to kneel. Then what's the point of fighting? Wouldn't it be better to just ask him to be the ironclad Wunderkind? Yun had originally planned to use his adamantine circle to lasso all of these guys' magical treasures, but on second thought, this would not be a good way to win, and the academy would not recognize it. Forget it, even without such a heaven-defying magic treasure, I still have other means to outsmart them, so it was painfully easy to agree. Don't worry, but all the magic treasures I make are practiced by myself. At this time, Li Qingzhao quietly pulled him. Can you do it yourself? Or else I'll help you too. Ginger immediately gave the veto. Remember, this is him setting up his own ring rather than participating in a group battle. And no matter what the situation is, he must hold it himself or count it as a defeat. Just then, Lao Zi suddenly acted like he remembered something. Young man, I also want to tell you, since this is your voluntary declaration of war, there may be people other than the chief of the 5 wheat who also want to take part in the challenge. And you can't refuse yet. Can you accept it? If you can't, just hand over 5 top-grade pills, and you can revoke your plan to declare war, and just compete normally in the future. Yun thought in his heart, come on, the more that come, the better. You are not my opponents, but rather, the sustenance of my immortal power. This Taotai skill can't cure you guys yet, so he put a drop of blood on the soul contract to show his approval. In martial arts, the sword has no eyes, the fist and the feet have no eyes, and the dead, injured and disabled each have their own destiny, and there shall be no grudges. Ginger added, you must register in advance what weapons you will need to use during the match, lest you use something outside the scope of the match and be called for a foul. Yun shook his head. I generally use a pair of meat palms. Of course the follow-up should be with a weapon. Trouble the mountain chief to weave me an ordinary longsword for military formations on campus will do. The long swords used in military formations are not the same as ordinary long swords. They are bronze heavy swords, widely used in the Qin Dynasty, and later Ju was gradually replaced by short swords. This is a reasonable request. Zhang Zia naturally had no reason to refuse, and in a short while fetched him a bronze sword of superior quality. It was suggested that you didn't use any special magic treasures, so this bronze sword is also of top quality in the Academy Palace, and it's considered compensation for you. Yun thanked the mountain chief and inserted the common in the ring before clasping his fists at the bottom. I don't know which vein of students came up to instruct, I won't be polite with you either. Just don't blame me if something happens to you. Bachelor knowledge of the lineage are good at composing poems and songs. There are many people originally wanted to try, but saw their teacher Wang Hanshan have lost. They are resigned to not dare to come out. This time the bachelor's lineage was planted. Not long afterward, a man stood out from the lineage of nationalists. He saw this person holding a 9-tiered pagoda in his hand. holding a long sword in his hand, twirling his 5 wisps of beard, and standing in front of Yi Yun. My name is Li Jing, the military god of the Tang Kingdom. Meet your schoolmate. Yi Yun secretly grumbled in his heart. I said, Heavenly King Li, are you not pitying me? What I'm going to force is an ordinary schoolmate. Who said I have to do battle with the Heavenly King Li in the sky? Sky King Li laughed. I'm sorry, my archetype is a famous general of the Great Tang, so it's also considered a lineage of national warriors. Please, schoolmate. Yi Yun turned his head to look at Zhang Zia, who was acting as the referee. The pagoda that he is holding in his hand. The mountain chief. I don't know if it was given by Rulai or Taoist lantern burner. It is by no means practiced by himself. What do you think? Ginger didn't move. He is and has no requirements in this regard. Since you are declaring war, the natural strict requirements should be stricter. Of course, your Fang clan lineage crowns will refine their own magic treasures, and if you yourself can practice one with the same effect, you are not prohibited from using it. That said, the following people were immediately up in arms. Yeah, if you have the ability to also practice a pagoda, Yue Assail is not a cow? The so-called chiefs can all lie down and win. If you have the ability to do so this time, you also lie down and win. Yi Yun looked at Zhang Zia. You are able to give me the time to refine the magic treasure? Zhang Zia nodded. Yue Assail were supposed to have this competition. The length of time is up to you, but you can only use your own refined magic treasure to fuck with Li Tianwang. Yi Yun sneered. Bullying me for not having a magic treasure, isn't it? If I don't hit my face to my face today, I will be sorry for my name of the most bullish way. Although the Supreme Lord rarely taught him the Tao, he had left him many books on magic treasure refining. Even Tai Shan Lao Jun had drawings for almost all of the magic treasures he had refined, and these drawings were passed on to his beloved disciple Yi Yun. However, he had no intention of copying his master's magic treasure. After all, the materials were very hard to find, and there were some esoteric methods of practicing characters that he was not yet proficient in. Suddenly, he thought, your magic treasure is no longer bullish, but also need to be thrown out from the hand in order to be effective. This time I will give you an asymmetric strike. See how you play. So, instead of taking out a more bullish genius treasure, he took a solid thing of some unknown material and rested it into the cauldron, then put on a large fire and carefully exercised it. This magic treasure practiced quite quickly, not long after turned into a sticky shape and transparent again, and then he in a light slap. The bottom of the top furnace, those things flew out, suspended in the air. Li Tianwang had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and when he saw that he had put away the cauldron, he sneered, can we start now? Yi Yun allowed the transparent mass to hover in the air. Wait, how do we compare first? Heavenly King Li sneered and said, first then the fists and feet, then the blades and magic treasures. These still cannot be divided into winners and losers. In the ratio of military books and war strategy, the strategy of governing the country, until the division of winners and losers, he said and put his pagoda back. This was what Yi Yun wanted. He just spoke of that ball hovering in the air, not descending downwards or launching an attack. Seeing Li Jing's double palms hitting over, the speed was quite fast. His body couldn't dodge as well. He could only follow Zhuang's coming backward, unloading half of the attacking force, but he was still hit by the other party on his body. Li Jing said coldly, you lost. It seems that your skills are nothing more than that. Don't brag in the future. To his surprise, his own palms struck Yi Yun's body, but he did not feel the force. Instead, the immortal energy in his body actually leaked outward uncontrollably. Not knowing what was happening, he was so frightened that he hurriedly struggled, but Yi Yun's Taotai limit sail, since it had worked, it was never possible to temporarily retreat, naturally creating a sticky force that called for his merchant tent to be withdrawn, and actually brought even Yi Yun with him as he retreated backward. This guy is scary. Li Tianwang hard big harm according to this way, not a moment I will become immortal. Suddenly, he came up with a rather extreme solution, concentrating all the precedence on his body at one point. He sent it towards Yi Yun. It is known that aqueducts can divert water, but once too much water is diverted, it is also easy to break the dam. This Taotai divine power of Yi Yun was also the same, and when the other party's precedence surged like a tidal wave, he was a bit overwhelmed and was so frightened that he hurriedly withdrew his power and fell backward. Sky King Li let out a long breath, withdrew his palms, and stepped backward. Yi Yun pulled the ordinary bronze sword from the ring, and Heavenly King Li also took a sword to fight him. Right at this moment, Yi Yun suddenly struck the transparent ball in his hand towards Li Tianwang. Look at the spell. Although this ball looked a bit odd, it didn't have much power, and with a gentle chop with his left palm, Heavenly King Li shattered it naturally. It turned out that the ball of light, put all a kind of transparent liquid, fell on the hand, not only did not hurt his hand, but also made his skin become more youthful, more lustrous. He froze for a moment. What is this? Yi Yun smiled awkwardly. Took the wrong one. This is actually an important ingredient for refining the rejuvenation Dan. Can you ask him to return it to me? Li Tianhuang's beard pouted in anger. You little doll so don't know the etiquette. All called my palm absorbed. How can I return it to you? You're not being unreasonable. The long sword in Yi Yun's hand was of high quality though, but could it compare to a sword from the immortal realm? It wasn't long before his bronze sword was sent flying. Yi Yun had no choice but to take out one of his own refined magic treasures. It was a black mist. Rather than fearing it, that flew towards Li Tianhuang. Heavenly King Li sneered. Don't come out to show off with such a triangular hair issuance. It was then that he saw his other hand make a gentle move into the air. Tower come. Not long after, a 13-story Linglong pagoda appeared on his body. Li Qingjiao, who was watching from the stage, was shocked. You have to be careful. This is the heavenly realm's most precious treasure, Linglong pagoda. Once you are sucked in by him, your soul will be dispersed. Zhang Zia also felt that it was a bit unseemly for Li Jing to do so, so he shouted, Li Jing, you have to be merciful. It's just a competition. Don't really kill people and harm their lives. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Sky King Li's mouth. Don't worry, senior uncle. I won't take his life. At most, I'll waste his cultivation, which is what he deserves to end up with, because I'm already angry now. Saying this, he threw the pagoda in his hand outward. The Supreme Lord is like a law. Rise. Just as the spell was recited, I saw lousy stretch. Who do you think I am? And why should I listen to your summons? And defy you? No sooner had the old man said this than a hilarious field appeared. Li Tianhuang threw the pagoda in his hand outward. And what made him feel strange was that the pagoda did not fly out, but instead stuck firmly to his hand. Gee, that's odd. Odd. Tenant Li screamed in his 10 mouths, took his hand back and threw it again. The result was the same. The pagoda didn't fly out, instead it was shaken by his powerful vibration, shaking violently on the card holder. Creating a suction that pulled his skin in a stinging, raw pain. What happened to his mother's non-pleasure? He couldn't help but burst out, but the pagoda just seemed to rely on his palm. No matter how much he threw it, he couldn't throw it out. Yi Yun took this opportunity to retrieve his bronze sword, not missing out on pounding his body as if stabbing at him. Although the other party knew that it didn't seem to be as high as he was and might not be able to injure his life. This robe on his body being stabbed with a hole by him was humiliating enough. Li Tianhuang was in a cold sweat in a hurry. With no other choice, he cursed. This unlucky broken tower, dropping the chain at the critical time. What's the use of having him collect? Who knows how he read the incantation? The pagoda is indifferent, firmly stuck in his palm. Put away also cannot be put back, just with his palm dancing in the air non-stop flying. When this thing is hit out, although the power is infinite and unpredictable, sticking to the palm of the hand not only has no power, but becomes a liability. In a short while, the Li Heavenly King was tired and panting, and Zhang Zia saw that there was no result in further fighting, so he hurriedly called for a halt. This one, Yi Yun wins. Rest for 2 quarters before starting again. Now it's considered an intermission. In order to avoid Yi Yun being unfairly wheeled around, Zhang Zia was very considerate and told him to rest on the field for half an hour before challenging again. Heavenly King Li did not have any objections to this result either, but he did not step down to interrogate Yi Yun unwillingly. Senior Yun Yi, what exactly is your Dharma treasure? Yi Yun smiled. I didn't lie to you just now. That contraption that hid out is named Wan Gel, capable of dipping river everything in the world. But he's also an important material for refining the rejuvenation pill. The clump I made just now is enough to refine 1,000 pills, but he also has another use. That is, as long as he stains something, even if you chop it with an axe, you can't separate it, unless you cut off that palm. Heavenly King Li did not expect that someone would use such a detrimental method to restrain his pagoda. Crying and laughing, he hurriedly requested Yi Yun to undo the harm of this gel for himself. Yi Yun said with great curiosity, isn't Senior the Toda Heavenly King? Little brother helps you to firmly reinforce the pagoda in your palm. This time you won't have to worry about accidentally losing it or robbing it by robbers. Wouldn't that be better? Knowing that he still holds a grudge against him for bullying a small man with a big one, Li Tianhuang apologized to him again. Only then did Yi Yun use a kind of purifying divine water to wash his hands to wash away that kind of glue. And only then did the pagoda freely retract. After resting for half an hour, Yi Yun stood up and continued to challenge the following people. From the Shusui line came out a man who slowly climbed up the ladder, but didn't dare reach the ring with his hands on the ladder. Yi Yun froze. Didn't Senior come to fight in the ring? Why don't you come to the ring? A hint of fear showed in the man's eyes. Did you spread your damn glue all over the ring telling me to get up there and stick and then let you hammer away? Yi Yun laughed. Just now, Senior Mountain Leader said that I can use any magic treasure that I refine myself. What can you do to me? The man was furious. I refuse to get in the ring until you clean it. Yi Yun laughed. You love it or not? Zhang Zia suddenly felt that Yi Yun had this glue in his hand, If he really smeared a layer on the ring, then no one should come up to compete. Just admit defeat directly. Thus, Yi-Yun was semi-forcibly ordered to purify the ring with the water of purification before continuing the match. Yi-Yun cried out, "Mountain Chief, this is unfair to me. Why can't I even use my own refined magic treasure?" Zhang Zia's old face was red. The heart secretly thought once told you to make the glue without limit. This year's 5 veins competition will not have to compete. Directly told you to do the chief and the Wuji on the line. So he said, smilingly, "To make it up to you, may I remind you that the next one to come up is of the summoning department? And you need to be prepared ahead of time, because I don't know what he's going to summon." Suddenly seeing a kind of worry arise on the face of his senior sister, Dashin, Ian knew that this guy was probably his senior sister, the biggest competitor. So, he decided to gain Ginger's support and honestly purified the ring with the purifying divine water, then stood in the middle of the ring and walked around a few times. "As it turns out, I didn't use that glue on the ring, so you can come up now." The guy used his summoning technique as soon as he got into the ring, only to see a number of vipers writhing on the ground. Yi-Yun then suddenly realized, no wonder this guy is afraid. The ring did not deliver. Otherwise it put on these poisonous snakes sticking to the ring. It will become a big joke. The man who came up for the match wasn't smart either, and sneered, "This time you'll get a taste of what it's like to have a swarm of snakes." Yi-Yun suddenly took out a cauldron and suspended it in the air, then recited his spell, "Turn." Not long afterward, that top furnace flipped over, and the top opening exuded a powerful suction force towards the viper below. This kind of baptism doesn't catch up with the purple and gold gourds around my old man, but it's a breeze against these poisonous tongues that barely have any magical power. In a short while, all those poisonous snakes were received into this top furnace and the lid was immediately covered. Ian offered his phoenix body and spat out a mouthful of pure yang heavenly flame, and it wasn't long before an aroma of snake meat suddenly permeated within it. That summoning art master cursed under his breath and, "You kid, don't talk about martial virtues. How dare you destroy the snake I summoned? You hurry up and compensate me. I'm not going to be done with you." Ian heatedly smiled. Actually, this famous dish of 10,000 dragons returning to the sea, the number of students is still a bit low. Why don't the seniors summon a few more? This expert is not unable to summon, but just feel that this deal is to lose money. So ruthlessly said, "I admit defeat," then climbed down the ladder. Zhang Zia immediately declared Ian the winner. Ian took that big top to the judges' table. "This is a pot of snake soup the disciple has made for all the teachers to express a piece of his heart." The expert just now was about to climb to the ground. When he heard this kind of sellout words from Ian, he could not help but let his legs go limp and directly fell down from a height of more than 4 feet and fainted. Suddenly, a woman's petulant guest was heard in mid-air, and then like a heavenly creature, a female floated and landed in the ring. In her hand she held something the size of a bun with a red dot on it. When he came up, he said to Zhang Zia, who had just finished eating the snake soup and was not yet finished, "Mountain Chief, this is a magic treasure I practiced alone. Rui steamed bun. Can I use it?" Zhang Zia's gluttonous harumph came out. "This snake soup is made a little salty. It just so happens that there is no rice for the old dishes. Why don't you give it to us for the next dish?" The woman shook her head. "This thing looks like a steamed bun, but it's not made from white flour, but from the resting soil in the sky, and it's just a magic weapon I use against others." Ginger made a big red face and stopped talking. After waiting for a while longer and seeing that Yi-Yun had rested, the match then began. He was seen dragging that steamed bun made of resting soil to Yi-Yun. "We from the Nuwa sector just good at utilizing the resting soil to create all kinds of life, so you must be careful," Yi-Yun reminded her very politely. "In fact, you can create a human being without the use of a resting soil. Why do you need to waste your magic treasure? Aren't you afraid that your steamed buns will trigger a bloodbath?" The woman's face reddened with anger. "Nonsense." Yi-Yun immediately extended a thumbs up. "School sister is icy smart. So you know where this bloodshed came from as well? I thought it would take you 10 years before you could understand it. That woman is no nonsense." From that steamed bread pinch down a small piece, to take casually, hand a pinch immediately popped out of a person. Against the wind is a real person appearance, but it is a pugnacious man towards the Ian pounced. Ian then realized that the thing in the other party's hand, although it was called a steamed bun, it was not a steamed bun, exactly should be a special kind of Play-Doh. His maneuvers were quite fast, and in no time at all, there were already more than a dozen big men surrounding Ian. Ian was a bit unconvinced. "Mountain Chief," he bullied the few with the many. "This is a group fight." Ginger smiled indifferently. "He created it with his own mana, and I didn't cure it, so I can responsibly tell you that you can use the mana as well. Oh, that glue just now is just too powerful and troublesome to clean up. It's forbidden to use it." Ian dodged left and right with his agile body while saying to the girl, "These puppets of yours aren't very strong." They are all within the mortal martial territory. The girl sneered. Beating you up is enough. Seeing that her technique is getting faster and faster, she finally pulled out a piece and threw it into the air. Ian knew that this person was probably the most powerful one in the tree's lineage, and if he was allowed to be arrogant on the stage, he might not be able to defeat senior sister Dashin when she came up later. So he sneered, "You have puppets and I don't? Hula." He was surrounded by many Tongxian beauties, because the ring is too small. These beautiful women do not have to fight what skills, just shoot more and more, shoot into a human wall hard to the other side to create those pugilists. One by one, all squeezed down. The beauty saw the situation and wanted to run, but it was already too late. Having long been surrounded by the growing number of beautiful puppets around Iyun, these puppets also don't need to use any weapons. All the people so crowded that beautiful woman, even if she has a great skill, can't exert it. What's more, there were puppets that hugged his body, grabbed his limbs, and snatched her resting soil. One through one passed to Iyun. "Master, we have disarmed her." Iyun was just about to ask Jiang Ziya to declare himself the winner when suddenly there was a puppet that said with great surprise, "Wait a minute. There's still resting soil on her that hasn't been cleaned up. We need to keep cleaning it up or something is going to go wrong." The woman suddenly screamed, "What are you doing, assholes? Stop it." At this time a puppet said anxiously, "Those 2 pieces of resting soil can't be taken down." Ian vaguely knew what they were talking about, and it dawned on him. Although these puppets looked like women, they were actually genderless, and although they were able to communicate with people, they weren't people after all. They were just puppets with no insight, and so cried and laughed. "Since you can't take it off, don't take it off. Just let him go as long as she admits defeat." Jiang Ziya saw that this battle could not be fought. "You are now like this. Manpower density, no matter who comes up will suffer losses." So it was hastily announced that the battle was still won by Iyun. Iyun put away the puppets and looked at the piece of resting soil in his hand. Although it was very valuable, he did not lack it, so threw him at the woman. "Your magic treasure. Keep it to yourself. We're not interested." The woman, again without passing her name, climbed down the ladder with a mortified look on her face. Iyun put the puppet back and then rested his eyes in the ring. Jiang Ziya continued to shout towards the stage that whoever was not convinced could come up and compete. Those under the stage knew how powerful Iyun was, and no one dared to come up and make a fool of themselves, although they didn't pass on their names. But in fact, these few people were already the best among the 5 veins, and if they couldn't even beat them, let alone the others. After Iyun finished resting, he looked towards his schoolmate Dashin below. Instead, the other guy shook his head. "That means I'm not on." Iyun thought in his heart, "This position of Wuji, rotting in my hands, is unwise. I still have to bide my time." So, he shouted to the bottom, "Senior sister Dasaway, it is said that your compulsion is unrivaled in the world, and I would like to challenge you." At this point in time, it was impossible for Dashin not to want to go up to the stage. She glared fiercely at Iyun and had no choice but to leap onto the ring. He smiled flirtatiously at Iyun. "Well then, let you try out Primary Brother's divine ability." Even if Dashin didn't use the Compass King, there were still many things available around him. She summoned the centipede compass that she practiced on a daily basis, and then he utilized the sound transmission technique to warn Iyun, "If you dare to lose to me on purpose, you'll sleep with a pillow tonight. Every effort must be made." Iyun froze for a moment before realizing that the original school sister is very proud. He had also let her will call her feel despised her, so offered his phoenix body. Those centipedes saw the phoenix came out under the metal bone died on the ground, in a short while into a green smoke. Dasimon then summoned out the snake compass, and Iyun immediately switched to his Taotai body. This Taotai is capable of devouring all things. Even the most powerful snakes are helpless in the face of the Taotia's powerful digestive ability, and watch themselves being digested. The senior sister let out a long sigh and withdrew her summoning technique, then drew out a soft whip and viciously lashed it towards Iyun. Iyun continued to pick up the bronze sword on the ground to fight with his opponent. His swordsmanship was not like the kind commonly seen, but rather a simple yet powerful swordplay that had been passed down from the military. And although the moves were not beautiful, they were quite practical. Dashin didn't dare to be underestimated, and seeing his powerful killing moves coming over, he could only dodge with his body. The Dashin soft whip became faster and faster, gradually forming a whip shadow that surrounded Iyun in the center. If it wasn't for the 4 bloodlines powering Iyun, at this point, he would have long been jerked to the ground, left and right with the speed granted to him by the White Tiger. Right at this moment, the Grand Master suddenly released the Compassionate King. Iyun knew that these things would have endless consequences once he got his hands on them, so he quickly disengaged himself from the battle and then said to the referee, "I concede." Dashin also only wanted to win and didn't want him dead. Hearing Jiang Ziya declare himself the winner, he immediately took back all these Bone Kings. Iyun arched his hand at him with great poise, Congratulations to senior sister for obtaining the position of infinity. Dashin's marvelous eyes flowed like a smile. I interrupted your path to glory. Why are you thanking me? Yun said very humbly. Thanks to school sister's intervention, a bloodshed triggered by a steamed bun was stopped, causing a peaceful scene to emerge from the fight for Woji, and that's why I thanked you. The woman who possessed the suction palm just now was the strongest competitor of the Grand Master and his fellow sister, named Kong Yurong. These two had been fighting openly and secretly, and Dashin himself knew that while his ancient tree was powerful, his opponent's hope could turn out any puppet, as long as one blocked one's compulsion theory with a puppet. Really martial arts, one was not his match at all. It was also thanks to Yun's elimination that one began to have the opportunity to blossom into a star. And so, she whispered to Yun, see you in the grove. Yun went down from the ring full of joy, and next there were students from all veins congratulating the Grandmaster. Not much attention was paid to the loser who forcefully beat several parties. Yun returned to his old son. I'm sorry teacher, I've disappointed you. Lao Zi laughed, do not love rivers and mountains. Lao Zi take you really cannot help. Roll back to cultivate. Do not disgrace here. In fact, he could also see that Yun clearly could have easily defeated the Grand Priestess, but he did not do so, thinking that he must have intended to allow it. However, he was also watching the appearance of the two people's love for each other, and said that although this disciple of mine lost the name of the first in the Jishi Academy, he cheated his way to a first wife, so the ending is not too bad. Yun took his own people back to his place, and saw Zhao Yun hanging his head, waiting in front of his house. Yun froze for a moment. Didn't you also participate in the Five Veins competition? Why didn't you go on the field? Zhao Yun hung his head and said, I was eliminated in the battle for the chief. And the most annoying thing is that that person's tactics were quite despicable, and there was nothing I could do about it. Yun was very curious. What tactics did that guy use? Killing intent appeared on Zhao Yun's face. He knew he wasn't a match for me, so he quietly drugged me with laxatives during the elimination rounds, causing me not to compete. Hearing this, Yun's anger rose from his heart and his hatred grew. Tell me who the hell that was and I'll go kick his ass. Zhao Yun's body was quite weak, and when he spoke to Yun for a while, he immediately ran into the toilet again, then sat on the toilet and couldn't get out. After a while longer, the yellow-faced one came to Yun. Yun frowned as he took his pulse with his hand and said, this is not ordinary diarrhea, but you have been poisoned with parasites. Zhao Yun's brow furrowed. Please give a favor to senior sister Dashin. I haven't offended her either. Why did she put me under a compulsion? It was at this time that the sisters De Si Min and Xiao Si Min came together. Zhao Yun's words happened to fall on their ears, and the Grand Priestess sneered. But it's just an ordinary diarrhea compulsion. Under this kind of compulsion doesn't need me to make a move. If I make a move, you wouldn't just have diarrhea right now, but you'd be ready to go into mourning. Zhao Yun let out a bitter smile. I know I'm wrong. Senior sister, please save me, otherwise I'm really incurable. Dashin took a gentle look and didn't flatten his pulse. This person is the Cloud Dream Compass King's henchman. Only the compulsion is not proficient, and he can still tell you that he is poisoned. Zhao Yun hurriedly begged for help. Dashin sneered. What good are you to me? Why should I save you? Zhao Yun immediately said. I'm working for the boss now, and you know that. Once I'm in trouble, there will be no one left under the boss. Dashin looked at him. What does your boss have to do with me? Zhao Yun suddenly replicated his mind. Please sister-in-law, save my life. This sister-in-law called Dashin, and his heart blossomed. Since they are different from my sect, I have no way to completely eradicate it, but I can temporarily help you suppress it, and to completely remove it you still need to go to Cloud Dream Zephyr. Yun Mangs, also known as the area north and south of Dongting Lake, was also inhabited by various ethnic groups at the turn of the Chu and Han dynasties, and the situation was quite complicated, and did not entirely follow the assignments of the dynasties in the Central Plains. There are a lot of people there who drive corpses and use parasites, and people who go there without knowing the truth don't even know how to die. Zhao Yun hurriedly begged, please, sister-in-law, help me think of a way out, and I will serve you and the boss well in the future. Hearing Zhao Yun being so sweet-talking, Dasaway was secretly happy in his heart and took out some pills and told him to take them. Sure enough, his stomach was much quieter and he no longer reacted with diarrhea. He's supposed to be poisoned. It's not like he really has diarrhea. Yun gave him some more of the spirit-gathering pills that he had refined, and he was immediately better after taking them. Zhao Yun then asked Yun to help and go with him to find an antidote to this compulsion. It was undoubtedly the wisest choice for him to do so because once Yun went his side of the crowd followed along, then his own crisis could be solved. Dashin sneered. I heard that you used to be two-faced with the boss, just wanting to get favors and not wanting to do anything. Is that true? Sweat swished down Zhao Yun's body. Absolutely not. My loyalty to the boss is truer than real gold. If you don't believe me, I'm going to give you an oath or not. Yun shook his head, knowing this bastard's pissy nature, and did not get serious with him. This goods in the previous history, but also only to lose Xin de loyalty, the other what Gong Sun Zan and the stream of all do not see, but also perfunctory. In the immortal realm he was also very high-minded and proud, and really wanted to establish something on his own, and if he didn't have to, he was definitely not willing to stoop to the level of a human being. After mixing with Yun for some time, he originally intended to get some benefits even if it was not to be taught to be a human being by Xiang Yu, and this time he was hit by the 5 poisons, so where is there any more dissent? He hurriedly begged Yun, gambling that he was absolutely loyal. Yun didn't bother with him and told him to wait here and go ask the teacher himself. Once Lao Zi heard that Zhao Yun had been poisoned by the parasites and his disciple wanted to go to Yun Mengze, he thought about it and took out his adamantine bracelet and gently shook it, and one turned into 2, but the other one was much duller than his original one, both in terms of texture and luster, and he handed the scaled-down version of the adamantine bracelet to Yun. This thing you have to keep close to you. As long as you have him, no one below the saints will harm you, and it can guarantee you all the best. When you throw it out, you can collect any magic treasure with a cultivation level below that of a saint, but it also has a limit on its use, and after a fixed lifespan, it will automatically fade and turn into mortal iron. Don't use it until you have to. Yun respectfully thanked his master, and Lao Zi continued. Yunmengs is a famous mountain in the spirit of heaven and earth. There must be many geniuses and treasures. All of my master's magic treasures have drawings. As long as you find the appropriate materials can be practiced. What kind of future depends on your own creativity. When the apprentice was gone, Lao Tzu sighed. In fact, I can cure these parasites myself, but a disciple has to grow up, and I've done everything for him, so what's the point of accepting him? Dasiman was able to recognize the traces of the people in the canyon, so everyone followed him all the way south, and before long the group flew near Changsha City. Dashin frowned and said, that person should live here. Let's look carefully. There are a lot of people here undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack, but Dashin's sense of smell is quite good. Suddenly pointing to a young girl next to Yun Mengze and said, even if she's not the owner of the compulsion, she should know something. Zhao Yun froze for a moment and said, I never knew this little girl. Why did her family poison me? Is there something wrong with her brain? Or is their family all showy? The little girl watched as the people came towards him and didn't hide, and smiled when he saw the tossed around Zhao Yun next to him. By the looks of you, you must be looking for my aunt. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhao Yun frowned. How did you know where we came from? The little girl smiled very brightly. Because the poison that you were poisoned with was given by my aunt. Zhao Yun sneered. I didn't offend your aunt. Why did he poison me? The little girl shook her head, too, and said, I don't know about that. I judged it by looking at the symptoms of your poisoning, and as for any interactions between you, no one can say. He turned his head to see Yun. You, a person with no cultivation on you at all. How dare you come here to roam around? Aren't you afraid of death? Yun smiled faintly. I only came here to pick herbs and save people. I'm not trying to harm anyone. So who's harming me? The little girl smiled and did not talk, suddenly picking a flower with her hand and handing it to Yun. For the sake of your net honesty as a person flower, it's yours, Yun said in a gentle manner. A man can't just pick up someone else's flowers. I'll have to ask my woman. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately flipped out and threw the flower to the ground, stomping on it several times with her foot so hard that it turned into a mess then. Humph. Guys who don't know what's good for them. If you want to find someone you can do it yourselves. This girl won't serve. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly his body transformed into a green smoke, which dispersed when blown by the wind. The people next to him were startled, and Xiang Yu muttered, is this the legendary purple jade clear smoke? The others were not virgins and did not know the origin of this illusion, so they asked Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu said, legend has it that King Fuchai of Wu had a princess named Ziyu, who seemed to have fallen in love with a beautiful man surnamed Han, and somehow it didn't work out, and under the sadness, she turned into a green smoke and flew away. Before the words left his mouth, the green smoke, just like the one from earlier, gathered back again and reformed into a beautiful woman. Is there such a beautiful story in the world? You have a sweet mouth, but you're not my type, so don't presume that I'm in love with you. Yun shook his head, not to mention in the ancient era that strictly adhered to etiquette, even in the world he originally lived in. If there was a girl who talked like that, the people next to her would definitely think she was middle-aged as well. But this girl seemed to be genuinely unaware of the world and had been living only in her own little circle. His expression fell on the girl's eyes, and turning to him, she said, make haste to confess your faults to me, and I will lead you to the person you wish to see. Dasheen was very anxious and was just about to speak up to remind her when she heard the girl give her a fierce glare. I know you're a pretty amazing woman. This is none of your business. Stay out of it or you'll never be able to return to Cloud Dreamer. In fact, Dasheen's home was exactly the same here, and it was still the same sect as this girl. So once he did something that went against the approval of this sect, the following days would be quite difficult. She thought about it and sighed darkly. Not saying a word, Ian bent down and trusted the same wildflower. He bent down and handed it to him. I make my amends to you, and ask you to bring us to your aunt. The little girl didn't take the flower cure, this Dasheen said. Is she your woman? Ian nodded. A hint of loss passed through the girl's eyes. Then she smiled again. Fine, I forgive you. Come with me if you want to see anyone. Out of the sect's approval. He and the Dasheen sisters were quite close and had something to talk about. People brought up the matter of how to use the drums and had a good conversation, while others did not even look at them. When he reached Changsha City in a short while, he was suddenly stopped by the officials and soldiers guarding the city gate. Locals are free, and out-of-towners who come into town have to shell out 15 melons each. Ian shook his head. I don't have any melon seeds here. Only some beans. Said. He touched out a few gold beans from his body and handed them to the officer's hand. Originally this kind of gold beans did not circulate in the market. They were all kept at home as precious collectibles. Who knew that after the soldier saw the golden bean, he immediately shook his head and dropped it on the ground. Your beans aren't red enough. They're as worthless as dirt. Men, arrest them. The so-called beans are not red enough. That is, they do not give enough purity of golden beans. Immediately, a few soldiers came over, their spears aimed at Yun and the others. Not waiting for Yun to make a move, Xiang Yu said, I'll come. He grabbed the opponent's spear's long pole. His hand gently shook, must have clicked twice, and the weapon filament in the opponent's hand snapped into two, and was thrown aside by him. His form was seen to sway and repeatedly grab out. In no time at all, 15 or 16 spears had been drilled at his feet, and the soldiers had long since gone barehanded. The official guarding the city gate frowned. Where are you rebels from? Don't tie your hands. Zhao Yun drew out his dragon breath lance, blocking the scimitar that the man next to him had slashed at him, and rushed straight to that city gate officer, grabbing him. Dog officer, don't you dare bully me too much. If I really get angry, you dirtbags won't have a single chance in front of me. Finally, some of the gatekeepers didn't get close enough to suddenly realize the change of heart over here, and she was so scared that she rushed to the citadel and struck the giant bell. Not long after, the Changsha Taisho arrived at the city gates with a group of men and horses. Changsha Tai Zhaofan is here. Who dares to rebel? Zhao Yun froze for a moment and suddenly called out. Is the visitor your elder brother? Little brother Zhao Yun is here. That Taiguan had already been fully clothed and had a lance in his hand as well, and when he saw Zhao Yun, he hurriedly ordered his men's assistance, and then came to Zhao Yun with a big stride. Zilong, I heard that you went to the Jishi Academy. Why do you have time to come to my place? Zhao Yun knelt and kowtowed to his elder brother and was helped up by Zhao Fan. Only then did he say what he came here for, and Zhao Fan frowned when he heard it. I can't believe this is happening. And who are these guys? Zhao Yun said. They are all friends of little brother, accompanying little brother to find the antidote. Zhao Fan nodded and said, since they are Zilong's friends, they are also my friends. Let's all go to the Taisho Yamen together. Shaesiwai quietly pinched Yun's hand. Yun understood and added 12 points of caution. Not long. It came to the governor's mansion, and the governor was in the back hall, hosting a banquet to entertain the crowd. There was also a little girl standing beside Zhao Fan, and Zhao Yun immediately recognized her as the one who had led them over just now. Just listen to the little girl say to Zhao Fan. Father, this is the beautiful man I told you about, he said and pointed at Yun. Yun said very politely to Zhao Fan, your love and I had a meeting outside the city. Don't think that it's actually 1,000 gold from the envoy's residence. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. Zhao Fan introduced to the crowd. It turned out that the girl's name was Zhao Meizhu. Since childhood she liked to practice Taoism. Only recently she bid farewell to her master and went home to live temporarily. The people were polite, so they were seated in different groups and talked to each other. This Zhao Fan knew the crowd's intention to guard against him, so he poured each cup of the toast into his own cup and took a sip himself. Seeing his sincerity, the people removed their guards and made merry with him. When the wine is over and the food is over, Zhao Fan looked at Yun and said, daughter this year 16 years old, should also be to the time of marriage, has long been on your heart for a long time. I do not know how the cloud gentleman intention. Yun hurriedly stood up and excused himself. I am grateful for your excellency's favor, only that I have become a family member early on, and I am ashamed of your excellency's kindness. Zhao Fan did not change his face and said with a smile, as the ancients say, it is natural that nobility is easy to make friends with. Wealth is easy to marry, people go higher, and water flows lower. My daughter is not only proficient in Taoism, she also knows quite a bit about etiquette, and she can also give Mr. Yun a noble gatekeeper. Can all this not be seen as a piece of Zhao's sincerity? Yun hurriedly explained. Although I am foolish, I know the world's reasoning. A poor friend should not be forgotten. A chaffed wife should not be kept out of the hall. Zhao Fan's face tensed then. What if I must ask you to put your chaff wife down? Yun was unassuming. I will do my best to maneuver with the ambassador. Anyway, it's just that my wife is quite good. I don't want to change. 123rd The truth behind. Hearing this, Zhao Fan laughed out loud. Good one. Try your best to maneuver around. You might as well exercise your true chi and see if you can still move. Yun was shocked and hurriedly ran his immortal energy for a week and noticed that he was intact before he let go as he stood up. Zhao Fan laughed out loud. If you just sat still here, those poisons I put down will only gather together. And just when you were lucky just now, he also ran along with your true chi for a week, and has long since invaded all the meridians of your body. Now do you still want to get lucky? Yun froze for a moment. I have not offended anyone in my visit. Why would Envoy poison me? That's how Zhao acts. It's either friend or foe. No matter if you Zhao Yun or you Yun Yi. When it comes to me, it's a dragon that has to be coiled and a tiger that has to lie down. Come on people, take down all these things that don't know what's good for them. These people wanted to resist, but suddenly felt that their bodies were limp and they could not use an ounce of strength, and they were handcuffed and shackled by others. The soldiers went to tie up the women again, and Zhao Fan waved his hand. These women are beauties that are hard to find in the world. Let's not be particularly rude and give them a chance to choose. Saying this he came to Dasawei's heel. Are you after the Zhou Li Niao people? Are you surnamed Jiang or something else? Dasawei said indifferently. I am a descendant of Shinnong, surnamed Jiang. Zhao Fan nodded. The descendants of the Shinnong clan are also worthy of me. Mr. Zhao, you will be my second concubine. Pay your respects tonight. Dashin was silent, at an absolute disadvantage, naturally knowing that he couldn't stimulate Zhao Fan now, or else this guy wouldn't know what overreaching things to do. For his attitude, Li was quite satisfied. Come on people, take the second lady to serve first. Serve well, no rudeness. Overcame a couple of maids of honor to assist the Grand Commander and go back. The written test looked at Li Qingzhao next to him again. You woman is full of immortal power, a master of the auxiliary system, and I like it very much, so be my tripartite wife. Yun gave a wink to Li Qingzhao. That meant she should not provoke Zhao Fan for the time being and just do as she was told. Li Qingzhao also remained silent and did not reply. You are to see here fruitful also did not continue. Difficult for the order is the daughter to help him also down. He then came to flirtatious Wind's side. Although you are slightly older, you look like you can sing and dance. So why don't you become my fourth wife? Flirtatious Wind didn't say anything either, allowing those maids to paralyze themselves as well. Then he came to Ainli. How do I look? How do I feel that you are the most beautiful in here? My wife has passed many years ago and is still single. Why don't I ask you to be my continuation wife? Ainli glanced at Chiba Mai and deliberately said, my daughter is so old, how can she remarry? Zhao Fan, however, didn't care about this. If I say it's okay, don't worry, your daughter is my daughter. In a word, do you promise? At this time Ian gave him a wild wink. That means at a disadvantage temporarily do not enter the goods, because Ian knew that this bastard belonged to the kind of people who were impulsive and reckless. Once provoked he would do something in public that would be unacceptable to them. Why don't we promise him for the time being for a reprieve? Ainli smiled very brightly. Since you say so, what am I not going to agree to? But telling us to do so won't work. Whatever poison you've given us must be detoxified before we pay our respects and get married. Zhao Fan shook his head and said, No, you must wait until the evening to get married, and I can't give you the antidote until the wedding, and you're tired, so go rest in the back room. Ainli said, I will lead my daughter with me. Zhao Fan firmly refused. You go first. As for her, I'll ask someone to get her some fruit before leaving. In fact, Chiba Mai had long since seen the trace of evil thoughts showing in Zhao Fan's eyes, and there was a fire burning in his heart as well. Except that the kind of poison he had been hit by was quite powerful. The angrier he got, the more his body went limp, to the point where he was barely able to put up any resistance. Zhao Fan looked at Chiba Mai and said, You are now at the time when you can learn anything. I will now find you a singing master, and you must learn at once. I have heard that the Changsha royal residence is now short of some opera singers, so tomorrow I will send you there. The three males present could not help but hit fire when they heard it. So this is what this bastard is playing. Zhao Yun spoke. What are you doing? Big brother, why are you giving away such a young girl? Zhao Fan sneered. Too big to be cute, and no one would be happy to listen to a song. So it's just right now. Zhao Yun hurriedly advised him. Brother, these people are all my friends and haven't done anything to you. Let's settle anything internally between our brothers. So don't make things difficult for my friends. Zhao Fan sneered. Surname Zhao. Instead of worrying about their safety, think about your own death. You're only one step away from death now. After saying that, he shouted to the outside. Mrs. Sister-in-law, the hero of your heart is here. Why don't you come out to meet him? From the back hall came out a woman of 1,000 beauties. And if Shaoxi was still present right now, he would have been astonished. It turned out that this woman was also an expert in using parasites, and he looked at Zhao Yun with 10,000 kinds of tenderness on his face. Zhao Lang, Slave has been missing you for a long time in Changsha. You have finally come to see Slave. This is not the place to speak. Come with Slave. Zhao Yun sank his face. I've already made my stance clear on what happened back then. It's just not possible. The woman, however, became quite gentle. This is a good time. Why don't you consider the slave's request? You don't want to save your friends. Saying that, he waved his hand, only to see several of his maids carry a spring stool and place it in front of him. 7 hands and 8 feet to help Zhao Yun on the spring stool, which is a simple reclining tool used by the ancients to take a cool ride, and directly carried towards the back. Zhao Fan came to Xiang Yu again. This stupid big man is limber and simple-minded. He is of no use to us. Someone lock him up in the woodshed for me. Starve him for 3 days, and then release him after I have weighed in. At that moment, Zhou Ju shook Zhou Fan's arm. Father, you said this little Ajushi was for me. You can't keep your word. Zhao Fan sighed. He has a lover in his heart who can't see you. So why should you be in love with him? Zhao Meiju looked stubborn. No matter what, I want him. You're not allowed to kill him. Zhao Fan laughed loudly. Today is for my father's big day. The day naturally can't see blood. Also, this man you take back to persuade him properly. If he is still stubborn, then I will not blame for my father's ruthlessness. Zhao Meiju was overjoyed. And Yang Lingling's men took that kind of wide stool and carried Yi Yun to run to her embroidery building. After everyone had left, a man in black walked in. You have done well. The champion marquis is very satisfied. Those women are your reward. Be good. In fact, right when Zhao Fan was dealing with those people, Yi Yun secretly used the pure Yang heavenly flame and the phoenix bloodline to refine the compulsion poison in his body. By the time Zhao Meiju carried him to the embroidery house, the compulsion in his body had been basically cleared. Seeing that Zhao Meiju was going to come over to talk about conditions, he smiled. Ask you a few questions. As long as you agree to all of them, our affairs will be negotiable. Zhou Meiju hesitated. What's the problem? For the first one, do you accept that you are not the only woman around me? Secondly, I'm about to be on the outs with your father. Are you okay with that? Thirdly, there will be many more enemies in the future for me, and my life will be in danger at any time. Aren't you afraid? Zhou Meiju smiled cheekily. Those women were dealt with by father right away, and it wasn't even a question. And now that you have no capital to fight back, I will beg my father to spare your life. There is no such thing as incompatibility. As long as you don't leave Changsha in the future, what enemies will you encounter? Isn't it good for everyone to live their lives in peace? Yi Yun stretched a huge waist and stood up. You still don't understand reality. Why do stupid people always like to be smart? I hate people like that. After saying that, he made a light stroke with his hand, and a door immediately appeared in the void. I've never had any ill will towards MS. Zhao. It's just that the situation has forced me to, and I'm still asking you to go to this space as a guest. Zhao Meiju immediately understood. You actually weren't poisoned? Before the words left her mouth, several ropes were wrapped around her body. This was precisely the immortal binding rope that Yi Yun's teacher had given him, and although it was also an imitation, it was sufficient to deal with those below saints. Zhao Meiju was shocked. What are you going to do? Yi Yun said very politely. I would like to invite Mess Zhao to be my guest in that space. The ropes will come off immediately upon arrival. Please don't be afraid. Saying this, he gently picked him up and put him into that space. The door closed immediately and then the rope reappeared in his hand and the door to the space was hidden. Yi Yun relied on the connection he had with Chiba Mai and quickly found his way to the room he was staying in. That's when a middle-aged woman was seen teaching Chiba Mai a song. The toxicity on Chiba Mai's body didn't subside, and she still collapsed softly on the chair. Due to the lack of energy, she sang the song unavoidably, and had already received several mouthfuls from the woman, with blood seeping out from the corners of her mouth. Yi Yun quickly jumped inside and took out the jade pure bottle that his teacher had given him, and with a whoosh, the ones other than Chiba Mai were all collected into the bottle. He took out some medicine and applied it to Chiba Mai's face, and Chiba Mai felt the swelling and pain on her face, gradually disappearing, and a sense of coolness came over her. When he saw Yi Yun, he was overjoyed. You're finally here. Yi Yun took the antidote pills he had refined and stuffed one into her mouth. It didn't take long for Chiba Mai to immediately recover and knowingly stand up and say, "Where is that bastard? I'm going to chop him alive." In fact, Ian knew that Zhao Fan was at Ian Li's place right now, but he wasn't worried because Ian Li had the same phoenix bloodline as he did, and with that, all the feminine poisons couldn't what about her. What's more, he still had the Thousand Faces demon spider attached to him. As long as he detoxified himself, he would be able to clean up a single Zhao Fan, and that wouldn't be a piece of cake. By forcing the woman in the bottle, they knew where Xiang Yu was being held and then quickly rushed to the firewood room. Suddenly, I noticed that many people were piling up firewood near the woodshed, and one of them, a man in the shape of a paramount general, said, "Mr. Shin instructed that this man called Xiang Yu is possessed by a heavenly demon. Once he is told to get out of the trap, all of us will die without a burial place. We must burn him along with Chai Fong today in order to put an end to the trouble forever." Ian glanced at Chiba Mai and pointed to the door of that firewood room. Then he handed her an elixir and told him that this is an antidote to poison. So just rush in and give Xiang Yu a dose of toxic dysentery, and then you will kill out together. Chiba Mai drew a stream of light and flew out, splitting the door to the woodshed in half with a bang and rushing in regardless. That partial general was so shocked that he was just about to order the fire to be set when he suddenly felt a slap on his shoulder. Frightened, he struggled hard. Who knew that the harder he exerted his body's strength leaked out faster and faster, and in a short while he was as limp as a lump of sludge on the ground. Ian smiled disdainfully and waited until Xiang Yu followed Qinya Dance to run out from the firewood room before he threw in this waste of heavenly descent. Where are those ordinary soldiers a match for Chiba Dance and Xiang Yu? Not long after, these two people also collected strength. Although these soldiers did not die, but has lost the ability to fight, was beaten broken, arms and legs fell to the ground. Ian immediately spat out a mouthful of Phoenix Heavenly Flame and sprayed it on top of the firewood, and the hut burst into flames. Seeing that the soldiers were far away from the fire, they would have roasted and wounded some, but there was no fear for their lives. The men turned and walked away. By the time they rushed to the back room to save the other women, they suddenly realized that the door to the back room was open, and the Daishin and Xiao, the sisters of the Sifu, led the rest of the women out together. Seeing Yi Yun, he hurriedly greeted him. Yi Yun was very puzzled. "How did you guys detoxify the poison?" It turns out that Daishin himself is playing compulsion. Poisoned body can be said to be invulnerable to all poisons. Just don't know why Zhao Fan dealt with him, so she didn't act rashly. Originally, she had planned to give Zhao Fan a big surprise when he came over to look for her, but who knew that Zhao Fan had changed his mind and went to pester Ainley instead. This gave her room to maneuver, and he had a special antidote to the poison on his person, so he gave it to the women he was locked up with. It was only that the effects of her pills could not catch up with Yun's, and it would take some time to detoxify the poison. The toxicity had just been relieved right away and wanted to go and save Ainley. Just at this time, he saw Yun again. Several people explained the situation to each other were very happy. The heart that Dasaman was burdened with was also let go at the same time. Since Yun was not even poisoned, the probability of Ainley, who also possessed the phoenix body, being poisoned was even smaller. Several people ran together to Zhao Fan's room, and just as they reached the head there, they heard a man's pig-killing screams. Ian Li's voice suddenly came from the room. "Don't you want to worship me? Come on, get up instead. Learning to squeal like a pig on the ground is nothing." A few people hurriedly broke in. Directly Zhao Fan's body became black, and did not know what kind of poison he had been hit by, lying on the ground and constantly struggling, screaming like killing pigs. Yun sneered. "Just with this measly poison of yours can you poison us over what spring dream? Only see you, this guy is very amusing. Accompany you to play for a while." Zhao Fan laughed bitterly in his heart. It turns out that just now he suddenly realized that Ainley was exceptionally beautiful, so he couldn't help but go to the room where she was being held captive. While Ainley was insisting that she had to pay her respects before she asked him to touch her, Zhao Fan has no sincerity to marry her, and insists on being made a couple first, and then give the name. Then he wanted to come over and hug Ainley, who knew that the poison on Ainley's body had long been cleaned out by the pure Yang Heavenly Flame. No longer able to endure this guy's arrogance, he stretched out a finger and pointed it at his seal. This finger had the poison of the Thousand Faces demon spider attached to it, and Zhao Fan was immediately poisoned over and became what he is now. Only this kind of poison is quite powerful. The poisoned person will not die immediately, but will only have one attack more powerful than another. Then it starts rotting from the outside and doesn't die until it's all festering and rotting all the way to the heart and it's used up all its strength. The process was very slow. It had to be 60 days later, and after listening to what Ian said, Zhao Fan repented. "Several immortals, I know I'm wrong, please spare me," Yun said coldly. "I have no grievances or enmity with you. Why do you want to poison your hands next time?" Zhao Fan opened his mouth. "That guy Xiaoyun rejected my widowed sister-in-law without knowing what to do. I couldn't swallow this, so I wanted to take revenge on him. And by the way, even on you guys. Yun sighed. It's that simple? Zhao Fan's words, it's as simple as that. Yun smiled. In that case, I'll spare you. So behave yourself. Leading the people around him, he headed out. The pain in Zhao Fan's body grew worse and worse. How could he dare to let Yun go? Please don't go. Help me. Make me do anything. Just please help me. Li laughed. Stay and watch, you pig? I said all that. Please spare me. Yun stopped but didn't lean forward. What else you didn't say? Give it all out? This also finds you playing wheels with us. Just fend for yourself. The champion Marquis told us to do it. It turned out that Changsha was the territory of the Han Dynasty, and the summoning naturally came under the control of the Han Dynasty. Yun froze for a moment. Are you talking about Hua Zaiwei? How did he know we were here? Zhao Fan forced himself to endure the pain and explained to Yun. It wasn't that he found out after you came, but he managed to force you to come. Yun froze for a moment. Could it be that he has been involved in this all along? Zhao Fan said. Actually, Hua Zaiwei knew when you went to the Jishi Academy. When he heard that you had worshipped Laozi as your teacher and that you had made a great name for yourselves in the Academy Palace, he knew that going there wouldn't do him any good, so he didn't show up. Yun nodded. No wonder he hadn't found champion Marquis Hua Zaiwei after searching for such a long time. It turned out that he hadn't shown up at all, and Zhao Yun was his most important enemy. He couldn't ask his two enemies to unite against him. That's why he secretly came to us and obtained the compulsion to put it on Zhao Yun. Yun then realized. You're saying that Hua Zaiwei has been lurking around us all this time, and then took the opportunity to poison Zhao Yun with the purpose of luring us here. Zhao Fan continued. Yunmeng's has always been the base of the Great Han Kingdom, and with the power here, no other kingdom can catch up. By luring you here, it's easier to win when you're unfamiliar with the land. Yun hummed. Tell me, where is he now? Zhao Fan grunted as the pain went to his bones. You guys can't beat him. His greedy wolf body has now become a full body. No one will be able to match him in the same type of warrior. Do you know what realm he is in? Zhao Fan opened his mouth and was just about to say something when suddenly a crossbow arrow flew in through the window and hit him right on the head. Zhao Fan did not hum nor humming, head tilted and died of gas. A teenager's voice came in the window. Hua Zaiwei is now at the Xianmei realm. Half a foot has already stepped into Taishan. Even if all of you were to add up, you wouldn't be a match for him. Several people were startled and looked toward the door when it suddenly opened and in came a buxom teenager. He was accompanied by a slanderous-looking boy. Marquis is mighty. As long as you make a move, these demonic clowns will immediately go up in smoke. The visitor was none other than the champion Marquis Hussar General Hua Daizi, whom they had been waiting for a long time. When I saw him again at this time, I could only see that his temperament had become much more introspective. He didn't hold any weapon in his hand, only a kuju ball. He looked like a rich boy among the five lings. Thousand Leaf Dance took a step forward and stopped in front of Yun. Hua looked at her. It turns out that he also has an expert of the Xianmei realm by his side. It's just a pity that you don't have an ancient divine beast possessed in you and can't utilize your maximum power. You are not my opponent, back off. Then he looked at Xiang Yu beside Yun. I know that your kid is unbeatable when he gets demonized, but the poison in your body has just been detoxified. And once you are strenuously active, the residual toxins will still come back. By then there will be no cure. So I advise you to save your strength as well. At this time, a blue smoke flew out from the body of the Grand Master and flew towards Hua. Hua Zaiwei's body was suddenly wrapped around a golden wolf's head, and that talk of spitting chi couldn't rush into his defense range no matter what. Hua Zaiwei sneered. The complete body of the greedy wolf body can resist any poison. Although you're quite good at poisoning, you're no match for me. Back off. Dashin shook his head and had to take a step back. What came to Yun's front? If I guessed correctly, Your Excellency is the city lord of Qing City of Xian Qin Empire, and also the state master of Great Qin Empire. Yun. Right. And also, what is the pseudonym of Yun Yi? Is it out of the door also, so hide your head and tail? These other women originally did not know Yun's true identity, and when they heard Hua Zaiwei say this, they all looked at him in great surprise. Yun smiled indifferently. I'm not afraid. You people of the Six Kingdoms, you just hate trouble. It's much easier to come over under a pseudonym. Hua Zaiwei sneered. Last time you fought me you relied on that stupid big guy's strength. Now that the stupid big guy and the guy called Zhao Yun can't move, I'll see what you can do to beat me. Yun sneered. I remember that Your Excellency was a fire-tipped spear. Why did you change your weapon today? Hua Daizi sneered. With this saving blade, I'll take your life just the same. Hua walks away to take his life. The opponent's strength is far higher than his own. Yun's mentality has always been, able to lie down, never stand. Let her hand to the teacher taught his own adamantine circle thrown out. A flash of golden light. Hua Xiaodong's hand empty. Frightened, he fell back several steps. When did you? have such a powerful treasure? Ian did not answer this question and looked at him with an icy face. My patience is limited. Either surrender or die. No other options will exist. Hua, and emboldened, said, don't think that just because there are more of you that you can eat me. I haven't been afraid of anyone up to now. With that said, his face displayed a demonic green light. Xiang Yu gritted his teeth and said, today, even if I die of poison, I will surely wipe out my past shame. Yun did not tell him to charge upwards so foolishly and reached out to stop him. Don't be impulsive. Let's see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Just then, Hua's face displayed an azure green smoke that gathered in the air for a long time. Suddenly a wolf's howl was heard, and all that smoke came together to form a bizarre wolf's head. The wolf's eyes released two green lights, long fangs, and a bloody mouth, staring viciously at all the people present. On the contrary, Yun, due to the presence of that camouflage ring, was like an ordinary teenager with a Vajra ring in his hand, looking at that wolf head with great disdain. If that's the last thing you've got going for you, then this fight is going to be over. Hua Zhaodong had already presented his greedy wolf body. It was as if an arrow was on the string and had to be sent. That wolf's head suddenly lengthened infinitely and bit towards Yun's throat. The adamantine ring in Yun's hand was thrown into the air and said, lay. He heard that wolf head let out a miserable scream, severing the connection with Hua Zaiwei's spirit and flying into the Vajra circle. Yun withdrew the adamantine circle, only to see a drop of crystal clear turquoise blood in the center of the circle. Just then I heard the system say, congratulations to the host for obtaining the blood of the greedy wolf, but you must obtain the Xian mare before you can use it. Yun took out a small bottle and filled it with the drop of blood. Hua Zaiwei suddenly shouted shrilly, give it back to me. Defiantly, he pounced over to grab the vial in Yun's hand. The adamantine ring in Yun's hand was thrown once again. With a single move, Hua's body shrunk infinitely without any suspense and flew into the middle of that circle. Yun himself looked dumbfounded. Holy shit, this works too? The system automatically prompts. Lao Zi's Vajra bracelet is boundless in power, and even though this is a doppelganger of his, you are able to collect any weapon under a saint. Yun was still a bit confused. Can we even collect people? The system explained to him. In principle, you can't, except that Hua's current weapon is his body, and in this moment it's possible. What a pitiful setup, but I like it. Yun once again took a vial and filled it with the shrunken version of the famous general as well. That world-famous general let loose inside the bottle. Let go of me. Let go of me. Yun said with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, my great Han war god, due to the difference in position, I have to condescend to you for a bit. The bottle is full of aura, so feel free to cultivate inside. Hua Zaiwei gritted his teeth and said, you despicable villain. I won't surrender even if I die. Yun laughed. Don't be too narcissistic. When did I say I wanted you to surrender? Hua froze for a moment. Then what are you arresting me for? I've got you. You're not in a hurry, but someone is. I'm going to negotiate now. Saying that, he didn't give Hua a chance to negotiate and directly put him into his pocketbook. These few people next to him looked dumbfounded, thinking in their hearts that the boss was actually this bullish. How will we dare to disobey him in the future? Yun stretched. Since it's done, we should go in search of martial god Zhao Zilong. At this time, the people in the Tai Shou's residence were trembling with fear, all of them kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Zhang Shan ordered Ainli and Flirtatious Wind to take care of the women, then asked for the residence of Zhao Fan's sister-in-law and went directly over to look for her. I had just reached the old separate building when I suddenly noticed a pair of spirited female soldiers flashing out to the right and left. Each of them held a round moon-shaped curved sword in their hands, and had no armor on their bodies, wearing only clothes made of shoe brocade. The one in the lead was very saw-looking, so I heard her say coldly, Mother and Master are resting. No outsiders are allowed to disturb them. No one now. The master he was referring to was not a fictional master, but a slave girl's name for her male master. Yun froze for a moment. Didn't this woman's husband die a long time ago? Why do you have a main character again? The female soldier sneered. This has nothing to do with you. If you are sensible, hurry up and get out, or this is where you will be buried. Yun looked at her like she was an idiot. 1,000 people have already said that to me. With that said, his hand waved, and the crowd followed close behind, and made a break for that embroidery building. Just then it was suddenly noticed that a blue smoke suddenly came out of the clothes those women were wearing. Dasaway said nervously from behind, Yunlang, be careful, that's the enchantment compulsion poison. It turns out that the local Miaozhong have so a very magical compulsion of ecstasy, which is this mass of blue smoke. As long as one is sucked into a mouthful of it, one will immediately lose one's mind, regardless of gender, and immediately become sexually promiscuous. They are here. The number of men and women combined was quite large. and a period of chaos would have unimaginable consequences. Ian still held on to that one-trick-fits-all style of fighting as he threw out the adamantine circle in his hand. Soon those blue smoke gathered together, dripping and spinning smaller and smaller, and in a short while it turned into a bead the size of a fingernail cap, firmly gathered in Ian's adamantine circle. Ian looked at Desiwei and said, "These poisonous chi have been refined and purified by me and condensed into a poisonous bead. Find something to put it away. It will probably be useful to you." The Grand Commander smiled sweetly at him, then took out a goat jade purifying vase of her own to contain the bead. The gas was surrendered, and the spirits of these female soldiers guarding the show house immediately wilted quite a bit, seeing Yi Yun and the others, who blatantly did not put him in their eyes. A hint of determination appeared in these people's eyes as the curved swords in their hands slashed at him. These weapons were as good as scrap when they encountered the adamantine rings and instantly flew into Ian's hands as well. Ian calmly walked to the female soldier in the lead and patted her shoulder. "You are very brave. Take your men and follow me from now on." Hearing this, Dasiwei's face instantly sank, and his face grimaced as he grabbed him by the ears. "What did you say, you philanderer? Say it again." Due to the intimate relationship between the two, Yi Yun was not ashamed to explain to him. "Sister, these people can use poison. Wouldn't they be just right to be your henchmen? I'm telling him to follow my orders, not telling her to do what you did to me." Speaking of the relationship between the two in front of the crowd, the Grand Secretary couldn't hang on to his face and let out a bah humbug. She came to the female soldier and said, "What's your name? These people under you are specially trained, right? Are they also from Miaozhong?" That female soldier had some awe in her heart when she saw that the Grand Secretary had an extraordinary demeanor and was speaking in Miaozhong. "My name is Chloe. I've married into the Zhao family after our young lady since I was young, and these women are part of the 200 Blue Clothes army next to this repair building, and they're all under my command." That compulsion king was released from Dashin's body. "Recognize it?" Chloe fell to her knees in fear. "Slave girl Chloe? Sea Lord Compassion God." In Miaozhong, those who are able to control the Compassion King are honored as compassion gods. Not to mention the fact that raising parasites is not something that everyone can do, and the probability of raising a king of parasites being successful is even more so 1 in 10,000. Therefore, seeing that Dashin had this kind of extremely high-quality compass king on him, how could the celluloid still have the slightest intention of resisting? Frightened, she flung herself to the ground in obeisance, and as she did so, her men followed suit. "Sea Lord Compassion God," Dashin nodded to them with a smile. "From now on you are my people, and I will love you like children." All of these people were grateful and praised Lord Compassionate God for his mercy. The Dashin also knew how to harness the hearts of the people very well, and after painting the cake, he said to them, "As the world is in great turmoil, the people of this clan have been scattered in all directions. Therefore this God, by the order of heaven, has gathered you together, so that outsiders may not dare to bully you, and that you should spread my mercy widely among your people." Chloe and the others agreed. After looking ahead, the Grand Commander continued, "Where is your lord and mother? Take me to her." They made their way towards the embroidery building, and along the way, they did meet several pairs of blue-clad soldiers, but when they saw the people led by the celluloid coming over, and said that this was the compassionate god lord of their clan, all of these people naturally obeyed the call of the Grand Master after paying their respects with a face of common comfort. In a short while, all 200 blue-clad soldiers were taken in, and they arrived in front of the 6th floor without bloodshed. Suddenly an indescribable sound was heard coming from inside. Yi Yun asked loudly, "Zhao Yun, are you kids still alive?" Not long after Zhao Yun's slightly tired voice came out. "Boss, don't worry, my little brother is safe and sound. Xiang has already promised to release you from the parasites, but we have to wait until tomorrow morning." Yi Yun froze for a moment. "You kid can take it easy. Don't get carried out tomorrow morning." There was no more talking inside, and Dashin grunted. This woman is so bold that the compassion god actually didn't come out to pay her respects even when she arrived here? A petulant voice was heard inside the embroidery building. Immediately afterward, he heard Zhao Yun say, "Xiang, what are you doing? School sister Dasiwei is the boss's woman, and it's fine if the boss agrees, so why are you in such a hurry to go out and meet her?" Then there was silence inside for about a quarter of an hour, and then 2 maids of honor helped a young, beautiful woman walk out in style. The other guy was wearing a blue hatchling outfit. At a glance, he recognized the Grandmaster and was so frightened that he hurriedly ran a few steps to the Grandmaster's heel and knelt down, kowtowing to him in a panicked manner. At this time, Zhao Yun came to Yi Yun in a very embarrassed manner, holding a side of brocade handkerchief embroidered with a phoenix in his hand, and kept wiping the beads of sweat from his temples. "Boss, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken so long. Don't look at the usual Zhao Yun tube Yi Yun called boss. In fact, this is only an honorific. The two people usually get along as brothers. Yi Yun also never take him as subordinates or lackeys." So, he smiled indifferently. The 4 great joys in life: meeting rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in another hometown, meeting a new friend in a cave, and meeting a new friend at the time of the gold list. Except for the gold list, the other 3 are all called for you to meet. So congratulations to you. Zhao Yun, embarrassed, said again, "Boss, don't panic. I'll ask Xiang to give you the antidote for the compulsion." Yun smiled indifferently, casually stretching his limbs. "Do you see any compulsion in me?" Zhao Yun dropped his jaw in shock. "What's going on here?" Yun smiled disdainfully. "When have you ever heard of a founder being poisoned to death?" Zhao Yun then looked at the others around Yun, who were also acting as usual, and in his heart, he was even more in awe of Yun. Just then suddenly he heard Xiang calling him. "Come over here. This is the supreme compassion god of this clan. Kowtow to her." Zhao Yun's heart was high and proud. If he was told to kowtow to an unrelated woman, he would definitely rather offend Xiang than do it. But this woman in front of him was the wife of the boss and his sister-in-law, so it was only right to kowtow to her. Thus, he very obediently knelt down next to Xiang, junior brother Zhao Yun. "Greetings to sister-in-law, school sister, and Lord Compassion God." Xiang glared at him fiercely. "Just tell you to worship Lord Compassion God. What are you doing worshipping so many people?" Unbeknownst to him, Dashin was quite pleased with Zhao Yun's address, and his heart was bursting with sweetness. "It's rare that such a proud handsome guy like you has such a sweet mouth. This sister-in-law can't be called you for nothing. I'm going to give you a little gift." Saying that, a kind of white light emanated from his fingertips and shone on Zhao Yun's body. "This is my blessing to you. From now on, other than the Compassion King, other compulsions can't help you." Zhao Yun walks the rivers and lakes, not afraid of vicious enemies or cruel beasts, but afraid of this kind of compulsion that hurts people invisibly. The last time he met with Zhao Fan, he was unknowingly poisoned by Xiang, causing him to remain very uncomfortable until today. Since being covered by the white light of the Dashin, all the discomfort in his body was immediately removed. He then realized why Yun and the others weren't afraid of the parasites. With the Compassion God protecting them around them, what was there to be afraid of? How was he to know that while the others certainly needed the protection of the Grand Master, the two of them, Yun and Li, did not need it, as the Phoenix bloodline was naturally immune to all kinds of insidious poisons. Yun turned his head to look at Xiang. "Your brother-in-law summoning has been destroyed by us, and his daughter Zhao Meizhu has been imprisoned by me. What are you going to do?" Shannon sighed, her face a little forlorn. "Zhao Fan is a capricious person, and what happened to Zilong and I was merely an excuse for him to plot against you. Now that he's suffered a horrible death, that's what he deserved for his lack of skill, and I won't hold a grudge. As for myself, naturally I am wherever my husband is. In the matter of Meiju's niece, I beg you to leave her alive. His mother is gone, and I have been the one who has been rearing her all these years, so if you are uneasy about it you will leave her in my care." Yun nodded and released Zhao Meizhu from another dimension. The girl was still looking viciously at Yun and was still a bit unconvinced, so Xiang told her the cause and effect, and the girl couldn't help but let out a cry. After crying for a while, her eyes let out a gleam of hatred. "Tell me who killed him." Yun then told the story of how he had interrogated Zhao Fan and was unaware that he was killed by an arrow from an assassin ambushed outside. "Who is that killer and how did he get in?" Yun sighed. "The person should have been invited by your father. This person is a subordinate of Lu Che, the king of Sichuan, named Huadaizi, and your father is working for him. Why did he kill my father?" Yun continued to explain. "Because Lu Che wanted to plot to take over his great-grandfather Lu Bang's throne as emperor. He recruited many capable fighters under him, including that Huadaizi and your father Zhao Fan. Your father, however, flipped out on us because of Zhao Yun, and then we caught him. Hua was afraid that your father had revealed the plot of his master, King Sichuan, and that's why he killed to silence him." Zhao Meiju's eyes revealed a hint of hatred. "What a Huazaiwei? What a Sichuan king? Where are they? I must take revenge." Yun looked at him with a worried face. "Huadawi has been captured by me, and his master, King Sichuan, is now in Luoyang." Zhao Meizhu looked at Yun with icy eyes. "Give me Huajiawi. I want revenge now." Yun shook his head. "This person possesses the inheritance of the greedy wolf bloodline. Even I can only restrict him and not completely subdue him. Once I release him, I'm afraid he will harm you." Zhao Meiju's eyes turned ice cold. "Give him to me, and I'll be your woman from now on." Yun weighed the pros and cons. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of a strong enemy like Huazaiwei because he could become stronger to defeat him. But people like Zhao Meizhu who raised parasites were able to kill invisibly, calling themselves defenseless. In comparison, this harmless-looking little girl was the heart of the problem. What's more, although Huazaiwei was a god of war in his generation, the relationship with him was also each to his own. Even if he didn't kill him, one day in the future when they were powerful, they would still bring people over to destroy his immortal Qin empire, so it's not even a choice? He took out the ceramic vial that was in his hand and pulled out the stopper. Not long from the inside jumped out of a thumb-sized villain. The villain on the wind on the long, not long ago grew into a tigerback, wolf-waist pugilistic man. Seeing this scene, Yi Yun was stunned. In just less than half an hour, Hua Zhaodong had actually cultivated like this? Is this poisoning or mutation? Just then, a little girl's scream was suddenly heard. Fixing his eyes, he saw that Hua Zaiwei's pair of wolf claws had already grabbed Zhao Meiju's throat, and Zhao Meiju's blossomed face was so miserable that a drop of clear tear flowed down from her face. The slightest effort from his opponent's claws was going to cause his eyes to protrude out of their sockets, and his mouth to open and his tongue to lash out. Yi Yun and the rest of the crowd immediately surrounded him. Kill her, and I'll call for your death along with your master. Lu Che. The Lu Che in the immortal plane was not the same Han Wu Dadi on the historical level, and although the two had some connection, they were not from the same space. And in the immortal realm, since Lu Bang wouldn't die, there would be no later Emperor Hui of Han, and naturally there would be no rule of Wenjing, let alone any Emperor Wu of Han. Of course, the current Lu Che is also nothing more than an ordinary Sichuan king. His grandfather Lu Hong is now only the king of generation. His father Lu Qi is only the crown prince of generation, and he is not as big as his brother Lu Rong in terms of ranking. Even the king's grandson is not counted. However, Lu Che, a man of great ambition, gradually became a claimant, and was not satisfied with his own fiefdom, so he quietly recruited troops in Luoyang, intending to one day overthrow Lu Bang and claim the title of emperor himself. So Lu Che in the immortal plane is no different than any other prince in a vassal state. Hence, Yi Yun did not have much respect for him. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Hua Zaiwei's eyes. Return my greedy wolf's blood to me and send me out of Changsha safely, and I'll let this little girl go. The second half of the sentence was not said, but Yi Yun understood. If I don't give it back, this little girl will die with me. At that time, Yi Yun still had the digested heavenly dragon's blood in his body, and in terms of quality, it was much more noble than his so-called greedy wolf's blood. Thus, the so-called blood of the greedy wolf was certainly a good thing to have in Yi Yun's eyes, and there was nothing to be sorry about not having it. Thus he did not hesitate to take out the vial that held the blood of the greedy wolf. What you want is not necessarily useful to me, but right now I don't trust you. With the name of my generation's little war god, isn't that enough to convince you? The Huadaizi in the leisure realm is also two people from that champion marquis in history, and is now nothing more than a vassal on the Sichuan king's family. Yi Yun naturally would not be afraid of him. Since you are young, you are good at being impulsive without regard to the consequences. No matter what, it is better to play it safe. Hua Zaiwei did not kill Zhao Meiju painfully, and was obviously thinking about Yi Yun's words as well. What do you want to do? Draw a path. Yi Yun suddenly threw that bottle into the air. Suddenly, Zhao Meiju could be heard screaming miserably as she was pushed and lunged towards Yi Yun, only to see her spit out a mouthful of blood from the corner of her mouth. Duke Yun, I like you. I'm happy to die in your arms. Seeing that Zhao Meiju was seriously injured, Yi Yun's eyes were wide with anger. In an instant, he took out the adamantine bracelet and set that mantis blood over again. Hua Zaixian came out empty and looked viciously at Yi Yun. What makes you stand between heaven and earth if you are a man of no honor? Yi Yun sneered. You were the one who went back on your word and seriously injured the hostages. From now on, I will do whatever it takes to tell you to go up and smoke in a while. The girl who had a crush on him was going to die and his heart was broken. Out of guilt, he decided to take the most extreme method of revenge. Hua hesitates and says again. The slap that hit him just now was my unique technique. Greedy wolf seal. Without my unique antidote, he will die after half an hour. Yi Yun sneered. What are you trying to say? You give me the blood of the greedy wolf, and when I'm safe, I'll put the antidote for the spring seal in a place and send someone to inform you. Yi Yun did not say anything and took out a life-preserving pill and stuffed it into Zhao Meiju's mouth. Although this medicine was not the right medicine, it could at least ensure that Zhao Meiju's injuries would not flare up in the short term. It was enough time for him to be able to find Hua to drug to the antidote. Seeing that Hua Zaiwei was very concerned about that greedy wolf's blood, he turned around and handed that bottle to Deci Min. Sister, it's better for you to keep this. Let's follow him out of the city right away. And if he keeps his promise, return this drop of blood to him right away. The female soldiers of the Blue Coat Army found a single frame to carry Zhao Meiju along with them, and all of them together sent Hua to the outside of Changsha City. Dasawei smiled. The elixir is given to you, so hurry up and bring out the antidote. Yi Yun was scared and hurriedly stopped. Sis, this person is capricious. Don't trust him. It's not that he's slandering Hua Zaiwei by saying this. After all, the latter is a soldier, and soldiers are not afraid of deception. So as long as they can win, the other side doesn't mind adopting any method. These soldiers must be treated with 12% caution. Instead, the master's order smiled sweetly. Although he comes from the Jishi Academy's Guosher lineage, he is after all also my schoolmate. For one to believe in oneself, one must first believe in others. After saying that, without a care in the world, he tossed that porcelain vase to Huazaiwei. The other immediately opened the stopper, smelled the odor, and, realizing that the other was not faking, could not wait to inhale it. With that, his spirit grew large. Then he sneered, "Don't you guys doubt it. This general is now in the Taishan realm. The first one for you now is to surrender to my Lord Highness, and the other is to destroy them all." Of all the people present, the one with the highest cultivation was Chiba Mai, who was only at the early stage of the Xian Mare realm. Tai Xianjing was already the pinnacle of the Xuanwu fourth realm, and if he cultivated further, he could enter the higher level of the Hollywu fourth realm. So that's why Hua has the capital. Everyone present was shocked, but Yi Yun was not alarmed. "So what? You're not going to keep your word?" Huazaiwei sneered. "The promise made just now was made under your blackmail. Both sides are not equal at all, and thus there is no need to keep it." Yi Yun's heart sank to the bottom. "So you are refusing to take out the antidote?" Hua laughed out loud. "Are any of you people even a match for me now? I've broken my promise. So what are you going to do to me? The big deal is that I'll just go through the trouble of killing all of you." With that, he let out a wolf howl and charged at Yi Yun once again. Dashin's slender waist twisted to block in front of Yi Yun. "Our god of war, is this about to set the table?" Huazaiwei didn't have any intention of showing any mercy right now. His hand didn't stop and dug into Desiwei's heart, but just at this moment suddenly felt a burst of drilling pain on his body, and the whole intestines were like being stirred up inside by someone with a sharp knife. He screamed out in pain, and instantly, as if all his strength had been drained away, he first knelt down in front of Dashin's heel, and then slowly curled down again, convulsing on the ground. A few words squeezed out of his mouth. "You woman dared to put compulsion on the blood of the greedy wolf." Dasiwei gave a faint smile. "You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent others from doing harm. How can your kind of three-legged tricks hide from my eyes?" Falling into this woman's hands, Huajiaowei knew that he wanted to turn the tables and was completely out of luck. "What the hell do you want, you woman?" Dashin pointed at Zhao Meizhu next to him. "You save this little sister for me first, and we'll talk about the rest." Hua gritted his teeth. "All other conditions are negotiable, except that this girl is the daughter of the traitor Zhao Fan and must be eliminated." Dashin stood up. "In that case, you'll just wait for the poison to kill you." Just then, an image suddenly appeared in Hua's mind. In the picture, he wasn't a cultivator with a greedy wolf bloodline, but a young general. He was leading a group of people, marching with difficulty towards the west, and along the way they were all parched with thirst, when suddenly they found a puddle of water. So everyone scrambled to drink the puddle, and after drinking it many people like him had a huge headache, and then were tortured for 7 days and 7 nights before they vomited blood and died. "Who is this man? Why does it look exactly like me?" Just then a voice in my head said, "This is you from the previous world, who also died from this compulsion." Then there were many more memories in his mind. Those were the memories of the champion Marquis Hussar general from another world. In that world he was also very miserable. He died of an unfortunate illness at the age of 24. After reincarnating for a lifetime and being reborn into the world of immortals, "Can't you still get rid of the destiny of the last world?" The voice in his head came again. People in the previous world could only live for 100 years, but being reborn in the immortal plane, you could potentially live forever if you're not poisoned to death. "Do you really want to give up?" Hua asked. "Who exactly are you and why do you know about my past lives?" The voice in his head said, "I am a sliver of the Yuan Shin of the greedy wolf bloodline in your body, and I am in a symbiotic relationship with you, which is why I suggested that you compromise." The idea of loyalty to the king and the country has always been ingrained in his heart. "Do you call me to be a traitor to my lord?" The original god of greedy wolf continued to advise him. "Now that the legal system of the Han Empire rests with the founding emperor Liu Bang, by that standard, are you loyal or treacherous?" Huazaiwei was silent. He was a loyal subject in relation to Liu Che, but in relation to the Han state, it was hard to say. After all, the history of the matter into the king wants their own death. To hear is loyal or treacherous is not by their own say-so. To gain power, it is necessary to learn to compromise, to stay green, not afraid of no firewood. You weigh it up yourself. I can also only guarantee that you will not die of a poisonous attack for this brief moment, and you can make your own decisions on what follows. Still, when one has only 100 years to live, there is no hesitation in saying that one should give up. When a person knows that they can live for 10,000 or even tens of thousands of years, it is impossible to give up so easily. After a brief hesitation, Hua opened his eyes. "The antidote is in a small porcelain vase in my arms in 2 colors, red internally and white externally." Xiang Yu was unceremonious and squatted down. Taking out the 2 porcelain bottles in his arms, he took out the red and white pills respectively and handed them to Dasaway. Dashin told the 3 men next to him to turn around, then began to heal Zhao Meiju's internal injuries. Although this antidote is right for the symptoms, it will take time for the medicine to take effect. Zhao Meiju felt quite sleepy after taking it internally and externally, and gratefully glanced at Yi Yun's back before drifting off to sleep. The Grandmaster told Qianya Dance to dress Zhao Meiju before he faintly said to Yi Yun, "Once the person is cured, you can continue to negotiate with him." Huo looked at the Grand Master with hope. "I've kept my promise, so hurry up and detoxify me as well." Dasimon glanced at Yi Yun, which meant for him to make up his mind. Yi Yun stared at Huo Zaiwei's uncontrollably twisted face. "You are not allowed to deliberately target me in the future." Huo was now forced to violate his own firm will in order to stay alive. "As long as you don't guard any city passes for the pre-Qin, I will never use force against you. This is my final bottom line. If you don't listen, feel free to destroy me." If destroying an enemy was better for the development of the pre-Qin Empire, Yi Yun wouldn't mind doing so, and from this point of view, he was essentially the same kind of person as this Huo Zaiwei in front of him. But the current situation is that killing Huo Zaiwei, Wei Cheng and Lu Che will only call for more unification of the Great Han Kingdom, and then Lu Bang will lead the Great Han Kingdom, all of them to spare no effort in attacking Xianqin. Although there are many cultivators in Xianqin, but the national strength is not as good as others, and the subsequent supplies and everything cannot keep up, and ultimately they are the ones who will be exterminated. So he smiled and said, "Although these people around me are not as good as you in terms of cultivation right now, there is no need to necessarily beckon you down. As long as you keep your promise, I won't make things difficult with you." With a slight smile, Dasaway took out an elixir from his bosom and stuffed it into Huo Zaiwei's mouth. After the other party ate it, he really found that his body was not so uncomfortable, and all his essence was restored. So he stood up. He looked at Yi Yun with a disdainful look. "You are restricted to get out of the Great Han Empire within a month, or else I will be blamed for not honoring our agreement." Dashin smiled. "My war god schoolmate, why be so hasty? Aren't you afraid of any after effects of this compulsion?" Huo Zaiwei's heart went cold then. "What did you do in the antidote you gave me?" With an apologetic look on his face, Dasaway said, "As I gave you the antidote, it was a bit of a mistake, mixing a symbiotic compulsion poison into it." Upon hearing that it was a compulsion he didn't understand, Huo Zaiwei panicked then. "What will happen to this?" Dashin pointed at Yi Yun. "The fates of several of us are now bound to you, and if any one of us dies, you will immediately follow. You're a vicious woman." Dashin didn't see any of his tirade. "You're so naive." "Schoolmate, do I care about that now? I'll do anything to save my life." Huo backed up a good distance. "What else do you want?" Dashin smiled sweetly. "Recently I'm very interested in the customs of the Great Han country and want to go to Luoyang to travel around. I heard that your family has a lot of relatives, including what Wei Xiaoer and her concubine Huo Zhongru, and also including your uncle Wei Cheng and Aunt Lu Che. I have to calculate how much compulsion is needed to be enough." Frightened, Huo Zaiwei turned pale. Although he was not afraid to face an enemy 10 times more ferocious, but this woman kills invisibly. It is really impossible to defend. Having to compromise again, he said, "In the future, I will definitely not appear on the battlefield of the attack on immortal Qin, and I will no longer fight with you while you are traveling in the Jishi Academy." Only then did Dashin nod in satisfaction. "Although I still don't have much faith in the character of you state officials, I believe in my compulsion. Go away, schoolmate, and I'll go to Luoyang to see you guys again when I miss you." Although these words were said in a very affectionate manner, they called this junior god of war pale. "I will definitely keep my promise, so don't come, senior sister." Dashin smiled sweetly. Non-committal. Huo Zaidiao decisively turned around and returned to Luoyang. Behind him, he suddenly heard someone chanting a poem. "When I left, my children were sad. When I returned, reed and drums were competing. Ask the people on the roadside. How is it like Huo Zaidiao?" His mind was in turmoil, and he didn't have time to think about what the poem meant. He utilized the power of the celestial wolf and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Everything's settled. What about Chansha? Some people then advocated giving up, but Yi Yun thought carefully. It was easy to take the city. Once he gave up, it would immediately be taken over by his enemies again. Rather than having more enemies in the future, it would be better to have more friends. He then turned his head to look at Zhao Yun and Xianger. "Zilong, you and Lady Xianger, are you willing to guard this city for me?" Zhao Yun said with a frown. "Boss, I really want to hang out with you. Only if we put up the immortal Qin banner in this city, we'll immediately be besieged by the surrounding cities. I'm afraid we won't be able to defend if we want to." Yi Yun patted Zhao Yun's shoulder. "This city can remain unseparated from the Great Han, and you will regularly pay taxes and tribute to the court of the Great Han every year. But everyone guarding the city must be replaced with people from the five-way sect. Got it? Zhao Yun thought about it and decided that it was still actionable. So he agreed to it. As for his studies at the Jishi Academy, people like them usually only needed to go back and participate in the Five Veins competition. They didn't need to cultivate in the academy every day. Yi Yun patted his shoulder. You are not as good as me in cultivation. I am not as good as you in defending the city. Changsha County is in your hands. I do trust you completely. That day they were about to leave when Xiang Yu suddenly came to see Yi Yun. Lord, Miju wants to ask you to meet with her. Yi Yun could not bear to brush off her good intentions, so he told the others to feel at ease and stay here to check on Changsha County's defense, and quietly ran to Zhao Meiju's embroidery building himself. After 3 days and 3 nights of recovery, Zhao Meiju had fully recovered. There was a strange gleam in her eyes. Is Huo really that strong? Yi Yun nodded silently. If it wasn't for the successful sneak attack by senior sister Dashin, I'm afraid that those of us would have been annihilated by his group. Zhao Meiju nodded silently. No matter what, I still have to thank you for saving my life. Yi Yun hummed. I'm leaving tomorrow. So fast. Zhao Meiju blurted out, then blushed scarlet. Yi Yun was also a bit reluctant to let go. If you miss me, you can go to the Fengshe lineage of the Jishi Academy to look for me. The girl nodded. I have no body and I can't repay you, so I'll just pour you a cup of tea with my own hands and thank you for saving my life. Yi Yun did not go to pick it up and hesitated for a moment before asking. Although your father was not killed by my own hands, he died because of me. Can you really let it go? A trace of gravity flashed in Zhao Meiju's eyes as well. People are not killed by you. What is there to put down and put down? On the contrary, you also saved my life. I am not a person who does not know what is good and bad. Please Yun Gongzi drink this lamp. Yi Yun had no more misgivings in his heart and took the large cup of tea, tasting it and finding it very fragrant. He drank it in one go and praised it offhandedly. Good tea. The girl smiled. Since the tea is good, you can rest here for a while. Yi Yun felt in his heart that a lone man and a widow together. Good to say goodbye. He wanted to say goodbye, and suddenly felt that the sky was spinning, and he lost consciousness in front of his eyes. When she woke up again, she suddenly realized that she had changed into a very soft-textured undergarment and a brocade robe made of shoe brocade on the outside. Zhao Meiju was full of tenderness as she sat in front of the dressing table to comb her hair. Hurriedly washing up, he rushed back to meet the others, only to find all the women looking at him with smiles and laughter. Thinking about the embarrassment of last night's dream, Yi Yun did not know whether to be grateful or chagrined. I want a good no longer mess with the affair debt, but the result is to fall into the tender trap of others, so that I have added a more thoughts for nothing. When she left town, Zhao Meiju didn't come to see her off. He bid farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Yun and utilized the sitting on the ground method to return to the Jishi Academy. I had just arrived at my dormitory when I suddenly realized that there was an invitation clipped to the doorway. Getting a hand to smell a strange fragrance, open a look, only to see the top with a beautiful hairpin lowercase, written a few lines of small letters. I heard that you have created a new elegant music, the heart steel admiration. The 7th day of the 7th month of July Jin and Roombox will, but also please appreciate the presence of face. Concubine Li Shi lost worship. Before I could finish reading, the letterhead had long been snatched by Li Qingzhao. Mr. Yun has been getting a lot of fame lately. Even Jianan's Li Shishir has heard about you. When are you planning to go to your appointment? Yi Yun's mouth spat out a mouthful of pure yang fire, and that letterhead was instantly burnt to ashes. What going on an appointment? Today I'll stay home with Sister Shine. A night of tenderness need not be described, and the next day the two men got up and suddenly found a man collapsed in the doorway. In a very low voice, the man said, the thieves are sneaking up on me, please save me, Lord. Yi Yun was shocked. Xiang Yu, how could it be you? Xiang Yu let out a bitter smile. Last night around the 3rd watch, a masked bandit came to assassinate you. My subordinate fought with him and was no match for him, and was seriously injured by him. Yi Yun carefully probed and found that Xiang Yu's tendons and veins were broken. Not only that, he was also hit by an extremely rare poison. He hurriedly invited Dasamon here, who knew that this expert in using parasites also frowned when he saw Xiang Yu's injuries. This is a poison. It has nothing to do with compulsion. I'm sorry schoolmate, there's nothing I can do. Xiang Yu raised his hand with difficulty and handed Yi Yun a small piece of sheepskin. Yi Yun took a look at it and saw a few large, crooked words written on it. To save silly big guy, come to Jinan Square quickly. He was furious. What does this Li Shishir want? If I don't show up for the appointment, he sends someone to hurt my men? Li Qingzhao took the sheepskin and looked at it for a while. This is clearly a martial artist of great strength. Li Shishir would not have this kind of handwriting. Yi Yun's voice was gloomy. Xiang Yu, did you see clearly what the visitor looks like? The person had a green veil over her face, but she was very large and not a woman. No matter what, This trip to Jian'anfang was a must. The few women beside him were unavoidably a bit unpleasant, and Yi Yun let out a bitter smile. Yu's injury can't be left unsaved, and Zhao Yun isn't with us, so it's not good for your reputation if you girls go to that place. So just all wait at home, Xiaoxi said sternly. If you dare to mess around there. Ha! The left hand made a downward cutting motion. Yi Yun had a bitter face. It's not that ruthless, right? However, there was no one around to sympathize with him, so Yi Yun ordered Ainli to try to inform Tuji to come over and take care of Xiang Yu. After the explanation he was about to leave, Ainli's face was a bit ugly. Is it so urgent? Yi Yun let out a bitter smile. Where did you think of? I was thinking of going to Bianjing City to inquire about any suspicious characters recently. Ainli grunted. Cover your ears. Yi Yun did not argue, and used his shrinking ground spell to instantly arrive in Bianjing City. Seeing a hanging stall next to him, he came here to have his fortune told. The other party rolled his eyelids and surveyed him. Other people tell fortunes, 200 big money on the line. If you want to count less than 2 taels of silver do not serve. In Bianjing City, 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1,000 dajins. And this guy lionized the price and directly increased the price by 5 times. Yi Yun had something to ask for, and pulled out a loose ingot of silver from his bosom, probably weighing 2 taels and a quarter. The man glanced at Tian Ping. You don't have enough silver in this portion. It's only 1 tael and 8 coins. Yi Yun was furious and really wanted to beat this guy fat. Who knows that this godly man said in his old spirit. The silver is spent, but you can't get it back if you lose your life. Yi Yun's face was very ugly. What are you trying to say? The man smiled indifferently. I'm the only one who knows what you want to ask. Yi Yun's face was grim. Said to pay later. The man sat on the ground and raised the price. One price, 10 taels of silver. Love to count or not? Anyway, I'm not interested in spending with you all the time. Yi Yun pulled out another large ingot of loose silver and threw it on the scale, which was now 10 taels and 5 coins. The man's harangue ran out long. It's not open yet, so there's no change for you. Yi Yun could have a large and stable income from selling pills now, and didn't care about a few hundred big bucks. Cut the crap and tell me what I want to know. The man put away his playful face and said very seriously. Yesterday a group of women's true tribesmen came to the city and stayed in the courtyard of Jian'anfang last night. Go there and inquire about them. Yi Yun asked again. Li Shishir is in that courtyard? Another glint of greed flashed in that man's eyes. Yi Yun became impatient and took out a large ingot of 50 taels of official silver. When he saw the guy coming for it, he immediately took it back. Tell me all you know, and this silver is yours. And if you dare to get sloppy with me, pray that you don't ask me to find you. Saying that a fierce light appeared in his eyes, making the man suddenly feel as if his life was hanging in this guy's hands, and hurried to explain in fear. Those people seem to have come to discuss something with someone called Convene, and they all agreed to meet in the Phoenix House in Jinan Square. And it's anyone's guess as to what exactly they're doing. Yi Yun hummed. And, tonight, the girls of Jian'anfang are going to hold a box party, and there are a lot of flirtatious and talented people coming to watch. Oh, Miss Li will also attend it. Yi Yun had heard this word yesterday and didn't know what it meant. What is a box meeting? The man hurriedly explained. It's a pageant where the girls hold a beauty pageant. When the group of ladies meet, the flirtatious talents are waiting downstairs, and if the girls like it, whoever throws the fruit to him, and then there will be a good story. Yi Yun then realized that this practice of throwing fruits to choose a lover originated from the custom of throwing fruits in the Wei and Qin dynasties. It is said that the ancient beautiful men Pan, Yu and Wei Jia were walking on the street when many girls threw fruits at them to express their love. This custom is extinct in the Great Song Kingdom, but has been inherited by these girls in the greenhouses. Only the end has deteriorated and has become a means of soliciting customers. Either way, it's time to check it out for yourself. Who knows? The fortune teller said. Brothers save. That is not our poor can afford to play. You do not have much money in your pocket. Do not spend indiscriminately. Yi Yun ignored it and went directly to the Shir's merchant house, where the big shopkeeper knew Yi Yun. Mr. Yun is here. A rare guest. The proprietor is still talking about you. The proprietor of this place, Shir Chong, is an alliance of interest with Yi Yun, and Yi Yun's most capable bodyguard by his side. Flirtatious Wind was sent by him. Yi Yun casually asked, Is your master at home? The big shopkeeper said. Missile Zhu wanted to go to the West Lake for a trip, so the proprietor accompanied him, and left word on his way out that if Mr. Yun came over he must be well entertained. Yi Yun nodded and said, Recently, I have practiced some top-grade spirit-gathering pills, and I would like to entrust your merchant bank to sell them on my behalf. An auction would be fine. We'll split the profits 1/9. Since the intervention of Yi Yun, a powerful man, the Xin Shihao merchant firm could no longer suppress them through official forces, and the Shih family's merchant firm had a chance to catch its breath. Thus they were grateful to Yi Yun and were all very happy to hear that he had delivered to the merchant bank again. Yi Yun talked about the Zhenanfang box meeting while drinking tea, saying that he had something he wanted to see, but didn't want to reveal his true identity, and did they have a way to do so? When the shopkeeper heard this, he patted his chest and assured, "The matters explained by the prince will be done properly, so you can relax." He then instructed one of the street-running fellows to go all the way to do the job, and not long after that fellow came back with some special jade tablets and handed them to Yi Yun. Yi Yun took a look and saw that these jade tags had a picture of a beautiful woman engraved on them, with 2 lines of poetry next to it. If there is a flower that can be folded, you must fold it. Don't wait until there is no flower to fold it. At the bottom it says, 100 taels of gold. The other jade tags have the same pattern, only the denominations are different. Some say silver 5,000 taels, or silver 200 taels 100 taels and so on. Yi Yun froze for a moment. What is this thing? Why haven't I seen it before? The lad said. Mr. Yun doesn't know. Anyone who goes to the courtyard can't take real money. It needs to be exchanged for this kind of thing called spring money. The so-called spring money, also called offset money, and offset money is an alabaster version of the vouchers issued by the greenhouses. You can use it to host a banquet or customize other services in a greenhouse. And the girls in the courtyard can also use it to buy other things such as melon seeds throughout Bianjing City. The reason why they have it is because those officials or other sensitive characters who come over are afraid that someone will check their accounts. So they all change to this kind of thing in special places. Even if they are investigated, they can't find out in the source of money. Another layer of meaning is about the courtyard. Afraid of the girls inside escape, therefore do not dare to spend with real money. These offset money can be spent in a very small area of Bianjing City, but outside of this place, others will not recognize it. Even if you run, you can't run far. It's easy to be caught back by the yard thugs. Of course, such a nasty layer of meaning. We all unspoken. Yi Yun looked at the articulate little fellow with great satisfaction. You are very good. Follow me today and help run an errand. That young man was also very happy. I wonder what the Duke asked us to spy on, Yi Yun said. From this very box, there will still be a long time. You give me to find out those female real tribesmen actually live in which courtyard, and who are they all coming and going with lately. Only in the evening that young man came back, Master Gongzi. I have probed clearly, the leader of those female Jinlun's name is Sticky Han, said to be the prince of the next door to the big gold country. Seems to be specially for Miss Li. The news was somewhat at odds with what Yi Yun knew, but he felt that there was no need for the lad to lie to himself. So he nodded. You're saying that Sticky Hanks and the others are going to be at the box party too? The fellow chuckled. I often make deliveries to Feng Lai Lu and Jin and Fong, and I have a good relationship with the half-stall Xiao Luer there, and I heard from him that last night Sticky Han stayed with them. And I heard that he was dissatisfied with the girls there, and told him to injure several of them. Seeing that the hour is getting late, going out a little later is going to be curfew. Ian then took this little fellow named Zhang Wang with him and came to Jin and Fong in disguise. This box will be held in the village of Fengshila in this area, which is said to be where Li Shishir lives and is his home base. The others who came were either big officials or readers, each dressed in a suave manner. Seeing Yun's thuggish appearance, he was very despised in his heart. This kind of guy who is full of copper is also worthy of tarnishing Miss Li's name. Why don't we join hands to beat him out? As soon as these readers were involved in their own interests, they completely lost the flamboyance they had just shown, and together they rolled up their arms and sleeves and surrounded towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun smiled and looked at Zhang Wang beside him. Are you afraid? Zhang Wang smiled casually. If Master Gongzi is not afraid, I am not afraid. After saying that, he also rolled up his arms and sleeves and rushed up. A guy who can't eat 3 bowls of dry rice is worthy to call out to Grandpa. Eat Grandpa's punch. Banged a bookie with a black eye. This angered everyone, and they gathered around and pinned him to the ground in a flurry of punches and kicks. This Zhang Wang is also quite bloody, although the low-middle culture still fight back, even if completely at a disadvantage, still told him to stomp down several with his feet. Yi Yun thought to himself, this kid is a buildable talent. Find an opportunity to receive it under me. Unable to look away, he charged forward with a savage punch. Then the men flew up in a cloud as if electrocuted and fell together like a stack. Then he looked at Yi Yun incredulously. You damn businessman also dare to insult Sven. Aren't you afraid of hitting your board now as well? Yi Yun sneered. Being showman yet coming to this place. The ones who should be beaten should be you. The showman looked ashamed and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Yi Yun tilted his head toward the sky. I was originally a businessman full of copper odor. Master rich master nothing to fear. You look down on the master and so what? Anyway, you cannot help me. After saying that, he helped Zhang Wang up and took out some refined ointment and applied it to his injury, and the swelling had gone down in the blink of an eye. Looking at Zhang Wang with a face full of little stars, Master Gongzi, it's so awesome. Just then, he suddenly heard someone behind him calling him. Your Excellency's skill is greatly admired by Xiao Ku. How about we all travel the same way? Yi Yun turned his head to look, only to see a dashing scholar slowly walking towards him and arching his hand. He hurriedly returned the salute. I don't know this gentleman's name. I am polite. The gentleman hurriedly returned the salute. I don't think so. My name is Zhao. My name is Sushi. And my cousin's name is Dylan. May I ask your name? Yi Yun smiled. My surname is Yun Yi. My character Ran. So the two called each other by their cousins. And together they went into the Phoenix house where the box party was held. When he came to the entrance of the building, he suddenly realized that some menacing people had already blocked the doorway. Some of them were about to enter, when one of the Herculeses lifted his foot and kicked them out. Phoenix House has changed its rules today. Women enter, men don't enter. Death enters, life doesn't enter. Those who don't want to live come and try it though. These men had bald heads with numerous pigtails of hair around them, and each of their ears wore a rather exaggerated brass earring. No fewer than a dozen people had been knocked down by them. You savages! Why are you rampaging through the territory of the Great Song? One of the gatekeepers was heard to sneer. What big song and small song? Grandpa comes when he wants to come and goes when he wants to go. Even if your official Zhao meets Grandpa, he has to obediently send money and women. Not to mention you. Hearing him say that, the people around him had long been furious, but they could do nothing about him. So all chose wisely and kept their mouths shut. Some were still reluctant, so they gathered around and waited. Right at this moment, the two of them, Yi Yun and Zhao Lingji, had already arrived in front of Fengqi Tower. Just heard a big man in front of him say very arrogantly, you South Koreans can't eat a small half bowl of dry rice, so don't come over here and make a fool of yourselves if you're like sheep. Listen to me and go home and eat your milk. Before Yi Yun and the others could react, a slim reader immediately rushed out from beside them. This person looks like Shishir Daochan, walks like a weak willow, curls up, and attracts pity. It's just a pity that she was born a man. He was seen earning a pair of pink fists, striking a rather exaggerated pose, and milking the big man. You bastards, don't go wild. Watch me teach you a lesson. The big man didn't take it seriously at all. Little master, you're a rabbit, aren't you? A few of the nearby thugs were amused by the big man, laughing wildly, exasperating the young man to the point of redness. I, Wang Ruoan, the Deming province cultivator, will rid the people of evil today, said as if a beautiful woman was dancing. Two pink fists struck towards the big man's eyes. The big man was amused by his action and was not in the mood for pity. Gently grabbed his little pink fist, slightly so pinch, just to hear a click crunch. The man's arm raised in midair cannot fall down. What kind of sorcery did you use, you bastard? Aggrieved teardrops flowed from Wang Ruoan's pink face, being mocked by these people but unable to do anything about it. You bastards, hurry up and let go of me, or I'll report you to the police right away and punish you bastards severely. One of them slapped him on the cheek with great contempt and said, my lord is in a good mood today. I don't have time to bother with you. Go play to the side. With a gentle push, Wang Ruoan was caught off guard and fell straight backward. Yi Yun saw that it was a big deal, and hurriedly grabbed a step forward to help this dignified scholar. Instantly connected his already dislocated arm and wrist. Then to the side he pulled out a piece of white cloth and slung his arm around his neck with a splint. Wang Ruoan forced himself to endure the pain and thanked Yi Yun. These bastards blocking other people's way is really detestable. How come no one is treating him? Yi Yun was both good-natured and amused and patted his shoulder. You'd better go back to the academy and study. This is not the place for you. Zhao Lingji was a bit abashed by the scene in front of him. Mr. Yun, why don't we go somewhere else first? Yi Yun had come for these big men of the female clan, so how could he be willing to retreat? He asked Zhang Wang to help him take care of this newly made friend, then gently patted the dust on his body and took a big step towards those big men. Good dogs don't get in the way, and they don't have bones in the way. Get out of the way. Although as a person of Xian Qin and the Great Song are at loggerheads, his heart also despises these female true people. Because of this rely on their own power strong, not only bully the Song dynasty, there are a few times, taking advantage of the pre-Qin Empire civil unrest, on their side of the massacre. Simply beasts are worse than. They actually share a common interest with the Great Song in terms of dealing with these thugs, so there was no good face given to these real women. The two big men who held the door grinned and came over to grab his arm. Who knew that instead he was the first to take the lead and pinched the back of his neck, and the two heads collided head to head. With a thud, the two big men fainted together and were tossed aside by him. Yeah, those people next to them had long hated these two people to the bone, and when they saw that someone had stood up for them, they could not help but feel great pleasure and shouted in unison. The real women who hold the door do not enter this one or two. Knocked down two, and in a flash came more than 10. Yi Yun had the bloodline of the flame demon lion in his body, so he was naturally powerful and quite agile. Seeing the men lunging towards him, he casually grabbed them and immediately grabbed 2 more against his head with a slam, then threw them down. So even grabbed and threw. Not long after, the door of more than 10 female real people were all knocked to the ground by him. Just then, a man suddenly sneered, "I have no grievances with your excellency. Why did you injure my men?" Yun looked up and the man in front of him was more than half a head taller than him. It was like a tower of iron standing at his heels, his hands were eagle-hooked, his eyes were like bronze bells, and he spoke with a voice like exploding thunder. Yun sneered, "You injured one of my men. How should this account be settled?" The big man sneered, "I never knew you. Somehow. Get lost." Yun did not expect him to admit it, and the purpose of coming over today was not originally to be reasonable. Then, a Lion King's silhouette manifested on his body, opened his bloody mouth, and let out a low roar. Woo! The special skill Lion's Roar from the Demon Lion's bloodline was used. The big man couldn't help but take several steps back and sit on his butt. Yun sneered, "I know that you have the blood of the blood wolf in your body, which has contributed to your fame on the battlefield, but compared to the fiery flame demon lion in my body, it's simply not enough." Saying that, he came over with a big stride, and without waiting for him to get up, he stomped on his chest and moved one of his arms and twisted it with force. With a click, one of the big man's arms was twisted off by him. "You son of a bitch, hurry up and kill me." Yun hated them for hurting Xiang Yu, and had the intention to tell him to suffer more living sins, so he grabbed his right hand again, this time slowing down and grabbing his 10 fingertips, breaking them off one by one. Every time he broke one, the guy screamed. His shouts were quite loud, and in a few moments alarmed Prince Sticky Han, a female prince who was eating in the building. Early on, someone reported that he said that someone outside had injured his men. He was furious and came over to check it out, not expecting to see Yun in the middle of committing the murder. Yun knew that this person in front of him was the culprit who had mutilated Xiang Yu, and he didn't bother to tangle with the other party, directly summoning a dozen puppets to surround Sticky Han. Sticky Han possessed a poisonous wolf bloodline, and every attack carried a strong poison, but those puppets were not human originally, so they were not afraid, even if they scratched a little. At most they were weak for a while, and in a short while they recovered on their own. Yun took this time to continue shelling the big man and broke all his limbs. Only then did he tell the puppets to stop, and Zhang Han said in very non-fluent Chinese, "I have no grievances with you. Why did you injure my men?" Yun sneered, "You were the one who sneaked into Jishi Academy first to injure my people. Now find you the first one to get the antidote and the second one to settle this account." These men that he had brought with him were all massacred in the blink of an eye. Sticky Han hated it and said, "What else do you want to count?" Yun sneered, "Your limbs will be broken as well." Sticky Han had long since been unable to hold back and rushed over with a loud wail, his steel hook-like sharp claws instantly plunging into Yun's heart. That adamantine bracelet in Yun's hand struck again, but he was still caught off guard and shrieked in shock, his entire body shrinking infinitely to be set in the middle of the adamantine bracelet. Yun took out a porcelain vase and packed him in. It was at this time that he instructed those puppets to tell the people with broken arms and legs to throw them out and tell them to fend for themselves. The people of Bianjing hated these female true men who acted in an unruly manner, and when they saw that they had lost their power, they all surrounded them and punched and kicked them, and those who had grievances complained, and those who had grudges were avenged. At this time, following him, Zhao Lingji also came in, and behind him there were those flirtatious talents sitting in a circle around Fengqi Lu. I saw several women upstairs, competing for attention. They were racing poetry and playing games together. These talented people were pontificating about them, and Yun was not a fan of these ones. What's more, if he told Deci Min or Li Qingzhao to know that he came to this place to flirt with a windswept woman, he wouldn't know how to fix himself when he went back. Now that the antidote is in hand, there is no need to dwell here more. He arched his hand at Zhao Lingji. "Brother Delan, I have important matters to attend to, so I'll leave you here." Zhao Lingji was still a bit reluctant to give up. "Brother Yun, I've just finished a tune and would like to hear you evaluate it." Yun humbly shook his head. "I am just an ordinary merchant, without a bit of elegance from head to toe. I came here only for these female true men. Since I have already beaten them, it's fine. Farewell." Originally, these song singers had some contempt for martial artists like Yun, but today, Yun had punched the nasty female Jin clan member, giving them a breath of fresh air. Seeing Yun leave, everyone spontaneously rushed at him and bowed, thanking him. Yun grinned. "It doesn't matter. I've just seen these guys. See you later." Just then, a string of fragrant beads suddenly flew down from the upper floors, hitting Yun's body just in time. He froze for a moment and was about to ask who lost it. Just at this time a maid dressed as a maid came out from inside and gave Yun a million blessings. "May I ask if the gentleman can be Prince Yun of the Jishi Academy?" Yi Yun was very embarrassed. A few of you have recognized the wrong person. Farewell. But several more people came out from inside and surrounded Yi Yun. One of them, a middle-aged woman, said to Yi Yun, "My girl admires your lyrics, and invites you to the upstairs of the Wind Roost." Yi Yun froze for a moment. "May I ask who your girl is?" The woman smiled. "Since you've taken his string of incense beads, do you even know his name?" Someone beside him whispered a reminder. "This is something worn by Miss Li Shirshir. The male is blessed." Zhao Lingji also rushed over to say to Yi Yun, "So your excellency is a student of the Jishi Academy. Out of respect, congratulations to Brother Yun for becoming the top scholar in the Wind and Moonfield." He also told the crowd, "It so happens that I also want to listen to Miss Li Shirshir's song, so please ask Brother Yun to go in with me." Seeing that he couldn't leave now, Yi Yun had no choice but to settle for the second best. "First things first, it's just to listen to the song. I'll leave when I'm done." It turns out that just now these girls were competing for the honor. Li Shirshir won the flower champion. The man chosen by her was the first prize winner amongst this elegant collection. Yi Yun's self-perception was that he was a rude 5. In addition to being a professional cleric of the immortal Qin Empire. In any case can be elegant. The word cannot be any relationship, but buy a few admirers to come to the showman a hostage. Also had to go in to join in the fun. With the butler he brought with him to look around and make preparations. A table was soon set up outside Li Shirshir's makeup building. Li Shirshir was elegant and generous, very talkative, and very calmly answered the questions of the showman with ease. She also came to shake Yi Yun's hand in a very cordial manner, except that Yi Yun frowned when he realized that she was wearing gloves on her hands during the handshake. So it was excused. "I am an acquaintance from the secular scene, originally not worthy of Miss Li's reputation. Shaking hands is exempted. Come here, only want to listen to the new song made by Brother Zhao. After listening to it, I will leave." In fact, Li Shirshir was originally also a graduate of the Jishi Academy's bachelor lineage, so he naturally knew of Yi Yun's reputation, and when he had given him an invitation, he had not come, but he could not have imagined that he would come uninvited today. It was out of a sense of admiration that he had thrown his accompanying affairs to Yi Yun, just like today's episode. Who knows, other people regarded the opportunity as a treasure. He even discarded it as if it were a piece of cake. Miss Li's heart was a little upset at that time, so she still talked and laughed with other people, but only ignored him. Zhao Lingue said beside him, "You're wrong to blame Miss Li for this. It's only because she's in the process of getting to know His Highness Duanwang of the current dynasty, whose status is quite honorable, so these hands can't be touched by anyone else except His Highness Duanwang. As a sign of respect for His Highness Duanwang, the so-called specialized network is the Song Dynasty's clan Zhaoji. This person poetry and song, none of the fine, original thin gold style is the calligraphy world on the treasures, but the only drawback is that the bones are soft, whether it is in the history of the previous life, or in this immortal realm. The fear of the female true people is simply engraved in the bones." Yi Yun had also heard about the affair between him and Li Shirshir for a long time, and when he heard Zhao Lingji's explanation, he laughed. "So I was right in saying that I was too lowly to know her. When can I listen to Brother Zhao's drum lyrics?" Zhao Lingji let out a bitter laugh. "I say Brother Yun, you've offended this person who is capable of singing, so what else is there to listen to? Why don't you apologize to Miss Li?" Yi Yun let out a bitter smile. "It seems that all of them are unhappy with my presence here. In that case I have to take my leave first." Saying so, he wrapped the string of fragrant beads in a handkerchief and sent it to Li Shirshir. "I'm just a commoner. I don't have to defile such a treasure. Please take it back, girl." After saying that, he arched his hand towards everyone at the table and turned around to leave. Just at this time, he suddenly saw a silhouette sway and a woman had stopped in front of him. It was none other than Li Shirshir. "Wait a minute." Yi Yun froze for a moment, just as Li Shirshir removed the gloves from her hands, revealing a pair of flawless catkins. Then he extended his hand very politely. "My little daughter, Feng Qi Lu Li Shirshir, pays her respects to Mr. Yun." At this moment, Yi Yun was naturally unable to push back and had no choice but to extend a hand to gently shake his. It just felt like the other person's hand was soft and boneless, and when I held it, I didn't want to let go. Frozen slightly before he felt he had been rude, he hurriedly let go of his hand and smiled awkwardly. "I'm out of order. See?" Li Shirshir hummed and arrogantly twisted her head back to her position. "I wonder what new tune Mr. Zhao has? Is it possible to ask my daughter to see it?" Zhou rushed to explain. "It's in my constellation of Yingying Chuan drum lyrics. It's a set of 12, Shang tune, butterfly lovers. Is there anyone here who is well versed in Yingying Chuan? Can you tell us the story and then we'll listen to the songs interspersed?" The so-called Yingying biography is about the story of Zhang Shang and Cui Yingying, except that at that time Wang Shifu was not yet born, and naturally there would be no Yuan miscellany of the West Wing. The book that we often listen to is still The Tale of Ying by Yuanjin with lyrics by Zhao Lingue. The first part of the story is similar to that of the Western Chamber, but the second part has a tragic ending. Zhang Shang, for the sake of his own fame and fortune, not only abandoned Cui Yingying, who had fallen in love with him, but also threw dirty water on her, accusing her of being a demonic creature in front of all his friends, then focuses on whitewashing his behavior of starting and stopping a mistake in time to not be bewitched by a demonic yokai. Yun had vaguely heard of this book before, but and after all did not read it carefully, and only today did he discover his original appearance. It must be said that Zhao Lingji's writing style is quite good, and this butterfly lover's flower is even more beautifully written. Just as Yun was lost in thought, Li Shishir happened to sing the part about Zhang Shang and Cui Yingying's meeting. I have been sleeping alone for years, and I will say that in this life, there is no plan to meet up. It is the time to look at the world with broken heart, and the cloud heart holds the China to jade sleepy flowers soft tears of shame. The end of the beautiful and enchanting, not with the previous time then. The moon is slanting and I doubt that I can dream, but the fragrance of my clothes is still in my makeup and I am still in my arms. When she sang to the emotional part, Li Shishir was flushed with scarlet. I don't know if it was because I remembered the rendezvous between admissions and applications that day, or if it was because I remembered a past incident between myself and His Highness, King Duan. Seeing Yun looking towards her dumbfounded, she froze for a moment, then smiled shyly and lowered her head to listen to the gentleman who was listening to the book to continue on. The more this book says the plot behind, the more angry Yun cannot wait to pull out that Zhang Shang, ruthlessly slap a slap. What does this guy take a woman of deep love who treats him with all her heart and soul for? There are so many rangers in the Great Tang. Why doesn't anyone find him and beat him up hard or give him a permanent end to the trouble? Only Zhao Lingji fills in the lyrics as well as ever, and holds some criticism of such irresponsible practices in enrollment. For such reasons, he was also quite favorably disposed towards this great Song clan, recalling that the crime for which this bastard was punished by the royal court was actually befriending Su Shi. I sympathize with him again. These talented people listened to a song for free. They all felt that this trip was worth it, and there was no need to disturb Miss Liao's good deed. So everyone looked for an excuse to excuse themselves out. Yun was just about to chase after Zhao Lingju when he was stopped by Li Shishir. I've shaken hands with you that way. What more do you want? Do you still despise me in your heart now? Yun smiled awkwardly. Looking at no one else beside you, whispered that His Highness Duan Wang is not worthy of you, and that staying too attached will only ruin you in the future. You are in the official history. Faint virtue Duke Zhao Ji was captured to the Jin Kingdom, and Li Shishir was also captured by Jin General Sticky Didn't Drink, the same Sticky Han who was just captured by Yun, forcing her to serve herself. In desperation, Li Shishir pulled off her hairpin and stabbed her throat to death. Lamentable, a 9-to-5 emperor. The whole day to the crowd, what loyalty, filial piety and righteousness. Things come to an end is not as good as a woman in the alley of Pinkong. It's really ironic to say that. Who knew if the Li Shishir in this immortal realm would repeat the historical woman of the same name? It would be better to put a stop to it yourself before it happens. Li Shishir smiled, then made an inviting gesture and led him inside the screen. Just see the blood quality and elegance of this inside, full of the atmosphere of a quiet and uncluttered boudoir. Yun only felt at a loss for words, not knowing what to say, when he heard Li Shishir say with a smile, Mr. Yun, are you worried about me? Yun let out a bitter smile. Where do I deserve it? Only. Li Shishir came over and shook his hand. I was unfortunate enough to fall into this place, and even the money to go to the Jishi Academy for further study was paid for by the mother of the greenhouse, and thus was not able to dictate my own destiny, and many things were not available to me just because I wanted to do them. Yun deeply felt the same way, just like he did now. Without the identity of the immortal Qin Empire's state master, wouldn't it be good to be a free and easygoing ranger or a male or a rich merchant with this skill? He didn't know how to comfort this legendary Wonder Woman and froze in place. Li Shishir suddenly made a bold move and jumped into his arms. If Master Shifu wants to hand over her fate to your lordship's mastery, I wonder if your lordship would be willing to rescue Master Shifu from the sea of bitterness. Seeing her miserable face, Yun's heart was also like a knife. Just at this time, he only heard a maid outside come in to report. Miss, Prince Duan is visiting again, and Mama asks you to go forward. Now Yun was even more embarrassed, and was at a loss as to what to do when he heard Li Shishir say to that maid, return for me, and say that I am occasionally unwell with wind and cold, and tell His Highness to go back first. That maid added, His Highness King Duan is in a hurry today, saying that he has a big event tomorrow to travel far away, so he wants to say goodbye to the girl today, so please be sure to grant the girl an audience. Li Shishir quietly looked at Yun's face and finally made up her mind. Just say what I said. Wish him a safe journey, but today is deeply sick with a malady that can infect your guest, so it's gone. The maid had no choice but to go forward and return the favor. Just as Yi Yun was fuming, Li Shishir suddenly kissed him on the lips. Now that you've touched it, and you can't back off even if you want to push it, what should you do? You decide for yourself. At this time, the arrow was on the string. Even if Yi Yun was told to leave, he could not possibly leave, and decisively recruited a few puppets to put at the door. Li Shishir smiled sweetly, and the room was filled with spring. Where is there not a moon in the night? Where is there not a pine or a cypress? But few are as idle as the two of us. Outside the building, Duan Wang Zhaoji, with his most powerful man Zhang Shui, hard to break into Fengqi Tower. This Yang Shai really had his own skills as well, with a divine bow of his own. He actually knocked down the puppets under Yi Yun one by one. It also looked like his strength was far superior to these puppets. But these puppets were superior in number and were not afraid of him in the slightest. Hit once and pulled out his rain sword to continue the fight, and it immediately recovered on his body. Thus, the two sides are at a stalemate here, with neither side able to hold the other. Duan Wang was furious and hurriedly wrote a note. Ordering people to go to Kai Fangfu, looking for help. He reported that this Phoenix house possessed a rebellion in it, and was openly at odds with the court, and must be seized. The idea in his heart is, whoever snatches a girl from Laozi, I will make him doubt his life today, and then I will snatch Miss Li to my royal residence, and no matter who says it, I won't release it again. But it was a different kind of charming scene in Phoenix House. That day, Li Shishir also listened to Yi Yun sing that difficult sutra, and in her heart, she was quite curious about the song, so she asked Yi Yun to play that thing called a pipa for herself, and then sang along with it herself as she watched the lyrics. Since each person had such a request, he was naturally willing to fulfill it. So, out came that lyrics, which thankfully, despite the pronunciation being in Cantonese, were fairly easy to understand and quite zen-like. Li Shishir, who had been a Buddhist since she was a child, was also quite fond of this kind of thing, and although she did not know Cantonese, she sang it in accordance with the speech of Zhengzhou, but it had a distinctive flavor. What made Yi Yun feel strange was that he was actually able to keep up with the speed of this 8/6-beat song, and after only hearing himself sing it twice, he immediately converted freely. Even that great singer Zhou, who was known as the killer of heavenly kings, would have to be quoted as a confidant when he saw this kind of performance from Li Shishir. After all, she is the first queen-level artist of the great Qin Dynasty, and in terms of curiosity, she is not inferior to that big singer Zhou in the slightest. He smiled very shyly when he saw Yi Yun give himself a thumbs up. You not Yun, this time you don't think that my concubine is deliberately clamoring for attention, do you? Yi Yun hurriedly apologized to him. I took it for granted. Don't be angry. Anyone else who found out that such a beauty had been taken over by that pig-like, what's his name Duan Wang would also be upset. That spring of mine was jealousy. Hearing him frankly admit that he was jealous, Li Shishir's mood became even better as she thought darkly in her heart. A few days ago I came here with a young man named Yinchang. Wild blowing and playing and pulling are all proficient. 5-1 is also quite strong. But unfortunately people are the dragon and phoenix among men. Can't see me as a woman of the wind and dust. So they were forced to go to the Liangshan mountain again. In front of me, this Yun Gongzi is not inferior to Yanqing in the slightest. So, lowering his head, he asked Yi Yun and said, I have some more tunes I just spit out, would you like to hear? Did Yi Yun say he needed any instruments? Li Shishir shook her head before gently hiding in Yi Yun's arms. It's just a pity that these songs of yours aren't the present-day yodeling, and while they're catchy to sing, they're missing the 1-2 punch, and I wonder if you'll fill in the lyrics. Yi Yun himself was born in the Qin Dynasty, and was originally not the kind of suave great talent, and hearing this request, he could not help but shamefully say, I'm really not very good at this aspect, but Li Shishir didn't give up. If you're willing to learn, I can teach you. Yi Yun froze for a moment. This thing can also be taught. It can't be hiring a university just to teach me. My head hurts when I see books. I feel like I have a grudge against it. Li Shishir suddenly kissed Yi Yun on the cheek. It's not that much trouble. In fact, the so-called sweet lyrics is singing. Those tunes are fixed. Just fill in new lyrics. Like this one, he said and sang the junior tour sung by his music teacher, Zhou Mei Chang, to Yi Yun. And the knife is like water. Wu salt wins the snow. The delicate hand breaks the new orange. The brocade tent is warming up. The animal smoke is constantly. The relative sits and tunes the pianoforte. I ask in a low voice, who are you traveling to? It's already 3 o'clock in the city. The horses are slippery and the frost is thick. So why don't you leave? He spat out his words clearly, and Yi Yun knew what the meaning of the song was as soon as he heard it. Li Shishir had clearly sung her heart out, and after she finished, the only person in Yi Yun's arms held his hand. Duke Yun, manhwaesumen long, why don't you take a break? At this time, Yi Yun had already been completely conquered by Li Shishir. only feeling that he and Li Qingzhou were two completely different types of women, each with their own benefits. So off the cuff. I won't leave today. Just stay here with you. Li Shishir was even happier and personally made Yi Yun's bed. In the Mandarin duck's tent still cannot forget. Told Yi Yun according to this tune to fill in some new words. Sing to himself. With a fixed tune. There's no need to memorize any flat and narrow scores. Yi Yun was also quite talented in this area. But of course whether the words filled out were elegant or vulgar, it's not for him to say. The poplar flowers are like snow. The beautiful people are like jade. And the beautiful dream of the Phoenix House. I've been here for 3 lifetimes and I'm meeting in this life. And this is the most romantic night of all. The song of that time has become a thing of the past. How can I sing it again? I wish that tomorrow night. Release the delicate birds. Then the wings of the 9 sky tour. Listening to him in his own ear. Singing softly, though it felt like it. He's very smart and knows it after only one teaching. But there's still a beauty to it. That is, these opening lines are too cliched. So one has to listen in silence as well. Then I heard him confess to himself that this is all a destiny cultivated in 3 lifetimes. So don't let the goodness of God down. Waiting to hear. The beginning of the second paragraph. The heart cannot help but some nonsense. The above that word is the teacher Zhou Meicheng. I wrote he this is jealous. How can this? Just know that until now. I still. However, when I heard those last sentences, it was clear that he was promising me that he would ransom me tomorrow and take me to the 9 heavens to fly with his wings. Is this sincere on his part? Couldn't help but hug him gently. Shedding happy tears. Yi Yun knows his mind in her ear said. I said are true. We'll never again ask you to continue to linger here. I hit the matter of the heavenly kings and godfathers cannot stop me, this you rest assured. Li Shishir gave a hum. Then said in a faintly undetectable voice. It's getting late, so it's better to rest. Orchid room spring warmth. The scenery is infinite. Do not realize that the morning rooster has long been crowing. When Li Shishir served Yi Yun in dressing, she suddenly realized that a brightly colored peony flower had bloomed above the brocade mattress. He was very surprised when he asked. You? Li Shishir nodded with a smile. Although teacher Zhou Meicheng and His Highness King Duan had this in mind, they were more like masters of the love scene, and before they could carry it out, you took advantage of them. Yi Yun immediately asked Li Shishir's most concerned question. How much money do I need to redeem you? Li Shishir was secretly happy in her heart, and then she became a bit gloomy. Mom is the money tree in the Phoenix House for me. I'm afraid that it will not be easy to let me go, without 100,000 taels of silver, only to be exempted from negotiation. Yi Yun smiled. So it was this small matter. Then he called over another puppet, then gave him a 10,000 taels of silver in silver notes and told him to go to the ready-made clothes store on the street outside to buy some expensive women's clothes, then some more expensive jewelry. Li Sisi saw that he was not just talking, and was about to put it into action. Shyly, she hammered him. You're still serious? Yi Yun took out a stack of silver tickets from his pocket and handed it to Li Shishir. The denominations of these silver bills were quite large. All of them were 10,000 taels apiece, totaling 10. Something from the great song Four Seas Passage Chambers, which could be exchanged at all of the chambers within the territory. Hot tears immediately flowed from her eyes. Your Excellency is so affectionate. I don't know how to repay you. Yi Yun patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll go and talk to your mom. Li Shishir's false mother, Li Bratzi, was a famous queen of the Zhangyan house, and was also a famous figure when she was young. When she heard Yi Yun say that he wanted to ransom Li Shishir, she was a little disdainful at the time. Young man, I know you're incredibly handsome and very much in my daughter's good graces, but this has nothing to do with her scholar. At least to say the least, her scholar's money is sky high. Can you afford to shell out? Yi Yun was not deterred. How much do you think it should cost? At least 100,000 taels of silver. Even if you sell calligraphy and paintings for 100,000 years, you won't be able to earn that kind of money. How can you still ransom her? Otherwise, listen to my wife's words. This thing with him yesterday counts as your destiny. As for the long-term plan, it's better to forget about it. Outside, His Highness Duanwan will still be looking for trouble from you. I hope you won't bring trouble to our courtyard. Yi Yun placed 100,000 silver bills on her table. Do you think these are enough? The old woman took the silver ticket, took a closer look. It turned out to be the 4 sea passes, like a fake, and counted hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Not a penny less. He opened his eyes wide at that moment. May I ask where the gentleman is in his senior position? Yi Yun immediately pulled out the largest tiger skin. Ever heard of whose merchant bank? Shi's merchant bank, and Deng's merchant bank? How can a wife not know about these sisters who are as good as the day is long? Are they all relatives of the Duke? Yi Yun said very proudly. These 3 merchant houses are all owned by me. Those guys are just acting proprietors. Not to mention 100,000 taels or even 1,000,000 taels I can afford to shell out. Provided. Can you pick it up? As he spoke, a hint of a murderous aura appeared in his eyes. The old woman then thought of yesterday. He drove away a few female chastity. The nobleman thing? No, this person do not look. Now good to talk. Once he pissed him off. I'm afraid of endless consequences. After all, those guys were badly injured, and they hadn't seen anyone stand up for them, so he immediately changed his smiling face. So it's the grand proprietor of the three merchants. My wife is out of respect. May I ask if you really want a ransom, Miss Lee? Yun sneered. The money is on the table. If you agree, it's all yours. If you don't, I can't hit you, but take the consequences. The old woman weighed the pros and cons quickly, picked up the money and counted it, but finally put it down feebly. Your Excellency is not a wife who has to win your face. If it's any other girl, even if you only offer 10,000 taels, I'll agree, but not Miss Sure. Yun sneered. Could it be that she is not from your courtyard? The old woman smiled and said, that's naturally true, but he's already been booked by His Highness the Duan King, and now His Highness the Duan King is still there blocking the door to ask for him, so if you can't get through to him, you won't be able to lead him away even if I sell him to you. Yun said to her after thinking about it. If I am able to settle the matter of King Duan, will you agree to ask Miss Lee to redeem herself? Granny Lee agreed without thinking. As long as your Excellency can solve the trouble on the Brick King's side, my wife will keep her word and never make things difficult for her. Yun stood up and headed out. Outside of Dawei, Zhang Shai was seen killing with his divine bow, which didn't need a real-life crossbow and was able to condense chi into arrows. Under the barrage of shots, those puppets of his own would not die, but they were also badly damaged and had to be repaired immediately. Athens dares to come to me and show off the three-character sutra. Don't you know what your grandpa Yun is all about? Yun took out the adamantine bracelet and threw it out with a whoosh, and in a second, Zhang Shai's hand was empty. He put away the Vajra candle, picked up the bow, and following Zhang Shai's example, he condensed his chi into an arrow and shot it at him. Zhang Shai's shoulder was injured, covering his shoulder and sitting on the ground, losing the ability to fight again. King Duan looked at him and let out a cold smile. Where exactly are you a rebel from? How dare you stir up trouble in our Song territory? Aren't you afraid of our Song's royal law? Yun sneered. Li Shishir is now my person. I want to take him away. Do you have a problem with that? It turns out that the one who stayed at Feng Qilu last night was actually this kid. Thinking of himself, treating Li Shishir with all his needs and pampering him like a princess would be the same as one day offering him even his heart and body to himself. I can't imagine that I was cut off by this kid halfway. How can I swallow this breath? He sneered and said, Kid, I don't care where you're from. Today you're unlucky to run into my hands. The officials from Kaifeng Palace will be here soon. You're just waiting to be beheaded as a rebel. Yun sneered. Your assassin, Zhang Shai, has now fallen. At least to say that you can't do anything about me now. After saying that he summoned a dozen fresh puppets to block Zhao Ji's face. Since His Highness Brickhouse wants to have some fun, let's have some fun. You break through the defense of these puppets first, then we'll talk about something else. Without further ado, he turned around and went back into the wind system building to meet Granny Lee. Granny Lee gloated and asked, Has your Excellency squared away His Highness King Duan? Do you still want to ransom Miss Shishir? Yun looked at him. Who knows the final outcome until the end? I advise you not to gloat. Then he flung his sleeve and entered Li Shishir's room. Li Shishir asked anxiously, Is the deal done? Yun comforted her. It's being talked about. Don't worry, even the King of Heaven won't be able to stop you. Saying this, he pulled out a small bottle from his pocket, which was transparent and contained a small person the size of a finger. On closer inspection it was a scaled-down version of Sticky Han. He shouted at Yun outside. I'm an envoy of the Great Golden Kingdom, and I haven't had any water for a night, and if I die of thirst, none of your emperors will spare you. Yun didn't care. I heard you have another name called Sticky Didn't Drink? Sticky Han laughed coldly. That's a different way of calling my female name in the Song Dynasty. My real name is Wanyan Zhenghan. Yun said with a teasing face, but my favorite is still the name Sticky Didn't Drink. Since you're called Sticky Didn't Drink, isn't it normal to have no drink? Sticky Han cursed inside. You smooth-talking brat. I'll kill you when I get out. Yun, however, was not willing to spoil him. His hand gently slapped in front of the bottle, and it was like a thunderbolt had struck inside, blowing up the Sticky Han inside in a very lousy manner. In a short while, he was struck as if by lightning. His face became Zaya Wang, and his body trembled uncontrollably, and he let out a ghastly scream. Yun sneered. If you don't want to die, you'd better not offend me. Now Sticky Han finally knew to be afraid. Now you tell the truth. Who exactly are you? Why are you messing with our great golden kingdom? Yun inputted his thoughts through the bottle into Sticky Han's mind. Sticky Han's face changed drastically. Are you really from that place? How is that possible? Yun sneered. If you can appear in the Great Song territory in a dignified manner, why can't I? Just by virtue of the fact that your great golden kingdom attacked our families back then, shouldn't I still take revenge? Inside the sticky Han was burned. Really no way to hasten to beg for mercy. We are also by the emperor's order to do. The situation has no choice. Yi Yun shrugged. Sorry, this reason doesn't impress me. Of keep burning. That's when Wan Air finally couldn't take it anymore and started begging for mercy. You spare me. Tell me to do whatever you want. Even I can surrender to you right now. Tell me to go and attack the great golden kingdom for you. Yi Yun, and he asked for the antidote to medical Xiang Yu, and he agreed to give it. With that, Yi Yun opened the cork of the bottle and spoke a pill and threw it to him, then told him that it was a strange kind of compulsion. Without the antidote we send you every year, you'll fester and die. Sticky Han is also a ruthless person. Heard this, not only did not reject, but also swallowed without hesitation. Yi Yun opened the bottle and poured it out as he rolled on the ground in pain, pleading uncontrollably. Yi Yun asked him if he knew he was wrong, and this time he sincerely confessed his guilt, unable to stop kowtowing to Yi Yun. In order to express his sincerity, he even gave Yi Yun that antidote pill. Yi Yun gave him one. The less effective antidote merely suppressed the bone poison from recurring. Then say to him, the potency of this antidote is able to manage 1 year. If you, Yang Feng, because you betrayed me, wait to report to the Ghost Gate. Holding back his fear, Sticky Han asked, I wonder what my master called me for. Yi Yun laughed coldly. Don't worry, I am not asking you to oppose the great golden kingdom, nor am I asking you to kill your emperor. Still, I hope you can dissuade your emperor from making things difficult with our immortal Qin Empire. It turned out to be this request, which was still within Sticky Han's bottom line, and he agreed very readily. Then he also said to Sticky Han, I don't dare to hide it from my lord. This time I have come not only for Miss Li Shirshir, but actually there is one more thing. Yi Yun said without a trace of humor. Hurry up and tell me what's up. A month ago, I was ordered by the emperor to go to Day 1 over on a mission to reduce the population of Day 1. That is, to reduce the number of the population of Day 1 by means of killing, and snatched a very beautiful girl, who was of an exceptionally honored status, and was said to be the youngest daughter of their chief. And in order to meet that chief, I brought her here. Yi Yun's anger went out of control. Good for you, Sticky Han, to actually do such a hurtful thing. Let's see how I'll clean you up. Sticky Han hurried to explain. Now that De Yuan's power has already constituted a threat to our golden kingdom, how would I dare to go so overboard? It's only to scare that girl. I've already instructed Mama Li that it's only house arrest. She can't be hard on her. And your purpose? It is called the Chief of the Great Yuan. Temujin submitted to my Great Jin, but the details of the Great Yuan are also all over the place, even in our Great Jin's Shangjing, but also cannot escape their search. In order to be safe, I just brought to the Great Song. This is a hostage. Cannot be easily released. Yi Yun grimaced. What was the girl's name? Sticky Han thought for a moment. It seems to be called Princess Qian Jin, and the chiefs they also call him Jiner. Yi Yun directly said, that girl I want after you, do not interfere. Seeing that Sticky Han wanted to say something else, he glared at him and the other party immediately wimped out. It's a blessing for that girl to be seen by her master. Yi Yun grunted. Lead me to the girl. No tricks. Li Shirshir also knew that Yi Yun was bursting through various means to piggyback himself out, so she also quite cooperatively led him to find Granny Li, which know this Li Granny for Sticky Han but afraid of very much. See him fierce and vicious out, scared to flop a sound, kneeling at the feet of Sticky Han. Master Sticky Han, please spare me. I won't dare to take your money anymore, and whichever girl you fancy will be at your disposal. Sticky Han sneered. What about the girl I sent yesterday? What did you do to him? Granny Li hurriedly defended herself. His Highness King Duan also just can't do anything to that girl, just locked him up, except that she's been on hunger strike for the past few days. Yi Yun glared viciously at Sticky Han before ordering him to bring out that girl Jiner now. Li Granny also dared not disobey. Lead them to find Jiner, but found Jiner in front of a lot of delicious fun, but he did not even look at a glance, sitting in front of the bed, holding a small knife used to shave mutton, aimed at his heart. Vigilant, look outside. Sticky Han said to him very unwillingly. You don't have to be afraid. Count yourself lucky to have met a good man to send you back. Jiner asked Yi Yun who he was and what he was doing here in raw, popular language. Yi Yun said he is Xian Qin country merchants. Once also went to Dayuan business, the most admired, or his father Temujin Khan. Hearing him say that, the girl took a liking to him then. Are you really here to save me? Yi Yun then went along with his preference and said, of course, we immortal Qin people are most concerned about honesty. When I have finished all my errands here, I will send you back to the Great Yuan Kingdom. Just at this time, a miscellaneous bower suddenly came over to tell. It's bad. His Highness Duanwang has barged in with people. Yi Yun glanced at Sticky Han. Can you handle this king? Sticky Han knew that his master was testing himself, so he patted his chest and made a guarantee. Master, please relax. Later that guy came in, and even if you want to ask him to kowtow, he's willing to do it. Just at this time, Duan Wang had long since barged in with his bodyguard Zhang Shuyao, and following him was the Kaifeng Prefecture's 6th-ranked guard with a sword, Jin Tai. This is the #1 boxer in the Great Song Dynasty. Even the famous teacher Zhou Dong is not his opponent, Yi Yun thought in his heart. No wonder those Tongshan-level puppets couldn't do anything to him. So it turns out that they invited this Jin Tai de Xian out. It looks like this guy's cultivation level. I'm only afraid that it has already reached the Taishan realm. Jin Tai's gaze went to Yi Yun. Those puppets are yours, aren't they? Said his sleeve, and many small puppets were thrown on the ground. These puppets lost their immortal power and showed their original forms. It's just some thumb-sized hand-me-downs that look quite pretty but lose their aura and are nothing more than that. Yi Yun immediately restored the immortal power to these puppets, and they immediately turned into a beautiful woman again. Jin Tai, however, was rather dismissive. If you're a man, fight with me for real. What's the point of using these unorthodox evil techniques? Just at this time, Sticky Han came to Duan Wang with a big stride, without saying anything left and right to give him 2 big mouths. You bastard, Grandpa is having a good time here, and you come in to disturb the gall to fertilize you. Jin Tai was shocked, suddenly realizing that a person who had just stepped into the Xuanwu realm, by virtue of his bloodline, actually dared to be wild in front of him. He was so furious that he swung his fist to shine at Sticky Han, which knew that King Duan was a batch of goons, so scared that he hurriedly called out, Jin Tai, stop it, don't be rude. Jin Tai's big fist stopped in the air, not daring to move again. Sticky Han still felt not relieved, and kicked at the official website's stomach again. A few days without giving you lessons. You're floating, aren't you? What do you mean by bringing people to block the door early in the morning? Ian looked stunned and thought in his heart, so this Duan Wan's daily lesson is like this. It looks like I'm still too merciful here. If this had been the case, I'm afraid that this Duan Wan Highness wouldn't dare to come to the door to mess around. That His Royal Highness Duan Wan covered his stomach and didn't dare to scream miserably, only explaining to Sticky Han with difficulty. General doesn't know. Li Shishir is going to be pried away by a guy who doesn't know what he's doing. Just know. That's what Little King promised to give to you. General, who knew that this did not please Sticky Han, but made him even more angry. Left and right slapped the special network. Several big mouths. Feeling the breath subside before explaining to him. Asshole son of a bitch, do you know who that Miss Li belongs to now? Not knowing why he was beaten, he asked who exactly belonged to the waif and coldly told him. Now that Miss Li and my master are in love, it's a match made in heaven. Who are you to be so arrogant? King Tuan then asked. May I ask who the general's master is? Sticky Han pushed Ian out. Does the blind dog-eyed thing still recognize him? Duan Wan's face turned pale under the truth and hurriedly kowtowed to Yi Yun, saying, he blinded himself, then asked Yi Yun to spare his life. For the sake of the friendship between the two countries, spare himself this time. Yi Yun froze and said, this Master Jin Tai is quite good. I want it, I don't know if it's okay? King Duan was busy saying, this is naturally a good thing, a blessing he won't be able to cultivate in several lifetimes. So he said to Jin Tai, from now on you will follow this master. This is a task given to you by my Song Dynasty. Make sure to maintain peace between Song and Jin. You have failed us in our expectations of you. I swear that I will exterminate your clan. Don't look at King Duan as a wimp in front of outsiders, but to his own retainers he was like a ferocious tiger. Jin Tai's family members were all clutched in the hands of King Duan, and they did not dare to turn over a new leaf, so they had to kneel down in front of Yi Yun and recognize his master. Yi Yun wrapped his arm around Li Shishir's waist and arrived in front of King Duan. I heard that you gave Master Li a pair of gloves and that no one was allowed to touch his hands? King Duan was so scared that his face turned pale and he reached out his hand to slap himself violently. Yi Yun shook his head, very disappointed in this prince, but finally, he knew the right way to open his highness, King Tuan, and added, I want to ransom Miss Li now. I don't know how much is appropriate. Duan Wang knelt on the ground and called Granny Li over and said, now that Miss Shishir has followed this gentleman to the great golden country to enjoy his blessings, that is his blessing. Do you think you should bless them? The old woman took a look and saw that King Duan was surrounded by many guards with brightly shining swords to scare her. As it should be, then the ransom money will be waived. And I don't want the clothes and hand jewelry he's wearing. Just as a token of our appreciation. Ian coldly laughed. Who covets you these 3 melons and 2 dates? You wait for the meal is the same thing you upstairs I don't want. The scholar's silver. You and this Duan Wan Highness to count it. Saying that, he put his hand on Li Shishir and the two of them returned to the room together. Not long after that puppet bought back a new set of clothes. No matter it was clothes or jewelry, they were quite expensive. Not bad than what Li Shishir wore before. Li Shishir was very happy. Changed into new clothes and put on expensive jewelry. Then together with that Princess Jeaner, They sat in the small sedan chair that Yi Yun had come over and were carried away through the back door. They arrived at Shi Chang's merchant house first, and it just so happened that Shi Chang and Lzu had returned. Knowing that Yi Yun had brought business to his merchant house, he was grateful and gave a set of mansion to him specially. Yi Yun also did not want Li Shishir to create any unpleasantness with his past and his own men, so he arranged it in this chic mansion. He wanted to commission lost favors to help him pick some resourceful maids over to serve him, but who knew that Shi Chang was very generous and directly gave 20 of his trained maids to Yi Yun. Li Shishir looked very happy and stayed here. Then he asked Yi Yun if he wanted to sleep here at night. Yi Yun said to him, my men were injured by someone, must go back immediately to treat her, and when things are all done, he will accompany him to travel to the great Yuan kingdom. With that, he took a good bath and changed into a brand new set of clothes and went back to his own dormitory in Jishi Academy. Who knows? Li Qingzhao and Yin Liami, Shiba Mai and the others were there waiting for him, and when they saw him in his current state, their faces were filled with contempt. He froze for a moment. I didn't do anything either. What's with the looks on your faces? Li Qingzhao said with a leathery smile. The story of certain people beating up all the female Jin clan merchants and monopolizing the flower girl has been spreading for a long time. So why are they pretending to be innocent? How does that Li Shishir compare to me? Yi Yun hugged him and whispered in his ear. Naturally, you are better. Without waiting for him to pursue anything further, he immediately came over to look at Xiang Yu's injuries. At this time, Yu Ji has felt that she is doing her best to take care of Xiang Yu, only that he can't get rid of his poison and is now unconscious. Yi Yun took out the antidote pills and washed them down with water for Xiang Yu, then fed him precedents to help digest the medicinal power. After a long time, Xiang Yu spat out a mouthful of black blood before coming to his senses. He forced himself to support his body and thanked Yi Yun. Yi Yun patted him on the shoulder. Rest for a few days, and when your injuries are healed, accompany me on a trip to the great Yuan kingdom. The women froze for a moment. I heard that it's very desolate and the land is sparsely populated. What are we going to do there? Yi Yun then told the story of their Khan Temujin's daughter being kidnapped by Sticky Han to the great Song dynasty. Once Temujin allies with Dajin because of this, it will be very unfavorable to us. Immortal Qin, no matter what the reason is, I must stop this from happening. Li Qingzhao was still most concerned about her own party. What about us? Shouldn't we follow as well? Yi Yun was too embarrassed to say that he would not ask them to go, so he agreed. The journey has been grueling and unusual. Will you be able to adapt? The guys all swore no problem and it was settled. Yi Yun returned to his room. Suddenly a puppet came in to report. Lord Qi Lu of Qing City has something to ask you to hurry back. Yi Yun hesitated for a moment, stepped out to bring Thousand Leaf Dance with him, and used the shrinking ground technique to instantly return to Qing City. Lord Qi Lu came to him in a flaming rage. My lord, you finally returned. These women you brought that day are simply going to turn against the heavens. Yi Yun asked. What exactly happened? Zilla didn't explain and led him directly to the small courtyard where those women were kept. Suddenly a rather shrill voice was heard. I said, where are your Qing City stewards? Who told you to kidnap a woman from a friendly country? Isn't this destroying our diplomatic relations with the Great Song? Hurry up and put the people back or else this prince will deal with you by the law of the land. Yi Yun's heart sank at once. It turned out to be this guy who, hey, how did he come to Qingcheng? Who gave him the right? Now even if you go out on your own, according to your status people are the crown prince and you are a vassal, you are still at a disadvantage legally anyway. He thought for a moment, immediately took out a transformation dan and swallowed it, immediately turning into a big man with a sturdy figure, leading Chiba Mai along. He entered the courtyard. I say, who's tired of living and dares to yell in Xinjiang? Hu Hai brought dozens of guards under his command, and they all held the strongest compound bows in Qin, with their bows and arrows aimed at Yi Yun in unison. Just listen to Hu Ha's sneer. I announce as the supervising crown prince. Now Xinjiang has this crown prince to take over. These women have all been sentenced by this crown prince. Do any of you have any comments? Although the other soldiers and civilians in the city were unconvinced, they couldn't help that there were many people on Hu Hei's side, and he himself was not bad in his cultivation now, and he also possessed the top-level cultivation of a great cultivator. Yi Yun squinted at him. Who are you? Before the words fell, Hu Hei's hand fell downward, and 10,000 arrows shot towards the two men. Yi Yun unhurriedly took out the adamantine facet, gently shook those keys, and they were all sheathed by him before turning around and handing them over to the quartermaster who was checking in the back. There must be a shortage of arrows in your arsenal. Take these back and we shouldn't have to build our own. Hu Hai was so angry that his face turned blue. Who exactly are you? Why are you messing with this prince? Yi Yun sneered. And who are you? Why have you come to Qing City to wreak havoc? Hu Hai grunted. No one is acting as an authority. I received a cry of injustice from someone else and sealed the court's order to investigate the case. Who in the court gave the order? Hu Hai said triumphantly. It was Prince Jiangua who ordered me to come over to investigate the case by order of the Prince of Jiangua. Yi Yun's nose was crooked with anger. So it's you who ordered yourself. A hint of murderous anger appeared in Hu Hai's eyes. No? Before he could finish his sentence, he had already received a slap on the face. Qingcheng is Qingcheng Jiangua. The prince is the prince of Jiangua. Nothing to do, less come here to fool around, give me a roll. Hu Hai drew out his own longsword and began to display his Lingxiao realm's force value as he viciously criticized down towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun once again sent the adamantine facet into the air, and with a shake of his longsword, Yi Yun called it over. Yi Yun took a look in his hand and saw that there was a hidden dragon chi floating on it. He praised, "What a dragon swimming sword! So that's where your dragon chi comes from." Crown Prince Hu Hai shouted, "Give me back my imperial sword." It turns out that this sword was given to him by Emperor Qin Shi Huang himself. With this sword, he can exercise his right to supervise the state. Yi Yun sneered, "Do you still want to continue investigating the case now?" Hu Hai's aura was instantly shortened by half. "Give me back my sword and I'll quit." Yi Yun laughed coldly. "You are not qualified to give me conditions." Saying that without drawing his sword, he brought his scabbard and struck at his leg and wrist. Hu Hai screamed miserably and fell to his knees in front of Yi Yun. Yi Yun felt a big pain in his heart. He had to know that back then, when he was in the Great Qin court, Hu Hai had looked down on himself very much. At that time, I wanted to take revenge on him, but I was overwhelmed by his strength, and if it wasn't for Emperor Qin Shi Huang who protected me, I would have been swallowed up by him and Zhao Gao without any dregs left. Hu Hai is not a good person. Strong support climbed up. Who knows, the next second your dragon sword has been sheathed straight pointing at his belly. "If you move again, I'll tell you to turn into a Ho-Wu-Wu-Wu-Wu-Wu-Wu-Wu-Wu-Wu-Wu-Wu-Wu-Wu-Wu." Hu Hai was still arguing. "My name is not Hu." Yi Yun's eyes became very stern. "Tell me who sent the account paper to you." Hu Hai saw the life in the moment. Also care about other, hurried to explain. "It's her." Looking in the direction of his finger, I saw that there was a woman of 37 or 88 years old who looked quite pretty as well. This is none other than Wei, the side consort of Duan Wang Zhaoji, and now the biological mother of Kong Wang Zhaogong. Yi Yun walked over. "Why did you sue quietly? And who exactly sent the petition to Xianyang for you?" Wei didn't say a word. "Ready to kill or die as you please." At this time, some of the soldiers in Qingqing began to give fire to the arch-general. "Tell this woman to be more powerful than our previous general." The people next to him were up in arms, saying anything and everything, even the words of tender grass-eating old cows. Wei sneered and looked at Yi Yun, emboldened. "Though I'm in your hands, what would you dare do to me? Aren't you afraid you'll attract a sea of ridicule?" Yi Yun's anger was not abhorrent. Suddenly pulled out a beautiful young woman in the crowd. "You are Zhao Gong's woman, right? That bastard didn't give me a hard time. Retribution should be unpleasant on you." Losing one hand on his back, the other rested on the crook of her leg and picked her up. "Maybe someday my child will also be qualified to inherit the throne of the Great Song Kingdom." Empress Wei instantly wimped out. "There are people from the Crown Prince in the city. They're the ones who said it was us who did this. The circle has a head and a debt. So you'll be looking for this Crown Prince and we have nothing to do with it." Hearing her say that, Yi Yun immediately put the person down, and Kong Wangfei Xing collapsed to the ground in fear. Zhang Shan ordered her to identify the person she was meeting with, and at this point in time, all of Qingcheng was there. So Wei walked back and forth and found a rather lewd person from the crowd. Yi Yun asked Hu Hai who this person was, and the other party said, "This is a family member of my teacher Zhao Gao's house, named Zhao Shan." Zhao Shan had long since gone limp with fear at this point. Without having come to Qing City, he did not know how powerful Yi Yun was, and only after arriving did he realize just how terrifying a fellow this was. No wonder that neither the Crown Prince nor Lord Zhao, the Chinese Chevalier's order, were his opponents. Yi Yun had the intention to establish his authority in front of these people, and with his hand and sword, he had long since cut off Zhao Shan's head before ordering his men to hang the head on the city wall. Carrying his long sword to Hu Hei's front, Hom Hai colorfully said, "Don't kill me. I'm the Crown Prince of the dynasty. Kill me. You're a rebel of immortal Qin, and at that time, you'll invite trouble for your city lord, Lord Qilu." Yi Yun frowned for a moment, for this goods really do not know how to deal with it. "Finish him off. I'm afraid that the Thousand Hands Emperor is also difficult with himself. If we don't get rid of him, this guy is more destructive than any dimwit of the ages." After half a day's thought, he opened the door to the makeshift space well, and he sent it inside. This space was not. That space that eliminated the long run of giant beasts was still an extremely desolate mountainous area. If one relied on one's hunting, one should be able to maintain a basic life. But trying to cultivate immortality and practice Taoism is a dream. Yi Yun smiled. "If it's okay, Prince will stay here as a primitive for a few days, and release you when you've thought things through." With that said, the door to space closed completely. Then he unraveled the effects of the transformation Dan to reveal his true form, and these women beside him were shocked at that time. They were originally packaged by King Duan's father and son as a whole and given to the Jin people. Who knew that they would be blackmailed by this young man and directly hijacked to Qincheng? Even the unstoppable Jingwa people are afraid of him. Not to mention us. Wei was so scared that she directly knelt down. Forgive me, Gao Xian. We were also instructed to do this. Yi Yun carried his sword and did not say a word. He knew exactly how nasty this Wei's heart was, and had the intention to kill her with a sword. And now she wasn't guilty enough to die. If you don't kill them, stabbing yourself in the back from time to time is also very depressing. He turned his head to Ziru. You're the city lord now. How do you think this woman should be handled? Qi Lu hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. I already have a family. I wouldn't dare to have her. For a man of his age, this woman was very good looking, but her intentions were sinister. And once she was wanted, she would never be valued by her master again. And that would be more than worth it. After thinking about it for half a day without a good solution, Yi Yun sighed. Put more guards around them. Call more trustworthy people to bring them food. And if they are found to be still dishonest, kill them with a knife. After saying that, he led Qi Lu back to his city lord's mansion. I've locked up Hu Hei as well. What's the court going to do about this without the crown prince? Just then someone suddenly came to report. Your Excellency the city lord, the Grand Marshal, General Bai Qi, seeks an audience. Bai Qi also came to Qingcheng with Hu Hai, and when Hu Hai messed around here, he didn't step in and just told his army to surround Qingcheng. Yi Yun frowned. Tell him to come in. A short while later Bai got up and reached him. Just as I had hoped. The State Master Sama is indeed not dead. Yi Yun frowned a bit. Lord Bai. But it's a net of foolish moves. What exactly are you going to do by asking that loser Hu He to come to Qing City? Once he messes up Qingcheng, aren't you afraid that the Great Han and the other 5 kingdoms will drive in? Bai Qi smiled. Now that the first emperor is in seclusion, the crown prince has been ordered to supervise the state, and no one can replace him. Yi Yun frowned. Can't we just set up Prince Fusu? If you can't, there are others. Bai Qi's face became quite serious. Then we have to wait until the emperor has left the gate and ask the state master to release the man. I'm afraid he's been taught a lesson by now. Yi Yun froze for a moment. Do you know where he is now? Bai Qi smiled. I'm afraid that even the emperor in seclusion knows that with cultivation at our level, nothing can be hidden from us. Yi Yun wanted to ask Bai Qi and Qin Shi Huang, what level of cultivation have you all reached? But on second thought, the topic was too sensitive to ask and people didn't know what to think. So he asked, if Hu Hai and Zhao Gao have insubordinate intentions, can they be guarded against? Bai Qi's face was quite serious. As long as the emperor is around, they can't make a big wave. Yi Yun didn't hide anything. So he said that right now Hu Hai was cultivating in a bitter cold place, and if his merits were fulfilled, he would learn the skills of drilling wood for fire, hunting, and fishing. Bai Qi smiled. In that case, tell him to cultivate for one more night, and when the last general leaves tomorrow, I hope the state master will release him. Yi Yun naturally agreed. Keeping this waste of a crown prince would do him more harm than good, except that this would defeat his own plan to find an obedient puppet to mix with the Qin dynasty's court. On second thought, it's still quite dangerous to do that. Once Emperor Qin Shi Huang knows about it, he won't be able to spare me. I'd better do my job as a national teacher and let him refurbish himself for yesterday. So, he gave Bai Qi the life-extending elixir he had made. This is the longevity pill I sought for His Majesty the Emperor. It can save His Majesty's life, as long as he comes over to the heavenly tribulation a year from now. Then he'll be fine. Bai Qi nodded solemnly. Unexpectedly, Wuxer, you have already obtained the inheritance of Lao Zi, and your alchemy is already the best in the world. Yi Yun again talked about how he had stopped the 6 countries from invading Qin. Lu Che of the Great Han has already been in a state of flames with Lu Bang. Zhao Guangyi, the Jin king of the Great Song dynasty, has already found the Pangu axe, and is expected to lay hands on his royal brother soon. And a few days ago I saved Princess Jiner of the Great Yuan Kingdom, and having him there is also a reason for me to intervene in the Great Yuan Kingdom. It's just a pity that I don't have a lot of usable people around me, resulting in twice the effort right now. Bai Qi smiled and said, when the emperor went to seclusion he had long anticipated that there would be a day, and I have now brought you a man who, as long as he is put to good use, will surely be a distraction for the state officials. At this time, a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor walked in and respectfully saluted Yi Yun. My name is Zhang Yi. I pay my respects to Lord State Master. Yi Yun froze for a moment. You are Zhang Yi? This guy cannot be bad, with 3 inches of bad tongue. Directly messed up the 6 countries' combined plans. The Qin dynasty can unite the world. He is very great. If it was in the subconscious history, Zhang Yi would have died long ago, but inside the leisure people's lifespan can be extended indefinitely, and this would still be alive, and even living. Carefully asked to know. In the immortal realm when it did not be hated by the Qin Wu Wang, but has been in the state of Qin success, and is now the most trusted military advisor beside the Qin Shi Huang. Yi Yun thought about the fact that although he was honored as a national teacher in immortal Qin, if he was talking about the level of respect, I am afraid that he was not as good as this Mr. Zhang. So he smiled and said, I've heard of Mr. S great name long ago, but it's a pity that I have no chance to see him again, and it's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes to see his dignity today. Zhang Yi smiled. I only feel lucky to be able to see the means of the State Master. I wonder what the State Master wants to call me for. Yi Yun thought for a moment. The first thing I ask you to do is not only not something to kill your head and lose it, but a good thing? What? Yi Yun called Qi Lu over and told him to do what he was told, then sold out and continued to discuss with Zhang Yi about how to destroy the alliance of the 6 countries. Each of the 6 countries of immortal Qin was quite powerful. In fact, the current 7 kingdoms was essentially an immortal space started by the 7 most powerful immortal cultivation powerhouses themselves. Thus every country has its own south of the river and north of the Seychelles, and its own enemy neighbors. There are special passages connecting space to space, except that these passages are now built quite humanely, either as a river or a canyon. Others are like the bordering place between the Pre-Qin and the Great Han, where that space entrance was built like a Liang city. It didn't look as if you were going from one space to another, but rather as if you were walking around in the same space. Therefore, even though the capitals of the Great Yuan, Great Ming, and Great Qing were all located in Yanjing, due to the different spaces in which they were located, there would never be a situation in which 3 emperors lived in one capital at the same time. Zhang Yi analyzed the specific situation and really targeted some suggestions for division, and Yi Yun thought carefully and found that the other party was actually more powerful than he had imagined. So he decided to finance Zhang Yi at all costs and asked him to carry out the plan of dividing the 6 states for himself. Only by destroying the alliance between these 6 countries and making them all scramble to befriend Xian Qin will Xian Qin have a chance to catch its breath. After all the business was done, Yi Yun took Chiba Mai back to rest on his own. Besides, when Zhang Yi, the connoisseur, returned to his pavilion, he suddenly found a scarlet-faced middle-aged woman hugging him. Although he also had concubines, he was also an ordinary man and woman of food, and in the face of such heavenly temptation, he naturally came to the rescue. After a one-night stand, the woman revealed herself to him. Concubine is the side consort of His Highness Duanwang of the Great Song Dynasty, Wei, who was captured here by your State Master. As long as you are willing to take out the State Master for me, my concubine will be at your disposal from now on. Zhang Yi's legs were weak with fear. He did not expect Yi Yun to be so bold as to kidnap all the consorts of the Great Song Dynasty. In this way, oneself and the Great Song Kingdom that does not become a life and death enemy. And what to talk about merging. But this man was, after all, a great man of the world. And after a short freeze, he said, it wasn't me who went looking for you. It was you who showed up at my place. Wei's face was red. I was poured unclean medicine by evil people. That's why I was lost. It's not like it was my intention. Once this matter is known to our emperor of the Great Song Dynasty, he'll immediately send his soldiers to attack you, immortal Qin, and you'll have no way of escaping death at that time. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Zhang Yi hurriedly led Wei out with him, and Wei glared at Yi Yun. Yi Yun gave a smile. Don't look at me like that. Mr. Zhang is a great man of the world. If other women want to be with him, he may not even look at them. This is your good fortune. Wei sneered. Aren't you afraid of their retaliation if you insult the nobles of the Great Song so much? Yi Yun sneered. I'm afraid they're not available right now. Your husband and sons, already given you away as gifts. Do they still care about your life, death, honor and disgrace? I was originally planning to give you to any random soldier. But since Mr. Zhang likes you, I'll count you lucky. Wei's heart was bursting with sadness. I can't imagine that her husband was so afraid of the Golden Kingdom that he didn't even want his own wife. Now that he was brought here by the people of idle love in black and white, there was no hope of going back in this life. In that case, it would be better to accept the arrangement of fate and follow this old man surnamed Zhang to live a good life. Seeing Wei scowling now, Yi Yun smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, he will be your woman from now on. You must treat him well. We'll leave in 3 days. 3 days passed in a flash, and Zhang Yi did not dare to bring the woman back to his own home, so he housed her in his own separate compound in Xincheng and entrusted the city's lord, Qi Lu, to take care of her. After seeing Yi Yun again, he had a bitter smile on his face. Squisher can finally put me on the fire. If this is exposed, the surname Zhang dies without a burial place. Yi Yun smiled. If Mr. Zhang still feels that it is not enough, there is another wonderful woman here, Zhao Duo Fu. If you want, it is also for you. Zhang Yi hurriedly honored him and said, that's the Great Song Sheriff. How can I afford it? It's better for you to keep it for yourself. Yi Yun smiled and did not force Zhang Yi to give him very generous possessions and an entourage, allowing him to travel among the 6 countries. He was now not the least bit worried that Xiang Yu would betray him. After all, his handle was now clutched in his own hand. Once he had any dissent, that microvision would immediately become a sharp weapon to kill him. After solving the trouble here, he conferred with Bai Qi again and told him to guard Zhao Gao well, especially when the emperor is in seclusion. Beware of them faking an imperial decree to stage a coup, Bai Qi said. Now that Wang Jian and Li Xian and other ministers are all there, brightening up, Zhao Gao can't make a big wave. By the time Ian found Hu He, the bastard had grown a beard on his face and was fishing with a harpoon in his hand. Seeing Ian come over almost made his jaw drop in shock. So you are the Lord State Master. You actually didn't die. Ian sneered. You're so looking forward to my death? Frightened, Hua fell to his knees and said, I was wrong. Master Kakushi, please hurry up and get me out of here. I've been eating raw fish for ages. It turned out that this independent space had its own flow of time, and although only 3 days had passed outside, a long time had passed in here. Ian looked at him. Have you not learned to drill wood for fire by now? With a bitter face, Hu Hai said, I've tried several times without success, and now I'm just like the wild cats out there, eating only raw fish. Ian also did not know how to caution Hu He. After all, after leaving Qing City and his own whip cannot be reached. As for what actions he made in the future, no one can control. I can only pray that Bai Qi won't be that much of a dish, so let's take it one step at a time. Returning the sword to Hu Hai, he handed him over to Bai Qi again. I don't mind what you do to Qing Cheng, just think of the consequences yourself. By the time he appeared at the Jishi Academy with Qianya Dance, these people were waiting impatiently, and Li Qingzhao looked up and down around Qianya Dance, but did not find any trace of him and Yi Yun together. He kind of froze. Hasn't anything happened in all the time they've been together? Yi Yun went to pay his respects to his teacher and said that he was about to go on a long trip to Diyuan, and Laozi thought about it for half a day. Apprentice, it's quite close to the northwest bitter cold land, so if it's possible, you get me back a piece of Arctic cold jade. Yi Yun knew that this kind of cold jade was a rare treasure of genius, and with it he would be able to refine some higher-end magic treasures, and he also wanted to see what his teacher could actually practice, so he agreed. After coming out, Xiang Yu reports a happy event to him. It turns out that Ian's fame has long spread from Jishi Academy, and the Han-born sons of the world all want to join them to ask for a merit. There are actually as many as 500 people who came to defect, and after Xiang Yu's initial training, they have become the 500 Huban army, echoing the 300 Black Armor army led by Flirtatious Wind, especially since several familiar generals also appear here. Lu Bu, Tang Daoji, Li Tsuenxiao, and Wang Yanzhang, this time can be considered to have picked up the treasure. Lu Bu, Li Tsuenxiao, Wang Yanzhang, these three people and Xiang Yu, are the same, can shock the sight of the brave generals, each can lead an army to sweep the world. The only thing that called him lucky was that nature actually picked up a general among generals, that is, the most resourceful Tang Daoji. Legend has it that the widely circulated Book of War, 36 Stratagems, was made by this man, or else 36 Stratagems poem. The first line of the poem starts with the Golden Jade Dangong strategy, borrowed to capture the robbers. The so-called slingshot is a reference to Tang Daoji, a famous general of the Lu Song dynasty during the northern and southern dynasties. Yi Yun again utilized his questioning and divination function to roughly observe the other party's cultivation, and he could not help but be astonished. This person had actually broken through the Lingshu realm as well without being tilted with more resources. So, he made the decision right away and ordered Xiang Yu to be the front general, Lu Bu to be the rear general, Li Siyuanshao to be the left general and Wang Yanzhang to be the right general. However, he did not confer any official position on Tang Daoji, but only kept him by his side as an advisor. At the same time, he prepared a separate car for Princess Jiner of the Great Yuan Kingdom and ordered Flirtatious Wind to find some people to protect her. He was also accompanied by all his women, the Dasawei Shaoji sisters, Li Qingzhao, Lei Shishir, Yin Li, and Chiba Mai. These, however, were escorted by Flirtatious Wind at the head of his 300 black armored troops, who, hearing that he was going to Dayuan on business, Deng Tong and Hu Shuayan, hastened to find him. Each of them had put together about 10 million units of goods for him, while the three families had also sent their most capable fellows to follow him. Yi Yun then asked them with a smile, the grains, jewels and herbs you are selling are the things that are most in short supply in Dayuan, and when I came back I could only bring over some good horses and hides. Do you have any outlets for them? Hu Shuayan came over and explained, now that there is unrest within the 6 countries, there is definitely a lack of military horses. No matter how many you bring back we will be able to sell them. Yi Yun sighed. It's just a pity that all the proprietors can't come forward with me. Otherwise wouldn't it be great if we all made money together? Shi Chong hugged his beloved woman, Green Pearl, a little reluctant to give up, after I leave. What if this beauty misses me? Deng Tong also shook his head. I'm known as the Foot Valley Wang, so I'm not guilty of running around in that kind of bitter cold place. Hu Shuiyan thought for a moment. I would be interested in going to the bitter cold land to see, but it is a pity that the court is now short of money again. Must ask me to guarantee to go to the world merchant to borrow some. They left all the goods as well as the fellows in Yun's care and walked away with 10 million thanks. Yun told his men to get ready and leave tomorrow, waiting to return to their own residence. Sudden but found an uninvited guest. It is the big proprietor Shen Wansan of the Shen family merchants. It turns out that he also has a batch of goods that he wants to trust Yun to transport to the north to sell, and the profit gained can also be split 50/50ths. Yun frowned. You know that the road to the north is not peaceful. I'm afraid that the 400 to 500 of us do not have much hope. Shen Wansan said anxiously. If you really want to go to Daiyuan, my lord Zhu Yuanzhang said, we can provide you with military support. Froze just now. Does he want to send someone to escort me there? Shen Wansan nodded. General Lan Yu has already led more than 5,000 men deep into the grassland and is waiting for you there. So after your rendezvous, you will go to Xanadu together. Yun knew that there were still differences between these 7 fruits here and in history. Historically there was an overlap in the space in which they existed, so they fought to the death. But these few countries here are actually spaces created by each of these 7 powerful people, and there was originally no reason for you to die or live with each other. Of course recently, the first Qin Shi Huan was dominant, and the other 6 families felt threatened, which is why they joined forces with each other to try to swallow Xian Qin. But Zhu Yuanzhang did not have much hatred for Genghis Khan, the founder of the Daiyuan space. On the contrary, the border between the two countries still had trade from time to time. It was only that there were many tribes in Daewon, and there were often attacks and wars between the tribes. So if you want to go there to do business, you can't do it without a strong army. Yin accepted the goods and negotiated the terms before Shen Wansan retreated contentedly. The next morning, he came out of Yin Li's room contentedly and took Yin Li along in the big car that was specially prepared for him. The large vehicle looked like a moving palace with several rooms inside, and at times there was women coming and going. Yun and a few of his ladies lived here. Behind this vehicle followed a smaller one, which was reserved for Princess Jiner of the Great Yuan Kingdom. And then on the periphery were the 300 black armored troops led by Flirtatious Wind. Outside of the black armored army were the fellows and bodyguards of each of the 4 major merchant houses, all of whom guarded the wagons. On the periphery were the 500 to 600 elites that Xiang Yu and the others had recruited. They are now led by Xiang Yu, Lu Bu, Li Siyuan Xiao, and Wang Yunzhang respectively, while Tang Daoji is appointed by him as the general of the Central Army, carrying Yun's matching sword and exercising the power of command for him. Tang Daoji is worthy of being a famous general. Along the way the army commanded in order, abolished today, has come to the border of the Great Song Dynasty and the Great Yuan State, where these two separate spaces border. There is another naturally occurring space that cites a very powerful nomadic tribe, the Dakin, founded by the female Jin. As a result of the reliance on robbing traders coming from both sides gradually became a climate threatening the existence of the two countries. Even though Yun and the others were quite careful, there was still an accident. From nowhere, 2 red clouds flew over. It flew into the princess's car when everyone was caught off guard, wrapped her up and flew away without a trace. When Yun and the others knew and rushed out, the person had already disappeared without a trace. Asking to understand the direction of the disappearance, Yun Ten opened the shrinking art, and suddenly he realized that there was such a red cloud in front of his eyes, flying away at a fast speed. Yinli unfolded her phoenix body and flew into the air, stopping the red cloud. Instead of being forced apart, that square of red clouds manifested a white-haired Taoist priest. He rested Jiner on another white cloud and reached out to grab Yinli, only to be stopped by Yinli's finger on his forehead, suddenly losing all his strength and falling down from the cloud. Yinli came into the cloud and picked up Jiner, returning to the car. The Taoist who fell to the ground was surrounded by Xiang Yu's men, who knew that this Taoist was not a wimp at all, and did not know what method was used to suddenly summon many Taoists exactly like him. These people have flying swords on their feet. They surrounded the old Taoist in a group and then they threatened Xiang Yu to hand over the antidote. Xiang Yu sneered, "This Nubizi robbed the population alive and deserves to die for his crime. How can I act against heaven?" The group of Taoist priests were completely enraged and offered the flying swords in their hands and flew towards Xiang Yu. Yun, who was watching the battle from the car, took the opportunity to pull out his adamantine bracelet and circled all the flying swords, then put into a treasure tripod. With the spring sun heavenly fire began to melt. Flying sword that is the cultivator's life magic treasure. Once suffered damage will use the sword user followed by injury. Just such an ordinary action told all the Taoist priests to spit out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound and hurriedly cut off the connection between themselves and their flying swords. At this time, suddenly there were many more on the Miles Mangan plains, a generation of warriors with horses and machetes. The poisoned Taoist sneered. Look at our great golden kingdom's Iron Faust coming over. Ian's eyes narrowed as he asked the surrounding soldiers of the Fourth Army. One man is a dozen times our number. Are you afraid? Xiang Yu, who was the leader of the front army, asked Yun for an order to meet this Taifu too. Yun also wanted to see just how far Xiang Yu had come, so he agreed. I heard Xiang Yu mobilizing his generals. The enemy in front of us is a dozen times more than us. Are you afraid? These people under him, perhaps trained, individually exuded a mesmerizing killing intent. We're not afraid of anyone. Xiang Yu copied up his own overlord's spear to meet him. The more than 200 soldiers under him followed him. Looking at the formation, it was as if he was leading 20,000 people. More than 200 people neatly followed behind Xiang Yu as if they were like relics just as they were charging at the same time. The killing aura of all of them suddenly turned into a green dragon. This time, the green dragon opened its bloody mouth as if it wanted to devour all the enemies in front of it. The iron floaters are wearing heavy armor, and ordinary swords and knives can't hurt them. Even the horses were wearing thick armor. Even if they were hit by a sword or knife, they were unharmed, and each of their horses would be connected with a chain between the tops of them, charging as a whole. It was a pity that they encountered Xiang Yu. This huge dragon formed by these 200 people formed a column and lunged hard towards the one in the center, destroying them along with their horses. The man was dead, but the body didn't disappear. Instead it flopped to the ground, and then his two wings dragged him forward, thus slowing down the Iron Faust's advance. Ian put away his overlord lance and picked up the heavy mace of the armor breaker bow behind his back, and the generals under him operated like him, pulling out this heavy mace as well. The method of using this kind of weapon is simple and rough. It is a smashing word. Smashing on the armor could not break the armor, but it could give unseen internal injuries to the warriors in heavy armor. As long as one was smashed by them, all of their organs would be shattered, and their deaths would be quite ugly. The elite iron floaters were just broken by Xiang Yu and the others. The opposing generals, seeing that this move was useless, hurriedly withdrew their troops, and the generals behind them retreated back like a whirlwind. But it wasn't over yet, because others were coming from all sides to outflank them. On the other side, Lu Bu rode his red rabbit horse, wielding his square sky-painted halberd, and met the way on the left. That way on the left was not a chain of horses, such heavily armored warriors, but these people were also murderous and not to be underestimated. The odds were much worse for Lu Bu's team, and although he was personally quite brave, he could do little more than cancel out the enemy's marching speed. At the head of the group was an enemy general with a large axe, who laughed loudly from his horse. This white-faced little doll, who are you that you dare to stand in the way of your family's Black Bull Great King Grandpa? It turned out that this man was Wanyan Hainiu, the Grand Marshal of the White Tiger Army of the Great Golden Kingdom. Although Lu Bu's method of managing soldiers is not as good as Xiang Yu's, but his personal force value is not panicked much on. Looking at the guy in front of him, his strength seems to be slightly stronger than his own, but he was not the least bit scared in his heart, sitting on his red rabbit horse and sneering. How about having a higher cultivation level than me? Do you dare to say yes when I call out to you? Wanyan Black Bull didn't know what skills this guy had. He sneered, Grandpa Black Bull is afraid of you. If you have the ability, you can scream. Thinking that the other party was going to call his own name, who knew that Lu Bu actually became quite fawning and called out, Dad. This is out of Wanyan Hainyo's surprise. He laughed and promised a hey. Just this sound suddenly felt surrounded by an unnameable power. Immediately after that, his breathing tightened, and he couldn't make use of any strength in his body, and just when he felt horrible, he was suddenly stabbed in the chest by a square halberd. As he was dying he asked with an incredulous face, How did you do it, you little child? Lu Bu said proudly, This is my three-name must-have technique, calling my father by letter. Tan Dao Ji, who was in charge of the command in the center army, saw the scene and his eyes stared at that time. This Lu Bu forgets profit and is capricious. Can Lord really manage such a person? Just then, I heard someone behind me say, This man Lu Bu is like an eagle. When he is hungry he will be obedient. Once he is full he will flap his wings and fly away. The one who spoke was none other than Yi Yun, and Tang Daoji thought deeply, What does the Lord want to do with him? Yi Yun laughed. He's an eagle. I'm a simmering eagle. Even how he flies, he can't fly out of my 5 fingers mountain. Dao Ji feel free to rest assured. Just at this time, Lu Bu pressed those surrendered Jin soldiers, carrying Wanyan. Black Bull's head came. Yi Yun followed to hand over orders. Yi Yun patted his shoulder. Bang Xian's divine bravery calls for a sigh of relief. Saying so, he took out a spirit-gathering pill and handed it over to him. He was a casual cultivator and did not usually have the resources to cultivate immortality, so he froze when he saw this. Yi Yun laughed. I am an alchemist myself. I have no shortage of this stuff. As long as you are loyal to me, even if you are able to break through to sainthood, I can afford it. Lu Bu flopped down and half-kneeled. From this day on, I am the eagle dog of my lord, and no matter how far I fly, I will surely offer my prey to my lord. Although she saw the benefits and forgot the righteousness, she freely also had a dream of cultivation, and once upon a time, she never dreamed that she would be able to make a breakthrough in the direction of saints. This master in front of him didn't have a high force value, but he had cultivation resources that he didn't possess. Such a character was unattainable, and for a moment he sincerely regarded Yi Yun as his lord, and was the only one who did not want to call Yi Yun his father. Pacified Lu Bu this way, then he went to see Li Tsuanxiao that side, the other side with this one long pole dagger, so that it is such as the Tang army's most powerful stranger sword. These swords are long and powerful, and when they look at the enemy they often cut them to pieces with their horses. And his opposite is the big gold country green dragon general Wan Yenzongji. This person, although body long and strong, but by Li Tsuanxiao a knife slash, even with a horse split in half. Those under him saw the leader dead, no longer have the will to fight hula, scattered rout. Then they turned to this direction of Wang Yanzhang's engagement. Although Wang Taigun had the courage of 1,000,000 men with an iron spear, he still relied on his famous stun of flying stones when he fought against people. He struck a total of 36 flying stones, and immediately 36 Jin generals were knocked off their horses by him. The one who shined with him was the Great Golden Kingdom, the Xuanwu Great General Wan Yanhaida. Seeing his 36 tomorrow will fall, by Wang Yanzhang hit with the horse. This Black Tower infrastructure, take their own curved sword and rushed up, want to rely on their own agility advantage. This side of the low generals cut down to the horse. Before he could come to Wang Yanzhang's front, a flying stone zoomed infinitely in front of his eyes and ended up sticking hard on his left eye. With a snap, his left eye turned into a national treasure then, just as he was dazed. Wang Yanzhang's iron spear had already pierced his throat. Then all the other three generals came back to hand in their orders. Xiang Yu's side won a great victory, beheading 3,000 levels, taking no prisoners, and he didn't care to take prisoners. Ian handed him a few more spirit-gathering pills and told him to take them and share them with Yuji. Li Tsuanxiao's side of the stranger's sword team, but could not carry a cell phone over to the love field, because all of the ones who encountered them were chopped into mincemeat with their horses. However, Yun did not favor one over the other, and he was treated the same as several other generals. Wang Yanzhang's side, however, captured many prisoners, who were all invariably bruised and swollen in the face and came over to surrender with their heads hanging down. Yun stretched and said, "It's not fun at all. Before I can arouse my killing intent, these guys just hung up. Tan Dao Ji, the people are all in your hands. How you train them is your business, but I want an invulnerable iron army. If I can't get it I'll come after you." Although Xiang Yu and the other four were brave, in Yi Yun's eyes, they were nothing more than meritorious hunting dogs. Only this Tang Daoji, known as the Great Wall of the Generation, such a person, if you tell it to be deserted, is it not the fault of his own lord? Since it's the Great Wall, let's tell him to utilize the advantages of the Great Wall to create an invincible iron army for himself, and he, too, will have a place in this immortal world. At this point, he began to interrogate the captive dowsers. Upon closer examination, it turned out that they were a branch of Shoichi province. Their godfather was honored as a guest of honor by the emperor of the Great Golden State, Bonehead, and thus they were in the service of the Great Golden State. The Taoist priest who had used the Thousand Faces demon spider's poisonous gas, named Flowerless Sun, was accustomed to a kind of evil art of picking yin and replenishing yang, and his purpose of snatching Jiner was also for this. Unexpectedly but kicked on the iron plate, not only their own finished but also hitched to the four great generals of the Great Golden State, and he also became a fish meat to be slaughtered. This feeling was quite unpleasant, and he threatened Yi Yun with a scowl on his face. "Hurry up and release me, or else the emperor of my great Qin Dynasty will soon be met by an iron army to trample you bandits." Yi Yun sneered. "I heard that Abon is also a hero of his generation. I was thinking of going to your Shangjing to meet him and see what is so peculiar about his palace." That Nubizi gasped and wailed, and Yi Yun turned his head to look at Ainli. "Since you did the deed, do it thoroughly and send him away." Ainli took his own salary Jicheng smooth shot, directly sent the Flowerless Sun back to his old home. Originally, they had planned to quietly pass through the upper capital of the Great Golden Kingdom and make their way to the Great Yuan Kingdom, but now it seemed that trying to keep a low profile was impossible. In that case, they would fight their way through. He left the march in the sole charge of Tandaoji, and then addressed his women. "The great general leading these four able-bodied generals is enough to be able to destroy a country, so we don't have to be idle. First of all, we will go to the upper capital of the Great Jin Kingdom to take a turn and see what kind of benefits we can get." The few women around him naturally had no objections, and Yi Yun executed the shuttle earth technique, and the few of them by themselves first arrived at the upper capital of the Great Golden Kingdom. The place where they landed was actually in the palace of the Great Golden State. The palace here is far from the grandeur of the Great Song Dynasty's palace, and the women who come and go are not as flamboyant as in the Great Song Dynasty. There was laughter coming from within, and a few people chased away the June who came to patrol and went straight to that palace, only to find that there were quite a few people inside who were feasting there. A few people came striding in, and right there on the main seat sat a very posh, large female man. His hair was bald at the top, and around it was braided into a myriad of plaits, and he was taking the short knife in his hand and slicing the leg of lamb in his hand. Suddenly several foreign-clad men and women were seen, arriving uninvited. Everyone froze, and some hot-headed general stood up and drew the scimitar in his hand. Ian looked at the big man on the main seat and coldly asked, "Are you the emperor of the Great Golden Kingdom, Bone Dagger?" The man grunted. "You can also call me by my Han name, Wan Yen Min." His strength was probably comparable to that of Qin Shi Huang, who not only had countless descendants capable of fighting in the war, but also had many fierce generals under his command. Ian looked at his throne. "Your seat is very nice. I would like to take a seat. Can you let me have it?" Bone grunted. "It's not impossible to let you have it, as long as you can afford it," Ian continued to say in a flat voice. "Your son, Mo Han, has already served me as a dog, and your other son, Jin Wuzhu, has also been beaten the hell out of by me. Also your Great Golden Kingdom's 4 armies of Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu have all been wiped out by me. Is this capital enough?" Hearing these words, Bone Setter's hands and feet were cold with anger, and he turned his head to see his second brother. "Wu Kilai, you ordered to catch these maniacs and nail them to the wooden donkey." In the official history, Wu Kilai was the Jin Emperor after Aguda, known as Jin Taizong, but in the immortal plane, Bone's life is unlimited, and his brother, even though he is powerful, can only be subordinate. A steady stream of generals came into the palace of the Golden Kingdom, surrounding Yun and a few others in the center. There were dozens of very famous generals in here at that time, and everyone's faces were bursting with murderous intent, threatening Yun and the others to bind their hands and surrender. Dasaway coldly looked at the emperor and future emperor of the Golden Kingdom. "Are all the people here yet?" Bone froze. "What do you mean by that?" Dashin smiled sweetly. "Save this girl the trouble of looking for them one by one. Since they're all here, good and good." Saying this, she spat out a bead in her mouth, which the Jin general thought was some kind of powerful magic weapon. Next to him, Wanyan Zongwang bent his bow and shot the bead to pieces with a whoosh. Dasaway smiled even more brightly. Her body nestled in Ian's arms. "Aren't we being a bit too vicious in doing this?" Ian did not feel that he was vicious. These people are the tumors that are coiled between Song and Yuan. If we don't get rid of them, we can't reach our trade. Just then, the monarchs and ministers of the Great Golden State suddenly felt as if something was stirring in their internal organs, and one by one, they all rolled to the ground in pain. Even Wan Yen Zongbi, who had shouted the most earlier, was holding his stomach and squatting at this time. "What exactly did your demoness do to us?" De Siwei sneered. "This girl's name is De Siwei. Naturally, she is in charge of the fate of mankind. Do you guys still want to have a good ending after offending De Siwei?" Aguda, feeling his breathing getting harder and harder until the big one was near, hurriedly commanded his brother. "Wu Beg Bai, now I will pass the throne to you. You don't need to care about me leading. The people under you hurry out. If you stay in the Green Mountains, you are not afraid of no firewood. When our Great Golden Kingdom recovers its vigor, we will come back to take revenge." In fact, he had a strong hatred in his heart, only hating the fact that his level of immortal cultivation was far from catching up with these several people who had independently opened up space in the immortal plane. There was no choice but to meet a country at the junction between the two dimensions to survive. Originally Genghis Khan and Zhao Kuangyin, two people, has not taken him seriously, just acquiesced to the existence of this big gold country, called him to become a buffer zone between the two countries. Who knew that this great golden state gradually began to expand as Bonehead became stronger and stronger, repeatedly jumping sideways between the two countries. One day he went on a killing mission in the territory of the Great Yuan, and the next day he went to the country of the Great Song to extort some money, and he was happy to do so. I never thought that I would meet an expert from the immortal cultivation world today, and with such a casual strike, a Dang kingdom was annihilated by the group. The more he thought about it, the more reluctant he became, still hoping that his second brother, who was not as badly injured as he was, would be able to lead the military ministers in the conflict. Who knows? Wuxi Cells this time also forced to endure the pain to the big brother said, "Big brother, I can't. Or you think of a way to pass the throne to the rope fruited. He is smart and wise to be able to take up the responsibility of the revival of the Golden State." Jiao Gua, the first eldest son of Bonde, whose Chinese name was Wanyan Zongjuan, was not in the palace at this time to participate in the feast. It is worth noting that in the official history, after the death of Wanyan Wu Kilbai, The throne was passed on to Ren's son, Hyla, also known as Jin Shizong. But in this space, Aguda was not yet dead, and there was no question of who would succeed him, so there was no crown prince. Wu begged by now that he himself is dying. Where is there any thought of competing for power and taking over the throne? Immediately gave his brother such an idea. A bone snake let out a long sigh. Are the best soldiers of our great golden kingdom just going to be wiped out in one fell swoop? At this time, all these people in the store were screaming miserably, and the ones with weaker cultivation had already died of gas. Yi Yun does things quite casually, turned his head and asked the several women around you. The so-called golden kingdom just went up in smoke. How do we deal with these people? Li Qingzhao was born to hate the people of the golden kingdom to the bone. Her face covered with a layer of frost. Don't they have a big hall there? Wait a while, no matter male or female, all arrested out. Told them to perform the ritual of leading a sheep. The so-called Xianyangli, a northern nomadic hunting nation, disposed of prisoners in a rather extreme way. That is, all the prisoners of war bare-chested, draped in sheepskin, and climbed into the great hall like a sheep, showing submission to the victor. This approach is a way for the victors to humiliate the losers in order to discourage them from resisting. Hearing this, Bon Ida gritted his teeth. I have no grudge against you either. Since you are spread out and taking this land is why you are humiliating us so much. Yi Yin ignored him and turned his head to look at his younger brother. Wu Qilbao. That's something you have to ask your good brother. Bonehead turned around and looked toward Wu Qibai. What have you been doing behind my back? No period to buy, although quite painful, but for a moment cannot die. See the big brother fuming. Had to say, I often go to send you on 2 countries harassment, but also once captured the princesses of Song. Just call them after the sheep pulling ceremony. Li Qingzhao said coldly, I am from the great Song kingdom. Aguda turned his head to look at the Jin clansman next to him. Who else among you has done such a shameless thing? He had many fierce generals under his command who could compete in the battle of the crown, and after getting prisoners, they were extremely humiliated, and hardly any of them had clean hands, and all of them bowed their heads. Yi Yun said coldly, it looks like these clansmen of yours deserve whatever humiliation they receive. A hint of supplication suddenly appeared on Bonehead's face. I am their emperor. I alone am responsible for the sins they have committed, and the heaven's great humiliation has been put on me alone. Let them live. Yi Yun looked at Li Qingzhao and Li Shishir beside him. Are the 2 of you from Song agreeing to this method? These 2 were born to hate the Jin. What has been done? Is it all over with an apology? Yi Yun long sighed. If you are happy. On held organization they performed the ritual of leading a sheep. After the end of the matter, some of the biggest evil guys all executed. The rest of the people are escorted to the north, to the great Yuan country of Temujin processing. His grandfather Iba Child Khan is not by the golden fruit with a wooden donkey alive to torture to death it. To see the great gold of these oddballs, he will be more interested in the... Aguda didn't realize that his own men had ever done such a confusing thing, and he looked at those of his progeny's children and grandchildren. What asshole did this again? From a corner stepped out Wan Yendan, grandson of Bonehead, shivering and shivering. Grandfather, that was all because I was confused and instigated by the villains under my command. His low cultivation level was less eroded by the compulsion, so he could still move around freely. Bone at this time has been unable to speak, although very difficult, but the consciousness is quite clear. Want to die cannot die, was tortured face distortion. Wan Yendan looked at Yi Yun and knelt on the ground in fear. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Spare my dog's life. Yi Yun looked at the women around him. Who knows how to do the sheep-raising ritual? These women of his were indoctrinated and naturally did not know so many ways of torturing people. Wide-eyed. That's when a man said weakly from behind him. I know. Turning around just now. It was none other than Jiner, the princess of the great Yuan kingdom that he had saved. How did you know? Thus quite young now, she said after a moment's thought. I haven't seen any either, but I can go to my father's Khan. He has seen a lot and should know about these ones. And he hates these gold thieves with a passion again. All these people who passed by the palace had a look of remorse but could do nothing about it. That's when flirtatious wind came over. Master, there are many beautiful women in the Golden Emperor's harem. Why don't you find one to serve you? Yi Yun shook his head. Their women are fine, but I would love to enjoy their palace. Which one of you would like to accompany me? Several people were all silent, apparently ashamed to say they were going and didn't want anyone else to go. In fact, Yi Yun was also quite sleepy and not particularly excited, so he told Xian Feng to try to get in touch with Tan Daoji and the others, telling them to enter the Golden Kingdom's Imperial city as soon as possible. Then he told a few of the women to go and rest individually, and then took Chiba Mai with him to stay in Bone's study. This is his personal female bodyguard. Apart from him accompanying those women, she almost eats and sleeps with him. Inseparable. It was only on the morning of the next day that Tan Daoji and his men entered the Imperial city of Jin separately, controlled the people, and then put out notices to pacify the people. Tang Daoji and 5 others came in to pay their respects to Yi Yun, performing the great salute of paying respects to the emperor. At this time, Yi Yun was not within the immortal Qin Empire and thus accepted it openly. The palace is repaired quite strong, also beautiful, if just abandoned. I'm afraid that again occupied by others, for the Song and Yuan traffic and trade is still not good. Therefore, Tang Daoji advised him to send soldiers to stay here. Even if he had no land to settle down later, he could still be a local emperor here. Yi Yun accepted his advice and led the troops to defend the place for the sake of a man named Xiang Wei. On his way out, he gave Xiang Wei 1,000 instructions: don't plunder the passing merchants, and don't harass the borders of the Song Yuan Liang kingdom. It is only necessary to collect the right amount of tax from the merchants who come and go here to maintain the operation of this city. Xiang Wei, a man of considerable loyalty, solemnly promised, please rest assured, my lord, I, Xiang Wei, can't lose this city. Yi Yun ordered his men to speak directly to the women's royal family as well as the generals, all loaded into the prison wagon. As for their families, all a few people a car loaded in, escorted to continue north. In the official history of the fall of the northern Song dynasty, the Jin kingdom broke into the city of Bianjing, but captured the supreme emperor Song Huizong and the emperor Song Qinzong also put their harem consorts, as well as young women captured in the civil society along with the north. That the situation to be more tragic and more tragic. Unexpectedly, in this world of immortals, he met Yi Yun's gang, who were even more barbaric than they were, and repeated their tactics of treating the soldiers and civilians of the Great Song. Aguda didn't die inside alas in the prison wagon. Yi Yun remembered that he was a hero and did not send anyone to torture him extraordinarily. What he hates the most is still the grandson of that Abon Da's grandson, Wan Yin Dan. Even though this guy is a moderate performer, and from time to time, he is caught by a junior soldier and slapped. As long as there is no human life, Yi Yun does not stop it. On this day Wan Yin Dan came to Yi Yun in tears. My side consort, Clip Valley, was snatched up by General Liu, one of your men, and went to the bushes over there, not knowing what she was going to do. Yi Yun frowned and called Tang Daoji to his side. What is Lu Bu up to again? What is he going to do while we are on the march? Tang Daoji hurriedly apologized. Otherwise I will send someone to call him back and ask the Lord to chastise him. Yi Yun said coldly, in any case, we must wait until he has finished his business, and then escort him back, remembering that he must be severely flogged with 20 army clubs, so that he will learn a long lesson. Wan Yin Dan wanted to cry. This general, what about me? Yi Yun did not feel good about him at all. Don't you have many women? It's not a big deal for you to keep one, so why be catty about it? I had just set up camp when I saw the red rabbit horse running back from a great distance, with 2 men sitting on it, holding a square sky painting halberd and holding a beautiful female Jinjin woman in one hand. Lu Bu flew to Yi Yun's heel, flew off his horse, and knelt on the ground. My lord is late, please forgive me. Yi Yun sneered. Who told you to do that? Lu Bu was originally a lustful man, coupled with his wife Yin separated for a long time. The heart is lonely, see a beautiful woman naturally cannot help, so casually snatched one. Not expected to also be the Lord Yi Yun found, but he himself is also proud and abnormal, and in his heart, he thought, I have given you Yi Yun so much credit, you should not turn your back on me for a woman. The woman had some difficulty walking and shivered as she knelt at Yi Yun's feet, not daring to look at his face either. In Yi Yun's eyes, these women of the female true race are all the same, seeing who is beautiful and who is ugly, and I don't know how Lu Bu's aesthetic views were raised. He nodded. Since you like this woman, I'll reward you. Lu Bu was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt down to kowtow to Yi Yun. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Yun's words were not yet finished, but you disregarded military discipline and left the camp without authorization, so you'll be punished with 20 military clubs. Do you have any complaints? Lu Bu was afraid that Yi Yun would snatch this woman away, and when he heard that Yi Yun had rewarded him with a woman, he was happy in his heart, and when he heard that it was just a light beating, he didn't take it to heart with 20 army clubs, but instead thanked Yi Yun for sparing his life. Tang Daoji gave an order. The sword and axe man came over and pressed down Lu Bu, snapped a board, straight beat him, split his flesh. After the fight, Yi Yun sent an order to Tang Daoji. General Liu fought bravely. Look for Chiba dance. There are some special effect stick-on medicines I refined for him to treat his injuries. Hearing this, Lu Bu was even more moved and knelt on the ground to continuously kowtow to Yi Yun to thank him. Yi Yun instructed him to go back to his tent on his own to recuperate before he himself went back to his tent to rest. At this time, Yuan Kingdom's Princess Jiner came over. That who? You can't rest now. Yi Yun was very curious. Why? Jiner thought for a moment. Because there are often riding bandits in this neighborhood. They plunder merchants, kill people and goods. Quite ferocious. My father Khan came over to conquer them every time without success. you also need to be more careful. He slept until midnight when he suddenly heard the sound of people shouting and horses neighing in the distance. His brow furrowed. Is there really someone so desperate? Just about to get up and go out to sea. Suddenly heard the Kartan Dioji outside back. Lord, do not be alarmed. Lu Fengxian has captured the thief went. Then the sounds of those human haymakers gradually faded away. And Ian stretched and looked at Chiba Dance, who had already been startled. No need for you to make a move. Go to sleep. Chiba Mai and Kazuchi were lying in Ian's arms, his hand cradling his own broad-bladed longsword, listening to Ian's breathing and resting there with his eyes closed. In fact, Ian himself wasn't asleep. He was waiting for Lu Bu's shortcut report, silently counting in his mind. Around the time of counting to 1,000, there was a sound of a horse neighing, followed by a bright male voice resounding outside the car. Your lord, I, Lu Bu, have chopped off the head of the thief and offered it in front of the car. Yun did not go out, but only instructed Tang Dioji outside. You receive the captives on my behalf and give credit to the generals who fought in the conquest. When he heard Tang Daoji leading Lu Bu far away, he relaxed, when suddenly another young girl came to the door of his car and tried to knock in. It was Princess Jiner of the Great Yuan Kingdom. Yun did not open the door. It's very late in the day, so the princess should rest early as well, and continue the journey tomorrow. Jiner told him, it's still 10,000 miles to worry, and it's about a year's walk. Ever since Yun had learned the shrinking ground technique taught by his teacher, he no longer had any concept of distance. He replied, when we get to the territory of your Great Yuan Kingdom, I'll make sure you get to Volin in a day. Go to sleep first. Hearing that princess muttering as if she was blaming him for not being understanding, he smiled slightly and didn't care, wrapping his arms around Chiba Mai as they drifted off into a deep sleep together. By the next day, the party sped up their traveling speed and soon passed through the passageway of space, arriving at the territory of the Great Yuan Kingdom. Unlike other countries, the Great Yuan Kingdom didn't have any obvious borders, nor did it have any obvious border guards. They are a nomadic tribe living by the water and grass. Wherever there is water and grass there is their figure, and therefore also traveling uncertainly. Yun used his open phoenix wings heavenly soaring to fly into the air, and then used his earth-making tree to take in the land in all directions, carefully checking to see where there was a gathering of tribes. In a short time in the direction of Wakabayashi, a great mass of humorous people were seen, and a golden tent of flourishing flowers. Yun collected his spell and landed on the ground. Genghis Khan is now in Wulin. Then he sat in the car and used the shrinking technique once again, instantly moving all of them outside of Wakabayashi city in a flash. It was not so much a city as a great horde of all the steppe tribes, with tents, and every now and then 5 men with horses passed through it. Suddenly, he saw a moment of Chinese-dressed merchants coming across the street, and immediately a moment of generals came over to inquire about them. Only they were speaking in Mongolian, and these people couldn't understand a word of it. Princess Jiner walked out and explained something to them in Mongolian, and that general immediately changed his face to a smiling one and chatted with Yun and the others through Jiner as an interpreter. This general told Yun that he was Abuchi, the leader of Genghis Khan's cowardly army, and that today was the great Khan's birthday. Several of his sons had rushed back from abroad to celebrate his birthday. Yun said very politely, please General Abuchi and report for me. I am a merchant from Xianqin who wants to trade with your country here, and I hope to receive the Khan's support. At this time Princess Jiner said to Abuchi, these people saved me from the hands of the golden dogs, and are great benefactors of our great Yuan kingdom, so I hope you will treat his door well. This Abuchi, indeed, was very zealous, and drew for them, at a short distance from the tent of the Khan, a clearing out of which they were told to set up their tents and make camp. Then this day, he followed Abuchi to meet his father, and told Yun that he must wait for him here, and that he would be back in a short while. Yun instructed the others to set up camp. Just at this time from over there came a few fast horses immediately came down. A middle-aged man his hand holding a leather whip came to Yun. So you're the merchant from the southern dynasties? The words were very disdainful, and since Princess Jiner was gone, Yun listened to their words like a heavenly book, not knowing what the other party meant. The man asked several times in a row, but Yun did not understand what was going on. The angry man swung his whip at Yun's head. Without waiting for Yun to do it, Xiang Dance took the lead and blocked in front of Yun. A letter hand has grabbed the tip of the whip. That Mang Dahan glanced at Chiba Mai and said some more incomprehensible words, then bent over to grab Chiba Mai's hair. Chiba Mai spoke up. You're too tall for me to look at. With that he drew his own common flat and slapped it over. The blow couldn't kill him, but it did break a few ribs on the big man's ass. Just then from the distance came a high-ranking official. This person shouted at the gorgeously dressed big man in Mongolian while speaking to Yun in Chinese. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. This is the second prince of our great Yuan kingdom. Said man came over and laced the big man on the ground. That big man seemed to be very annoyed and pushed away. With great force, the person who came, but then a young man came next to him and stopped in front of that big man. The high official who spoke Chinese was very happy. Third prince, you've come at the right time. Quickly stop the second prince. And we can't neglect our honored guest. That third prince pulled the second prince aside and spoke kindly to him. His words seemed to work. That second prince ruthlessly just hand. At this time, that senior official came to Yi Yun and began to introduce himself. I was originally a Khitan nobleman, with the compound surname of Yelu, and the double name of Chu Kai, and I am currently the head of the Great Yuan Bijin Chi. Bijin Chi, a Mongolian word for translator or secretary. His position was responsible for recording the language or issuing paperwork for Dahan, in addition to his duties as an interpreter for different countries. As Genghis Khan conquered more tribes, the Bijin Chik also became more numerous. So one of these men had a dice within him that was made the chief of the Bijin Chik. His position was roughly equivalent to that of the Zhongshu Ling or Zhongshu Shiyan of the Zhongshu province of the Middle Kingdom. Yelu Chu Kai in Genghis Khan and Wukaodai Khan, two dynasties, has been serving in this position, but because of its specific work and the prime minister of the Central Plains is almost the same, so the later history books directly Yelu Chu Kai as Genghis Khan's prime minister. This man was fluent in Mongolian, Chinese, Khitan and Jurchen, almost a linguistic genius, and his role in the Great Yuan state should not be underestimated. Generally anyone who has any dealings with the Great Yuan state has to go through him. Yi Yun was also quite respectful of this person and greeted him politely. Yelu Chu Kai then introduced to him. Just now that grumpy Probianzi is Genghis Khan's second son Shagatai, just now came over to persuade the fight that is Genghis Khan's third son Wukadai. Yi Yun had read the history books of his previous life and knew that each of these four full-blooded sons of Genghis Khan had their own specialties. The eldest son, Juchi, was intelligent and valiant, but there were many people who were very suspicious of him because of his lineage. The second son Shagatai looks reckless and violent, in fact, is a very shrewd person, but because and his elder brothers several times from time to time have disputes, so also very unpopular. The fourth son Dre, valor, and then proficient in warbook, very Genghis Khan's heart. Genghis Khan has the intention to pass the throne to him, but afraid of other sons do not serve. Only the third son Wugwatai, always think of Khan as not big brother or two, always cannot turn me, so the most moderate temperament, not only in big brother in two scenarios with the fourth brother is also quite good. Among these sons of Genghis Khan, the third was the best liked. Yi Yun was very strange. What is that second prince yelling at me for? Why did he also whip me with a whip? Yelu Chu Kai smiled awkwardly. Your guests don't care about this detail. Just now it's just a language barrier that caused a misunderstanding. Just now I've already explained it clearly. He will never be like this again. At this time, Wugwatai came over, and since he was smart and studious, he was also very proficient in Chinese, and came over to directly communicate with Yi Yun in Chinese. He began by thanking the other party for rescuing his sister, and then said that he had sealed his father's Khan's order to come and receive him, and what could be traded, here must give favorable price. He had just heard Yelu Chu Kai tell him about Yi Yun's intentions and was also very interested, so he also came over to see what goodies this southern Korean had brought with him. Yi Yun brought all the rice and white flowering damask of the southern dynasty, and even some tea bricks that were rarely seen on the grasslands. All these things were quite popular in the grasslands. All the people were interested, and the insertion of a stage forgot about the unpleasantness just now, and came over to Yi Yun, and compensated for a mistake. Yi Yun also did not think that he was even. Also like him to say I am also quite reckless. Do not know the second prince, please forgive me. So saying, everyone laughed and no one counted. Vogtai then said, wait a while, Father Khan want to summon you. As for how a trade law, that tribe deal would naturally have Father Khan to decide. Shagatai suddenly saw that one of the cars in their entourage had a cloth shown on it, and not knowing what was loaded inside, he asked Yi Yun, are you loading any rare beasts here? Can you show us? Yi Yun said very seriously, this is a treasure we snatched from the enemy to offer to the Great Khan, lest the news leaks out and is known by the enemy, causing trouble for your country, so we cannot look at it until we see the Great Khan. Sahitai froze for a moment and looked at the oldest. Vogtai smiled. There is no need for second brother to be in a hurry. We'll see what happens when we meet Father Khan later. While he was speaking, two more princes felt the wind. The older one was none other than Genghis Khan's oldest son, Juchi, and the younger one was the fourth son, Touré. Yi Yun also knew that in this immortal world, looks did not necessarily represent age, and that they all looked young, but in reality, they did not know that they were all hundreds of years old. These two people had also heard that Yi Yun had saved their little sister from the hands of the golden dog, thus they were also very sincere in thanking Yi Yun, who modestly said a few words. It was at this moment that Yelu Chu walked out from the big man's tent and came to Yi Yun. Friend from the Qin Empire, the great Khan summons you. Yi Yun ordered the 5 generals under his command to guard the vehicle properly, and suddenly saw that several of the great war generals were very interested in a few of his men. So Yi Yun said, "These few men of mine are fierce generals of great strength, and I have heard that all of you are masters of wrestling, so if you are interested, you can spar with them." There were also some Khitan people in here, all of whom also spoke Chinese and Mongolian, so he translated it to these Mongolian warlords, who were all very interested in Xiang Yu and the others, so they signed up to wrestle with them. Yi Yun did not have time to pay attention to the winners and losers in the wrestling ring, and followed Yelu Chu Kai and the 4 princes into Genghis Khan's golden tent. Inside, the instruments of the horsehead fiddle rang out instantly, and many beautiful Mongolian women sang and danced to welcome the honored guests. Seeing his honored guest coming, Genghis Khan rose from his seat to welcome him. Yi Yun also had considerable respect for this great man of the Mongol race and bowed respectfully. Merchant Yun Yi of immortal Qin, he pays homage to the greatest emperor of the steppe, Emperor Genghis. May the great emperor live long and prosper. Genghis Khan didn't have much of a rack, and he laughed out loud. Your honored guest should not be too polite. Quickly take your seat. Of course all the conversations between them were translated throughout by Yeltsin, and all subsequent conversations were the same, so there is no need to repeat them. At this time in Genghis Khan next to the one by the mountain, the gorgeous Mongolian noblewoman said to Yi Yun, "Thank you for saving your daughter from the hands of the golden dog. From now on you are the most honored guest of our Diwu kingdom. There is no need to be polite here. Just like at home." Genghis Khan introduced Yi Yun. "This is my empress, Bertie of the Hongjirat tribe." Empress Badian was quite famous among the Mongols as Genghis Khan's wise counselor, and led his men in guarding Genghis Khan's old camp every time he went on an expedition. Those proud soldiers and generals were also very obedient to her, and respected him no less than Genghis Khan. This was also a resounding female heroine, and Yi Yun had considerable respect for him. For a while, the guests and the hosts were seated and talking to each other. Genghis Khan opened the door and said, "When my daughter Jeaner came back, she once told me that your guest came to Hualien to give me a precious gift, and now your guest is able to unravel the mystery, right?" Yi Yun smiled faintly. "Great Khan, who do you hate the most in your life?" Genghis Khan's eyes flashed with a hint of bone-crushing hatred. "Of course it's those dogs and thieves of the Golden Kingdom. They killed the first Khan, Iba Child Khan, so that our Mongolian clan has been in a state of disintegration. This revenge must be avenged." Yi Yun ordered Chiba Dance to take his token and give it to Tang Dioji, telling him to bring in the few prisoners in the prison wagon. He was selective this time. Aguda was a hero of his generation, and he didn't humiliate him by bringing in just Bonehead's grandson, Wan Yen Dan. Seeing a clothed, gorgeous nobleman of the great golden state, very difficult to walk into the great hall, Genghis Khan's gaze revealed a trace of hatred. He then inquired of Yi Yun, "Who is this person?" Yi Yun replied, "This person is the culprit who killed your country's Shantahan, Iba Hassan Khan Wan Yen Dan, also known as Wan Yen Hapra." Genghis Khan jumped from his throne, took his riding crop to the meandering exhibit, and gathered up the sides, leaving a scar on his face. "Good you golden dog, how dare you come to see me?" Wan Yen Dan had never seen this imposing aristocratic man before, and was so frightened by the murderous aura in his eyes that he trembled and fell to his knees with a thud. "May I ask this hero, who exactly are you?" Genghis Khan said grimly. "Nailed alive on top of a wooden donkey by you, the dog thief. Iba Hassan is my uncle great-grandfather. My name is Temujin, and I also have a mighty name called Genghis Khan." Wan Yen Dan previously in the Big Seaway's loneliness. 9 deaths to come in Lin. On the road from time to time by the soldiers under the humiliation of Yi Yun. 10 lives have long been sent off, 6 or 7, now only to survive. Hearing the name of the man in front of him, he straightway trembled in fear. "Don't kill me. I was all instigated by the bad people around me." This is of course a dump and no one will believe it when they say it. The people under his command hated this guy even more and immediately requested Genghis Khan to break him into pieces. Genghis Khan asked Yi Yun again, "Who have you brought over this time?" Yi Yun then told him, Agudo also learned the art of cultivation, but did not have the ability to build a space on their own, just in the country of the great Yuan and the great Song, the border to live. His descendants of children and grandchildren are captured by me. How to dispose of? A term of the great Khan. Genghis Khan kicked hard, kicked Wan Yen Dan a heel, despicable golden dog. Today I will not kill you first. 3 days later hold a sheep-raising ceremony, so that you genocidal guys, taste the taste of this humiliation. Wan Yen Dan had long been humiliated by Lu Bu on the road, and did not take it to heart when he heard the words of what a sheep-raising ceremony, and hung his head in shame and was dragged down by a few Mongolian warriors like a dead dog. Yi Yun also said to Genghis Khan, I have handed over all these royals and generals of the Golden Kingdom to the Great Khan, so please ask the Great Khan to send someone trustworthy to hand them over immediately. Genghis Khan turned his head and called the first of his 4 steeds. Move, this is over to you. Before the sheep-drawn ceremony is held, one of these people can't die. After getting the enemy, Genghis Khan was very happy, and when he heard that Yun came over to do trade, he asked what all he brought. Yun then offered all the goods that the 3 merchants had prepared for him as well as the list of those goods that he had memorized. Genghis Khan laughed loudly. My great round fruit, the territory is vast. I'll take all these things. Name your price. Yun said respectfully, it's my lifelong fortune to do business with Dahan, so please feel free to reward me. Genghis Khan thought for a while. Gold and jewels. You have everything in the South Dynasty. To give you is not uncommon, so, you and the territory of my country of the Great Yuan, arbitrarily choose a place as your pasture. You want to be how big it is going to be how big. I will seal you to be the place of the Khan. You can be there to raise troops to graze, and want to do whatever you want. He ordered Yelu Chu Kai to fetch the boundary map of the Great Yuan Kingdom. He also purposely circled some places with abundant water and grass, telling Yun to choose at will. Yun thought in his heart, no wonder Genghis Khan was able to lay claim to such a vast land. It had a lot to do with the fact that he knew people well and was not stingy with his rewards. Although to the outsiders he was a symbol of ferocity and destruction, within it was a benevolent and wise Khan who knew people well and was a qualified ruler of the steppe. So he drew a large range on a piece of tumbleweed windswept landscape. As this great Yuan state is not the same as the precisely historical Yuan dynasty, this belongs to the space created by the immortal Genghis Khan himself, and the names of the places in it are all taken after him. Then he said to Genghis Khan, let it be this piece. He drew just about as wide as a palm of his hand. Genghis Khan laughed out loud. Noble guest, do you know how much land you've scratched off my land with that slap? Yun froze for a moment. It's only 100 miles or so on a real map. Before his words fell, the monarchs and ministers beside him laughed out loud. After laughing for a long time, Genghis Khan said, my power is infinite, and the space of the great circle of nations that I have created is far larger than you can imagine. Your Excellency, just now, you drew this one big palm print, which is more than 10,000 miles each from the south to the north, and from the east to the west. How big would you say it is? Yun was startled. Doesn't that make this 100 million square miles when you do the math? He hurriedly apologized. Great Khan, forgive me for my rudeness. These lands I really can't use. If you don't reduce it some more. I just need 10 miles in each direction. Genghis Khan waved his hand. The space I created is quite large. And also the land is vast and sparse. You're nothing if you melt away that billions of miles square. That place has a very nice name called Spring Wind Valley. I'll make you the Spring Wind Great Khan. The Great Khan of Springbok? It always felt like a bit of an unorthodox name, but Genghis Khan's promise of a Chrysostom's fable would not change. It's settled. After some time you will swim. Yelu Chu Kai will take you to Spring Valley. Draw the ranch and settle there. Yun knew that these could not be excused, so he thanked him once again. He thought in his mind, in the main history, after the death of Genghis Khan, the descendants of the Crouching Tiger Terrace Theater and the descendants of the Tory line fought to the death, and the Great Yuan also perished in this, another infighting, and now, since Genghis Khan has become immortal and is the emperor here forever, I'm afraid that infighting is out of the question. He thought for a moment and then carefully asked Genghis Khan, I wonder what the Great Khan thinks of my Xian Qin Empire's Qin Shi Huang. Genghis Khan laughed. I once heard that bearded man Yelu Chu Kai talk about it, that your Qin Shi Huang's late emperor was quite advanced in cultivation, and I'm afraid that he's not on par compared to me. Your pre-Qin is because of him. That's why the 6 countries don't dare to violate the border. It's just a pity that his dragon Qi is weakening now, and soon, I'm afraid that your Qin is going to be in a big mess. Even if we don't attack him, I'm afraid we'll perish in infighting. Yun let out a long sigh. I wonder if there is any way for the vessel to be saved? Genghis Khan showed a glum look. The everlasting heaven once instructed that nothing is eternal, and the same is true for immortals. And although immortal Chio has taught me the way of eternal life, I have not fully comprehended it even now, and I don't know how much longer the dragon Qi in my body can last. When he finished, he also had a pang of disappointment and was naturally very sighing. The royals of the Great Golden State never dreamed that the shame they had imposed on the emperor of the Song dynasty would soon be returned to them in the same way. As for Wanyan A Bonechild, Genghis Khan didn't have any excessive hatred with him, so he let him go and didn't call him to participate in the goat-raising ceremony. And the rest of those emperors of the Qin Dynasty, there is a counting one, completely did not escape this fate. They are naked, body draped in a sheepskin, kneeling on the ground, crawling into Genghis Khan's tent. Behind them were their consorts, also exactly like these emperors, crawling and draped in a piece of sheepskin. Genghis Khan looked down at them from above. Shameless golden dogs, When you went deep into the grasslands and burned and killed intensely, did you ever think of today? Did you think of today when you nailed our ancestor, Imbahan Khan, to death on a wooden donkey? Did you think of today when you seized the emperor's consorts of the southern dynasty to humiliate them? All the emperors from Wanyan Wu collide downwards cowed out uncontrollably. And these emperors were treated far less favorably than Song Qinzong and Song Huizong. Genghis Khan didn't even give them a chance to pamper themselves in the city of 5 kingdoms. And it was a dream for them to be any kind of Duke of Fade or Marquis of Heavy Fade. He first carried out that carved enemy Wanyan Dan, called for a wooden donkey to be prepared, specially found a few long nails,